Chapter 1. After being a Dan dog for 4 years, realizing she's the unrequited supporting female character. Aiko had a dream where she was a minor character in a book, and the male protagonist was her current boyfriend, Nigel. In the book, his character was set as a playboy, and the plotline revolved around a reformed rake, but not for Aiko. Her phone screen lit up with a message from her good friend Kylie asking if Nigel had agreed to her plan. Aiko came back to her senses. Tomorrow was Saturday, and she wanted to go out with Nigel. Even though they were dating, each outing had always been initiated by Aiko herself, perhaps to highlight the contrast of Nigel's special treatment towards the main female character later on. With her fair and delicate fingertips, Aiko typed out a reply. I didn't ask, won't ask anymore. Let's do our homework at Starpoint together this Saturday. Starpoint was a dessert shop run by Aiko's brother. Before dating Nigel, she often invited friends there to do homework. After dating Nigel, she never invited anyone else again. Kylie replied quickly, "Weren't you going to invite Nigel?" "Never mind, I've been inviting him every day. He might be annoyed." After replying, Aiko opened the chat window with Nigel, thinking about sending him a message to break up. Since she still carried the title of Nigel's girlfriend, she picked up her phone, ready to send the message. Then she reconsidered, following the usual storyline. A minor character like her would never initiate a breakup with Nigel. What if this action drew unnecessary attention, making Nigel, who previously wasn't very attentive, suddenly interested? Or worse, sparking some kind of possessive desire in him, like in those CEO novels. This damn woman actually dares to break up with me. Thinking it over, Aiko decided to let Nigel propose the breakup. It shouldn't take long since he would meet his heroine today. The sky was dark, and under the dim streetlights, 3 tall figures walked along. "Brother June, shall we go play pool tomorrow?" As they walked out of the internet cafe, Abdurrahman asked Nigel, but Thompson cut in from the other side. "Tomorrow is Saturday. Brother June has to spend time with his girlfriend." "Yes, that Aiko invites you as soon as school holidays start. She clings to you every day. Doesn't she know it can drive a man crazy?" Abdurrahman shook his head and looked at Nigel. "Brother June, did Aiko invite you again?" "My guess is either to watch a movie or go to the arcade." In the middle, the young man lazily took a step forward, glanced up, and fixed his eyes on Abdurrahman, saying coldly, "No." "Huh, she found a new place? Not a movie or an arcade. Then what?" Abdurrahman turned to Thompson. "Chwaner, can you guess?" Thompson didn't answer Abdurrahman, but looked at Nigel, who seemed somewhat unhappy. "Do you have time Saturday?" A low yes made Abdurrahman fall silent. He mumbled, "She didn't invite you." Thompson and Abdurrahman exchanged glances. Thompson spoke first. "Maybe she had something else to do. It's just as well. Let's go to the newly opened internet cafe tomorrow. There's a dessert shop right next door." Nigel didn't say anything, which meant he agreed. As they walked out of the alley, the three parted ways. A car stopped in front of Nigel. The window slowly rolled down, revealing a woman with bright red lips smiling faintly. "Castor, get in the car." "This is my car." The driver hesitated. "Young master, the boss asked me to pick up Mrs. Sue along with you." Nigel snorted when he saw Vonda. "Are you trying to conquer both my father and me?" Vonda got out of the car holding her bag. "Castor, quickly get in. Auntie borrowed your car. I'll find another way home." Nigel lowered his head, checked his phone, and found no messages. Watching the screen dim, his expression grew colder. The urgent voice of the woman beside him only added to his irritation. He took a step back and looked at Jessie driving the car. "Jessie, wash the car inside and out tomorrow." Beside him, Vonda tightened her grip on her brand new luxury handbag. "Castor, there's no need for this. I'm still your stepmother. Do you deserve it?" Nigel's face showed impatience as he turned away. Walking 2 steps, he paused without turning back. "I've said it before, don't call me Castor, and don't touch anything of mine. You belong to Armin, and have nothing to do with me." Back at the large villa, Nigel knew there was no one else at home except for himself and the housekeeping aunt. Silently, he returned to his room. Sitting on the bed, elbows resting on his knees, he stared at his phone. At this time, the phone usually flooded with her messages. But now, Nigel moved his fingers, still tapping on the chat icon that depicted a fountain pen and a star landing on white paper. The latest message was from her. "Arrived home safely, kisses." Nigel glanced at the time. It was already 8 p.m. He scrolled down with his finger. There was nothing. No pictures of what she had for dinner, no messages asking him what he was doing every hour. Nigel froze, then closed his phone with a cold sneer. What stupid thing was he doing? He tossed the phone aside, grabbed some pajamas, and went to wash up. Just as he entered the bathroom, he walked back out and picked up the phone he had carelessly thrown on the bed. Halfway through washing, his phone rang. He dried his hands, unlocked the phone, and saw Abdurrahman's name. His eyes darkened. His deep, hoarse voice echoed clearly in the sealed bathroom. "Hello? Yen? Brother June." The voice on the other end was anxious and fearful. "Brother June. I hit someone." Abdurrahman usually rode his motorcycle home after going out with them. This was the first time he had hit anyone. "Call 120 first. Then the police, send me the address." Nigel hung up, rinsed off the foam, changed into clothes, and left with his phone. Aiko had just come out of the cinema with Kylie. She had bought the movie tickets yesterday, originally intending to invite Nigel to go together. Before she could say anything, she found out she was just a minor character in this world. Before meeting Nigel, Aiko's only hardship growing up was drinking coffee. Aiko attended the same high school as Nigel. To be with him, she got into North City Xingda University and became classmates with him. After a year of persistence, she became his girlfriend. But then she was told they would break up within 2 months. Because his destined heroine arrived. Xiao Alicia, why do I feel like you're especially unhappy today? Kylie shook her hand. What happened? Did you fight with Nigel? Aiko scoffed, looking at Kylie. Honey, do you think Nigel would fight with me? At most, I get sulky for a few days, then beg him to make up after 2 days. No, Kylie said firmly, patting Aiko's shoulder. You overestimate yourself, Xiao Alicia. Not 2 days, probably 2 hours. You will definitely apologize. Aiko, thank you so much for knowing me so well. Did you originally plan to watch this movie with Nigel? Aiko nodded. I think you're too clingy. Men are all scum. The more you cling, the less they care. If you ignore him for 2 days, he'll start respecting you. Aiko looked at the streetlights under the sycamore trees and shook her head. That's how it works for the female lead. If it were Autumn from the book, Nigel would probably beg for reconciliation within 2 hours. Hey, Xiao Alicia, look in the mirror, your face, your figure. Who else would be the female lead? Aiko hugged her arm. Being the female lead isn't about who's the prettiest or has the best figure. It's about the spirit of never giving up, the excellent quality of perseverance. Me? I follow the philosophy that anything is possible if you're willing to give up. Can I be the female lead? You aren't persistent enough? You pursued Nigel for a whole year. All your hobbies, piano, ballet, painting, gouging, calligraphy, weiqi, added up didn't last as long. Aiko, sis, don't remind me. It makes me seem like a failure. Doing everything with fleeting enthusiasm, loving one thing today, another tomorrow. Aiko had learned many things but excelled in none. Except for eating and sleeping, liking Nigel seemed to be the only thing she had stuck with the longest. Xiao Alicia, your failure isn't apparent. 90% of people feel like failures, but in my eyes, you're successful. Beautiful, good grades, you even caught the person you liked, and you have loving family. Aiko closed her eyes and softly said, Nigel and I broke up. Their steps halted, Kylie's eyes widened, her tongue tying itself, turning to look at Aiko. Did you fall for someone else? Chapter 2, the leading lady has arrived. Aiko hadn't even spoken when Kylie pulled her to look at the other side. Oh my god, did a traffic accident happen over there? So many people are surrounding. Aiko looked over and saw through the crowd a red and black modified motorcycle lying on the ground. The leading lady had appeared. Aiko gripped Kylie's hand tighter. Autumn, also the daughter of Iggy's stepmother Vonda and her ex-husband. She had intentionally collided with Iggy's good friend Abdurrahman to get back at Vonda. Also, after this traffic accident, her intersection with Iggy became more frequent. She worked in an internet cafe where Iggy often went, she was in the billiard hall that Iggy frequently visited, and she was also at the arcade where he hung out. Within a month, Iggy would break up with her because she had become too clingy, which increasingly annoyed him. Xiao Alicia, you just said you're going to break up with Iggy. Kylie, who had been distracted by the commotion earlier, now realized what Aiko had said. However, Aiko was immersed in her book. Iggy, everyone only knew that she had pursued Iggy for a year, but secretly loving him for 3 years, only Aiko herself knew. That was the 4-year span of her youth. It's not me who wants to break up with Iggy, but Iggy who wants to break up with me. Just as Aiko lifted her head, she saw a boy in a black t-shirt stride out of the car. As if suddenly sensing something, Iggy raised his eyebrows and looked across the road. Under the sycamore tree, under the dim streetlight, stood a girl. Iggy frowned and looked at the girl with short hair and blue jeans. She seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember her name. It seemed like her friend. His gaze suddenly focused on the shadow on the ground. A long black shadow. She had tied her hair into a bun today. Brother June. Abdurrahman ran over and pulled Iggy towards the scene. Kylie glanced at the timid person behind the tree. Sis, what are you doing? Aiko poked her head out to look. Among the crowd, Iggy's tall figure still stood out. I've already told you, I have nothing to do with him anymore. I just don't want it to be awkward. Aiko grabbed Kylie's hand. Let's go back. Kylie held on to Aiko. Hey, look for yourself. Aiko looked down at the two shadows on the ground. Her expression froze. Did Iggy notice her? Her phone beeped, and Aiko glanced at the screen. Rarely, the note Castor Baby had sent a message. You guys broke up? Why is it still Castor Baby? Aiko pushed her away. Didn't have time to change it. Looking back, she felt quite persistent herself, having once snatched Iggy's phone to change the note. After unlocking, the message box contained only 2 words from Castor. Wait for me. Why are you still wait for me if you've broken up? Aiko rolled her eyes. We haven't officially broken up yet, but it's almost the same. Aiko, feeling slightly upset, typed a few words and sent them. After exiting the chat, she changed the note from Castor Baby to Nigel and moved him from the special concern list to classmates. Wow, you're really doing this. Kylie cupped Aiko's face. You. In the end, she didn't say anything more, just gently hugged her and patted her back. It's fine. There are plenty of men, if not hundreds or thousands chasing after you. We can certainly fill up a class. The next one will be better behaved. At the hospital, Iggy and Abdurrahman were both outside keeping watch. Abdurrahman's parents were abroad, and only his grandmother was at home. They didn't want to upset the elderly lady, so they hadn't called back. Fortunately, the person who was hit came out, and the doctor said there was nothing serious. Just that she needed to stay in the hospital for a month. Autumn looked up at Iggy standing guard by the bedside. Although they were of the same age, he inexplicably exuded a sense of stability. Are you a student too? Abdurrahman asked, looking at her simple clothes. I am truly sorry. Don't worry, I'll cover all the medical expenses. Do you have any other requests? Autumn withdrew her gaze from Iggy, and softly replied. So I have to stay here for a month? Abdurrahman nodded guiltily. Yes, but rest assured, I will take responsibility. Autumn glanced sideways at Iggy beside her. Since he came in, he hadn't looked at her, always staring at his phone, no idea what he was looking at. Abdurrahman took out his phone. Well, should I call your parents? I'll talk to them. After all, I'm a student too. I need to study. Maybe I can only solve this problem with money and compensate you as much as I can. No need, you can go. Autumn lowered her head. Abdurrahman looked at the girl curled up on the hospital bed, under the glaring lights. Her pale skin almost seemed to glow. Her dark eyes were half closed, making her look truly pitiful. Iggy felt even more guilty. Should I call your parents? Or would you like to do it yourself? My father is dead, and my mother ran away with someone else. The girl's steady, low voice was matter of fact, devoid of any emotion. Abdurrahman moved his lips, but couldn't form words. His own parents were abroad, and he understood all too well the pain of not having them around, especially in such a situation. He put his phone away, unsure of what to say next. Iggy raised his eyes for the first time since entering the room, glancing at the person lying in the bed. Before he could remember her face clearly, his phone beeped, making his eyelashes flutter as he hurriedly lowered his head to check the screen. Sky baby, it's too late, I'm going back to... Iggy tapped on the message, hesitating over the keyboard, unsure what to reply. Do you have anyone else at home? Abdurrahman asked helplessly. My grandmother, Autumn replied quietly. It's late, it wouldn't be good to worry the elderly. Abdurrahman sighed, feeling miserable. Today was just one misfortune after another. If you wanted her to take care of me, it wouldn't be possible either. She's also in the hospital, upstairs. Abdurrahman was taken aback again. Iggy cast her a second glance tonight. Autumn looked up. So, I don't want any other compensation from you. Just take care of me for 1 month. Abdurrahman waved his hand. No, it was me who hit you. What do you mean by you? This has nothing to do with him. Though Abdurrahman had immediately thought of calling Iggy first, he couldn't possibly blame this incident on Iggy. You rest now. It's late. Rest assured, I'll take good care of you during the month you're in the hospital. After saying this, Abdurrahman pulled Iggy out of the ward. June, thanks for your help today. You know, only my grandma is at home, and I can't let her know I hit someone outside. When she called me just now, I told her I was hanging out with you. This will cost thousands if I hire a caregiver for a month. Abdurrahman had just gotten his car repaired, and he didn't have much money left. Iggy nodded. I'll cover the expenses. You work on my homework for a month. Abdurrahman stared at him. That won't do. No one dares to say anything if you don't do your homework. I can't ask you to do this for me. Then you take care of her for a month here. Iggy didn't argue. Abdurrahman laughed awkwardly. Bro, you know Abby would go crazy if she can't see me at night. You're usually fine not going home, right? Can you help watch her at night, and I'll take over during the day? Chapter 3, is that Nigel? If you take a month off, the counselor will call your grandmother's phone non-stop. Nigel glanced at him lightly. Abdurrahman was also in a dilemma. Then Nigel smiled indifferently. It's fine. I'll help you look after it. Anyway, I don't want to go to school either, with all the troubles. Abdurrahman was still hesitating. Nigel patted his shoulder. Go back quickly. They might call to urge you soon. Before Abdurrahman could say anything, he was stopped by Nigel. I seldom go to school normally. It's almost the same. Abdurrahman thought it was true. He felt the same whether at home or at school anyway. The counselor wouldn't call his house knowing that his father was always busy. A life-saving grace. I'll be your ox and horse forever. Nigel scoffed. Just be a human. Autumn had waited for a long time, and finally, the door of the ward opened, revealing Nigel. A faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She succeeded. Have you discussed well? Autumn asked. Sitting on the stool next to the bed, Nigel nodded and continued looking at his phone. Autumn glanced at him indifferently, just like their first encounter. Always coldly indifferent to everything. Vonda was trying to pull him into the fold. If she were with Nigel, would Vonda still be able to enter the Gu family? Would Nigel's father tolerate it? Do you treat people this way? Autumn whispered, her gaze shifting towards the window. Without lifting his head, Nigel replied. I've called an auntie. She will come shortly and take care of you. If I heard correctly, your friend can hardly afford 1 month's salary for the auntie. In the quiet ward, Nigel's magnetic voice tinged with nasality responded. You only wanted to be taken care of properly for 1 month. More than that doesn't concern you. Autumn waved her hand. I wasn't eavesdropping intentionally. It's just that the ward isn't soundproof. I'm hungry. I want to eat now. A faint smile surfaced in Autumn's eyes. Can auntie come within 10 minutes? Nigel stood up. What do you want to eat? Shaking her phone, Autumn said. Add me. I'll send you. The requirements are quite detailed, in case you forget. Nigel suddenly asked. This late at night, near an accident place full of arcade centers and pool halls. What were you doing there? Lowering her eyes, Autumn knew this person started to suspect her. I was working part-time at an arcade center, Autumn calmly stated. Nigel nodded, opened his phone QR code, and gave it to her. Autumn scanned it. Sent. Lifting her head, she saw Nigel already out of the ward. Darkness clouded Autumn's eyes. This person really lacked warmth. Early Saturday morning, Abdurrahman came carrying fruits. Nigel had arranged with the caretaker to act as if she didn't know Abdurrahman when he arrived. So now, only Nigel and Autumn were left in the ward. Walking over, Abdurrahman first unpacked the breakfast for Nigel. Brother June, thank you for your hard work. You go back. I'll be here during the day breaks. Seeing Nigel unmoved, Abdurrahman asked again, what's wrong? Turning off his phone and no longer looking at the empty chat box, Nigel replied, nothing. With that, Nigel took the breakfast and left. His mind was exceptionally clear. He barely slept last night, not because of the patient. The caretaker hurriedly arrived, and Nigel himself booked a room outside, getting up at 5 in the morning to pretend to be in the ward while lying in the hotel. He couldn't fall asleep either way, his vision always falling on the phone. What's going on with her? Nigel never made any requests of her before. Last night was the first time he asked her to wait for him. Usually someone who complied with everything he asked, she rejected him. She also did not send him a good night message last night. Throughout the whole night, Nigel had scrolled the chat box to the frontmost. Very sure, Aiko sent him a good night message every single night since adding him. Afterward, once they got together, good night would be followed by kiss kiss, or a red heart, or even a rose. Last night was the first time she hadn't sent him a good night message. Thompson called. Where are you? I'll get the machine started first. Thinking about Thompson's mention of the newly opened internet cafe last night. Yeah. He hung up. Xiao, how long has it been since we met? In the cake shop, several students sat around tables. Tablets, or CET, 6 draft papers were placed on the table. Come on, our Xiao friends. Aiko's brother, Glover personally brought out some small snacks. Everyone try it. It's new from the shop. Try the taste for your brother. Kylie squinted and smiled. It looks delicious. Let me take a picture first. Glover touched his sister's head. You, the busy bee, finally decided to visit my small shop? Aiko and Nigel's relationship was kept secret from their families. Usually, when Aiko said she was going to do homework at Glover's place, she claimed to be going somewhere else. Glover felt sad that his culinary skills couldn't retain his sister. He constantly introduced new products, just hoping Aiko would come more often. Aiko took a sip of her honey pomelo ice smoothie. Not really. Previously I was captivated by another shop. Now I found out that Brothers' creations are the best. Plus, they're free. Glover was the store manager with 3 employees, usually not needing him to help much. Only when Aiko came, he would personally make things. Alas, free stuff from home can never match what's outside, Glover sighed. I'm going back to my drawing. You guys order whatever you want, charge it to my account. Aiko nodded. Got it, brother. Hardly had Glover left when Kylie nudged Aiko. Sky, look outside. Isn't that Nigel? The moment Nigel appeared, those who were buried in pastries or homework at the table looked up. Everyone here was in the same class as Aiko in high school. Nigel was a prominent figure both in high school and college, naturally recognized by all. They also knew that the two were dating. Sky, why aren't you with Nigel today? Michael asked from beside. Cleo pushed Michael's hand. Dating shouldn't hinder studying or friends. It's rare for Sky to get us together. Why ruin the mood like this? The last 2 sentences were whispered by Cleo into Michael's ear. Cleo wore 2 braids, looking adorable. She lived in the same neighborhood as Aiko, on the same building floor, and in the same class. Naturally, they became close friends. Michael was from the neighbor next to her grandmother's house. During winter and summer breaks, Aiko went to visit her grandma. The mischievous little paho, imp, didn't like studying, so Michael supervised her. Amadeo played well with Michael. All of them, with their strengths and connections, made it into the elite class of number 1 high school, and then entered Xing University. Within days of starting university, these 5 had already become inseparable. Almost every Saturday and Sunday, they would gather until Aiko and Nigel started dating. Since then, every Saturday and Sunday, Aiko stuck to Nigel. Chapter 4. 3 minutes pursued him for a year. I broke up with Nigel. We'll still come to my brother's place on Saturdays and Sundays as usual. Amadeo opened his mouth in surprise. Broke up? I remember you two haven't been together for long. Michael adjusted his glasses. It's good that they broke up. As I told you before, he's not a good person. Always smoking, drinking, and getting into fights. Aiko gripped her pen. Although I did break up with him, it wasn't because of these reasons. The smoking, whenever he smoked, it was never in public places or in front of me where smoking is prohibited. I don't think that's an issue. And drinking, we all do that during festivals. It's just a personal preference. Viviana likes spicy sticks, Caitlin enjoys cola, Amadeo prefers chips, and you like plain water. These are just individual preferences, right? Why judge someone based on that? Viviana, who was eating spicy sticks, lowered her head. Did you have to single me out? Caitlin squeezed her can of cola. Carbonated drinks really are quite tasty. Amadeo stopped chewing on his chips, raising his hand. Michael only likes plain water because he thinks it's healthier than drinks. Doesn't this seem like you're defending him? Michael pointedly remarked to Aiko, who was still speaking up for Nigel. I broke up with him, but it has nothing to do with who he is. It's simply that I don't like him anymore. The others lowered their heads and didn't say anything more. After quietly doing homework for a while, Michael suddenly stood up and looked at Aiko. Come with me for a moment. Caitlin, Viviana, and Amadeo exchanged glances. Aiko put down her pen and followed Michael, holding a melted ice slush drink. In the internet cafe, Nigel and Thompson had played a few rounds of games. Despite winning, he felt somewhat dispirited. His eyes kept unconsciously drifting to his phone, which remained black. Brother June, shall I go buy some snacks nearby? Do you want something to eat or drink? Thompson noticed his absent-mindedness. Nigel picked up his phone and stood up. You keep playing, I'll go buy. With that, he stepped out. The dimness inside the cafe made the bright sunlight outside almost blinding. Nigel glanced at the dessert shop near the cafe, Star Point. It sounded familiar, though he couldn't recall where he had heard it before. Maybe it was the word star that made it seem so. He walked in and stood by the door, browsing the new arrivals. Suddenly, he asked the cashier, do you deliver? Yes, but with an additional delivery fee. Nigel nodded, giving an address. Send 1 mango milfai and a blueberry lava cheesecake to that address. He also bought some snacks and 2 drinks before leaving Starpoint. Just as he stepped out, he saw a familiar figure. Her hair tied in a bun with a chin clip, wearing a light yellow dress. Under the sunlight, she seemed like another sun, radiating warmth. Even a mere glance made him feel warm inside. A boy in a white shirt, taller than her, stood in front of her, furrowing his brow. They were talking about something, though Nigel couldn't hear what. The girl obediently sipped her drink. Alicia, are you even listening to me? Michael had known her since childhood. Aiko had always listened to him. Back when she was trying to get into Xing University, she would stick to Michael daily to ask for tutoring. Aiko patted his hand. Of course I listened. When I said I wanted to pursue Nigel, you and Caitlin were the first ones I told. You thought he didn't look good, so I tried to understand him better. Everything you saw was just misunderstandings. He fought back then because... Alicia, I don't care why he fought. Fighting is wrong. His unstable emotions could lead to him hurting you. Could you fight back? Aiko chuckled. Classmate Michael, he won't hit me. Even in books, Nigel fought only to save the heroine and had never laid a hand on any woman. Anyway, now that you've broken up with him, stay away from him. Michael patted her head. Your brother entrusted me to look after you, forbidding you from dating before you're 20. I didn't tell him about Nigel, but if he finds out later, I probably won't get free cake ever again. Aiko handed him her nearly finished drink and patted his shoulder. Then hurry up and enjoy it now. Have your fill of free stuff. Nigel watched as Aiko handed her half-finished drink to Michael. Michael naturally accepted it, chatting with her again. Nigel turned away, unable to watch their smiles any longer. Suddenly, Nigel recalled what Abdurrahman had told him earlier. I know Aiko. When I went to attend an interest class, she was there. I attended for a few days, but didn't come back. Later, I saw her attending other interest classes, always dropping out after just a few sessions. She's all about fleeting enthusiasm. 3 minutes is practically tailor-made for her. Later, Thompson added, then you don't have to worry. She might give up on you after a while. After all, it's just a 3-minute heat. Every time Aiko came to look for Nigel, the two of them would tease. Here comes the 3 minutes. Even Nigel didn't expect that 3 minutes would pursue him for a year. Aiko returned home only after having dinner with her friends outside. As soon as she arrived home, her mother held up a small cake and asked her, Alicia, weren't you supposed to eat at your brother's place? Why did you order takeout? Eating too many sweets isn't good for you. Aiko looked at the cake in her mother's hand. I didn't order it. Hazel placed the cake on the table. Then who ordered this? Aiko walked over and saw on the delivery slip the name Mr. Gu. Nigel? It can't be. Aiko picked up her phone, mumbling something. Hazel sensed something was amiss. Alicia, is this something from someone who likes you? Before Aiko could answer, Hazel pulled her to sit on the sofa. Didn't I tell you not to reveal your address to anyone? What if someone finds out where you live and does something inappropriate? Mom, I didn't tell anyone. A friend sent it. He didn't even know Starpoint was our home. Oh, that's different then. Let me put this in the fridge for you. You can eat it tomorrow, okay? Aiko stood up. No need, just give it to me now. I'm going out. Without waiting for her mother to ask any more questions, Aiko grabbed the cake and left. She took the elevator downstairs, glanced at what she was holding, and decisively threw it into the neighborhood trash bin. Chapter 5. Hospital. After seeing Abdurrahman off, Nigel came to take over the shift. Autumn could clearly feel that his mood today was even worse than yesterday. Did you break up, Mr. Gu? You look so upset. Nigel paused for a moment. How did you know? You're the most popular school heartthrob at Xing University. Of course, I know you, Nigel. The girl in the patient gown had her eyes reflecting fragmented light, with a comfortable appearance. But Nigel felt very uncomfortable now. Few people interrupted him while talking. Moreover, the word breakup made him even more uneasy. No breakup. Nigel rarely said an extra sentence to anyone. Autumn didn't expect such a response either. She knew Nigel was currently dating Aiko from the same class. However, Nigel used to break up after a few months or even days in past relationships. As far as Autumn knew, all previous breakups were because the girls were too annoying. She had seen Aiko clinging to Nigel, so she concluded that Nigel and Aiko wouldn't last long either. At most, 2 months. And she didn't think Aiko meant anything special to Nigel. Perhaps Nigel was just annoyed by how clingy that girl was. Nigel only came here to hand over duties to Abdurrahman and would leave once the nurse arrived. Autumn lay on the bed while he sat on the sofa staring at his phone. After playing a few games, his thoughts wandered further away. He lost several games which he used to find easy. Nigel silently exited the game interface and stared at the home screen, glancing at the app he wanted to open. Autumn watched him openly lying on the sofa. Nigel never lifted his head, holding his phone with his pale, slender fingers paused on it, focusing entirely on the device. Are you bored? Autumn's clear voice echoed in the quiet ward. Nigel's finger trembled slightly on the screen before tapping into the app. His eyelashes flickered. He glanced at Autumn, unsure if he was irritated by the disturbance or unwilling to see the empty chat box. You played that game just now. Want to team up? Autumn waved her phone with a perfect smile. The image of Aiko laughing wildly with someone else outside the bakery flashed in Nigel's mind. His chest felt heavy again as he breathed deeply, his tone even heavier. Play solo. Autumn was stunned, not knowing what had displeased him. Despite his coldness, she didn't show any discomfort, chuckling naturally. Mr. Gu, I'm really curious. How do you find girlfriends like this? Before Nigel could respond, the auntie knocked and entered. Autumn noticed that Nigel seemed unwilling to stay a second longer, walking out with his phone, towering over the auntie who barely reached his shoulder. Though Nigel still treated her like a stranger, Autumn wasn't in a hurry. After all, they had another month. Plus, after he broke up with Aiko, it would be easier for her. Back at the hotel opposite the hospital, Nigel stood by the window, actively opening the chat with Aiko. His fingers tapped rapidly. Typed a few words. Are you mad? Deleted it. He couldn't figure out what he had done to upset her. Tried again. Why didn't you say goodnight to me? Quickly deleted it as well. What if she just forgot? It made him seem like he couldn't live without her. What are you doing? He turned off the screen before deleting it, tossed his phone on the bed, grabbed pajamas, and went to the bathroom. Aiko was exhausted from playing today. She washed up and got into bed, intending to sleep early. But seeing her phone charging at 30%, she wasn't as sleepy anymore. Might as well play a bit since it's holiday and no early classes tomorrow. She unplugged her phone and checked the messages. Except for jokes exchanged in the patient buddy group by Amadeo and Kylie, there were no other new messages. Aiko tapped on the top chat. Screen flickered. Good night. Say goodnight to your friends. Great. You successfully said goodnight to Nigel and reminded him to go to bed on time. F*******. Aiko exclaimed as she opened the message. Unfortunately, in the chat box, she had already sent a moon sleeping emoji to Nigel. Beneath it were small words. You said goodnight to Nigel and reminded Nigel to go to bed obediently. Aiko hit her forehead against the bed, wishing she could just bang her head and die on the spot. She shakily opened Baidu and searched if she could retract that greeting. No solution. Dead end. Aiko lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, closed her eyes, and thought it would be fine since he hadn't replied yet. Forget it. This wasn't out of the ordinary for her. Nigel came out of the bathroom, a plain white towel draped over his slender neck. His pale skin was flushed from the hot water, the redness yet to fade. He habitually picked up his phone as usual, his clear eyes casting a glance at it, while one hand gently held the towel, wiping away the droplets from his hair. This one glance froze him. Only when a drop of water from his hair landed on his eyelashes did he blink, as if reacting. He couldn't help but press his lips together. The corners of his eyes curved slightly. Holding the phone with both hands, he lowered his eyebrows and eyes, pondering for a long time without making a move. The landscaping in Xingda community was excellent, and there was a vast expanse of greenery outside Aiko's window. In the evening, insect sounds inevitably filled the air. Listening to the noisy insects outside, Aiko finally calmed down a bit, pulling back the blanket covering her and feeling sweat all over her forehead. She got up with her phone and turned the air conditioner temperature down a little. Her palm vibrated, and the screen lit up. Aiko put down the air conditioner remote and flipped over her phone for a look. It was a message from Nigel. Aiko swallowed hard. What a rarity. Didn't Nigel usually ignore these useless greetings she sent? He actually replied today? Was it because he was too bored and just responding casually? Besides this, Aiko couldn't think of any other reason to convince herself. Suppressing the unusual feeling in her heart, Aiko clicked into the chat box for a peek. I will die. Aiko. Sure enough, even if Nigel replied, it didn't mean anything. He was just being perfunctory. Aiko exited the chat box. Thinking about it, to avoid such incidents in the future, she might as well delete Nigel from her friends list first. Anyway, Nigel wouldn't send her messages on his own initiative, probably never realizing she had deleted him in her lifetime. Chapter 6. Jinsen, she didn't bring you breakfast today? Aiko deleted the messages and charged her phone before falling asleep with a doll in her arms. On the other side, Nigel was still standing on the balcony, waiting for a reply from someone in the cold wind. Ding, the phone rang. Nigel glanced at it. Abdurrahman had it at him in a group chat of dozens of people. He barely knew anyone in that group, which Abdurrahman had invited him to join. Are you free tomorrow? Nigel stared at these words, memories of every Saturday and Sunday when Aiko used to insist he accompany her flashing through his mind. She didn't ask him this Saturday because she was with friends, perhaps they had planned it long ago. What about Sunday? Nigel did not reply to Abdurrahman immediately. Watching the time tick by until midnight, Nigel took in a breath of the cold night air on the balcony. Clutching the phone tightly, he stiffly moved back into the room. Great. Sunday went by with Aiko and her 4 friends indulging in food and fun all day long. They even watched a movie at night. Aiko completely forgot about Nigel. Returning to her dorm just before the 10 o'clock curfew, she found videos of a male actor shared by Cleo and Kylie while at the cinema. The two were filled with praises like how handsome and charismatic he was. Aiko casually clicked on them, but ended up quite impressed. He had an androgynous yet mature look and was well muscled under his shirt. Plus, he was tall, 188 centimeters, and highly educated. Rarely did Aiko finish watching a video of a male celebrity. As one video finished, another started automatically. Wow, he's so handsome and fit. Wow, kind and intelligent too, a scholar. Wow, looks cold but is actually adorable. Wow, even likes biting straws like me. After finishing the videos shared by Kylie and Cleo, Aiko searched online for more about him. Before she knew it, hours had passed. She shouldn't have opened that recommendation video. She had an early class tomorrow. Monday's first class was her major course. Today, Aiko dressed deliberately low-key in a rarely worn black t-shirt and loose jeans. Her hair was pulled into a bun, as usual. She and Nigel were not only in the same department, but also the same class. Previously, she would wait at the door for Nigel and sit wherever he sat. Today, she naturally sat with Cleo and Kylie, flanked by Michael and Amadeo. Looking left and right, Aiko remarked, actually pretty lucky we 5 chose the same major. Thinking about it, I'm quite happy. Kylie opened her textbook. You make it sound like we're all secretly in love with you. Stop it, it's just a coincidence. Cleo raised her hand. I simply like physics. Aiko smirked and looked at Michael. Michael looked up. You know I've always been good at physics since childhood. Aiko then looked at Amadeo next to Michael, who was munching on bread. My dad chose it for me. Has nothing to do with me. Alicia, only I chose physics for you. Kylie held Aiko's hand, blinking flirtatiously. Forget it, you chose it for your idol. Kylie had been following her idol since junior high, choosing Xingda University's physics department to be in the same school and major as him. Unfortunately, just after she was admitted, her idol was exposed and left the entertainment industry. Bullshit, that jerk isn't my idol anymore. Didn't you see the new idol I showed you in the group yesterday? Upon hearing this, the other four turned to stare at her. Amadeo pointed at the three girls. Who are you talking bad about in secret groups behind our backs? Michael pushed his hand down. Grow up, don't talk like that. Aiko smiled, making a solemn promise to Michael and Amadeo. We absolutely did not say anything bad about you. Michael shrugged. Fine, we already knew that. Amadeo just likes stirring things up. Aiko laughed and gave Michael a light punch on the shoulder. Thanks, Shin Master. Seated near the front, Aiko and her group didn't realize that 6 pairs of eyes were watching them from the back row. Jensen, she didn't bring you breakfast today? Abdurrahman, who was looking forward, hadn't noticed the dark look on Nigel's face as he watched Aiko. She didn't wait for you either and sat with others. Abdurrahman formed a gun with her fingers and pointed at Michael. She has a tall guy on her right. No, too. Thompson coughed, glancing at Nigel's obviously displeased expression, and explained on Aiko's behalf. She has 2 girls on her left. It's normal for friends to sit together, isn't it? No, Chwaner. Look at how she's smiling. I've never seen her smile like that at Jensen before. Her eyes are almost squinting into lines, and she's showing 2 rows of white teeth. She even touched his shoulder. Thompson lowered his head, secretly watching the incorrigible Abdurrahman. Where did she touch? That was a punch, not a touch. Moreover, wouldn't her attitude towards her boyfriend be different from her friends? Naturally, she would be more reserved in front of her boyfriend. Abdurrahman patted Nigel's shoulder. Brother, you should send her a message to ask. Didn't she always bring you breakfast no matter what, even if classes started at 8 in the morning? And whenever we had classes together, she'd always sit with you. Nigel slowly lifted his gaze and fixed it on Abdurrahman. Mian Go, can you please shut up for a moment? Abdurrahman glanced at Nigel's head and silently zipped up her own mouth. Nigel looked at his phone, opening the chat window where the last message he sent was still there from the night before. Aiko hadn't sent him a good morning message for 3 days now. But if she were really angry, then what about the good night message and reminder to sleep while she sent last night? His distinctly knuckled hand held a pen and tapped the desk twice. Abdurrahman knew that Nigel was genuinely upset this time. Thompson tapped open his phone, found the chat with Aiko, and pushed it towards Nigel. Ask. Previously, Aiko had added everyone around Nigel to understand him better. Nigel stared at Aiko's avatar on the phone, but didn't move. Abdurrahman sighed. What's bothering you? Want me to ask for you? She took Thompson's phone and typed. Why aren't you sitting with Jensen today? After finishing, she showed it to Nigel. Okay. Thompson glanced at it. Looks fine. Seeing that Nigel didn't say anything, she took it as a sign of approval and was about to hit send. The phone was snatched away. On Nigel's right wrist was a luxury watch from over 10 years ago. Abdurrahman saw the words Nigel typed. What's wrong with you? Before Thompson could stop him, Nigel had already sent it. Thompson froze. Brother, you're putting me in an awkward position here. You made it sound like I care about her or something. Chapter 7. She did it on purpose, loving you. Aiko was listening to the class when her phone vibrated suddenly. She glanced at it under the desk. Thompson, who hadn't messaged her for 800 years, was on the screen. She opened the message and felt a bit dazed. Why did Thompson suddenly care about her? What's wrong? Michael looked down at Aiko. It's nothing. Thompson just sent me a message. Kylie leaned over. Isn't he Nigel's brother? How come? Michael, hearing Nigel's brother, pushed Aiko's book closer to her face. Pay attention to the class. Aiko, long accustomed to Michael managing her studies, casually replied to Thompson that it was nothing and turned off her phone. Abdurrahman had been closely watching Aiko's reaction ever since Nigel sent the message. Seeing Michael's actions, she raised an eyebrow. What does he mean by that? Why is he meddling? He doesn't seem willing to let Aiko reply. Thompson shook his head. I don't know. Nigel stared at Aiko's 3-word reply on his phone. After staring for a while, he closed the phone and handed it back to Thompson. The two of them were about to say something else, but Nigel tapped his pen on the desk. Focus on the class. There was a 10-minute break before the next class started. Aiko wanted to lie on the desk for a nap, but Kylie and Cleo dragged her to the restroom. She squinted with half-open eyes. I don't need to go. Kylie pulled one hand and Cleo with the other. I know you don't, but I do. Aiko was dragged to the entrance of the restroom. Beside it was a corridor window. She leaned against it, feeling the warm sunlight on her skin, making her feel cozy and warm. Aiko, always feeling cold, had found the classroom air conditioning too low. The sun now made her feel warm and comfortable, so she slid down the wall and squatted in the corner, nodding off. Those few minutes felt like hours of rest. The warmth from the sun gradually made her start to sweat lightly. Aiko was mostly awake now, waiting for Kylie and Cleo to come out and call her. Brother, why did you come out if not to use the bathroom? Abdurrahman still held a tissue, thinking Nigel followed him to the bathroom. But Nigel stopped moving after reaching the door. To smoke. Nigel held a slim cigarette between his fingers, preparing to light it as he glanced toward the window. Abdurrahman followed his gaze. Brother, that's the girls' bathroom. Don't look around. Nigel. There are 3 minutes left before class starts. As soon as he said that, Abdurrahman vanished. Outside the transparent glass windows stood tall trees, their lush green leaves blocking some of the sunlight. Dappled light filtered down onto the wall corner where someone was squatting, hands crossed over knees, chin resting on the back of her hands, squeezing her cheek slightly. Nigel didn't have any thoughts. It wasn't until he realized what he was doing that he found himself walking in front of Aiko. All the sunlight fell on his back, warm and inviting. A shadow fell in front of her. Aiko had noticed it long ago but thought it was Kylie or Cleo. She rubbed her eyes a few times before finally standing up. I stayed up until 3 last night watching Antonio. I'm so tired. I want to move to the back of the classroom to sleep during the next lesson. Still rubbing her eyes, Aiko stood up. The person in front of her was tall and wore a black t-shirt. Even before lowering her hand, she knew it wasn't Kylie or Cleo. Goo. Aiko moved to the side. What are you doing here? Just as she spoke, she noticed the cigarette and lighter in his hand. In the past, she would nag him about smoking less for his health. Nigel first handed a tissue to her. Aiko hadn't reacted at first, but touched her forehead and realized she was sweating. She took the tissue and wiped her face. Nigel began, but didn't finish. Seeing Kylie and Cleo come out, Aiko immediately waved them over. Here. Nigel kept watching her closely, noticing that she saw the cigarette in his hand but said nothing, not even looking at him once. Turning around, Aiko was already heading into the classroom with the other two. Abdurrahman, washing his hands and rushing out of the bathroom, scratched his head seeing the unlit cigarette in Nigel's hand. Aren't you here to smoke? Is this the Emperor's new smoke? Nigel stepped back and walked toward the classroom without a word. Why won't you talk to me, brother? I'm hurt. Smelly. Back in the classroom, Kylie and Cleo pulled Aiko between them and said in unison, What's going on between you and Nigel? Aiko looked left and right. Nothing's going on. I was sweating, and he gave me a tissue. The three of them returned to their seats. Michael had also heard Aiko's explanation. Michael pointed to Aiko's hoodie pocket. You have tissue in your pocket. Aiko was taken aback. I didn't put any in there. Reaching into her bag, she pulled out a neatly folded piece of paper. When did this get here? During your nap in class, Michael said casually. Aiko nodded and sat down. Thanks. If I had known, I wouldn't have answered him. I told you that. Michael stared at her. Oh, I was so sleepy. Aiko put her hands together, made a sad face toward Michael as an apology. Achoo. Abdurrahman rubbed his nose. Why am I suddenly so cold? He glanced at Nigel, whose gaze seemed glued to Aiko. Abdurrahman leaned back, exchanging a look with Thompson over Nigel's back. Thompson twirled the pen in his hand and moved closer to Nigel. Brother June, rest assured, Aiko still cares about you. Thompson's tone was so earnest that it caught Nigel's attention. The long, dark eyelashes cast a shadow under his eyes as he looked at Thompson intently, as if daring him to explain further. You see, let me analyze this for you. Aiko usually wears bright colors, yellow, pink, blue, white, etc. Wait, I should clarify. I'm not deliberately paying attention to her. Thompson continued. Look at what she's wearing today. Without needing to look again, Nigel had already noticed her outfit all day. Thompson was about to answer himself when Abdurrahman beat him to it. In a soft voice, he slowly said, She's wearing black. Brother June, you're also wearing black. Matching outfits, she did it on purpose, because she likes you. Nigel's lips, which had been tightly pressed, suddenly relaxed as he seriously examined Aiko's clothes. Brother, weren't you just playing around with Aiko? Why did you suddenly? Abdurrahman, noticing Nigel's visibly improved expression, couldn't help but feel puzzled. Thompson replied, Aiko is very clever. Chapter 8. The white moonlight has arrived. Abdurrahman asked, How is it brilliant? I think she's intentionally ignoring Brother June to make him pay more attention to her. Abdurrahman's brain was preoccupied with games, studying, and sleeping. He didn't have much mind for this. He just let out an ah, without further response. Nigel picked up his phone and tapped into Baidu, typing in Chiji. Abdurrahman was photographing the notes on the blackboard. Seeing Nigel not even lifting his head, he peeked over. Brother June, when did you start chasing stars, and a male star at that, Antonio? Nigel shut his phone and opened his pen cap to start working on questions, asking without looking up from his book. Do you know him? Abdurrahman whistled. That's Antonio. In high school, the girls in our class were obsessed with him. Millions of fans online, walking down the street. You wouldn't see his figure, only the backs of his fans chasing him, and you wouldn't hear anything because your ears would be filled with screams. Nigel paused, saying nothing, merely responded with an oh, then continued writing. Hold on, when did you get to this point? Fine, if you're smarter than me, but you're also more diligent, leave us some face, will you? Abdurrahman looked at his own page count. It was only half of what others had reached. Brother June, after this lesson, I need to go to the hospital to take care of Autumn. Pay attention well, and give me your notes. You can take my notebook. I won't attend the next class. Abdurrahman widened his eyes. You've already studied the elective courses ahead of time too? You're terrifying. I request to change my brother. Written last night, when I couldn't sleep. Nigel replied nonchalantly. Yesterday evening, after messaging Aiko, he felt like she should still reply to him with something. He played 2 rounds of a small game, bored out of his wits, and ended up studying by hand. Aiko finished this lesson and didn't have any more classes. She planned to go shopping with Kylie and Cleo at the supermarket to buy some snacks. Yet, in front of her stood someone blocking her path. Looking at the person, she was a bit shorter than herself, with eyes as round as grapes. The first glance, 1 word, pure. The second glance, 2 words, first love. The third glance, 3 words, white moonlight. These labels seemed custom-made for her, popping into her mind as soon as she saw her. Kylie and Cleo nearby had the same thoughts as Aiko. All 3 thought about how they would praise this template beauty in their small group chat later on. starting with a row of exclamation marks. Hello, classmate. I'm looking for Nigel. Do you know him? The trio was stunned. Michael and Amadeo came out from behind. Michael handed the cup in his hand to Aiko. Don't want the water bottle? Aiko was still thinking whether this template beauty was the white moonlight in novels. She hadn't reacted in time to receive the cup Michael passed over. Michael calmly hung the strap of the water bottle around Aiko's neck and fixed her hat for her. What Nigel saw coming out was this scene. Sunlight filtered through the glass window, bathing the two of them. Wearing a white t-shirt, Michael towered a head taller over Aiko, blocking the light before her eyes as he carefully put on the water bottle for her, gently adjusting the brim of her cap. After all this, Aiko turned back and smiled at him, her silhouette appearing to be bathed in light. Even with the sunlight blocked by someone, Aiko standing there was bright enough. Beautiful as a painting. Autumn walked past Aiko, approaching Nigel, revealing a faint smile, her gaze carrying a hint of distance and unease. Nigel, I have something to say to you. Autumn's voice was also light, unlike Aiko, who always acted like a rat encountering pearls when talking to Nigel, excited and thrilled. Cleo tugged at Aiko's sleeve. Aiko turned her head and stopped looking over, leaving with Michael and Kylie. Nigel watched Aiko's figure disappear at the corridor corner. Abdurrahman stared at the Autumn in front of him. Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be lying down? Your leg. Autumn moved slightly. It's okay, I can walk Min Chang Nung Jo Duk. Seeing her like this, Abdurrahman felt even more guilty. Did you come to school for something? Should I carry you? Autumn shook her head. No, I just wanted to find Nigel for something. Abdurrahman froze, glanced at Autumn, then at Nigel. Can't you just send him a message on the phone? Nigel came out from the door and walked to the windowsill, flicking his lighter. Instantly, the flame lit up, reflecting in his cold eyes, adding a touch of warmth. A thin layer of smoke glowed between his lips, leaving a bit of ash. Holding the cigarette between his fingers, his eyes slightly lowered. Downstairs, it was Aiko's figure that had just gone out. After taking only a few steps, Michael took out an umbrella from his bag for Aiko. Huh, Autumn, you can tell me what you want to say. He isn't in a good mood today. Abdurrahman stopped Autumn's body moving forward. Nodding, Autumn took a step back. I can only talk to him alone about this. Can you give me some time? Thompson had been following behind and looking at his phone. Hearing Autumn's words, he laughed. Even if you go over, he won't pay you any attention. Thompson glanced at Abdurrahman, shaking his phone. Brother June said we don't need to wait for him. Let's go ahead. Abdurrahman looked at Autumn's leg. Do you really not want me to take you back? Autumn insisted, saying no again, keeping her head down, unwilling to communicate with him further. Abdurrahman couldn't do anything more. Take care of yourself then. After all, if something happens to you, it would still be my responsibility. Autumn turned her gaze away as Abdurrahman followed Thompson out. Nigel leaned against the window frame, slightly hunched, watching the figures downstairs gradually disappear into the distance. He couldn't help but stub out the cigarette in his hand. Actually, I can tolerate the smell of cigarettes. Autumn walked up to him. Noticing his considerate gesture, she gently added. Nigel didn't turn around. He was annoyed earlier and impatient now. He looked at the black specks that remained on the ground, his tone low and calm. Talk. Is this even a proper place to talk? Autumn glanced at the adjacent men's and women's restrooms. Then get lost. Nigel straightened up, his eyes unmoved, staring at the person before him. Autumn knew that Nigel wasn't a good person. Previously, he was just cold and aloof in front of her, yet inherently well-mannered and cultured. The word, get lost, was the first time she heard it from him, spoken without any emotion. So, that girl, the one who hung the water bottle on that rather handsome guy, is she your girlfriend? Autumn's voice was very light, devoid of any feelings, merely stating a fact. Don't understand human speech? Nigel threw the crushed cigarette but into the trash can next to him, intending to leave, stepping past Autumn. If you don't listen to what I have to say today, you might regret it. Nigel paused in his stride. Who doesn't have things they regret? Autumn took a few steps forward. Wouldn't it be better to have one less thing to regret? Whether it's good or not, whatever, proceed as you wish. Saying this, Nigel cast a single glance at Autumn and went downstairs. Watching his lazy pace going down the stairs, he wasn't glued to that phone today, but it did reveal a bit of his true self. Not a bad gain, after all. Autumn stared at the cigarette, but Nigel had just thrown. Indeed, he was someone hard to deal with. Chapter 9. Nigel never eats second helpings. For several days in a row, Aiko didn't send any messages to Nigel. Until another holiday came around, Aiko packed her bag and planned to return home from the rented house. Pulling open the door and seeing Nigel standing in the hallway, blocking most of the light, holding an unlit cigarette between his fingers. How did you know I'm here? Aiko had mentioned where she was renting a place, but she never thought Nigel would remember. After all, he usually didn't care about such things. Alexandra. Nigel straightened his body, looking down at Aiko in her blue dress. She wasn't wearing her usual bun today. Instead, her long hair flowed loose with shiny hair clips beside her ears. He followed her silhouette downward. Her wrists were very delicate, bare on both hands. She wasn't wearing the bracelet he had bought her anymore. I need to go home now, Aiko said as she tried to get past him. Nigel blocked her doorway completely, preventing her from leaving. Are you sure? Nigel took 2 steps back, giving her room to move. Aiko frowned, intending to tell Nigel not to take himself too seriously, but upon seeing the small bag of sweets in his other hand, her words turned into, since when do you like sweet things? Nigel glanced out the window, pulling his hand back slightly. Just sometimes. Aiko didn't say anything. Nigel had never initiated buying sweets before. Oh, he's now with the female lead. It's normal for him to buy sweets for Tiana. Whatever. Aiko adjusted the strap of her backpack and slammed the door behind her. Looking at the keychain in her hand, a Pat star, it suddenly reminded her that she had given the SpongeBob one to Nigel, whom she never saw using it. But that wasn't the main issue right now. Aiko was certain she left her water bottle on the table upstairs. She glanced at Nigel, who was staring at his phone nearby. He still had that indifferent look. Not wanting to see him, Aiko decided not to retrieve her water bottle and headed downstairs directly. Nigel followed her downstairs. Their movements were unusually synchronized. Glancing at his phone, which displayed a message from Abdurrahman with an address, calling him to play ball again, Nigel casually replied while trailing behind Aiko without haste, his long legs making him walk faster. Once downstairs, Aiko immediately bought a new keychain, an uncommon this time, and switched it right away. Nigel watched her throw the Pat star into the trash bin, recalling the SpongeBob on his desk at home, and used as he rarely needed a keychain. It had just been sitting there untouched. After changing her keychain, Aiko glanced aside. DeAndre was already gone. Seeing her discard the keychain must have meant something to him. DeAndre never went back for seconds. From now on, they might never see each other or have any connection again. Taking a deep breath, Aiko went back upstairs to grab her water bottle before heading home. On the subway, Aiko checked her phone to find a message from her mother saying she was working the night shift and her father was out of town. Her mother asked if she wanted to go to her grandmother's place. Aiko could order takeaway and stay home alone, but she didn't want to be by herself, so she replied affirmatively. 2 more stops, and she would be at her grandmother's house. The apartment complex had 2 units per floor. Opposite was Michael's home. Just as Aiko entered the door, she saw Michael serving sliced fruit. I thought I walked into the wrong place. Why are you in my house? Abby already knew Aiko was coming, so she wasn't surprised. She greeted her warmly. Sky, come in. Dinner will be ready soon. Michael put the fruit plate on the table and handed a piece of mango to Aiko with a fork, just visiting Abby. Abby smiled as Aiko put down her bag and accepted the mango, taking a bite. Abby then refilled her empty water bottle. While you were away, Michael kept me company. Really? He kept you company, which means I've been keeping you company. Aiko pinched Abby's cheek gently. Abby, you've lost weight. I haven't. Yes, you have. Michael, don't you think she has? The liveliness inside drowned out the chirping of birds and cicadas outside. Cars rushed by on the asphalt road. In the back seat of the car, DeAndre sat with his eyes closed, still clutching the small bag of sweets. Jesse, driving, occasionally glanced in the rearview mirror and hesitated. Castor, I've seen you grow up. You shouldn't argue with father anymore. Times have changed. He wanted to say that with a new lady in the house, if she gets pregnant again, would Armin still care about DeAndre, who always argues with the family? Seeing DeAndre's exhausted expression, he couldn't bring himself to finish. If that woman really gets pregnant, Armin will just move on to the next one. Nigel said with a light, careless sneer. Back then, Armin was still keeping a mistress outside while his mother was pregnant with him. Growing up, he saw Armin switch mistresses one after another. There had never been a 2-month gap without one. Vonda thought she was something by moving into the Gu family home. Who knew if tomorrow Armin wouldn't find another mistress? Nigel had just walked in with a bag, bending down to change his shoes. You actually know how to come back, came the heavy-nosed voice of the man. Nigel acted as if he hadn't heard it. Armin looked at his only son, who spent his days hanging out at game arcades and internet cafes, and only went to school when he felt like it, sometimes skipping for a month or 2. Last time, he even organized a fight that was reported in the news, disgracing the family. Thinking of this, Armin felt so angry that his heart shook, and he grabbed the flowers on the table and threw them at Nigel. Nigel didn't flinch, his dark eyes fixed on Armin as the fine red velvet roses struck his face, leaving a small bloody scratch. The cut stood out prominently against his pale skin. Without blinking, Nigel glanced indifferently at the scattered petals on the ground. Vonda stood up, looking at her carefully arranged flowers now in ruins. Armin slapped the table. Didn't you know to remove the thorns from these flowers? Vonda hadn't expected to provoke him even though she did nothing. I'll definitely remember to do it next time. Please don't be so upset. Vonda hurriedly instructed a servant to take the flowers away and patted Armin's back to soothe him. Castor must have his reasons. He's still young. What reasons does he have? He's in university already, still young. Nigel didn't bother changing his shoes, stepping over the scattered flowers to head upstairs. Vonda noticed the bag in his hand. Look, Castor even brought something back for you. Yet you immediately flew into a rage. Vonda patted Armin's back. Though she had moved into the Gu household, Vonda wasn't officially married to Armin, so her status was unstable. She had observed that although Armin appeared indifferent and harsh towards his son, he actually cared inside. Just now, if he really wanted to hurt someone, any fork or cup nearby would have drawn blood, but instead, he only grabbed some harmless flowers. Seeing the small cut, he got angry first. Chapter 10. Forgot the time sent. Nigel waved the bag in his hand. This is for my girlfriend. Why do you want to hurt him so much? Do you expect me to inherit his estate when he gets heart disease from anger? Armin had just been pacified a bit by Vonda. Hearing this, his face twitched with anger. You, get out. Vonda tugged at Armin's wrist. Castor, you're old Gu's only son. How can you upset your father like this? Apologize to your father. Nigel paused on his way upstairs. He turned his head and sneered at the couple before him, the redness around his eyes adding an eerie beauty. Who are you? Take care of your own man first. Didn't you two even make it into a scandal today? Armin stood up, brushing off Vonda, and walked toward Nigel. The 2 men were almost the same height. Having fought in the business world for decades, Armin usually paid attention to his health, with dedicated staff managing his diet and lifestyle. He didn't have the typical paunch of middle-aged men. His commanding presence seemed to overshadow Nigel. Nigel's distant expression infuriated Armin even more. Adding fuel to the fire, Nigel said, "And where's your actress wife? Why not bring her back for some fun?" Suppressing his anger, Armin said, "Let's sit down and eat." "Can you even eat? Did you not get enough outside?" Vonda stepped forward. "Castor, your father is worried about you. Don't speak so harshly." Nigel fiddled with the string of the pastry bag. "I've always spoken harshly. If you don't like it, don't call me back. There's something important to discuss today. Sit down." Armin pressed his forehead, enduring a headache as he added, "Don't cause trouble when someone comes, or I won't be able to tell you." Nigel remained silent, the corners of his mouth twitching. Leaning against the banister, he raised his eyebrows, signaling agreement. Vonda glanced between the two, standing between them. "It's like this. Your father and I got married." "Huh, should I bless this stranger?" Nigel suddenly felt a churning sensation in his stomach, a familiar tightening in his chest. He clutched his chest and headed out, but was stopped by Armin's voice. "From now on, every week, Aunt Sue's daughter will visit. Be respectful." As Armin finished speaking, Nigel disappeared. He ran outside and leaned over a trash bin, though he couldn't vomit anything up. Sitting nearby, his phone screen lit up. It was a message from Armin. Nigel turned it off without reading. Armin made him feel disgusted, as if contaminating himself just by association. Perhaps because he followed in Armin's footsteps, he had become carefree and dissolute. Besides Abdurrahman, who was rather naive, almost everyone around him was similar. He hadn't intended to be a devoted person, but women constantly falling for Armin repulsed him. Vonda getting married to Armin was something Nigel hadn't expected. After his mother's death over 10 years ago, she was only the second woman to marry Armin, and now even bringing her daughter over. It showed that Armin truly cared for her. Outside the villa, the landscaping was meticulously maintained, with neatly trimmed hedges and perfectly lined palm trees. Nigel didn't know how long he sat there. Cigarette butts began piling up at his feet, until his phone beeped, the white light illuminating a corner of the darkness. In the dim night, slender fingertips glowed briefly under the screen, a faint lip emerging from the dark shadows, exhaling smoke lazily. The brightening screen cast a soft glow on half-closed eyes. He glanced at his phone. It was exactly midnight. A stack of messages, some from Armin, some from Abdurrahman. The latest one was from Aiko. "Aiko, happy birthday to baby Castor. May you be happy every day. Heart, cake, celebration, rose, gift, fireworks, firecracker, kiss." Nigel's gaze lingered on the kiss. On the screen, a pink bouncing heart appeared and vanished after 2 seconds. Then a cake popped up, followed by colorful ribbons dancing across the screen. Fireworks burst in the center of the screen. Firecrackers exploded around his avatar. Finally, a pink lip kiss enlarged in the center. Everything faded away quickly. Nigel stared at the screen for a long time until the cigarette ash burned his skin. His fingers trembled slightly, and so did his heart. Flicking away the cigarette, he held the phone with both hands, solemnly typing a response. The air conditioner in the old residential area was noisy. Aiko had been staying up late for several nights, but instead, today she gradually fell asleep at her grandmother's house listening to the hum of the air conditioner. Holding a small teddy bear, the dark screen of her phone lit up without disturbing Aiko's sweet dream. Early in the morning, Michael came to Aiko's house with breakfast. Abby was making pancakes. Seeing Michael come, she smiled. "Why did you bring breakfast again? It should be us taking care of you." "Abby, didn't I say I would make breakfast when I'm on holiday? You should take a good rest." Michael put the boiled century egg and lean meat porridge on the table, glancing at the closed door inside. "Is Alicia still sleeping?" "Yeah, she didn't know what time she went to bed last night. I told her many times not to stay up late, but she never listens. Anyway, it's rare for Alicia to come back home, and she loves eating the pancakes I make. It's just an easy thing." "Abby, I didn't stay up late last night." Hearing that, Aiko opened the door, contradicted Michael, then rushed into the bathroom. Only after finishing using the toilet did Aiko come out. Michael handed her a hair tie casually. "Quickly tie your hair up and have breakfast." Aiko took it and neatly tied her hair into a low ponytail. "Hey, brother, I haven't washed my face or brushed my teeth yet. At least let me brush my teeth," Aiko said as she returned to the room. Michael sat back down, knowing that Aiko went to get her phone. Abby shook her head. This girl, even brushing her teeth while looking at her phone. It's a blessing from our ancestors that she isn't nearsighted. Michael guiltily pushed his glasses up. Sure enough, the elderly lady started nagging him. Shone, none of your family members are nearsighted. Why are you wearing glasses?" That's it." Outside, both Michael and Abby were almost startled into dropping their chopsticks by Aiko's desperate scream. They quickly ran over, chairs scraping loudly across the floor unnoticed. "Alicia, what happened?" Abby pushed open the half-closed door, with Michael following behind, holding her shoulder. Inside, they saw Aiko kneeling on the bed, hugging her phone and banging her head against the teddy bear, muttering, "It's all over, it's all over." Abby patted her granddaughter's hair from behind. "What do you mean over? Spit 3 times for bad luck." "Oh, Abby, I can't spit. It's really over." Aiko looked at her phone, where she had set up a timed send half a month ago. How could she forget to delete Nigel from her QQ friends? And she also forgot about this timed send. Michael hurried over and looked at her phone, frowning. Timed send. He guessed it right. Chapter 11. Aiko wants to kiss him? Aiko stuffed her phone into Michael's hands, then looked up at the ceiling with closed eyes, babbling nonsensically. "I don't want this phone anymore. You sent it. You did, not me." "Michael." Abby glanced at the chat record in Michael's hand and read out slowly. "Sky baby? Wishing, Polaris baby. Happy birthday. Be happy every day. Oh, my old bones can't take this. The wrinkles on Abby's face deepened as she turned to Aiko. Sky baby, what does the message after that mean? She grabbed Aiko's hand. Are you in love? Who is Polaris baby? Michael frowned, breaking out in goosebumps. Aiko looked at Abby with a deadpan expression, pouting and crying. Abby, you read it out loud. Abby patted Aiko's head. What's wrong with that? Didn't he reply back? Look, he thank you. Michael sneered. She sent him a long string of messages, and in the end, all he said was, Aiko, thank you. Michael dragged out the last note, even repeating it while looking at Aiko. Thank you. He didn't even call her baby Sky. Just Aiko. Thank you. There's no, oh, at the end, only a period. Aiko glared at Michael, grinding her teeth. You sent it. Michael, I don't care. When the time comes, I'll say you were playing a prank. Why did you keep laughing at me? Do you think you will believe that? Abby laughed seeing the two bickering. Okay, it's not a big deal. Let's go have dinner. Aiko hugged Abby. Abby, I'm not in the mood for food. I made pancakes for you. Fine. Nigel returned to the hotel. He hadn't replied to Abdurrahman's message last night, guessing that Abdurrahman was now at the hospital and likely knew about his arrangement with Andy. He couldn't be bothered to explain. Armin sent another address for his birthday party location. It was called a birthday party, but it was essentially a business gathering. Lying on the bed, Nigel stared at the bright, white ceiling. It reminded him of the white light on the screen last night. The scene from his phone flashed in his mind. Heart, cake, roses, and a light kiss. Did Aiko want to kiss him? Unconsciously, Nigel pressed his fingertips to his lips. His cool lips against his fingers sparked nothing. Images of Aiko clinging to his arm and chattering nonstop popped into his mind. Nigel flicked out the tip of his tongue to lick his dry lips. Realizing what he was doing, he suddenly sat up, tightening his lips. Opening his phone, he copied the address sent by Armin, opened QQ, edited a message, and clicked send to everyone. Everyone received the message successfully except for Aiko, marked by a red exclamation mark. Nigel saw the line under it. Delivery failed. Please add the recipient as a friend first. Nigel took a screenshot, exited QQ, and entered WeChat. The interface still showed the messages he had sent days ago. He clicked on the album and sent the screenshot taken earlier. Friend verification required. You are not yet friends. Please send a friend request, which must be confirmed before chatting. Send friend request. After a while. Nigel's jaw tightened as he stood up, walking to the balcony, holding his phone tightly in his right hand until his knuckles turned white. Usually so laid back, his chest heaved violently now. All he could think about was one thing. Aiko had deleted him, not just on QQ, but also on WeChat. He knew on QQ it was because of the message he replied to last night. But WeChat? He didn't know when she deleted him. Like an idiot, he kept staring at the empty chat box. So stupid. He didn't know how long he had been standing in the sun on the balcony. Or how many times he cursed under his breath. When Armin's call came, Nigel realized his clothes were soaked with sweat. He hung up the call. In front of the sink, he splashed water on his face fiercely, as if trying to rub it raw, only stopping when his face turned red. Looking at the mirror, he saw blood seeping from the cut on his cheek again. Without blinking, he pulled a tissue to press against it. On the phone screen was the message from Armin. Flipping over the phone without reading it, Nigel took a cold shower, changed into clean clothes, and left the room. Michael looked at the message from Nigel on his phone. 166 Mingming Avenue, Xingxing District, Xingxing Restaurant. Welcome to the birthday banquet. Aiko held the phone to her ear with one hand, the strap of her purse in the other, and a newly filled water cup hanging from her wrist, its bottom occasionally bumping against her leg. Hello? Got it, Mingming Avenue, right? Okay, you guys go ahead, Michael and I will be there in 2 subway stops. Aiko hung up the call and looked up to see Michael still standing there dazed. Let's go, why haven't you changed your shoes yet? Aiko said, carrying her bag and water cup. Did you block him on all messaging apps? Michael asked. Aiko paused. Yeah. Michael handed his phone to her. Seeing the birthday invitation on the screen, Aiko pursed her lips. When did you get his contact? I wouldn't have known if he hadn't sent this message today. I'm a class representative. He hardly comes to class once a month. The counselor asked me to check with him, so I added him from the class group. Aiko responded indifferently. This is probably a mass message. You don't need to reply. So he now knows you blocked him. So what if he does, like he can hit me or something? Aiko pushed Michael's back. Brother, can we stop talking about him? Let's go. Cleo and the others are waiting. A few of them had planned to play tennis today. Cleo and the others had arrived early, waiting for Michael and Aiko. Michael carried the tennis bag over one shoulder and took Aiko's bag. Let me help you. You're like a kid going out with a water cup and a bag. Is drinking water annoying you? Thanks. Aiko let go of her bag and started scrolling through photos of Antonio with both hands. Ah, so handsome. Michael glanced at her, but didn't say anything. At Xingxing Restaurant, the golden and opulent lobby was filled with men in suits and women in elegant dresses, sipping champagne and red wine. The door opened, and a teenager in a plain black t-shirt walked in. The simple, single-color shirt revealed nothing more than a subtle outline of muscle under the sturdy fabric when observed closely. His cold, pale skin contrasted sharply with the prominent veins on his neck, leading up to a sharp Adam's apple, chiseled jawline, and thin lips. Armin smiled at the person across from him. Look, just mentioned him, and here he comes. The man across from Armin, about the same age, raised his wine glass, while the woman in a long dress beside him smiled at Nigel. Griffin, can I go find Nigel to play? Chapter 12. Damn, why did Aiko delete him? Go ahead. The man nodded. The two families had similar status, and if the kids got along well, a marriage alliance would be beneficial for both sides. Armin watched as she ran toward Nigel, chatting idly with someone nearby. It's still only children who can play together. Nigel. The girl's voice was sweet as she trotted over, holding up her long dress. Nigel glanced up, his voice indifferent. Liv. Liv stood before him, gazing at him earnestly. His slightly long bangs fell on his eyelashes, beneath which were cold, sharp black eyes that made him look lethargic due to his slender and narrow-eyed expression. However, there was an unmistakable distance and indifference in his eyes. He was taller than most people present. Glancing around the room, Nigel casually took a champagne glass from the waiter's tray, held back by Liv. Hey, your dad wants you to hang out with me, so you don't need to go find him. Nigel turned, withdrawing his hand smoothly, his voice low. Play. The single word sounded almost playful. With flushed ears, Liv nodded. Yeah, xiao-pa-ho. Haven't we played together often? After the party, let's go play tennis at my dad's newly opened court. Too many people. Not going. Nigel sipped from his champagne, then lounged on a nearby sofa, leaving the half-finished drink carelessly on the table. Why not just make it private at our place? Liv put down her wine glass, deliberately nudging it closer to Nigel's. If I knew that, I'd have had champagne too, Liv mumbled, standing next to Nigel, intending to sit but noticing he sat in a single-person seat, leaving no space for her. Pouting, she said, Nigel, why do you sit on the small sofa when there's such a big one here? Nigel hummed, not allowed. Frustrated, Liv sighed. You're still the same as before. Nigel didn't respond, instead focusing on his phone where Abdurrahman was asking why he invited him to the birthday party suddenly. Nigel typed with one hand. Don't come, too many show-offs here. Abdurrahman. Looking at the undelivered chat box with its glaring red exclamation mark, Nigel glanced lazily at Liv. Where's the tennis court? Liv straightened her back and smiled. I'll take you there. I'll have them clear out right now. It's close by. We can wait in the lounge for about 10 minutes until everything's set. Nigel nodded slightly, finishing his drink, then walked out. Liv followed after glancing at the empty glass. Armin saw them leave, but didn't say anything. Just as Nigel got in the car, Liv hopped in after him. The message from Armin flashed on his phone. Get along well with Mingwei. Feeling inexplicably irritable, Nigel felt like something heavy pressed on his chest, making it stuffy. So what if it's just Aiko? What's there to be upset about? If she deletes him, then so be it. Liv glanced at Nigel, who leaned back against the seat, his gaze unfocused. She looked at the clothes he wore. Why aren't you wearing a suit? It's your birthday party, shouldn't it be grand? The grandness is for you all. You're celebrating my birthday, not the other way around, Nigel replied absent-mindedly. Liv fell silent, turning away from him. Nigel enjoyed the silence. Reaching the tennis court entrance, Liv got out of the car first, and Nigel noticed the umbrella she opened. Considering the short distance between the car and the court, suddenly, the image of Michael holding an umbrella for Aiko outside the women's restroom popped into his mind. Loosening his stiff shoulder, getting out of the car, he squinted at the bright sun overhead. Still puzzled. Damn, why did Aiko delete him? Inside the tennis court, after playing just a few rounds, management came to refund their money. They claimed the court couldn't open today due to special circumstances. Jiao Eben, who had just warmed up, looked at the manager with her racket in hand. What? I haven't even started sweating. What happened? The manager repeatedly apologized and explained. Sorry, there's indeed a sudden issue. Rest assured, your payment will be fully refunded, and we'll give you a discount voucher. Can this be acceptable? Michael packed up her racket and comforted Jiao Eben. Forget it. Let's find another place. Kylie lowered her head. What's going on today? Switching places twice. The usual place was closed earlier, and now this one's closed too. Aiko shrugged. Maybe the Bai Dajingtai gave his Xiaojiaoqi a private court. None of the five were ones to fuss over trivialities. With the refund in hand and a discount voucher secured, they packed up their belongings and prepared to leave. Aiko glanced around. My bag. Before she could finish her sentence, Michael waved the strap in his hand. Got it here, let's go. Aiko followed suit, and as they walked towards the hall, she clicked her tongue. Wait, I forgot my water bottle. Michael went over and pulled Aiko back. Stay here. You'd probably take forever to find it. I know where it is. Aiko held out her palm, her right hand fingers resting on it. Thanks, Shin boss. On the other side of the hall, the manager was escorting two VIPs towards the reception room. Liv, walking beside Nigel, noticed him suddenly stop and stiffen, his gaze fixed on something else, seemingly lost in thought. Following his line of sight, Liv saw three people, one boy and two girls looking down at their phones, with only one girl in the middle having her hair tied in a bun, her back turned to them. Liv sized up the two girls absorbed in their phones and smiled at Nigel. They don't seem like your type anyway, right? Nigel glanced at her. You said you'd clear everyone out? Liv looked puzzled. Didn't you say there were too many people making it noisy? Nigel looked straight at Liv. You're affecting your father's business this way. Liv didn't seem to care. It's just something he runs for fun. Nigel nodded, glancing at that direction again. Michael emerged, carrying a blue and white ceramic dog-themed water bottle. Nigel's jaw tightened. It was him again. Liv blocked his path. Are you going or not? Nigel turned and walked away. Thank you. Aiko hugged her water bottle, giving Michael a thumbs up. Just as they were about to leave, a staff member rushed over. Hello. A guest in the reception room has invited you all to play tennis together and wants to know your thoughts. The staff member was wiping sweat off his brow. They had just announced the closure, but now someone was calling them back. Michael looked at him. Who is it? The guest says he's Michael's friend. Amadeo punched Michael lightly. Nice. When did you make such influential friends? Michael frowned. I have no idea. Chapter 13. Why did you delete me? In the reception room, Liv stood with her arms crossed, and she didn't look too good. You clearly said you would accompany me. Why are you suddenly inviting friends now? Nigel twirled the teacup in his hand, watching the ripples inside it as he slowly spoke. I never said I would accompany you. His tone was casual, not a bit courteous. Fuming, Liv picked up the teacup on the table and gulped down its contents. Several people followed the staff into the tennis court. Aiko looked at the empty tennis court. Michael, where are your friends? The staff member took a step back. They should be changing clothes. Please wait a moment. Amadeo sat to one side. If we weren't invited, why do we have to wait for them? Aiko opened her water bottle, biting the straw and drinking from it while her gaze rested on the entrance to the tennis court. Michael's friends? Hey Alicia, look quickly. Isn't that Nigel? Cleo tugged at Aiko's sleeve. Aiko had changed into sports attire, wearing a fitted waist-crop t-shirt on top and a sky blue short skirt below, revealing her long, slender legs. She put on a pure white wristband on her right hand, holding a tennis racket. Looking in the direction Cleo pointed, she instantly recognized Nigel. Nigel wore a black sports shirt and shorts, with a girl dressed similarly following him, looking like they were in couples outfits. Nigel approached Aiko. Aiko's eyes focused on a cut below his eye. Her mind replayed the plot repeatedly. There was no storyline at this point where Nigel got into a fight for the female lead. If it were some minor incident, how could Nigel's face be injured? Michael stood in front of Aiko, blocking Nigel's view of her. Did you ask the staff to call us here? Amadeo asked Nigel, standing beside Michael. Nigel caught just a glimpse of Aiko before these two people blocked his view. Suppressing that peculiar feeling in his heart, Nigel smiled faintly. Yes. Aren't you guys eager to play tennis? Michael glared at Nigel. Impersonating my friend? That's pretty shameless, isn't it? Nigel lowered his eyes, smiling slightly. Not just a little, it's extremely shameless. Aiko tugged at Michael's clothing, whispering, let's go back. Nigel's icy gaze fixed on the fingers clutching Michael's clothing. He raised his head and laughed lightly. It's only a game of tennis. Afraid of that? Amadeo sneered. Who's afraid? Let's play. I'll go first. Aiko released Michael's clothing. Just now, she was too focused on Michael who disliked Nigel and forgot about the stubborn Amadeo. All right, brave one. Nigel glanced outside and lifted his hand. Aiko saw Abdurrahman, Thompson, and someone she didn't recognize. One-on-one matches, 5 players each side. Aiko looked at Nigel's 5 team members, then at him. For men on your side, 2 on ours, that's not fair. Each word seemed emphasized. Nigel's gaze lingered on Aiko, the corner of his mouth twitching. Oh, if you want me to join your side, that can be arranged. Aiko stepped back. Who wants you on our side? Michael stepped forward, looking at Nigel. That's settled. Who goes first? Abdurrahman came forward with his racket. Me. Michael nodded. Everyone thought Michael would be the one to play, but he suddenly said, Amadeo, you go. Amadeo. Michael patted Amadeo. Play well. Aiko sat on a resting chair, gripping her water bottle tightly. Can he win? Cleo anxiously clutched Kylie's hand. I've never seen Abdurrahman play tennis. I don't know how good he is. Amadeo, unsure of Abdurrahman's skills, also didn't dare to underestimate him. Aiko observed Nigel's group. They seemed relaxed except for the girl who watched the match, while the other 3 checked their phones. While lost in thought, Aiko noticed Nigel lifting his head and meeting her gaze across the court. Feeling tense, Aiko hastily looked down and unscrewed her water bottle to drink. Kylie looked at the bottle cap in her hand. Isn't there a straw? Why are you opening it to drink? Aiko licked her lips. I find it more convenient this way. Cleo interjected. You usually prefer to bite the straw, right? Aiko coughed. Biting the straw isn't a good habit. I need to change it. Michael looked down at her. Didn't Monica say she'd buy you that camera you wanted if you stopped biting straws? You couldn't even manage that. I knew I would probably set it aside after playing with it for a couple of days anyway. Aiko justified herself, explaining to Michael. She was completely unaware of the gaze from across the court. Liv knew with Nigel on her side, they would definitely win. She was just worried that the opposing team might lose too miserably, so she was anxiously watching the game. That Abdurrahman, has he ever learned tennis? He even got the basic grip wrong. Liv glanced at Nigel. He was lazily sitting, propping his hands on his knees while playing with his phone, his gaze fixed on the opposite side. When Liv looked over, she couldn't tell which one of the 4 people he was looking at. She sat next to Nigel. Castor, are your friends reliable? The other side has already scored 4 points in a row. Nigel turned his eyes to look at Liv. He hasn't played tennis before. Liv was momentarily confused. What did you say? Not getting a reply from Nigel, she tugged at his clothes. Then why did you ask him to come? To play? Didn't you say your father opened this tennis court for fun? Liv was so angry she didn't want to speak another word to Nigel. She stared at the 3 girls on the opposite side. Nigel, you have to be honest with me. Do you like someone on the opposite side? Nigel glanced at Aiko out of the corner of his eye, then lowered his eyes to look at the pattern on the ground. Just shut up. Amadeo was a little nervous at first, but as the match progressed, he realized the opponent wasn't holding back or intentionally playing poorly. He really didn't know how to play. Bro, with your posture, I thought you were some tennis prince. Amadeo pulled up his shirt to wipe off sweat. Abdurrahman nodded. Sorry about that. The next one to go on was Cleo, but Aiko stopped her. Let me try. Liv didn't mind when she saw the player on the opposite side suddenly changed. Just as she was about to enter the court, Nigel picked up the racket. I'll go. Liv turned her head to look at him. I can handle it myself. Nigel waved the racket in his hand. She annoys me. Let me deal with her. Liv looked at Aiko, who had a bright face and good figure. Isn't this type exactly what you like? Why don't you like her? The racket in Nigel's hand was red and black, matching his outfit perfectly. Aiko looked at Nigel across the net. Why change players? Why did you delete me? Nigel stood there steadily, his voice neither loud nor soft. Every word was clearly heard by Aiko. Neither of them could respond. Chapter 14. The young couple seemed to match perfectly. You shouldn't be thinking of coming between them. Aiko had taken tennis lessons before, and 2 classes are still classes, aren't they? Plus, during the holidays, Michael and Amadeo had invited her to play tennis, so she did get a little better at it. Just as she was about to give it her all, a flash of Nigel's plot crossed her mind. He saved the heroine by challenging the captain of Rome University's professional tennis team, and won completely. Her well-prepared posture loosened up. Aiko straightened her bent waist that was ready for the game. She looked at Nigel, who was also in position across from her. She questioned herself silently. What was she doing here? Why should she play tennis with Nigel? Was she meant to be a contrast group for the future Nigel and Autumn? To see how indifferent and heartless Nigel would be towards this insignificant ex-girlfriend, highlighting how unique Autumn was to him, and how deeply in love he was with Autumn? I quit. Aiko looked at Nigel with her moist eyes. Nigel tightened his grip on the racket handle, looking at Aiko, his voice deep. What did you say? Aiko took a breath, her eyes already slightly reddish. I said, I quit. I quit. Aiko dropped her racket and left the tennis court with her head down. Michael picked up her bag and water cup, following Aiko, and still remembered to tell Amadeo, remember to bring Alicia's racket back. Nigel's racket fell to the ground. Abdurrahman and Thompson both came over. Thompson looked at Aiko's retreating back, which had run far away, then glanced at Nigel's racket lying on the ground. What happened? We were just fine a moment ago, and now she's gone after I checked my phone? Abdurrahman picked up the racket from the ground. Then what do we do now? Thompson, didn't you say we should intentionally lose to her? Now that she's gone, how can we lose? Forget it. You guys continue playing. Nigel threw the ball in his hand into Abdurrahman's arms. I have something to do first. I need to leave. Abdurrahman looked at Nigel's departing figure. What does he have to do again? Thompson stuffed the racket into his other hand. Obvious. Chasing after a girl. Abdurrahman scoffed. Impossible. Does our brother June look like the type who'd actively chase after someone? Women always pursue him, right? Thompson shook his head. Still, Aiko is quite good. Nigel had only just left the tennis court when a call from Armin came in on his phone. He hung up without answering. A message arrived almost immediately after. You just left that girl there all alone? Do you have any manners? Nigel pressed the power off button and happened to see Michael's figure just outside. He hurriedly followed. Scott, Michael, holding a water cup and a bag in one hand, followed behind Aiko but didn't dare to grab her. At least tell me what's going on. Michael, stop following me. I can go back by myself. You should go back first. Aiko lowered her head, not caring where she was going, and walked forward in one rush. How can I possibly let you stay outside by yourself? I'm not a kid anymore. Aiko's voice trembled slightly. Not a kid? Then what are you doing? Would an adult act like this, suddenly getting mad and throwing things around carelessly? Michael steadily followed behind her. Isn't the racket you left on the ground a gift from Glover? Have you thought about what would happen if none of us picked it up for you? Aiko stepped harder on the ground. I'm like this now. Why should you worry about a racket? You say you're not a kid, yet you're clearly acting like one. Michael grabbed Aiko. How about this? You squat next to the billboard and cry for a bit, and once you've cried enough, talk to me. Pulled by him, Aiko couldn't walk, turned her head aside, not wanting Michael to see her face. I'm not crying. Who said I am? Fine. Michael released his grip on her, stepping back a few steps as he watched Aiko slowly squat down, and then slowly move to the billboard. Michael couldn't help laughing at her childish yet face-saving behavior. When Aiko had settled down against the billboard with her head buried, shoulders trembling, Michael quietly approached and stood beside her. Nigel saw people moving. He ran past when the green light flickered. Cars rushed by. The wind from the passing cars slapped his face, bringing the smell of gasoline mixed with asphalt into his nose. Half a minute felt like an eternity. Each second dragged on. Nigel watched as the red numbers ticked down. Finally, the light turned green. Just as Nigel was about to step onto the crosswalk, a car pulled up beside him. The window rolled down, and Armin's face appeared in Nigel's sight. Get in the car. Nigel glanced at the green light, ignoring Armin, and moved to the side. Before he took a few more steps, 2 people got out of the car. Nigel looked at the people blocking his way, then turned around and stormed towards Armin with a burst of anger. What do you want? Get in the car. It's none of my business that you registered your marriage with that woman. You can marry whoever you want, and bring whomever you like into the house. I don't care as long as you're happy. Let me go. Armin rolled up the window. The 2 people standing in front of Nigel didn't move an inch. Glancing at the red light, Nigel suppressed the surge of frustration rising in his chest, opened the car door, and got in. With a loud slam, the door was shut. Sitting in the back seat, he faced off with Armin through the rearview mirror. I want you to take me somewhere first, Nigel said calmly, not backing down under Armin's gaze. Who is there that makes you so agitated? Armin raised his hand, signaling the driver to make a turn. Seeing the old-style men's watch on his hand from over a decade ago, Armin's eyes moved to the traffic ahead, clasping his hands together. Didn't we buy you a new one? Why aren't you wearing it? You change women more often than I change watches. Armin closed his eyes, a vein pulsing at his temple, with a clear and beautiful face flashing in his mind. His words were sharper than poison. The car stopped by the roadside. There were faint honks behind them, but the drivers quickly drove away once they noticed the license plate number. Is this your little girlfriend? The last 4 words were laced with personal resentment. Sitting in the car, Nigel's eyes grew darker and darker. Outside, Aiko was curled up squatting there, while Michael stood beside her like a guardian spirit. Nigel glanced at Michael holding Aiko's bag and water cup. Finally, his gaze landed on the crouching Aiko. Seeing this, Armin wanted to twist the knife deeper. Is that guy next to her boyfriend? Are you harboring unrequited love? Nigel, they seem to be a perfect match. Don't tell me you're thinking of breaking them up. Nigel remained silent for a while. Lowering his eyes, he asked, "Did you call me here just to say these things?" "Return to Huafu other area." Nigel looked at him. "Even if you take me back now, I'll have to come out again soon. What's the point?" "To see your sister today." "Great. My mom must be living a good life up there." Nigel snorted, adding before Armin could react, "Pregnant again with my stepdad, right?" "You." Armin grabbed the jade carved carp from the car and threw it at the back seat. It missed Nigel, landing on the car seat instead. Even the driver let out a relieved sigh. The jade carp could easily pay his salary for years. Chapter 15. "Can you push Aiko towards me?" Armin stroked his chest. "Are you not going to rest until you've infuriated me to death?" Nigel gazed out of the car window. Michael squatted in front of Aiko and patted her head, mumbling something that couldn't be heard. Armin told the driver to leave. As the vehicle moved on, the reflection of Nigel's eyes gradually faded away from the outside scene, until everything turned blank. "Relax, if you die of anger, I still need to inherit your lousy company," Nigel replied casually. But this response made Armin furious. Today, he didn't intend to irritate Armin. It was just that his heart felt suffocated. Right now, whoever said good or bad things about him would annoy him. "You really are my good son, suffering outside and venting all on me?" "Suffering outside? Nowhere near as much as I suffer under you." With these words, no matter what Armin said next, Nigel did not reply. Turning on his phone, messages poured in instantly. Originally, Thompson and Abdurrahman had planned for them to lose the tennis match to Aiko. But who would have thought that Aiko would throw down the racket and run off? Nigel scrolled past Abdurrahman's message. His gaze lingered on a chat frame from Arsene whom he hadn't contacted for a long time. "Arsene, Mr. Gu is sick. Take some time off to see him." The black car slowly drove into the villa. Nigel followed behind Armin, at a great distance apart, so far that even a glance back wouldn't catch sight of him. Nigel walked into the door without looking around or recognizing anyone in the living room, directly heading upstairs. "Stop, where are you going?" Armin glanced at the staircase, asking Nigel to come down. Nigel did not look back and silently climbed upstairs. Autumn sat on the sofa, prepared to see what expression Nigel would show when he saw her. However, she couldn't find any trace of Nigel when she looked back. Vonda stood up, intending to comfort Armin, passing by Autumn and whispered softly in her ear, "Remember to behave well, we're guests here." Autumn kept silent and followed Vonda. Seeing Autumn, Armin smiled lightly. "Autumn, right? My son has a bad temper, please bear with him. I guess Castor might get along well with our yin-yin. Autumn has a gentle personality. It would be perfect for two kids like them to complement each other." Armin snorted. Given his behavior, everyone around him indulges him. "Autumn, if this guy treats you poorly, don't indulge him either." Autumn blinked her eyes, with specks of light reflecting in her dark pupils, looking towards where Nigel left just now, and softly replied, "Daylon, I think Castor is a very nice person." A flash of surprise passed through Armin's eyes. "You've interacted with Castor?" Autumn nodded. "He took care of me in the hospital." Vonda turned to Autumn, asking softly, "When did you go to the hospital?" Nigel came downstairs, staring at Vonda standing beside. "Where are my things?" His expression was tight, and his hands were clenched tightly. "I told you not to touch my things and not to enter my room." Armin looked at him. "Speak nicely." Vonda held her hands in front of her body. "Castor, I thought you'd eventually come back, so I asked the maid to clean your room. Did you lose something?" Nigel drew a breath, turning to leave, saying casually, "You're really something." Armin grabbed his sleeve. "What matters so much to you that you care about it so deeply? If it's lost, just buy another one." The butler walked in, noticing the heavy atmosphere in the room, and looked at Nigel. "I put your packages in the attic. Shall I bring them to your room now?" Nigel raised his hand to release himself from Armin's grip, glancing at the respectful butler beside him. "What packages?" "Oh, it's your birthday. Many friends sent you birthday gifts. You told me to handle them, so I put them all in the attic. The master plans to renovate." Nigel nodded. The butler then went to call someone below to arrange the task. Vonda stepped forward to explain to Nigel. "Autumn came for the first time today. Your father thought we should sit down for a family dinner." Armin, enraged, stood aside without wanting to look at Nigel. After hearing Autumn, Nigel paused and looked back. The girl stood behind a vase, with long black hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a white dress without any jewelry. Nigel's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. "Your mom is so capable, yet she lets you work part-time at an arcade?" Autumn pursed her lips, meeting Nigel's eyes, smiling calmly without answering his question. Vonda, however, thought their relationship was good and quickly pulled Autumn to stand in front of Nigel. "Castor, Yin goes to the same university as you. Her grades are very good. You must have heard of her, right? On those ranking lists, she's definitely near the top." At Vonda's words, the room fell silent. Nigel smirked lightly, his chin tilted as he looked elsewhere. "I thought you cared about her so much." Autumn forced a smile and glanced at Vonda. "Xingda University doesn't have a grade ranking list. Only students can check their own grades." Vonda had not received high education and only knew that high schools valued rankings, leading to such an embarrassing mistake, making her unsure how to salvage the situation. Jocelyn came in carrying a cardboard box. Having heard that Nigel's belongings were missing, she hurriedly rummaged through the items she had previously organized. "All the things I put away are here. See if there's anything you need." Vonda breathed a sigh of relief. To ease the awkward tension, she stepped forward and offered help. "Castor, let me take them up for you. You go sit down." Before she could finish speaking, Nigel walked over and took one look, noticing the bright yellow keychain prominently. He took out the keychain and said, "I don't want the rest." Vonda's hand hung in the air more embarrassingly. Armin watched from the side. his gaze fixed on the object in Nigel's hand. Is this your thing? A small trinket isn't worth you talking like that. Nigel clenched the item in his hand without any consideration. Yes, it's just a small thing, but didn't I tell you multiple times not to touch anything in my room? Did you bring your ears just to eat with? All right, Castor, Annie is wrong. I meant well, but messed up. In the future, no one will enter your room again. Autumn observed this painfully obvious scene. Her mother, who did nothing and never showed concern for her, lived in someone else's house, caring about someone else's son, even failing to call her once. She hated Vonda and resented Nigel's indifference towards Vonda. The things he effortlessly obtained were things she couldn't get despite her best efforts. Initially, she had planned to gradually draw him in, but now it seemed Nigel was still entangled with Aiko. Even knowing Nigel would only be patient with Aiko for 2 months at most, she didn't want to wait anymore. She wanted to see this hypocritical yet enviable family crumble right before her eyes. Autumn looked at her phone and opened the chat window with Abdurrahman, sending a message. Can you push Aiko towards me? We had a nice chat last time, unfortunately I forgot to add her. On the asphalt road, Aiko answered the call, with Michael following 2 steps behind her all the time. Yeah, okay, I understand, Mom. Her phone vibrated slightly, indicating a new message. Aiko felt the vibration in her palm, her eyes scattered on the ground as she walked aimlessly. The call ended. Her hand hung limply by her side due to the weight of her phone. Mom said she's off tomorrow and wants to go out with Griffin. She told me to stay at Abby's house. Do you want to be alone? Chapter 16. She was the one who clung to him desperately at first, but now she's the one who suddenly distanced herself. Aiko glanced at Michael, then shoved the only mobile phone she had into his hand. Of course not. She let go with both hands, longing for a gust of freedom. The warm breeze brushed against her body, dispersing much of the fondant in her heart. Aren't you always wanting to go to a bar? How about we all go together tomorrow? Aiko spun around, her eyes widening slightly. Didn't you say I couldn't go? Why did you suddenly? Michael heaved a sigh of relief. Anyway, I'll be watching over you. You're not allowed to go alone. A smile tugged at Aiko's lips. Really? I've been wanting to sing. Well, your steel vocal cords might as well be kept for chasing away bad guys in the future. Originally not someone to dwell on things, Aiko felt better after crying and grieving, then picked up the phone to reply to Cleo's condolences. Inside the app, she saw a friend request from an unfamiliar contact. Friend requests weren't unusual for Aiko, but what surprised her was that it was actually Autumn. Should I accept it? Aiko showed the phone to Michael. This girl only met me once, yet suddenly added me. Should I add her? Girl. Michael glanced at the screen Aiko was holding. What if she has something to discuss? Add her and see. Aiko clicked accept. Which bar are we going to? Michael replied. Since I promised you can go, we'll pick the hottest one so you won't keep thinking about it later. Aiko started searching for the most popular bars in Xingda district on her phone. Nigel entered the room, where the originally empty space was now piled high with gift boxes. He had many friends, and every year countless gifts would be sent home, some of which were cleared and stored in the warehouse. This year's gifts remained unopened and were stored in the attic. Now they were all brought inside, nearly flooding his room. He casually glanced around, intending to find a servant to help him open them all and store them in the warehouse. His gaze paused on a bright yellow heart-shaped box. A pink card atop it read Sky. He searched his memory carefully before recalling the source of this gift. Aiko had given him the gift a month in advance, when they weren't yet together. Abdurrahman had received it for him and placed it in his car. It was before his reporting for fighting, when his car hadn't been reclaimed by Armin yet, and his bank cards weren't frozen. He used to hang out with people daily. Holding the gift box, Nigel nestled into the sofa, his long fingers gripping the box, neatly trimmed fingertips tracing the ribbon. Images of Aiko and Michael flashed through his mind. Is that her boyfriend? Are you having a crush on her? That young couple seems pretty matched. You're not trying to steal him from her, are you? Nigel's fingertips clenched the edge of the box, gritting his teeth as he muttered the phrase, steal him from her. The motion of untying the ribbon turned, and he tossed the entire box aside. Lighting a cigarette, he took a harsh puff. He steals him from her. She was the one who pursued him relentlessly at first, and now she's the one who suddenly distances herself. Playing games with him. Aiko. Nigel pressed his tongue against his teeth, a wisp of smoke vaguely obscuring his face. No one has ever played games with him like this. Armin said he mixed well socially, and Nigel rarely initiated trouble. Even those who disliked him wouldn't dare act rashly after hearing his name. There were never any shortage of girls who adored him and complied with his every wish. Aiko was originally one of them too. He didn't take it seriously. Aiko had pursued him relentlessly for a whole year, so much so that he couldn't even remember the names of some previous girlfriends. Gradually, he would always hear how Aiko had done something for him, whether from Abdurrahman or Thompson, who remembered the name Aiko. The two of them even started hinting at matchmaking. Aiko was pretty and had a good figure, indeed the type Nigel liked. However, her relentless actions became annoying, eroding the initial favor he had toward her. Nigel was clear in his heart that he wouldn't end up with Aiko. If she were as short-lived as Abdurrahman said, perhaps Nigel would have tried dating her initially. But that mindset faded when Aiko added all his contacts and even got his address and frequent entertainment spots. He disliked clingy people. Everything changed during that fight, when Abdurrahman's grandmother's dumpling shop was vandalized. It was clearly aimed at Nigel. They first blocked Abdurrahman with 100 people. See Pajun. Zhao Rong has been blocking me for 2 days now, and Brother Chuan arranged a fight with Zhao Rong for my sake. At that time, Abdurrahman didn't call him brother yet. They just played cards together purely. Abdurrahman's family wasn't poor, but the elders managed strictly, making it difficult for Abdurrahman to handle the situation himself. They didn't lay a hand on Abdurrahman, just blocked him and caused trouble for him. Even if he called the police, there was nothing they could do. Thompson, who mixed in the local high school circles, gathered dozens of people and headed over to sort things out. It was Abdurrahman who feared things might get out of hand and called Nigel. Nigel hopped on his bike and headed to the place Abdurrahman gave him. Nigel, a girl's voice called out from behind. Wearing a full-face helmet, Nigel saw through his visor in the rearview mirror a girl in a light yellow dungaree dress gradually disappearing into the distance. Aiko had been circling around him for a year. He recognized her at once. His speed did not slow down. A faint shout barely reached his ears again. When Nigel arrived, the scene at the alley entrance was extremely chaotic. Friend or foe, it was hard to tell. He stood at the alley entrance, the glaring sunlight making it hard to open his eyes. Sharp, white light flashed across Nigel's eyes. Underneath his messy hair, his dark eyes sparkled. With one hand holding the helmet tightly, its metallic shell gleamed coldly under the sun. Moving swiftly, he smashed it towards the nearest person who just pulled out a knife. His muscles bulged with emotion. The dull sound of impact, immense force, majestic and powerful. The air seemed frozen. Everyone around was stunned and lost strength. Blood dripped from the head of the knife wielder, but Nigel's helmet remained intact, without even a crack. Abdurrahman finished handling his own situation and rushed over, holding the bloodied helmet. That's very expensive. Nigel knocked out Zhao Rong, the instigator, and with their leader unconscious, the other minions dared not move either. Just as they caught a breath, Nigel was suddenly embraced, his body swaying. Glancing down at the small hands clasping his waist, Nigel turned around, first seeing a bunhead. The name Aiko instantly flashed through his mind. Abdurrahman and Thompson quickly subdued the guy who wielded a knife towards Nigel. Nigel, are you okay? The girl's voice trembled slightly, still hugging him tightly. Chapter 17 Aiko's request, make Nigel her boyfriend. Nigel covered the hands at his waist. Let go first. His voice remained as indifferent as usual, yet those who knew him well could hear a hint of gentleness in his tone. Aiko released her hands, but in the next second, she grabbed Nigel's right hand. There was a bit of blood on the fleshy part between thumb and index finger. Does it hurt? No. We have to go to the hospital quickly. What if it becomes disabled? It's someone else's. Nigel stared at Aiko's hand holding his, and explained. Ah. She obviously heaved a sigh of relief, her shoulders dropping. She gently rubbed off the blood from Nigel's palm with her soft fingertips. She only let go after seeing his intact skin revealed. Nigel took note of every small action of hers. His fingers curled slightly, the thumb caressing the center of his palm, as if that soft touch was still in his hand. Aiko, you're bleeding. Abdurrahman noticed a blood cut on Aiko's right arm. Nigel seized Aiko's hand, eyes fixed on the wound. His gaze met Aiko's with an intensity that felt almost oppressive. Why did you come here? I happened to pass by. Aiko explained dryly. Nigel didn't expose her obvious lie as he recalled the image of the girl shouting at him from the rearview mirror. She must have taken a taxi to catch up so quickly. Thompson took out a band-aid from his pocket and handed it to Nigel. Though surprised for a moment, Nigel took it, unwrapped it, and put it on Aiko's wound. He gripped her slender arm with one hand while applying the band-aid with the other. Nigel's gaze was earnestly focused on the wound, yet his thoughts had drifted somewhere else. The softness of that moment when her hand touched his seemed to stir something unusual deep within him. This band-aid I'll keep forever. The girl's trembling, excited voice interrupted Nigel's wandering thoughts. He cast a sidelong glance at Aiko. A clean, bright white t-shirt, light yellow overalls, a touch of pure white lace peeking from the hem just above her knees. A speck of dust on her cream white shoes. Despite being fully grown, she still carried a cartoon-patterned water bottle. After sticking on the band-aid, Nigel pinched the bun on top of her head. Hey, don't mess up my hair. Aiko straightened her hair. Let's go. Nigel glanced at the scorching sun outside the alley and patted Abdurrahman's shoulder. You ride back on my motorcycle. Abdurrahman thought Nigel's, let's go, was directed at him until Nigel passed him the key. Are you not going with us? Thompson looked at Aiko, who was still staring at the band-aid on her hand, and understood something. He tugged Abdurrahman away by the collar. Seeing them leave, Aiko retracted her silly smile, waved at Nigel. Bye. Nigel raised his hand, mimicking Aiko's wave, but kept still. He bent his fingers, making a beckoning gesture. Aiko obediently moved 2 steps closer. Nigel, do you need to say anything else to me? Nigel opened his lips, pointing to the band-aid on her arm. Remember to change it. Aiko suppressed a smile, nodding vigorously. I will change it, but I won't throw away the one you stuck on me. Let's go. Nigel tilted his head towards the outside. Aiko took 2 steps out and turned back to look at him. Bye. Nigel chuckled softly. To the right. Aiko looked to the right. Oh, my home is to the left. Nigel grasped her wrist and led her a few steps to the right, pointing to the open pharmacy. Seeing Aiko still looking up at him in bewilderment, he took her inside again. They bought iodine and a box of band-aids. Dangling the clear bag before Aiko, he pointed at her. For you. Nigel didn't give her the bag, but held it himself. Shall I take you home? Nigel expected Aiko to agree eagerly, but she shook her head. No need. It's so sunny. What if you get heat stroke? I'll call you a cab. Aiko was about to use a ride-hailing app. Thank you today. Nigel spoke. Make a request. As he said this, he carefully observed Aiko's lowered head. She looked up, meeting Nigel's gaze. Nigel's gaze landed on her face. Aiko seemed hesitant, biting her rosy lip, her eyes gleaming in the sunlight as if there were filters over everything around her. Even the downy hair on her cheeks was clearly visible under Nigel's watchful eyes. Request? Any request can be made. Nigel glanced at the water bottle in her hand. its cartoon sticker nearly peeled off by her fingernails. Suppressing an inexplicable surge of amusement, Nigel muffled a chuckle in his throat and grunted affirmatively. Just as he made that sound, Aiko spun around on the spot and then smiled at him, her eyes crinkling into crescents. Wait. Without saying a word, Nigel allowed Aiko to pull him toward a less crowded area. Aiko took quick strides forward. With his eyes fixed on the hand she held, Nigel effortlessly kept pace with Aiko. The two, enveloped by sunlight, gradually entered a shadowy area. Usually showing nothing on his face, Nigel couldn't help but wonder what Aiko was up to. His agreement had already given her an answer. Whatever request she made, he would agree. Aiko looked at Nigel and laughed again, then let go of his hand and turned around. A moment later, Nigel's phone buzzed with a message from Aiko. Aiko's request, make Nigel her boyfriend. Laugh, rose. Nigel lowered his head and chuckled softly, tapping out a single character in reply. Oh. Aiko took 2 steps closer to him, standing very close, then suddenly stepped back. You really agreed? Nigel shifted his gaze away, one hand holding his phone by his leg, the other stuffed into his pocket, standing in a lazy posture, yet still exuding a confident demeanor without any hint of delinquency, due to his height and straight posture. Or did you want me to refuse? Aiko bounced in place with excitement. No way. Her voice barely contained her excitement, radiating obvious joy. After dropping Aiko off at the entrance of her neighborhood, Nigel turned to leave. Aiko caught his fingertips. Wait, Nigel. Nigel turned his head to look at her as she fumbled for his phone in his pocket. His eyebrows raised. Only moments ago they had just started, and now she dared to touch his phone. Quite brave. Aiko showed him the unlocked phone, smiling. Unlock it. What for? Nigel asked, tapping the screen. You'll see. Aiko took the unlocked phone from him, turned her back to him, and started tapping away. Standing behind her, his tall stature gave Nigel a clear view as Aiko changed the note in his phone from Aiko to Sky Baby. Nigel's eyebrows furrowed slightly, but he didn't stop her. Done. Aiko shoved the phone back into his pocket. She tilted her head up to look at him, her eyes smiling. Tomorrow morning, we have class at 8. What do you want to eat? Should I bring you something? Should we sit together in class? And lunch? Should we have lunch together? Chapter 18. Did you and Nigel break up? Nigel stood up, calling in a servant to unwrap all the gifts and store them away. Should this one be unwrapped too? Jocelyn pointed at the yellow heart-shaped box placed separately on the sofa. Nigel raised an eyelid and glanced over, humming an affirmation. Jocelyn picked up the box and was about to untie the ribbon when she was suddenly stopped. Just leave it there. Jocelyn paused. Shall I put it back where it was? Feeling depressed and restless inside, Nigel nodded, looking at a series of messages sent by Abdurrahman on his phone, asking him if he wanted to go out for drinks with them. Initially intending to decline, but now he couldn't bear to stay in the room, feeling very suffocated. Places like bars, noisy environments with crowds, could suppress many annoying emotions in his mind. Nigel replied that he would go. He grabbed a light suit jacket from the wardrobe, and just as he was about to leave the room, his fingertips lifted. Don't touch that. Jocelyn, still unpacking the gifts, looked up. Which one? The yellow one, Nigel said indifferently, already turning to leave. At Issei Bar, Aiko was rarely dressed today in a little black dress different from her usual style. One shoulder design revealing a delicate collarbone, a white slender neck, topped with a finely made-up face with slightly raised eyeliner that added a hint of allure to her clear and bright face. Several layers of black lace below the skirt hem made the satin fabric puff up. Under the scattered lights, shadows fell on the dress, alternating in the dimness. Kylie pulled Aiko. You're wearing this little dress. Why are you still in white sneakers? Cleo looked down and nodded. It does look a bit odd. Aiko tapped the floor twice, but they're comfortable. I can't wear those. Amadeo changed into a black shirt knowing they were going to a bar, looking more mature than before. Aiko glanced at Michael. I told you to dress more maturely. You insist on wearing a white shirt. It screams student. I am a student, Michael replied casually. The group found a table to sit down. Since it was early, there weren't many people yet. Aiko scanned the relatively empty surroundings, feeling slightly disappointed. Isn't this place supposed to be super popular? Doesn't look very busy. Amadeo beckoned a waiter and started ordering drinks. It'll get crowded soon, so much that you'll feel oxygen deficient. The waiter was considerate, seeing their large group, brought an extra iPad. One was in Amadeo's hand, the other in Aiko's. Like a noble white lotus that mistakenly wandered into a swamp. An excited voice beside them caught the attention of the 5. Aiko turned toward the source. Many people in the bar were looking towards the entrance. Nigel glanced at Autumn beside him. Why are you following me? Autumn smiled faintly. Vonda asked me to get along well with you. Isn't pretending okay? Nigel looked down, seeing the girl who used to be obedient and now directly referred to her mother by name. A flash of cunning passed through Autumn's eyes. Actually, Nigel, we're the same kind of person. In the dim lighting of the bar, amidst the crowd, Aiko only saw a tall figure in a suit jacket with a petite girl in a white dress walking beside him, escorted into an elevator. Aiko, absent-mindedly swiping her screen, saw through to the elevator as the doors closed. Just as everyone in the middle dispersed, it felt like fate. Through the dim light, Aiko saw inside the closing elevator. Nigel wore a casual suit, standing next to the white lotus praised earlier. One hand in his pocket, the other holding his phone, hair strands covering his lowered long lashes. He slightly lowered his head, eyes focused on the phone screen. Not sure what the girl beside him said, he turned to look at her. Smiling faintly, he glanced at his watch. Both were strikingly attractive. As the elevator doors closed, Aiko saw her slightly red eyes reflected in the silver elevator door. Sky. Kylie tugged at Aiko's hand. What are you looking at? Do you know anyone here? Aiko came back to reality, shaking her head. No. Oh no. Looking at the various images on the screen, she handed it to Kylie. You choose, I'll have the same. Cleo touched Aiko's forehead. Sky, what's wrong? You were almost about to order everything just now. Now you don't like it. Aiko lowered her eyes, swirling the glass of warm water Michael had poured for her upon arrival. Her voice low. My liking isn't important. Her whisper drowned out by the heavy metal music. Aiko picked up her phone, which had vibrated. She and Autumn had added each other last time, but neither of them had sent messages since then, not even a greeting sticker. Now, a message suddenly came from the other side. Did you and Nigel break up? Aiko's thumb hovered over the chat box, intending to reply that they did break up. But the more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Why should she have to reply to Autumn? After all, it was Autumn who initiated the friend request first, and after Aiko agreed, Autumn didn't even say hello. Now, out of the blue, she asked if Aiko and Nigel had broken up. And with that tone, Aiko, of course, didn't know what tone Autumn used when typing those words. But just seeing those words, she imagined a little person standing on her head, poking her nose disdainfully and asking, Did you and Nigel break up? And she could almost hear the next line. How do you have the face to stick to him without breaking up? The more she thought, the angrier she got, until her breathing became heavy and her chest heaved. She stared at the message on her phone. In a fit of anger, she typed a reply. What if we haven't broken up? Just 1 second after sending it, Aiko bit her lip, wanting to retract it, her fingers trembling in anxiety. Damn, Aiko almost never swore out loud. So when this word slipped out of her mouth, Kylie, Cleo, Michael, and Amadeo, who were sitting beside her, all froze in surprise. Michael stood up first, reaching for Aiko's phone. Aiko clutched the phone tightly, even pressing the power button. Kylie hugged Aiko's shoulders. What happened? Why are you swearing? I tried to retract it, but it got deleted. Aiko said as she lay down in Kylie's arms. It's okay, it's okay. What did you want to retract? Aiko told them about seeing Nigel at the bar earlier, and then receiving the provocative message from Autumn. Kylie was indignant on her behalf. What kind of scum, trash men and women go together? Aiko picked up the glass, habitually biting the straw to drink water. She pulled a straw from the table, put it in the glass, took a sip, and kept the water in her mouth. What should I do now? If Nigel sees my reply, it would be so embarrassing. What if he questions me? Chapter 19. A qualified ex-partner should be like a dead person. Cleo asked her. So you and Nigel have officially broken up now? Did you two talk about breaking up? Aiko bit the straw, swallowing hard. We didn't say it explicitly, but we both know that it's over. Amadeo clapped his hands. I get it. You both know you don't like each other anymore. Then gradually keep your distance, and accept the breakup by default, right? Aiko nodded. Amadeo put his hand on Michael's shoulder with a smile on his face. This is easy. Technically speaking, you two haven't officially broken up. So what if you think you did? Isn't this like when couples argue and go cold towards each other just like you two are now? Cleo nodded. Exactly, Amadeo makes a point. When Nigel asks you, just tell him that you haven't officially broken up yet. Michael looked at the three people giving impromptu advice, took Aiko's almost empty cup and refilled it halfway with water. Things shouldn't be that complicated. A qualified ex-partner should be like a dead person. Michael continued slowly. Delete Autumn. If Nigel contacts you, ignore him. That's what a breakup looks like. Kylie swallowed. Michael, I seriously suspect you've been in love and dating behind our backs. Cleo nodded. You understand her well. Amadeo looked at Michael. Fess up. Aiko raised her hand, indicating she also suspected Michael. Michael glanced at the instigator. Aiko, it's because you came to my place to do homework, insisting on watching TV while I tutored you. The more you watched, the better you understood. Aiko shrank her neck. Okay, but I forgot most of those after watching. You actually remembered them. The food they ordered was quickly brought to the table. Looking at the wine in the crystal glass that resembled a starry night sky, Aiko's troubles seemed as fleeting as clouds, quickly fading from her mind. Inside private room 1002, Nigel sat in the center, the black leather sofa matching the color of his clothes but failing to hide him in the dimly lit environment. His presence was striking. As for Autumn who followed him here, Nigel ignored her. After all, there were plenty of unfamiliar faces here anyway. They would play together once and never acknowledge each other afterward. Abdurrahman held a drink, walked over to Nigel lounging on the high-backed sofa, and poured some for him, patting his shoulder gently. Brother, you come here to daydream? Drink up? A man in a leather jacket came up and greeted Nigel. I heard recently that old Mr. Gu was sick. Brother June, if you see him, could you pass on my regards? Recalling the unread message on his phone, Nigel gave a perfunctory response to the man beside him. He lowered his gaze to his phone. Nigel wasn't one to talk much. Usually, others initiated conversations, and he responded casually with a few words. If he felt a little interested, he might reply with an extra sentence. In contrast, Autumn sat quietly in a corner, attracting several people to chat with her. Initially, some suspected that since Autumn could follow Nigel here, they must have some kind of relationship. But seeing that Autumn was seated several seats away from Nigel in an inconspicuous corner, they understood. It was clear there wasn't much between them. Autumn had a fresh-faced look, rare in this bar filled with heavily made-up patrons. Wearing a black long straight hair and a knee-length white dress, she stood out even more as an innocent girl. Sitting in a corner also signified her lower status. Thus, it wasn't something to worry about causing trouble. Autumn dealt somewhat nervously with 2 or 3 men before her. Following Nigel, if she wanted to sit next to him, Nigel wouldn't have stopped her. Choosing the corner seat was intentional. She wanted to signal to these gentlemen that her status was low and she had no relation with Nigel. These men who challenged her were like fish caught on her hook. All she needed was the right moment to reel them in. Nigel, someone like him, had seen too many attempts at simple seduction. Autumn had no doubt that if she had sat next to Nigel upon entering, she wouldn't have been bullied. But she wouldn't have any meaningful interaction with Nigel either. Maintaining distance was the start of her approach. Checking the message from Aiko on her phone, a faint smile appeared on her lips. Little sister Sue, stop playing with your phone. A slightly tipsy man draped his arm around Autumn's shoulders, filling her glass with wine. What's so interesting on your phone? Come and play with me instead. Autumn clasped her hands tightly on her lap, trying to shrink back, but the backrest of the sofa blocked her retreat. She maintained a calm facade, lowering her eyes. I don't drink. Thompson kept glancing at Autumn, then at Nigel. Since she came with Nigel, he feared something bad might happen. Seeing the man becoming more presumptuous, his hand reaching towards Autumn's leg, Thompson toasted with Nigel. Brother June, what about that girl? A tipsy man with sharp ears overheard and hurriedly leaned in. Chuan Gu, shall I call them? If so, I'll give the order. Before Thompson could react, he waved someone over. Call a few sisters to join us. Calling them over simply meant they would accompany drinking. It was nothing unusual, and Thompson knew he had misunderstood what he meant, so he didn't go out of his way to explain. Pointing at Autumn with his wine glass, Thompson asked, Jensen? Nigel glanced over there and saw Autumn trying to back away from the situation, while that boy continued to move closer. Nigel recalled Autumn's words again. Nigel, in fact, we are the same kind of people. Autumn gripped her buzzing phone tightly. No, sorry, I need to step out for a moment. She hurriedly stood up and walked past Nigel. She answered the call as she left. Hello, Aiko. Nigel paused mid-drink, the dark eyes on his wine glass subtly lifted, then covered again. A hint of moisture lingered at the corner of his lips, glistening under the dim light. Autumn covered her phone and quickened her pace out of the room. Nigel's gaze followed Autumn's retreating back until the door closed. He also put down his wine glass and got up to follow her out. Thompson looked over. Abdurrahman was chatting with someone nearby when he saw Nigel leave and quickly moved to Thompson. Why did Brother June leave? Autumn went out first, and then he followed. Thompson replied. Abdurrahman thought about it. Whenever Nigel came to such events before, he never brought a girl, and Autumn was the first. He locked eyes with Thompson. Do you think Brother June might have a thing for Autumn? I don't know. Isn't it not over yet between him and Aiko? Abdurrahman shook his head towards the door. You should know Brother June better than me. Does he seem like someone who clings to the past? I think Autumn has a high chance. The clear sound of clinking glasses echoed, as the five raised their cups, and each took a sip. Michael watched Aiko drink more than half a cup and couldn't help frowning. Although this wine isn't very strong, you usually don't drink. You should drink less. Aiko held up her glass and swayed it. Because I rarely drink, I want to drink more now. Kylie clinked glasses with Aiko again. Okay, it's Malia's first time at a bar. Just indulge her a little. Even if she gets drunk, we're still here, right? But she shouldn't drink so much at once. This is already her third glass. Michael pushed the fruit platter towards Aiko. Eat some fruit. Aiko picked up a cherry and popped it into her mouth, chewing seriously while looking at Michael with puffed cheeks. It's tasteless. Cleo picked up a large, dark red cherry that had fallen onto Aiko's lace skirt. Because you're chewing air. Everyone except Aiko laughed. Chapter 20. A girl like her going out for drinks with a guy? Aiko took another sip and saw that only some ice cubes were left at the bottom of her glass. She stood up. I'm going to the restroom. Michael supported her waist. Can you make it on your own? Michael held her hand. I'll take you to the door. Let's go. Aiko nodded and gave Michael a thumbs up. Sister, you're a good person. Michael noticed the obvious redness on Aiko's face and looked at Kylie. Why don't you accompany her in? In this state, I'm worried she might fall into the toilet. Kylie stood up, showing clear signs of intoxication, but she was better off than Aiko. Seeing this, Cleo also got up to follow. Michael still wasn't reassured about the three women, so he supported Aiko and followed Kylie. How long is this line going to be? A woman at the front complained impatiently. 8 stalls in such a popular bar? Is that even reasonable? Michael had one hand around Aiko's waist and the other gripping her arm. Even so, Aiko still felt tired and wanted to lean on Michael. Michael not only had to watch over Aiko, but also keep an eye on the two girls ahead. Fortunately, Kylie and Cleo were relatively calm, holding each other. Two girls at the front couldn't wait any longer and left, and Michael vaguely heard them say there were restrooms on the second floor with fewer people. He looked ahead and saw only a few people remaining. After thinking for a moment, he decided to wait. Kylie and Cleo went in, and 3 people came out just now. Aiko could have gone in too, but a woman cut in line and rushed inside. As a man, Michael couldn't enter the women's restroom to pull her out and tell her not to cut in line. Oh, Michael. Aiko kept calling his name. Michael knew she was anxious, patted her back to comfort her. Just a little more. Michael. Aiko grew impatient and tried to rush in, pulling Michael along. This was the women's restroom, and Michael was already drawing attention from the women behind him. Aiko's actions made Michael feel even more pressured. He pulled her away. All right, we'll go upstairs. The elevator is over there. Only then did Aiko calm down. Michael sighed. I won't bring you here again. Amadeo finished eating another fruit platter, but no one had returned yet. A phone on the table screen lit up. He glanced at it subconsciously. Autumn, 2 new messages. Picture. Are you coming? Amadeo averted his gaze. Who was Autumn? Oh, she was the one who challenged Malia before. Autumn had gone to the restroom first and sent a message to Aiko. But since Aiko didn't reply, she had to leave. Outside, Nigel leaned against the corridor wall, smoking. As a woman passed by to get some fresh air, she greeted him, and he responded with a faint smile. Thinking she had a chance, the woman took out her phone to add him. He smiled politely but shook his head, looking at her with a seemingly affectionate gaze, yet there was nothing in his eyes as if no one was there. Autumn still held a tissue, carefully wiping her hands. It seemed Aiko indeed carried some weight with him. She mentioned these two words deliberately before leaving, and he followed her out. After drying her hands, she slowly walked over, standing in front of Nigel, her dark eyes fixed on the cigarette between his fingers. Out for a smoke? Nigel's eyes seemed to swallow her whole, his voice tinged with sarcasm. Pretending to be stupid? Ding. At the end of the corridor, the elevator doors opened. Michael. Aiko mumbled. I really can't hold it anymore. She started repeating Michael's name again after saying that. Michael held her, right away. Nigel and Autumn turned their heads simultaneously. When Autumn saw Aiko, her eyes flickered with surprise. Glancing at her phone, she realized Aiko hadn't replied to her. Nigel straightened his shoulder against the wall, oblivious to the ash from his cigarette falling onto his shoes. Aiko wore a fitted dress that accentuated her slender waist, making it seem delicate and easily graspable. Her off-shoulder dress revealed a lot of skin on her neck. Without any jewelry, her pure black lace dress contrasted beautifully with her fair skin. Nigel's gaze seemed drawn to the hand supporting Aiko's waist. Then it slid down to her long, slightly plump legs, bent slightly, her round knees brushing against Michael's trouser leg, even turning red from the friction. Michael naturally noticed Nigel's presence and paused in his steps. Aiko grabbed his shirt. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Just because I didn't listen to you today and had a few extra drinks. Aiko tugged hard at his shirt. Is this how you treat me? Huh, Michael? We've been friends for over a decade. You're such a miser. Nigel turned his head away, not wanting to look, but in the next second, his gaze drifted back to Aiko. A girl like her going out for drinks with a guy? And getting into this state? Was she really fearless or? Nigel lowered his head and took a deep puff of his cigarette, his sharp eyes gazing into space, thin lips exhaling a wisp of smoke that slowly dissipated in front of him. The two figures in his peripheral vision seemed to be etched into his heart. He casually pressed the almost burnt-out cigarette, but into the ashtray on top of the trash can. Nigel moved as if he was about to return to the private room. Michael looked down at his crumpled shirt, noticing that 2 buttons had been torn off by Aiko. He let out a low sigh and lifted Aiko into his arms. Aiko still clung to the shirt over Michael's chest, her eyes closed. Michael carried her past Nigel's line of sight. Nigel paused in his steps, watching Michael carry her all the way to the entrance of the women's restroom before letting her go. Aiko still clung tightly to his shirt. What are you doing? I want to sleep. Michael gently patted Aiko's face, trying to make her more alert. Didn't you need to use the restroom? Aiko slowly opened her eyes. Oh, right. I was supposed to go to the bathroom. Aiko straightened up and walked forward, Michael holding her shoulder and turning her around. This way. Michael gently pushed Aiko inside. Be careful. Aiko nodded obediently and entered, leaning against the wall for support. Michael turned back to look down the corridor. Nigel had already disappeared. Outside stood the girl in the white dress, glancing at him. The private room was soundproof. The corridor outside had been quiet just now, but once the door opened, it felt like noise enveloped Nigel. Glancing at the middle, Abdurrahman, whose voice was like nails on a chalkboard, held the microphone and sang horribly. Nigel returned to his original seat, and a few boys nearby greeted him. But Nigel was already annoyed and didn't even bother with pleasantries. Seeing this, the others didn't bother either. However, a newly arrived girl insisted on approaching him. My name is Troyan. What should I call you, brother? Troyan held a glass of red wine, wearing a white shirt and a tight skirt, putting on glasses in an attempt to look intellectual. But Nigel wasn't in the mood to play along and averted his gaze. Anyone with sense would know to stay far away when someone clearly wasn't in the mood for flirting. Chapter 21. Aiko gets drunk. Nigel takes control. Troyan moved even closer, her 2 soft mounds rubbing against him either intentionally or unintentionally. Feeling down? They say alcohol can ease one's worries. Let me pour you a drink, brother. Her voice was sweet and playful, but all Nigel could think of was the image of Aiko with a flushed face calling out Michael's name again and again. Troyan took a new wine glass and poured for Nigel, one hand touching his thigh while holding the glass to feed him. Nigel snatched it away and gulped down the whole glass in one breath, tilting his head back. His Adam's apple moved up and down as he swallowed. The dim yellow light reflected on his pale skin, and the glass cast flickering shadows. Beside him, Troyan watched the man, finding him more appealing with each moment. Her heart raced, and her smile deepened. She took the empty glass from his hand, nearly pressing her entire body against him. You're really something, brother. Nigel's gaze fell on her white shirt, and images of what he saw outside kept flashing in his mind. Aiko gripping Michael's white shirt, buttons falling off, still clinging tightly to him, as if she were a child who needed to be escorted to the bathroom door. Why didn't she let Michael carry her into the ladies' room? Huh. Troyan thought that Nigel's expression meant he was becoming interested in her. When he entered earlier, Troyan had noticed Nigel right away, not just because everyone around him fawned over him while he remained indifferent without even a smile, but also because of the carefree, yet charming air he exuded. His eyes, glancing casually yet deeply, gave nothing away, making one curious and speculating endlessly. Truly the finest dish. Brother, since I've poured you a drink, can't you tell me your name? Troyan knew exactly who she was close to. The manager had told them this Nigel was the most important person in the private room. Judging by everyone else's attitude, she figured it out easily. But there was a difference between guessing and hearing it from the man himself. Her hand slid down his trouser fabric toward his thigh, feeling a noticeable bulge in the pocket. Troyan pressed against it. What are you hiding, brother? She wasn't really interested in what was in his pocket, just using it as an excuse to get closer. The unresponsive man finally glanced at her properly. This was the first time he had looked at her face directly as she leaned in. Troyan raised an eyebrow. Brother? Then, her hand on his pocket was pushed away. Troyan paused, then chuckled. So precious? I'm even more curious now. Nigel slowly filled another glass to the brim, pouring until the wine spilled over. This bottle cost thousands, but he seemed indifferent as he poured the last drop. He wiped the wine from his hands with a tissue, his long fingers moving gracefully. Troyan grabbed his hand. Let me help you wipe. Nigel tossed the tissue onto the table, and her hand slipped off. He leaned back, lazily pointing to the bottle. Outside the women's restroom, there's a guy standing. If you can get him to finish this bottle. His voice trailed off, filled with ambiguous allure. Without hesitation, Troyan agreed. That's easy. She picked up the bottle, spilling some as she lifted it, some onto the floor, some sliding down her slender legs into her high heels. She walked out, stopping at the door to glance back at Nigel. Only then did Nigel stand up, his movements relaxed and nonchalant. His well-fitted ivory black suit didn't give off any hint of maturity or stability. Instead, it exuded a casual, yet noble charm. With his pure white fingertips idly playing with his phone, his long legs stepped forward. Troyan opened the door. She immediately spotted the boy outside the ladies' room, dressed in a white shirt, still looking somewhat like a student. Her eyes lit up. So many handsome guys tonight. She messed up her own collar and staggered toward Michael. Michael took a few steps back, not satisfied, and moved further down the corridor. Who would have thought that drunkard would come near him again? Michael suppressed his discomfort and asked, Is there something you need? Troyan looked up, raising the glass. Too much to drink. Couldn't finish it. As she spoke, she swayed toward Michael. Little brother, what should I do? My boss won't let me leave unless I finish this. Michael backed away, unable to see the restroom anymore, pushing her gently. Sorry, Troyan touched his hand. Can you help me? Michael wrinkled his nose at the smell of alcohol on her, and he refused resolutely. No. Troyan was still entangling Michael when she saw Nigel, who had been leaning beside the private room door, walking towards the restroom. She didn't think much about it. Thinking of his earlier words, she believed that if this man drank the wine, something might happen between her and Nigel. Michael, facing the corridor side, did indeed notice someone passing by, but Troyan's renewed advances left him no time to pay attention. Miss, I don't drink alcohol. Please let go. My sister is over there, drunk, and I'm worried she'll wander off. Is she your biological sister or a lover? You would let me die from drinking then. Troyan lowered her eyes. My parents divorced and started new families, leaving me with just an elderly person. Today is my first day part-time here, and I haven't even gotten paid yet. Troyan raised her glass, which now held only half a cup. I've already had more than 10 glasses, really. Troyan's voice trembled slightly, her sweet and coquettish tone quivering. Michael sized her up. Her short skirt was splattered with alcohol, and the edges of her high heels were worn red. Aiko emerged from the restroom, supporting herself against the wall. Just as she appeared, someone grabbed her hand and led her towards the stairwell. I want to take the elevator. She refused to move her feet, arching her body backward. Not taking the stairs, Michael. I won't take the stairs. No. Nigel looked at her. Aiko usually appeared before him dressed elegantly and vibrant in youthful dresses, but this kind of demurely alluring black lace dress was something he had never seen her wear before. What annoyed him was always hearing those two words, Michael, coming from her mouth. Without a word, he took off his suit jacket and put it on her, then scooped her up into his arms horizontally. The drunken girl, smelling the familiar scent, quieted down. Nigel patted Aiko's head. He felt her warm breath on his collarbone and neck. Chapter 22. Drunk, but still knows to avoid me. After dealing with the woman, Michael immediately ran to the toilet entrance, checking the time. He wanted to send a message to Kylie to come up and see how Aiko was doing inside. On his phone, an old message box suddenly jumped to the front. Nigel, Aiko is with me. It was a simple sentence, with no tone of inquiry or comfort, as if it were a kidnapper sending a message demanding money. What are you going to do? Where are you? After sending the message, Michael looked at the staircase next to the restroom. Just now, in the corridor, he only felt someone coming, not someone passing by. Thinking about this, Michael hurriedly went down the stairs. He then saw another message on his phone screen. Nigel, nothing much, just asking some questions. I'll send her back before 10 o'clock. Michael's eyes focused on before 10 o'clock. His foot lost its grip and almost slipped on the stairs. Supporting himself on the railing, he rushed down 4 steps at a time until he reached the ground floor. The crowd in the bar had doubled since they arrived, making it impossible for Michael to spot Aiko. Also, at the Color Bar parking lot, Jesse got out of the car to open the back door for Nigel. His eyes caught sight of the person he was holding. Her slightly curled hair fell like seaweed, while Nigel held her waist with one hand and circled her neck with the other, his clearly defined knuckles resting on the back of her head. Her face, small like a palm, was buried in his chest, hiding her appearance. Jesse noticed that the black suit on the girl belonged to Nigel, and under the suit, a bit of lace from a skirt peeked out. Her legs, white and smooth, swung in the air, occasionally brushing against Nigel's pants leg with her clean white shoes. Nigel had a phobia of dirt, yet Jesse watched him grow up. This was the first time he saw him give his clothes to someone else and personally carry them into the car. If this were any other day, he might have thrown the person on the ground or even flung them into the sky. As Nigel prepared to place Aiko in the car, the previously sleeping person started moving her legs. I'm so hungry. Nigel paused for a moment, then heard Aiko mutter intermittently, I'm hungry. Michael, I'm hungry, Michael. Nigel's tongue slid over his sharp teeth, and a low murmur escaped his lips, then stay hungry. Placing her in the car, Nigel sat down. Jessie closed the door and walked toward the driver's seat. How can you starve me to death? Aiko mumbled sleepily, lying on Nigel's lap, her eyes closed. I'm hungry. She used one hand as a pillow and the other to pat Nigel's head restlessly. Nigel's head tilted to the side due to the patting, and he looked helpless. What do you want to eat? Mango, billions of layers. Nigel remained silent for a while before recalling the mango 1,000 layer he had ordered for Aiko last time. The girl's sticky voice kept entering his ears. Michael. Nigel covered her mouth with his palm with a smack. Go to Xingdian dessert shop on Wanghua Street. Aiko suddenly pinched his earlobe, frowning. We can't go to Xingdian. You're trying to kill me. Nigel chuckled lightly. Didn't you say you wanted to eat? Aiko pouted. I'm drunk, we can't go. Saying this, Aiko tugged on Nigel's cool earlobe and swayed it back and forth. Can't go. Nigel's head followed the motion, and he grabbed Aiko's hand to free his earlobe. All right, we won't go. The logic of not going to a dessert shop when drunk made sense to no one but a drunkard. Nigel dismissed her words, pinching her cheek and retaliating by squeezing it. Quite harsh. His deep voice carried a hint of resentment. Seeing Nigel gave no further instructions, Jessie drove toward Wanghua Street. Aiko then insisted on drinking water. Lying down made it hard to feed her, so Nigel pushed her legs down and held her upright by the arm, making her sit properly. Aiko couldn't straighten her back without support, and she would fall forward if Nigel didn't hold her. So he wrapped one arm around her, twisted open a bottle of mineral water, and brought it to her lips. Aiko pushed it away slightly, causing some water to spill out. Feeling a cold sensation in his crotch, Nigel looked down. Raising his eyes to glance at Aiko, his gaze darkened. On purpose. Aiko lowered her head, half-closed eyes, mumbling, I'm thirsty. If Aiko's cheeks weren't as red as a monkey's bottom, Nigel might have suspected she was intentionally retaliating. Wiping with a tissue, the wet spot on his black pants was noticeably darker. The culprit held onto his hand and bit down on the water bottle's mouth. Water. Nigel let go of the tissue and pinched Aiko's chin, slowly tilting the water bottle. Clear water slowly flowed into her mouth. Nigel had never served anyone like this from childhood till now. Even feeding water had to be done like this. In a short while, Aiko had drunk more than half of the water. Gradually, she stopped drinking, and a trickle of water flowed from the corner of her mouth. Nigel hurriedly moved the water bottle away, still holding Aiko's chin steady with his hand. You should have said something if you didn't want to drink anymore. He felt somewhat flustered, changing the direction of his hand holding her chin. Reaching around her neck, he tried to pick up the lid to seal the water bottle. Just as the lid was about to fit, he felt sticky water flowing down to his forearm. A glance revealed that Aiko's chin rested on his arm around her neck, saliva now dripping from her mouth onto his hand. Enduring the itchy sensation all over his skin, he quickly tightened the cap and casually tossed the water bottle aside. He used several tissues to block her mouth. Aiko, who had been looking down, was now tilted back by his actions, allowing Nigel a clearer view of her makeup for the day. Even though Nigel didn't understand makeup, he could tell Aiko had put in serious effort today. Her eyeliner was especially noticeable. He stared at Aiko's face. As the tissue left her lips, it carried a smudge of red lipstick. He didn't pay attention to it, wiping the saliva off his hand directly. Wiping along his forearm to his fingertips, his gaze fell on Aiko's exposed cold white skin. Somehow, it too had gotten wet at some point. The one shoulder strap offered little support, and after Aiko moved around, the lace edge slid down a bit more. The curves were subtly revealed, and her moist skin looked inviting under the warm yellow light inside the car. A drowsy and hoarse voice slowly emerged. Goo goo. Nigel. Nigel's eyelashes fluttered slightly, revealing the delicate inner folds. His long lashes cast shadows under his eyes, reflecting the light as he looked at Aiko. His brows arched sharply, and his deep-set eyes seemed like they could pull someone in. Aiko retreated a little. Noticing her movement, Nigel emitted a soft mocking laugh, which stirred a breeze in the quiet car, brushing against Aiko's face. Avoiding me? Nigel did not touch Aiko, leaning back slightly. His black eyes flicked sideways. Drunk, but still knows to avoid me. Another low laugh followed, tinged with self-mockery. Chapter 23. Didn't we already break up? The car stopped, and Jessie ran to open the back door. Nigel got out of the car, his arm resting on the car door, looking at Aiko inside. Aren't you coming down? Upon hearing Nigel's voice, Aiko should be corrected as Aiko Nigel bent into the car, gripping her thigh with his large hand, pulling her into his arms, and carried her out. He casually picked up the fallen suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders. They entered the dessert shop and found a seat. Throughout the whole process, Nigel kept his arm around her waist. Nigel deliberately chose a corner seat. The waiter brought the menu, but Nigel only ordered a mango mille-feuille and added, "Bring a glass of lukewarm water." Lowering his head, he looked at the person half reclining in his arms. It seemed she had calmed down after he called her name. He rubbed his fingers over the soft flesh of her waist, calling out, "Aiko." No response. "Aiko." Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes twinkled. A smile formed at the corner of his lips as he leaned close to her ear. He whispered tentatively, "Alicia?" Aiko nodded and murmured vaguely in agreement. The server brought the glass of warm water. Nigel took it, offering her a sip, but she refused. He put it back on the table. At the reception desk, it was quiet now. Two girls taking orders huddled together chatting. She does look like her more and more. I think so too. She seems drunk. Is that guy her boyfriend? He's holding her. Should we tell the manager? What if he's not her boyfriend? Nigel looked at Aiko. Do you know who I am? Aiko pouted. That one. Which one? The one. Who? Say his name. The mango millefeuille arrived, and Nigel used a fork to cut off a small piece, holding it to her mouth. Just as Aiko opened her mouth to eat, it flew away before reaching her lips. Nigel held the fork slightly to the side. Who am I? Tell me, and you'll get it. Aiko looked at him, lifting her index finger and poking his face. Nigel, right? She lowered her head, whispering softly. Besides her, no one else cares. Deeply affectionate iceberg. Except for his name, Nigel couldn't make out the rest of what she said. It sounded like she was reciting some incantation. He leaned closer. What did you say? Aiko's finger slid down from his hand, her body shrinking further. Nigel steadied her by holding her waist. Fine. You know who I am. Nigel nodded to himself. Now why did you delete me? Aiko suddenly pushed him, standing up from her seat, pointing at Nigel. Didn't we already break up? Why are you still? Do you want to call someone to beat me up? Her voice grew louder, pointing at Nigel. You liar, scum you. Alicia. Nigel stood up without touching her when a man in an apron rushed over and grabbed Aiko. Glancing at his work uniform, Nigel noticed that unlike the other waiters, this one had no name tag. Seeing his hand tightly gripping Aiko's arm, Nigel sneered lazily. Another knight in shining armor? Osiris had just heard from an employee that his sister was drunk and being held by a man in the corner eating cake. He didn't believe it at first, but sure enough, he saw this man bullying Aiko. He shielded Aiko, sizing up Nigel, who didn't look like an honest guy. What are you doing? Got her drunk like this. I made her drink. Nigel laughed sarcastically. Are you really saying this is my doing? Do I look like someone who forces people to drink? Nigel didn't know who this man was, feeling irritable. Ask her other knight in shining armor how she ended up in a bar drinking so much. Michael. Osiris helped Aiko sit down, taking out his phone to send a message to Michael. Hearing the name Michael and recognizing his number, Nigel felt a sting in his heart. You all know each other? Nigel glanced at Aiko, who had fallen asleep on the sofa with a pillow. She said she loved him. Did she love him while keeping two backup options? Without waiting for Osiris to call Michael for clarification, Nigel went over, picked up Aiko, and walked toward the door. Alicia. Osiris chased after them. As soon as he ran out, he saw Nigel carrying Aiko into the car. Michael's call connected just then. He asked while running forward. Who's that guy with Alicia? Does she have a boyfriend? Ex-boyfriend. He said he'd return Alicia by 10. I'm heading to her place now. Osiris slowed his steps, glancing at the car driving away in front of him. He immediately got into his own car and chased after it. Nigel, seeing the car that followed, instructed Jesse to speed up and shake off the follower. He couldn't possibly hand Aiko over to a man he didn't know. Even Michael seemed more reliable than this guy. From Aiko's words, he had learned which floor she lived on. They were already in the elevator. In her one-floor one-house apartment building, only Aiko's card could grant access to go up. Nigel glanced at Aiko's dress. Did you bring your elevator card? Before waiting for Aiko's reply, he saw her suddenly lift her skirt. Hey. Nigel held her hand down, leaning close to her ear. This isn't your bathroom. The card. Aiko reached under her skirt, taking the card out from her shorts pocket. Nigel breathed a sigh of relief. You're quite smart. Standing in the hallway leading directly to Aiko's home, they faced the password lock outside the door. Nigel turned his head to look at Aiko. Bringing you home feels like passing through many hurdles and slaying several enemies, right? After a moment of silence, memories suddenly flooded back of Aiko dragging him shopping. They walked into a jewelry store. He trailed behind her all morning without any patience, sitting on the sofa next to him and checking his phone. Aiko stood in front of him. Nigel, take a look. Does it look good? He gave it a quick glance. Just an ordinary Alicia bracelet. Not particularly beautiful or ugly. He objectively commented. Average. Aiko seemed dissatisfied with his quick judgment and took off the bracelet. I'm someone who is pampered at home, yet you have no patience with me. Every time we go out, I'm the one who invites you. Though Nigel wasn't particularly interested in anything, he still knew how to soothe women when he heard Aiko's dissatisfaction. He turned off his phone, stood up, and looked at the nearby salesperson. Pack all the jewelry containing Alicia on this display. Aiko tugged at him. Why are you buying so much? Each piece here must cost at least 1,000 yuan. Though Aiko didn't come from a poor family, she had never experienced such treatment before. Nigel took out his wallet and paid by card. I just want you to be happy. Chapter 24, going to Jing City? Ding. The password lock opened. Nigel was holding Aiko in his arms. The corridor light, which was motion activated, had dimmed due to the lack of noise for a long time. In the darkness, more emotions surged in Nigel's eyes. The password was indeed Aiko's birthday. Perhaps because from childhood, Armin only knew how to give money or reprimands. This was the first time Nigel realized that a door lock could be set to a child's birthday. He carried her inside. Inside the house was dark but clear enough to see various obstacles. A large wall-to-wall window faced a bustling city skyline filled with lights. Nigel scanned the surroundings and flipped all the switches on the right side of the entrance. With a few clicks, the room lit up brightly. Warm and spacious, the main color tone was yellow. Nigel's fingertips were still on the switches. He glanced sideways and noticed that each white switch had a bright yellow chin sticker, whose edges were worn out, indicating they had been there for quite some time. A scene immediately flashed through his mind. The helpless look on Aiko's face as she fiddled with a chin sticker on her water cup. Looking down, he saw another chin sticker on the carpet at the entrance. He carried Aiko further into the room. His gaze fell on a cardboard box by the floor-to-ceiling window, filled with old toys. Following his line of sight, he looked at the photo frame on the nearby low cabinet. Behind it stood Aiko's parents, while Abby sat in the middle holding onto young Aiko's shoulders. In the 4 rooms, Nigel could instantly tell that the one with a glowing chin charm hanging on the doorknob belonged to Aiko. Opening the door with one hand, he found the room contrary to his expectations. A typical girly room it was not. He remembered Aiko always loved buying all kinds of useless but pretty things, thinking her room would be filled with such items. To his surprise, Aiko's room was predominantly blue and white, spacious, and almost devoid of clutter. Beside the floor-to-ceiling window was a piano and a drawing board. There wasn't even a stool before the piano. Nigel figured Aiko must have lost interest after playing it for just a few days. Placing her on the bed, Aiko grabbed his clothes, pulling them both down onto the mattress. What? Aiko frowned slightly, muttering, "It hurts." Her hand reached down. Nigel grasped her hand. Glancing down, he saw that her fingers were hooked around the keychain in his pocket. Let go. He squeezed her hand and separated her fingers. He merely wanted to retrieve the keychain. However, his gaze paused on their almost interlocked hands. Kneeling beside Aiko, his knee resting beside her thigh, he felt for his phone in his bag. Instinctively, he aimed at their intertwined hands. Aiko had slightly longer nails, pink-tipped, and slender fingers, her soft fingertips pressing against Nigel's palm through the Hello Kitty keychain. Her tender fingertips touched his palm like a gentle tickle. Muscles on Nigel's hand tensed under the strain, highlighting a sense of latent power. Snap! He stared at the image on his phone screen for a moment. Feeling it wasn't enough, he took out the keychain and held her hand tightly once more. Snap! The sensual image on the phone screen stopped at that moment. Aiko rolled over, hugging her teddy bear closely. Nigel slowly released her hand and got off the bed. Pinching her ankle, he slipped off her shoes and covered her with a blanket. Turning, he switched off the room lights. After placing her on the bed, Nigel removed her shoes and covered her with a blanket again. Standing up, he turned off the room lights. Guided by the sliver of light seeping through the door crack, his gaze landed on Aiko's sleeping face. Today, nothing had been revealed. Nigel tore off a sticky note from her desk, scribbled a message on it, then left the room, turning off all the lights. Finally, everything returned to silence. Final exams are coming up soon. Aren't you going to study? Aiko reminded Kylie as she continued watching Antonio's videos while working on math problems. I'll be fine as long as I pass, Kylie said indifferently. Aiko and Kylie sat in the last row. This was an astronomy class they had chosen together. They managed to stay interested only in the first lecture. Afterward, they became regular fixtures in the back row, either skipping or tuning out most classes. Hey, Chin, where are you planning to go for summer vacation? Aiko shook her head. I don't know yet. Last summer, upon learning that Nigel went to Rouen City, she told her parents she would go with friends and tagged along, but ended up feeling completely out of place. This summer, she intended to go wherever she wished. Maybe I'll ask the others in the group chat, Kylie said, exiting the video page. Aiko focused on the problem in front of her. Good grades were important, after all. Michael is working again during the summer vacation. Kylie shook her head. He's really pushing himself. Cleo has to stay on campus for training and competition, and Amadeo is going abroad. Aiko thought for a moment. I heard from Abby that she plans to go to Jing City in July. If I have nothing else to do, I'll probably accompany her. Go to Jing City? That's quite far. What's the reason? Kylie asked casually. Aiko furrowed her brow. My grandmother was adopted. Later, when she married my grandfather, they cut ties with her birth family and moved to Beijing. Mom mentioned before that Abby has a half-brother in Jing City. It seems he's sick, so Abby wants to visit him. So dramatic? Does it follow the plot of a rich girl falling in love with a poor boy and cutting ties with her family? Aiko laughed and joked. Mom mentioned that family indeed had money, but it doesn't concern us. Abby was adopted and then severed ties. Would you expect them to leave some inheritance for us, just like that? This was just a small interlude, and they soon forgot about it after chatting. A few days before the final exams, Aiko overheard her mother on the phone. Abby said she would set off for Jing City. Aiko put down her warm milk and hurriedly took the phone. Abby, can you wait a few more days? I'll accompany you once my exams are done. Hazel smiled beside her and spoke into the phone. Mom, why don't you wait a few more days? It will be reassuring to have Sky by your side. I might not return for a while this time. She might get bored staying with an old lady like me. Aiko smiled helplessly. Jing City has so many fun places. At the very least, I can play on my phone. Abby, let me go with you. Besides, I'd be bored at home in Beijing anyway, and Michael and the others all have their own things to do. Perhaps not wanting to go alone, Abby agreed after Aiko said that. Holding her milk, Aiko followed her mother and asked about the family in Jing City. Mom, the other day I mentioned Abby to Kylie, and she said it sounded like a story of a rich girl falling for a poor boy. Is that true? Tell me more. Hazel sat on the sofa, holding a book. She glanced up and chuckled. Your father told me something about this back then. It said that the family Abby stayed with was extremely wealthy. They were forced to adopt her due to some public opinion. Her life there wasn't easy. Later, she met Amnon, and that family disapproved of their relationship. So, Abby severed ties with them. Oh, Griffin wasn't born yet back then, right? Did Abby tell Griffin this? Aiko hugged her milk and bit the straw, clearly intrigued. Her expression suggested she was listening to gossip. These stories could be found in the news, but they're only surface level. No one knows what really happened back then. Don't mention this to Abby. Aiko nodded. Don't worry, I won't say anything to Abby. But her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she immediately returned to her room with her milk. She turned on her computer and typed in Abby's name, Orla. It was decades ago, so there were few reports online. However, Aiko still found the news article her mother mentioned. Chapter 25 I'm Your Dog. It turned out that Aiko's great-grandparents had once been tycoons in the business world, but later became entangled in an economic case leading to bankruptcy. The only minor daughter left was Aiko's grandmother, originally named Catherine. Later, the chairman of Cushing Group adopted her and changed her surname to Orla. Then her grandmother severed ties with the Gu family and moved to Beicheng with her grandfather. Aiko thought about her grandmother's half-brother with different fathers, whom she was going to visit in Jing City this time. Her fingers tapped on the keyboard a few times, clicking on search. But she did not find any information about her grandmother's brother online at all. She loosened her grip on the mouse, her gaze shifting to a white grid note before her eyes. Scammer. The seemingly chaotic yet oddly unrestrained handwriting made Aiko feel irked. How had she become a scammer? Aiko grabbed it. This piece of paper had been placed on her desk for days, but she just couldn't figure it out. When had she, Aiko, ever become a scammer? Michael told her what happened that day. She got drunk, and Nigel sent her back home. On the last day of the exam, Aiko went to the examination room 20 minutes early with her pencil case. The sun was bright outside. Aiko didn't bother with an umbrella, wearing a light yellow sun-protective coat. She wore a cap with a long brim, which conveniently covered her face. Her phone showed a video edited by a super fan of Antonio. The cover was absolutely gorgeous with tears. She sent a message. I'm about to arrive at the exam venue. We'll watch after the test. Otherwise, she feared her mind would be full of Antonio after watching it. Aiko looked down, holding the pencil case under her arm while typing on her phone with both hands. There was a milk tea shop next to her. Seeing quite a few people inside, Aiko gave up the idea of buying an icy drink to refresh herself. Hey. While Aiko was replying to Kylie's message, someone suddenly bumped into her from the side. She stumbled back a few steps unsteadily. A cold liquid soaked her chest, emitting a thick sweet aroma of brown milk tea. Aiko looked down. The spilt milk tea slid off her sun-protective coat and fell onto her light blue pants and white shoes. Classmate, I'm really sorry. So sorry. The boy's face was flushed red as he apologized to Aiko. Aiko first glanced behind him. There were 2 steps there, which he might have slipped from unintentionally. It's okay, you didn't mean to. I'll wash it when I get home. Waving her hand, Aiko was glad she wore a sun-protective coat. Otherwise, if her tight white t-shirt inside got wet, she might have exposed herself. A slender hand beside her handed her phone over. Your phone. The indifferent voice sounded casual and low. Without turning her head, just hearing the voice, Aiko knew it was Nigel. Master Antonio. I am your dog. In clothes, you're my darling. Out of them, you're my master. Aiko's pupils dilated. Her mind went blank. Trembling, she held the phone, ignoring that her pencil case fell onto the ground, rolling into the spilled milk tea. She only frantically pressed the volume down button. Even the tip of Nigel's finger nestled in her palm went unnoticed, until the volume increased. She pressed the wrong button. On the screen of the phone, Nigel's fingertip pressed on the video screen, landing right on the pectoral muscles of the man wrapped in a bath towel in the video. Who understands? It gives a feeling of being very good at it, like breaking the bed and splitting the earth. Griffin you. The sharp, excited voices of fans burst into Aiko's ears. She felt like dying. Her face contorted, lips tightly pursed. Snatching her phone, she firmly covered the speaker. Face red, trembling fingertips. She shut off the video, which had opened without her realizing it. She should have known. Videos from Kylie wouldn't be proper. She should have watched them with headphones after the test. Who could have thought it would open on Nigel's hands, in public? The boy who spilt milk tea on Aiko looked even redder, stuttering. Shall I buy you a cup of milk tea? Wiping her blackened screen, Aiko spoke softly. You can go. If he stayed any longer, she would die. The boy said another couple of apologies, suppressing laughter, and walked away with his friends. Aiko hung her head, her chin almost touching her collarbone, quietly picking up the pencil case dripping with milk tea from the ground. She said nothing, one hand gripping the dirty pencil case, the other tightly holding the phone. She turned, moved, and left. No worries, Aiko. Everyone dies eventually. This life will soon pass. It's okay. Suddenly, the cloth on the back of her neck was grabbed. Aiko paused mid-step, her sun-protective coat, hat falling off. Humph. The boy let out a lazy chuckle, piercing through Aiko's eardrums, making her wish she could disappear from the world. Nigel looked at the person in front of him who wished to shrink her head into her neck and smiled teasingly. I didn't expect you to be quite the naughty one. The last syllable was drawn out with a nasal tone, making Aiko even more embarrassed. She clenched her back teeth tightly. What's it got to do with you? Let me go. I helped you pick up your phone, and you embarrass me along with you. Don't you have anything to say? Aiko turned around and glared at him. You have the nerve to say that. It was you who clicked it open. As she spoke, Aiko became so angry that she wiped the wet pin bag against Nigel's body, leaving wet milk tea stains on his abdomen. He was wearing black clothes, so it wasn't very noticeable. This made Aiko feel like her punch landed on cotton. Immature. Nigel glanced lazily at the stain on his clothes without much concern. Leaning down slightly, he looked at Aiko. Do you blame me for watching those inappropriate things all day? Aiko blushed, bit her lip, furrowed her brows, and glared at him. Who watches them all day? Nigel stared at Aiko and lightly said, Oh. Then he added, So you watch it every other day? Aiko gritted her teeth. What did you mean by writing scammer? Isn't it clear what you've been doing? Nigel stood straight, hands in his pockets as he walked forward. If we don't leave now, we'll be late. Aiko followed behind him. What did I do? If I'm a scammer, then you're a scumbag. Aiko's voice wasn't loud. She didn't want to draw attention from others. Standing close to Nigel, she stared at him. That night, I was clearly with Michael and the others. You picked me up for no reason. Don't think I was drunk and knew nothing. What do you know? Nigel walked forward with long strides. Without looking at Aiko, he asked, what do you know? As a girl, you were so drunk you couldn't even remember your own name. Are you really trusting Michael, or do you not care about what he does to you? Nigel stepped out of the shadow, squinting in the sunlight, his tone cool. Or are you just hoping for him to do something to you? Chapter 26. She was as humble as a dog. And another thing, you have quite a few knights in shining armor, don't you? He chuckled lightly. Nigel moved forward. Aiko remained rooted to the spot, standing there stunned for a moment. She ran a few steps after him, wanting to ask clearly what he meant by that remark. Then she stopped. Anyway, her affairs had nothing to do with Nigel anymore. Why should she bother to ask? Even if she asked and got an answer, would she have to explain anything to him? Between her and Nigel, they should be ignoring each other. The final exam ended. It was already 5 o'clock. Aiko was cornered in a small alley behind the teaching building. Do you need something? Aiko looked at the 4 tall boys opposite her. One of them even had a tattoo on his face, with chaotic English letters. Clearly not someone easy to deal with. Aiko did not recall ever offending them. Aiko, you don't remember me? The boy in the middle wore a pair of ripped jeans and had 3 or 4 skull earrings in his ears. This made Aiko feel uneasy inside. We've never met. Her back pressed against the cold tile wall, her fingertips unconsciously clawing at the gaps between the tiles. Don't be nervous. I'm not going to do anything to you. He spat out the chewed gum from his mouth. It landed right on Aiko's white sneakers. She felt nauseated. He said he wouldn't do anything, yet this action was not benevolent. But with those 4 boys in front of her, of course, she wasn't foolish enough to yell at him for spitting out gum without manners. This is still the school, she reminded him, warning that there were many people around, not to act rashly. Right now, everyone is eager to go home after the exams. Do you think anyone will notice you? Nigel leaned lazily against the doorpost, glancing occasionally at the people leaving. Nigel left the examination room first. Aiko was in the adjacent room. From outside the corridor, through the open door, he could still see Aiko sitting in the last row, head down, pen scribbling away, frowning and chewing on the pen cap from time to time. Nigel glanced at his watch. Is it really taking so long? When he left, Aiko had already finished the test. Even if she went to the restroom, it shouldn't take this long. Nigel's gaze fell on the back door. Behind it was a small alley, then a little woods. With the holidays coming, hardly anyone would go there. He glanced at the moving hands of his watch again. He strode toward the back door. What kind of pretense are you putting up? Weren't you the one chasing after Nigel, calling out loudly with your face all over him? Give my phone back. Why? Are you going to call your boyfriend? The 4 boys surrounded the person in the middle tightly. Let her call. Maybe he won't pick up at all, laughed the boy on Aiko's left. Aiko, I'm just reminding you kindly. Someone like Nigel, he's only playing with you. The boy leaned closer to Aiko. You don't really think he likes you, do you? People like him. Haven't they seen and played with everything? When he gets tired of you, do you think you'll have any real affection left between you? Aiko didn't reply to him, not even looking at him. Through a gap, she saw Nigel. She didn't know why, but her heart felt a bit relieved. She thought she could be saved. But Nigel just stood there, unmoving. Even though he saw her, his expression didn't change at all. Aiko felt suffocated, unable to breathe, her breath stuck in her nasal cavity, tingling and achy. He seemed to be waiting for her to humiliate herself by begging him. Even those eyes, usually brimming with tenderness, now looked dark and distant, silently saying 2 words. Plead to me. She suddenly understood. What doesn't belong to you, don't touch it. Otherwise, you'll only get hurt. She pursed her lips, not speaking, her tight lips pale. The boy touched her face. So, don't put on that high and mighty act. Don't think too highly of yourself. Didn't I add you, and you didn't agree? The softness of her skin under his fingers made him pinch it. Aiko's beautiful eyes now held a sharp edge when she looked at him. She spoke faintly. I'm not that great. Saying this, she gently placed both hands on his shoulders. Nigel's eyebrows furrowed. A slight wind blew past, rustling the leaves around his feet. He stepped forward, crunching sound echoing as he approached Aiko. The boy pinched her small hand, satisfied with her compliance. Thought you were such a good girl, but it was all an act. Actually, I like it. The boy in front of Aiko clutched his groin area, bending over in pain, screaming. Aiko always appeared absolutely vulnerable. No one expected her to attack suddenly. You want to die? You dare to hit someone. Someone raised their hand to strike Aiko. Yet, it was tightly held by a strong hand. Who wants to die? Nigel firmly gripped the hand of the one who intended to strike. The lines and arcs of his arm muscles stood out as he applied force, pressing the restrained hand towards the elbow. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. His forearm tightened with effort, the veins under his skin visible. Let go, let go. The man bent over in pain. Aiko snatched the phone from the boy's hand. Seeing Nigel, the other 3 boys clenched their fists tighter. Aiko's hands were trembling as she resolutely took out the phone to dial 110. One of the boys saw this and panic flashed in his eyes. He rushed at Aiko, intending to snatch the phone from her. However, his action became meaningless under Nigel's heavy punch, and he immediately started bleeding from his face after the solid hit. Aiko seized the opportunity to slip past them, standing steadily behind Nigel. The remaining 3 boys exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with determination. Without hesitation, they attacked Nigel together, the wind roaring with each punch. Aiko did not stay. She turned and ran far away, trying hard to steady her trembling voice as she described the scene to the police on the phone. By the time the police arrived, Nigel had already subdued the 3 boys on his own. They covered their injured parts, their eyes filled with terror and unwillingness. Aiko heaved a deep sigh of relief, her palms sweating from clutching the phone tightly. Seeing Nigel walking towards her, she took 2 steps back. If not for explaining the situation to the police, she would have left long ago. Nigel grabbed her hand, his gaze intensely focused on her. Don't you have a mouth? Can't you call for me? Would you rather be bullied? She knew clearly that if she had yielded. Do you think you are tough, able to fight those people? Nigel pinched her arm. You won't even call me once, right? Aiko didn't resist, or perhaps she was too weak to resist. Nigel, I never thought you would be such a person originally. Aiko's lips trembled, her nose turning red from sadness. So, the person she had liked for 4 years treated her so coldly. Her 4 years turned out to be a joke. A ridiculous joke hidden deep in her heart. Chapter 27. Nigel, we're breaking up. Nigel's voice was heavy and tense. What kind of person have I become? What's wrong with you? You're indifferent, selfish. You never consider anyone else's feelings. Aiko, how have you treated me? What right do you have to say such things to me now? Yes, I don't have the right. After all, they no longer had a relationship. But Aiko just couldn't accept it. She liked Nigel, secretly for 3 years, before finally mustering the courage to pursue him. Maybe that saying was right. What comes easily isn't cherished. Between her and Nigel, he was always high above, while she was always trying to please him. Always chasing after Nigel. She was so humble, it was like she was a dog. Even when she saw other girls hugging his arm, she didn't dare ask him anything. And he seemed to think there was no need to explain to her. She shook her head, her eyes red-rimmed, staring into Nigel's pupils, which were moist. How have I treated you? How have I treated you? She stared at him, questioning fiercely. How have you treated me? You went out drinking with Michael at night. Drunk enough not to recognize people. You two were all over each other. Do you dare say you didn't see Michael during our relationship? Can't I have friends? Is my world only supposed to revolve around you? Aiko threw her phone. Nigel, do you really think that Aiko, must be like a dog without any dignity, wagging its tail around you, that you can throw me some scraps, and I should beg and plead? You don't need to paint yourself as the poor victim. To you, only someone like Michael, who takes care of every little detail like a nanny, counts as good treatment. Nigel's gaze was complicated. Indeed, I can't do that. Their eyes met, and at this moment, they seemed to tacitly agree on something. Aiko thought, after this, it would really be over. Don't mention Michael. Aiko's tone was weak, like a light breeze could blow it away. She turned her head, not looking at the haughty person in front of her. The wind brushing against her cheeks brought a cool sensation. Nigel tightened his grip on Aiko's hand. His fingertips pressed into the soft flesh, squeezing an arc. So, even mentioning his name is beneath me, Nigel? He approached her closely. When did I ever say you were worthless? His suppressed heavy voice came with slight breathlessness, his collarbone rising and falling. Which time didn't I yield when you backed down? Which time did I ignore your unreasonable tantrums? Nigel didn't understand. When did he ever treat Aiko like a dog? Who the hell bothers to fall in love with a dog? One moment you say you like me, the next you're flirting with other men, and now you turn around and call me cold and selfish? It's you who said you liked me, yet also blocked and deleted me without a word. Can you stop being so immature? Aiko, do you think you're so amazing, able to play me around like a toy? Aiko's chest heaved as she drew in the dry, stifling air. She lowered her eyes, her voice low and hoarse. Nigel, we're breaking up. The grip on her forearm paused. She lifted her eyes, suppressing her agitation and tears, her face like it was covered by a pink filter. Nigel was momentarily speechless. It seemed nothing he said mattered anymore. She cried. So, no matter who I go drinking or flirt with, it doesn't concern you at all. You asked if Michael and I were involved when we were together. Yes, we were. Aiko nodded. I've known him since childhood. If you cared about me even a little, if you bothered to understand me, you'd know there's nothing between Michael and me. If there had been, you, Nigel, wouldn't even be here. When you say I flirt with other men, what about you? Once I asked you to go to the hospital with me because I felt unwell. You said you were busy. When I came back, I saw you chatting with that senior sister at the school gate, her arm around you. You smiled effortlessly even though you saw me. But you didn't explain. You never explained. Aiko, that time What explanation now? Are you explaining that you laughed with another girl right in front of me, a pathetic lover? That you simply didn't care? Or that you found it unnecessary to explain? I invited you to the amusement park, waited for 2 hours outside your house under the scorching sun. My legs were covered in mosquito bites, but you didn't answer my calls or texts. I foolishly thought you were sleeping and hadn't woken up, which is why you weren't answering. Until you returned home, and I stopped the car asking for an explanation. Do you remember what you said? The corners of Aiko's mouth twitched painfully, her smile forced and self-mocking. Tell me, am I annoying you, Aiko? Nigel closed his eyes, his eyebrows tightly knitted. Aiko, that day was... Don't explain, Nigel. No matter what excuse it is, you don't have the right to explain anymore. If you truly cared about me and wanted to explain, you would have done so long ago. There's no need to make up for it now. So, are you trying to draw a line between us now? Nigel scoffed lightly. For Michael? Or that guy from the bakery? Aiko didn't bother explaining to Nigel anymore. You can think whatever you want. From now on, let's be strangers when we meet. Nigel's tongue slid half a circle along his teeth, murmuring lowly, strangers. Nigel thought he only felt a little possessive as a man because of Aiko's sudden change of heart. Apart from that, there was nothing more. He, Nigel, could never be like Michael, always carrying an umbrella for her, keeping tissues in his bag for her, always remembering things she might forget. Nigel could never cater to Aiko. He had always been indulged by others, and he could never turn into a wimp just for Aiko. I have one question. Nigel's gaze fell softly on her. Will you be with Michael after we break up? Aiko stared at him, originally intending to say that it was impossible for her to be with Michael. Even when she was with Amadeo, it was impossible for her to be with Michael. But looking at the person in front of her who was calm even in his gaze, she laughed. Even if I really ended up with him, got married, and had kids, it has nothing to do with you. You have no right to ask. Just like she had no right to ask about his relationship with Autumn. Aiko wasn't foolish enough to think that just because Nigel came to ask her a few questions, he liked her. He was merely used to her humility and suddenly found himself unaccustomed when she distanced herself. Nigel pressed his lips together tightly, clenching his back molars. Fine, thinking about marriage and having kids, yet still claiming they're just friends. Chapter 28. She will be better off without you. Scott. Michael ran towards Aiko and pulled her away from Nigel, shielding her completely behind him so that not a glimpse of her was visible to Nigel. Nigel curled his lips into a faint smile. His onyx eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. Here comes the knight in shining armor. Now that we've broken up, I hope you'll stay away from her, classmate Gu. Michael met his gaze unflinchingly. Without you, she will only be better. Nigel watched as the two left, his gaze sweeping aside. The shattered screen lay among the fallen leaves, carrying an air of defiance. Abby understood that Aiko would be tired after the exam, so she had packed her things in advance and came to Aiko's home to spend the night with her. On the blue and white checkered bed, beside Aiko was a teddy bear as big as she was. She held the bear in one hand and Abby in the other. I'm already very happy. Abby looked at Aiko with affectionate eyes. Sky, did the exam not go well? Aiko knew that Abby had noticed she wasn't in a good mood today. She forced a smile. No, a little exam like that couldn't possibly challenge me. The genius girl. Aiko hugged Abby. Abby, is your brother easy to get along with? If we move into their house, what if they're unhappy about it? Should we stay in a hotel instead? I'm here to accompany him. He has a stubborn mouth. Having been sick for so long, he never told anyone. Now he sits alone in that big house, keeping an old dog, with no children or grandchildren visiting. Why don't they visit him? A bunch of heartless people. Knowing that the old man donated all his inheritance, they've given up on him, and their conscience has gone to the dogs. Aiko felt cold for the old man too. It was nearly 10 o'clock. Aiko hugged Abby tightly. I don't want Abby to leave. Then Abby will stay with you tonight? Aiko was about to happily agree when Hazel's voice came from outside. Mom, that won't do. Aiko tosses and turns like she's fighting with a ghost at night. You can't take her kicks with your frail body. Mom, you were eavesdropping on my conversation with Abby. Hazel entered with 2 cups of warm milk, handing one to Aiko with a straw inserted. What eavesdropping? I've told you to close the door, but after all these years, you still haven't learned, have you? That's because I trust you and Griffin. Why should I close the door in my own home? Aiko said indignantly, biting the straw. Mom, I hate you. Not trusting you. You're just making excuses for yourself. The Jiang family home had 4 bedrooms. Although her brother and grandma rarely came back to live there, rooms were always kept ready for them. Housekeeping staff regularly cleaned and maintained the 2 empty rooms. Aiko watched as Abby left her room and then lay down with the teddy bear. At Jing City International Airport, Aiko was pulling Abby out of the arrival hall when 2 men in suits approached. If it weren't for their broad builds and unsmiling faces, Aiko might have thought they were selling insurance. Are you Ms. Orla? Abby nodded, and the 2 men took their luggage, guiding them to a car. They drove through endless traffic until reaching a deserted asphalt road. Tiandihuafu. Aiko vaguely remembered hearing that this place was ranked first among the top luxury residences in Jing City. Abby, you must really love Amnon. Aiko couldn't help but say. Originally living in this top-tier mansion, they later moved to North City and settled in a flat. Though outsiders might think they didn't suffer, moving from a palace-like residence to a small house created a stark contrast. Sky. Abby's gentle voice echoed in the car. With houses, bigger isn't necessarily better. After a few more minutes, they arrived. Aiko and Abby entered. Unlike what she imagined, a luxurious mansion adorned with crystal chandeliers, it was understated yet refined, exuding the charm of a century-old building. An elderly man sat in a wheelchair, accompanied by a large brownish-yellow dog. Aiko was surprised. Such wealthy families often kept noble breeds. Yet this was just an ordinary local dog. Beside the elderly man stood a middle-aged man in a suit with graying hair, impeccably groomed. He bowed slightly. Young master's flight was delayed, and he probably won't arrive until midnight. The maid led Aiko and Abby inside. Mr. Gu, Arsene, the guests are here. Aiko saw the old man pause, while Arsene straightened up to look over. He smiled warmly, though his face was aged, his eyes gleaming. Miss Second. Abby held Aiko's hand and smiled. I didn't expect you to still be working here. It's been decades since we last met, but you recognized me at first sight. However, the old man in the wheelchair never turned around. Aiko was led forward by Abby and stood before the old man. The elderly man sitting in the wheelchair looked quite spirited. His eyes were sharp and his features steady and mature. Aiko was a bit curious why Abby was called Second Miss and this old man Mr. Gu, as if there was a difference in generations. He glanced sideways without looking at Orla, instead focusing on Aiko. And this young lady is? Aiko waited quietly for Abby to introduce her before she greeted the old man. My granddaughter, Aiko. Aiko clearly detected a tremor in Abby's calm voice. She paused, looked at Abby, and tightened her grip on her hand. Amnon, hello? I'm Aiko. I was worried about Abby coming alone, so I came with her. Sorry to disturb you during this time. Facing the stern yet unthreatening old man, Aiko felt somewhat nervous. She pursed her lips and bowed. Only then did she meet the old man's gaze. Aiko. The elderly man in the wheelchair nodded politely with a faint smile. Aiko felt a momentary daze. For some reason, Nigel suddenly popped into her mind. Their first meeting in high school freshman year. Because she was the first to arrive, The homeroom teacher entrusted her with the task of registering the students' names. Aiko had already registered the names of those who arrived early. Holding that list, she was telling the teacher that one person was missing. He arrived late, standing at the door, blocking out a patch of light. His long shadow fell over Aiko in the backlight. She turned to look at the door. Nigel. A voice filled with indifference, but laced with laziness, like a lover whispering softly in her ear. Aiko couldn't suppress her heartbeat as she stared at him. Prominent eyebrows, deep-set eyes, with a hint of teasing affection in them. The homeroom teacher asked him to help Aiko organize some people to move books. On the way, she told him in a low voice that her name was Aiko. Usually, after she introduced herself, whether to elders or peers, they would always call her Sky, warmly, and compliment her name. But the person beside her only responded with a faint mm. Aiko replied weakly. The Luo means river, and Chin means star. He glanced at Aiko, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, and casually said, Aiko. Those two words from his throat sounded intimate and sexy. Aiko blushed, feeling her heart race more intensely than the sun. She wished that one day she could hear him call her Sky. But that, Aiko, he said, seemed distant and cold, making her feel impossibly far away. Or maybe he would forget her name as soon as he turned around. Chapter 29. Entering the wrong room and ending up on Nigel's bed. Yoonji, it's been a long time, said the frail voice of the elderly man in the wheelchair, revealing his fragile health. It also brought Aiko's thoughts back to reality. Looking at the old man before her, she felt that the old gentleman should have a personality similar to Nigel's. Both of them were equally unapproachable, maintaining only superficial politeness without losing their manners. Brother, don't worry. The children are busy with their careers. They don't have time to accompany the elderly, Orla said as she pushed his wheelchair. Sky, play here for a while. I'll chat with him. Aiko nodded. Okay, grandmother. Little song, arrange accommodation for this Miss Luo first, the old Mr. Gu instructed, then looked at Orla. You can still stay in your original room. It hasn't changed in decades. Aiko saw tears well up in grandmother's eyes and nodded. She thought that grandmother must still have feelings for this family. Grandmother looked at Arsène beside her. Make Sky sleep closer to me. She might be scared alone at night. Why not let her stay next door to the young master? It's right next to the second miss. Arsène asked for the old Mr. Gu's approval. Fine, but he often comes back late at night. I'm afraid he might disturb Aiko. The old Mr. Gu glanced at Aiko. Aiko shook her head. I'm a deep sleeper. Even if I get up to use the bathroom in the middle of the night, I can fall asleep again immediately. A little noise from next door won't bother me. Arsène was considerate. Don't worry, Miss Luo. I'll tell the young master to be quiet when he comes back. Thank you. Aiko nodded gratefully. Following Arsène, Aiko went to her room. Passing by another door, she couldn't help but take an extra look. There were many rooms here, but only that one door had a different lock from the others. All other doors had silver-white locks, except for that one, which was distinctively black. Miss Luo, if you need anything, press this switch, and someone will come up to help you. Arsène pointed to a white switch next to the door. Aiko nodded. Thank you, I understand. Well, I'll just stay here. You're busy, so don't mind me. Arsène was polite and friendly. I'll come call you for dinner. In the evening, the three had dinner together. Afterward, grandmother wheeled old Mr. Gu to the back garden. Aiko joined them for a bit, having traveled all day and rested in the room in the afternoon. A large yellow dog ran up, and she played with it for quite some time. Feeling exhausted, she bid goodnight to the two elders and went upstairs. The room was meticulously arranged, even down to the skincare products. Aiko didn't touch those clothes and wore her own nightgown instead. Glancing at the skincare products on the table and recognizing the brands, her heart quivered. Kylie thought it was extravagant that she used expensive skincare products, but compared to these, it was nothing. Silently, Aiko took out her own skincare products and started applying them. It was still early, so she chose a movie starring Antonio to watch. Lying on the soft bed, fresh from a bath, she soon felt sleepy and drifted off. The movie ended on its own, pausing at the final scene. The dimly lit room had no light source except for the faint glow from the screen. The heavy curtains blocked out all moonlight. Late at night, a drizzle began. The night breeze fluttered the curtains, pushing the half-opened door shut slightly more. The person in bed turned over, hugging the soft pillow, deeply asleep. Downstairs, a tall boy wearing a black windcoat and holding a white paper bag walked in. Arsène followed behind. There are guests staying next door. Old Mr. Gu said you should be quiet so as not to wake the little girl, but she's a deep sleeper. His brow, speckled with fine raindrops, gave his gaze a softer appearance, mellowing his usually cold demeanor. He casually placed the bag aside and took off his coat. Guests? Little girl. He spoke lazily, sounding faintly sarcastic. Do you need me to prepare some late-night snacks? Cook a bowl of noodles. Should I bring it up? Nigel hung his coat over his arm and headed upstairs. Standing outside his room, he entered the password but hesitated before entering, glancing at the light leaking from the crack of the neighboring door. She's a deep sleeper, it won't bother her. Seems like she's not just a deep sleeper, but also has a big heart. Inside, Nigel instinctively locked the door. Remembering that someone would deliver snacks, he unlocked it again. The black coat was thrown carelessly onto the desk. He turned on the light, grabbed a towel, and headed to the bathroom. Aiko woke up feeling the urge to urinate, having fallen asleep watching the movie and forgetting to go before bed. Half asleep and squinting her eyes, she fumbled to go to the bathroom. She only became a little more alert after bumping into the wall as she got out of bed. This wasn't her home. She closed her eyes and lay on the bed. She was too tired. She almost fell asleep again, but then woke up once more. The light from the movie screen kept the room from being pitch black. She got up, slightly anxious to get out of the room. Just around the corner past another room, you could see the bathroom. The floor tiles glowed with a warm yellow light, and the corridor had a transparent glass handrail. Aiko glanced downstairs. The lights were still on. Did they never turn off the lights at night? Not thinking much about it, with her mind still groggy, she felt her way in the dark to find the toilet. Unaware, just a few steps out, the door behind her which had been open was shut by the wind, not letting any light from the room seep out. Sitting on the toilet, Aiko almost fell asleep again. Slipping into her slippers, she walked forward. Light leaked from the half-open room. She entered holding the doorknob and turned off the light as she came in. She laid down on the bed. The movie screen still emitted light, and though Aiko had some awareness, she didn't want to get up to turn it off. In the bathroom, Nigel, who was tying a towel around himself, paused his movement. He looked towards the outside. Did the power go out? Realizing the bathroom light was still on, he cursed himself for the silly thought. He pushed the door open and went out. Arsène, standing at the door with a bowl of noodles, tiptoed in. I placed it here for you. He gently set the wooden tray on the table. Nigel's lips moved, wanting to ask Arsène why he turned off his light. Arsène left after placing it down, wondering why the young master hadn't turned on the light. Nigel stepped forward to turn on the light. A faint sound came from the bed. Did the old man keep a cat? Nigel glanced at the bed, feeling annoyed that a cat had walked on the floor and then climbed onto his bed. His dark eyes focused on the bulging quilt on the bed. That long lump was clearly not a cat. He raised an eyebrow and pressed his lips, slowly walking over. The entire room was so quiet that only the soft ticking of Nigel's watch could be heard. Remembering what Arsène said, a girl had come. He lowered his gaze to look at the bed. Only the top of someone's head was exposed, illuminated softly by the dim light. Chapter 30. She's not even dressed. Our home has a visitor, staying next door to you. Arsène's words echoed in his ears. Who could have such a large heart? This made Nigel even more uncomfortable than a cat with its paws stepped on. Even if he had the person removed, he wouldn't sleep here tonight. With a rustle, the blanket was suddenly thrown off and flipped up, half landing at the foot of the bed, half flipping to the other side. There was nowhere to hide. The person on the bed didn't seem to realize they were now exposed to others' eyes. A sudden chill spread over her body, causing her hands to involuntarily retract. Nigel watched as she grabbed the pillow beside her and hugged it tightly. A familiar light fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Get up. His voice lifted slightly, deep and imposing. Anyone who was alert would have been awakened long ago. He grasped her hand, pulling her out of bed. Aiko sat on the carpet, still dazed, her disheveled and slightly curled long hair covering her face. Get out, came the tone that allowed no objections, uniquely hoarse. Aiko shivered. Nigel? Was she dreaming? She pushed aside the hair blocking her eyes. First catching her, were long legs and a bathrobe barely reaching the knees. Looking up, was the unobtrusive lean muscles, sharply defined lines, weak light highlighting them, and skin glistening with water vapor. Aiko looked up. Nigel, you? Aiko thought she was still dreaming. Although the room was dimly lit, the person standing in front of her was clearly Nigel. Without thinking, she blurted out, how did you get in here? And she wasn't even dressed. Even Nigel was momentarily stunned. How could Aiko be in his house? Suddenly, the harsh words she said flashed through his mind. An irritation stirred in his heart. The old man's guest. Nigel pulled her up. He usually didn't care about this side of things. Arsène only told him that the old man's half-sister came. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Nigel had no interest in these matters and didn't ask further. Aiko's mind was now crystal clear. You. She suddenly didn't know where to start asking. It was unbelievable that they met again like this, especially after just having an argument. Aiko turned her head slightly, trying to block her wandering gaze. Nigel took a step forward. Walking on the soft rug, he made no sound. Until he was close to Aiko, startling her. What are you doing? What am I doing? Shouldn't you be the one to answer that? You entered my room and slept in my bed. Nigel pressed closer. Aiko hit the edge of the table. I didn't know, Aiko suddenly realized something. She wanted to leave, but was held back by Nigel gripping her wrist. Struggling a couple of times, she only found herself being pulled closer by the person in front of her. Aiko stopped moving, looking at Nigel with drooping shoulders. A silent standoff. Nigel's fingertips pressed into the flesh of her wrist. Aiko. He called her name, then fell silent. Gradually, the pressure on her wrist eased. Aiko tried to pull her hand back. Bang. She felt a hot sensation against her elbow, followed by the strong smell of broth ramen. Turning her head, she saw the porcelain bowl half overturned, noodles leaking onto the table. Suddenly, her waist was supported, pulling her forward. The familiar scent filled her nostrils, a woody aroma tinged with a slight bitterness, yet clean and crisp. They both used the same brand of shower gel, so it smelled exactly the same now. Nigel guided her to a new position while holding her waist. Aiko noticed the sticky noodle soup on his hand, which he had shielded her from earlier. Just standing there? Go turn on the lights, he said lightly. They were currently using only the bathroom light to see each other. Clearly, seeing each other so soon was a surprise for both of them. The lights suddenly all came on. The room was brightly lit. Nigel glanced around. Where's the tissue? Aiko replied. This is your house. How should I know? Nigel looked up. Aiko wore a cream-colored nightgown, a square neckline revealing her beautiful collarbone. Her long arms hung by her sides, the nightgown length surpassing her knees, the hem adorned with a narrow white lace that lay on her pale, slender calves. She seemed to really like lace. Staring at her too long, Aiko took a couple of steps back. Nigel smiled at her. Back any further, and you'll hit the wall. Get the tissue. He raised an eyebrow. Aiko turned around, and sure enough, tissues were by the entry table. Almost instinctively, she obediently tore one off and handed it to Nigel. Nigel took it, so stingy. Aiko moved to take another, but was stopped by him. He pointed to the opposite side of the bed. Stand over there. Why? Nigel repeated himself, adding, you can't stand there. His voice was eerie, sending a chill down Aiko's spine. She swallowed and glanced behind her while moving to the position designated by Nigel. Her feet shifted from the cold, hard ceramic tiles to the soft, warm carpet. She curled her toes, lowering her eyes. Earlier, when Nigel pulled her under the bed, she hadn't had time to put on shoes. Now, realizing this, she hurriedly found her slippers and put them on. Looking up, she saw that Nigel was using tissues to clean his hands. Aiko scanned the surroundings. Are you the grandfather's relative? Nigel tilted his head and gave a light laugh. Knowing nothing, you dared to live here? And didn't even close the door. Aiko had also suspected whether Nigel was the old man's grandson, but this room seemed like a guest room, with no signs of anyone living here. Even Nigel couldn't find a tissue, behaving like a first-time visitor. Well, I'm sorry for spilling your noodles, Aiko whispered. Nigel grunted in acknowledgement. Aiko looked at him, and he stared back, as if waiting for her to continue. Aiko pursed her lips. The noodles I cooked aren't very tasty. Finished. Aiko raised her eyes to the wall clock. It was already 3 in the morning. How about I cook another bowl of noodles for you? Aiko tentatively suggested. Sure. After replying, Nigel walked toward Aiko. What are you doing? Aiko took a few steps back. Without answering, Nigel opened the wardrobe, took out a bathrobe, and put it on. Aiko, realizing Nigel was getting dressed, she turned around and left. Nigel watched her leave. The door swung slightly. He walked over and closed it. She really didn't have the habit of closing doors properly. Aiko entered the kitchen, facing unfamiliar appliances and ingredients. She stood there in confusion for a moment. Recalling that there were eggs and tomatoes in the bowl of noodles Nigel had, she picked 1 egg and 1 tomato. Looking at the pot, Aiko often cooked in pretend kitchens when playing house as a child. At home, they had a maid who cooked meals. When the maid was on holiday, Aiko would order takeout or eat outside. Saying her noodles weren't tasty was putting it mildly. She only managed to cook noodles once when visiting her grandmother and following Michael's lead. Aiko sighed and got to work. She grabbed a bowl and cracked an egg into it as she had seen on TV. Ouch! Aiko steadied the overturned bowl, holding half-cracked eggshells, which spilled yolk and whites into the bowl. A few small shell fragments ended up inside. Aiko poured out the mixture of yolk and broken shells, then rinsed the bowl. In the end, the lone remaining yolk lay miserably in the bowl. A snicker came from the doorway. Chapter 31. They are not in that kind of relationship anymore. She held the bowl in her hand and turned around. Nigel, wearing a bathrobe, was leaning against the doorframe, his eyes catching the light as he looked at her. Did you wash your hands before beating the eggs? Aiko nodded. Yes, I did. Nigel drawled an "oh," with a clear trace of amusement in his eyes. Make sure to fry the tomatoes until they're nicely reduced. Aiko put down the bowl and looked at him, mimicking his tone. Can't get them to release juice. Can't reduce it either. You do it yourself then. What about the noodles? Did I knock them over? Nigel shook his head and turned away. Whatever. The lingering note in his voice exuded arrogance. Aiko had originally thought about beating another egg. Screw that. She should have mixed the broken shell in and made him eat it. Aiko looked at the tomato and the eggs in the bowl. She gave up. Nigel sat in the living room, head bent as he played with his phone. Hearing footsteps, he glanced up. Is it ready already? You order takeout. Aiko wiped her hands with a tissue. Nigel looked over. He stood up and saw the tissue in Aiko's hand. Did you cut yourself? Aiko shook her head. Nigel didn't believe her and took the tissue from her hand. Aiko was taken aback. What are you doing? I'm really fine. Indeed, there wasn't any sign of injury on her small, tender hand. Nigel glanced toward the kitchen. He noticed the lone tomato untouched on the cutting board. A muffled chuckle escaped him. It was obvious she had only managed to beat an egg in 3 minutes before giving up. The delivery person can't bring food inside. No takeout personnel allowed in here. Aiko licked her lips. Truthfully, after waking up, she was feeling a bit hungry now. She glanced at Nigel. How about we go out to eat instead? Nigel raised an eyebrow. Us? He shifted his gaze and sighed lightly. All right. The two went upstairs to change clothes. Aiko rarely came to Jing City. Her parents usually brought her for visits. But her mother, a doctor, was busy with work, and her father, an executive, was also occupied. Aiko had only been here 2 or 3 times. Just as Aiko was about to leave, Nigel grabbed her arm. He turned toward a different direction. I remember I came this way, she muttered. Nigel nodded. You really want to walk? It'll take at least half an hour from here. Aiko remembered how the ride had taken 10 minutes, even in a car. She remained silent. Nigel led her to the garage. Various expensive cars lined up before her eyes. Nigel chose a diamond pink convertible sports car. Aiko sat in the passenger seat. I didn't know you liked pink. Nigel turned to her. Isn't pink what you like? Yes. Aiko replied absent-mindedly. After a moment, she realized something seemed off about Nigel's words. He had emphasized the word not. That meant, because she liked pink, he chose the pink car? Aiko shook her head. Nigel glanced at her while steering. Cold? No. She felt a bit cold from her own vanity. Nigel drove out of the garage. The car slowly moved until it was out of the villa grounds. The speed noticeably increased. Aiko knew Nigel had all his cars confiscated by his father due to the fighting incident. Probably craving the thrill. Cool wind blew past her, making her feel quite comfortable. Watching the trees and streetlights recede, Aiko couldn't help but record a video on her phone and sent it to the group chat. This action naturally caught Nigel's eye. He smiled but felt irritable when he saw the familiar avatar on her phone. Michael, whom he had added to. That annoying sunrise profile picture. And she still shared updates with him casually. Is your phone fun? Nigel asked. Aiko found his question bizarre. What do you think? Nigel fell silent again, and Aiko sensed he was somewhat unhappy. But she didn't ask. After all, they weren't in a relationship where mutual concern was necessary. What do you want to eat? He asked first. Aiko replied casually. Up to you. This place is familiar to you, not me. All right, he responded indifferently. Kylie posted a similar video in the group chat. Aiko opened it. It was full of scenes from Malia. Nigel's tone was unusually sour. He's really your good friend, huh? Aiko found him inexplicable. Don't you have friends? Jealous. She replied in the same mocking tone. None as good as you, Nigel said as he waited for the green light. Why don't you carry your water bottle anymore? He leaned closer to Aiko. What if baby gets thirsty later? Your best friend isn't around now. His tone was infuriating. He smiled, the corners of his mouth curling. A blatant provocation, naked and raw. Aiko turned her head and ignored him. The car pulled up to a restaurant. So late and it's still open? Aiko got out of the car, following him. A man in work attire came out to personally greet them. Aiko glanced at Nigel. Nigel walked over calmly. Why look at me? It's Amnon's place. Aiko fell silent. She patted her shoulder, trailing behind him as they entered. They picked a corner table. So late, and there are still people here, Aiko murmured softly. The waiter brought a tablet for ordering. Nigel nodded toward Aiko, gesturing for her to order. He replied casually. It's usually fully booked during the day. People come to check it off their list at night. Aiko looked around, indeed seeing many people taking photos with their phones or cameras. She scanned the menu. Pan-seared petite sirloin steak. Nigel raised his eyes to her. Aiko paused mid-sentence, subconsciously picking what Nigel liked. Realizing her mistake, she corrected quickly. Not that one. One serving of secret recipe lamb chop. Aiko nodded and looked at Nigel. What about you? Nigel's lips curled into a smile, his dark gaze piercing through her. One pan-seared petite sirloin steak. Nigel asked Aiko if she wanted a drink. Aiko shook her head. You can't drink alcohol. You still have to drive. After speaking, she added an explanation. I'm considering my personal safety. So sensitive? I didn't say I was going to drink. Nigel nodded to the waiter. In the small corner, only the two of them remained. Against a full glass window, the outside skyscrapers glittered under neon lights. Aiko refused to look at him, turning her head to admire the night view. Neon lights cast dazzling beams on various buildings, blinding and mesmerizing. The air conditioning in the restaurant was too strong. Aiko, who naturally felt the cold easily, had just been exposed to cold wind on the ride. Her palm touched her arm, revealing goosebumps all over. Suddenly, Nigel stood up. Aiko looked at him. I'll be out for a bit. Nigel left without further explanation, his long legs quickly disappearing from Aiko's sight. Chapter 32. Half-siblings? Aiko was already used to Nigel not explaining his actions, so she simply sat quietly waiting for the meal. Her phone vibrated a few times. It was still Kylie's messages. At this hour, only Kylie would still be up late. She sent a message reminding her to go to bed early. As soon as she sent that message to the group, Michael actually replied. Outside. Alone? It's so windy. Are you wearing a coat? Aiko sola soboazit. Her fingers tapped out a reply. Came out because I was hungry. Didn't expect it to be so cold. Now I'm shivering. Aren't you sleeping either? A few seconds later, Michael sent another message. Got up to use the bathroom. You're at a restaurant now. Yes. Ask the waiter if they have shawls so you don't catch a cold. Okay. After leaving the restaurant, crossing a traffic light brought her to the mall. Almost no shops were open at this hour. Nigel walked into the only hour-service specialty store still open. There were only two shop assistants inside, both looking over at him. In all black attire, he was tall and straight, walking quickly but steadily. His lowered right hand held his phone, his exposed arm muscular and strong. He pointed at the shawl around the mannequin and indicated to the shop assistant. Before the assistant could introduce it, Nigel had already shown the payment code on his phone. The assistant with the shawl quickly packed it up, while the cashier hesitated. This was the first time they'd encountered such a decisive customer. Nigel left holding the bag, walking even faster. The two shop assistants huddled together. Wow, a 20,000 yuan shawl. Came in, paid, and left in 3 seconds. Handsome and rich. If all customers were like this, my monthly commission would multiply. The night was tranquil yet bustling, the lights intertwining and sparkling. Just after Nigel crossed the crosswalk, standing under a streetlight, something caught his gaze, and he stopped. Inside the glass display, Aiko wrapped in the shawl, holding her phone, smiling gently. Holding the bag, a sense of frustration and bitterness welled up inside Nigel. What was he doing? Why did he care about her? The sturdy paper bag reflected the warm color of the streetlight, lonely beside a trash can. In Aiko's phone was a scoop Kylie had sent about Antonio's movie. When Nigel returned, she just glanced at him before averting her eyes. Nigel watched her intently focused on her phone. His heart grew heavier, feeling as if all the air around him was being sucked away. Otherwise, why would it be so hard to breathe? They ate in silence. Aiko noticed that Nigel's mood seemed off, the air chilly. She sipped some warm water but didn't ask him incessantly like before when she noticed something wrong. During a pause in cutting his steak, Nigel casually glanced at Aiko. The soft-colored shawl suited her well. She looked down at her food, her eyelashes casting a shadow. He spoke calmly. So, you're the granddaughter of the old man's sister? Cough. Aiko wiped her mouth with a napkin, suddenly choked. Nigel's words felt strange to her. He was the grandson of the old man. She was the granddaughter of the old man's sister. So, what was their relationship? Half-siblings? Aiko swallowed, and picked up her cup, wishing there were a straw. My grandfather and my grandmother are not blood-related. Different fathers, different mothers. Aiko explained firmly. She wanted to add that her grandmother had severed ties with the Gu family. but she thought it might not be appropriate to say that in front of a Gu family member. No blood relation, but still siblings who grew up together. Nigel's dark eyes stared directly at Aiko, lazily saying, "But I can understand why your grandmother came to see the old man. As for you." Aiko hastily looked up, licking her lips. Their gazes met, Nigel's deep eyes quiet and profound. He asked, "What's your reason for coming to Jing City?" Aiko grabbed the glass beside her, biting empty space, her heart racing more. Pretending not to care, she put the glass back down. But these small actions didn't escape Nigel's notice. "I hadn't decided where to go during summer vacation. My grandmother was alone, and I was worried, so," Aiko nodded at him. "And I didn't know her half-brother from a different father was your grandfather," Aiko said, then lowered her head to look at the meat on her plate. She had nearly finished hers, but Nigel's barely touched. She tried to eat slowly to ease the awkwardness. "You seem to care a lot about the term half-siblings," Nigel mentioned, not looking at Aiko as if it were just a casual question. Aiko hurriedly explained, "I don't really care. It's just the fact. You've mentioned it twice tonight. Is there a need to keep bringing it up?" "You, unreasonable." Aiko couldn't argue back. Unreasonable. The moment these words came out, memories flooded back like waves. She had pestered Nigel to accompany her to the arcade, where he played exceptionally well and accumulated many tickets each time. These tickets could be exchanged for plush toys. Aiko had her eye on a doll in the display window. Nigel didn't agree to go with her to the arcade, so she went by herself. But then she saw Nigel standing with that senior from before. He was helping someone else play. After all her pleading, he still refused her. Yet, he appeared so openly with someone else right in front of Aiko. Aiko wasn't the type to tolerate such behavior, so she confronted Nigel directly. However, Nigel dismissed it as overthinking. Aiko got mad at him, drawing attention from others around them. Nigel grew even more irritable and suggested they change locations to the senior next to him. Aiko was left behind, watching them walk away. "I'm done eating." Aiko put down her utensils and leaned back, starting to play with her phone. "You call me unreasonable. Shouldn't I be the one who's upset?" Nigel looked at her with amusement. "You're already mad first?" Aiko kept her eyes on the screen. "Hurry up and eat. Waiting for you is very annoying." Nigel chuckled, but his eyes flashed with a hint of danger. When she liked him, "Would you bring me breakfast tomorrow? Eat slowly. It's bad for digestion. Want to try mine? Now, hurry up and eat. Waiting for you is very annoying. Let's go, I'm full." His stomach didn't get much food, but his anger did. Aiko stood up without hesitation, unlike before when she would wait for Nigel to pull her hand. Exiting the door, her gaze fell on a conspicuous low-luxury paper bag near the trash bin. What fool dropped this and didn't even realize it? Nigel followed behind her. "It's almost dawn. Will you be able to sleep when we get back?" Aiko glanced at him. "Want to watch the sunrise?" He dangled the car keys on his fingertips, a seductive smile on his face. Chapter 33. Michael sent a voice message to Aiko which was heard by Nigel. Aiko's face was full of bewilderment. "That's not something I should do with you. I need to go back." Her determination was unyielding and unwavering. Nigel's smile faded. Aiko walked towards the paper bag. "Whose item is this?" She held the bag and stood up, turning to look at Nigel behind her. "This shawl costs more than 20,000. Should we send it to the police station?" Nigel's expression turned obscure. "What if nobody wants it? 20,000, and it's brand new." She glanced down and took out a small receipt. "Hey, this shows the time." Before Aiko could see clearly, the receipt was taken away by Nigel. "There are many rich people. For them, 20,000 isn't much. You can just put it back where you found it. He will come back to find it." Nigel took the paper bag from her hands and put it back. Aiko felt he was acting a bit strange. "This isn't even yours. How do you know 20,000 isn't much for him?" "Nigel. Moreover, my mom also has one like this. Quite a coincidence. I won't mind helping her return it." As Aiko spoke, she moved closer to him, reaching for the paper bag by his feet. Nigel didn't expect that the one he picked up randomly matched what his mother-in-law owned. Watching Aiko bend over, a cool breeze blew through her curly long hair. The restaurant's shawl had been returned. Now she only wore a thin dress, trembling in the wind. He bent down and took the paper bag from her hand. Their hands touched. Nigel also felt the coldness of her hand. He stared at Aiko, his eyes inscrutable. With a light sigh, he took out the shawl from the paper bag. Aiko pressed on his hand. "How can you just touch other people's belongings?" Nigel kept moving his hands, wrapping the shawl around Aiko. Aiko tried to stop him. "This belongs to someone else." He pinned her hands. "I bought it." Aiko pursed her lips and rolled her eyes. "Are you crazy? Everything belongs to you? Even this trash bin?" Nigel swallowed, drawing a breath, pinning Aiko with one hand while showing her the payment information on his phone with the other. Aiko's eyes were fixed on the lit screen. "You?" Her brain was a mess. "If you bought it, why did you throw it in the trash? Why didn't you explain earlier?" Aiko looked up at Nigel, finding him incomprehensible. But as she met his deep gaze, she was momentarily lost. "The shawl. A lady's shawl. And it was bought before they started eating. You. Her voice was stiff. "Who did you buy it for?" The night breeze made their hair sway freely, pressing Aiko's long hair under the shawl. Both of her wrists were still grasped by Nigel. The traffic light turned red. A few vehicles passed by, the whooshing sounds filled their ears. It seemed like the whole world was left with only the two of them. "Why should you care who I bought it for? It's definitely not for you." Nigel tilted his head and stared at her ear. He released her wrists and gently reached behind her neck. The soft, shawl-covered long hair was combed out by him. Aiko drew her neck back. "Tickles. Not for me. Then why wear it?" Aiko mumbled, sitting in the passenger seat. Nigel stood at the car door, watching her get into the car, thinking of the shawl wrapped around her, highlighting her gentleness. The irritation in his heart subsided a little. He leaned into the car and glanced at Aiko. Is it wrong for me to buy it for the old man? Aiko. An image suddenly popped up in her mind. An upright elder sitting there, wearing a warm-colored lady's shawl. She giggled uncontrollably. Nigel couldn't help but laugh too. His lips spread wide, his eyes curved. Nigel, what's wrong with you? The scene in Aiko's mind wouldn't fade. I'm showing respect to the old man, he said, still holding the steering wheel, with a faint smile lingering on his face. Aiko's phone vibrated. She glanced at it and tapped it open. Michael sent a voice message. Aiko intended to convert it to text. The tassel hanging from the shawl slid over it, opening the message directly. Sky, have you gone back yet? Don't catch a chill. Check if there's a 24-hour convenience store nearby to buy a code. Remember to drink ginger tea or hot water when you get back. Better yet, take a hot shower before sleeping. Michael's hoarse voice rang out inside the car, sounding a bit tired and mixed with some noise. Aiko didn't turn up the volume much. Plus, with the wind blowing, she couldn't distinguish the background sounds besides Michael's voice. Inside the car, Nigel's face noticeably darkened. He kept his eyes forward and said softly, "Oh, your friend really treats you like a daughter." A tinge of sourness. Aiko ignored him. Michael never sent voice messages, and it was so late now. Why wasn't he asleep yet? She held her phone with both hands and started typing. The sound of tapping keys was faint. "I know, why aren't you asleep so late?" Another voice message came from the other side. Aiko found it even stranger. This time she directly converted it to text without any accidents. Feeling a bit insomnia, Nigel glanced at her. Aiko's mind and eyes were all on that phone. No, it should be said that her attention was on Michael, who was chatting with her through the phone. She took a deep breath, feeling stuffy and agitated. Aiko had already sensed something wrong with Michael's tone from the previous voice message, so she asked if he was too tired from his summer job. "I'm paying for her upbringing fees. Even her living expenses are covered by me. I want to see what's wrong with my son. At first, it was you who didn't want him. Now you're pretending to be a good guy here. Men like you can't be relied upon. Now you remember you have a son? I say this clearly today, don't even think about relying on Michael in the future. I'm not a good person, neither are you. Don't you think I don't know? You married that woman and haven't taken care of Michael for days. I gave money at least, you didn't give anything." Then things inside the room started crashing to the ground, creating clattering noises. On the balcony, Michael leaned his forearm on the railing, and at his feet were lush succulents. They were originally inside the house, but he feared these two lunatics would smash them along with other things. So he carried them out when he came out. The screen cast a dim light. "Sky. Michael, if you're too tired, then quit. Patricia, don't think giving some stinky money makes you someone great. That was what you should have given." "What do you mean should've? You didn't give a single cent either. Did you use it all to raise that woman's child?" "Hell, I won't leave today. If you dare hit me, go ahead. It's natural for me to come see my son." Glass smashed onto the floor, mingling with sharp, arguing voices. On the balcony, Michael slowly squatted down, his fingertips touching the succulents. He forgot the vase with sunflowers. Chapter 34. Aiko has fallen for someone, but not him. The phone buzzed, accompanied by a sound like water droplets. "Sky. Michael, I have a favor to ask of you." Michael stared at the screen. Immediately, another message popped up. "Sky. You know how it is. Every time I see something pretty, I can't resist buying it. Can you keep my little fund safe? I'm afraid it'll be all gone before I know it. Loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face." "Sky. Rest assured, Shin sir, you won't do this for free. You can use any money and there is interest. As long as it's with you, I won't keep spending recklessly." Michael pressed his palm against his eyes. So tired. So tired. Those two don't know when they'll stop. Fortunately, Abby Goo isn't here, or she'd be woken up. I need to buy some fruit tomorrow and apologize to the neighbors upstairs and downstairs. Taking a day off means losing the perfect attendance bonus at work. Maybe I should just take care of it during lunch. Drip. He opened his fingers, staring at the screen with wet eyes. "Sky, okay, please don't refuse me. Only you are reliable enough. Could you just hold on to my little fund for a bit?" Crying face. Michael held his phone with both hands, his fingertips pressing on the screen. The screen was wet and slippery, making it hard to type. The letters he typed didn't form a sentence. He wiped his phone on his clothes. "Aiko, I'm not that short of money." He looked at the chat background. It showed Aiko sleeping on his desk, her face resting on a thick stack of papers. Her cheeks were flushed, and her long eyelashes were clearly visible. That was the first time he saw her study so hard. She even approached him for tutoring. Unlike before, when she would sleep until noon during holidays. Every morning, she came with papers she had stayed up late to finish. Dense marks filled with black ink, red corrections, and blue key points. With dark circles under her eyes, she said brightly, "Michael, I really can't figure it out. Physics is so difficult." Michael watched her study from morning till night, often complaining about how hard it was, but never once did she say she wanted to give up. Aiko was different from him. Even if she only put in a little effort, got into an average school, she would be happy in a family like the Luos. He knew back then, Aiko might have liked someone, and that person wasn't him. Aiko sighed as she read Michael's message. She knew Michael's family situation, but he was very proud. Even if Aiko tried various ways to give him money, he wouldn't accept it. Amadeo always said Michael always put her first in everything. Kylie said Michael liked her. Actually, they were wrong. Michael had just been paying her back all along. They grew up together in Xiapo. During summer and winter vacations, she stayed at her grandmother's place, and Michael helped her with homework. Aiko learned then that Michael didn't have any adults at home. Abby always made an extra meal for Michael. Now that Michael was grown up, he took good care of Abby, and also of Aiko. Aiko knew Michael wouldn't accept her money. "We're here." A cold voice broke her thoughts. Aiko looked at Nigel. He kept his eyes down and got out of the car without a word. Neither of them spoke. It seemed that those who laughed wildly in the car earlier were not them, as they returned to their previous state. Back in her room, Aiko put on her headphones and played Michael's voice message again. The room was quiet. Even the slightest noise was audible. Michael's parents were causing trouble again. Aiko tapped the message softly. You silly, still staying up and not sleeping? Even if you don't want to live outside, you could stay at my grandma's house. I won't mind sharing my room. A message came quickly. Aiko knew Michael must be glued to his phone. She played the voice message. Even if I go, I won't be able to sleep either. It's actually good to think about life here. His tone was casual, yet filled with helplessness. Next time, just come straight to my room. Clean it up for me, organize the cabinets, air out the quilt, and it won't be for nothing, okay? He called her on video. Aiko answered. The screen didn't show Michael's face. Aiko frowned. Did they hit you? In the darkness, his voice was calm. How could they? I'm on the balcony, and the lights are off here. Then why call on video? I can't even see you. Aiko laughed. I'll just zoom in and enjoy my own beauty alone. There was silence between them. Aiko asked, are you taking leave tomorrow? Never mind. Then, make sure you go to bed early tomorrow night. I'm afraid you might drop dead otherwise. Michael chuckled softly. If anyone's going to drop dead, it would be Kylie first. She stays up all night, every holiday. It would be too unfair if she drops dead after me. Aiko was glad to hear the improvement in his tone. I'll tell her what you said. Is Jing City fun? He asked. Aiko hesitated for a moment, considering Michael's complicated situation, and decided not to elaborate on what happened here. It's great. We can come back together sometime. Sky, why are you up so early today? Orla was surprised when Aiko came downstairs, ready for the day. Aiko awkwardly touched the hair around her ear. I went to bed early last night, so I woke up early today, just in time to have breakfast with Grandma. She sat next to her grandmother and greeted Gu Lao as well with a smile. You should sleep until you feel like it. Treat this like your home. Orla smiled, tucking the loose strands of hair behind Aiko's ear. Aiko smiled back. Abby, I know. Gu Lao watched the harmonious scene between them and couldn't help but frown at Arsene. Arsene understood immediately. Should I go call the young master? No need. He's old enough not to be called for breakfast. Gu Lao let Aiko and Orla eat first. As soon as he finished speaking, here I am. Nigel stood behind them, replying calmly. He walked over and casually pulled out the chair next to Aiko. What are you doing? Aiko looked up at him. Nigel changed direction and went to sit by the elderly man. Aiko then lowered her head and continued eating. With her head down, she didn't notice that both Gu Lao and Arsene were watching her closely. Their looks were filled with surprise. Gu Lao stared at Aiko for a few moments, then looked at Gu Pohan. Though this grandson had moved to Beicheng for high school and rarely returned, Gu Lao knew very well that no one could control him. When he didn't allow Arsene to wake him up, it was because he knew Gu Pohan never ate breakfast, and calling him would be pointless. In the past, other young girls who visited would try to sit close to him, only to be sent away with just a word from him. Now, a single look from Aiko made him change seats obediently. Gu Lao motioned for Arsene to sit down and eat too. Arsene didn't refuse much. Gu Lao kept his eyes on Aiko. At one moment, Aiko was startled when their eyes met. Nikki, is there something you need? Do you know Pohan? He asked. Aiko wasn't sure whether to put down her spoon or keep it in her mouth. She glanced at Gu Pohan. Before she could speak, her grandmother unexpectedly interjected. Sky? Pohan. The Pohan baby who texted you. Abby. Aiko buried her head into Orla's shoulder, holding onto her tightly. Cough. Gu Pohan covered his lips with a napkin. Arsene's eyes flickered between them, sensing something was up. Gu Lao clearly felt the unusual relationship between them two. His gaze lingered on Aiko, forming his own assumptions. You know Aiko? Are you two dating? Gu Lao looked at Gu Pohan. Aiko and Gu Pohan exchanged glances. She bit her lip and frowned, wanting to shake her head without being noticed by Gu Lao. Gu Pohan had intended to be honest, explaining they dated and then broke up, but... Chapter 35. Nigel lies to the elderly man. Seeing Aiko's resistance, he changed his tone. Yes, we've known each other for 4 years. Aiko gripped the spoon tightly. Nikki. Aiko wanted to explain that there was no longer any relationship between them. Suddenly, Nikki laughed. On the elderly man's deeply lined face, with a sickly wax-yellow hue, the eyes beneath the sunken eye sockets were bright. The laughter was short and heavy, interspersed with difficult breaths from his throat. This was the first time Aiko saw him laugh so happily. She looked at Gu Pohan, her eyes filled with confusion. Why did Nikki suddenly laugh? Gu Pohan nodded at her. Aiko understood a little. The elderly man was frail. It seemed that people of the older generation all wished for the happiness of their descendants. After laughing enough, Nikki turned to Aiko. You are a good girl. This Pohan has been a rogue. You must have endured a lot of shit. Aiko pursed her lips and nodded. She couldn't utter deceitful words, but she couldn't bear to shatter the old man's hopes either. Don't worry, if you're wrong, come to me. I will definitely discipline him. Aiko thought it wasn't necessary anymore since they had already broken up. She also noticed that Mr. Gu seemed to treat her better after learning she was Gu Pojan's girlfriend. He must still care about Gu Pojan. Aiko bowed her head and continued eating. However, Orla frowned at Gu Pojan. Are you and Alicia really dating? Knowing this was Aiko's grandmother, Gu Pojan nodded. Alicia, do your parents know? Orla clearly didn't feel reassured about Aiko. Aiko swallowed her food. Abby, I haven't told them yet. Blame Gu Pojan for lying to deceive Nikki. She stared at Gu Pojan. Yunji, leave the young people alone. Let them handle it themselves, Nikki interjected. You don't worry, because you say he is such a rogue. Alicia has always been obedient. What if she gets hurt? Aiko bit her porcelain spoon, her gaze wandering, unsure where to land. She thought she should tell the truth to the elderly man so as not to disappoint him. Nikki, actually, Gupojin, and I'll take good care of Alicia. Gupojin cut in first. Aiko was still dazed by the term Alicia. This was the first time he called her by this pet name. They were over already. Aiko realized these two words didn't sound awkward coming from his mouth. To make the elderly man happy with lies, he could call her like that casually. But when they were together, even if she pleaded with him, he wouldn't use the term. He said it was too childish. Aiko lowered her eyes, unwilling to say anything. Nikki clearly enjoyed this and looked at Gupojin with more instruction in his eyes. Anyone who can put up with you for 4 years must be strong. Don't be foolish. Gupojin agreed. Already being foolish. Aiko knew Mr. Gu had misunderstood again, thinking she and Gupojin had been dating for 4 years. You rarely come to Beijing, right? Mr. Gu asked, chatting with Aiko. Aiko nodded. Why don't you let Pojin show you around then? Nikki glanced at Gupojin. Did your father freeze all your cards? Gupojin hummed in response, bracing himself to become deaf if Nikki started lecturing again. Xiaosong, bring my card. Gupojin was surprised by this. Mr. Gu glanced at him. Don't overthink it. It's for your girlfriend. Gupojin. Aiko. Orla immediately intervened. Brother, what are you doing? Aiko was taken aback and stood up. Nikki, no need. I have money. That didn't sound quite right either, mentioning having money in front of a billionaire. She added, I have enough money. I won't accept money from Nikki, and my parents wouldn't allow it either. Gupojin scoffed from the side. How old are you? Still listening to your parents about accepting money? Nikki glared at him. Do you think everyone has a broken family like yours? Gupojin. Didn't his heart hurt? Aiko. Amnon was pretty straightforward. Orla didn't push back either. Now wasn't the time for her to speak. Arsene placed a black card in front of Aiko. Aiko didn't dare touch it. Nikki looked at Gupojin. Today, you'll take Aiko out and take good care of her. Gupojin glanced at Aiko. Isn't she your real granddaughter? Aiko knew Nikki gave her the card, actually giving it to Gupojin. She didn't understand why he didn't just give it to Gupojin directly. After they finished breakfast, under the gaze of Nikki, the two of them left together. Alicia, wait a moment. Take this water with you. Orla held Aiko's water bottle and pushed it into her hands. It's hot outside. Drink plenty of water and don't buy too much ice. Aiko held the water bottle in her hand, reluctant to take it. There should be water wherever we go. Bojun, help her carry it. Nikki reminded Iggy, who stood there stunned. She isn't a kid anymore. He took the water bottle and let the pink ribbon hang on his wrist after wrapping it around several times. Before Aiko could react, he had already walked out. Alicia, do you need to wear a sun protection coat? Orla looked at her white short t-shirt. No need, Abby. I'm leaving. Aiko quickly ran out, afraid that she would get more items if she stayed. Iggy reached the garage, twirling the black card in his hand. Where do you want to go? Clearly, he was asking Aiko beside him. But Aiko didn't respond kindly. Why did you lie to Amnon? If he finds out the truth, you'll be hurting him. I never lied to him. Haven't we known each other for 4 years? Is what I said wrong? Iggy raised his hand, the black card dazzling between his fingers. I can go by myself. You don't need to worry about me. Don't you want to go to TH? Iggy's voice carried a hint of temptation. The black card shimmered gently under the sunlight. Aiko had heard of TH, one of the most prestigious private clubs known for its exclusivity. It featured indoor and outdoor swimming pools, polo fields, tennis courts, bars, exhibition galleries, cinemas, and private restaurants. There were no photos available online because TH was not open to the public. Although Aiko's family had some wealth, they hadn't qualified to enter. This card is your ticket in, and it's from the old man himself. Why waste it? Not knowing anyone there, I won't feel comfortable. Aiko actually wanted to go, but knew who would be inside. If she offended someone accidentally, she might have to leave in a stretcher. But I know people. Come on. Iggy waved the black card in front of her. His face bore a faint smile, his eyes dark like an invisible vortex, pulling her in irresistibly. Aiko took the card from his hand. Nikki said it's for me. She couldn't stand how he acted. She lifted her head, using Nikki's card as a pride boost. Even if I go, I'm inviting you. Got it. Okay. Iggy tilted his head, his lazy yet casual gaze narrowing slightly as he looked at Aiko, with a mischievous glint in his eyes. The light flickered in his eyes, making her heart skip a beat. She put the card in her bag and got into the passenger seat. Iggy still drove the car from last night. Who's that? 2 pairs of eyes stared from the stands towards the polo field. On the polo field, the meticulously trimmed grass resembled a piece of emerald silk. Aiko sat on a Welsh pony, hugging the horse's neck. I'm not trying it anymore. Beside her, Iggy held the reins in one hand and steadied her horse with the other. So soon? You're giving up. Aiko shook her head. Giving up, giving up, giving up. I'm done playing. Iggy shook his head, dismounted first, and then went over to lift her down. In the grandstand, a group of people watched the two below. Brother June hasn't been back in years. Now he ignores us and brings a girl here. Chapter 36. Nigel brings Aiko to see Antonio. I heard he just started dating someone in the North City, and they broke up. So soon he has a new one. Tadeo and Horatio leaned against the leather seats, their eyes fixed on Aiko, whom Nigel helped dismount from the horse. Their faces were filled with curiosity. Aiko patted herself down. This is really no fun. Nigel smiled. You're just scared, aren't you? You have a fear of heights. How can that be? I simply don't like it. Then why did you come here to play? To play tennis? Nigel turned around and noticed 2 sets of eyes on him. He picked up his phone and glanced at it. Indeed, the messages were from those 2. Tadeo, new friend? Bringing her along to play? Horatio, how long has it been since your breakup? That's fast. Nigel didn't reply and looked at Aiko beside him. Do you want to go check out the bar here? Aiko gave him a wary glance. Sorry, I don't drink when I'm not with acquaintances. Nigel chuckled. Oh, so I'm a stranger now. He moved forward, I heard from the manager that some celebrity, surnamed Chi named Ji, is here today. It seems an heiress has booked the entire place for his birthday party. Aiko hurriedly caught up. You mean Antonio? You'll know if you go see. The bar's booked out. When Nigel brought Aiko here, the manager had told him about the private booking for the bar, since Nigel usually spent time in bars during his visits. The bar's booked. Does that mean we can't enter? What a pity. Aiko walked beside Nigel, texting Kylie on her phone, complaining that she and Antonio would only pass by each other. Unconsciously, she followed Nigel to the stands. She raised her eyes and saw two very wealthy and fashionably pretentious young masters. One was wearing a flashy pink blazer with platinum curls that shone brightly under the sun. In such hot weather, he insisted on wearing a suit. Hello, Tadeo greeted Aiko proactively, unaware that his trendy fashion choices appeared overly flamboyant to Aiko. Hello. Aiko greeted him briefly, not recognizing them, and thus remained silent. After Kylie found out she might be in the same place as Antonio, she bombarded Aiko with emojis. Aiko couldn't get a word in. Horatio and Tadeo's gazes stayed on Aiko. Nigel stepped forward to shield her. What are you two doing here? To see you. Tadeo hooked an arm around his neck. Junjun missed me? Aiko observed silently. The bar was booked by my sister. Horatio also looked at Nigel, raising an eyebrow. Surprised you'd come here somewhere besides the bar. Your sister is that heiress? Aiko couldn't help but ask. Earlier, Nigel mentioned an heiress throwing Antonio a birthday bash. It turns out that person was this one's sister. Nigel glanced sideways at Aiko and smiled at Horatio. The celebrant at the bar is her beloved part-time owner. Cough. Tadeo glared at Aiko. Playing these games, girl? Aiko slapped Nigel's shoulder. What are you talking about? Am I wrong? Antonio, Nigel intended to say more. Aiko pulled out a black card. Pay for yourself today? Nigel fell silent. Horatio and Tadeo laughed. It was rare to find someone who could handle Nigel. However, Horatio noticed the card in Aiko's hand. He exchanged a look with Tadeo. That was Mr. Gu's card. Unexpected indeed. Do you want to go play? Horatio asked Nigel. Beside them, Aiko was somewhat hopeful. Kylie even asked her to get Antonio's autograph. If she could, she'd be overjoyed. What do I go for? Nigel deliberately drew out the last word while looking at Aiko. Why not go? Aiko looked at him, eyes brimming with anticipation. Imagine meeting a big star in person. He's quite popular. Nigel sneered. I'm not his fan. Alright, if not seeing Antonio, there's nothing much to do. I'm leaving. Without waiting, Aiko started walking away. Nigel grabbed a piece of her clothing. I'm worried you'll be heartbroken if you see him. Aiko was puzzled. Why would I be heartbroken? I'll be excited. Beside them, Horatio lowered his head and touched his nose. Fine, let's go then. Nigel prepared to change out of his riding gear. Aiko followed behind him as they entered the changing room. After Nigel came out dressed, the two outside burst into laughter. Tadeo reached for the sticker-covered water bottle in his hand. Bro June, you're such a good baby boy. Horatio frowned. You're really annoying. Why choose a pink one? Nigel raised his hand, preventing Tadeo from reaching it. He left the two of them with a cold glance. When Aiko came out, the three had already acted normally, and she had forgotten her cup was still in Nigel's hands. She looked down at her phone, replying to Kylie that she would see Antonio soon. Suddenly bumping into the broad back in front, she stopped. Why did you suddenly stop? You will. Nigel opened his lips as if he wanted to say something. What? Watch your step, he said indifferently. Nigel suddenly felt gloomy inside. He had known for a long time that Horatio's sister had reserved TH's bar to celebrate Antonio's birthday. Once this message got out, everyone in the entertainment circle would know their relationship. It was an unspoken understanding, never revealed outside. Just now, he had practically made it clear to Aiko. Aiko seemed not to realize the essence of his words. She might think it was just a rich person who was a fan of Antonio, so she booked the bar for his birthday. Initially, he thought it best to let her see the truth. But then he considered that she might genuinely feel heartbroken when she saw. Nigel's leg nudged the cup, swaying it slightly, making him increasingly irritable. Did he need to care about whether she felt hurt or not? After all, she insisted on seeing him herself. The bar wasn't crowded. It was even somewhat empty. When Aiko entered, she saw Antonio playing the violin on stage, very serene. Excitement spread across Aiko's face. Her first time seeing Antonio play the violin. And live. She wanted to record a video to show Kylie, but was afraid it might be inappropriate. Looking at the audience, she noticed a woman sitting on a luxurious sofa, wearing a V-neck white shirt, knee-length black fishtail skirt, and vintage red stilettos. She sat alone, holding a cigar, looking haughty, surrounded by a few people chatting casually. The atmosphere felt strange. Aiko glanced back at Antonio, who played the violin quietly on stage with closed eyes. She no longer felt the initial excitement. It felt like Antonio was performing. If the birthday celebrant played the violin to entertain, there'd be nothing wrong. But here, he wasn't the focus. He was merely background music. Those talking around paid no attention to him at all. When did you come back? Sue Ellen's gaze lingered on Nigel, glancing at the others. The person next to her immediately stood up from the sofa. Come, Mr. Gu, take my seat. As Nigel moved over, someone handed him a cigarette and lit it for him. He held the thin smoke between his fingers, just got back. Aiko still stood there, watching Antonio on the stage. Sue Ellen glanced at the cup hooked on Nigel's hand. Your girlfriend? Chapter 37. How many people does she like? On the other side, Horatio and Selena sat down on the sofa alone. Selena chuckled after hearing Clara ask Nigel beside her. She's more than just a girlfriend. She might as well be a wife, ha. Clara then glanced at Aiko. Never seen her before. Which family is she from? Horatio shook his head from the side. Probably from the North City. North City. After saying this, she inhaled a puff of smoke and slowly exhaled, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. What does it mean to keep staring at my man? Young Master Gu. Her narrow eyes turned towards Nigel beside her. Nigel leaned back lazily. Staring doesn't make any difference. As the song ended, Antonio put down the piano and walked down. Passing by Aiko. Aiko looked at him. Indeed, he was even better looking in person than on screen. Tall, broad-shouldered, and slender-waisted. But Aiko felt that he wasn't happy at all. It seemed like without cameras, he wouldn't smile. Nigel looked at Aiko, a layer of smoke between them. The cigarette but touched the ashtray on the coffee table and was extinguished. A bespectacled boy nearby saw Nigel stub out the cigarette and paused. Brother June, is this cigarette bad? Selena shook out a cigarette from the pack. Here, try mine. Nigel took the whole pack. Selena, brother, at least leave me one. Nigel placed it behind him, apparently not wanting anyone to take it. Sit here. Nigel nodded toward the seat beside him. Aiko went over, a bit wanting to ask about Antonio, but they hardly had any relationship. Sitting next to Nigel, Aiko noticed that everyone, including Selena and Horatio, looked at her strangely. Why are you all looking at me? She touched her face. Selena smiled, saying nothing. But deep down, she knew that Nigel would never have extinguished a cigarette halfway through or taken hers away before. In the end, it must only be because of her. Selena gave Nigel several long looks. Are you serious? Nigel glanced at him. Serious or not? Selena looked at Aiko. Want a drink? Aiko was about to speak when a cup was pushed to her mouth. Drink your water. Aiko held her water cup. I want a beverage. Clara laughed beside her. This really is something a boyfriend would do. Nigel, when did you become so pure love? Aiko looked at Clara while Antonio squatted beside her, lighting her cigarette. The tall man looked awkward squatting, one knee touching the ground. Suddenly, Aiko felt a twinge. She could only see him kneeling and lighting cigarettes here, someone she usually only saw on her phone. If Kylie found out, if Antonio's other fans found out. No, they would never know because nothing here would leak out. High up there, owning millions of fans, he was just a rich person's pastime. Aiko bit the straw, her eyes reddening. Suddenly, she felt she shouldn't have come here. Nigel leaned forward slightly, blocking her view. What beverage? Aiko silently shook her head. She originally wanted to ask Antonio for an autograph, but now, she didn't dare tell Antonio that his fan was here. He might be even more embarrassed. Clara had long noticed Aiko. She curled her red lips. Her red glossy high heels stepped on half-kneeling Antonio's leg, the thin heel pressing against his knee. It's your birthday today, what do you want? Her voice was slow, devoid of sincerity, as if talking to a toy. Aiko gripped her water cup tightly, her sharp teeth nearly tearing the straw. Miss Liu, you know what I want. Antonio's voice was different from what Aiko usually heard on the big screen. His voice was hoarse and weary, lacking energy. Clara nodded, exhaling white smoke that spiraled upwards. Nigel, is your girlfriend one of his fans? Her mocking laugh rang out. Clearly, these words made the kneeling Antonio tremble, his eyes showing vulnerability. Aiko's nose turned sour. No one dared to interject. Nigel retracted his gaze from Aiko, slightly narrowing his eyes, trying to hide the turmoil inside with coldness. He leaned back, giving a slight smirk. Sister E, you're imagining things. Aiko knew Nigel was helping her. She endured the discomfort in her heart. She didn't admit to being a fan of Antonio. You're very brave. Don't you want Antonio to give you an autograph? She glanced at the kneeling Antonio. You're quite remarkable. All of Nigel's girlfriends are your fans. The moment Aiko came in, her eyes were fixed on Antonio. Even if she wanted to deny it now, it was too late. Clara kicked the back of her heel. Go peel an orange for her. Aiko suddenly stood up, clenching her teeth. No need. Nigel sat next to her, still holding the string of Aiko's water cup. The soft pink ribbon curled around his fingertips. He stroked it with curled knuckles. Aiko stared at him. Nigel chuckled softly and looked at Clara. You think too highly of him. You feel everyone has to be his fan? My girlfriend doesn't eat oranges peeled by others. Antonio squatted on the ground, his eyebrows and eyes drooping, the strands of hair falling over his forehead like a pitiful puppy. Aiko knew she must not admit it. If her fellow fans saw this embarrassing scene, she couldn't imagine how much harm it would cause to Antonio. She slowly sat down. But Clara didn't let go easily. Her gaze on Antonio was filled with amusement. Then you tell me, can you recognize your own fans? As she spoke, she pressed harder with her foot. She was pushing Antonio. Aiko pressed her hand into Nigel's palm. Their warm palms clung tightly through the thin ribbon. Nigel's eyelids flickered as his lowered eyes rested on their hands. His gaze seemed indifferent, yet full of deep emotion. In an instant, he regained his clarity, slightly parting his lips. Aiko. For Antonio, she had taken the initiative to hold his hand. That day when she faced such danger, she hadn't asked for his help once. Now, just because she couldn't bear to see Antonio being bullied, what did that make him? A shield for her to protect her idol? Why should she? Sweat appeared on Aiko's palm as she nervously wondered why Antonio was here letting that woman bully him. But she really couldn't stand it. The Antonio who usually smiled often, treated his work seriously, and greeted his fans sincerely, now resembled a rag doll, trampled underfoot. Her fingers slid across Nigel's palm. When he looked down, Aiko had already placed the black card in his hand. The fleeting look of surprise in his eyes went unnoticed. Aiko, for Antonio, was using the old man's card to trade with him. First there was Michael, then the pastry shop, and now Antonio. How many people does she actually like? Chapter 38. Nigel did it on purpose, but Aiko was not jealous. Suellen paused when he saw the card that Aiko had taken out, and looked at Horatio beside him. Horatio shrugged. I have no idea. Indeed, Suellen had noticed that Aiko was a fan of Antonio, but he hadn't meant to target her specifically. He just intended to pressure Antonio in this manner. But if Aiko was acknowledged by Edric, she would very likely become the legitimate Mrs. Gu in the future. There was no point in provoking her for now. He decided to let Antonio off the hook temporarily. Aiko's gaze passed through Nigel and landed on Antonio. Only after Suellen told Antonio to sit down did Aiko finally feel relieved. However, she felt her hand being tightly gripped. Startled, she turned to see Nigel holding her hand. Puzzled, she glanced at him. Nigel played with the black card in his right hand while his eyes casually glanced toward Aiko. Furrowing her brow, Aiko tried to pull her hand back. Nigel's eyes were as deep and piercing as an abyss, sharp enough to cut through someone. Aiko didn't know what she had done to upset him again. She whispered, telling him to let go. Her voice was kept low enough that no one around heard. A waiter came to clear the table. Tadeo, seeing that Suellen was done teasing Antonio, asked the waiter for some playing cards. Let's play. It's rare for Brother June to come back. Suellen looked at Aiko, intrigued by how she managed to get Nigel to listen to the family arrangements. She was 5 years older than Nigel, having already taken over the company, and could be said to have watched him grow up. Those who fit in with this crowd were essentially similar. Nigel had never brought anyone here before. This Aiko even had the old master's card. This meant she had been acknowledged by Edric. Considering Nigel was always at odds with his family, even if he truly liked Aiko, once Aiko became involved with his family, they would likely break up. Get 2 girls, Suellen said to the waiter, to keep them company. It's too boring otherwise. Aiko looked at these people and suddenly felt somewhat nauseous. She withdrew her hand, not wanting to sit there any longer. Just as she was about to stand up, she was pulled back by Nigel. Nigel leaned close to her ear, so close that it seemed like they were sharing a moment of intimacy. If you leave, do you think your idol will be fine? Aiko's lips trembled as she stared at Nigel. Nigel smiled faintly. Do you believe that if you walk out this second, the next second, Antonio will kneel beside him like a dog? His last sentence stung Aiko deeply. Struggling, she sat still. A man in a suit followed by 5 girls approached. At first glance, they were all around her age or slightly older. They wore different outfits, each with their own charm. Suellen sat with one leg crossed over the other, elbow resting on her knee. The second one, isn't she the one you like, Castor? Aiko's gaze involuntarily moved to the mentioned girl. She was tall with long legs, wearing white stockings past her knees, a short pleated skirt, and a crop top. She had cat ears on her head and Y2K-style thigh-high socks. Her face was bright and cheerful. She looked both cute and radiant. Horatio coughed to remind Suellen. Sis, his girlfriend is still here. Suellen ignored him. Let her keep you company for a drink. Your girlfriend can't drink anyway. Aiko held a cup of warm water in her lap, unconsciously peeling off the sticker on it. In this circle, even with a girlfriend sitting beside them, they could still ask other women to join them for drinks? That girl promptly sat beside Nigel. What would you like to drink, big brother? She asked in a sweet, soft voice. Even listening from the side, Aiko couldn't help but feel touched. She rubbed the goosebumps on her skin. Are you cold, sister? Shall I get you a shawl? This person's skills were clearly advanced, even considering Aiko's feelings. Aiko shook her head without a word. Nigel glanced at her. She seemed expressionless. Previously, she might have argued with him by now. Now, she just sat obediently. Was she really indifferent? Or pretending to be? Nigel ordered a bottle of whiskey. The woman sitting beside him stood up to open the bottle. Aiko bit the straw but didn't drink, merely biting it. She didn't know when Antonio would leave, but she wouldn't leave until then. Suellen, apparently finding it insufficiently lively, waved her hand. Antonio walked over as Suellen sighed. It's too lonely for young Master Gu with only young ladies around. Suellen then looked at Aiko. Oh, I forgot to ask your name? She probably didn't forget, but deemed it unnecessary to ask. After all, the next time the person beside Nigel might not be her. Aiko didn't know what she was thinking either. Maybe it was to help Antonio vent some frustration. She intentionally ignored Suellen's words. Nigel laughed from the side. You like making friends with my girlfriend so much? Beside them, Horatio saw the atmosphere between the two growing increasingly tense, one being his sister and the other his brother. He had to step in to mediate. Sis, her name is Aiko. Suellen remarked. What a nice name. In my presence, there's always gender equality. Antonio, you should go keep Aiko company too. Her implication was clear. If Nigel had someone accompanying him, then Aiko should also have someone by her side. Nigel's gaze fixed on Aiko. Seeing Antonio suffering at Suellen's hands, Aiko felt pity. Besides, she and Nigel weren't really in a relationship. If he could have someone around, why should she care about his gaze? If Antonio were with her, he wouldn't have to endure Suellen's humiliation. Nigel's eyes turned cold. He knew Aiko's hesitation meant agreement. Clenching her teeth, did she think that by bringing her idol down a notch, she would have a chance? She guessed wrong. Her idol would be in women's clutches forever. Suellen now seemed indifferent about having Antonio accompany Aiko. But if Aiko truly agreed, Antonio would face even harsher consequences. Nigel wanted to warn Aiko, but since she had already agreed, he figured she was determined to save her idol no matter what. He decided to let her see the outcome with her own eyes. Antonio slowly walked over to Aiko. The sofa, which had only held Nigel and Aiko, now accommodated 4 people. Tadeo, witnessing this dramatic scene, nearly went blind with exasperation. All right, let's play cards. If this continued, Suellen might get even more out of control and call for another girl to accompany Antonio. This was getting ridiculous. A dealer wearing a shirt and vest approached. Holding the deck of cards, she initially went unnoticed until she asked what game they wanted to play. Aiko looked at her. The girl wore simple attire but had a slender figure, a long neck, and pale skin. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail, revealing delicate features and an oval-shaped face, looking both innocent and alluring. Autumn. Chapter 39. Card game. Stakes are Aiko. Nigel obviously noticed her as well, his gaze pausing. Tadeo looked at Nigel. They usually followed Nigel's lead in card games. Brother June, what are we playing? Nigel returned the black card in his hand to Aiko and replied indifferently, Hold'em. His voice was indifferent, with a hint of heaviness, sounding quite pleasant. The only card game Aiko had ever played was Landlord, so she had no idea what he meant. Tadeo sighed and shook his head. You start with something this difficult. It seemed they were in for an unlucky day. Tadeo braced himself for being utterly crushed. How many are playing? Autumn skillfully shuffled the deck. Those who want to play, raise your hands. Tadeo glanced around. Only 4 of us. The women called to keep them company naturally wouldn't participate. They played high stakes. One round might leave the girls penniless or even in debt after losing their wages. Others, especially those not as wealthy or particularly timid, didn't dare play knowing Nigel was here. Nixon smiled at Aiko. Aiko, come on. Aiko spoke bluntly. I don't know how to play. She usually spoke very politely to people, but not to Nixon. It was already good that she wasn't giving him the cold shoulder. You don't know how to play? Nixon said with a smile. Let the person next to you teach you. He knows. It'll be more fun with more people. Aiko glanced at Nigel and realized Nixon was referring to Antonio. Worried that Nixon was deliberately making things difficult for Antonio, Aiko shook her head, indicating she wouldn't play. Then let Antonio play, Nixon suggested. Aiko frowned. Why was she targeting Antonio? Nigel placed his hand over hers. His palm was large enough to completely envelop her hand. She still held the black card he had just given her, and the pressure made the edge of the card dig into her flesh slightly. Nigel wanted her not to play. Tadeo laughed. Sis-in-law, Brother June will definitely win. If you play, you can only lose. Aiko frowned deeply. Who is your sis-in-law? Haha. Blushing, Sister Xing. Aiko didn't care what he called her anymore. Nixon glanced at Antonio. If you win, I'll let Antonio go home today and celebrate his birthday properly. How does that sound as stakes? Nigel didn't stop Nixon, curious himself. Just how important was Antonio to Aiko? I won't let you. Nigel lowered his eyes, his dark gaze and low voice clearly warning Aiko. Aiko raised her hand and gripped the wrist of his hand pressing against hers. The protruding bone pressed against her fingertips. She flung his hand back. Play. Her firm voice echoed in someone's ears. He chuckled, looking coldly at Aiko and then at Antonio beside her. Don't cry later. The 4 words carried a hint of ruthlessness. Antonio's indifferent expression loosened when Aiko uttered that word. He looked worried. Miss Luo, my skills can't match Master Goose. You don't have to do this for me. Aiko reassured him. It's fine. Play your best. Win if you can, lose if you must. Nixon scoffed. Confident much. Nigel tilted his head arrogantly, his proud eyes surveying Aiko. He lifted a glass of whiskey with one hand, the heavy classical tumbler swaying with the strong drink inside. What's the stake? He asked, raising his wrist toward Aiko. Aiko avoided eye contact, staring at his hand. What else could it be besides money? Money. Nigel leaned forward closer to her. Aiko felt suffocated under the heavy shadow he cast. 1 million per hand. Want to bet, baby? 1 million sounded casual coming from him. Aiko was startled, noticing that the last 2 words, baby, were directed at her, but glanced at Antonio. Since their video incident, baby, between Nigel and Aiko carried no hint of flirtation. She knew Nigel was using Antonio to threaten her. Change the stake. Aiko couldn't afford the money, neither could Antonio. Nigel clicked his tongue, his gaze sweeping over Aiko. You. Damn. Aiko struggled to hold back curse words in her heart. Nigel continued. For the next 2 months, you listen to me. Aiko gritted her teeth, wanting to vent her frustration. 1 million per hand versus listening to him for 2 months. Looking at the rules, there were 4 rounds of betting. 1 million per hand, way beyond her budget. If she used Mr. Goo's card, 1 million would be nothing. But Nigel knew she wouldn't use his father's money to gamble. 2 months. It would end before school started. Betting. Autumn began dealing the cards. She kept her elbow close to her side, fingers pressing against the deck. Her left thumb pushed outwards while her index and thumb pinched a card. Her wrist remained still, her arm unmoving, the cards skillfully flying from her fingertips. At least from Aiko's untrained eyes, she couldn't find a single flaw. 5 community cards were sequentially dealt onto the table. Each player had 2 whole cards in hand. Aiko held her 2 cards, with Antonio watching alongside her. Autumn flipped the first 3 community cards. Aiko glanced at Antonio beside her. Nigel's gaze was fixed on her. Aiko shifted her cards slightly. Please mind your line of sight. The look Nigel gave Aiko was deep and intense. Since you're so arrogant, then let's see how far you can go. Let's see just how badly your beloved Antonio will lose. Antonio kept following the bets and looking at his cards, while Aiko referred to the rulebook just to keep up. After a few rounds, Aiko realized that Antonio was truly no match for Nigel. Her eyes lingered on a professional term in the rulebook, bluff. A bluff means a player doesn't have a strong hand, but tries to make the opponent believe they do by betting or raising, aiming to make the opponent fold. Nigel held his cards and took a large sip from his wine glass, leaving less than a third of the liquid inside. Aiko stared intently at her 2 cards. On the table, the 3 community cards showed J, 10, Q. 3 of a kind, Nigel said without hesitation. Aiko looked at Antonio, who was still staring at the table, 24. Everyone at the table except Nigel paused for a moment. Tadeo chuckled after realizing what happened. 24, huh? Horatio and Tadeo both stayed still, while Aiko turned her attention to Nixon. She wore a smile, 54. Looking at Antonio, she added, Your poker skills are as stubborn as you. Nixon revealed the fourth community card, an A. It was now Nigel's turn. He looked at Aiko, 15. Aiko glanced at her cards, instinctively reaching for the straw in the nearby cup, but resisted. Antonio covered his cards, about to speak. Aiko stopped him and stared down Nigel, 45. She didn't even blink an eye. Nigel's eyes swept over her hand resting on Antonio's leg. Chapter 40. In front of Autumn, Nigel asked Aiko to kiss him. The last community card was revealed, an A. Aiko swallowed hard. She awkwardly turned her gaze to Nigel. Nigel's elbow rested on his knee, his back curved slightly, and his hand hung naturally down in an arc. Though he seemed very relaxed, it brought immense pressure on Aiko. I check, Aiko said indifferently. Antonio, beside her, blinked with the cards in his hand. A straight flush. It was impossible for Aiko to have it. She was bluffing against Nigel. Aiko looked at Nigel who had his head lowered. Nigel's expression remained indifferent. His lips curved slightly, his tongue sliding over his sharp teeth, revealing a bit of them. 200. Aiko's heart suddenly raced faster, clenching her back molars tightly. AJ. Aiko was guessing Nigel's whole cards. Nigel raised his eyes, the creases under his eyes catching the light from the bar, casting flickering shadows on his face. You guess. Clearly, Aiko was no match for Nigel, having only accompanied them in the previous rounds. Aiko knew she had lost. She lost her fighting spirit. Fold. She gave up. Her voice was barely audible, perhaps trying to hold on to the last bit of pride, unable even to say the word fold. Nigel lowered his gaze. Fold? So soon. He looked straight at Aiko, a faint smile on his lips. Giving up so easily? Baby. His tone rose as if mimicking the one Aiko used when she abandoned cooking noodles that night. Aiko bit her lip, her fingertips curling involuntarily, her face pale. I folded. Nigel showed his cards. QJ? Tadeo clapped. Haha. Sister Star. Looks like you haven't played with Brother June before. Bluffing in front of him is like hitting an iron plate. Antonio still held the cards in his hand, just about to reveal them when Aiko took the cards. Tadeo teased. Hey, Sister Star, do you have AK? Aiko. Damn. She really admired his audacity. Nigel leaned back, glancing at her. If you did, you would have opened it already. Aiko could never maintain composure. Closing her eyes, Aiko threw down her cards. 6, 7. Tadeo laughed loudly. Sister Star, you're quite good at pretending. Aiko pressed her tongue against her cheek, grabbing the wine glass on the table and gulping down a mouthful. Cough, cough, cough. This was her first time drinking such strong liquor. Her face flushed red. Cough, cough, cough. Her throat felt like it couldn't catch breath, worse than eating mustard. She closed her eyes, feeling for the water glass. The familiar scent of Nigel pressed down on her, unexpectedly feeding her a piece of candy. Cough, cough, cough. Aiko choked even more severely. Nigel fed her a mint. She exhaled sharply. Nigel glanced at the candy wrapper in his hand, realizing what he did. Glancing sideways, he didn't bother explaining to Aiko that it wasn't intentional. Tadeo whispered to Horatio, laughing my head off. You say Brother June isn't considerate, yet he personally feeds someone candy. But then again, it's a freaking mint, huh? Horatio pinched Tadeo's neck, making him face Nigel's glare. His laughing abruptly stopped. Cough. Mint is still a type of candy. Aiko lost. She was already upset and now she had been choked by alcohol, and further poisoned by Nigel. Her mood worsened. Antonio handed her a strawberry-flavored hard candy. Looking at the candy in her palm, Aiko felt a surge of excitement. Antonio had peeled the candy for her. The pink, round candy lay obediently on the wrapper. Aiko put it in her mouth, the strong taste of liquor and mint gradually being replaced by the sweet strawberry flavor. As the candy rolled around on her tongue, her right cheek puffed up, and she smiled at Antonio. Antonio, thank you. Thinking it was his birthday today, yet he wasn't happy at all. Feeling down, she picked up another strawberry candy and placed it in his hand. Antonio, happy birthday. Antonio was taken aback for a moment, nodding and showing his first smile of the day. Aiko's heart ached, imagining if this were Antonio's birthday party, thousands of fans wishing him. He could hear heartfelt blessings from fans who genuinely liked him for years or even decades on his birthday. Nigel's gaze shifted to the two, his tongue running along his cheek, the pads of his fingers brushing the irregular dents on the glass. No one noticed. What Aiko drank was his. So, did he grab the mint by accident because of nervousness? Nigel narrowed his eyes, pulling his gaze away. His fingers tapped lazily on the glass. Perhaps it was just because Aiko suddenly distanced herself, which he wasn't used to. Or maybe it was because he grew up being pampered, and Aiko's aloofness stirred his conquering desire. It was just that Aiko chose to back out when he was most interested in her, and he hadn't grown tired of it yet. 2 months. Wouldn't 2 months be enough time for him to grow tired? Nigel drank the strong liquor in his cup in one gulp. He stood up and positioned himself in front of Aiko, almost blocking all the light from her view, making Aiko see only him. His lowered eyebrows cast a calm glance at her. Aiko repressed her smile, tilting her head back to look at him. What? It's time to make good on the deal, baby. Those around them, led by Tadeo, began to tisk. Only Aiko knew clearly that Nigel's term of endearment wasn't directed at her, but at Antonio. He was openly and somewhat proudly telling Aiko he had won over Antonio. What do you want me to do? Aiko's neck ached from looking up, so she lowered her head. An indirect submission. Now kiss me. F***K. Aiko looked up. Are you trying to disgust me? She had understood the 2 months of doing as he asked to mean he was deliberately making her run errands to tire her out. And now Nigel was asking her to kiss him? In front of so many people? Even in front of Autumn? Nigel reached for Aiko's hand and picked up the water glass next to her. Here, or in the room. Aiko's fingertips rubbed against her jeans. Her throat trembled slightly as she swallowed. Nigel's dry large hand wiped over her palm and pulled her into his grasp. Aiko glanced at Autumn. Suddenly, she realized Nigel might have had a quarrel with Autumn and thus was intentionally saying these misleading things in front of her. With this thought, she did not push away Nigel. Just treat him as the future unreasonable boss. And herself as an overworked employee. Yeah, much better this way. The two of them left holding hands. Tadeo laughed behind them. Take your time, Brother June. Antonio watched Aiko's retreating figure. From the first glance, he knew Aiko didn't belong in the same world as these people, or even be the same kind of person. He didn't know what Nigel would do to her and didn't dare to ask more. After all, he was struggling to save himself. Lifting his eyes, he met Horatio's smiling gaze. Antonio gradually closed his fingers, took a deep breath, and walked toward her. Passing through the guest room corridor, Nigel brought her upstairs. 1101. Chapter 41. You agreed to the bet, understand? Not until they entered the room and the door was locked from the inside did Nigel release his grip. He placed the water cup on the console near the entrance. Aiko noticed that this wasn't just a room. It was an entire apartment. She had seen Nigel enter using a password. So this was his private place. Outside the full-length window lay emerald green woods. What do you want to do? Aiko turned around, startled by how close Nigel was to her. Almost pressing against her, she took a step back. Nigel held her waist, advancing toward her step by step, until Aiko's back hit the white wall. Didn't you agree? He said, standing close in front of her. Agreed to what? The bet. Did you lose? He asked, lifting her face naturally with his palm, forcing Aiko to look at him. Yes. Now, shouldn't you listen to me? Warm fingertips pressed against the corner of her lips. Aiko lowered her eyes, not responding. You agreed to the bet, right? Understand. Nigel's hand covered half her face, and his fingertips brushed her lowered eyelashes. Aiko lifted her gaze to meet his. Caught off guard, he leaned down. Her lips felt moist. Everything happened so quickly that Aiko hadn't even reacted. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly. The light touch on her lips had already pulled away. Nigel looked down at her with dazed, innocent eyes. He pressed closer, kissing her again. Deeper, his lips glistened, their breathing erratic. Aiko pushed against his chest, but couldn't move him. He pressed even harder. As she opened her mouth to speak, he slipped in smoothly. But in the next second, she felt a bite. He pulled back, panting. TSK, that was harsh. Just as they had gained some distance, Nigel, looking at her with dark eyes, suddenly kissed her fiercely again, giving her no time to react. His lips were soft and slick, just like before. One hand held her waist while the other tilted her chin up, making her tilt her head to accept him. Aiko raised her head high, almost suffocating. She reached out and touched Nigel's shoulders. Thinking she had accepted him, the two of them were nose to nose. He moved his hand behind her neck, pulling her closer to him. With both hands on his broad shoulders, Aiko suddenly kicked him. Completely unprepared, Nigel bent over, nearly falling down. Clutching his vital area, he spun around. Aiko tried to wipe her mouth, disgusted by his saliva on her arm. She used his shirt to wipe herself furiously, then kicked him hard in the butt. Before Nigel could process the pain in front, he groaned. Ugh. He managed to squeeze out Aiko's name, unable to form a sentence. Aiko grabbed the water cup nearby and smacked it on his head. After a few hits, fearing she might actually kill him, she held onto the card in her hand and left with the water cup. They hadn't been inside for more than 10 minutes. Aiko, holding Mr. Gu's black card, walked out easily. The manager, seeing her alone, arranged a car for her. Back home, Aiko burst into tears in front of her grandmother, even with Mr. Gu present. When asked, she simply said Nigel had bullied her. When pressed for details, she refused to say more. This infuriated Orla, who lashed out at the elderly Mr. Gu sitting in a wheelchair. Cyrus, you'd better call your grandson back. Cyrus, who hadn't been called by his given name in decades, glanced at Arsene beside him. Swallowing, Arsene quickly dialed Nigel, knowing he would be dead whether he answered or not. Nigel didn't pick up. Arsene tried again. Aiko peeked sideways, wiping her tears. I don't want to see him. I'm going back to my room, Abby. Her voice still thick with crying. Sky, Abby will stay with you. How can I leave you like this? Orla worried about her. Abby, I just want to be alone. Aiko wiped her tears and went upstairs. The three remained downstairs frantically calling Nigel. After an unknown amount of time, the excruciating pain finally subsided. The door, left ajar, was slowly pushed open. Nigel sat on the floor, one leg bent, his hand resting on it. He looked up at the person in the doorway. The girl's face was pure, like a blank sheet of paper, wearing the professional dealer's outfit from TH. Nigel sneered at her. So, is Armin too stingy? Not giving you enough money. Autumn stood in the doorway, laughing softly. I've never used his money. Everything I have, I earn myself. You had a sick old lady, didn't you? Why are you in Jing City? Yes, coincidentally, my grandmother came to Jing City for a second surgery. I discussed with the doctor and can accompany her during summer vacation. Nigel didn't take it seriously. He asked her these two questions only because she appeared in front of him too frequently. Back in North City, he saw her figure in all kinds of video arcades, pool halls, and entertainment venues. After all, she was that woman's daughter, which made him suspect if she had ulterior motives. He pushed himself up from the ground, standing straighter than her by a lot, slowly approaching Autumn with his eyes still looking down at the floor. Don't tell me you came to my room just for money too? Nigel's voice, cold and heavy, echoed from above her head. Autumn remained silent. Nigel paused his hand near the doorbell. Answer, or get fired. Choose one. His voice was casual and indifferent, as if deciding on something trivial, not something that would cost someone their job. Autumn had read the training manual. Once he pressed that bell, TH staff would come immediately. Living here indicated that he was an important customer of TH, indeed powerful enough to decide her fate with just a word. Autumn despised this feeling of having her life controlled by others. "I'm worried about Aiko. After all, you were the one who dragged her here." Nigel sneered. "You two are friends?" Recalling that night at the bar, Autumn went out to make a call, shouting Aiko's name. He followed her out and saw Michael hugging Aiko. Aiko sure has a lot of friends. Autumn knew that given Nigel's nature, even if she told him they were friends, he wouldn't bother to ask Aiko. What surprised her was that Aiko was still entangled with Nigel. She originally thought Aiko was just a fleeting figure in Nigel's life. In less than 2 months, he would tire of her and break up with her. So she waited patiently, but now it seemed waiting wasn't a good decision. She needed to speed up her plan. After all, according to Vonda, Armin wanted Nigel to apply to Princeton University after his junior year. She needed to finish her mission before then, making sure Vonda, this vain and selfish woman, got her due punishment. "I can't say I'm close friends with Aiko, but we've added each other as friends." Autumn observed Nigel's expression. He glanced at her indifferently. "Are you bragging to me?" His impatient tone stunned Autumn on the spot. Why did he think she was showing off to him? "Get out." Nigel looked at her coldly. Chapter 42. All right, I'll comfort her. Nigel came out of room 1101 to find his phone full of missed calls from Arsène. As he was looking at them, another call came through. Staring at the screen for a moment with dark eyes, he finally answered. "Get back here." Just 3 words. The raging voice on the other end made Nigel pause. The last time the old man had been this angry was when his cousin was reported by the media to have gotten an unmarried model pregnant. Thinking about Aiko's smooth moves, Nigel couldn't help but laugh inwardly. His bitten tongue still tingled, so he bit down on it again to suppress the sensation. He drove back before even seeing anyone. Before he saw anyone, the scolding had already begun. "Bastard, you know how to come back." Bending down to get out of the car and closing the door, Nigel tossed the car keys to someone beside him. Rubbing his ear, he stepped forward. "Isn't it because you called me back that I returned?" His tone remained carefree, which made Cyrus even angrier. Throwing his phone aside, Nigel caught it easily. Tightening his grip, his veins bulged slightly, emphasizing his strength. "How did you bully her? I told you to take her out nicely. Why did you let a little girl come back crying?" Looking at the phone in his hand, Nigel tossed it to Arsène. "I took her out nicely and even introduced her to her idol. She came back on her own. I didn't leave her alone." Speaking of which, wasn't it Aiko who left him behind? Cyrus wouldn't listen to his explanation. "If you hadn't bullied her, would she have come back crying?" Nigel didn't argue. He asked calmly, "Is she at home?" Cyrus paused at this question. "Do you think this counts as home?" Nigel didn't respond, walking inside. He saw Orla sitting on the sofa. Their eyes met, and she gestured for him to sit down. Pausing a moment, he disliked such lectures from elders, but, thinking about Aiko's grandmother, he sighed and sat down. "Abby Goo." Orla had calmed down significantly. There was no anger in her gaze as she asked, "You're dating Malia, right?" Nigel remained silent. Orla sighed. "I know young people like you dislike our nagging, but as Aiko's grandmother, I must say what needs to be said." Nigel straightened up, unusually serious. "You two aren't suited," Orla admitted honestly. Glancing sideways, Nigel raised an eyebrow. "Abby, it was your granddaughter who pursued me." He didn't understand why it seemed like he was clinging to her. "I'll be clear with you. Malia might just be infatuated with your looks. She's very curious, interested in everything, yet doesn't endure hardship or stick to things. Her parents believe if she wants to marry, she should marry someone suitable. If not, they can support her forever." Just casually shut, huh? No, it wasn't casual. It was intentional. He twisted the doorknob. It wasn't locked from inside. Or maybe Aiko just didn't have the habit of locking it. Nigel thought. At home, her parents wouldn't enter her room without permission or touch her belongings, so she never had the habit of closing her door or locking it. Unlike him, who treated his home like a bandit's den, always keeping the door locked. Aiko was curled up in her blanket. Standing beside the bed, Nigel asked quietly, "Still crying?" His voice was neutral, free of mockery. Trying to sound sincere, he called her name again, but she ignored him. He sat down on the adjacent empty seat. "Didn't you say I could do as I pleased for 2 months?" The person under the bedsheet suddenly threw off the quilt and revealed herself, grabbing a pillow to throw at him. "Why did you kiss me?" She grabbed the other side of the pillow, throwing it forcefully again. "Why did you stick out your tongue?" Another hard throw. "Why did you kiss me 3 times?" Aiko was both furious and indignant, pounding him several times. Nigel didn't move, just letting her hit him. The pillow flew out of her hands, and Aiko pulled the quilt over herself again. "I don't want to see you right now," said Aiko. Nigel stood up. "So when will you want to see me?" "Get out." Nigel had never comforted anyone before, nor did he know how to comfort anyone. Others had indeed comforted him, but he hadn't really paid attention or kept it in mind. Hearing Aiko telling him to leave, he felt somewhat gloomy inside, and simply walked away. After hearing no sound outside for a long time, Aiko finally lifted the quilt. She picked up her phone. Her phone had been damaged on the day of the final exam, and Aiko hadn't gone back to pick it up. With the screen smashed like that, she guessed it wouldn't be of much use even if she retrieved it. She bought a new phone, and not everything had been downloaded onto it yet. The wallpaper and theme on the new phone were different, making her feel somewhat unaccustomed. She didn't know who to talk to about this matter. It seemed inappropriate to confide in anyone. Closing her phone, she covered herself with the quilt, her mind in complete disarray. She indeed didn't want to see Nigel at all right now, and she was very angry. Angry at why Nigel kissed her. When they were dating previously, he never kissed her. She thought their relationship was still in its early stages, and certain things didn't need to progress too quickly. And wasn't it supposed to be the boy who should take the initiative? So she waited. But Nigel never showed any intention of kissing her. Now that they were clearly broken up, he wanted to kiss her again under some kind of bet. Did he still think she would always go along with whatever he did? Did he believe that by kissing her once, it was some great favor? Aiko wiped her mouth. Chapter 43. Nigel said he and Aiko were just playing around. After leaving Aiko's room, Nigel went downstairs and was immediately called to the study by Arsène. He stood with one hand in his pocket, his hair still tousled from being hit by Aiko, not even bothering to fix it. He seemed completely unconcerned about his appearance in front of others. Cyrus naturally became even angrier upon seeing this. Can you take care of your image? Seeing him loaf around all day doing nothing, he couldn't help but feel upset. My image isn't pretty good? Like you. The last two words softly reached Cyrus's ears. Sit down. Cyrus ignored his unserious attitude and stared at him seriously. You tell me honestly what happened between you and Aiko. Why did she cry? And how did you bully her? Guests should be treated kindly, let alone someone who is like your half-sister. You shouldn't make her cry. Nigel sneered. I just kissed her a couple of times. What else could I do? Cyrus didn't expect such an answer and looked at Nigel suspiciously. Just kissing twice made her cry like that? For a moment, Cyrus couldn't understand. A little kiss among young couples wasn't a big deal. Young people should be more open-minded than them. Nigel glanced sideways. 3 times, probably. Cyrus, did you do anything else that made her so sad? I didn't. Nigel shrugged. Cyrus turned to Arsène. Where did he take Aiko? And who were there? Nigel scared. Hating the old man's control, there was nothing he couldn't investigate if he wanted to. The young master and Miss Luo went to TH. There were 2 from the Lu family and the youngest from the G family. Hearing this, Cyrus turned his focus on Norma. Why did you take Aiko out to play? Though Norma was only a few years older than Nigel and had inherited her family assets early, she was outstanding compared to other young men in the Lu family. However, her reputation within the circle was far from good. So what? Nigel didn't seem to care. So what? Don't you know what kind of reputation she has? Cyrus stared at him. Nigel met his gaze. Old man, if you bring up reputation, I might get interested. What reputation does she have? What reputation do I have? They're all not as bad as yours when you were young. So, getting old means losing memory too. You. Cyrus's hands trembled in anger. This troublemaker was still the same, always speaking with thorns and never backing down. Are you here to see me or upset me? Cyrus massaged his nose bridge. As long as you don't interfere in my affairs, you won't get upset. Nigel looked at Arsène. You shouldn't investigate the people and things around me either. Arsène, recalling something, lowered his head, feeling somewhat intimidated. Cyrus also seemed to recall something. His voice softened, carrying gravity. Let me make it clear, if you and Aiko can be together, it will only benefit you, no harm. Nigel's dark eyes gazed at him, seemingly understanding what benefit he meant, yet perhaps not. Don't pretend to be naive with me, Cyrus said, putting on his reading glasses and looking at something in his hands. After a long pause, Nigel stood up. Don't think everyone cares about your wealth. Arsène adjusted his glasses. That wealth? If Cyrus's vast fortune was considered a bit, then there would probably be no rich people left in the world. Humph, Cyrus scoffed. Whether you care or not I don't know, but your father surely does. Nigel looked at Cyrus. Have you interacted with Aiko? How can you determine her character so quickly? Nigel found it strange. Cyrus wouldn't judge someone's character based on first impressions. He was curious why Aiko caught his attention. Cyrus paused his gaze and glanced at Nigel. I may not fully understand her character, but I know you well and understand that my sister wouldn't bring someone with a bad personality around. Nigel scoffed inwardly. Then you've misjudged her. She's quite the player. Cyrus frowned at him. Nigel shook his head. Don't look at me. If you want to know something, ask yourself. Don't keep sending people to investigate. Is that polite? Cyrus threw a book. Now you're talking about politeness when you contradict your elders. Shouldn't you consider politeness then? Nigel caught it with one hand and tossed it onto the sofa, then walked towards the door. You can rest assured. Aiko and I are just playing around. We won't get to the point of marriage. I haven't thought about getting married. Cyrus was clearly even angrier about this. If you don't get married, what do you think you'll become? No one in the family could give him a moment's peace. Nigel lowered his head, his long lashes hiding everything. I won't get married even if I go to heaven. Cyrus watched his desolate figure leave and sighed deeply. This kid, influenced by that scoundrel since childhood, probably had a cold view on family affection and love early on. But he didn't want him to live alone all his life. Arsène picked up the book beside him and stood up, looking at Mr. Gu. Didn't we agree not to argue before? But right after he came back, we argued again. We didn't seriously talk about your health condition. Sigh. Cyrus shook his head, signaling him not to say more. I will arrange it as soon as possible. Arsène lowered his head and remained silent. Since the old man mentioned in his will that his property would be donated to the public after his death, those ungrateful ones never came to see him again. Some even turned against him. Now it was this seemingly coldest young master who was accompanying the elderly man. Suppress the news of Castor's arrival. Don't let those people know. Arsène nodded in agreement. Suppressing it might not last long. After all, you know how the young master behaves. TH is still manageable, but we're afraid he'll stir things up in other places. Cyrus was worried again. Let's suppress it for as long as we can. By the way, has the hospital matter been settled? Arsène nodded. Your guess was really accurate. The young master came back late. The flight delay was an excuse. He didn't want you to send someone to pick him up. Indeed, he went straight from the airport to the hospital, but luckily you were prepared. If the young master knew your true condition, maybe he wouldn't be so stubborn. Arsène looked at the still lively old man, not knowing that all of this was maintained by large doses of medication every day. These words must not leak out. Those people are watching closely. Chapter 44. Nigel would not give way to any woman except Autumn. Aiko did not see Nigel for several consecutive days. She spent her time accompanying her grandmother and Nikki. Today, Nikki mentioned that Xiao Paho and her grandmother were going to listen to opera together. They had specially invited performers to sing in the private theater. It was Aiko's first time seeing a theater built in the house. She rarely listened to operas, but, knowing her grandmother liked it, she also went with curiosity. Sitting below the stage, even Aiko, who knew nothing about it, listened with great interest. I remember when the whole family came here to listen to opera. The courtyard was full of people. Orla looked around the now empty surroundings coldly. You care about that lively atmosphere, Cyrus said mockingly. Back then, how could you listen to what you liked? It's better now. Aiko sat beside and listened to the two elders chat. It seemed that her grandmother was not given much attention at home before. Orla's eyes became tearful. Indeed, when the old madam asked what kind of opera you liked, you intentionally said what I like. Cyrus glanced back at Arsène. Was this your tattling? Arsène pleaded. How could I dare? When Second Miss asked me, I was saved by Second Miss and worked for her. How could I hide anything intentionally? Orla smiled and shook her head. What if I knew? Your Gu family really is one generation after another clinging to face while suffering. Aiko's ears perked up, realizing from her grandmother and Arsène's conversation that Arsène used to take care of her grandmother? So that's why he called her Second Miss? No wonder. She felt the titles among the three were off at first. Turns out Arsène only started taking care of Nikki later on. But why would Nikki still use someone who served her grandmother? Didn't they say that her grandmother severed ties with the Gu family? Arsène, saved by her grandmother, was actually allowed to stay in the Gu family. You are still the same as before, knowing it hurts our pride to say it aloud. Yet you still do, Cyrus laughed lightly. Also, aren't you still a member of the Gu family? Sitting next to her grandmother, Aiko clearly felt her grandmother pause while holding her hand. Brother, I haven't been a part of the Gu family for decades. After being cast out of the Gu family, I changed my surname back. Aiko was stunned. The news said her grandmother gave up her status as a wealthy daughter for love. But, according to what her grandmother just said, she was expelled by the Gu family? What happened? Cyrus took a deep breath. I am now the head of the Gu family. If I say you're a Gu family member, you are. Hot tears slid onto Aiko's hand. Surprised, she had never seen her grandmother cry like this before. Brother, whether I'm a Gu family member or not is no longer important. Aiko noticed Arsène's eyes also turning red. Aiko felt bewildered but didn't dare ask what made her grandmother so sad. Let's enjoy the opera. Her grandmother squeezed her hand reassuringly. Cyrus's usually stern face showed a trace of sorrow. He looked at the quiet Aiko beside him. You have raised a good granddaughter. Orla smiled. Sky's parents were busy, so Xiao Paho stayed with me. Raised entirely by me. Of course she turned out well. Thinking about my sons, those damned kids, not even visiting once. Cyrus spoke sadly but without a hint of sorrow on his face. It was as if he mentioned it casually. Aiko listened silently, wondering why such a family left the elderly only with a dog and a servant. They value money and power too much, Orla mumbled. Cyrus laughed. If not wealth and power, what else should we value? Sentiment. In the end, it still leads to nothing. One must look at things with an open mind. The maid brought in another fruit platter, and Aiko switched her grandmother's plate, offering her one with pineapple. Abby, eat this one. Arsène frowned at the pineapple and looked at the maid. Second Miss can't eat pineapple. Orla waved her hand. He likes it, so it's not fair to forbid everyone else from eating it because of him. Arsène explained again. After you left, pineapples and similar fruits weren't allowed in here. Cyrus glanced at Arsène. You make it sound like it was done just for her. I just don't like pineapples. Standing beside, Aiko's mind grew increasingly confused, sensing the strange atmosphere. After the opera ended, Aiko accompanied the two elders in playing cards. This time, apparently, knowing she only knew how to play farmer against landlord, a popular card game, they both played it with her. Aiko hadn't expected to lose 10 rounds in a row. Her face couldn't help but show her embarrassment. Though her card skills were poor, she did have a few lucky rounds where she held powerful cards, but still lost. She glanced at her grandmother. Orla wore a faint smile, comforting her. When playing cards with him, don't think about winning. Then she looked at Cyrus, who had won 10 rounds in a row. Still the same. You even calculate when playing cards, never letting anyone win. Winning is boring for Cyrus. He threw his cards on the table. How can there be a let in winning and losing? Hearing what Nikki said, Aiko couldn't help but think of Nigel. You must accept defeat willingly. I will not give in to you. Don't cry later. Aiko clenched her cards in hand. Maybe because we're not the ones Nikki cares about. If it's someone Nikki likes, how could he not let them win? But she was not Autumn. Nigel wouldn't let any woman win except Autumn. Only then did she realize everyone was staring at her, and Aiko suddenly became aware of the inappropriate words she just uttered. Her face turned red as she explained, I was just joking around. Please don't take it seriously, Nikki. The surroundings grew inexplicably quiet. Aiko knew her words might be inappropriate, but it shouldn't have made them so solemn. Even Arsène's eyes seemed distant, as if recalling something. Orla reacted first. Sky, are you tired? Aiko nodded and tactfully said she would go back now. Cyrus cast a glance at the departing figure. This girl is still young, talking about likes and dislikes. Orla gazed at the large expanse of greenery downstairs. Being young is good. Youth is capital. There's plenty of time to make mistakes and waste time. Back in her room, Aiko plugged in her phone, which had less than 20% battery left. Would Nigel let Autumn win? The phone screen lit up. It was a message from Kylie. Aiko opened it to find a video of Antonio shooting a magazine cover. Kylie's message followed. Isn't Antonio's lips looking so soft and moist, perfect for kissing in this shot? Damn, who put that women killer lipstick on him? Kissing. Aiko swallowed hard. Speaking of kissing, Chapter 45, the phone call to Nigel was cut off. That day, it was truly unexpected. It came suddenly, catching everyone off guard. Aiko didn't even have time to react. Her fingertips pressed against her lips. What did she feel? She had no idea at all. At that moment, she was completely stunned. Who would have thought that after breaking up with Nigel, she could still fulfill the wish she had when she first saw him 4 years ago? Until her phone made another sound. Aiko hurriedly came back to her senses, annoyed at herself for being so distracted by Nigel for so long. She quickly checked Kylie's message. Sigh, I hope Antonio can hold a birthday party next year. He has never celebrated his birthday with fans. Tears welled up in Aiko's eyes. Antonio, why did he let that person humiliate him like that? At first, Aiko also thought the worst, wondering if the woman was his patron and if he. But after spending some time with Antonio and seeing his gentle side through various media, Aiko denied that possibility. Antonio wouldn't be that kind of person. She hadn't told Kylie about what she saw in the bar yet. Looking at the messages on her phone one by one, she knew how much Kylie liked Antonio. After much consideration, Aiko still didn't mention it and just typed, "Ah," in response to Kylie's excitement. Aiko put away her phone. She lay on the bed, staring at the white ceiling. Nigel must know something. He seemed to be friends with that woman and also a brother figure to her younger brother. He definitely knows something. Aiko picked up her phone again. She had already deleted all of Nigel's contact information. But that phone number, as if engraved on her heart, was hard to forget. Should she ask him? No, he would surely take advantage of the situation. Moreover, she lost that round. She was supposed to work for Nigel like an ox for 2 months. If he found out she wanted to know about Antonio, wouldn't he become even more arrogant? Aiko didn't want to see him looking at her with that smug smile. Suddenly, Aiko thought of something and sat up abruptly. Since she had already lost to Nigel, she couldn't escape those 2 months. Nigel hadn't been back to the capital city for so long. He would surely often hang out with his group of brothers and friends. If she followed him, she would definitely see Antonio again, and she could gradually find out why Antonio allowed himself to be bullied without fighting back. She didn't believe he was the type of person who would sacrifice dignity for resources. Aiko got out of bed with her phone and casually asked someone where Nigel had gone. After asking 2 or 3 people who said they didn't know, Aiko hesitated but eventually called that number. She didn't know if Nigel would answer since he didn't save her phone number and would likely see it as an unknown caller. The phone beeped a few times and was then clearly disconnected. Aiko felt a sudden relief in her heart. She looked at the phone screen and didn't call again. Just as she was about to turn off her phone, it suddenly vibrated and rang. She was startled, thinking it might be Nigel calling back. Seeing Michael's name displayed, her tension immediately eased. Hello. Aiko answered. I've been too busy these past few days and haven't had the chance to ask how you're doing there. Are you having fun? Getting used to it? Aiko nodded out of habit before realizing Michael wasn't with her. It's great here. Everyone is very nice. Nikki's family has a theater, and I just finished listening to a play. I even played cards with 2 people. Haha, lost 10 rounds in a row. She told Michael about the trivial things that had happened. Michael responded while seemingly doing something else. What are you doing now? Aiko asked. Talking to you. Aiko didn't believe his vague answer but respected people's privacy and boundaries, so she didn't press further. While talking on the phone, she stood beside a potted plant, absent-mindedly touching its leaves. She didn't notice Abby Gu and Orla entering. A servant spoke a few words. Orla frowned and handed Gu Taohua over to Arsene before walking toward Aiko. Why were you looking for Nigel? She asked Aiko. Aiko froze, turning around to see her grandmother. The sound of Michael reminding her to watch over her grandmother and not let her eat salty or oily foods stopped abruptly. Aiko was sure Michael must have heard her grandmother's question and knew Nigel was in the capital city. Only when Aiko turned around did Orla realize she was still on the phone. She had been too anxious. She nodded and gestured for Aiko to continue her call, stepping a few paces away. Aiko held the phone near her ear. Is Nigel with you? Aiko didn't know how to respond to Nigel's question for a moment. If she said yes, Michael might think that she still hadn't gotten over Nigel and had come to the capital city to pursue him. But if she said no, yes, he's also in the capital city. I only found out later. Aiko replied ambiguously. You mean Nikki is Nigel's grandfather? Aiko gritted her teeth. Was this what came from an academic mind? That was too quick. Aiko was still hesitating about how to explain to Michael that it was just a coincidence. Michael asked again. So Nigel is considered your relative? Aiko. She glanced at the 2 elders talking behind her and walked upstairs. Only when she returned to her room did she reply to Michael. How can you be so accurate? Mr. Shun. There was no response from the other end for a long time. Aiko also didn't know what topic to bring up. Are you now living in the same house as Nigel? The voice came from the other side. Technically, yes, but I haven't seen him for days. You don't have to worry about me. Sky, should you go out? The person on the other side seemed to reconsider something and ultimately sighed. Aiko knew what he was going to say. He probably wanted her to stay at a hotel, but worried about her safety there as a girl. All right. You don't have to worry about me anymore. Is everything fine with your parents now? Aiko had messaged him about this, but every time Michael just replied with it's fine, leaving Aiko uncertain if he really meant it or not. It's fine. They occasionally act up, a few times every year, mainly talking about money. Aiko wanted to say, if things got too tough, she would support him. But she knew such words would embarrass Michael. His parents had mentioned it before, which Michael refused. Aiko didn't want to bring it up in front of him again. Private club, C10. In the VIP room. Someone in the center was hugging a model and singing, while waiters pushed carts into the room. They cleared empty wine bottles and replaced them with new ones. In front of Nigel stood Autumn, and beside her sat a man in a dark green shirt. Drink up? Why are you staring at young Master Gu? Do you two know each other? Aryan provoked Nigel. Earlier, Autumn had claimed she didn't recognize Nigel, causing her trouble, yet she kept looking at him. What did that mean? Chapter 46. Nigel saw through Autumn's tactics. Under the dim lighting, people in the private room were toasting and drinking. Autumn's gaze was still on Nigel, but he didn't look up at her even once from the start. Whether it was when she initially told those beside her that she had no relation with Nigel, or just now, when Aryan asked her. Nigel leaned against the sofa back, his elbow resting on his knee. He held a piece of candy in his hand, head lowered so his expression couldn't be seen clearly. Autumn's eyes fixed on that candy. Nigel hadn't touched a drop of alcohol since coming here. As soon as he entered, he took a strawberry-flavored candy from the box on the table. He didn't eat it, but played with it on his fingertips. Horatio, who was also present, naturally noticed that Autumn and Nigel seemed to know each other. He couldn't tell what their relationship was, or whether he should offer help. But seeing how Aryan bullied her while Nigel remained silent, he decided not to intervene. Tadeo stood in the center, seriously singing duets with a hot girl nearby, completely unaware of the situation here. Autumn walked over to Aryan, finishing off the full glass of liquor in his hand in one gulp. Choked and red-faced, she didn't utter a word. Her eyes stared straight at Nigel. Aryan was puzzled too, wondering why this woman seemed to have some connection with Nigel. They looked like a couple quarreling and cold warring. He didn't understand, but didn't dare provoke Nigel either. Hey, what's going on between you and Brother June? Tadeo threw the microphone aside and walked toward Autumn. He had noticed the situation earlier, but didn't want to stop the song halfway. Autumn ignored him, still staring at Nigel. Nigel's phone screen lit up again. He ignored it. Tadeo shooed away the person next to Nigel, sat down beside him, and whispered into his ear. Brother June, are you dating two people at the same time? Nigel paused his gaze on the pink candy wrapper and glanced at Tadeo. Tadeo continued speaking to himself. Sister Star isn't someone who can tolerate such things. Horatio tossed a lighter at him, silencing Tadeo. Seeing that Tadeo didn't say anything to Autumn, Aryan assumed Autumn really belonged to Nigel. Thinking about offending her just now, he couldn't guess what Nigel was thinking. Apologizing was always right. He poured himself a glass of wine, stood in front of Nigel, finished it in one breath, and explained, I was ignorant just now. This glass is my self-punishment. Autumn stood to the side, noticing that Nigel had seen Aryan. She was guessing what Nigel truly thought of her. Unexpectedly, after one glance, Nigel lowered his head without saying anything. His hand, holding the candy, tossed and caught it lightly, his face expressionless. The phone screen rang again. His palms suddenly tightened, pressing the candy into his hand. The message from Armin still displayed on the screen. Try to make the old man loosen up. Autumn went to Jing City. She's a girl, take care of her. Nigel knew the focus was on the first sentence, but he was surprised that Armin added the second part. Was it due to Jasmine's cunning, or Armin becoming more sentimental in his old age? Suddenly, Nigel's expression seemed amused, and he beckoned Autumn over without even looking at her. Seeing this, Aryan was relieved that he hadn't overly tormented Autumn and had already apologized to Nigel. You follow me here? Nigel asked, with Armin's message glaringly visible on his phone screen. No one dared to look except Autumn. After exchanging a glance, Autumn watched as Nigel turned off the phone. She couldn't figure out what he was thinking. She considered, everyone here followed you? Nigel glanced at her. What do you want? He hated beating around the bush. Once or twice was fine for Autumn to appear, but appearing frequently wasn't normal. Nigel couldn't understand why she kept following him, especially if she wanted to pretend they met by chance. She wouldn't act so obviously, so he wondered what she truly wanted. Autumn looked at the candy in his hand. I want what you have. Her voice was soft, barely audible in the noisy environment, but Nigel heard it clearly. It was as if someone had guessed his thoughts, his dark eyes lifting. He squinted, his pupils reflecting light. From the side, Tadeo sneered. Hey, there's a whole box of them on the table. Girl, help yourself. Horatio didn't guess what kind of nonverbal communication was going on between them. Autumn smiled. I just want the one in your hand. The noise level in the private room suddenly dropped to a dead silence. Those nearby noticed the tension and Jiangshi should be translated as standoff, and those singing in the center also stopped. People started whispering about who Autumn was, daring enough to want a candy that Nigel had already taken into his palm. Tadeo had exchanged a glance with Horatio, and they had placed a bet. He moved his finger, pointing at Nigel, indicating that Nigel wouldn't give it to her. Horatio glanced at Autumn. He bet that Nigel would give it to her. After all, it was just a piece of candy, and Nigel casually tossed it over. Did Jasmine send you? Nigel's voice was indifferent, but in the sudden silence of the room, even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard, making his voice seem louder. In fact, his voice was even softer than Autumn's had been earlier. Autumn smiled faintly. Do you think I would listen to her? Nigel stood up and glanced at Autumn before stepping out of the private room. Autumn followed him out. Once they left, several people, unaware of what had been said, assumed Autumn had caught Nigel's interest. They whispered amongst themselves in admiration. Tadeo and Horatio huddled together, trying to figure out who won the bet. It wasn't clear yet who had won. Tadeo began gossiping with Horatio. Just now, when Brother June mentioned Jasmine, he was talking about his stepmother. This Autumn also has the surname Su. Do you think she's related to Jasmine? Horatio looked at Tadeo as if he were foolish. He just asked her if Jasmine sent her. Of course, they're related. Tadeo felt hurt by his stare. What I mean is, what kind of relationship do they have? Outside in the hallway, after Nigel stepped out, he leaned against the wall and pulled out a cigarette from the pack. He lit it, the flame flickering, and his hand still held onto the candy that hadn't moved. The red tip of the cigarette glowed intermittently at his fingertips, accompanied by the slow rise of smoke. Autumn watched him through the layer of smoke. At first, she thought he was just a spoiled rich kid. But things became more interesting. He seemed to see through the tricks women played on him, yet pretended not to notice. Chapter 47. Since you're not marrying her, why bother so much? When did you and Aiko meet? Nigel's voice was deep, a faint smile still lingering on his face, but it didn't reach his eyes. Autumn pretended to think carefully, speaking calmly. It seemed quite early. At that time, I knew she was pursuing you. Nigel took another drag of the cigarette, ash accumulating at its tip. Autumn watched him from the side. Putting aside his inherent aloofness and coldness, he indeed had the charm to captivate a crowd of women. Most boys of this age still carried some childishness, but he had an extra layer of maturity compared to his peers. His thin lips parted slightly, smoke hovering between them. The heavy scent of tobacco filled Autumn's nostrils. She was used to this smell after working part-time in various entertainment venues. Taking me for a fool? Nigel held the cigarette with one hand, while playing with the lighter in the other, the sound of lighting up intermingling. The crisp sound was like a sharp blade, stripping away Autumn's exterior layer by layer. Autumn belatedly realized that Aiko's affection for Nigel was practically known to the whole school. If she had met Aiko earlier, then during their hospital visit, she should have known about the relationship between Nigel and Aiko. He mercilessly exposed the loophole. Thinking back to that day in the teaching building, she had thought Nigel extinguished the cigarette because of her presence. Now it looked like she had misunderstood him. This person wouldn't show any mercy towards anyone. Why did you call me out just to ask this? Autumn crossed her arms, looking at him amusedly. Aren't you clear on what I want to ask? Nigel's hoarse voice reached her ears. His towering figure closed in on her, the burning red end of the cigarette almost touching her cheek. Autumn retreated a step, startled by the heat. He chuckled softly, afraid now. Autumn looked up. I don't know what you're asking. I told you it was a coincidence. Nigel's gaze, as if made of red-hot pliers, scrutinized her, making every inch of her skin burn. Still taking me for a fool? Nigel pressed the lit cigarette into her palm. Burning. Painful. Autumn's hand shook from the pain. But she didn't move, allowing Nigel's cigarette to be extinguished in her palm. There was no pity in the man's eyes, only a twisted smile on his lips. Quite enduring, huh? Autumn closed her eyes. Nigel was indeed curious about Autumn, since someone who acted so recklessly and took him for granted was rare outside of psychiatric hospitals. The cigarette but remained in Autumn's palm. Nigel returned to the lounge as if nothing happened. Tadeo immediately checked Nigel's palm. Empty. Tadeo sighed. He rarely lost to Horatio before, usually guessing right every time. Horatio smiled. Your car is mine now. Brother, new car. Take care of it. Tadeo, always shameless, insisted on making Horatio promise not to harm his precious new car. Nigel had no interest in their games anymore, grabbed his jacket from the rack, and left. Walking out, he glanced at his phone, which had a few familiar numbers and one unfamiliar one. Nigel didn't care and dialed Arsene's number. Arsene, help me check on someone. The other side seemed to be consulting, then replied. Young master, Mr. Gu has forbidden you from using his connections to handle matters. He says, this is part of his inheritance. Nigel. The old man remembered his words that day about not valuing the inheritance. Fine, tell him, as his grandson, I have the right to inherit. Now I value it, okay. Mr. Gu said you need to come in person and explain to him if you value it. Nigel had been staying at a hotel these days. Although Armin had frozen his card, in Jing City, money wasn't necessary with the title of Cyrus's grandson. Seemed like the old man was forcing him to return home. Nigel hung up the phone. In the car, he lit a cigarette, driving off as night fell. When he arrived at Tiandi Huafu, it was already dark. After parking his car in the garage, he walked leisurely inside. Anyone could see he was stalling for time. Standing at the door, he glanced at the hour hand pointing at 10 o'clock. He went to the back garden, staring at the light flickering in Aiko's room before finally entering. Straight to the old man's study. When he came out, it was already close to 12 o'clock. Nigel admired himself for enduring the small talk with the old man. He went upstairs, noticing the door beside his was closed. Had she learned? Was this to guard against him? Not sure if it was a trial mentality or some other factor. By the time Nigel realized what he was doing, his hand was already gripping the doorknob and pressing down slightly. It clicked open. Still not locked. She had grown a bit wiser, but not entirely. Light still leaked from inside. He glanced in, noticing a movie playing on pause at the end credits. He felt the slight bulge in his pocket and quietly stepped into the room. The curtains were tightly shut, blocking any breeze that tried to enter through the open window, gently stirring them. The dim glow from the screen flickered across Aiko's face in the night. Beside her, the milk cup was still 1/3 full. Nigel placed something from his hand next to the milk cup and left, closing the door softly behind him. He returned to his own room. Sky, up so early again? Orla was helping the servants set the breakfast table. The old master preferred Chinese cuisine, so breakfast was simple, like soybean juice and fried dough sticks, millet porridge, and such. Watched a movie last night and fell asleep. Went to bed early, so I woke up early. Aiko replied with a mouthful of candy, covering her mouth as she spoke. Eating candy first thing in the morning? Orla asked casually. Aiko smiled and nodded. Probably the young lady who delivers the milk put it there. I didn't see it yesterday, but this morning it was there, so I ate it. It's quite good, strawberry flavored. Just as Aiko finished speaking, Nigel walked past her, mimicking her voice in a hoarse, sleepy tone. Strawberry flavored. Finally, he added sarcastically, like a kid. Aiko, not expecting Nigel's return, stood frozen, staring at him. When did you come back? He seemed to have teleported. Last night he hadn't come home and suddenly appeared behind her, startling her. Just now, teleported back, he said, already seated beside Cyrus at the dining table. Aiko noticed Nigel was wearing a formal suit today, unlike his usual casual attire. It seemed he had some official business to attend to. She didn't ask more. Sitting beside Orla, everyone ate in silence. After finishing the meal, Cyrus looked at Aiko, seemingly wanting to speak to her. Aiko, sensing his gaze, followed him into the study. Nigel lounged on the sofa, the phone screen showing a game interface, but his eyes kept darting towards the study. Last night, the old master had asked him to look into someone and attend an auction for him today. The auction was co-hosted by Cushing Group and TH. While the old master's presence was needed, his health wouldn't allow it. Previously, Arsène had represented him. The study door opened, and Nigel saw Aiko looking down, being led somewhere by Arsène. Leaning forward, he only realized too late that a hidden mage had ambushed him in-game. A teammate grumbled at him half-heartedly. Ignoring it, Nigel walked to the study, seeing Cyrus at the desk with reading glasses on. Where did you send her? Cyrus didn't look up. You're not marrying her, why bother so much? Chapter 48. Sorry, I thought your girlfriend knew. Nigel saw Aiko again when he was about to head to the auction after getting into the car. Aiko sat quietly in the car. She wore a wine-red square-neck velvet dress that reached the floor, with her long, wavy hair loosely tied back and 2 white pearl earrings dangling from her earlobes. Nigel leaned into the car. His tall figure made Aiko feel like the air inside had diminished. She was playing a small game on her phone and paid no attention to Nigel. Arsène sat in the front passenger seat and smiled at Nigel. Mr. Gu instructed that Miss Luo would enter with you today as your date. Aiko glanced at him. If you don't want to go, you can get out now. Gu Peijian chuckled lightly. I'm going. It was rare for him to be her date. On the road, Gu Peijian initiated the conversation. What did the old man tell you? Aiko played her game without looking at him. Are you hungry? Didn't we just have breakfast? Are you Peppa Pig? Arsène, in the front passenger seat, thought for a long time but couldn't understand what had happened between these young people. He didn't comprehend their conversation at all. When they got out of the car, Gu Peijian stood beside Aiko while Arsène followed behind them. Unlike others, Aiko didn't hold the hand of the man beside her. The two seemed to be together, yet walked separately. After entering, Aiko felt many people's gazes falling on her. She had to look at Gu Peijian beside her and noticed his formal suit with unbuttoned cufflinks. She frowned unconsciously. It's a problem with your attire. Aiko initially thought it was due to everyone noticing Gu Peijian's untidiness that they kept staring. Gu Peijian knew this was her first time in such a setting. He glanced down at his outfit, not minding. His index finger gently hooked onto Aiko's hand, guiding her to take her seat. They're just curious why the old man's person is following us. Aiko caught sight of Arsène behind them. Upon closer inspection, those gazes indeed seemed to be sizing up the relationship among the three of them. However, only influential figures were present here, and soon they retracted their impolite gazes. Aiko lowered her eyes to where Gu Peijian's finger curled around hers. It wasn't quite a handshake. His fingers were a bit cool, with pale blue veins barely visible under the skin. His fingernails grazed Aiko's palm unintentionally. Gu Peijian was like this. A simple action could easily make one's heart flutter. The three settled down. Arsène sat on Gu Peijian's left, while Aiko was pulled by Gu Peijian to sit on his right. After Aiko sat down, another woman took the seat next to her. Aiko looked up briefly. Suellen, Miss Luo, your idol is at home today. Suellen wore a sheer champagne-colored tedi kachin, with an ice blue gemstone hanging from her long neck, shining brightly under the auction lighting. Aiko shifted her gaze away. She didn't mention Antonio to Suellen. Gu Peijian leaned against his seat, his indifferent eyes focused on the stage. The next item is the world's only 9,499-carat purple jade, known as the Jiaoyi star. In traditional Chinese culture, purple is the color revered by emperors, and purple jade represents wealth and splendor. The auctioneer began introducing the history of the purple jade. On the display stand covered with black velvet, the main stone, a purple jade, was surrounded by vibrant gems. Each tiny jewel was incredibly valuable, but served merely as embellishment for the central piece, which exuded a deep purple with hints of light blue, worthy of being considered a national treasure. Looking at it, Aiko felt oddly familiar, but couldn't recall where she had seen it before. Gu Peijian was always casual, never raising his paddle regardless of what was being exhibited. But with this piece, he leaned forward and bid first. Aiko glanced at him. The starting price for this bead was 600 million yuan. Are you buying the beauty smile with your fortune, young Master Gu? Suellen laughed. Aiko lowered her eyebrows. Buying the beauty smile? What did she mean? After Gu Peijian raised the bid, Suellen once again turned to look at Aiko. Bringing your girlfriend to an auction and bidding on your childhood betrothed heirloom. Won't your girlfriend be jealous? Aiko's pupils dilated slightly, her clavicle rising and falling as she took a deep breath. Without looking at Gu Peijian, her hands subconsciously intertwined, fiddling with the edges of her nails. Gu Peijian, he has a fiancée? Suellen looked amused at Aiko, shrugging. Miss Luo, I thought you already knew. Aiko rubbed her fingertips over the fabric of her velvet dress, her brows low and eyes cast down. Nigel's arm rested on the armrest of the seat, his classic black watch pressing against the veins on his wrist. The arc of tendons and bones on the back of his hand was strong and decisive. Aiko's gaze slowly shifted towards him. He wore a classic black and white suit today, with a spotlessly ironed white shirt that had almost no wrinkles. 2 buttons near his collarbone were left undone as he leaned back slightly in the chair, his sharp Adam's apple rolling subtly. His fixed gaze landed on Suellen, seemingly carrying a certain warning. Stuck between the two, Aiko wanted to escape. Many people showed interest in the Jowie star, and Nigel kept raising the bid. Aiko took out her phone. A red phone number. It was the call she hadn't gotten through yesterday, the number belonging to Nigel. Her fingers moved, pressing the screen, and deleted that number. She completely erased all traces of Nigel from her phone. In the end, Nigel won that piece of jewelry. Aiko glanced at the display platform. Was this thing so important to him? Nikki had asked Nigel to come for the final key item. But Aiko couldn't sit still anymore, feeling Sue Ellen's mocking smiles landing on her from time to time. At this moment, she deeply felt what Antonio had experienced that day. Under a woman's toy-like gaze, one couldn't even preserve their self-respect. With indifferent brows, she didn't turn her head but whispered softly, "I'll go outside first." As soon as Aiko said that, she tried to stand up, but her skirt hem was held back. Lowering her eyes, she saw the fabric from her left thigh being clutched by his 2 fingers, creating a slight wrinkle. Just like her mood now, she felt squeezed and suffocated by someone's grasp. Nigel released it, saying in a faint voice, "Don't wander around." Aiko exhaled helplessly through her nose. Without saying anything, she left directly. Sue Ellen watched her retreating back, a smile always curving her lips. Nigel scanned the empty seat beside him, lowering his eyelids. "Sue Ellen, you've gone too far." The muffled voice came from beside him. He looked straight ahead, black eyes reflecting light. Arsène dared not speak. The woman laughed lightly. "Sorry, I thought your girlfriend knew. But she can understand, right? In families like yours, arranging a betrothal when young isn't very common." Chapter 49. Aiko is asked to leave. Upon exiting the auction venue, they entered a spacious hall. Aiko scanned the area and took a seat in the sofa lounge area. The air conditioning was set rather high. She rubbed her arms slightly. Suddenly, there was commotion near the entrance, drawing many people's attention. Aiko turned her head to look towards the door. A girl wearing a white lace dress with princess curls walked in arrogantly. "Miss Liu, you cannot enter without an invitation." The manager followed closely behind her. Liv sneered. "I came in, so what if I don't have an invitation?" Aiko recognized her as the girl who played tennis with Nigel last time. She couldn't recall her name, though. Given her aggressive demeanor, it seemed like she had come to cause trouble. Aiko looked away. Originally, Liv intended to enter the auction, but the manager blocked her path. She turned around just in time to see Aiko sitting on the sofa. Pointing at Aiko, Liv asked, "Why can't I go in when she can?" Liv remembered Aiko from before. She had gone to North City to find Nigel, only for him to ignore her after their tennis match. Later, she found out Aiko had confessed to Nigel, and they were together. Even now, there was still a video online of Aiko confessing to Nigel, which almost made her throw her tablet. She also investigated Aiko's background, finding that it was just an ordinary family. Eventually, upon learning that they had broken up, she felt relieved. It was only after asking Daylon Armin that she knew Nigel was here. Rushing over, she encountered this problem due to lacking an invitation. How could she possibly have an invitation when I don't? Liv gave Aiko a disdainful once-over. Recognizing Liv, the manager approached Aiko for the first time. "Excuse me, miss, do you have an invitation?" Aiko glanced at Liv. Indeed, she did not have an invitation. It was in Nigel's possession. Without further explanation, she said, "I don't. I'll leave." Surprised by her straightforwardness, the manager asked, "Miss, how did you enter without an invitation?" From the side, Liv remarked sarcastically, "Did she sneak in? To chase after Nigel? You've really gone all out just to marry into wealth." Each word cut deep. Stopping mid-step, Aiko turned to face Liv. "Miss Liu?" Struggling to recall her name, Aiko addressed her as Miss Liu. "Are you still hanging around?" Liv looked at Aiko as if she were trash. While she didn't respect Aiko, the fact that she had dated Nigel irked her. "Do you have an invitation, Miss Liu?" Aiko, holding her phone, noticed it vibrating. A message from Arsène read, "Where are you?" She felt something off about the tone, but ignored it. Liv waved her hand back. With a light sneer, she replied, "Do you think I'd be kicked out like you if I don't have an invitation?" Aiko saw the diamond-encrusted bag, guessing Liv was showing off its value. "If the rule is entry by invitation only, then we should both leave. But if non-invitees are allowed, why can't I sit here?" Aiko looked at the manager. The manager was quite troubled. As a new transfer, he knew this high-end auction would involve wealthy and influential guests, but he didn't expect this on his first day. Seeing Liv, a familiar socialite, he hadn't dared block her completely, yet the other guest was unknown. "How long do you plan to loiter here?" Liv snapped at the manager. "Didn't I tell you to get rid of her?" The manager, hands clasped nervously, replied to Aiko, "Miss, I'm unsure how you got in without an invitation, but this auction isn't open to the public. Please leave." Though firm, his attitude remained polite. Aiko wasn't interested in arguing with Liv. Taking a deep breath, she left. Meanwhile, Arsène called her. She answered immediately. Instead of hearing Arsène's expected voice, there was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a light cough before a question was asked. "Where are you?" Nigel's voice was deep and resonant, transmitted through the mobile phone waves with a hint of magnetism. His lazy tone carried an air of superiority. "Dead," Aiko replied and hung up. Beep, beep, beep. The response left Nigel speechless, staring blankly at his phone screen. Arsène, fearing he might throw the phone, reminded him, "Young master, there are important documents in my phone." Nigel glanced at him. "Do you think I'm the type who would casually throw someone else's phone?" Arsène laughed. "That day when you came back, you were holding a smashed phone. That was why he feared Nigel would do it again." Nigel returned the phone to him. "Stay here." Arsène looked at him. "Nikki said he would only help you find that person if you bid for the last item today. I won't look for her anymore." With that, he got up and left the auction hall. As he passed Sue Ellen, His cold gaze lingered on her briefly. Suellen shrugged. So hostile. Nigel ignored her, his ears still echoing with Aiko's word, dead. She was mad at him again. As soon as Nigel stepped out of the auction hall, he saw Liv. Furrowing his brows, he scanned around but found no sign of Aiko. He walked straight toward the exit, but Liv noticed him. Nigel. Liv ran up to him. You're still avoiding me. Today I did you a big favor. Liv held up her chiffon dress while carrying a handbag, running towards him. Not only did Nigel not slow down, he quickened his pace. Nigel, I helped you drive away that annoying, clingy girl. Liv glared, annoyed that he was deliberately avoiding her. Nigel stopped and looked at Liv. What annoying, clingy girl? His intense gaze, dark and profound, made people feel uneasy. His fingers slightly clenched at his side. Then he lifted them and pointed at Liv. Don't follow me. Turning around, he walked briskly towards the exit. Chapter 50 Wearing for her. Aiko was not accustomed to the high heels on her feet, so she slipped them off while walking and carried them in her hand. Skyscrapers lined the roadside, and traffic flowed incessantly on the asphalt road. Aiko, a voice called out from behind. He raised his voice and seeing Aiko pause, he quickened his pace to run over. The summer heat fluttered up Aiko's skirt. She turned back to look, strands of hair flying around her ears, lightly brushing past her chin. The sun hung high above. Nigel walked towards her against the light, gradually slowing his steps. Their eyes met, a lingering, intense gaze, neither willing to look away. Weren't you told not to wander around? Aiko's eyelashes trembled in the wind, focusing on the white collar of DeAndre's shirt, which flapped wildly. He strolled over with an indifferent manner, holding a lighter that gleamed silver. Stopping in front of Aiko, he looked down at her bare feet, his lowered lashes trembling in the scattered light. To her surprise, Aiko detected a hint of gentleness in his downward cast eyes. Why didn't you say you were coming out? He said softly. Aiko felt a lump in her throat, sighing helplessly. I'm suffocated. DeAndre guided her to a wooden bench nearby, placing his hands firmly on her shoulders and gently pressing her to sit. You didn't even put on your shoes. Aiko loosened her grip on the high heels, letting them drop to the ground, her half-closed eyes murmuring, It's none of your business. DeAndre scoffed lightly. Who says I'm managing you? Grandfather will blame me again later. Aiko's pair of high heels had thin black straps, with two tiny pearls clasped near her ankles. In the wind, they swayed, one fallen beside the other, their dark red soles revealing an understated luxury. Aiko strained her aching neck, bearing the glaring light to look at DeAndre. His relaxed posture and eyes reflected a faint amber hue, different from the usual deep black. Aiko felt as if she was immersed in a jar of honey, and DeAndre was the one irresistibly drawing her in. These high heels are very beautiful. I love them very much, but they hurt too much. Aiko pursed her lips. Forget it. DeAndre sighed. Putting on some band-aids might help. Aiko shook her head. I'd rather wear my flats. Her voice was soft, almost monotone. DeAndre chuckled mockingly. He squatted down in front of her, playing with the lighter in his hand. With a click, a flame flickered, casting dancing light. Aiko watched the flame in his hand, feeling a burning warmth in front of her face. She watched as DeAndre brought the flame closer to the high heels. Starting from the swaying pearl pendant, the fire slowly spread, consuming the thin black straps, then creeping towards the shoe bottom, creating a visually dangerous yet beautiful spectacle of freedom and recklessness. The fiery flames painted the shape of the wind. The crimson velvet dress covered her fair foot, her small, round toes curled involuntarily. Why are you burning them? Before Aiko finished speaking, DeAndre suddenly scooped her up into his arms. Caught off guard by the sudden loss of balance, she clung tightly to his clothes. What are you doing? Put me down. DeAndre carried her towards the crosswalk. Didn't you want to wear flats? There's a mall right across the street. Why did you have to burn the shoes? Aiko glanced at the flaming high heels. Her fingers tightened unconsciously. DeAndre narrowed his eyes. Since I burned the shoes, you don't need to pay for them, he said nonchalantly. I wore the shoes. How am I going to explain to grandfather? Aiko was growing annoyed. You accuse me of being immature, but what about you burning things? Why keep useless items? DeAndre lifted his chin slightly. Your hair is getting in my mouth. Distracted by this, Aiko used her fingertips to brush the stray strands of hair from DeAndre's face. Her slightly cool fingertips grazed his lips and cheeks. On the opposite side of the road, a few people stood around. Envious glances were cast at them, dressed in expensive attire, one exuding charisma, the other radiating beauty. They looked like they were posing for a photo shoot. But you can't just leave things lying on the roadside. Aiko turned back and saw Arsene dealing with the situation. Lowering her head, she remained silent. Until DeAndre carried her to the entrance of the mall, she struggled to get down. Put me down now. Given the scorching pavement outside, he could carry her, but inside the crowded mall, she didn't want to make a scene. DeAndre didn't insist, carefully setting her down on the ground. Aiko took a deep breath. Initially, she didn't want to be with DeAndre, yet here she was shopping for shoes together with him. She pressed her lips tightly, trying to suppress the restlessness in her heart. DeAndre, standing beside her, saw her aggrieved expression and smirked lightly. Is standing next to me an insult to you? Her expression looked as if she were a chaste woman guarding her honor. Aiko remained silent, feeling as though even the weather was conspiring against her mood. The air was dry and stiflingly hot. The two entered a boutique store of a niche brand. Unlike other shops that bustled with people, this one had only a young couple casually strolling around with milk teas in hand. When Aiko and DeAndre walked in, all three staff members and the young couple glanced over. It was rare to see someone dressed like them while shopping. However, their aura did not seem deliberately showy or pretentious. Aiko's long eyelashes hung gently, her slender figure exuding grace. Fragments of hair framed 2 plump white pearls, her skin as smooth and fine as in an oil painting, almost creamy under the pearl's glow. Her elegant neck bore a delicate pearl necklace, harmonizing perfectly with her red velvet dress. Beside her stood a boy with a distant yet aristocratic air. The dark suit he wore, which should have appeared somber, seemed instead carefree and rebellious on him. Even with everyone's eyes on him, he remained composed, pulling the tall, graceful girl beside him to sit on the sofa inside the store. A staff member, filled with curiosity, cautiously approached, looking at Aiko's bare feet and asked softly, "Ma'am, do you need any help?" DeAndre still stood in front of Aiko, so close that her curled toes almost touched his leather shoes. After some thought, she looked at the staff member. "Please bring me a pair of your new Starwalk model. Thank you." Quite coincidentally, the shop they had randomly chosen happened to be a favorite niche brand of Aiko. Aiko wore size 36, and the staff member needed to fetch it from the warehouse. With her feet on the cool ceramic tiles, her toes turned slightly red. She lifted her foot. Holding it up for too long grew tiring, so she tried to lower it again, but her ankle was enveloped by a warm palm. This was the second time today that DeAndre squatted in front of her. His eyes lowered. He removed his jacket and laid it on the polished floor. Aiko froze, her foot still hovering in the air. DeAndre raised his eyelids slightly, his eyes like ink pools, and softly spoke, "Put it down." Aiko hesitated, looking at the luxurious high-count wool fabric of the tailored suit on the floor. The lapels of the suit lay right under her feet. Suddenly, it occurred to her that this was the closest place to the heart. Without giving her time to think, DeAndre pressed her ankle down gently. Aiko's pale feet stepped onto the suit, the buttons pressing into her soles. The charcoal gray fabric was incredibly comfortable, contrasting sharply with the cold, hard tiles before, making it feel as if she were walking on soft cotton. Not only did the staff member bring the shoes for Aiko to try on, but also brought a pair of white socks. Aiko intended to put on the socks herself, but paused. DeAndre's hand still gripped her ankle. "Give it to me." He took the soft cotton socks from her hands. Aiko braced herself on the sofa with both hands, her collarbone deeply indented, lips pursed as she watched DeAndre squatting before her. Without the jacket, the thin fabric of the long-collared shirt clung to his back, outlining muscles and prominent bones, leading down to his broad shoulders and lean waist encased in the suit trousers, with the textured leather belt gleaming subtly under the lights. Though squatting usually puts one at a disadvantage, he exuded a strong sense of dominance. DeAndre's palms fully enveloped Aiko's ankles, his fingers' dry warmth resting on her protruding bones. His serious gaze focused entirely on her feet. Aiko involuntarily shivered. DeAndre glanced up at her briefly. Quickly returning his focus to his task, his fingertips brushed against her soles intermittently, causing Aiko to instinctively lift her foot back, her toes curling tightly, turning pink. Chapter 51. Aiko is accused of being the other woman. "What are you hiding from?" Nigel pulled her leg towards his knee. This made it easier for him to put on her socks, which he quickly did. He stood up. Aiko slipped into her comfy white shoes and moved aside. The suit was still on the ground. She glanced at him. Nigel seemed unconcerned, maintaining his usual aloof demeanor. "Thank you," said Aiko, intending to pick up his suit from the floor. But Nigel got there first, holding the collar of the suit in one hand. "Let me give it back, I can help." "No need," Nigel said as he paid for the suit. Aiko stopped him and paid for it herself. They walked side by side through the mall, but after they left, Nigel threw away the suit he was holding. Aiko subconsciously assumed that Nigel discarded the suit because she had stepped on it. He had a bit of OCD. Previously, when Aiko tried to share a cup of bubble tea with him like other couples do, Nigel always refused. "Let's go." Nigel glanced sideways at Aiko. Aiko was puzzled. "Where to?" Nigel casually twirled a cigarette box in his fingers. "Back to the auction. They could still make it on time." Aiko paused. "You go ahead. I'll wait outside." Nigel lowered his eyes, his long straight lashes half covering them. "Afraid to confront someone who bullied you, running away?" Aiko looked down at her spotless white shoes. "If I can't fight back, can't I choose to avoid it?" She turned her head to look at Nigel. "Do you think everyone has a family like yours that cleans up their messes? Do you have such a small courage?" Nigel's voice was low and husky, his eyelashes exceptionally long in the sunlight. "This is my life attitude," Aiko replied, trying to walk forward but was held back by Nigel. "Is your life attitude to run away from problems?" Nigel pulled her across the zebra crossing, back to the auction hall. The manager immediately came forward. Upon seeing Aiko beside Nigel, he felt a pang of regret. Had he known she was connected to Nigel, he wouldn't have escorted her out for Miss Liu. Nigel gave the manager a cold glance, distant yet imposing. "What's your name?" His tone was indifferent. The manager felt uneasy under the gaze, answering quietly while glancing cautiously at Liv. After all, he did this for her sake, chasing away this young lady. Liv had seen Nigel bring Aiko inside, only for Aiko to pull her hand free just before entering. "Nigel, you brought her here?" Liv frowned, clearly disapproving of Aiko. "I'm her male companion. Is there a problem with that?" Nigel's silk shirt was slightly wrinkled, but he calmly adjusted the cuffs. Liv laughed coldly. "Are you joking? Can she afford anything here?" Nigel smiled lightly, revealing an air of charm. "I brought her back specifically to pay." Liv was taken aback. "She pays?" Aiko responded. "Where do I pay?" She removed her phone case, took out the card given by Cyrus, and then put the phone case back on. The manager stared in shock. "Who keeps a black card like that?" He swallowed hard. "May I know this young lady's name?" "To have Edric's card. Could she be one of the reclusive granddaughters of the Gu family?" "Aiko." Liv snatched the card from her hands, still unable to believe it. How could she have this? Nigel, did you give Nikki's card to her? Nigel took the card from Liv's hand and returned it to Aiko. Liv, let me remind you, she is now under the protection of the old man. I'm even her male companion. Are you still bullying her? Nigel shrugged, looking down at Aiko. Miss, I don't have any connection with her. He draped an arm over her shoulder and walked into the auction venue, saying casually, don't tell the old man on me later. Liv hurriedly chased after them. Nigel, didn't you break up with her? Nigel kept an arm around Aiko's shoulder, loosening his collar, and coldly looked at Liv. Why are you so concerned? Are you planning to pursue our young miss? Who wants to pursue her? Why are you following us then? Nigel pressed his brow. Oh, are you volunteering to be her female companion? Aiko, cough, cough. Aiko shook her head. Miss Liu, forget it. I don't need that. Liv was livid at this exchange. She glared at Nigel. Does Sullivan know about you and her? Liv looked at Aiko again. Do you understand that you two belong to different worlds? Have you ever met his father? You won't be accepted by him. Aiko opened her mouth and covered her lips with her hand, looking at Nigel in surprise. You're a daddy's boy? Nigel shook his head. I'm not. Aiko looked at Liv. He isn't. Liv turned red with anger, looking at Nigel. Are you sure you want to treat me like this for her? Nigel tightened his hold on Aiko's shoulder slightly, speaking lazily. Oh, are you very important? I'll tell Sullivan. Liv glared at Nigel, pulling out her phone to call. He might be busy now. Nigel glanced at his watch and gave Liv a light look. Shall I help you call him? Seeing the intimacy between them, Liv's face twisted with anger. She took a deep breath. It seems Sullivan hasn't told you anything. Liv looked at Aiko, drawing a sneer. His father has already discussed it with my family. Once he returns from studying abroad, he will be engaged to me. So, you are being the other woman. Aiko clutched the card in her hand, her narrowed eyes remaining calm. Did I say we were boyfriend and girlfriend? He's just my male companion. Aiko shifted her body, slipping out of Nigel's arm around her shoulder. So whatever is between you two has nothing to do with me. You should talk to him, not me. The air pressure around Nigel suddenly dropped. His eyes fixed intently on Aiko. You don't care no matter what I do. Aiko lowered her eyes, not looking at him. Here's your card. Remember to return it after use. She shoved the card into Nigel's hand, but he didn't move. She looked up at him briefly. Her heart suddenly tightened. She had never seen Nigel give such a cold stare before. Her fingers unconsciously tightened as she stuffed the card deeply into his suit pocket. Then she walked away without a word. Liv watched her retreating back and sneered. See, she doesn't love you at all. Liv stared at Nigel. Just now, she didn't hesitate to abandon you. Chapter 52. Aiko clarifies her relationship with Nigel. Nigel's eyes were cold. Everything Armin said has nothing to do with me. If you want to get engaged, find Armin. Nigel beckoned, and the manager standing by immediately trotted over. What's wrong? Liv was still indignant that Nigel actually told her to find Armin for engagement. Nigel looked at the manager. Please ask her to leave if she doesn't have an invitation, okay? The last two words sounded very gentle in tone, but the manager was scared into a cold sweat. Understand. Nigel glanced at the manager coldly. The manager nodded immediately, knowing that while Liv couldn't be easily provoked, this heir of their establishment was even less so. The manager helplessly looked at Liv. He was in a tough spot. Seeing his expression, Liv's chest rose and fell violently with anger. Nigel, I'll tell Sullivan about what happened today. Nigel suddenly moved towards Liv, catching her off guard. He approached her step by step, intimidating Liv so much that she almost lost her balance. Nigel sneered coldly, glaring sideways at Liv. So weak. Even if you brought Armin here tied up today, my answer would still be the same. Get lost or not. Liv was so frightened that tears welled up in her eyes. She knew Nigel wasn't someone to mess with and had a bad temper. But never before had he directly told her to leave like this. She threw her bag down and glared at the manager. I'm leaving. The manager was drenched in cold sweat, caught between two difficult sides. In the end, he sided with Nigel. Young Master Gu, it was my mistake today, causing Miss Luo and you. You can leave too. Nigel turned and entered the auction hall. The auction was already over. He still hadn't completed what the old man had asked him to do. After leaving the auction, Aiko took a taxi back. She had attended the auction as promised to Nikki, and now felt like she had broken her word, especially since she had burned her shoes. She went personally to Cyrus's study, knocking on the door. From inside came the sound of coughing, followed by a heavy voice inviting her in. Aiko lowered her head, only giving Cyrus a brief glance before looking down again. Cyrus put down his fountain pen. Aiko, Cyrus asked, you came back early? Did that bastard Nigel bully you? Cyrus seemed quite angry. Don't worry. Once he gets back, I'll deal with him for you. Next time if he makes you come back alone again, I'll revoke all his privileges, making it impossible for him to stay in Jing City. Hearing Cyrus defend her, Aiko didn't know if it was true, but she felt touched nonetheless. Cyrus lifted a finger, indicating for Aiko to sit down. Sitting on the leather chair, facing Cyrus across a large desk piled with documents she couldn't understand. Young people often argue. Can you tell me what happened between you two? Aiko nodded. Sorry, Nikki. Cyrus's eyes darkened, suddenly saying sorry. Why is that? Aiko took a deep breath, looking at the obviously tired and unwell grandpa, feeling a lump in her throat. Nikki, how is your health? This question was undoubtedly out of bounds. After all, according to reason, there wasn't much of a relationship between her and Cyrus. As an outsider, asking him directly was an intrusion, given his distinguished status. Aiko shook her head. I don't mean anything else. I just think that what I'm about to say might be hard for you to accept. I'm worried that telling you might worsen your condition. Cyrus removed his reading glasses from his nose, sighing. Tell me. Aiko looked at him, biting her lip. Nikki, actually, Nigel and I. Aiko hesitated. Should she say she wasn't dating Nigel or that they had dated but broke up? What's going on between you two? Aiko closed her eyes. Nigel and I dated for less than 2 months. We had incompatible personalities and broke up long ago. He probably said those things the other day to make you feel better. I didn't want to worry you, so I kept it from you. I'm sorry, Nikki. I shouldn't have lied to you. Also, the card you gave me, I gave it to Nigel. I believe you originally intended it for him. Relieved after spilling the truth, Aiko watched Nikki. She clutched her phone tightly, ready to call immediately if something happened to Nikki. Cyrus smiled. Don't be so tense. My health isn't that bad yet. Embarrassed, Aiko lowered her head. Sorry, Nikki. The pair of shoes I wore today are also gone. Tell me how much it will cost to compensate. Cyrus sighed and shook his head. You have such a good personality. Even if I were to guess, it would be that naughty boy's fault. Aiko recalled the little details of her interactions with Nigel, and she shook her head. He's quite good. It's just that we aren't compatible. Don't think too highly of me, Nikki. I'm not that good. It's just that my personality is somewhat soft. So many elders feel that I am obedient and sensible. In fact, she wasn't some goody two-shoes. Cyrus pressed a button on the armrest of his wheelchair, and it started moving on its own. Aiko glanced over. His study was very spacious, with a whole wall of bookshelves behind his desk, filled with all kinds of treasured classic books. Next to them were glass display cabinets, showcasing various awards from when Nikki was younger. The wheelchair stopped in front of the display cabinet, and he entered the password to open it. Fearing she might see something private, Aiko quickly withdrew her gaze. She kept her head down looking at her phone, always nervous inside. Come, take this, said Cyrus, handing her a box. Aiko paused for a moment. Nikki, what's inside? Cyrus placed it in her hands. Open it and you'll know. Aiko looked at the antique wooden box. Just from its appearance, it was unlike any ordinary box, evoking a sense of ancient elegance. Even the lock was inlaid with gold and jade. She carefully opened the box. This is... Inside the box lay an intact emerald bracelet. Aiko didn't need to guess. Even though she wasn't an expert, she could feel how expensive the bracelet was. She looked back at Nikki, puzzled. This. She was afraid it was for her. It was too precious. She couldn't possibly accept it. If she took it home, her parents would definitely ask her to return it. This belonged to your grandmother. Aiko was surprised. How did grandmother's belongings end up with you, Nikki? When she lowered her head again, she found the bracelet truly suited her grandmother's demeanor. It was our Gu family's mistake. When she left, she had nothing. She hated our Gu family. Aiko looked at Nikki, who was recounting calmly. His eyes were sunken, yet they sparkled with vigor. Give this bracelet to her for me. And also, the card wouldn't have been given to you, nor to that young man. Chapter 53. Save my phone number, available 24 hours a day. Aiko did not understand why Nikki wanted her to give the bracelet to Grandma, and told her to do so only after returning to Beicheng. Abby was right here. Why didn't he give it himself? Aiko returned to her room with the wooden box and carefully placed it down. Her cell phone vibrated. Aiko answered the call. On the other end was Kylie's furious voice. Rotten company. Antonio's severe wounds were exposed, yet they claimed it was a makeup effect for filming, treating us fans like fools. Aiko froze, clearly still processing the situation. Then came a series of notifications on her phone. She opened them to find photos sent by Kylie and posted by major Antonio fans. Antonio wore an ordinary shirt, but in the summer, he was dressed in long sleeves and trousers. His figure was erect under a black cap, yet he stumbled due to an assistant's luggage cart beside him. He knelt halfway, his face under the cap showing clear restraint. His shirt lifted, exposing large bruises and scars. Though Antonio quickly pulled down his shirt to hide the injuries. Fans surrounded him, almost capturing every angle. This scene was inevitably photographed by numerous fans. The moment these photos hit Weibo, it surged straight to trending, despite obvious attempts by the company to suppress the hashtag. But fans and bystanders brought it back up. Aiko scrolled through each photo, seeing Antonio's wounds. Sue Ellen's smiling face flashed in her mind. Kylie's frustrated voice continued. I really want to go smash their rotten company. By the way, aren't you in Jing City? Antonio is shooting there. You should check on him. I want to know if those wounds are real. Aiko swallowed hard, recalling what Nigel said on the bet day. It wasn't disdain. He knew that if she agreed to have Antonio come to her side, Sue Ellen would treat him even worse. Suppressing the frustration in her heart, she replied softly. I understand. Kylie paused. Xiao Alicia, is something wrong? Why are you so calm? Aiko struggled to explain such a complex matter to Kylie. Nothing, just busy lately. Don't worry, I'll definitely see Antonio. Ending the call with Kylie, Aiko refreshed Weibo to check Antonio's news. She saw another trending topic. Kashing Group heir returns to Jing City and buys back his fiancée's family heirloom at auction. Aiko tapped into the link. Inside, no pictures from the auction house were shown. It explained how Nigel, as Cyrus's grandson, bid at Kashing's auction for Zhaoyi Star. And Zhaoyi Star was the one family's heirloom, sold at a low price after the family went bankrupt. Now it had returned to Nigel. Scanning further down, journalists detailed Nigel's engagement with Wenjia's elder daughter, which was later dissolved by Armin, Cyrus's son. A photo popped up. Aiko's brows twitched. It showed no skillful framing, merely a pedestrian crossing and skyscrapers opposite. But in the middle of the road, Nigel in an expensive suit held a girl in a red velvet dress. The girl was barefoot, her fingers brushing against his face. Calming her inner agitation, she continued scrolling. Seeing the writer interpret the girl as Wenjia's elder daughter, lamenting Nigel's unrequited love and how pitiful the separation was due to the bankruptcy. Aiko exited the article, searched, when Jia's eldest daughter London Han, on Baidu. Her phone screen turned blank, endlessly spinning. She exited the app, shut off her phone. Taking a deep breath. It has nothing to do with me. Aiko began reviewing Antonio's schedule. Memorizing the location of his film set, she set an alarm, planning to visit tomorrow. At dinner time, Aiko descended the stairs. Nigel was still wearing the shirt from the auction. Pausing mid-step on the stairs, people at the dining table casually glanced up. Aiko lowered her gaze and kept walking, thinking Nigel wouldn't be around for half a month as last time, surprised that he returned home for dinner. Nigel withdrew his gaze. Sky, come quick. Orla waved at Aiko. Aiko sat next to Orla. At the dinner table, neither Nigel nor Aiko exchanged any looks or words. Nigel finished his meal first, put down his utensils, and was about to leave. Nigel. Aiko stood up, walking out with a smile to apologize to Cyrus and Orla. Abby, Daylon Yunji, please continue eating. I have something to talk to him outside. The two elders nodded. Aiko was about to go out with Nigel. Nigel cast her a sideways glance with his eyes lowered. Did I say I wanted to talk to you? 3 minutes. Aiko blurted out. Nigel turned his head, as if thinking of something, and sneered coldly. You're quite quick. After saying that, he walked out. Aiko followed closely behind. The two stood beside the pavilion in the backyard. Nigel glanced at his phone. Speak up. Auction. Thank you for helping me vent, but I don't think what I said afterward was wrong. Why did you get angry? Aiko stared at him intently. Which I saw me angry. Does it matter to me what you say? Nigel stared at the white jade flowers swaying beside the pavilion and laughed. Aiko, do you really think I got mad because of your words? His gaze was piercing. Don't take yourself too seriously. Aiko took a deep breath. Fine, let's forget it. One last question, Antonio, and I don't want to answer. Nigel didn't wait for Aiko to finish. His expression turned cold as soon as she mentioned Antonio's name. Ask him yourself if you want to know. He stood in front of Aiko, blocking the sunlight from halfway up the hill, their shadows overlapping on the gravel path. Do you still remember the bet you lost? Aiko nodded. I remember. 2 months. What do you want me to do? Both spoke lightly and sharply, without any unnecessary words, as if they were strangers economizing each other's time. Save my phone number. Always available. Nigel opened his phone to show her the number. Aiko's eyes focused on the familiar string of numbers and reluctantly opened the memo on her phone. Why don't you directly save it to your contact list? Nigel asked, then added. Oh, you don't want to add me, huh? Aiko remained silent. She just feared that once she entered this phone number into her contacts, it would show below. Call me. Nigel said. Hearing his firm voice, Aiko curled her lips. I already remembered your number. Chapter 54. Aiko's call is a harassment call. Aiko was speechless. He just didn't want to memorize her number, so he told her his. Then he asked her to call him first, and then he would add her contact, right? He truly never takes any loss. Just because she said that no matter what happens it's not related to her, does it need such treatment? Aiko gripped the phone. I know, I'll call you later. Not wanting to waste time here, she went back after saying this. Nigel walked behind her. Aiko turned around. Why are you following me? This is my home too. Aiko awkwardly turned back. She gritted her teeth, copied the number in the memo, and called Nigel. Nigel looked at the screen of his phone. After Aiko's name, there was a bracket. Inside the bracket were 4 words, harassment call. He suddenly remembered something. In the bar that day, a string of numbers had called him. Nigel never answered calls from strangers. He hung up directly and marked it as a harassment call. He took a few steps forward and pressed on Aiko's shoulder. Aiko shivered in fright, turning to look at him, puzzled. You've called me before? Nigel bluntly asked. Aiko was caught off guard. She stammered in explanation. Why yes. It was that day when Nikki told me to call. He gave me the number. I called but you didn't pick up, so he said forget it. Aiko swallowed hard after speaking. She didn't understand how Nigel knew she had called him before. Nigel sneered. You're quite smart, aren't you? Having said that, he walked past Aiko and entered the room first. Aiko stood by the door, thinking over Nigel's words. They sounded like compliments, but the tone felt a bit like personal resentment, as if mocking her. Aiko sighed. How was she going to endure these 2 months? Nigel would definitely not let her off easily. Aiko could already foresee her miserable days ahead. If only she had followed Michael to do part-time work during summer vacation. At least she would have earned some money, rather than working for Nigel with no pay and dignity. Aiko thought that today wouldn't be the start, but she had underestimated Nigel. In the evening, after Aiko finished her nightly routine and curled up in bed ready to watch TV, her phone next to the pillow suddenly vibrated. Aiko usually kept her phone on silent at night. She lowered her head to check. It was Nigel's number. Her eyelids twitched as she picked up the call. A voice came through the receiver, with a slight nasal tone. Come over. Before Aiko could ask, the call ended. Aiko slammed her fist on the pillow and got up, heading to Nigel's room. Do you not sleep? Aiko blurted out upon entering. But unexpectedly, Nigel was standing right in front of her, causing her to step back in shock, covering her racing heart. You scared me. Looking at him, he was wearing a charcoal, gray silk robe. His hair ends were still wet, and his skin carried a misty dampness. Were you sleeping when I called? Nigel asked. Aiko remained silent. She indeed did not sleep so early, but instinctively, she believed that past that hour, whether she was awake or not, it was her private time and should not be disturbed by anyone or anything. Nigel stared at her. She was dressed in a cotton satin nightgown that reached her ankles, light and thin fabric with rolled-edge sleeves. Her loose hair fell around her shoulders, her eyes lifting to meet his, clear and bright. Go back, he muttered, looking away. Aiko was bewildered. You called me over just to tell me to go back? Not going. Nigel fixed his dark gaze on her. Aiko nodded. All right, I'm going back. She turned without a second glance and headed back to her room. Yet after entering, she stomped the floor hard in anger. The next day, both of them had breakfast with the elders. This time, Aiko finished eating first. Remembering she planned to see Antonio that day, she bid farewell to the elders and was about to leave. Nigel also stood up and followed her. Initially, Aiko didn't think much of it until she noticed that Nigel was still following her outside. She slowed down. Nigel walked past her. Follow me. Aiko frowned. I have plans today. Nigel chuckled lightly. Going to meet your idol? He might have skipped work today. Aiko quickly realized that he meant Antonio was now with Benny. Without giving her time to react, Nigel walked to the garage. Aiko adjusted her single shoulder bag and hurriedly followed him. What happened to Antonio? Walking beside Nigel, she looked up at him. Nigel glanced down at her. Noting her worried face, he said with a hint of a smile, You're too noisy. Aiko quietened and sat in his car. He didn't drive the pink supercar this time, opting for a black one that seemed more understated. During the ride, neither of them spoke. Only Nigel driving, and Aiko sitting in the passenger seat. From the corner of her eye, Aiko glanced at him. He was dressed in his usual all-black attire, cold and unwelcoming. Aiko recalled carefully, and indeed, Nigel never paid much attention to his clothing, but every time he appeared, even in simple all-black outfits, he could draw everyone's attention. The car stopped at a crosswalk. In this brief moment, Aiko saw someone next to them raising their phone to take a picture. She instinctively turned her head away from the impolite lens. Just then, she met Nigel's gaze. His cold expression was unadorned, making Aiko feel as if she were immersed in icy water. Aiko noticed him casually glancing past her, his eyelashes slightly lowered, his dark pupils indifferent. As the sports car started moving, Aiko looked back at the boy who had been holding the phone to take pictures. Now, he kept his head down, not daring to raise his phone again. Aiko thought Nigel was taking her to the same place as last time, where perhaps Benny and Antonio would be. But Nigel brought her to an arcade. Aiko raised an eyebrow. You're lying to me? Nigel dangled the car keys with his fingertips and glanced at Aiko nonchalantly. Yeah. So arrogant. Aiko laughed out of anger. You? She licked her lips, unsure what to say. Nigel walked in first, and after checking her phone, Aiko followed suit. Inside the arcade were mostly students on summer vacation. When Nigel entered, many people turned to look at him. Aiko kept some distance from him. They maintained a 10-step distance between them. This made the girls in the arcade assume they weren't related, and one of them even opened her WeChat QR code and approached Nigel, asking if she could add him as a friend. But Nigel turned to look at Aiko. Come here. He pointed at the game machine in front of him. The girl, noticing Aiko following behind, bit her lip and hesitantly asked Nigel, Is she your girlfriend? Aiko answered first, no. The girl seemed to think she had another chance and gathered her courage. Can we play together? I'm pretty good at it. Chapter 55, another bet, Aiko wins again. The arcade was bathed in vibrant, colorful lights, with rows of neatly arranged game machines that were dazzling to the eye. Nigel stood in front of a classic arcade cabinet, its casing glowing with flashing neon lights. When Aiko heard the girl ask if she could join in, she turned her head away unconsciously. Her gaze fell on a claw machine in the corner, filled with adorable plush toys. She watched a couple sitting in front of the claw machine. The girl was a head shorter than the boy, holding a bucket of popcorn in her arms. The boy skillfully operated the controls and managed to grab a strawberry bear after just a few coins, making the girl happy as she tiptoed to kiss the boy on the cheek. The air was filled with the scent of popcorn. Then, she heard Nigel's clear, magnetic voice nearby. If I lose, I'll treat everyone here for free. Wanna play? Nigel's voice wasn't loud, but his words were clear, with a hint of amusement in his tone. Aiko saw the girl lower her head and walk away awkwardly. Only then did Aiko turn to look at Nigel. He lowered his eyes, his palms stretched out, revealing a pink-wrapped candy resting on his hand. Aiko looked at him puzzled, and he tilted his head, leaning close to her ear. Want it? If you don't, I'll throw it. Aiko picked up the candy with her fingertips. Nigel paused briefly in front of the arcade cabinet before moving to a shooting game machine. Aiko saw him start 2 machines, and then unwrap the candy to eat it. Nigel glanced at her, pointing to the machine beside her. Aiko chewed the edge of the candy, her cheeks puffing up. I don't have enough money to treat everyone. Nigel smirked at her, half teasing. Not asking you to. Then I won't play, she said. If you win, I'll tell you about Antonio. Nigel spoke casually, but it caught Aiko off guard. I'll play, she said firmly. Nigel remained silent, not saying anything more. Aiko had played shooting games before. As the score accumulated, the machine would spit out tickets, which could be exchanged for prizes. So we'll see who gets more tickets. Aiko stood ready in front of the machine. Nigel paused beside her, a smile lingering in his eyes. Comparing this? Aiko nodded. They exchanged 100 coins each. Objects moved irregularly across the screen, requiring constant shooting. One mistake would reset the game, requiring another coin, but if uninterrupted, 1 coin could last indefinitely. Once prepared, they started. Aiko was reasonably adept, focusing intently on the screen. She didn't glance at how Nigel was doing, afraid of getting distracted. Nigel inserted his coin a step later, controlling the gun with one hand, occasionally glancing at Aiko. His peripheral vision caught a couple standing in front of a basketball game machine. The girl complained that the boy wasn't letting her win. Listening from the side, Nigel glanced at Aiko again. Nearly a third of her coins were already gone. Meanwhile, Nigel had only used his second coin. The couple's conversation drifted over once more. Didn't you challenge me? What's the point if you let me win? The boy scratched his head, puzzled. The girl thrust a small basket into his chest. I want to compete with you, not really to win or lose. It's important to play together. Do you understand? If you're going to show off your skills, why don't you play with your friends instead of coming here to entertain me? The boy looked at the basket in his hands and hurried to placate her. Okay, it was my fault. I thought you wanted to really compete. Let's go play the claw machine, okay? The girl's expression softened slightly. I'm your girlfriend, not your buddy. Okay. Nigel scratched behind his ear. Those words distracted him, and he missed a target. He had to insert another coin. Looking at Aiko's basket again, he saw even fewer coins remaining. His eyes dropped to the pile of tickets coming out of the machine. Clearly, Nigel had accumulated more tickets. Lowering his eyelashes, he thought back to the words he'd just heard. I'm your girlfriend, not your buddy. I want to compete with you, not really to win or lose. It's important to play together. Nigel watched the images flash by on the screen of the game. So familiar. Aiko used to invite him whenever she had free time. Movies, dinners, amusement parks, or zoos. Nigel wasn't very interested in those places, but Aiko seemed to accommodate his preferences. She often invited him to the arcade. She had once played shooting games with him as well, challenging him to a competition and saying that if she won, he had to agree to one of her requests. Nigel never let her win, assuming they were truly competing. If it was a competition, he wouldn't lose. Aiko rarely proposed a competition between the two of them after that. The last time Aiko was in the arcade with him seemed to be that time. He originally came with Abdurrahman and Ichwan. Ichwan brought an upperclassman whom Aiko had met before. Aiko seemed quite upset that day. Every so often, Nigel would have to insert another game coin. His slender index finger pressed on the button, absent-mindedly tapping it from time to time, while his other hand casually inserted coins into the machine. The basket that was originally filled with game coins soon dwindled down to just a few. Finally, only one coin remained. Glancing at the score tickets spilling out from under the game machine, Nigel also looked over at Aiko. Her basket still had 7 game coins left. With a light tap of his fingertips, Nigel made the final attempt. The screen showed a failure. He inserted the last coin. This time, he wasn't lazy, his eyes focused, and his posture slightly bent forward. Each target was hit precisely by him. Only when Aiko used up her last coin did she look over at Nigel. Seeing how seriously he played, she felt more relaxed. She glanced at her score tickets, and then at his. Visually, there wasn't much difference. Nigel's eyelashes flickered slightly, obviously noticing that Aiko had finished. He slowed his finger movement, ending the game prematurely. After sorting her score tickets, Aiko took them to the front desk for counting. Nigel also picked up his score tickets and slowly followed behind Aiko. Watching the staff put the score tickets into the machine, the numbers began to flash. There were actually more than 20,000 score tickets, and her face lit up with triumph. She smiled back at Nigel, her eyes curving happily. The front desk near the entrance was brighter than inside the arcade. Her smile seemed to be covered with a soft, misty filter. Chapter 56. Nigel asks who Alexandra calls baby. Nigel, holding the reward coupons in one hand, walked slowly toward the front desk. When he saw Alexandra smiling at him as boldly as usual, his heart felt like it was dispelled from gloom by sunlight, warming up. Hurry up. Alexandra waved her hand, unable to hold back the upward curve of her lips, which gleamed like they were dotted with stars, sparkling brightly. Nigel handed over the coupons on his hand to the staff member. Alexandra nudged the coupons forward, eager for her little actions. Alexandra felt she was in a particularly good state today. While playing, she did not get distracted once. In the past, when she and Nigel came to play at the arcade together, she would always glance at him from time to time, worried that he might find the games boring or feel bored staying with her. But today, she was very focused and did not look at Nigel even once. Hello, this is a total of 12,210 reward coupons. When Alexandra saw the number on the machine stop at over 10,000, her eyes squinted into slits as she laughed. She turned to look at Nigel. I won. Nigel responded softly. You won. Standing upright before Alexandra, with the light outside shining in, Alexandra noticed her shadow falling on his chest. Alexandra reined in her smile, pursed her lips, and looked at the staff member. Excuse me, what can these reward coupons be exchanged for? Behind here on the gift wall, the corresponding reward coupons are labeled under each item. You can exchange any gifts whose required points do not exceed your total coupons. Together, the two had more than 30,000 reward coupons. Looking over, most of the gifts listed required hundreds of thousands or even tens of thousands of coupons. The staff reminded them. You may also store them on a card and accumulate enough coupons before exchanging later. Alexandra had only been there for 2 months, so keeping them wouldn't help much. She looked at Nigel. Why don't we save them for you? You will surely return to Beijing City, right? Upon saying the last part, Alexandra clearly saw Nigel's brows furrow for a moment before he quickly resumed his calm demeanor. He glanced at the number displayed on the machine. No need. Feeling a bit wasteful, Alexandra looked at the gift wall again, trying to find something they could exchange for 30,000 coupons. The staff bent down and took out a tiny mini umbrella from the bottom, clearly covered with a layer of dust. This one costs 30,000 coupons, if you're not picky about it. Obviously, no one would want to use valuable coupons to exchange for an old umbrella. Alexandra looked at Nigel. Do you want it? After all, Nigel had provided the money for the game coins just now. Nigel glanced at Alexandra. For me? Alexandra nodded. It was yours anyway. Nigel raised his eyes to the umbrella, noticing a shooting star pattern on it. He took the umbrella. Let's go. The two left the arcade. Alexandra kept looking at Nigel until he got in the car. Seeing he had no intention of speaking, she stared at the umbrella casually placed next to him. The umbrella was as big as his palm, white in color, decorated with whale and shooting star patterns. You lost. She couldn't help but remind him. A soft laugh emerged from Nigel's nasal cavity. Ah, Seemed like he didn't care. Alexandra gritted her teeth. We had a bet, baby. She mimicked what Nigel said to her in the bar last time. Yet when those two words came out of her mouth, knowing they referred to Antonio, her face couldn't help but flush. Indeed, not everyone has the thick-skinned nature of Nigel to blurt out such affectionate words easily. Nigel reached up and brushed away some hair covering his eyes. His pupils reflected fragmented light, squinting slightly as his lips curled up, the raised eyebrows exuding an unrestrained youthfulness, an aura rarely seen on him. Alexandra, caught off guard by the rare sight, lowered her long lashes, momentarily dazed, her fingertips clutching the seatbelt nervously. Who are you calling, baby? His voice was languid. Alexandra remained silent. The car was parked still, not moving. Alexandra felt the air becoming stagnant, turning her gaze to the window, stiffly opening her mouth. You know. Nigel turned his head towards Alexandra. Under the sunlight, the girl's porcelain skin glowed smoothly, every delicate downy hair beside her cheek visible. Her features were delicate and bright, with no trace of imperfection upon closer inspection. Seeing her troubled expression, Nigel decided not to tease her anymore. Someone knocked on the window next to Alexandra. Alexandra startled, turning to look at Nigel. Nigel rolled down the window a third of the way. Alexandra looked outside. She did not recognize the person, and it was clear he was not someone nice. Due to the incident that happened at school, Alexandra now had a shadow cast over her whenever she encountered tall men with scars and tattoos. She cautiously moved closer to Nigel, breathing nervously. Nigel closed the window, blocking the view from outside. He unbuckled his seatbelt and was about to get out. Aiko tugged at the fabric near his waist. Where are you going? Aiko had seen Nigel fight last time. Although he subdued those people afterward, the scene was still alarming to watch. It was a violent scene where one might get punched or injured with a little carelessness. They came for me. Nigel glanced at Aiko's hand gripping the corner of his shirt. Aiko's throat felt dry, unable to speak. She didn't let go. You can't go down there alone. There's more than one of them. Aiko didn't understand why they would encounter such people here again. There were clearly more people behind that man outside just now. Why did they come for you? Aiko's thin eyebrows knitted together, her eyes filled with worry. Those men were heading toward Nigel's side of the car. Aiko heard the noisy sounds outside. With so much money, why don't you pay off your fiancé's debts, Mr. Gu? Aiko's fingers paused. She loosened her grip slightly, looking away somewhat awkwardly. Yes, it's your personal matter. I won't ask anymore. Nigel opened his lips. Just go then. I'll wait in the car. Call me if anything happens. Aiko quickly finished speaking, retracting her hand and folding both hands on her lap. Seeing her uncomfortably biting her lower lip, Nigel said nothing and opened the door to get out of the car. Aiko heard a click, indicating that Nigel had locked the car door. She leaned forward slightly, watching the situation outside, holding her phone firmly. Fortunately, there were only 3 people outside. Aiko recalled how Nigel had once beaten 3 people before, which gave her some relief. After a moment's thought, she still unlocked her phone and sent a message to Arsene. The sounds outside were muffled, but Aiko saw them moving away from the car. Did you forget Shannon so quickly, young master? The leader of the group laughed coldly. Nigel's expression remained calm, his eyes icy. Where is she? Her father owes so much money, and I'm doing this for the cash. You bought a few billion worth of gems just like that, but now you're reluctant to help her repay the debt? Can a real man show some courage? Your Gu family is really heartless. Before, you were in-laws, and now that the Wen family has fallen, you've become enemies? Chapter 57. The Desperate Debt Collectors. Nigel injured. Aiko read the message from Arsene on her phone, telling her he would arrive in 20 minutes. She turned off her phone and watched as several men surrounded Nigel, their gazes fierce and provocative. Where is she? Nigel's eyes were sharp. The men glanced at each other, the atmosphere tense and unyielding, like 2 flames clashing in the air. Aiko's heart pounded. She had just heard that these men were after Nigel because of the Jolene. She had also seen some news reports on her phone. The Wen family had gone bankrupt a few years ago, around the time Nigel moved from Jing City to North City for high school. Aiko didn't know what had happened between them. Outside, it seemed Nigel was still negotiating with them. Aiko stared at her phone screen. Time ticked by. 20 minutes didn't seem long, but watching the clock made it feel like an eternity. Her anxiety caused sweat to trickle down her face. Maybe I should call the police. Just as Aiko was thinking this, a message from Arsene appeared on her phone, telling her not to call the police. She looked out the window again. Nigel had made his move. His t-shirt billowed in the wind as he tightly clenched his fists and swung one toward the middle man. The scar-faced man froze, seemingly caught off guard that Nigel would strike without warning. Seconds ago they had been talking calmly, and now a punch was flying toward his face. Aiko's heart raced, almost jumping into her throat. Nigel knocked the scar-faced man to the ground, who rolled and spat out blood. This was a scene Aiko had never witnessed before. Although they had fought previously, Nigel had always seemed effortless, even holding back when throwing punches, never so harsh as to make someone spit out blood and teeth. Unfamiliar with such scenes, Aiko's fingers tightened together over her chest. She nervously messaged Arsene, urging him to hurry. The other 3 men then lunged at Nigel with their fists. Aiko's eyes darted to the side. Next to the parking spot was a garden sprinkler. Her gaze shifted anxiously to Nigel. Those 3 men clearly weren't ordinary school delinquents, but desperate thugs. Leaning forward, Aiko unlocked the driver's seat and opened the passenger door without closing it, afraid the sound would draw attention. She walked towards the sprinkler, noting that on hot summer days, sprinklers were installed every 10 meters. Keeping an eye on Nigel, she noticed he was dealing with the 2 men in front of him but hadn't seen another person pull out a knife from his pocket. Determined, Aiko ran towards the sprinkler, grabbed it, and aimed it at Nigel's back. Nigel! She ran over, hitting the man holding the knife with the hose. The water from the hose struck him forcefully, blinding him and nearly suffocating him. Nigel twisted his wrist, making the knife fall, and kicked it away. Aiko got closer to Nigel, but she couldn't control the direction of the heavy iron hose. The knife-wielding man was subdued by Nigel, so she changed direction and charged towards another man, tripping over the hose. The water spurted upward, blinding Aiko. Losing balance, she extended her arms, palms facing the ground, thankful that if she fell, it wouldn't be too bad, just bruising her palms and knees. A hand suddenly supported her waist, lifting her up steadily. Her clothes were drenched, sticking to her skin, feeling cool everywhere except where the warm palm held her waist. Aiko stood steady, wiping water from her face as the hose continued to spray water skyward, soaking her. She struggled to open her eyes and assess the situation. Nigel's back blocked most of her view. His wet clothes clung to his body, emphasizing the contours of his back muscles, tight and youthful, more vigorous than ever. For a moment, everything was quiet. The hose rested against the roadside bushes, its head pointing upwards, spraying water with the force of a storm. In the scorching sun, a rainbow appeared. Nigel's wet figure blended into the scenery, capturing Aiko's gaze. He reached back, wiggling his fingers without a word. Without hesitation, Aiko understood his intent. Almost immediately after Nigel charged at the men, Aiko rushed to the hose. Seeing the fallen knife, she wasn't sure what thoughts crossed her mind, only thinking to pick it up. With the knife in her palm, she retrieved the hose. The nozzle was too large for her to hold with one hand, so she pressed the knife handle against it, gripping both the hose and the knife as she aimed them back at those men. Her legs felt weak and trembling, yet she dared not collapse or slacken, because those men were now all brandishing knives. She moved forward. Sticking close to Nigel, she pushed the knife into his hand and then stepped back a little, afraid of getting in his way. Nigel glanced down at his palm. The knife clearly had blood on it. His brow furrowed as he looked at Aiko's hands tightly gripping the hose. Her hands were obviously stained with blood, yet she hadn't noticed. The men were having trouble advancing due to the water spray. Every time they tried to move forward, Aiko would aim the hose at their eyes. She couldn't hear the foul words coming from the other side. Aiko's mind was blank, and she didn't even feel the intense pounding of her heart. All she could think was, Arsène, please hurry. With the knife in Nigel's hand, those men hesitated to approach easily. Only the scar-faced man was bold enough, ordering his underlings to block the water spray. He lunged at Nigel with a stab. Nigel bent down just in time to narrowly avoid it, but still got grazed on his side, the black fabric tearing easily and staining with dark blood. Aiko's lips parted, but no sound came out. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her heart quaked with fear. She ignored everything else and moved closer to help Nigel fend off the scar-faced man. However, when the hose nozzle met the scar-faced man, someone seized her hand from the side. Aiko didn't have time to scream, and her body trembled. Nigel's broad chest pressed against her, enveloping her in a mix of fresh water and the smell of blood. Her nose bumped into Nigel's soaked chest, feeling his warmth through the wet fabric. But she had no thoughts of anything else, only fear. Nigel protected Aiko with one arm while pressing down on the wrist of the man trying to grab the hose, snapping it with a sickening crack. The screams pierced Aiko's eardrums. Held in Nigel's embrace, her vision turned dark. His hand covered the back of her head, his palm brushing past her earlobe, muffling some of the sounds around her. Chapter 58. Aiko has a high fever and resists Nigel's touch. Nigel pressed his hand on her shoulder, leaning close to her ear with his deep, hoarse voice. Get in the car. The warm breath he exhaled made Aiko's mind, which had gone blank from fright, start working again. Her voice trembled with urgency, tears mixing with water on her face. You're covered in blood. Thoughts raced through her mind. She remembered how she used to scold the naive female lead in stories for adding trouble, instead of running away when she could. But now, facing this situation herself, it was difficult to decide. Nigel had already pushed her behind him, holding a water pipe in one hand to control the direction precisely, while gripping the knife handle tightly with the other, defending and attacking at the same time. Aiko's legs were shaking, fumbling with her phone in her pocket. The screen was smeared with water, making it hard for her to unlock it accurately. She wiped her phone with her wet clothes, only to make it wetter. Having no other reaction in her mind, she could only run back to the car. Her whole body was trembling. Fortunately, Nigel seemed to be okay for now. He had the knife, so those scar-faced men didn't dare to get close. Hastily wiping the phone with tissues from the car, she unlocked it and dialed Arsène's number. Hurry up, he's bleeding. Aiko couldn't speak in complete sentences, as if a string was pulling her taut. Thankfully, she had sent Arsène the location before getting out of the car, or her trembling hands would never have been able to type. Aiko heard an acknowledgement on the other end before the call was hung up. Her phone vibrated, making her shudder as she looked at the lit screen. It was a message from VB, Antonio Chien, and Xiao jumped into the lake in a failed suicide attempt. But Aiko didn't even have the heart to open it. Her body seemed to have reached its limit, consciousness fading as she saw several cars driving in, surrounding them. Nigel, his face cut by a knife, ran towards her. Her fever might come back tonight. She must drink plenty of water and use physical cooling methods like wiping her forehead with a damp towel. Okay. Listening to the muffled voices, Aiko's eyelids felt heavy. Don't tell the old man. Have you found her? It's hard for me if the old man doesn't know. Moreover, Shannon has been missing for years. Cough, cough. Aiko moved her fingers, her muscles sore and weak, feeling dry and bitter in her mouth. Standing beside the bed talking to Arsène, Nigel's eyelashes twitched as he turned towards Aiko. How are you? Nigel helped her sit up, Arsène following behind, fetching a cushion from the sofa and placing it behind Aiko. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Nigel watched Aiko closely. Aiko struggled to speak, swallowing hard. Arsène handed her lukewarm water. Nigel took it, awkwardly handing it to Aiko, the rim touching her lips directly. Do you want some water? Arsène sighed inwardly, bending down and whispering in Nigel's ear, you should feed her. Nigel stared at the glass of water. How do I feed her? Does he need to feed her mouth to mouth? Arsène was helpless, scratching his eyebrow, taking over the glass from Nigel, and attempting to lift Aiko's chin to feed her. In the next moment, Nigel blocked him. Arsène, how am I demonstrating? Taking the cup back from him, Nigel stood in front, pushing Arsène aside. Arsène. Aiko's chin was gently lifted, while Nigel tilted the water glass cautiously. Feeding water to someone for the first time, Nigel's movements were clumsy. Water spilled onto Aiko's body, and without thinking, he reached out to wipe it. His fingertips slid over her slender collarbone. Aiko regained some clarity, coughing a couple more times. Arsène took a step back, realizing he shouldn't be in their intimate moment. Should I go deal with those people then? He asked Nigel. Keep them for me. I need to ask them something. While feeding Aiko water, Nigel casually replied to Arsène. Aiko turned her head to indicate she was done, and he released her, placing the glass on the bedside table. What can you possibly ask them after beating them like that? Arsène glanced at his phone messages. I need to handle this quickly. The old man is looking for someone. Nigel nodded, then suddenly thought of something. How did you get here? Arsène glanced at Aiko lying on the bed. Miss Luo messaged me. Thankfully she messaged me first. Otherwise, if she called the police, things would have been complicated. After saying that, Arsène left the room. Aiko lowered her eyes, lips tightly pressed together, too sore to speak. Nigel's palm brushed past, wiping away the watermark on her chin. Pretty smart. Aiko raised her eyes and looked at his waist first. He had already changed into a new set of clothes. There was no sign of the wound except for a slight cut on his face. Aiko blinked her eyelashes and touched her cheek with her fingertips. She didn't speak. Nigel understood what she meant. He leaned against the wall behind him with one hand in his pocket and shook his head. It will scab over soon. No need to treat it. Aiko pointed at her throat and opened her mouth, but her voice was hoarse. What's wrong with me? High fever, bacterial infection, tonsillitis. Nigel simply mentioned a few key points. Since you're awake, it's time to take your medicine. He turned around and went to the table to pick up the medicine prescribed by the doctor. He had already given her ibuprofen earlier, but the powdery medicine mixed with water was hard to feed, so he waited for her to wake up. Aiko took the opportunity while he fetched the medicine to observe the suite. It looked familiar. Her gaze shifted to the area behind the door where the foyer was. Her pupils froze. She immediately glanced towards the floor-to-ceiling glass window, seeing a vast expanse of emerald forest. This was Nigel's suite in TH 1101. Memories of their last encounter in this room flashed back to her. The absurd moment when he pressed her down, the warmth of his breath. Feelings she couldn't recall before came rushing back as she lay here again. The soft touch, the lingering sweetness of strawberry candy in her mouth. The sudden pressure of his lips biting hers. Even the crisp, faint scent of cypress from his body all flooded back into Aiko's mind. As if it were happening all over again. She lowered her head, breathing erratically, closing her eyes, afraid to think any further. Nigel casually stirred the medicine with a straw, slowly approaching Aiko. Noticing her flushed cheeks and surprised eyes, he asked, Are you burning up again? He turned around and retrieved a thermometer from the cabinet. He placed the digital thermometer against Aiko's forehead and pressed it once. It beeped, and he checked the temperature displayed. Not too bad. He bent down and reached out to feel her forehead again. Aiko Sooliv Soa Sunzit. As he got closer, the crisp, faint scent from her memories surged toward her, enveloping her, invading her. Nigel paused midair. Seeing her strong resistance to his touch, the glass cup in his hand tightened, veins protruding on the back of his hand. Chapter 59. What kind of family could raise you? Nigel handed the cup forward. Here. A bitter and pungent medicinal smell lingered around Aiko's nose, causing her to frown. She took the cup with both hands, but didn't drink. Nigel took out a candy from somewhere. Aiko glanced at it. It was the strawberry-flavored soft candy he had given her at the arcade. She reached out to take it, but his palm clenched again, forming a fist, and Aiko's fingertips touched his curled fingers. Confused, she looked up at him. Nigel's expression remained indifferent as he nodded towards the cup held by Aiko. Gritting her teeth, Aiko knew she had to drink eventually. Early or late, the bitterness would come. Taking a deep breath, she gulped down the medicine in one go. Too pungent. A bitter taste spread throughout her mouth and tongue. Her eyes closed, her face twisted in discomfort, still holding onto the glass. Suddenly, something was pushed between her lips. Had it not been for the strawberry flavor spreading through her nose, Aiko would have spat it out in the next second. Chewing the soft candy, the intense sweet and sour filling burst forth, finally diluting the bitter taste of the medicine. Opening her eyes, she saw Nigel turning away to throw the wrapper into the trash can. Aiko's gaze drifted, staring at the residue at the bottom of the glass. Thank you. Nigel stood with his hands in his pockets, looking down at her with a hint of amusement. Want to thank me? Add 2 more months then. His lazy voice carried a trace of laughter. Aiko hurriedly retorted, opening her eyes to stare at him. You. Those people were after you. Swallowing the candy, she locked eyes with Nigel. Saying thanks makes you so smug? He tilted his head, laughing lightly through his nose, his shoulders shaking with it. What are you laughing about? Aiko felt weak. Otherwise she would have jumped up to glare at him. Why did you get out of the car? His smile faded, the corners of his lips slightly curling, his eyes dark. Aiko realized her actions seemed naive, but she didn't regret them. I saw that man. He had a knife. Leaning forward, Nigel's eyes were fixed on Aiko. I noticed that person when you pulled the water hose. Why did you approach him? Bending slightly, he almost met her eye level. Aiko accidentally met his intense gaze and quickly lowered her eyes. She rarely got the chance to be at eye level with Nigel. He was often above her, distant and aloof. Occasionally, he would tease her, making her blush and heart race, while he remained calm like still water. Her voice barely above a whisper. At the moment, I didn't think much. Time didn't wait, what if? Her voice weakened, unsure of what to say next. Worried I'd get hurt. Nigel's teasing tone was even softer than hers, carrying a hint of mockery. Hearing this, Aiko gritted her teeth. Mockery, blatant mockery. Even if it was just a dog, I'd worry it would get hurt, she argued. It wasn't because I was worried about you getting hurt. It's because I'm a good person. Nigel's eyes softened, no longer in the mood to tease her. He straightened up, looking out the window. Stay here and recover before you go back. Now Aiko had to crane her neck to look up at him. Didn't Abby and Nikki know about today's incident? If they knew, your ears wouldn't be so peaceful right now. Nigel moved his neck. That posture of watching her also tired him. That's because they care about me. There's nothing wrong with that. Aiko replied, used to being surrounded by people when she was sick. Even taking medicine was coaxed out of her. Her brother always prepared sweets before giving her medicine, and her parents would stay by her side when they were around. Aiko couldn't understand why Nigel thought peace came from being alone. Nigel. His attention turned to her serious tone. Can I ask you a question? No, he refused. Aiko looked at the bandaged hand in her palm, feeling a bit of pain. I risked my life to get that knife to you, fearing you might get hurt, ignoring my own injury. Now you act so cold-hearted. Lifting her eyes to meet his, Nigel smiled. Ask. Aiko's face lit up with a smile. So you do remember your savior? Yes, he nodded ambiguously. Aiko hadn't expected such a serious response to her jest, which left her momentarily flustered. Cough. She cleared her throat. Can you tell me why we can't report it to the police? Actually, she wanted to know why Shannon's creditors would target Nigel, but asking that seemed inappropriate. Aiko, I'm also very curious. What kind of family could raise you? Nigel took a deep breath, longing for a cigarette. But seeing the patient lying on the bed, he gave up the idea. What's wrong with me? I'm beautiful and smart, considerate and meticulous. Meticulous? Nigel chuckled lightly. You don't have the habit of closing doors casually, but you do praise yourself as considerate and meticulous. Before Aiko could think of a retort, he moved closer to her, his gaze sweeping over her body. Also, after being awake for so long, didn't you wonder who changed your clean clothes? His voice was calm, but his words made Aiko explode. You're a pervert. I'm going to call the police. Only now did Aiko notice that she wasn't wearing her own clothes. A loose t-shirt revealed large areas of skin at the round neckline. She looked at the t-shirt Nigel was wearing, noticing the embroidered letters on the chest were exactly the same as on hers. You. Just thinking about Nigel undressing her and seeing her naked made Aiko both furious and embarrassed. She grabbed a pillow beside her and threw it at Nigel. Nigel caught it with one hand, amusement spreading across his face. Meticulous? Really meticulous? He dragged out the last syllable, teasing Aiko. You've already violated my privacy. Aiko hurled another cushion from behind her, but in her weakened state, it missed Nigel and rolled off the bed. As Aiko was about to curse him as a pervert and bastard, the doorbell rang. Nigel went to open the door. Aiko saw a female staff member in professional attire holding a tray of neatly folded clothes. Mr. Gu, the clothes have been washed and dried. Nigel took them and quietly thanked her. Aiko, with her sharp eyes, immediately recognized her clothes on the tray, even including her undergarments, all neatly folded. Nigel seemed oblivious, calmly placing them nearby. Gimme. Aiko felt like she was about to faint from anger. Nigel looked at her. Do you want to change now? Chapter 60, owes her a life. Aiko changed her clothes. Then Nigel opened the door and came in. Where's my phone? Aiko asked. Nigel silently handed her the phone. Aiko turned on her phone, only to find messages from Kylie popping up. She knew without guessing that they were about Antonio. In addition, there were messages from Michael. Aiko first read the messages from Kylie. Due to what happened to Antonio, VB had already been paralyzed. Aiko couldn't even open it. Before Antonio jumped into the lake, a fan had exposed that he was being abused. The situation of the abuse incident had already been uncontrollable at that time, and now with this jump into the lake incident, millions of fans erupted. Now Antonio was still in the hospital, and many fans were posting online to ask the company about his health condition. The company tried to fob them off, giving a lot of explanations that summed up as still under observation. However, there was someone right in front of Aiko who knew how Antonio really was. She looked up at Nigel. Before she could ask, Nigel knew what she wanted to ask. He didn't die. Just two simple words. Aiko clenched her phone. Why did he jump into the lake? How should I know? Nigel took out his phone to type, lowering his head and casually asked Aiko, what do you want to eat? I don't want to eat. The person who was typing paused for a moment, lifting his thin eyelids to look at Aiko. Aiko was stubbornly holding her ground. Nigel nodded. Okay, I'll ask for you. Aiko's expression relaxed. I want to eat seafood porridge. Nigel looked at her and chuckled softly. Aiko continued replying to messages on her phone. After ordering the food, Nigel sent a message to Sue Ellen's brother, Horatio, asking about Antonio. Brother June, why are you suddenly asking this? I'm gossiping. Oh, I'm not quite sure either. But judging from my sister's actions, it seems she made him do it. Nigel looked at Aiko. It was Sue Ellen who made your idol jump. Don't worry, he didn't commit suicide. Aiko clutched the white blanket. Why? You said you would tell me about Antonio. Nigel sighed. Even if you know, it won't change anything. You definitely know something, tell me. Aiko threw back the covers and got out of bed. Nigel frowned, his voice heavy. Lie down. Aiko looked at him. Nigel helplessly avoided her gaze. He owes Sue Ellen a life. This matter was the top topic of their circle a few years ago, when Antonio had just entered the entertainment industry. At that time, he was still an unknown little celebrity, and Sue Ellen had already taken over the Lou Group, wielding considerable power. Antonio's father died in a drunk driving accident, killing a man Sue Ellen had kept. Although they were from different social statuses, and Sue Ellen wouldn't have really married him even if she had kept him as a pretty boy, it was during the peak of her infatuation. His death became her eternal love. Unable to bear the astronomical compensation demanded by Sue Ellen's lawyer team, Antonio's father committed suicide by jumping off a building. Antonio's mother suffered from acute cerebral hemorrhage and was hospitalized, lying on the bed, requiring tens of thousands of yuan per month for medical expenses. Sue Ellen couldn't find anyone to take revenge on, while Antonio needed a large sum of money to pay for his mother's surgery. He found Sue Ellen and signed a 20-year contract to become an artist under Sue Ellen's entertainment company. Even though Antonio could make millions from a single advertisement now, all the money he earned went to the company according to his contract with Sue Ellen. By the time Aiko heard this, she was already feeling breathless. Her nose tingled. If she had experienced such things, she wouldn't have wanted to live anymore. Antonio always worked with his fans and never mentioned his hardships. Every time he was photographed by fans offline, he was smiling. So, why did Sue Ellen make him jump into the lake? Aiko's voice was hoarse. For Antonio, this is life or death. In Sue Ellen's eyes, it's just a game, said Nigel. That's why he didn't want to say. Aiko choked. What does it have to do with him? Looking at Aiko wiping her tears with the edge of the quilt, Nigel didn't know how to respond. Aiko stared at him. Do you also think that what Sue Ellen did to Antonio is not wrong? Nigel sighed lightly, walked over, and randomly pulled out 2 tissues from the counter for Aiko. I don't make judgments. Nigel didn't say that if it weren't for Aiko helping Antonio that day, Sue Ellen wouldn't have forced Antonio so hard. Any help given to Antonio at this point would be like whipping him. Sue Ellen was the thorns on the whip, tearing bloody wounds on Antonio. Outside the window, the sunshine was bright, shining in and spreading across the floor. The delivery person rang the doorbell and came in. He first considerately put a bedside table for Aiko before placing the utensils. The seafood porridge was fresh and delicious, with an excellent taste. Aiko quickly finished a bowl. The utensils were collected by someone dedicated to this task. Afraid that Aiko might get bored, Nigel turned on the TV for her, only to find it was broadcasting Antonio's movie right away. Glancing at Aiko playing with her phone without noticing, Nigel promptly switched to another channel. Only when Antonio's face left the screen did he put down the remote control. Lying on the bed, Aiko watched TV attentively, occasionally picking up her phone to reply to messages. Nigel was huddled in the adjacent tatami, playing games. Surprisingly, the atmosphere was unexpectedly pleasant. Gradually, the sky outside the floor-to-ceiling window changed from blue with white clouds to sunset with evening glow, then gradually faded into darkness. Nigel turned on the light. Seeing Aiko asleep, he turned off the TV. Sitting beside the bed, he closely observed her. Her eyes were closed peacefully, eyebrows and eyelashes relaxed, casting shadows under her eyes. Nigel turned off the overhead light, leaving only the floor lamp beside the bed emitting faint light. The doctor said she might have a fever again at night, so they needed to keep an eye on her. Nigel lay on the sofa at the foot of the bed and set his phone to vibrate periodically before falling asleep. During the first few wake-ups, Aiko was sleeping soundly without any recurring fever. At 3 o'clock, the vibrating phone woke Nigel. He routinely checked Aiko's temperature. Holding the thermometer, he stood at the foot of the bed, looking down at the young girl buried in the quilt. Her long and slender eyebrows were knitted together, looking restless in sleep, with hair scattered on the pillow and some strands lying on her neck. Seeing the number 39 on the thermometer, Nigel instantly snapped out of his drowsiness. She had a fever again. He first fetched warm water, then got the fever medicine and cooling patches. Placing them on the bedside table, he gently supported Aiko. Aiko fell unconscious into his arms, completely limp, unable to sit steadily. Nigel held her, shaking slightly. Aiko, wake up and take your medicine. Aiko's small face, the size of a palm, was flushed red due to the fever. Holding her felt like holding a piece of burning charcoal. Aiko didn't respond, frowning and pursing her lips tightly. Even if Nigel tried to feed her medicine, she couldn't swallow it. Adjusting his posture, Nigel let Aiko lean against him, holding her chin. He first made her drink some water as a trial. Aiko was abruptly choked awake. Cough, cough. Take your medicine, came a deep voice. Nigel's voice wasn't gentle. Waking up several times during the night had left him feeling irritable and slightly dizzy. However, Aiko looked up at Nigel, gripping his collar, her eyes red and teary. Nigel, you look so miserable. Chapter 61 Confrontation. Have you ever had feelings for me? So, you dreamed that I died. His dark pupils gleamed with a cold light in the night. He couldn't even sleep while watching over Aiko, and yet Aiko was dreaming about his death. Aiko shook her head, biting her lip to suppress her crying sound, because she didn't know whether it was a dream or reality, whether Nigel had really died, or if it was just a dream of hers. Nigel, who had been feeling annoyed initially, seemed less troubled when he saw Aiko crying so miserably after dreaming about his death. He pressed his palm against the tear marks on Aiko's cheeks. Alright, I didn't really die. But this only made Aiko cry harder because of his words. She then felt that crying in front of Nigel wasn't appropriate and wiped her tears. I'm going to die. She had just felt how unbearable her body condition was, worse than in the afternoon. Nigel handed her water and medicine. The doctor said it's normal. Take the medicine, sleep, and you'll be better once you sweat. Aiko's mind was foggy. After taking the medicine, she lay back in bed, half opening her eyes to look at Nigel. Thank you. Nigel didn't respond, instead tearing open a fever patch, brushing away her hair, and sticking it on her forehead. Aiko looked at him, suddenly feeling like this moment was like a dream, unusually unreal. Still awake, Nigel straightened up, slightly lifting his chin, and glanced down at Aiko. Aiko couldn't clearly describe her current state, awake, but not quite. She didn't feel like tilting her head to look up at Nigel. Nigel took a step back, leaning against the wall, eyelashes slightly lowered, appearing lethargic. Can you answer my question? He cast a casual gaze at her. Aiko gripped the blanket, suddenly feeling nervous, as if she vaguely knew what he was about to ask. She hesitantly nodded. You. He uttered a sound, as if still organizing his thoughts. There was no other reason for breaking up with me? His deep voice brought pressure, but also revealed a hint of weakness at the end. Nigel truly couldn't understand. She had suddenly distanced herself, as if her soul had been taken away. Do you not hate being clung to? What are you agonizing over now? Aiko replied softly. In her line of sight, Nigel lowered his head, expression unclear, shoulders slightly hunched, leaning against the wall behind him, looking very lonely. Aiko's lips downturned slightly, seeming to deliberate. Maybe it's a reminder from heaven. Nigel suddenly raised his eyes, fixing them on her. Reminding you of what? His voice became more urgent, suppressing his annoyance. When I texted you to wait for me that day, you already wanted to break up with me, right? He moved closer to Aiko, his eyes darkening. Or earlier? Aiko nodded. Yes, it was that day. Nigel, having obtained an accurate timeline, thought carefully. His expression appeared bewildered. What did I do? Aiko remained silent. They faced each other silently. The silence of the night made the atmosphere between them even more oppressive. Oh, a single word broke the stagnant air. Nigel rubbed his cheek, his jaw slightly bulging, then laughed lightly as if realizing something. Just because on Friday night I went with Abdurrahman and others? Aiko's mind became more muddled. She closed her eyes. It has nothing to do with me anymore. But this sentence seemed to stimulate Nigel. He moved closer to the bed, palms supporting the side of Aiko's neck, arching his back so their breaths intertwined. They were almost nose to nose. Aiko tilted her head, asking him not to get so close. Yet, Nigel grew more determined, pinching her face and turning her back, his eyes unwaveringly locked on her. Aiko, dazed from her foggy mind, stared back helplessly. The pads of Nigel's fingers brushed against her slick skin. She had broken out in a light sweat. It's 3 o'clock now. Nigel curled his finger, brushing away the strands of hair around Aiko's neck. Strands of hair wrapped around his fingers. The atmosphere became inexplicably intimate, making it hard for Aiko to breathe. She could smell Nigel's scent near her nose, enveloping her faintly. Her throat grew drier, her voice hoarse. Don't get too close. Nigel lowered his lashes to look at her. She added, you might infect me. The fingertips that had been pressing against her cheeks slid down, circling around her neck. His hands were cool. With Aiko's high temperature, the contrasting touch felt very uncomfortable. Answer me. His deliberately low voice whispered into Aiko's ears. Her eyes lifted to look at him, her breathing restrained. Nigel's long lashes drooped at the corners of his eyes. From Aiko's angle, it strangely looked like pleading. Nigel, have you ever thought about marrying me? Her light voice echoed unexpectedly. She lowered her eyes and pressed further. Have you ever had feelings for me? When you held my hand, did you feel nervous or flustered? When we went out, did you care especially about your appearance? Did you worry that I might be bored or think you weren't good enough? Nigel remained silent. He slid his hand from Aiko's cheek and swallowed. Not really. Aiko was beginning to sweat. She took a deep breath in and let it out. Those were things she felt. So between her and Nigel, there was never any equality. Even without Autumn or his identity or other factors, they wouldn't have gotten far. Aiko. Nigel's voice was hoarse. He raised his eyebrows, lips parting but not knowing what to say. What should he say? He indeed hadn't considered marriage. It was too distant, or too negative for him. He exhaled, withdrew his hand, stood up, and his voice was a bit rough. Are you hungry? Should I order some kanji for you? It's too late. The atmosphere between them turned awkward, as if they were sulking or taking a step back from each other. Nigel felt restless, his chest rising and falling. His voice was still hoarse. They provide 24-hour meals here. After saying that, he pressed the service bell. A waiter brought the meal and set up a table for Aiko. Aiko finally lifted her gaze and thanked the waiter, though her lips only parted slightly. Seeing the familiar face in front of her, her mood became complicated. Autumn must be working here during summer vacation. Aiko had seen her when she came to teach last time. Clearly, she also noticed Nigel. The room was filled with an oppressive silence. Aiko lay on the bed, watching as Nigel went straight to the balcony and lit the cigarette between his fingers. The sky was slightly bright, showing patches of dark blue, like surging waves pressing down, making it hard to breathe. Aiko stirred the kanji in the bowl, listless, watching Autumn place the light dishes from the food cart in front of her. She quietly said thank you. Autumn nodded and quietly left. However, just seconds after the door closed, Aiko's phone received a message. It was from Autumn. Chapter 62. Nigel sends a friend request. Aiko, give me another chance. Aiko was feeling down and opened the message listlessly. A picture. Nigel took up a third of the picture. He wore a Western-style school uniform. His tie hung loosely from his fingers, the collar of his shirt open and revealing his prominent Adam's apple, showing off his sharp jawline. His eyes were lazily half-closed as if he didn't know he was being photographed, exuding an effortless air of arrogance. Prominent in the picture was the girl beside him. The girl wore the same series of school uniforms as him, paired with a pleated skirt, holding a crystal trophy in her arms, smiling gently. Aiko saw her face. That day she had searched for pictures of Shannon, but eventually turned off her phone without looking. Yet still, late at night when she accidentally clicked into Baidu, it automatically restored her browsing history, redirecting to the search bar. Aiko easily recognized this should be Nigel and Londonin from their junior high days. Behind them was an award podium. The two seemed to have just finished receiving an award. In junior high, Nigel was already taller than most around him. A few boys behind him became blurred background. Next to him, the girl wore her hair in a high ponytail, her slim figure glowing under the moon-like smile she gave while staring up at Nigel. Aiko understood that look too well. It was the way she once looked at Nigel. Annoyance suddenly flared up inside her, and she sent a question mark first. Then she typed out, "Nigel and I have broken up. There's no need to send me these. Actually, Aiko had seen this photo before, from another angle. After searching for Londonin, she found that they had participated together in provincial and international physics competitions since junior high. The picture she saw was taken on stage with Nigel and other team members. Those standing there were undoubtedly excellent people. Her phone vibrated again. Autumn sent another message. "I know you've broken up, but it seems you're still entangled." Aiko frowned upon seeing the message. Sweat dampened a patch of fabric on her back, making her feel even more irritable. "Are you dating Nigel? Are you questioning me as his girlfriend?" She sent another message quickly. "Why are you sending me these? Do you think I'm getting in your way?" The wall clock ticked steadily towards 5 o'clock. Aiko's next message read, "Please talk to Nigel. I have no interest in talking to you. Sorry, I'm going to block you. After sending these messages, Aiko immediately blocked her. As soon as she did this, her phone vibrated again. It was a new friend request from her contact list. The profile picture was completely black. Nigel, from the group, Physics 2331 class group. Her heart skipped a beat, her gaze swiftly turning toward the window. In the thick night, the light from inside shone through the balcony, their gazes colliding then blending. His elbow rested on the wooden railing, shoulders heavy, spine slightly arched. His wrist hung lazily, long fingers holding a cigarette, glowing embers attracting Aiko's attention more than anything else. The prolonged, unwavering stare he gave her. Perhaps because of the indoor lighting casting a warm glow, he no longer seemed as indifferent and distant as before. Aiko's gaze followed his wrist to the cigarette between his fingers, then returned to his eyes. He seemed serious now. The naked inquiry in his eyes was unreserved. He flicked his finger slightly, ash falling from the tip of the cigarette. Aiko took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. What's wrong with him? She raised her phone, asking what he was up to. Nigel walked in, lowering the hand holding the cigarette, stubbing it out in the ashtray on the desk. He lifted his eyes and looked at Aiko before approaching her. With his usual lazy tone, "Aiko, add me." Aiko frowned, scolding him. "Did you get hit by the wind on the balcony?" Her words were biting. Nigel nodded indifferently. "Yes, whatever you say." He took another step closer. "Add me." Aiko had just seen his junior high photos. Compared to now, his features were sharper, his aura colder, his posture straighter. A good ex should be dead. Aiko said mercilessly, repeating Michael's words. Nigel lowered his lashes, responding with a dragged-out, "Ah, then I won't be an ex anymore." Aiko felt like her brain was overheating. No, more accurately, Nigel's brain must be fried. She didn't speak, still stunned. Nigel took another step closer, tall legs striding, radiating a cool presence. His low-hanging brows revealed a trace of warmth. Silence filled the room. Time seemed to stop. Until he spoke again. "Aiko." He leaned his chest down and continued. "Think about me again, okay?" Uncommonly, his tone lacked its usual arrogance. Dead silence. "Nigel, go out and get some air, dry the water in your brain." Aiko turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. "Or, have something to eat. You must be hungry." "Alexandra." He took a few more steps, stopping at the foot of the bed, eyes lowered, holding the fever patch he had just taken from the table. He walked toward Aiko, slowly tearing open the package. "I haven't got water in my brain, nor wind. I'm not hungry either. I'm telling you, let's get back together." Standing still, he raised his hand, pulling off the expired fever patch from Aiko's forehead, throwing it into the trash bin, and replacing it with a new one. Coolness returned to Aiko's forehead. It made her mind clearer, and she clearly understood that this wasn't a dream. Nigel was asking her to reconsider him, to be with him again. She couldn't describe how she felt. Perhaps there was a hint of exhilaration from being pursued by someone who once secretly loved her, mixed with helplessness and an indescribable sense of frustration. Why now? Why precisely when she had already chosen to give up? Was he joking? Or was he sick? Or playing with her? A wave of exhaustion washed over her. The sky outside the floor-to-ceiling window was beginning to lighten. Aiko wondered if dawn had come, and it was time to wake up. Was what happened just a dream? "Aiko, give me another chance." Her myriad thoughts were instantly scattered by Nigel's next words. "Damn, incredible." She had to admit, she was impressed. "You owe me." Aiko's voice was still hoarse. "Just because I didn't continue to love you. Did your possessiveness kick in?" Aiko gave another cold laugh. "Oh, you didn't play enough, so you want to continue, right?" On the small table resting on her chest, the seafood porridge had long cooled, congealing into a mass without any fresh aroma. The traces of oil on the two light side dishes were scattered drop by drop. She felt terrible. Everywhere hurt. Sweat soaked her clothes, making them sticky and uncomfortable. Her head buzzed with confusion, her thoughts tangled and jumbled, impossible to grasp. She still thought, Nigel is sick. Chapter 63. Nigel said he was serious. Serious. His eyelids were slightly red, and the corners of his lips pressed into a straight line. Suddenly, Aiko found something placed in her hand. The light before her eyes was obscured by a pale gray shadow. At some point, Nigel had moved this close to her. Aiko rubbed her nails absent-mindedly, mechanically repeating the motion to soothe the restlessness in her heart. What Nigel had placed in her hand was the Patrick Star keychain she had given him previously. She had already thrown the SpongeBob one into the trash can, and she didn't like the crayon Shinchan one she bought later either. She gave it to Kylie on impulse. Nigel had no use for keys, so there was nothing attached to the metal ring of the keychain. Unlike Aiko's, which held a room card and room key, things that truly integrated into her daily life. It seemed Nigel didn't need such mundaneness. His hand did not retract, pressing down on the back of Aiko's hand. It completely covered hers. Her fingers twitched subtly. Her eyelashes drooped, casting shadows on the pale veins of his hand. His fingers were clean and long, his wrist thicker than hers, with a bit of rough callus on his palm from playing sports. Aiko remained still. Her fingertips traced the loops of the keychain repeatedly. The pads of his fingers gently caressed her hand, as if testing her reaction. From her nails, along her knuckles, between her fingers, their hands tightly clasped together. Aiko's palms were lightly damp, while his finger pads remained dry. In an instant, Aiko quickly withdrew her hand. The keychain rolled off the blanket covering her abdomen and disappeared under the small table, hidden in the shadows. Nigel felt as though mud had filled his chest, suffocating him. He looked at Aiko. I don't understand either if casual words of love can be a reason for marriage. I can't distinguish whether my feelings are fleeting or genuine. I've never spoken of eternal love. Aiko listened, witnessing his rare moment of vulnerability. He spoke each word earnestly to her. His voice carried a hint of breathlessness, almost desperate. Your easy declaration of love is a challenge I find hard to overcome. Armin once told his mother he loved her, but he also said it to every mistress he kept in villas and mansions. He couldn't tell what was real or fake. All his knowledge about love came from occasional movies, analyzing them as best he could. Every time the screen faded to black with the protagonists living happily ever after, he wondered if they truly were. Loving today, tomorrow, what about the day after, next month, next year, decades later? Would he end up like another Armin? Is everyone in the world like Armin? Even he himself. His interests were short-lived, and he viewed himself as a degenerate. He had never thought about eternal, life or death love. From the start, he just followed his heart, letting his brain produce temporary dopamine surges. Play when interested, discard when bored. Aiko's gaze was sharp, her voice cool. I am neither the person you like nor love. Of course, you can't express it or understand it. What you call liking me is merely because I chose to leave, making you feel abandoned. You want to possess someone else's affection. Aiko broke out in a sweat, and under Nigel's provocation, her mind became terrifyingly clear. She slowly got out of bed and took the bathrobe she had prepared earlier from the wardrobe. She was heading to the bathroom to shower. Nigel blocked her way. Do you think I'm joking or being insincere? Neither. I've just given up. Aiko pushed past him. You'll be fine soon. Maybe tomorrow you'll be able to look down on everyone from your high perch, proud and aloof. But she wouldn't chase after him anymore, begging for a glance. After her shower, Aiko emerged to find freshly prepared steaming seafood congee and vegetables on the dining table. The room was empty, Nigel gone. On her phone was a message from Michael sent yesterday, stating he would come to Jing City in mid-August for a physics experiment competition. Aiko had known he formed a team with several seniors in their first year. It could earn extra credits and enhance chances for graduate school recommendation. Even if he didn't plan to pursue further studies, it would add a highlight to his resume. Michael had invited her too in her first year. But back then, all Aiko could think about was Nigel. She believed that since they attended the same university, everything else didn't matter, so she declined Michael's invitation. A photo on her phone suddenly came to mind. She remembered that Nigel and Dora won an award in a physics competition. Suddenly, a surge of Bugan rose in her heart. She had actually given up on her studies for a man. Now she neither had the man nor excelled academically. She would be a junior when school resumed next semester. Aiko didn't feel pressured, as Kylie often said. Even if she accomplished nothing, with her parents' support, she could live better than 80% of the world's population. But now Aiko thought she no longer wanted to achieve nothing. She also didn't want to be labeled as someone with fleeting interests. The final exam results had been out for a long time. Aiko checked her grades on her phone, all above 80 points, which was pretty good for a student who just aimed to pass. Aiko looked at her phone. What once seemed decent now felt far from enough. The CET-6 results hadn't come out yet. They would probably be available around the time Michael came to Jing City. Aiko wasn't worried about English. Her foundation from high school was solid, and her father, being a senior executive at a multinational tech company, had instilled proficiency in foreign languages since childhood. She grew up in a bilingual environment and never worried about her English scores. Grades were superficial. She had no records of competition awards or participation in any clubs, just aimlessly drifting through 2 years of university. After some consideration, Aiko noted that 2 of the seniors in Michael's physics team would be graduating and likely stepping down after this competition. Michael would need to find new teammates. A spark ignited within her. Aiko immediately messaged Michael. There was no reply. Aiko glanced at the time. It was not even 7. She put away her phone and started packing her things. After staying out overnight, she needed to head back. With her bag in hand, she stuffed the medicine on the table inside and took one last look around. The room's overall gray and white tones exuded a minimalist, upscale style, luxurious yet devoid of warmth. Your casual declaration of liking me is a challenge I find hard to overcome. Aiko shook her head, not wanting to dwell further. She tightened the strap of her bag and left without a backward glance. Chapter 64 Nigel mentions Aiko in the group. After returning, Aiko didn't go anywhere else. She stayed at the Goof family, accompanying Amnon and Abby for a few days. During these days, she started consulting Michael about the physics experiment competition. Besides buying books online to read, Aiko also went to Jing City's library every afternoon on time. Michael sent her documents regarding the competition. If she wanted to participate with him, she had to thoroughly analyze all the entries from recent years first. In the following days, she didn't encounter DeAndre either. Once, after hearing Arsene mention it, she learned that DeAndre had returned to North City to handle some matters. There was no word on whether he would come back or not. Aiko felt quite tragic. She had been staying at Amnon's for so long, but had never met any of his other relatives besides DeAndre and Arsene. But this was their family business, and Aiko had no right to question it. Time flew by, and it was already mid-August. Aiko had just come out of the library and was going to the airport to pick up Michael. Her phone vibrated, showing a message from VB. Antonio was fine again and had resumed his public appearances. Aiko couldn't describe how she felt inside. She clicked in to take a look and scrolled down to the comment section. It seemed like the company hired shills as most comments praised Antonio. Fans who asked about the lake jumping incident were apparently suppressed by those shills. Only a few occasional comments slipped through. Aiko exited the post, but saw another news item on the trending list. The son of the chairman of Gu Corporation publicly cleared ties with the daughter of Wanzhong Corporation. Recalling what Arsene mentioned about DeAndre going back to North City to handle something, Aiko now understood that he was dealing with this matter. Her fingertips moved slightly, but she didn't click into the news. Even without clicking, she knew what it was about. DeAndre's father wanted him to get engaged to Liv. Given DeAndre's character, if he didn't want to, even 10 oxen wouldn't be able to pull him. Clearing ties with Liv was something Aiko had guessed earlier. After all, Autumn needed a place, and DeAndre couldn't keep holding on to someone else's fiancé title while talking to Autumn. Aiko turned off her phone, thinking of putting it back in her bag, but was bumped into, causing the phone to fall on the ground. A faint fragrance of gardenia filled the air, followed by a gentle voice. Sorry. She picked up the phone before Aiko did. Here you go. Only then did Aiko raise her eyes to look at her. Wearing a medical mask, only her crescent-like smiling eyes were visible. Aiko felt somewhat familiar with her, but couldn't recall where she had seen her before. Thank you. She glanced down, seeing only a bit of dust on the phone, but no damage. The girl in front of her pulled out a green packaged wet wipe from her bag, tore open the package, and handed the tissue to Aiko. Sorry I bumped into you. Aiko shook her head. It's okay. She accepted the wipe and cleaned the phone. The minor collision wasn't taken seriously by either of them. Aiko put her phone back in her bag and left. However, after walking a little further, she looked back and frowned. Could it be a celebrity? Otherwise, she wouldn't feel familiar yet fail to recognize her. Exiting the library, Aiko found her taxi waiting by the roadside. She got in and gave her phone number. Holding her phone, Aiko saw her CET6 results on the screen. She had passed, as expected, at Jing City International Airport. Michael was accompanied by 4 boys. They had all come together for the competition. Let's eat together? How about booking a private room at landing? Michael lowered his eyes. I have plans to eat with someone else, so I won't join you. They laughed at him, calling him frugal again. The school covered all expenses for the trip, but if they went separately, they'd probably need to cover their own costs. It was natural for Michael not to want to spend extra money. Michael shook his head, but his gaze was caught by a figure. What are you looking at so intently? Following Michael's gaze, his companions exclaimed, isn't that DeAndre from your class? In the crowded airport, not far away, DeAndre wore black and carried a coat, no other luggage. Excited upon hearing his name, the others turned to Michael. Didn't you say his family is super wealthy? Do you know him? Should we go greet him? Michael frowned and shook his head but said to the one who suggested eating together, let's eat together. Her phone beeped, and a message popped up from Michael. Aiko opened it, reading that the senior members of the team invited everyone to eat together. He couldn't decline and asked where she was, telling her not to come to the airport. Aiko checked her route. She was almost at her destination. She replied that she hadn't set out yet, and it was fine. Then she called Abby, saying she wouldn't be back for dinner, but would eat out. Indeed, she had been in Jing City for so long and hadn't eaten out alone. You're not coming back? Xiaosong said Polaris is returning today. The voice on the other end trailed off, seemingly recalling their situation, and remained silent afterward. Aiko wasn't too concerned and casually responded, Oh, I thought he wasn't coming back. It's already been half a month. He's still coming back. Arriving at her destination, Aiko got out of the car. She walked aimlessly without looking for any specific direction. Wherever she ended up would be fine. There were countless places to eat around here anyway. Abby, I'll hang up now. Aiko opened QQ. DeAndre had added her later, but she hadn't agreed yet. Below showed small red text. The other party has added friends too frequently. Please accept with caution. Aiko ignored it. However, the class group chat had 99 new messages. Aiko's eyes twitched as someone had tagged her. She frowned. In the library, her phone was on silent. She didn't know if the counselor had sent something important. Even if everyone replied with received, there wouldn't be this many messages. When she clicked in, all she saw were emoticons, sighs, pandas biting their lower lip and blushing, monkeys blushing and drooling. Flipping through them, there were too many. What was all this? Aiko stopped flipping and directly checked the message that tagged her, reaching the top. It was a black profile picture with the ID DeAndre, followed by his phone number. At Aiko 132 **********, please approve my friend request. Aiko never knew DeAndre could be so shameless. She took a deep breath. She screenshot it and sent it to her group chat with Kylie and others. Aiko, no way, he sent it this afternoon. Why didn't anyone remind me? Amadeo, I'm dealing with time difference in New York, just woke up. Kylie, what? Go. I didn't know either, just woke up. Cleo, I muted the group messages. Michael, just saw, my phone was in airplane mode. Aiko rolled her eyes to the sky. How did none of the 5 people see the group messages? Then Amadeo tagged Kylie asking if she also went abroad. Kylie replied, no, just strictly following foreign timing. Aiko. She reopened the class group chat, seeing those unsightly emoticons again, feeling a bit resentful. Didn't the counselor do anything? Now it was too late. She didn't know what to say in response. She might as well pretend she didn't see like the counselor. Kylie then sent a post from the Xingda forum in their private group chat. Those few minor things led to DeAndre tagging Aiko in the class group, which made it to the top. Who didn't know DeAndre, the top celebrity figure at Xingda University? Back when Aiko pursued him, the whole school knew about it. What was going on now? Did Aiko delete DeAndre? DeAndre even specifically tagged her in the class group, asking Aiko to add him back. Flipping through the comments on her phone, most people commented that Aiko had stolen DeAndre's phone and sent the message. Aiko. Absolutely speechless. She deeply inhaled, exhaled, and kicked into the air. Who are you kicking? Behind her, a magnetic voice carried fatigue and weariness. Chapter 65, Nigel's Failed Declaration. Aiko froze, her foot still outstretched from the kick she had just attempted. She turned around in a daze, as if she had seen a ghost. How could she run into someone she couldn't even get to show up when invited, just by taking a casual stroll? Aiko remembered what her grandmother said on the phone about having dinner with Nigel tonight. She thought Nigel had already returned, but he was just arriving at the airport. Stunned, he lifted his wrist and slid his finger across the screen. The crisp sound made Aiko's eyelashes flutter. She looked at Nigel intently. He seemed tired from not resting well on the flight, his face weary, half-lidded eyes gazing at Aiko. The sleeve of his black hoodie was rolled up, his arm hanging loosely, a watch encircling his wrist bone. His clear knuckles held a graphite gray coat. Why did you send that message in the group? Nigel nodded. I'm also hungry. Let's go eat. Aiko. She dodged Nigel's hand. Aren't you going back to eat? I sent a message right after landing saying I wouldn't go back. Nigel replied, pointing to the nearest restaurant. Eat here? Aiko glanced over, seeing a restaurant with a Jiang and courtyard style. Beside her, Nigel spoke up. Let's stop hesitating. Aiko was gently pushed inside, and he whispered near her ear. I apologize for accidentally tagging you in the group. This meal is on me. Let go of me, Nigel. I don't want to have dinner with you. She stated this firmly. With his hand still resting on her back, Nigel's expression froze, and he didn't respond. Aiko, what I told you in TH was serious. Nigel massaged his temples, which were throbbing slightly. His eyes lowered, focused on her. Let's go inside and talk. I haven't eaten all day and my head is spinning. It had been more than a day, handling matters between the Gu family and the Liu family. Nigel hadn't slept much. He only managed a short rest on the flight after everything was settled. He originally planned to return home for dinner. He wanted to see her. He only messaged Arsene saying he wouldn't go back when he saw Aiko at the airport. Following behind her, he watched her bend forward, thinking she might fall, so he approached her. Nigel pressed his palm against his neck, tilting his head, causing his bones to crackle stiffly. Aiko noticed the bruises visible on his shoulder and neck. She recalled that Nigel's father had a bad temper. Standing firm against the Liu family in front of the media must have infuriated his father. Aiko fell silent and walked further in. Actually, there are some things I need to clarify with you. Nigel watched her retreating figure and sighed softly. He pinched his earlobe, trying to stay awake. After Aiko entered, Nigel followed, and the server, seemingly convinced they were a couple, approached Nigel directly to take their order. Dining on an Wupeng boat, in a Jiangnan courtyard-style restaurant. Aiko and Nigel boarded a private Wupeng boat. Don't order too much, it's just the two of us. Aiko reminded him after noticing several dishes Nigel pointed to. Nigel nodded at the server and stopped ordering. Speak your mind. Aiko came straight to the point. Heard from Grandpa that you've been going to the library these days. Nigel changed the subject, and Aiko looked at him. What does my visit to the library have to do with what I want to talk about? You want to participate in the physics experiment competition. I can't. Aiko frowned and interrupted him. Not necessary. Silence ensued. How should I do to make things like before? Nigel stared at Aiko. Aiko shook her head. We won't go back. Looking at the small chat group on her phone where Kylie asked if she had re-added Nigel, Aiko glanced at him and typed back that she hadn't. Clearly, everyone found it hard to believe. I can explain everything I told you. Nigel took a deep breath. A plate of fruit appeared between them, placed by the server. Aiko saw Nigel take the fork, spear a piece of mango, rotate the fruit plate, and push it towards her. Aiko lowered her eyes, feeling a bit troubled. Kylie sent another message on her phone, expressing disbelief, saying that since Nigel went to such lengths, Aiko would definitely return. Indeed, even her best friend didn't believe she would truly give up on Nigel. The forum discussion suggested it was she who used his phone, understandable given the circumstances. Aiko didn't know how to respond, feeling stifled, so she directly jiela jirjia halio shunqingda tu, fa da, qingli, zhouganla shuji. Note, this phrase contains untranslated Chinese characters due to context dependency. She looked at Nigel. You tagged me in that group message. Do you know what the school forums are saying? Nigel met her gaze with furrowed brows. I rarely check the school forums. Aiko didn't speak anymore. Nigel turned on his phone, intending to check the forum now. They say it was me who took your phone and sent the message. They call me presumptuous and claim I'm chasing after you shamelessly. There were even more hurtful comments that Aiko didn't mention. Nigel had already asked Abdurrahman to send him the link to the post. Opening it, he saw several pages of replies. As he scrolled down, he saw the harsh comments Aiko hadn't mentioned. For instance, such a shrewd person. Just because the Gu family is rich, she wants to marry into a wealthy family so badly. What a bitch. Didn't Gu previously announce he would be marrying someone else? Haha, she's trying to be a homewrecker. Wow, can Luo bitch drop out? She's ruining our Xing University's reputation. To be honest, it's my first time seeing someone so funny and shameless. Why did Gu agree to date her? She clung to him for over a year, probably got annoyed by her, and just played with her. Among these, various derogatory labels like bitch, vain, and third wheel were attached to Aiko. Nigel felt his breath catch in his throat. He stared at those vile comments, took a screenshot, and sent it to Arsene. I'm sorry. He lowered his head, pressing his fingertips against the edge of his phone until his skin turned pale. I'll have it handled. Aiko shrugged, leaning back. So you didn't know? Her voice was weary. It makes sense, you never cared about these things. Or perhaps, not caring about her either. In fact, it doesn't matter. From the first day I confessed to you, such posts have appeared almost daily. Before you agreed to date me, they were even worse. After we started dating, I thought it was all a dream. Aiko twirled the handle of the fruit fork, not eating the piece of mango Nigel had speared for her, but taking a bite of another one beside it. I thought I would regret it, but now I don't. Everyone makes foolish mistakes during their youth, right? Her tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Nigel turned his face, swallowing hard. Actually, on the day you confessed to me, when I heard you say you liked me. The screen of his phone lit up as Arsene sent a message. It was the address of a hospital. Chapter 66. Calhoun is hospitalized, and the Gu family members are sent away. Nigel and Aiko hurried to the hospital, and Aiko went straight into the ward. What happened? Why did Calhoun suddenly faint? Aiko rushed in. Only Abby and Arsene were by the bedside. Arsene was still holding some documents. The doctor said it's nothing serious. Aiko looked at him, then turned her gaze to Calhoun, whose face appeared even more unwell. Calhoun, do you feel any discomfort? Aiko stood beside the bed, bending down to check on Calhoun. Her eyes fell on the back of his hand that was receiving an IV drip. His hand seemed slightly swollen. Don't worry, it's fine. Maybe I've been dealing with things a bit late recently, he said weakly, without the usual authority in his voice. Aiko didn't dare to believe his words and anxiously glanced at the door. DeAndre came with her. So why hasn't he come in yet? Aiko looked at Arsene. Where are Calhoun's other family members? Just as Aiko asked this, a middle-aged man entered from outside, accompanied by a woman adorned in luxury jewelry. Aiko stepped aside, thinking these must be Calhoun's family members. She moved over to give them space. Orla also instinctively lowered her head to leave when she saw people coming. But Calhoun caught the edge of her clothes. Yoonji, stay. Calhoun glanced at Arsene. Arsene nodded with a complicated expression, looking at the two people by the door. Mr. Gu, second madam, please leave. Calhoun needs a quiet environment to rest. While Aiko looked at those two, they also sized up Aiko, frowning as if trying to figure out who she was. Presley, known as second madam, smiled. Arsene, Mr. Terry is busy with company matters and specifically instructed me to look after grandfather carefully. As his daughter-in-law, I haven't even fulfilled my duty yet. How can you ask me to leave? Only now did Aiko recall the news about the Gu family she had seen before. Terry was Calhoun's second son and DeAndre's father's elder brother. That person next to Mr. Gu should be Devon, the eldest son of the Gu family. Aiko always thought that since Calhoun had 3 children, no one came to see him because they didn't want to. But now that these two have come, Calhoun asked Arsene to send them away. It turns out it wasn't that they didn't come, but that Calhoun didn't allow them to. Presley looked at Aiko and Orla. Who are these two? She scrutinized both of them and then looked at Arsene. Don't let any irrelevant outsiders deceive grandfather. You need to verify their identities. How can you let strangers in while not letting us in? Devon's features somewhat resembled DeAndre's. He had higher eyebrows and sharp eyes, exuding the calm demeanor of a leader. His gaze shifted to Orla. Yoonji, it's been a long time. Presley, who had never met Orla, naturally couldn't recognize her, but Devon did. Presley noticed, you're that sister who was driven out of the Gu family. The fleeting suspicion on her face didn't escape Calhoun's notice. He sternly said, out. Presley seemed unwilling. She looked at Cyrus. Griffin, would you rather be taken care of by strangers than let us in to see you? The two were blocked at the door, not allowed to enter. Aiko felt at a loss, unable to stand still, and she looked at Abby. Abby, are they really Calhoun's family? She couldn't understand. If they were family, why weren't they allowed in? Orla shook her head, but remained steadily beside Cyrus. Seeing this, Aiko didn't say anything. Cyrus watched the people outside coldly. Don't think that just because I'm old and sick, I don't know what you're plotting. Get out. Devon remained calm. Griffin, I heard you let DeAndre. Are you investigating your own father? Cyrus was furious, glaring at Devon standing outside. Devon remained eerily calm. I didn't mean to investigate you, but you said you wouldn't favor anyone, so I hope you treat everyone equally. You won't see the other younger generation, but chose to see DeAndre. That would make others unhappy, right? Get out. Cyrus turned to Arsene, clearly unwilling to talk to them further. Arsene helplessly pleaded, please don't put me in a difficult position. With no choice, the two had to leave. Aiko noticed Orla giving her a look, signaling for her to step out. Aiko also wanted to check on DeAndre to see why he hadn't come yet. Outside the ward, she turned towards the direction they had come from. There was an empty terrace. She walked over and found DeAndre standing by the transparent glass window. Aiko joined him, looking down to see the ground covered with cigarette butts. This area had become a common spot for everyone to vent and smoke. Why don't you go see Calhoun? Nigel glanced to the side, the cigarette in his hand burning bit by bit. He rested his wrist on the windowsill, the smoke wafting away with the wind outside. Just talked with the head doctor about Elder's condition. He replied in a hoarse voice, clearly not in high spirits. Aiko nodded. How did it go? He was probably under instructions from Elder and didn't reveal much about grandfather's condition. Could it be very serious? Aiko's voice turned a bit hoarse as well. So that's why he doesn't want you to know. Possibly. Nigel took a puff of the cigarette, letting out a cloud of smoke. The wind carried some of the scent to Aiko's nose, causing her to cough slightly. Cough, cough. Nigel paused with the cigarette in his hand, then put it out, waving his hand to clear the air and opened the window wider. You went in to see him. How is he? Nigel stepped back, giving Aiko more space. Aiko followed his movement, feeling the smell of tobacco lessen at her nose. He doesn't seem to be doing well, lacking the energy he used to have. Aiko looked up at Nigel. Go see him. Facing life and death, the issues between them seemed trivial for now. Aiko saw Nigel take a deep breath, then he nodded. All right. Together, they returned to the ward. Standing at the door, they could faintly hear the voices of Orla and Cyrus inside. The kids came to see you, yet you still drive them away. Though they sometimes do things wrong, your health is so poor now. Wouldn't it be better to have them by your side? Humph. I'd rather die than have those wolf-hearted ghosts around me. Nigel and Aiko stood outside, exchanging a glance. Neither of them spoke. Calhoun stayed in the hospital for half a month. Summer vacation was coming to an end, and Aiko and her grandmother were preparing to return to North City. In the elevator, Nigel stood beside Aiko, both peacefully sharing the enclosed space. Chapter 67. Posts about Aiko have been deleted. Have you already booked your flight tickets? Nigel asked. Aiko answered naturally. Yeah, we booked them a week ago. The corner of Nigel's mouth curled. That was quick. I haven't done that yet. I have to stay a few more days because Armin asked me to deal with some things. Aiko pressed her lips, though she didn't understand why Nigel felt the need to explain these things to her. But thinking about the peace between them recently, she nodded in response. Sign up is on the 31st, you might be late. So what? He wasn't bothered by it. Ding. The elevator doors opened. Aiko gripped the handles of her two suitcases and was about to leave when Nigel took away another suitcase beside her without saying anything, simply sending Aiko to the door. His eyes curved as he looked at Orla who was waiting on the side. Abby, come visit us again if you have time. Thank you for taking care of Alicia and me during this period. Aiko hesitated, her thoughts wrapped around the natural and relaxed way he called her Alicia. Orla smiled at Nigel. It's nothing. We'll be going now, spend more time with Grandpa. Nigel nodded slightly. A driver nearby took over the luggage from Aiko, putting it in the trunk. Alicia, let's go. Orla called out. Aiko nodded and followed. She did not look back. However, as she sat in the back seat, she saw Nigel standing at the entrance, waving his hand in the rearview mirror. Aiko pursed her lips. Turning on her phone, she saw that Nigel had added her back, but there were no ambiguous messages. He simply asked about Cyrus or inquired about Nikki's health. August 22nd, 12:42 p.m. Nigel, should I buy some fruits? Asking if the old man eats fruits. Aiko, sure. August 26th, 9:26 a.m. Nigel, where are you? Aiko, Abby is wheeling Amnon around the garden. Bring the thermos with you when you come. Each message conveyed a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. In the central hospital of Jing City, Nigel was climbing the stairs while answering the phone. I heard you. On the other end, Armin's voice came through. You finish this task, and I'll unfreeze your card, return your cars. Ha, you're in menopause and have found true love, becoming a Tengu, lick dog. Nigel hung up immediately, not giving Armin a chance to retort. Armin would probably throw his phone in anger again. Thinking of this, Nigel smiled, feeling pleased. He arrived at the ward number Armin sent him. Seeing Autumn standing guard outside, he walked in. Are all the other procedures done? Autumn rubbed her eyes. Yeah, thank you so much, and Sullivan too. Nigel didn't reply. He was here to help Armin. He just messaged back on his phone and didn't say a word as he nestled into the couch next to it. Autumn seemed to be transported back to the first time she met him. He was hunched on the sofa, looking at his phone without speaking, and didn't even raise his head to glance at her. Did you get someone to delete those posts on the forum? Autumn, sitting on the wooden chair beside the bed, started a conversation with Nigel while peeling an apple. Nigel raised an eyebrow as an acknowledgement. Autumn smiled. Don't tell me you still have lingering feelings for Aiko. You haven't moved on? Nigel paused his fingers on the screen of his phone. The patient needs quiet. This was his way of telling Autumn to shut up. Autumn ignored it and handed the peeled apple to Nigel. Thank you sincerely, even though I know you were doing it at Sullivan's request. If you hadn't helped me that night, maybe. As she spoke, Autumn's eyes reddened. The qualifications and costs for hospital stays in Jing City were very high. After her grandmother underwent surgery, a few weeks later, the doctor suggested transferring the room to someone else since her grandma only needed rest and observation. So Autumn rented a place near the hospital. One evening, she found her grandma suddenly having a seizure, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. She nearly collapsed in terror. Her mind went blank, and she instinctively called her mother. But it was answered by Armin. Hearing her crying, he told her to let Nigel come over. That night, outside the ward, Autumn explained everything clearly to Nigel. The last time she stopped him, it was actually because she wanted to borrow money from him since her grandma's condition required a lot of money. She talked about her life again, mentioning that she and Vonda hadn't seen each other for years. Because of her grandma's issues, she had also contacted Vonda before. Initially, Vonda didn't want to recognize her as her daughter. She just wanted to live as a wealthy lady. It was only because Armin mentioned it that she reluctantly acknowledged her but refused to pay for her grandma's medical bills. After all, her father was dead, and Vonda remarried, meaning she indeed had no obligation to support her ex-mother-in-law. Nigel leaned against the wall of the hospital, smoking while listening to her recount everything. He didn't respond. Instead, he quietly paid for her grandmother's medical expenses. With a thud, the apple in his hand was thrown into the trash can. Autumn went to wash the knife, and when she came out, Nigel had already gone to see the attending doctor. On the first day of school, Aiko and a few others met up for a meal. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, they all lowered their heads to look at their phones simultaneously. Hey, that's strange, Kylie said, looking at her phone. Aiko's phone still displayed last year's physics competition award-winning piece. She glanced hurriedly at Kylie before refocusing on her screen. What's wrong? The posts about you can't be found anymore. Kylie refreshed the page again. Amadeo looked up and gazed at Aiko. Do you know that the posts about you on the forum have been taken down? They're not searchable now, and many people's accounts have been hacked. Kylie was still refreshing the page when Amadeo spoke, prompting her to ask curiously, how do you know many people's accounts have been hacked? Amadeo scoffed. Of course I know. That's not the point. The real question is, who did this? Aiko kept her eyes downcast, looking at the screen of her phone. Michael spoke up. Was it Nigel? Aiko shook her head. I don't know. Hey, Alicia, did he really change his mind and come back to chase after you? Kylie nudged her elbow, asking, so, will you accept him? Aiko frowned. He didn't chase after me, and we've really ended things. Well, then focus on preparing for the competition in the meantime, Michael said. Cleo looked at Aiko. Are you really going to compete with Michael? Didn't you always hate such troublesome and boring things? Aiko nodded. I still don't like them, but a person can't just do what they like all the time. Do you know there's another small group chat in our class, full of boys? Kylie asked Aiko. Aiko shook her head. I didn't know. Small group chats are pretty normal. We even have one too. No, Nigel is in that group. Kylie blinked. Chapter 68. Did Nigel have a boyfriend? Aiko did not particularly want to hear Nigel's name right now. She rubbed her ears. If he has one, then so be it. What's the big deal? I'll show you. Kylie pulled out the chat group for Aiko to see. You guys mustn't tell anyone else. I finally managed to sneak in to listen to gossip. Kylie scrolled through the messages. I saw this unintentionally. Earlier, someone in the group at Nigel, asking if the blacklisting of accounts was done by him. At the time, I didn't understand what that meant. Now hearing about the post incident, it all came back. Aiko glanced upwards and indeed saw a few males questioning Nigel regarding the posts. Kylie shook her head. Unfortunately, Nigel didn't reply. It can't be confirmed that he did it. Otherwise, his actions would have been pretty manly. How could he do something like that for Aiko? I don't believe it. Amadeo shook his head. I'd rather believe Michael did it. The air fell silent for a moment. Cleo raised her eyes to look at Michael, then lowered them again, scratching the palm of her hand. What if Nigel just thought our Aiko is nice and wanted to make amends? Aren't you boys all jerks? The two started arguing. Amadeo told Kylie not to provoke gender conflicts, but Kylie argued that men being jerks is a fact. Aiko looked up and found Michael staring at her. She sighed helplessly and shrugged. Aiko, has anyone added you? Amadeo stopped arguing with Kylie and asked. Aiko looked puzzled. Who added me? Amadeo smiled. A guy I played basketball with said he wanted your WeChat, so I gave it to him. Aiko frowned, feeling somewhat repulsed by Amadeo's behavior of giving out WeChat IDs without consent. But considering his lack of consideration, she didn't press the issue. I saw it. I didn't add any strangers. Since the forum incident, many people had tried to add Aiko. Initially, she agreed to two, but they were there to insult her, so she deleted them and stopped adding strangers. He asked me today because she didn't add him. Amadeo sounded a bit troubled. Michael filled Aiko's empty water cup with a kettle. Don't give out your contact info casually, or I'll kick you out of the group. Amadeo said he wouldn't do it again. No one really took it seriously. After dinner, the group parted ways to tidy up their dormitories. Aiko rented a place outside and needed to check on it to subsidize her expenses. Walking down the road, her mind inevitably wandered back to what Kylie said about Nigel possibly organizing the account blacklisting. She opened her phone and directly asked Nigel if he did it. Nigel replied instantly, confirming it was him, but only because the entire situation started because of him. Aiko felt relieved and thanked him. Putting away her phone, they stopped chatting, until Aiko unlocked her door and walked inside. Collapsing onto the sofa, the heat from the sun made breathing feel scorching. She turned on the air conditioner and another message arrived on her phone. Opening it, she paused for a moment. Nigel was asking if the physics competition team still needed one more person. The team required 5 members. After 2 seniors left, Aiko joined, so they indeed needed one more. What was Nigel getting at? Aiko pressed her fingers against her nails and replied yes. The message sent instantly. It seemed like he had already prepared his response. I volunteer. Sweat from Aiko's forehead dripped onto her sleeve. She looked up at the temperature setting on the AC and adjusted it lower. Then, she slowly typed back to Nigel. After composing a lengthy reply explaining his previous non-participation and discussing Michael's criteria, she hesitated. Finally, she erased everything and simply replied okay. Whatever he wanted to do was his business. Even if he joined just for fun, it had nothing to do with Aiko. During the interview, the team captain would naturally decide. After that, Aiko didn't communicate with Nigel again. She continued her routine, studying, sleeping, eating. Her daily life circled between the library, classroom, and cafeteria. The only difference was that she no longer followed behind a certain boy who always took long strides, forcing her to jog to keep up. Meanwhile, suitors gradually appeared around her, which annoyed Aiko. She realized no one approached for contact information when she was with Michael. So, they arranged to go to and from class together almost every day and even went to the lab together. The post about Aiko and Nigel disappeared. Rumors began circulating again, saying that after Aiko was abandoned by Nigel, she was now dating Michael. Every day after class, Aiko and Michael would rush to the lab to discuss topics for their physics experimental innovation design project, keeping them incredibly busy and leaving no time to handle these rumors. Aiko sat beside the captain, observing the candidates who came for interviews to join the team. It was tedious, but selecting team members wasn't something to be taken lightly. They would be working closely together for a long time, and once the team was finalized, it couldn't be changed casually. All 4 members of the team took this seriously, and even though Aiko didn't want to come, she had to. She lowered her head, looking at the literature on her tablet that she had just found. They hadn't determined their topic yet, and both selecting the topic and choosing the right team members were critical. Beside her, Michael handed her a candy, already unwrapped. Aiko picked it up and pressed the sugary shell, letting the sour-sweet flavor spread in her mouth. Next, the last member they needed had to be someone with strong technical skills, especially in simulation or programming. That was also the hardest part to find. Captain Holt had interviewed more than a dozen candidates and was already sighing. So difficult. Aiko glanced at the person who had just left after the interview. The next candidate walked in. He brushed shoulders with the one who had just left, standing almost 2 heads taller, wearing a light beige American high street hoodie with graphite gray denim pants. The lazy, soft fabric looked neat on him. His cuffs were rolled up to his forearms, his wrist bone hanging down, and his clearly defined fingers held a cup of Americano. Unlike the previous candidates who were more or less nervous, he seemed relaxed as if he was just there to buy a bottle of water. There was the rustling sound of flipping pages, and Holt stared at the name on the paper. Nigel, you're in the same class as Michael? Aiko mumbled a response, crunching the hard candy between her teeth, the cracking sound resonating in her ears. You got first place in the SPC physics competition in junior high, and even won the top gold in the Princeton physics competition with your team? Holt sat up straighter. Too bad, you didn't participate in any competitions during high school. Aiko felt a bit awkward hearing the word messed around and swallowed hard. Nigel messed around and still got into Xingda University. She had barely slept 5 hours a day in her senior year just to get into Xingda University. Holt was clearly straightforward and blunt, asking directly without considering others' feelings. Most of the questions were sharp and pointed. Anyone timid might have been scared away on the spot. Brother, don't mind me asking too many questions. We're really aiming for the national award this time, so I don't want anyone holding us back. The other teammate, Asif, smiled beside Holt. Those other captains didn't even bother asking. Looks like you've got a chance. Nigel didn't show any impatience and answered each question carefully. Finally, Holt asked the last question. Are you dating? How is your girlfriend's temper? Chapter 69. Nigel sent a private message to Aiko to explain. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Nigel lifted his eyes to look at Holt. Does this matter? Holt smiled. Of course it matters. Once in the team, it's going to be very busy. We'll definitely aim for provincial and national competitions. If your girlfriend has a bad temper, like always clinging to you or asking you to accompany her all the time, it would definitely cause issues. Aiko's fingertips were stuck on the tablet screen, forcing her to copy the document. The sweet and sour taste of the candy in her mouth had gradually faded away. She looked up and finally gave Nigel a direct glance. At that moment, he was also looking at her. Freshly separated, he replied faintly. Holt glanced at Aiko beside him and nearly couldn't hold back his laughter. Aiko glared at him, only then realizing he was intentionally teasing her. Her posts about pursuing Nigel had spread everywhere back then. How could Holt not know? Yeah, okay, wait for notification. It should come within 3 days. Holt raised his hand and tried to suppress his laughter. After everyone finished their interviews, the 4 of them looked at the few suitable candidates' profiles. Holt turned to Aiko. What do you think? Aiko squinted her eyes. Don't test me. Giles pulled out Nigel's profile. The best choice is Nigel, but you too. Aiko raised her hand. Hold on. I have nothing to do with him anymore. You don't need to consider me. If he fits, choose him. Michael looked at Aiko from the side. Can you really not be affected by him? Holt nodded. I was joking earlier, but we can't mess around when it comes to serious matters. Selecting team members isn't just about ability. We also need to consider compatibility and communication. Aiko closed her tablet. I'm fine. I can communicate. Then let's finalize him. With that, it was decided. The next day, Aiko saw Nigel in the lab. Holt held several documents they had organized for project directions. She didn't react much. They sat together and discussed. Her brain was so busy analyzing and understanding that she barely thought about anything else. They managed to communicate normally. Time passed slowly. A month later, the topic was finally determined. During this period, they had changed topics 4 times due to various reasons, but finally settled one before the deadline. It was past noon, and Captain Holt looked at everyone. We've completed a big challenge. Let's go out for lunch. Everyone agreed, and Aiko packed her tablet into her bag. Outside the lab building, a girl stood near the glass door. Nigel. The girl immediately saw Nigel and waved to him. Aiko watched as Nigel went over without hesitation. He told Captain Holt, you guys go ahead. Almost simultaneously, the other 3's gazes fell on Aiko. Aiko rolled her eyes skyward. Don't look at me. She walked out first. She recognized the girl, who was an upperclassman she had seen being close to Nigel before. In the past, she might have stood far away, watching the 2 of them with hidden sorrow. Now, Aiko showed no signs of disturbance, holding her stomach and saying she was starving. Walking on the shaded path, Giles and Holt hung their arms around each other's shoulders, looking at Aiko. Since Nigel is dating again, why don't you find someone too? Michael stood between the 2, blocking their teasing gazes. Let me carry your bag. Aiko's bag contained a computer and a tablet, making it quite heavy. Michael offered to help her carry it as they left the lab, but she refused. Now, standing under the sun, Aiko's back was covered in sweat. She really didn't want to carry it anymore and handed it to Michael. Giles and Holt exchanged glances and laughed at the two. You two might as well get together, saves trouble. Aiko shot them a look. Then why don't you two, hanging arms around each other, just get together? That'd be convenient too. Both of them exclaimed and quickly distanced themselves from each other. Her phone buzzed. It was a message from Nigel. Not only did they add each other back on contact lists, but they also joined the same competition group, making them practically inseparable. Previously, Aiko had tried every way to get closer to him, but ended up moving further away. Now, as she wanted to gradually exit his world, he kept appearing in various corners of her life. Perhaps fate enjoyed playing tricks on people. Aiko clicked into the message. Sister said London has news. I need to talk to her. Can't join you for lunch. Another message followed. Sister is friends with London, so I've been asking her to help me contact London. Aiko noticed something odd in Nigel's explanation. Why was he explaining himself to her? What's wrong? Michael asked from beside her. Oh, Nigel said he won't have lunch with us today. He has something to do. Aiko replied. Holt raised an eyebrow. He could have just posted in the group chat. Why did he send it only to you? Am I, the captain, just a figurehead? Aiko nodded. Yes, maybe he thinks you're just a figurehead. After saying that, Aiko hid behind Michael, preventing Holt from even finding a spot to tap her. She took out her phone again and replied with one word. Okay. Looking ahead, it seemed like all the messages were from Nigel explaining something, and she would just reply, okay. Aiko felt she was still quite nice. At least she didn't ignore his messages. Another message came through. Don't you believe me? Aiko and the others had already left the school and were about to cross the pedestrian crossing to the restaurant opposite. Following behind Michael, Aiko responded by voice message. No, I do. Michael glanced at her. Are you still chatting with him? Aiko nodded. Just one word. After saying that, she turned off her phone and stopped replying to Nigel. Sitting in the restaurant, Michael was ordering food. Aiko took out her tablet from her bag. Now that the topic was determined, they still needed to think about innovation and the angle of approach. Aiko. A boy called out to Aiko beside her. Aiko turned around but didn't recognize him. The man then sat down at Aiko's table with the noodles in his hand. Originally, Michael should have been sitting next to Aiko, but he had gone to order food. Feeling uncomfortable, she moved back a bit. Don't you know who I am? Aiko thought for a moment, but indeed couldn't find this plain face in her mind, which was filled with literature and experimental equipment recently. So she shook her head. He looked a bit discouraged. I asked Amadeo for your contact information before. We've met several times. He was still holding chopsticks. Why didn't you add me? Giles went to get drinks, leaving only Holt at the table. He obviously had an attitude of watching the fun. Why should I add you if I don't know you? Hello, my name is Jim. Now we know each other, right? Can we add each other? Aiko was taken aback, seemingly not expecting such a way to meet. Chapter 70. To think he would embarrass her in public like this. Aiko pursed her lips. Sorry, I don't add people I'm not familiar with. Jim smiled. It's okay. We'll get to know each other better if we chat more. Aiko lowered her head and sighed. Do you like me? She felt quite helpless. Holt's face showed surprise, clearly not expecting Aiko to be so direct. Jim nodded. Yes, I do. Then give up quickly. Don't waste time on me, Aiko said. Michael and Giles returned. Michael saw his seat occupied and frowned as he looked at Aiko. They knew each other well enough that one glance was enough for him to understand what she was asking. Aiko shook her head. She didn't recognize this person. Excuse me, this is my seat. Michael stared at the man. Jim acted very friendly. Hey, Michael, I know you, you're Amadeo's friend, so we're kind of friends. Aiko was getting annoyed and stood up. We are going to have dinner. Please go back and don't disturb us. Michael glanced at Aiko, surprised by her willingness to handle the situation. I'll leave once you add me. Jim held up his phone. Aiko was getting angry. I already said I won't. Giles figured out the situation and spoke up. Dude, are you looking for a fight? The girl said no. And here we are, three guys who aren't just decorations. Holt laughed. Right, we're definitely not decorations. The guy backed down, took away his bowl and chopsticks, and left, returning to his seat. Aiko sat back down. Let's eat. Holt kept staring at the man. The dishes arrived, and everyone started eating, unaware that Holt had taken a picture of Jim. In a quiet restaurant, Nigel listened to Ricky speak across the table from him. He occasionally nodded in response. His phone vibrated, and he checked it. It was a private message from Holt. Yin, this guy is too much, insisting on adding Aiko when she has clearly refused him. Isn't that going too far? Just some venting words. Nigel opened the photo but didn't recognize the person. What's wrong? Do you have something urgent? Ricky asked him. Oh, nothing, Nigel nodded. You only saw someone who looks similar? Not certain yet. Yes, it's been 3 or 4 years after all. Even if I saw her, I might not recognize her immediately. Alright, send me the address. I'll check the surveillance footage. If she contacts you, let me know immediately. After saying this, Nigel sipped his water, the noodles in front of him untouched. I'll settle the bill. You can finish your meal slowly. Hey, she grabbed Nigel's sleeve. So fast. You haven't touched your food. Nigel looked at her hand, then stepped back. I'm not hungry anymore. Why? Afraid Aiko will misunderstand. Nigel looked at her and nodded. Yes. She was taken aback. But, didn't you two break up? Nigel didn't deny it. I'm chasing her. With that, he walked away. You're chasing her? Ricky chuckled and stood up. Her expression showed disdain. Does she really need to be chased? She'd do anything for you with just a beckon, wouldn't she? Nigel stopped, hands in his pockets, turning around. Why say that? He walked back and stood before her, his presence exuding pressure. This isn't just me saying it, everyone does. You snap your fingers, and Aiko would do anything for you, right? As if recalling something, she chuckled softly. I remember one time she saw you and me together. She didn't even dare to ask about our relationship. She clapped her hands and laughed, lowering her head. Too pathetic. I wonder why you would ever be with her. Pathetic. Nigel raised an eyebrow, his eyes dark. The woman apparently hadn't realized how heavy the atmosphere had become. She waved her hands. Isn't she unworthy of you? So, you were deliberately acting close in front of her? Nigel asked her. Just a joke. Who knew she'd take it seriously? Quite amusing, she scoffed again. But in the next moment, cold water splashed over her carefully styled hair, leaving her speechless. She stared in shock, raising her eyes to see Nigel placing the empty glass back on the table. The glass tapped the table, making an uncontrollable sound. His expression remained calm, almost indifferent, as if he wasn't angry, except for the fact that he had poured water on her. She might continue talking, finding it amusing. Why did you stop? His voice was extremely calm, without any ripples. Ricky lowered her head, water trickling down her meticulously made-up face. Her eyes were red-rimmed. You're pretty pathetic too, aren't you? Nigel waved his hand, and a waiter came over. Hello, may I help you with anything? Nigel nodded. Serve us all the dishes here, then send them to other guests. She will pay for them. The person on the sofa wiped the water off her face. Nigel, I'm London Anuin's friend. Are you really going to choose Aiko over London Anuin now? Her hands tightly gripped the luxury bag on her back. It was the reward from Nigel for providing information. We don't need to be in touch anymore. I'll find her myself. With that, Nigel left. The waiter came with the bill. Hello, miss, the total is 23,800. Would you please? Credit card, she angrily interrupted the waiter. The Wynn family had been relying on London Anuin to connect with Nigel. Over the years, because of London Anuin, she hadn't hesitated to buy various luxuries through Nigel. She thought Aiko was nothing more than an ex who didn't matter to him, so she spoke those words. She never expected Nigel would publicly splash water on her for Aiko's sake, and even make her pay for the bill. The gazes of the surrounding people added to her humiliation, and Weiqi surged into her eyes. After paying, she wiped away tears and left. Aiko emerged from the lab building, already around 8 p.m. She carried her backpack, leaving her computer in the lab. The bag contained only a tablet, not heavy at all. Michael handed her a water cup. Let me take you back. It's too late. Aiko shook her head. My rented place is closer than your dorm, and I need to buy something. Go back. Michael shook his phone. Send me a message when you arrive. Aiko nodded. She looked up. A few windows on the third floor of the lab were still lit. When she and Michael left, Nigel was still inside. Aiko gulped down the remaining water in the cup and slowly tightened the lid. She kicked her feet to loosen her stiff body. Her stomach felt a bit uncomfortable. She squatted down to catch her breath. She told Michael she needed to buy sanitary pads. Struggling to stand, she held the water cup's strap and moved forward. Meanwhile, the lights on the third floor went out. Nigel came out carrying his bag and saw Aiko nearby. He paused, waiting until Aiko walked further away before following. Row after row of streetlights illuminated the road. Aiko looked at her shadow, left the school gate, and went to the store to buy a few packs of sanitary pads. Plastic bags brushed against her knees, making rustling sounds. This area wasn't quiet, filled with university students enjoying their nights out. When her father helped her rent the place, he carefully chose the location. The road to her rental was bright and lively. Even as night deepened, Aiko felt no fear, until a long shadow stretched under a streetlight, slowly approaching her. Aiko frowned. Gem. Chapter 71. Nigel. You like Ju-chan, to cling to people, right? Let's have a match then. The sound of cars whizzing by echoed in her ears. They were already far from the bustling snack street near the school. A faint ruckus came through the wall, but it only emphasized how desolate this area was. Aiko, what a coincidence. Do you think we're destined to meet? Aiko wasn't used to his inexplicable warmth and took a few steps back. It is a coincidence. Do you live here too? Jem shook his head as he walked closer to her. I'm just passing by, going out to buy something. I also agreed with Amadeo to play ball. Amadeo was someone Aiko knew well. Hearing his name relieved some of her nervousness. After all, he was friends with Amadeo in front of her, so she held back her annoyance. Then go quickly, or Amadeo will be waiting for you. Aiko thought that making small talk would do the trick. However, Jem stood in front of her blocking her way. No rush. We agreed at 9. There's still time. Doesn't the dormitory close at 10 o'clock? Are you playing so late? Yeah, they say it closes at 10, but the dorm attendant sleeps on the first floor. Will she not open the door if we kick it? Under the lamplight in the night, Jem looked down at Aiko, who was half a head shorter than him. Her skin gleamed porcelain white under the light, with bright eyes and a face smaller than a palm. The upturned corners of her eyes radiated youthful vitality, a vivid yet obedient look. Wearing a white shirt with pleats and lace, she appeared neat and refined, exuding grace. Do you want to watch us play? He stepped closer to catch a whiff of her faint fragrance. After hearing his words about kicking the door, Aiko felt less favorably towards Amadeo. Seeing him get closer, she became even more annoyed and took 2 steps back. No need. It's very late. I should rest now. Knowing full well the dormitory closed at 10, yet deliberately agreeing to play so late without any sense of shame or hesitation. Kicking the door to make the auntie open it. Though she wasn't close with Jem, she chose not to reprimand his inappropriate behavior. She simply nodded, I'll be going. But, she moved aside but was blocked by Jem taking a step forward. Chat for a while longer. You didn't give me your contact, so I can't chat with you. Aiko remained silent, wanting to leave quickly. Blocked on one side, she moved to the other. But Jem persisted, preventing her from leaving. She looked up at him. Come on, you don't have to act like that. Admit it, you're pretty. But no need to put on such an act, right? With a smirk, he reached out and snatched the bag she was holding. Tense, Aiko tried to grab it back, but Jim tugged the bottom of the bag, causing everything inside to spill out. Packets of sanitary napkins scattered everywhere as he kicked them away. An expression of disdain flashed across Jim's face, followed by a mocking laugh. Giving you some face, and you really start acting up? When chasing after Gu Pochin, weren't you shameless? All I said was adding WeChat, not doing anything else. If you'd added me obediently, wouldn't it have been fine? His gaze swept over her, sizing her up like an item. Hearing his lewd remarks, Aiko didn't react much on her face. She understood that Jim was difficult to deal with, and alone, she couldn't confront him directly. Forcing a smile, she said, I rarely use WeChat, which is why I didn't add you. How about my QQ instead? Seeing her attitude improve slightly, Jim smiled. All right, now you're behaving. He sighed. You should have done this from the beginning. After exchanging contact information, Jim finally let her go. Aiko breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the sanitary pads, holding back her tears. After getting home, she locked the door and immediately called her brother. On the basketball court, after a fierce game, a few players raised their hands signaling a break. Jim patted Amadeo's shoulder. Let's go. Amadeo wiped sweat off his face with his jersey. Where are we going? Still, he followed. After buying water, they sat on wooden benches under the elm tree. Amadeo took a sip. What's up with you? Amadeo glanced at him. Not added yet. Jim laughed coldly. Added QQ. She acts quite high and mighty. I was so humble earlier, and she still wouldn't budge. Is adding a friend that hard? It's not like I'm eating her. Today, after giving her a scolding, she immediately behaved. Amadeo sighed. Give it up. Michael didn't fancy her either. What makes you think you have a chance? Huh. She was all over Gu Pochin before, wasn't she? Why not use the same tactics? Cling to her. Saying that, he finished the bottle of water in one gulp, tightened the cap, and threw it into the trash bin. Clank. It missed. The transparent water bottle rolled twice and stopped. A pair of black and white shoes appeared in Jim's line of sight. Looking up, he saw the man wearing all black standing before him. The black hoodie with a hood blended into the night, its white luxury brand logo very noticeable under the lamplight. The figure stood there steadily, his eyes casting over, making the atmosphere tense. Nigel. Amadeo stood up. Is there something? You're Jim? Nigel only looked at the person beside him. Yeah. Jim stood up. Man to man, it was clear what they were thinking. Jim had sensed that Nigel was here for him before he even stood up. Do you like clinging to people? Oh, you mean Aiko? Jim laughed. Didn't you two break up? So, she still talks to you about this? She didn't talk to me about it. Nigel calmly shook his head, then lifted his chin towards the basketball court. Want to play a game? Jim raised his hand. So, you're here to stand up for your ex-girlfriend? Are you playing or not? Nigel didn't waste words. Jim thought of that small face in his mind, and his lips curled slightly. Play. Just as these two words fell, Jim saw Nigel casually toss the luxury co-branded bag he was carrying with one hand. People came and went on the court. It seemed he didn't care at all if the expensive bag got scratched. It was an effortless ease and nonchalance that came from within. Beside him, Amadeo looked at Jim. You're really going to play? Stay out of this. Jim turned and walked towards the court. Inside the court, the lights were blinding at night. Wet with sweat, players darted, leaped, passed the ball, ran towards the hoop. Without any words, the two began playing. Watching from the side, Amadeo saw Nigel score 2 3-pointers right away. Meanwhile, Jim had just touched the ball when the professional shoes squeaked sharply against the floor. Nigel spread his arms, snatched the ball, jumped, and easily scored a mid-range 2-pointer. Actually, without needing much observation, Amadeo knew clearly that Nigel would win. Jim's decision to accept so casually was quite foolish. He's going to be walked all over. Chapter 72. What qualifies to set Aiko's birthday as a password? Amadeo took out his phone and recorded a video of the two. The ball was back in Jim's hands, but he still hadn't scored a single point. Every time Nigel made a shot, it seemed like he intentionally slowed down a bit, waiting for Jim to grab the ball. Whenever Jim was about to shoot after getting the ball, Nigel would immediately intercept it, giving hope only to crush it. Jim pressed his lips together, sweat trickling into his mouth. He bent over, dribbling the ball, positioning himself at the mid-range 2-point line, ready to jump and throw, when Nigel ran up and blocked his shot with a powerful slam. The ball fell into Nigel's hands, who dribbled along the 3-point line. Jim chased him, his facial muscles trembling, sweat drenching his jersey. Just as he was about to touch the ball in Nigel's hand, Nigel suddenly turned his body away, performing a crossover dribble, switching the ball from his right hand to his left. Jim didn't even have time to react. Already, Nigel jumped and threw the ball, like a taut bow releasing an arrow. The ball followed an arc. Clang. A long-distance 3-pointer went through the hoop, bouncing on the ground. Jim hunched his back, hands on his knees, teeth clenched, sweat streaming down his face. Nigel stood upright, only his chest rising and falling, breathing lightly. His eyes glanced over, making Jim feel embarrassed without saying a word. Fuck, what kind of defense is that, he cursed. Nigel slowly walked toward him. The ball that fell from the hoop bounced a few times and rolled over. It hit Nigel's foot, who gently stopped it. His eyes fixed on Jim, his sleeves rolled up, the muscles in his forearms defined and taut. A buildup of strength. With a powerful kick, the basketball beside his foot rushed toward Jim like an uncontrolled arrow, hitting him on the forehead. The dusty ball left a mess on Jim's sweaty face. Fuck, you want to fight or what? Come. He uttered the word with his tongue against his lower teeth. Jim couldn't hold back anymore, charging forward in anger. But Amadeo pulled him back. Play ball, not fight. Nigel wasn't planning to let go of Jem. He hooked his neck and tightly pressed him down, pinning him with his knee. Jem was already exhausted after playing, his limbs weak, unable to resist. Suddenly, Nigel's elbow pressed his spine down, forcing his face to touch his leg. No different from being pressured by a PE teacher during sit-and-reach tests in high school. Fuck you, let me go. His hands were pinned against his chest, too weak to exert any force, even between his chest and knees. Who are you cursing? Your mom? Who's shameless? You. For questions in a row, suffocating Jem. Amadeo pulled at Nigel's sleeve, not daring to use much force. Nigel, what are you doing? We're all from the same school. Fighting could get us punished. Give me his phone, Nigel said, glancing at Amadeo while pressing Jem. Jem's head was flushed, his neck, ears, and face turning red, veins protruding. Amadeo handed over Jem's phone. Nigel applied more pressure, folding Jem's body almost in half, eliciting a choked sound from his throat. Still calm, he ordered, unlock your phone. Jem felt like he was about to pass out and dared not resist, muttering the code. 221. Nigel's eyes darkened, repeating the numbers, grinding his teeth, and spoke solemnly. Go change that password, got it? What qualifies to set Aiko's birthday as a lock screen password? Swiping open the phone, Nigel deleted Aiko from Jem's recent friends list. Jem didn't dare make a peep. The next noon, Aiko, Kylie, and Cleo ate noodles in the cafeteria. Kylie, browsing Tieba, suddenly looked at Aiko. This Jem was taken in for questioning by the police today. Isn't this the one Amadeo mentioned wanting to add you? Aiko nodded. My brother called the cops. Kylie was surprised. Why? Aiko explained last night's events to her. After listening, Kylie swore at Jem, so furious she couldn't eat. Fuck him. I always say men are all bastards. Cleo twitched. Not all of them, right? She quietly added. Michael isn't bad. Kylie waved her hand. He's the exception. As they talked, someone passed by and bumped into Aiko's elbow. Her chopstick slipped, dropping straight onto her clothes. Oh, sorry. The girl apologized quickly. Obvious oil stains splashed onto Aiko's checkered shirt, but she shook her head. It's okay. The person who bumped her offered paper towels, but it was already too stained to clean. I'm really sorry. Aiko said it was fine and looked at the person who had bumped into her, their eyes meeting for a brief moment. The other party seemed to recognize her. Aiko was taken aback, softly asking with a hint of apology, do we know each other? Oh no, it's normal you don't know me. I know you, she added, from Tieba. Aiko remained silent, pressing her lips together slightly. After all, those rumors about her on Tieba weren't anything positive. The girl also realized what she had said and quickly apologized. Aiko shook her head. It's okay. Your clothes, let me wash them for you, since it's my fault. The girl was quite enthusiastic. Aiko still shook her head, but the girl didn't seem to want to leave. Aiko looked at her in confusion as she bent down. Can I ask you a question? Was it because of you that Nigel fought with a boy last night? Aiko was taken aback. I don't know. Oh, sorry, I was just being nosy. The girl wanted to help wash Aiko's clothes, but was refused by her. Kylie overheard what she said about the fight, and immediately went to search on Xingda. Wow, there really is a video of Nigel fighting yesterday, Kylie said as she opened it for Aiko to see. It was nighttime, very blurry, only able to vaguely identify people from their figures. Originally filming people playing basketball, but later they ended up fighting. They really fought. What? Cleo leaned over to look. Kylie scoffed. Is this called fighting? It's just Nigel beating someone unilaterally. Who did he have pinned down? Cleo squinted her eyes and tapped her glasses frame. Kylie couldn't identify either. I don't know. Aiko saw the person being pinned down by Nigel, wearing a jersey. It was Jem from last night. That girl asked if Nigel fought for her. Aiko didn't know either. Once, Aiko met Jem in the cafeteria. She was worried Jem might pester her again, but unexpectedly, before she could dodge him, Jem ran away like a rat seeing a cat upon spotting her. Aiko watched his hurriedly retreating figure, and the image of Nigel pinning down Jem with one hand surfaced in her mind again. Chapter 73 Aiko's birthday gift returned by Nigel. These past few days at the laboratory, Aiko and Nigel had been getting along like ordinary classmates. Initially, Aiko still cared about the explanation Nigel gave her regarding the senior student incident. Later, seeing that Nigel had no other intentions and did not say anything inappropriate to her again, she finally felt relieved. Kylie mentioned that Nigel had fought with Jem for her sake. Aiko didn't believe it. On her phone, she received a message from her brother, Glover, about house viewing. After what happened with Jem, Glover reported it to the police. Jem was only considered a harasser and was lectured before being released. Glover was thinking of changing Aiko's place. Now he was still looking. He sent over two options: a small apartment previously owned by a girl who also studied at Xing University. The environment and facilities were quite good. The second option was more upscale with better landscaping, but further from the school compared to the small apartment. These were the best and most suitable places selected from various rental locations. Aiko had agreed with her brother to visit these places on Saturday. Nigel, are you really breaking off relations with me just because I said a few words about Aiko? Ricky stood at the door. This house belonged to Nigel. She had promised to provide him with information in exchange for staying here rent-free. After living there for years without paying any rent, she had almost considered this place as hers. But today, upon returning from school, she was told by Nigel to move out as soon as possible. When she called Nigel, he simply stated that he had already given her everything he should have over these years. Since they would no longer be in contact, she obviously had to move out of his property. Ricky was fuming. She thought that Nigel merely vented his anger on her for Aiko that day and believed that once he calmed down, he would realize which one was more important between London and Aiko. But unexpectedly, Nigel decided to cut ties with her. He coldly told her to find another place on her own and ended the call. Ricky tried calling again, but found herself blocked by Nigel. Enraged, she wanted to smash her phone but realized she couldn't even afford a new one. Once indulged in luxury, frugality becomes difficult. No, she couldn't leave just like that. She had no money to find a new place. Ricky eyed the door, forming a plan. Nigel owned many properties here. Given her understanding of Nigel, he would never live in a place where someone else had stayed. Perhaps she could rent this house out and make some money. Ricky checked the rental listings on her phone and found someone looking for a place near Xingda University, and this person seemed easygoing and wouldn't haggle over price. After leaving the laboratory building, Aiko was accompanied by Michael. "So, your brother has already picked houses for you?" Michael asked. Aiko nodded. "He selected 2 options, and we'll view them on Saturday." Michael asked, "Can I go with you?" Aiko shook her head. "No need. Take a rest during the holiday. I can handle it myself. My brother will be there." Nigel followed them, hands in his pockets, slowly descending the stairs. His eyes were fixed on their backs as he listened to their casual chatter. "Aiko." He called her name. As Aiko turned around, he unzipped his backpack and took out a bright yellow gift box. It was the birthday present Aiko had given him. He handed the box back to Aiko. "It's yours." He watched as Aiko accepted the box from him, glanced at it, and placed it in her bag without opening it. Saturday, Aiko and her brother had just finished viewing the first house. Glover wasn't very satisfied with it. Aiko looked back. "I think it's pretty good." Glover shook his head. "The security is poor. I'm changing your house so you won't have issues like last time." Aiko nodded, not arguing with him. "Let's go to the next one." Glover checked the time. "The next place costs 3 times as much?" Aiko looked at the information sent by Glover. Glover smiled. "So what? I'm paying, not you." "Thank your brother." Aiko laughed. "Wow. Thank you, brother. Business is booming." The previous owner was a female student at Xingda University, around your age. "I like the interior design style, and thought you'd like it too." After confirming their identities with the security guards, they were allowed inside. Just this one point made Glover more satisfied with this place. Aiko observed the interior. The landscaping was indeed excellent, with beautiful scenery. Especially, the buildings here were not as crowded as the previous one. When she looked up, she could see large patches of blue sky, unlike before where she could only see a small piece. The surroundings were blocked by tall buildings on all sides. This was probably why the rent was 3 times more expensive. The agent said the only requirement is that the layout of the house cannot be changed, and the rent must be paid in full for 1 year at a time. This is what the owner of the house has stipulated. While talking, Glover and Aiko climbed the stairs. The apartment was on the 7th floor. As soon as they entered, Aiko's eyes lit up. The interior decoration here is really nice. There were only 2 units per floor, with a wide corridor and an outdoor balcony at the end, offering beautiful scenery. Seeing Aiko so fond of it, Glover naturally felt happy too. The real estate agent was a man in a suit who explained some matters to Glover. Aiko just needed to follow her brother around and observe the house. After inspecting everything, Aiko was quite satisfied. Glover immediately decided on this one. It was rare to see Aiko like something so much, so he didn't haggle but directly paid the yearly rent. "Should I call the moving company today to help you move your things over?" Aiko nodded, looking forward to the new home. "Oh right, this is for you." Glover handed something to Aiko, wrapped in an envelope. Aiko held it and felt its weight. "You're not giving me money, are you?" Glover tousled her hair. "How could I do something so vulgar?" "Open it and see." When she opened the envelope, a property deed appeared, with Aiko's name on it. You bought that house." The place where Aiko lived during her freshman and sophomore years had been bought by Glover and put under Aiko's name. As a housewarming gift, it also holds the memories of our beloved Sheen's youth. You can still go back and live there whenever you want. Aiko hugged Glover tightly. "Brother." This was Aiko's second house in her life. The first one was a gift from her parents, and the second one was from her brother. Chapter 74, The house owner is Nigel. The next day, Aiko brought Michael and Kylie to her new house for a dinner gathering. They indulged in a feast. Kylie said she planned to stay overnight and sleep with Aiko. Aiko selected one of her own pajamas for Kylie to wear for the night. Outside, it was already dark. Aiko sat on the sofa, wearing blue light blocking non-prescription glasses, looking at the initial model that Nigel had just sent to the group on the computer. Water sounds came from the bathroom as Aiko was scrolling through her mouse outside. Suddenly, the water in the bathroom stopped. "Aiko." Kylie called out to Aiko from inside the bathroom. Aiko glanced over, put down her mouse, and got up. "What's wrong?" The water suddenly stopped. "What's going on?" "There's still soap all over me." Aiko said she would check, so Kylie grabbed a towel to wrap herself and opened the door. "Oh my god, the foam got into your eyes." Aiko rolled up her sleeves and wiped Kylie's eyes. Kylie liked to wash her hair while bathing, and now her whole body was covered in foam. Aiko quickly went to turn on the water, pressing the valve up, but still, no water came out. She frowned. When her brother accompanied her to see the house, they had specially checked the bathroom, and this water supply device was clearly working fine. She took out her phone. Luckily, after her brother left, he had also asked her to add the intermediary's WeChat. Aiko messaged the intermediary. In the evening, an intermediary dressed in a standard suit followed a client, introducing the house to him. A message came through WeChat, saying there was a problem with the house. The intermediary's brain was about to explode. He met more than 10 clients a day, and such trivial matters were common. Looking at the unfamiliar chat window, there were no recent chat records. The intermediary didn't even know which client this was. Only after she sent the address did he go to the data center and search for this homeowner. Their intermediary was merely a liaison between both parties. When the owner rented out the house, they hadn't mentioned this issue. Now that the tenant had raised it, naturally, the responsibility fell on the owner. Nigel took a shower, wrapped a towel around his waist, and used a towel to wipe the water droplets from his hair. His phone on the table rang. It was a message from Armin. I have unfrozen your card. Nigel didn't reply. He scrolled down and saw another message. It was sent according to the number he provided. Hello, the rental house you advertised has a malfunction. The current renter reported that the water supply device is broken, something not previously mentioned. You need to explain this to the tenant. Please provide a WeChat contact for us to get in touch. Nigel frowned. He rented out a house. He opened the message and looked at the address of the house. For a moment, he couldn't remember if it was his house. After thinking for a long time, he remembered. It was the one where Ricky lived. Didn't he ask her to move out? No, it shouldn't be Ricky. He only let Ricky live there, without involving any intermediary or rent transactions between them. He frowned and replied to the WeChat message. He then pulled Ricky, who had been blocked, back and asked about the house. Soon, a new contact added him. It was the intermediary who had sent him the message. Instead of sending a message, he only forwarded a contact. Nigel saw it and raised an eyebrow. Isn't this Aiko? He tapped into it, seeing they were already friends, so there was no need to add. On Aiko's end, she was waiting for the homeowner to add her to communicate. Kylie sighed. I'm so unlucky. I feel terrible all over now. Just wait a bit longer. I've already called a repairman. At this point, contacting the homeowner wouldn't help, so Aiko had first called a repairman. But naturally, the matter still needed to be handled by the original homeowner since they had initially hidden the fact that the water supply device was faulty. Aiko didn't receive an ad request from the homeowner. Instead, Nigel messaged her, asking if she had moved into the new house. Although Aiko didn't understand why he suddenly asked her this late at night, she still replied. He then asked for the house address. Aiko frowned and didn't tell Nigel. This is my privacy and not convenient to disclose. A very official response. Nigel's eyes lowered, his fingers tapping on the keyboard, with a faint smile playing on his lips. Damn, Aiko muttered, staring at her phone. Kylie leaned over to look at Aiko. What's wrong? Aiko held her phone further away. That pervert Nigel. How did he get my address? What does he want? Aiko was sure she hadn't told anyone her address. So how could Nigel know the exact apartment number? Kylie shuddered. 6. He really is determined to be a pervert. Aiko sent a message questioning Nigel on how he knew her address. Nigel sent over 2 screenshots. One was the message from the intermediary to him, and the other was the chat record of the intermediary forwarding Aiko to him. Aiko's mind froze for a moment. This. She typed a question mark. The status on Nigel's side showed that he was typing. Didn't you say there was a problem with the water supply device? What exactly is wrong? I can call a repairman to fix it for you tomorrow. Is this my tenant? When Aiko saw the last 4 words, she swallowed hard. Just unbelievable. You are the homeowner? Didn't they say it was a girl around my age? Was this intentional? Misunderstanding. I just found out that my house was rented out. He sent 2 more messages in quick succession. It used to be Ricky living here. Maybe she rented it out. Quite funny, isn't it? The homeowner is me, yet she could rent it out like this. If not for the water supply issue, you could have lived there forever without me knowing. After all, many of his houses were left unused and gathering dust. Kylie watched the messages from Nigel on Aiko's phone and made clucking sounds. How do I put this? This is called a narrow world. Aiko carefully recalled all the events that had happened to her recently. Clearly, none of them seemed related to Nigel, but every single one ended up involving him. Like the physics competition, the incident with Jim, and now this rental situation. Sky, what do you think? Do you want to change houses? Kylie sized up the house. It's a pity though, and if you change houses, you'd have to look for another place, inspect it, and move things. As she spoke, Kylie laughed. Hey, but there's an advantage. If you change houses, you'll have to invite us for dinner again, huh? Aiko was speechless. You wish. Why should I change houses? My brother has already paid the full year's rent, which is a large sum of money, and moving is exhausting. Aiko looked at the messages from Nigel on her phone, pursing her lips. So what's the story? Did your girlfriend rent out the house you gave her? How should we resolve this? Chapter 75. Aiko says she has a boyfriend. Nigel clearly saw the 3 words girlfriend in the chat box. He pressed his brow. When did I start dating again? Aiko sent another message. Anyway, I was the deceived party. No matter what, I can't be blamed for this. A light scoff escaped Nigel's voice. Do you think I'm to blame for this? He felt quite innocent too, right? Swiping through his phone, he found out that Ricky even blocked his WeChat and ran away. Suddenly thinking of something, Nigel messaged Aiko. Did you run out of water while showering? Nigel frowned, quickly changed into clothes, and discarded the bath towel on the ground without mercy. His phone buzzed again. It was my friend who ran out of water halfway through her shower, but I've already called a repairman. It's too late now. Let's talk about this tomorrow. Aiko first received a call from the security guard asking if she had called the repairman. Aiko replied yes, and only then did they let him in. Hearing the doorbell, Aiko nudged Kylie. The repairman had arrived. Kylie was wearing very little, her body covered in foam. Aiko asked her to wait in the bedroom. She stood outside guarding the repairman as he fixed the water heater. The repairman was a middle-aged man, with a yellowish-black complexion, dry lips, unshaven, looking rather unkempt. However, he worked quite efficiently. Aiko wore comfortable homewear, a long-sleeved cotton blouse and trousers. The air conditioner in the room made it fairly cool. Standing at the bathroom door, Aiko saw the repairman sweating profusely. She glanced up. The bathroom was still filled with steam, like a steamer. Aiko went out and got some paper and a small fan, placing the latter on the bathroom floor facing the repairman. The repairman looked honest. When he saw the young girl adjusting the fan for him, he froze for a moment, then repeatedly thanked her gratefully. Aiko handed him the tissue. It's so late, and I've really troubled you. The bathroom is also very hot. Please wipe your sweat. Aiko thought about giving him a larger tip later. The repairman's hands were rough, dirt embedded under his nails. He took the tissue and hastily wiped his forehead, his face flushed. Thank you. You're too kind. Stopping his work, he stared at Aiko blankly. Do you have a boyfriend? Aiko blinked, seemingly stunned for a moment, then lowered her eyes. Ah, yes. The repairman lowered his gaze, looking visibly downcast, no longer smiling. Aiko felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what. Instinctively, she retreated from the bathroom. Walking to the living room, she sat on the sofa continuing to look at the model diagrams on her computer. Kylie sent her a message, asking if everything outside was fixed. The foam on her body was nearly dried. Aiko couldn't see the inside of the bathroom from here, only the lit bathroom light. Recalling the repairman's lingering gaze earlier, she felt uncomfortable and didn't want to go check. She just replied to Kylie that it wasn't fixed yet, telling her not to come out yet. Hearing the sudden silence in the bathroom, she frowned, still holding her phone, went to check. Standing 2 steps away from the bathroom, she widened her eyes at the scene inside. Hardly believing it, fear immediately crawled up her scalp. In his hand was Kylie's lingerie, which she had thrown into the dirty clothes basket while showering. She took a step back. Her shoe sole made a slight scraping sound. The person inside was fully engaged and didn't notice. Aiko held her breath, dared not make a sound, wanting to run out, but thinking of Kylie still in the room. She slowly left, walking to the living room door, messaging Kylie. Her mind tight, she swallowed, discovering her hands were trembling. First messaging Kylie to hurry up and come out, then started typing her reasons. Her reply came quickly. Sis, are you kidding me? That's so childish. How could I go out dressed like this? Did he leave? Aiko finished typing her reason and sent it over. A question mark came back. Aiko told her to quickly put on any of her clothes and come out. Shone, don't be afraid, go out first. My bedroom door is so close to the toilet, he will hear it. Open the door and go out, then call the police. He doesn't know there's anyone else in the house. As long as I don't make a sound, I'll be safe. Looking at Kylie's message trying to comfort her, she licked her dry lips. You mustn't make a sound, hide in the wardrobe. Aiko typed shakily, her heart in her throat. Stealthily moving, hand on the doorknob. Miss. The deep voice behind her made her scalp and throat tremble. Her phone slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. The repairman walked towards her. It's already fixed for you. Go try it out quickly. If there's no problem, I'll be on my way. Aiko was still facing away from him. She gave a low response. She squatted down to pick up her phone. She wondered if she should immediately run out now, but would he chase after her? And what if he did? What should she do then? Moreover, his tone sounded quite relaxed, as if he didn't have any ill intentions. Maybe. Aiko had just picked up the phone and turned around when she saw the large, oily face of the man right in front of her. His wet hair clung to his forehead. His eyes were fixated on Aiko. Despite the seemingly honest look on his face, Aiko couldn't bear to look at him directly. She gripped the phone tightly and immediately hit the power button, and the screen that had been showing her chat with Kylie went black. Sorry, scared you. He scratched behind his ear, smiling thickly and revealing yellowed teeth. Aiko kept her head bowed as she walked toward the bathroom, holding the phone firmly. It's okay. Afraid that speaking too much would expose the tremble in her voice, Aiko dared not say much. Miss, living alone outside is so dangerous. Doesn't your boyfriend live with you? Your house looks pretty big, he said while looking around the spacious house. Aiko had just moved in and hadn't unpacked everything yet, so the room looked a bit desolate. My boyfriend. Aiko turned on the water heater. He lives next door. We live separately. Aiko hoped this would make him abandon any evil thoughts and leave quickly. However, the repairman suddenly grinned, exposing his teeth. Miss, why are you scared? I won't do anything to you. Yesterday, I worked next door. There's just a middle-aged woman who's a little mentally challenged. Aiko's hands shook as water dripped from the shower head. She suddenly didn't know what to say. Bang. The bathroom door closed. Aiko's heart tightened, her body feeling limp as she turned to look. Why are you scared? I didn't mean to do anything to you anyway. Kylie heard the sound inside the room. Immediately opening the door, she realized Aiko had been discovered. She instantly grabbed her phone and called the police. Hello? Police. Her voice was loud. Aiko was being held by both wrists and dragged out. He opened the door. No calling the police. Kylie had already run into the living room, holding a fruit knife in her hand. Let her go? I didn't call the police. Let her go. I won't call the police. Chapter 76. Did Aiko's heart flutter again? Kylie heard Aiko's voice and knew she hadn't run away, so she secretly called the police from inside the wardrobe. She came out now only because she was afraid that the police might not arrive in time, and Aiko could be harmed. So, she deliberately shouted about the police. The repairman was quite annoyed. He had indeed not intended to do anything. Night shifts were annoying, but they paid double. Upon entering, he saw a female college student and just thought this girl was pretty. Until this girl started intentionally enticing him. She specially brought him a fan and even some tissues to wipe his sweat. There were only 2 of them in an enclosed space at that moment. So naturally, he assumed the girl had a liking for him, maybe feeling lonely and wanting something with him for the night. That's why he tried to probe her with a remark. Little did he know, she pretended to be innocent. Even after luring him, she claimed to have a boyfriend. It was all just teasing him on purpose. When he saw her freshly discarded undergarments in the bathroom, he got ideas. He also knew she stood by the door watching. Faint shadows danced beside his hand, and he knew she stood outside observing him. Yet, he didn't move. He wanted to see her reaction too. If she screamed or scolded him, he'd probably end up at the station briefly. But she didn't stop him. Wasn't this a hint? I told you to let her go. I've already called the police. They'll be here soon. Kylie held a knife and approached step by step. Due to physiological fear, Aiko's eyes brimmed with tears. Her hands restrained by him. She couldn't move. A small fruit knife, still holding keys, pressed against her neck. It was sharp enough to pierce skin. Kylie slowly closed in. Aiko understood her intention. She wanted to force the man to let go with the knife. Aiko shook her head. What she feared most was if the man seized the knife, putting them at a disadvantage. Tears welled up in Kylie's eyes as well. Aiko tried to calm herself down, trembling. Go away. She hasn't called the police, just scared you. If you let me go now and leave, I won't report it. There's no surveillance in the room. You can walk out normally without trouble. The man visibly hesitated. Indeed, there was no camera in the room. The hallway had cameras, but as long as he left calmly, no evidence could be provided, leaving him able to deny everything. He hadn't laid a finger on these two, avoiding any accidents. Then make your friend put the knife down. He spoke. Kylie gripped the knife tighter. She glanced at Aiko, biting her lip hard. Aiko looked back, remaining calm. We don't know what you will do either. So, she holds the knife standing here. You go to the door and open it, then let me go. A peaceful resolution would be best. Aiko's strategic approach did indeed lower the man's guard. With the knife tipped against Aiko's neck, he led her towards the door. But 2 steps from the door, it swung open suddenly. Nigel observed the scene, reacting instantly, even before the repairman could glimpse the person outside. He was kicked flying by Nigel. A small knife slashed the skin, blood gushed out. Not Aiko's, but Nigel's. While kicking him, he shielded Aiko's neck. The cut was on his palm. The grip on Aiko's arms loosened. Turning around, she saw the repairman kicked 2 meters away by Nigel until his skull hit the wall, barely stopping. As if not feeling the wound, while the repairman still clutched his chest with broken ribs, Nigel stepped on his bloody knife hand. Hearing bones crack, the man weakened. The knife fell. Aiko, trembling legs, still stepped forward to snatch the knife away, afraid he might harm others again with it. I'll sue you. I did nothing. You deliberately hurt me. The repairman gasped. Nigel's kick had been immensely powerful. The police arrived. Aiko was applying medicine to Nigel's hand injury, clearing the blood temporarily, applying medicine, and bandaging it. All the while, Nigel watched her closely. Aiko didn't dare look up. Nigel lifted his wrist, brushing her tear-streaked cheek, softly comforting, don't worry. Aiko nodded silently. Nigel was still as poor at consoling as ever. The trio had to go to the police station for statements. The matter resolved faster than Aiko expected. The repairman had a prior record. Years ago, he worked as a private driver and was fired for verbally harassing his employer's daughter. Later, he took up the job as a repairman. He was still bufoo in the police station, yelling that it was Aiko who seduced him first and he hadn't done anything. The police were already impatient. Do you have a delusion? Why would a young girl like her seduce you? What for? Your big belly and greasy hair? Or your age over 50 with a salary of only $3,300? Aiko felt as if she had been through some kind of harsh trial. After finishing all the procedures, she just wanted to lie down on the bed for a good sleep. Nigel escorted them back. Aiko couldn't let him leave without even drinking water, so she looked up and asked, would you like some water before going back? Nigel gently shook his head. His injured hand stroked Aiko's hair, his voice hoarse with fatigue. Don't let any man into your house at night anymore. Nigel's hand didn't stay long. He rubbed her hair strands with his fingertips a couple of times, and then released her. Kylie stood aside, noticing the inexplicable ambiguity between the two, so she entered the room first, leaving space for them. Aiko looked at him. He was still the same Nigel as before. Yet, why did her heart start pounding again? Her mind was in chaos. Brother used to touch her like this, and so did her parents, grandmother, Kylie, and Michael. Why did Nigel stir such a flutter in her heart? Aiko's mind was too cluttered, and her body was exhausted. She lowered her head, not daring to meet Nigel's eyes that were gazing at her. Why, how did you come? As if just realizing this question, Aiko murmured softly. Nigel chuckled lightly. Generally, repairmen are male. I was worried about you, so I came. Listening to this straightforward sentence, almost bordering on a confession, Aiko ran her tongue over her teeth repeatedly, using the rough friction to wake herself up. Thank you. Nigel shrugged. Remember to change your password. Then he waved at her, indicating he was about to leave. Aiko hung her head, went back to the room, and closed the door. Wow. The sudden sound startled Aiko again, relaxing her tense body once more. Seeing Kylie's face filled with mockery, Aiko tapped her. You scared me. Why were you hiding here eavesdropping? Heaven, wasn't that Nigel outside? Aiko rolled her eyes. No, it was a ghost. Kylie hooked her neck. Didn't you smell the tea aroma? What? You're too innocent. I'm afraid you'll be eaten by Nigel until nothing's left. Kylie grinned knowingly. Isn't it obvious that he's retreating to advance further? He just wants you to pity him, right? Kylie started analyzing for Aiko. Why did he exactly use his injured hand to stroke your head? Just because he wanted you to see his injury and feel sorry for him. Oh, this man got hurt because of me. You offered him water inside, but he refused, telling you not to let any man into your house in the future. He blocked potential rivals while making you pity him even more. Kylie pinched Aiko's cheeks. Did you think, oh, this man respects women and cares about me so much? Wow, what a great retreat to advance move. Aiko, drama queen, get out of my house. Aiko's face remained expressionless, but Kylie blocked her way, one hand against the door, trapping Aiko, and lifting her chin. Aiko was speechless. What are you doing, pervert girl? Kylie tilted her mouth. What happened? Why did your ex-boyfriend show up just in time and saved you? Such cliché yet thrilling plots. She raised her eyebrows at Aiko, her finger tapping on Aiko's chest. You, has your heart fluttered again? Chapter 77. The door code is Valentine's Day. Ikoxen dies. Slap. Aiko covered Kylie's mouth with her palm and coldly said no. Oh, you really have a heart of stone. I was thinking that with your great genes and almost no life pressure, you should have more babies with handsome guys to improve the average appearance of our population. Go take a shower quickly. The bubbles are all gone. Reminded by Aiko, Kylie suddenly remembered this matter and cried out in despair while walking towards the bathroom. My God, how could you not remind me about this hairstyle? It was already chopped into a Doraemon head. Now it looks like a barcode. Aiko ignored Kylie's incessant chatter. She unlocked her phone, needing Nigel's phone number to log into the app for changing the password. Before she asked, Nigel had already sent her a message, instructing her to log in using his account, and he would send her the verification code. He also told Aiko to change the registered phone number so that he wouldn't know her home password either. Aiko read his message, feeling an unbearable mix of emotions. What a clever retreat strategy. Kylie's chattering echoed in Aiko's mind. She sent a message to Nigel. Do you still want to rent the house to me? The status showed he was typing, pausing several times before finally sending his reply. We've been classmates from high school to college for 5 years. I can't make you move out. Aiko stared at the words 5 years in the chat box, lost in memories. Back then, she was just a girl silently following Nigel, too afraid to reveal her feelings. She would secretly place water next to his bag when he played ball on the playground. When he dozed off during class and was called out by the teacher, she would raise her hand to go to the restroom and leave water, candy, or snacks near him. If he missed lunch, she'd pack an extra meal and sneak it into his desk. In summer, she left cooling pads. In winter, she placed warm baby patches. At the start of the term, Nigel often skipped classes or slept. Worried about him missing assignments, Aiko, as a diligent student, would finish her homework and bring it for him to copy. When he was called to answer questions in class, she would whisper the answers to him. Later, when the exam results came out, Aiko saw that Nigel was consistently ranked high, while she always ended up at the bottom. She felt so embarrassed she wished she could take back all the homework she let him copy and burn it all with hers, burying it underground. Her phone pinged, pulling her back to reality. You don't need to worry because I'm the homeowner. I haven't lived there anyway. Aiko paused her fingers on the screen. Finally, she only replied with a simple okay. She opened the app and saw the original password, 0214. She realized this seemed to be Valentine's Day. Aiko thought of Ricky, who used to live in the house. All the budding emotions and fantasies were instantly doused, like being splashed with ice water, leaving her cold all over. She exhaled deeply. She abandoned those unrealistic thoughts. Nigel does this to everyone. It's just casual flirting. Aiko, your heart is storm-tossed while his remains unruffled. Don't be so foolish, okay? Aiko deleted the original password. She cleared all the chat records with Nigel, even removed him from her WeChat chat list, making him disappear from her sight. But the name, Nigel, suddenly reappeared. Aiko jumped, startled. It felt like he knew what she was doing right now. Don't be scared, your security is tight. Sleep well. Aiko swallowed hard. She looked at the name, Nigel, and changed his nickname to just Goo. Otherwise, each time she saw those 3 characters, her heart would ache. She replied with, thank you, and deleted, you too, before sending. Just 2 simple words. A dreamless night. Monday, roll call by the professional teacher. Both Nigel and Aiko were absent. The class president explained that Aiko had taken leave approved by the counselor. Being absent after taking leave was nothing unusual, but with Nigel and Aiko's names next to each other, it always sparked a drama. Wow, it's understandable that Nigel often skips, but this is the first time Aiko has ever taken leave. Wasn't it rumored recently that Aiko was using Nigel's phone to send misleading messages in the group? Maybe Nigel is angry and wants to break up with her, so Aiko is clinging to him. You make sense. Otherwise, why would Aiko, who never takes leave, happen to take leave when Nigel isn't here? Kylie, overhearing the whispers around her, felt an intense urge to lash out. She shot a glare at the gossipers with her student cut and cold expression. You chatterboxes, get this straight. Gu Jia is the one chasing after our sky, okay? Several girls lowered their heads in silence, but the boys were unyielding. Of course you're taking sides for Aiko. Who would believe you? He looked around the group. Do you all believe it? I don't. Kylie rolled up her sleeves, making the boy assume she was about to fight. He quickly covered his head. Cleo pulled Kylie back. Not here, we're still in the classroom. But Kylie simply took out her phone and showed them a screenshot of Aiko rejecting Nigel's friend request from the group chat. She held her phone high, challenging them. See for yourselves. Who's the real love slave here? Isn't it obvious that Gu is the one doing the chasing? They still didn't believe her. The boy argued. Maybe Aiko edited this picture or paid someone to do it. Show me your screenshot of rejecting Autumn. Kylie, go away, you jerk. Darn, these chatty people, who knows what they'll say behind her back. Kylie glanced at the screenshot on her phone, narrowing her eyes under her fringe. Humph. She was going to make the whole school know. Nigel was the one playing the love slave. Aiko chasing him had been known by everyone in school and even became a joke. Why could that low-life man hide while secretly chasing, causing everyone at Xingda University to misunderstand that Aiko was the one clinging to Nigel? They even said Aiko studied hard and participated in the physics competition just to get closer to Nigel. Aiko joined the competition team first. These people cared more about gossip than logic. Meanwhile, Aiko had no idea her best friend Kylie was preparing such a grand gift for her. She sat in a restaurant with Nigel and Ricky. Ricky's eyes widened in shock. She never imagined her tenant would be Aiko. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rented it out. Ricky guessed correctly. If not for the water dispenser incident, Nigel might never have found out about Aiko living there. He would have forgotten he owned an apartment there. Senior, I choose to proceed legally. Aiko started to say. No, I really didn't mean to. Ricky pleaded with Aiko. I can refund all the money. Aiko cast her gaze downward, avoiding eye contact. Seeing that Aiko wasn't going to let her off, Ricky turned to Nigel for help. Her eyes darted nervously, unsure if Nigel would actually help her. I can give you all the money. Ricky felt immense pressure. She never thought Nigel would find out. With over 100,000 yuan involved, it would be considered a huge amount. If they proceeded legally, she could face a sentence of over 3 years. Sweat trickled down her palms despite the cold air in the restaurant. Her temples glistened with sweat. Looking at Nigel, he remained calmly seated across from her. Nigel, for warm's sake, can you give me one more chance? Ricky clutched the drink cup on the table, pleadingly looking at Nigel. Hearing that name, Aiko's lashes fluttered slightly. Thankfully, it didn't hurt as much as before. She could accept it calmly now. Nigel lifted his gaze, staring at Ricky. His eyes betrayed no emotion. From his composed gaze, Ricky sensed only coldness, sending a chill down her spine. Nigel glanced sideways at Aiko. It's up to you. Chapter 78. Aiko chooses not to forgive. Aiko decided to take legal action. One sentence determined Ricky's fate. No. Please, we're both girls. Why should one girl make things hard for another? If I go in for 3 years, my life will be ruined. Ricky stood up with her eyes red and full of tears. She walked over to Aiko and bowed deeply. Please forgive me this time. It was wrong of me before. It was all my delusions that made you think there was something between Nigel and me. I am truly sorry. She despised herself for not letting go when Nigel first warned her. She detested her greed, still trying to profit from Nigel's house. The rent she charged Glover was excessively high at 12,000 yuan for the first month alone, which was indeed steep in that area. Aiko stood up. These words from your mouth sound so hypocritical. Without evidence, it would have been me intruding on private property. Girls should help each other, but only if they aren't using such sentiments to harm others for personal gain. Without touching anything on the table, Aiko explained herself to Ricky and prepared to leave. Nigel tugged a small piece of fabric from her sleeve. Wait. Aiko turned back to look at him. Nigel nodded, motioning her to sit down. But Aiko remained standing, and Nigel looked at Ricky. Since you feel that what you did was wrong, then sincerely apologize and explain everything you intentionally did. Ricky thought Gupoji was going to help her, hoping that by apologizing to Aiko, Nigel might forgive her. She knew deep down, she still mattered to Nigel. Even for Aiko's sake, he wouldn't let her go to jail. She recounted her previous intentional actions. Ricky put on an earnest act and apologized to Aiko. At the school gate, I deliberately moved closer to Nigel. I saw you standing there and chose to stand right in front of him just to provoke you. We were far apart, but I acted as if we were close. I'm sorry. Ricky bent forward to apologize. Aiko watched her calmly. Then Ricky started with another incident. There was also the arcade incident. I kept asking Abdurrahman to bring me there on purpose. Nigel didn't play with me. I started playing by myself next to him. I was clingy, and he didn't even look at me once. Ricky felt embarrassed and humiliated as she spoke. Luckily, the restaurant was nearly empty, and they were sitting in a corner. When I leaned close to Nigel's ear, it was also to provoke you. He warned me to stop, but I mocked you when you went to the restroom. That was wrong of me, and I apologize. With this, she bent forward again. Nigel frowned upon hearing this. He remembered that arcade incident. Aiko had stormed out of nowhere, accusing him of cheating with Ricky. They had a heated argument, and Nigel hadn't known that Ricky was sowing discord behind his back to worsen their relationship. Now he realized he had misunderstood Aiko. He looked up at her standing tall before Ricky, no longer seated beside him, as if drawing a clear line between them. Ricky finished recounting all her actions and had bowed countless times. But if Aiko agreed not to hold her accountable, she would do anything. Aiko showed no reaction, while Ricky's face flushed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Standing before someone she once disdained, admitting all her mistakes, repeatedly bowing, she lost all dignity. Please, forgive me. Hearing Ricky's trembling voice, Aiko felt only annoyance. She didn't believe Ricky genuinely regretted her actions. That she could recount her misdeeds, so easily suggested she always knew they were wrong. Though knowing she was wrong, she allowed herself to persist in those actions. Such a person would never recognize her own faults. This person is not innocent at all. If the situation wasn't serious, she would still be the same Ricky. If Nigel sided with her now, she could easily turn against Aiko again. Aiko was clear about this. Therefore, she did not forgive Ricky for her past actions, and the matter of the house would still be dealt with legally. From then on, Glover would handle the case. Aiko's life returned to its monotonous routine. Not to mention, he never comes. Captain Holt arrived at the long table next to the laboratory with a stack of blueprints. 5 people had their computers on the table. Aiko and Michael were optimizing the initial model. Hearing Holt's nagging, Giles, who was writing theoretical data, replied without looking up. With his work, he can do it anywhere with a computer. Why force him to come? Anyway, he always gets it done in the end. Holt rubbed his eyes that were strained from reading documents. We are a team. We need to communicate together. Otherwise, he could just go solo in the competition. Aiko was already feeling annoyed by her work, and Holt's continuous nagging didn't help. She massaged her forehead. I remember, hasn't he been skipping classes for quite a while? Michael, hearing her speak, finally lifted his eyes from the screen to look at Aiko. Aiko felt inexplicably guilty. I listened to Kylie nagging in my ear. Holt sighed. I know. He told me he went to Jing City, and he doesn't know when he'll be back. Holt was just venting his stress here. Michael pressed his stiff neck, removed his glasses, and closed his eyes. He's an adult now. He knows what he's doing. Aiko nodded in agreement. Captain, instead of worrying about him, why don't you worry about our instruments? I really don't want to say this, but yesterday when I went to borrow equipment from the school, I had already registered. Then a team that won a national award came and took the instruments right in front of me. The administrator didn't say a word, just stared at me and said, "Sorry, none left." Aiko recalled the scene and shrugged helplessly. "You should win a national award too. In our team, both you and Nigel have been around for 2 years. Without any achievements during freshman and sophomore years, no one above us sees any hope in us. Why does it have anything to do with achievements? It's clearly about first come, first served." I had already registered, but they still erased my name. Giles gazed at Aiko and sighed deeply. "Little Junior, you're still too naive. Haven't you figured it out yet? Xingda is synonymous with being opportunistic. Isn't Nigel's dad involved in some kind of physics technology research? Their instruments must be better than those at Xingda, right?" Holt clicked his tongue, took out his phone to send a message to Nigel. Aiko grabbed a nearby water cup, drank a big gulp to moisten her dry mouth, then responded to Holt. "Forget it, his relationship with his father is like." Aiko closed her eyes, thinking hard for an analogy. Sun Wukong and Guanto-chan. Chapter 79. Aiko knew that Nigel fought with Jem for her sake. Holt's lips twitched. "I'm convinced." What a metaphor. Nigel is the monkey king, and his father is bald strong. The two just can't see eye to eye. They're not even on the same wavelength. But his dad wants to cut down the forest, and Nigel is precisely the handsome monkey king living in that forest. Aiko's explanation had everyone laughing so hard they were almost on the floor. Even Michael couldn't help but laugh at her bizarre, yet humorous analogy. The fatigue and stress instantly diminished considerably for all of them. With the mood lifted, they returned to work with renewed vigor. As they were about to leave in the afternoon, Holt pulled Aiko out of the lab. "What's up? Has Jim been pestering you?" Aiko hadn't thought about this person for a while. She shook her head. "Maybe it's because he got invited for tea. Now when he sees me, he runs away and doesn't dare come near me. There's another reason." Holt smiled and looked at Aiko with a bit of gossip in his eyes. "Didn't a video circulate before showing Nigel fighting with Jim? Jim might not be pestering you anymore, but part of the credit should go to Nigel." Aiko laughed at him. "You've got your facts wrong. Nigel fought with Jim the night he cornered me. I only told my brother about it at the time. How could he have known?" Waving her hand dismissively, Aiko said, "Stop spreading rumors. You'll get too distracted to participate in the competition." Holt also doubted himself for a moment. Then he firmly replied, "Impossible. Before, Nigel was always the first one to leave the lab among us. Ever since I told him about Jim harassing you, he became the last one to leave after that day." As the diligent member of the team, Aiko usually stayed in the lab until late every time. The tasks assigned to her required searching through numerous papers and literature, and by the time she went home, her body relaxed. It wasn't like in the lab where she had to stay focused, so she would finish everything before heading home. Thinking about it, it seemed as though Holt was right. Starting from some point, Nigel became the last one to leave. That day, Aiko's pupils flickered. It was the day she was cornered by Jim, and she had her period. She remembered needing to buy pads, and her stomach hurt. She went downstairs, but the lights in the third-floor lab were still on. Holt showed her the photo he had taken of Jim and sent to Nigel back then. Was it this day? A wave of irritation washed over Aiko. "Why did you take a picture and send it to him? We've already broken up." "You shouldn't." Taking a deep breath, Aiko said, "Don't do things like that again. I can handle my own affairs." Holt nodded. "All right." Turning around, he picked up his bag and left, feeling a tinge of regret. The OTP he rooted for was headed for a bad end. But Aiko was too troubled by what Holt had said. Packing up everything, she slung her bag and prepared to go home. On her way past the supermarket, she went in to buy an iced drink. "My dunk was so sick." She caught a familiar voice. Aiko looked over and saw Amadeo and Jim buying water. The supermarket was quite crowded, but the two of them stood out in their sleeveless jerseys, drenched in sweat. Aiko felt Holt's words echoing in her ears. She approached with her iced drink in hand. Standing in front of Jim, she called his name, "Jim." Jim turned around, startled, taking a step back. After being pressed into a foldable screen by Nigel last time, his ligaments pained for over half a month. Aiko stared at Jim. "I need to ask you something." Jim, frustrated with someone he couldn't win over, retorted, "What? Now you're going to harass me instead?" "Women are really..." He didn't finish his sentence, as Amadeo kicked him lightly. "Show some respect." Jim reluctantly turned to Aiko. "Ask your question here. Let's avoid any more harassment claims." "What did Nigel say to you that day when you were playing basketball?" Aiko asked. Jim smirked. "Why are you investigating this again now? What could he have said? Isn't it obvious? If you hadn't reported him, how quickly would he have rushed to the basketball court, deleting you from his friends list, and making me change my lock screen password? What else could you make him do?" Aiko's lips tightened into a straight line. Jim sneered, looking at her petite face. "But I, as a man, will warn you. People like Nigel are just interested in playing with you. If you take it seriously, it's pathetic." The stench of his sweat hit Aiko's nose, and she covered it, stepping back. "You, who got trounced by him, are even more pathetic," she added coldly. "Amadeo, you sure don't pick your friends carefully, picking up anything dirty." Having said that, Aiko paid for her drink and left. Jim cursed loudly, but had no way to deal with her. Not only did Nigel come after him, but Aiko's brother and father also showed up at his place. They claimed it was a dinner invitation for his parents, but in reality, it was a way to exert pressure. Because of this incident, Jim got scolded by his parents and his allowance was halved, making these past days unbearable. From the school gate to her home, the streets were bustling with people. Until she entered her residential area, Aiko's mind had been muddled the entire way. At one moment, she thought about the literature materials. The next moment, She thought about what Jem said. Her thoughts kept circling. The phone in her palm vibrated. It was a notification from VB, a social media platform, about Antonio. 3 of the top trending searches were related to Antonio. The hottest topic was that Antonio was planning to terminate his contract with the company. Instinctively, Aiko felt it was false. She knew Antonio's situation well. It was impossible for him to terminate the contract. But with such high attention, it didn't seem fake either. She still clicked into the posts. Surprisingly, it was true that he was preparing to terminate the contract. Aiko stopped in her tracks, recalling Nigel's words. He signed a 20-year indenture, making it nearly impossible for him to escape Sue Ellen's grasp. Aiko still couldn't believe it and sent a message to Kylie. Kylie rebuked her for noticing only now. Antonio had been trending all day. Then Kylie explained the whole story she gathered while browsing VB all day to Aiko. As Aiko listened through, it became certain Antonio was indeed going to terminate his contract. Chapter 80. Nigel, Aiko doesn't like you anymore. Aiko was as agitated as Kylie, only she had an additional streak of suspicion. Initially, Nigel had said that Antonio would not be able to escape easily. So why did Antonio suddenly start to deal with the contract termination so soon? Aiko was still a bit worried since things weren't set in stone yet. They were just processing the related termination matters. Did Sue Ellen really let go of Antonio that easily? Aiko thought about the scene she saw at Teach. Sue Ellen holding a cigarette and looking high and mighty while Antonio crouched by her side like a kept pet, waiting for any command or entertainment from her. Nigel was in Jing City this period? Aiko put down that terrifying yet impossible idea in her heart. He had no reason to do this. It wouldn't benefit him in any way. Shaking her head, Aiko expelled the shocking thoughts from her mind and took out a tablet from her bag. She wanted to fill herself up with more knowledge to squeeze out every trace of Nigel inside her. She looked at the tablet as she entered the elevator. There were 2 women inside. One of them wore a loose silk dress, neat and tidy, seemingly in her 40s. The other one next to her, who held her hand, wore something similar to a caregiver's uniform. Their hands clutched tightly together. Clearly, that woman didn't seem as normal on the surface since there was always a caregiver watching over her closely all the time, afraid that she might cause trouble. After a brief glance, Aiko looked down. That woman noticed her and suddenly burst into laughter. It startled Aiko. She backed against the wall. Though the woman didn't appear threatening, Aiko had undergone incidents with Jim and the repairman recently, thus not daring to underestimate anyone seemingly ordinary. The caregiver apologized profusely to Aiko with a face full of regret. Sorry. The elevator door opened. Aiko ran out without caring about the apologies behind her, opening and closing the door in one smooth motion. What did you do in Jing City? Armin sat on the sofa, looking at Nigel, who just came back. Nigel glanced at him but remained silent. He had been busy these days and rushed back overnight. Tomorrow, 5 of them had to register for the physics competition. He carried a stack of files in one arm and a large brown paper bag in the other. Seeing that he wasn't answering, Armin tightened his brows after looking at the suit he wore, rarely seen on him. What do you have? Nigel replied indifferently. Physics competition materials from school. Vonda emerged from the kitchen carrying a bowl of noodles. Castor's back? You should have told us. I could have cooked another bowl of noodles for you. She smiled at Nigel. Are you hungry? Should I cook some more? Nigel didn't reply as usual and prepared to go upstairs when Autumn blocked his path. Armin had mentioned that Autumn would be staying here, but since Nigel usually lived outside, he seldom met her at home. Armin then spoke up from behind. I didn't want you to choose physics, but you didn't listen. Now you are starting to participate in competitions? Let me tell you, I have already submitted your overseas study application. Before he could finish, Nigel turned around and looked at him. If you want to go abroad for studies, I have no objection. You, Armin exclaimed. This is all for your own good. Do you think the competition is easy there? Nigel cast a glance at what he was carrying. His eyelashes drooped, hiding his true feelings, choosing not to inform Armin that he was helping Lao Yi now. I won't go abroad. You withdraw the application yourself. Nigel sidestepped Autumn and went upstairs. Armin stopped him. I returned your card in car. Autumn also thanked him. Thank you for taking care of Abby while I was in Jing City. Hearing this, Vonda frowned. She didn't have much to do with that elderly woman, and she was quite unhappy that Autumn insisted on entangling herself with a nearly dying elder. Nigel said nothing. His wrist lowered, loosening the hold on the bag. No need to thank. It was a mutual exchange, he replied coldly, irking Armin further. But there was no way to discipline him, so the 3 watched as Nigel went upstairs. Armin took out his phone and called his personal assistant. Find out what Nigel did in Jing City. Vonda patted his back to soothe him. All right, don't be angry. Come eat your noodles. Autumn lowered her head. I'm going up. Vonda shot her a look. Wait. Then she entered the kitchen and brought out a cup of milk. Autumn's eyes flickered as she looked over, but Vonda said, take this up to Castor. Seeing that she hesitated, Vonda urged impatiently. Hurry up. Wait until it cools down. Now it's just warm enough. Autumn took the warm milk in silence and headed upstairs. Standing at Nigel's bedroom door, her gaze was fixed on the thick milk aroma emanating from inside the glass cup. Vonda had never cooked milk for her. She had even deluded herself into thinking that Vonda had finally remembered that she was her daughter. How ironic. Just sending her like a servant to deliver milk to Nigel. Autumn knocked on the door. A hoarse voice came from inside. Who is it? Nigel was indeed cautious, asking who it was even at home. Mom asked me to bring you some warm milk. At home, she always behaved as an obedient daughter, never addressing Vonda by her name directly. There was no response from inside. After a while, Autumn was about to knock again when the door opened with a swing. He had already changed out of his suit into casual wear. Tell Vonda I don't want anything sent by Armin's mistress. Nigel's brows furrowed in impatience, his tone cold. It was the first time Autumn felt embarrassed in front of him. Yes, her mother was a mistress who got into power, and her eagerly prepared warm milk was something Nigel didn't even glance at. What right did he have to act so superior? This is what Mom asked me to give you. I'm just following her orders. As she spoke, she pushed the warm milk towards him. A little of the white liquid splashed onto Nigel's black t-shirt. His eyes revealed more annoyance. He had spent the whole day going through documents and dealing with all kinds of troublesome affairs for the elder. He hadn't eaten dinner before flying back and still had materials to prepare for tomorrow's competition. Just thinking about it made his head spin. And now this person was bothering him. Autumn tried to push the item closer, but Nigel blocked it with his hand. The glass cup shattered upon hitting the floor, milk and shards splashing on both of them. Nigel had just finished washing up, and now she ruined it again. You're more annoying than your mom. Nigel stepped forward, striding over the messy shards. Autumn was forced to step back. What's wrong with me? Mom told me to deliver it. Can't you be consistent? You aren't calling Vonda anymore. What act are you putting on? Since the hospital incident, how many times have you appeared before me? Do you think I don't know? Don't try your tricks on me, and don't treat others as fools. Each sentence from Nigel tightened her heart more. She raised her eyes to look at him. It seemed he knew everything. You and Aiko aren't really friends, are you? Nigel sneered. Someone like you wouldn't be categorized as a friend by her. This was the greatest insult Nigel delivered to Autumn tonight. Tears welled up in her eyes. What gives you the right to say this? Are you any better? If not for good luck, would you still be judging me from above? You're just scum too. Nigel laughed coldly. The biggest difference between you and me is that I admit I'm scum, but you go to great lengths to prove to everyone that you're not. He glanced down at the glass fragments under his feet. Since you want to be our family's servant, then do it properly and clean this mess up. Nigel turned to return to the room, reaching to close the door behind him. Suddenly, Autumn shouted outside the door. Nigel, Aiko doesn't like you anymore. Chapter 81. Aiko feeds sugar to Nigel. Autumn's pupils remained fixed, staring straight at the door that was still slightly ajar. She anticipated that Nigel would say something. She even wished he would be frantic and furious. As long as he didn't appear so calm and composed, making her look pathetic and ridiculous. She wanted him to sink into the swamp with her, to be equally embarrassed, to become a laughingstock together. But Nigel gave her no reaction at all. He simply closed the door. The sound was so light that it made Autumn hear her own heartbeat. She squatted down, and the tears clouding her eyes seemed to be cut by the shards on the ground. Unable to hold back any longer, her tears fell, mixing with the spilled milk on the floor. Nigel did not care about anything she said. Her fingers pressed against the shards, watching her blood seep out, slowly blending with white, revealing a pink hue. Vonda came up, seeing this scene, and slapped her hard. You really want to drive me mad. You can't even do such a small thing properly. Are you useless? Autumn remained silent as Vonda grabbed the fabric of her shoulder. Tell me, what use are you? Vonda held on tightly, not caring that her fingertips were digging into Autumn's flesh. She shoved Autumn away. I should have aborted you back then. No, I shouldn't have met your father in the first place. Otherwise, my life wouldn't be this miserable. When Autumn heard her mention her father, she went berserk, grabbing Vonda's collar fiercely. Don't you dare mention Griffin. It was still dark, and Natalie, after an all-nighter, got the first big news. Kylie looked at her phone, seeing the first VB post from Antonio's entertainment company after his contract termination. Though it was a long message, it could be summarized in just a few words. Antonio, he was leaving the entertainment industry. Kylie sniffed heaven. She stayed up all night, not to see this heart-wrenching news. Aiko was woken up by her constantly vibrating phone. She pulled the blanket over herself completely. The phone continued to vibrate. Her pale arm emerged from under the covers, reaching around before finally grabbing the phone. Half opening her eyes, she clicked on the string of voice messages Kylie sent. No. I don't want Antonio to leave the entertainment industry. He is my only sanctuary in this world. No. Aiko was fully awake now. She threw off the quilt and opened the screenshot Kylie sent. Antonio successfully terminated his contract without paying the exorbitant breach fee. Immediately after the termination, the next piece of news was that Antonio was retiring from the industry. Aiko thought more than Kylie did. Antonio retires? But all the money he earned over the years belonged to the company. He had no money. How would he survive? Aiko sat motionless on the bed, lost in thought, not knowing what she was thinking, until Kylie called her, snapping her back to reality. Sky? I'm really annoyed. Why quit the industry after terminating the contract? Was he threatened by that rotten company? I don't know. Aiko gripped the soft edge of the quilt, speaking softly. Retiring might be a good thing for Antonio. Terminating the contract and retiring meant Antonio was free from Benny's control. You fake fan. He retired. He won't appear on the big screen anymore. I haven't even met him offline, haven't taken a photo with him, haven't gotten his autograph. How can he retire? Aiko comforted her, hearing her sobbing loudly on the other end. It's okay. Maybe you'll have a chance to meet him in the future. Kylie said it was impossible. Knowing his schedule, she couldn't even see him when he was active, now that he was retiring. I'll call you later after I submit my application materials. Aiko got up to wash up, putting all the documents she prepared last night into a folder. She arrived at the agreed-upon meeting place with the team leader. We're just waiting for Nigel. Will he make it back? Holt checked the time. He said he'd definitely come this morning. Just as he finished speaking, a black luxury car stopped in front of them. The window rolled down, revealing Nigel's face, deep eyes, and distinct features. Get in. Giles was taken aback, saying, impressive. They originally planned to take the subway, But now they hesitated not at all and got into the car. Giles was about to open the passenger door when Holt pulled him back, urging him to sit in the back. Aiko still stood outside. Michael looked at the seat. Either he would sit in the front, letting Aiko and Holt sit in the back, or Aiko would. Before they decided, Holt directly opened the door and dragged Michael in. Let the girl sit in the front. Aiko still stood outside while Holt closed the rear door. She looked at Nigel, who had one hand pressing on the steering wheel, his clear knuckles rubbing rhythmically on top. Aiko could only see the bit of his neck that was exposed. Do you want to be late? His voice was very light and faint, and Aiko detected a hint of hoarseness in it. She walked around the car and got into the passenger seat. As she bent down to enter, her eyes met Nigel's side glance, and she quickly lowered her gaze. Nigel looked like he hadn't slept. The red bloodshot eyes and the fatigue under them made Aiko's mind start racing again. However, she saw a piece of candy sitting on the seat. Aiko covered it with her palm, didn't say anything, and just held the candy in her hand. The three people in the back did not notice Aiko's little action. Holt stared at the two silent figures in front, then smiled and said aloud, "Yan, how come you look like someone took half your life after going to Jing City?" "Just dealt with some things," he replied casually, turning the steering wheel without revealing any details. Aiko pressed her fingertips against the candy wrapper, feeling a slight pain. "Not eating it." Nigel's voice came from beside her ear. "Huh, if you're not eating, I will." As he spoke, he turned his face slightly towards Aiko, parting his lips. Aiko's eyelashes flickered, her breathing suddenly became tense, and her face turned red. From behind, Holt let out a teasing laugh. "Don't you have hands yourself?" Michael coolly remarked, looking at Nigel. Nigel didn't react much, just chuckled softly. "My hands are busy." "Oh, so treat me like a dog then," Holt quipped lightly. "Nigel." Aiko reluctantly fed the candy to Nigel. The soft candy in her fingertips emitted a sweet strawberry scent. She extended it to Nigel's lips, even though she had tried her best to hold just a tiny part of it to avoid touching his lips. Nigel's eyes twinkled with amusement as he deliberately sucked the entire candy into his mouth. Aiko swiftly withdrew her hand, but her fingertips still touched his lips. Aiko was about to glare at him when she saw him yawn tiredly. He squinted his eyes. She decided to let it go this time. Giles was scrolling through his phone and exclaimed, "This big star really is impressive after retiring. VB is almost paralyzed again." Aiko wasn't sure what drove her, but she looked at Nigel, paying attention to his expression. But he seemed not to have heard, focusing intently on the road ahead. Chapter 82. Alexandra, I'll change, okay? After registering for the event, the group was about to split up. Alexandra had planned to leave with Michael as she had lunch scheduled with Kylie to discuss Antonio's matter. But after Nigel came out, he kept rubbing his eyes and slouching his shoulders in front of her. Alexandra saw that his eyes were rubbed red. She stood beside him, looking elsewhere but speaking to Nigel. "You should still call a designated driver. Don't crash and die before our competition even starts." Michael glanced at Alexandra, his eyelashes lowered. Nigel shook his head. "No need. Don't worry, it won't delay anything." As he spoke, he hooked his finger around the key to open the door. But just as Alexandra and Michael were about to turn and leave, there was a thud, and Nigel fell backward. Fortunately, Michael was close enough and quickly lunged forward to lift him by his clothes. What happened to him? Seeing Nigel losing consciousness, Alexandra hurriedly fished her phone from her pocket to call 120. The three of them arrived at the hospital together. Alexandra sat beside the hospital bed, watching the needle inserted into Nigel's hand. Michael came in holding the medical report, and Alexandra stood up. She looked at the paper in Michael's hand. How could Nigel have been without sleep for so long? Alexandra clearly remembered that Nigel often slept, ignoring everyone when he woke up. Nothing serious could disturb his sleep. "I don't know. Should we contact his family now?" Michael placed the report on Nigel's bedside table, held down by a blanket, then looked at Alexandra. "Let's leave once we call his family." Alexandra hesitated to speak. "His family in Beicheng, his father?" "Alexandra." Michael approached her, meeting her gaze. "Are you going to stay and take care of him?" "No." Alexandra walked past Michael and looked at Nigel on the bed. "I'll call his dad." Taking his phone from his pocket, she unlocked it with his fingerprint. Michael remained behind her, though she didn't know why. Her ears rang with Jim's voice again. "He made me change the password." Alexandra stared at the screen of Nigel's phone. The lock screen password was 4 digits. Has Nigel always remembered her birthday? Her fingertips hesitated before trying. 122. With one number left, Alexandra paused. She eventually used his thumb to unlock the phone. Opening the contact list, there was no Griffin note, only Armin. Alexandra called, but no one answered. Even after 3 attempts, no answer. Finally, a WeChat message came. "Armin, busy." Alexandra furrowed her brow, looking at the cold word, then lowered her hand. "Michael." His father didn't answer. "I'll wait here until he wakes up." Michael sighed as if expecting this. "Then I'll go buy lunch." "You wait here." Alexandra sat back down, tapping the phone case aimlessly. How did Nigel exhaust himself like this? What has he been doing these days? He should have already returned to his old life, hanging out with Abdurrahman and Thompson, eating, drinking, and having fun every day. Alexandra's phone buzzed. Looking down, it was a message from Abdurrahman asking if she had seen Nigel. Alexandra glanced at Nigel in front of her. She sent Abdurrahman the hospital address, telling him to come. Before the 4 drip was 1/3 done, Nigel woke up. He opened his eyes to see the curtains wide open, an unusual sight for someone who usually kept them shut. Squinting, his vision blurred, but he still saw Alexandra sitting in a chair, legs properly placed, her face buried in her wrists. Won't her limbs go numb like that? His gaze fixated on his own hand. Actually, he knew he would faint. During those weeks in Jing City, He first visited Antonio to tell him he would help handle the contract issue with Benny E. Antonio's mother had already been discharged. Although mentally unstable, she could live a normal life now. Having talked things through with Antonio, he immediately arranged to meet Benny E. Just a man. After so many years, no matter how much hate there was, it should have faded. Especially when Nigel proposed something beneficial to her as a daughter of the Liu family. Her ambitions had grown over time, and with a younger brother, the successor was uncertain. Could she really give her hard-earned company to Liu Xingda, who only cared about pleasure? In her view, profit was paramount. Nigel's offer could add billions to the Liu group, and she had no reason to refuse. Moreover, the Qi family had already been torn apart by this issue. She agreed to Nigel's request, but had one of her own. After terminating the contract with Antonio, he must leave the entertainment circle. He's come this far only because I've supported him with resources. I won't let him gain any advantage. Nigel had asked for Antonio's opinion. He agreed to retire as he desired a normal life, wanting to be with his mother and lead a stable life. These were relatively simple matters for Nigel. The challenging part was dealing with the old man. He needed to use the old man's connections to pave the way for Benny E., which was exceedingly difficult. Despite the old man being old and ill, he still adhered to the principle that interests guide the path. He had always seen potential in Nigel and wanted him to work for him. Nigel disliked those activities and never agreed, but this time, he took the initiative to approach. The old man told Nigel that if he wanted something, he could provide the channels, but all processes would have to be perfected by Nigel step by step. There would be no sitting back and reaping benefits. What others would take half a year or even a year to accomplish, he had to compress into just half a month. One can imagine how great the difficulty was. The old man was also not at all sympathetic, regardless of Nigel's condition. Nigel knew his physical state well. After enduring so many days, hospitalization was inevitable. He even planned these details carefully, intentionally fainting in front of Aiko, just to see if she would stay. Fortunately, Aiko stayed. Outside, sunlight streamed in, spreading over Aiko's body. Her chestnut-colored hair was tied into a bun with a blue clip behind her head. Strands of her hair, dancing in the sunlight, shimmered with a golden glow. Nigel got out of bed, holding the 4 bottle, and pulled the curtain behind Aiko closed. The room darkened. Aiko woke up. As soon as she sat up and opened her eyes, she saw Nigel's chest pressing towards her, startling her, and without thinking, she pushed him with all her strength. Nigel crashed into the bed, and the 4 tube on his hand immediately dripped with blood. "What are you doing?" Aiko stood up, looking somewhat angry. But Nigel supported himself up and handed her a tissue from beside him. Aiko paused, touching her forehead. She was sweating all over. Turning around, she saw the curtains flapping in the wind. Realizing what happened, she felt apologetic and muttered sorry, while taking the tissue from Nigel. Nigel stood before her, feeling pain on his hand, but paying it no mind. He looked at Aiko and asked her, "Aiko, I'll change, okay?" He reached for Aiko's hand. "What you don't like, I'll change everything." Chapter 83. Nigel also likes Aiko. Her fingertips were held in his palm, the thin layer of sweat making them sticky and causing irritation. Nigel stood up and moved closer to her, leaving only a few centimeters between them. Aiko could even hear his breathing, and she could feel her own heartbeat. "You?" Aiko lowered her head, her eyes half cast down, not daring to look up. She had heard what Nigel said just now, and naturally understood his meaning. Was he confessing to her now? Old habits die hard. The door to the ward was pushed open. Michael walked in, his brows furrowed severely, looking very angry. This was the first time Aiko had seen him so upset. Michael's gaze locked onto Nigel. Abdurrahman followed behind. Michael carried the packed meal with one hand and took Aiko's hand with the other. "Let's go." With Abdurrahman here, Aiko indeed didn't need to stay. She kept her head down, silent, and left with Michael. But Nigel's words lingered in her mind for a long time. Even when she saw Michael's angry expression, her thoughts did not immediately turn to how to comfort him as they used to. Her mind was full of Nigel's words. He said he would change, that anything she didn't like, he would change it all. When she heard those words from Nigel, her heart actually tightened and slowed for half a beat. Fortunately, her rationality remained, and Aiko quickly dismissed those inappropriate thoughts. Michael pulled her out. They walked continuously towards the outside. They entered the subway station. Aiko's wrist was still being held by him. Finally, when they sat down, Aiko looked at Michael. "Michael, are you angry?" Michael cast his eyes downward without answering. Aiko noticed the red marks on his fingers from carrying the food box. Aiko sighed. "I didn't agree to reconcile with him either. I was just stunned for a moment. Please don't be angry." Aiko took the food box from his hands. "Don't worry, I won't go back on my word." Only then did Michael lift his head. "Then why did you freeze? Why did you blush? You were still moved, weren't you?" Michael's words made it hard for Aiko to breathe. Did she blush? Was she moved? I didn't. She bit her lip, but she indeed felt guilty. A guilt she couldn't deceive herself about. The rest of the journey, she barely spoke. After parting ways with Michael, she returned home alone. One fact was confirmed. Nigel and Jim's fight really was because of her. And Holt mentioned that since Jim had been following her, Nigel had become the last person to leave the lab building after that. Aiko was also starting to suspect this. Could it be true? Holding the documents in her arms, she passed by a supermarket near her apartment complex. She went in and bought an iced drink, but didn't drink it. She simply pressed it against her face to cool down. To calm herself, she stood at the supermarket entrance. 2 security guards stood under the sun eating popsicles and chatting. She lifted her eyes. She saw the camera at the supermarket entrance. Did her old neighborhood have cameras too? When her brother asked the police to educate Jim, he specifically checked the surveillance. Aiko, holding her things and gripping the cup of the drink, did not go inside but instead went to her former residence. She communicated with the staff there and wanted to view the surveillance footage. Luckily, they could check surveillance within a month. Aiko specially adjusted the surveillance to the night in question. First, her shadow appeared, wearing the same white shirt dress and carrying a bag. Her gaze stayed on herself for only a few seconds. Then she shifted her focus behind her. Initially, there was no one behind her, until Aiko had already left the camera range. Only then did she see Nigel appear, dressed all in black. He wore a shoulder bag, which Aiko recognized right away. It was the same outfit he had on during the fight with Jim. She watched quietly. Nigel walked slowly, seemingly intentionally stalling, but his eyes were looking ahead. Near the end, as he was about to leave the camera range, he stopped and stood beside an advertisement board. Just one turn away was Aiko's residential area. She watched Nigel stop there, with only a glimpse of his back caught by the camera. After a while, he lunged forward for some reason, then stopped again and stepped back. Until Jim left in front of him, he stood behind the ad board, pretending to play with his phone. Then he followed Jim. Everything became clear. Nigel had stayed behind at the lab building because of her. All those nights she walked home alone, he had been behind her. He would compete in basketball with Jim and fought with him, all for her sake. Aiko suddenly felt very uneasy. She didn't know what to do. It wasn't until the staff reminded her that she came back to her senses and walked out. She returned home and went straight to her bedroom. That day, the gift box that Nigel had returned, she had not opened it yet. Of course, she knew what was inside. She didn't want to see her foolish actions from before. But now, for some reason, she needed something to judge herself. She wanted to find evidence that Nigel didn't love her, evidence of his indifference towards her in the past. Only by doing so could she suppress her feelings. Her fingertips hooked the ribbon, and she opened the box that Nigel had returned. When she sent this gift, Aiko and Nigel were not together yet, and even the gift was not personally received by Nigel, but by Abdurrahman. Inside, there was a card first. It was filled with wishes for Nigel. Aiko looked at the neat handwriting, every long stroke slightly trembling, all telling Nigel of her intentions. But when she flipped over the card, she saw Nigel's handwriting on the other side. Aiko, thank you. Aiko looked at his penmanship, as if trying to identify it. So he had opened this gift. She put the envelope aside and looked inside the box. It was a clay sculpture she made by hand. A whale topped with a shooting star. She held the cool sculpture and looked at its bottom. She remembered she had carved their initials there. Looking closely, she was taken aback. Her initials were LXXHGSY. Aiko likes Nigel. But now, below this line of letters, there was another small line. Nigel also likes Aiko. Her heart seemed wrapped in thorns, prickling densely. She quickly diverted her gaze. Instead, she looked outside the window, at the clock, at the sofa. But she did not dare look at those words again. She put the sculpture aside. In the box, there was also an item that did not belong to Aiko. It was the umbrella they redeemed at the arcade. It was placed steadily inside. At the bottom, there was a white paper note. It was filled with words. Aiko picked it up to read. It was written by Nigel himself. About her. Got scolded by Armin. Walking outside with no way forward. Rain pounding on me. A bit annoying. A girl appeared in front of me, tiptoeing to hold an umbrella for me, urgently asking me what was wrong. Water dripped from her iced lollipop, but she only cared about me. She said she liked me and wanted to pursue me. They said she would lose interest after 3 minutes, and I believed them. Playing pool, they frequently glanced outside. I took a look, it was her. Standing in front of a vending machine, her reflection in the glass, she cautiously peeked her head out. I stopped intentionally for a long time. She came over and asked if I didn't have money, and she bought me a drink. On my way to meet up at an internet cafe, I passed a bookstore. I realized I had lingered too long watching her surrounded by friends entering the store. I hit someone with my helmet. My arm hurt, but I didn't care. She appeared, hugging me tightly, crying out of fear. For the first time, someone asked if I was hurting. I thought maybe we would date, even for just 3 minutes. On Mother's Memorial Day, also her birthday, I held flowers and a cake, waiting for Armin for a long time. Instead, I got news of him marrying Vonda. He had already forgotten my mother. On my way back, I looked up and saw her standing under a tree, her bright face showing a hint of worry, yet her eyes sparkled brightly. Wearing sunglasses, not wanting her to see my disarray and decadence, I told her to leave, but she wouldn't go. She hadn't contacted me for a long time. I thought her 3 minutes were up. I thought I didn't care, but my phone screen turned on and off countless times. I wanted to ask her, but I didn't dare. In a dessert shop, I saw her standing next to a wonderful boy. Her smile was like the sun, blinding. Armin registered marriage with another woman. Thorny roses scratched my face, very painful. She wasn't there, no one asked if I was hurting, no one cared about my birthday. She wished me happy birthday and wanted to kiss me. The burning cigarette woke me up. I cried. I saw her at a bar. She was embraced by another man, wearing a black little dress, mismatched with small white shoes, so beautiful, so cute. Watching her from the side, I wanted to hug and kiss her. The idea shocked me, haha, a bit silly. I knew our 3 minutes were over. I thought I would forget her. We met again. She walked into the wrong room and slept in my bed. I realized I was a little unwilling to let her go. It seemed I couldn't live without her. She wanted to bet with me for someone else. I won, but I wasn't happy at all. I couldn't help but kiss her. She was so gentle, I wanted to kiss her again. Too obedient. I continued kissing her, then I got hit. It hurt. She didn't like me anymore. She said pursuing me was a foolish thing in her youth. It felt so terrible. I couldn't catch my breath. I felt suffocated. She wanted to know something about someone else from me, so we bet again. Letting her win, she laughed happily, and I was happy too. She exchanged all her point coupons for an umbrella, wanting to give it to me. I saw the word Cheen and the whale on the umbrella. reminded of her gift to me, and I accepted it. The creditor came looking for me. I told her not to get out of the car, but she still came, and she bled. I was so useless. Abdurrahman saw the umbrella she gave me. He said it meant dispersed. I drove him away, closed the door, looked at the umbrella, and decided to return the umbrella to her. Chapter 84. She was really about to succumb. Aiko read line by line. Each sentence was an explanation for her. Each one seemed like a confession. On her phone, Michael sent a message. For the first time, she turned off her phone and didn't reply to him. She wanted to have some peace and quiet. Her mind was in turmoil, so chaotic that she couldn't think about anything. Aiko locked herself in her room for 2 days to calm down. During these 2 days, except for eating and sleeping, she devoted all her thoughts to the preliminary competition, immersing herself completely. Keeping herself so busy she had no energy to think about those things. The doorbell broke through Aiko's self-imposed isolation. Aiko's heart trembled. She wasn't sure who would be ringing her doorbell at this hour. She moved like a sleepwalker, eyes vacant, walking over. Even as her body stood at the door, her mind was absent. She glanced casually through the peephole at the person outside. It was a woman, someone familiar. She opened the door. Her eyelashes still drooping. "May I help you? I'm your neighbor. Here are some fruits for you to try. They're very sweet." Aiko saw that the woman was holding grapes. "Thank you, but no thanks." Although she knew the woman meant well, she didn't want to accept anything or engage with anyone right now. Just the information swirling in her head was enough to trouble her. "Oh, you don't like grapes? I also have mangoes at home. Hey, why did you come out? Quickly go back inside." The room door was opened, and Aiko looked over. Her mind cleared slightly, recognizing the 2 people before her. This was the patient who laughed at her suddenly in the elevator that day. Thinking of her own behavior just now, Aiko felt somewhat embarrassed. She accepted the grapes from the woman. "Thank you, Auntie, I was just half asleep. What's your name?" The aunt smiled at Aiko. Aiko smiled gently. "Auntie, my name is Aiko." "Sky? That's a beautiful name." "Mom." The elevator beside them opened, and a figure stepped out, directly addressing the woman in front of Aiko as Mom. Aiko looked over. The person wore a baseball cap and a mask, towering in stature, carrying a suitcase. But Aiko recognized him immediately. "Chi, Antonio?" She couldn't believe it. Her brain couldn't keep up. Antonio was also surprised to see Aiko here. He subconsciously thought Aiko might have sought him out intentionally, due to his presence. After all, something similar had happened before. Fans used their affection for him as leverage to find his mother's residence. That was why he had sent his mother to recuperate in North City. But what came to mind was the scene when Aiko helped him out at TH. He stopped himself from thinking the worst of Aiko. Aiko was too excited to speak. Antonio's mom actually lived next door, and it was the same aunt who startled her in the elevator. Aiko was invited into Antonio's home. There were few people around, just his mother and the caregiver. The room was very clean. Antonio arranged for Aiko to sit on the sofa, while he went to get her some water. "Antonio." Aiko didn't know how to continue. She had too many questions to ask, leaving her unsure where to start. She clutched the cup of water Antonio personally poured for her hand trembling. If she told Kylie that she had drunk water poured by her idol personally, Kylie would absolutely scream in excitement. "Thank you." Antonio held a cup of water in his hands, sitting opposite Aiko. His mother had already been taken to the bedroom by the caregiver. Aiko paused. "Thank me for what?" "I just accepted some fruit from Andy." Aiko felt a bit ashamed. She had even refused Annie's kindness because of her preoccupation. She didn't understand why Antonio thanked her. "If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to return early to be with my mother. So thank you very much. If you ever need any help, feel free to ask." Aiko's smile faded. She seemed to understand what Antonio was referring to. She nervously rubbed the cup, looking at Antonio. "Why are you thanking me?" Antonio was also taken aback. "Didn't Nigel help me because of you?" He had met Nigel before. Nigel always ignored the matters between Amberly and him, never meddling unnecessarily. It was only when Aiko appeared that Nigel started to inquire about his situation. Until later, he came to see him, offering to help him escape from Amberly, asking if he was willing. Gemma had no connection with Nigel, so the only explanation he could think of was that it was because of Nigel's girlfriend, Aiko. He had seen it at the bar last time. Aiko was his fan. But at that time, he didn't dare admit it. "Aiko, it was Nigel who helped me get rid of Amberly, so I am very grateful to you. If not for you, Nigel probably wouldn't have cared about something like this." Aiko hung her head low. "Actually, Nigel and I broke up long ago, so he helping you might have another reason." As she said this, Aiko felt hesitant. It wasn't that she didn't believe Nigel helped Antonio because of her. Rather, she didn't want to let herself fall in any deeper. She was really close to being overwhelmed. These past 2 days, she had been forcing herself not to think about him, nearly reaching her limit. Antonio could see Aiko's turmoil and didn't know what had happened between them. He smiled at Aiko and changed the subject. "You're my fan, right?" He chuckled awkwardly. "I noticed before, but I couldn't admit it back then. Sorry, even though I've retired now, we can consider ourselves friends, right?" Aiko stood there dumbfounded for a moment, staring at Antonio's outstretched hand. With trembling hands, she reached out. Just a light touch before pulling back, her voice shaky. I have a friend who really, really loves you. Could I ask for your autograph for her?" She cried when she heard you retired. "She never got your autograph or took a picture with you." Antonio smiled. "Of course, if your friend wants a picture, that's fine too." Then he added, "But, I've retired now, so I hope you and your friend can keep it confidential." Aiko nodded urgently. "She would probably come over every day to stay with me if she knew you lived next door." Aiko was about to call Kylie on her phone. However, she hadn't checked her messages due to the excitement of finding out her idol lived next door. Arsene. Since she returned to North City, Arsene hadn't sent her any messages. Aiko clicked into the message, her face going from pale to tense. She choked back a sob, hastily getting ready to leave, too flustered even to say goodbye to Antonio. Chapter 85. Are you afraid to see me? Arsene sent her a message. Nikki received an anonymous message this morning. Someone kidnapped Abby to threaten him. Aiko had been busy with the competition lately and hadn't visited Abby's place for a long time. Michael was the same. They spent their weekends in the laboratory building. Yet clearly, she spoke to Abby on the phone just last week. Aiko couldn't figure out why it was Abby. Hadn't Abby already been kicked out of the Gu family? Why would they specifically use Abby to threaten Nikki? Aiko rushed out, bending over and frantically pressing the elevator button outside. The floor numbers on the elevator screen were ticking away one by one. Ding. Aiko nearly went weak in the knees. She almost dragged herself into the elevator while holding onto its wall. Her hand, which held her phone, was still trembling, still displaying Arsene's message. She didn't know if her parents knew about this yet. Suddenly, a person beside her put an arm around her shoulder. The smell of hospital disinfectant hit her nose, mingled with a familiar crisp scent. Terrified, Aiko's face turned pale as she hastily turned her head. It was Nigel, scared like that. Nigel steadied her, pressing the button for the first floor. Aiko didn't know what was wrong with her. Upon seeing Nigel's face, her tears started flowing immediately, and she could hardly stand up. Her legs felt weak and almost gave way. Supported by Nigel, she managed to stay upright. She tightly clutched his collar. Abby. She couldn't speak, only choking sobs emerging now and then. Her chest heaved with emotion, and she couldn't calm down her sobbing. All this was her fault. She should have called Abby every day. She should have visited Abby more often. Nigel wiped her cheeks with his palm, and 4 needles still stuck in the back of his hand, blood seeping out. His motion of wiping her tears was clumsy. Rest assured, nothing will happen. He wants to negotiate with Bogdan, but isn't trying to harm your grandma. He patted her trembling back and spine. As for letting Arsene tell you, it's because you are Abby's family. You know the situation with Bogdan, so we hope you can keep this confidential for now. Don't tell your parents. It will only worry them. If they report it to the police, things might get even more complicated. Aiko shook her head. Why Abby? Nigel lowered his head and leaned close to Aiko's ear. Do you want to know a secret that only the Gus know? Aiko could hear his deep, pleasant voice by her ear, but at that moment, she had no such feelings. All she could think was why it was Abby. She nodded, her voice still quivering from crying. About Abby? Nigel nodded, keeping his hand around Aiko's waist. No one paid attention at that moment. Leaning close to her ear, he said, back then, Abby Gu was driven out of the Gu family by Bogdan's parents. They couldn't accept that their son fell in love with an orphan who had nothing. Now that Bogdan is sick, only you, Abby, and I can visit him. He feels guilty and regrets it. Aiko frowned, her eyes filled with confusion. Nikki and Abby? She had noticed that Nikki treated Abby very well recently. Even more than her own father understood Abby. He knew what she liked and disliked to eat, the songs and movies she enjoyed. They were in sync, chatting about everything perfectly. But Aiko thought they were just siblings. The elevator door opened. Nigel pulled Aiko out. After hearing Nigel's words, Aiko wasn't as tense anymore. On the way, Nigel walked very quickly. Aiko hurried behind him. Nigel seemed to realize he was walking too fast, and unconsciously slowed down when he saw Aiko sweating from the effort. Where are you taking me? Aiko asked. To my house. Aiko paused, stepping back. Let go of me, I'm not going. Nigel didn't let go. Only I am there. What for? Going to your house. Aiko asked as she was being led forward. Nigel said. To ensure your safety temporarily. Aiko didn't understand. He explained. Bogdan said someone has targeted you, fearing you might be harmed. So he asked me to keep you safe. Not telling your parents is to prevent them from getting involved if they call the police, making things more complicated. I can protect you anytime, but your parents still have work. Can you guarantee their safety? Aiko frowned. So they kidnapped Abby for what? Do they want money? Do you remember the man who wanted to visit Bogdan when he was hospitalized? Aiko recalled carefully, feeling a strong pressure from the situation, which made her memory quite clear. That is Nikki's eldest son? He isn't the old sir's biological son. He was born by the old sir's first wife to someone else outside of marriage. The old sir raised him out of a sense of guilt. This time, it was he who did this, for the old sir's assets. Aiko covered her mouth, her eyes wide as she stared at Nigel. This, can you really tell me? Learning such family secrets, would it? You already know the old sir's secret, so one more doesn't matter. Nigel continued. He saw Abby Gu in the hospital, but waited until Abby returned to North City before taking action. He thought this way, the old sir wouldn't suspect him. Nigel had already pulled Aiko into the car. He opened the door and pushed Aiko into the passenger seat, then circled around to the driver's side. All Aiko could hear were the heavy streams of information Nigel had been spouting out during the ride. Though Nigel said much, he was essentially explaining things to Aiko. Not long after getting into the car, Aiko heard the sound of Nigel's engine start up. She looked at Nigel. When will Abby be back? That depends on how greedy he is. If his demands are too many, the old sir will have to negotiate with him. In these days, please stay here with me. At least Aiko now knew that Abby must be safe. Only then did she pay attention to what Nigel said next. Can't you just find me a bodyguard? What does living with you mean? Nigel paused, surprised that Aiko had noticed something was off. The old sir had originally planned to assign 2 bodyguards to protect Aiko's safety, but Nigel had taken on the task himself. Nigel didn't explain further. Why? Because of what I said in the hospital, you're afraid to see me. Chapter 86. Why is your face so red? Aiko was slightly provoked by this question. She glared at Nigel. Of course not. I'm not that sensitive. Why are you so resistant to me then? Aiko didn't know how to respond. Her gaze on Nigel was penetrating. I'm just treating you as I should treat an ex-boyfriend. All those stories about exes meeting up for tea or flower appreciation are fake. In reality, it's either a chaotic scene of fighting and cursing or mutual coldness where neither wants to look at the other. Aiko was brought to Nigel's house. She hadn't told anyone about this. Even Aiko had to help cover for her grandmother. When her mother called to ask if Aiko had gone to see her grandmother and why grandma's phone was unreachable, Aiko explained that grandma had signed up for a tour group and was out having fun for a few days. It was normal for her not to pick up because she was enjoying herself. Abby even told me not to call her during her trip. Don't worry, Mom. It's rare for her to go out and enjoy herself. Nikita was worried about the reliability of the tour group, but Aiko reassured her that she had picked it for grandma after a long time of consideration, so there was nothing to worry about. This way, they barely managed to hide it from her parents. Nigel handed clothes to Aiko. After she finished washing up in the bathroom, Nigel's apartment only had 3 rooms. The master bedroom was occupied by Nigel, and the 2 guest bedrooms did not have bathrooms. Aiko could only use the communal bathroom outside the bedroom. Aiko was still wearing Nigel's clothes. She tugged at the shirt. Why didn't you buy new ones for me? Nigel sat on the sofa. This is new. I haven't worn it. Aiko looked down and saw a black logo on the upper right side of her white t-shirt. Nigel's was black with a white logo. The two of them looked like they were wearing couple outfits. This made Aiko feel very uncomfortable. She wore Nigel's slippers which felt a bit awkward on her feet. I don't have my laptop or tablet with me now, and I need to check some drawings. Nigel stood up. You can use mine. They're the same anyway. Doesn't that mean the work will be under your name? I'll give you a USB drive, and when I do my own work, I'll clear your files and start over. He walked forward and looked back at Aiko, raising his eyebrows. Come on. Aiko frowned. Couldn't you just bring it out? Why did she have to enter his room? Are you going to lie on the sofa to use the computer? Nigel chuckled. I'm not asking you into my room. The adjacent guest room has been converted into a study. You can draw there. Only then did Aiko follow him. What about you? She asked, realizing she would be using his computer. Don't worry. I can finish that level of work even on a low-spec machine. Aiko, she regretted asking. She walked over and sat in Nigel's usual spot. On the wooden desk was his computer. Aiko turned it on. The next second, she was enveloped by Nigel's shadow as he blocked her view of the screen. What are you doing? The smell of him filled her nostrils, and she took a step back, her calves bumping against the chair. Nigel's eyelashes flickered, seeming somewhat unnatural. He placed his knuckles near his lips and coughed. Oh, wait. I need to fix something. Wait outside for a moment. Aiko glanced at him and silently went out. Once she left, Nigel stood by the door. He immediately turned around and grabbed the mouse. With his left hand, he rubbed his burning ears. The computer was already on. The screen showed a photo he secretly took of their intertwined hands that night Aiko got drunk. His hand was pressed against hers, fingers intertwined. The prominent veins of his strong arm contrasted sharply with the delicate, fair skin of her arm beneath. His palm tightly pressed against hers, with faintly blue veins prominently raised on the back of his hand. Only a glimpse of reddened fingertips could be seen peeking out beneath his grip, soft and relaxed. Nigel glanced at Aiko waiting outside the door. She was wearing the matching t-shirt, loose milky gray cotton pants that were too long even with the cuffs rolled up several times. Aiko, bored while waiting, crossed her arms behind her back and occasionally tiptoed. Done. Nigel walked up behind her. Aiko hummed. At first, she thought the computer had shut down. She scoffed. Nigel's desktop was completely black, with no wallpaper. So pretentious. She muttered quietly. Nigel didn't hear and had already left. After finishing her work, Aiko looked out the window of the study. Night had fallen. She stood up, stretched, bent her neck, and loosened her numbed limbs from sitting too long. Nigel knocked on the door from outside. Come and have dinner. Aiko responded loudly that she knew. She returned to her desk, where the files on her computer were yet to be saved. Aiko immediately went to save them to the USB drive. At this moment, a resource was being transferred over. She clicked on the file with her mouse. Clearly, it wasn't her file, and she was about to close it. But an image popped up, startling Aiko. Seeing the explicit content, her face turned red instantly. Initially, there was no sound, but then gradually the audio started. Aiko quickly muted the volume. Even though she knew almost every guy would have this kind of material, she still felt ashamed and looked nervously at the closed door of the study before closing the file. Pretending nothing had happened, she pocketed the USB drive and went out. Nigel was already sitting at the dining table waiting for her. Aiko glanced over and saw quite a variety. 2 people had prepared 4 dishes and a soup. She shook off the images occasionally popping into her mind, focusing her attention on the dishes. Sitting across from Nigel, he glanced at her, frowning. Why is your face so red? Aiko let out a sound and shook her head. Maybe because I stayed in the study too long and felt stuffy. I'll be fine soon. Trying to change the topic, Aiko noticed the maid clearing dishes in the kitchen and asked intentionally, Have you eaten, Auntie? Nigel's eyes stared at her, nodding slightly before he lowered his head to eat. They remained silent, until Nigel's phone screen lit up. Aiko's attention was briefly drawn to it. Nigel always kept his phone on silent, so she was used to it. She poked at the rice in her mouth. Then she sensed the person opposite suddenly freeze, and his gaze fell on her. Swallowing the food in her mouth, Aiko lifted her head to meet his gaze, her face redder. What's wrong? Nigel put down his chopsticks, pressing the corner of his lips with one hand while holding the phone in the other. His gaze seemed profound as he looked at Aiko. Clearly, Thompson's message was displayed on the screen. Brother June, how's it? Brother Mian found it, so I sent you a copy too. Upon seeing Thompson's message, Nigel knew exactly what he had sent. His mind momentarily froze. Did Aiko not see it? Chapter 87. You're an adult now, so it's fine to take a look. But when he glanced at Aiko, seeing her cheeks flushed red, clutching the chopsticks and her gaze wandering uncertainly, his suspicions began to rise. Damn, Thompson chose to send it precisely when Aiko was using the computer? Is this guy toxic? He took a deep breath and put down his chopsticks. Eat first. Aiko mumbled in agreement with her mouth full of food. Those who know Aiko well are aware that whenever she feels embarrassed, she tends to find many things to keep herself busy. For instance, stuffing her mouth with food nonstop, or constantly rubbing her hands or twisting the edges of her clothes. Aiko's had almost buried itself in her bowl. She only dared to turn back when Nigel walked past. Nigel entered the study and closed the door behind him. Aiko's heart beat faster. Did he notice that she saw his files? She struggled to swallow the food in her mouth, deciding to pretend she knew nothing and just eat. Nigel opened his computer, his eyes fixed on the screen, throat bobbing. Indeed, the file had been opened. So did she see it? Nigel's pupils moved slightly as he scrolled the mouse to check the volume. Volume was set to 0. It was confirmed then, Aiko must have seen it. He clenched his molars and pursed his lips. The anxiety in his heart finally dissipated. Another message from Abdurrahman appeared on his phone. Bro, did Schwan send it to you? Nigel tapped the corner of his cheek with his tongue and typed back with one hand. Yes. The other side sent an emoticon. Did you finish reading it? Nigel twisted the corners of his mouth and replied. I didn't read it. Aiko did. There was a long pause while the other side was typing, before finally sending a sheepish reply. Nigel closed his laptop and sat back in his chair, closing his eyes for a moment. When he opened the door and stepped out, Aiko had already finished her meal, chewing and swallowing another mouthful. Take your time eating. Why are you in such a rush? He calmly sat back down. Goo. Nigel, maybe you should just send me back? She suddenly realized it wasn't quite appropriate for a man and a woman to be alone in the same room together. Nigel suddenly leaned close to Aiko. Their eyes met, and once again, those embarrassing scenes flashed through her mind. Even including Nigel. Back at Nikki's place, she mistakenly entered the wrong room. At that time, Nigel only had a towel wrapped around his waist, revealing clear abdominal muscles, still dripping wet. Her nose was gently brushed. Aiko snapped back to reality. I'm feeling a bit warm. She stood up, fanning herself. Nigel watched her face and neck turn completely red. Even her ears were tinged pink. With a smile, he said, it's fine to take a look. Aiko glared at him. What look? I didn't look. Nigel raised his eyebrows, drawing a finger in front of her, causing Aiko to swallow hard, a gulping sound audible. You're an adult now. Taking a look is no big deal. Aiko's face instantly turned scarlet, gritting her teeth. Pervert. She moved to sit on the sofa nearby, and cursed Nigel again. Are you done with your work? Seeing her face flushed bright red, Nigel decided not to tease her further. Yeah. Aiko looked away. Nigel nodded. Then I'll use the study. But Aiko called out abruptly, looking embarrassed. Wait. You. Nigel turned and stared at her, raising an eyebrow after waiting for her to speak. Me? Aiko bit her lip, blushing as she asked. You're not going to do anything in the place where I was sitting? Nigel frowned, trying to figure out what she meant, finally realizing what she was implying. Huh. He chuckled. What are you thinking? I need the computer to draw some designs. Holt has been pushing me on the group chat. Aiko fell silent, turning her back to him. Silence filled the room. Nigel's teasing laughter echoed through Aiko's ears. She forced herself to stay calm and sat on the sofa. Nigel, knowing she felt uncomfortable, went into the study, leaving the space to her. Aiko browsed news on her phone. One piece of news caught her attention, the cooperation between Cushing Group and Lu Corporation. Lu Corporation belonged to Sue Ellen. Aiko clicked into the article and read some comments. They didn't even go through bidding and directly chose Lu Corporation? Are these two companies planning a marriage alliance? Apparently, everything was arranged by Nikki's youngest grandson. This was completed way too quickly. Even if they rushed, wouldn't it still take months? Aiko clearly understood the identities involved, so Nigel's trip to Jing City really was about resolving Antonio's contract issues. In just half a month, he managed to accomplish all this, even to the point of fainting and being hospitalized for intravenous fluids. Aiko was a bit annoyed, and she closed the phone interface. She shut off her phone, not knowing what to do. Back at home, she usually read literature at this time. Nigel came out. He saw Aiko standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the skyscrapers were adorned with twinkling neon lights. Amnon has sent word. Nigel walked up to Aiko. The other party wants Cushing's shares. Aiko frowned. The chairman of Cushing Group is Nikki. Will he agree? Nigel pulled at the corners of his mouth. Do you know, probably no one is more important to Amnon than Abby now. Aiko suddenly remembered the bracelet Nikki had entrusted to her. She had forgotten all about it when she came back. Aiko took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. Abby must be okay. She hadn't finished the task that Nikki had given her yet. Nigel stood beside her, seemingly busy as well, replying to messages on his phone continuously. Aiko looked at him. You go and take care of your business. Don't worry about me. Aiko clutched her phone and walked towards the room that Nigel had arranged for her. Oh, I need to go back tomorrow to get my tablet and laptop. All right, I'll go with you. Aiko didn't refuse. Just as she was about to enter the room, she turned around and looked at Nigel. Oh right, you have to keep it a secret that I'm staying here. No one can know, especially not Michael. Nigel's previously smiling eyes dimmed. He looked at Aiko, not saying anything for a moment. Aiko raised her eyes. What? You disagree? Nigel suppressed the annoyance in his heart. Okay, I'll keep it a secret. Anyway, it was just because he couldn't stand being seen by others. Aiko then entered the room and closed the door. Nigel immediately returned to his room to handle things. Amnon's heart was indeed ruthless. He only asked Amnon for a small favor, but in return, Amnon pushed a huge pile of business onto him, not caring if he would die from overwork. First, he finished the drawings Holt urged him to hand in. Then he started reviewing one by one the documents Arsene sent for him to handle. His phone received a surveillance video. Nigel clicked into it, which showed the corridor outside Aiko's room. Sure enough, as Amnon said, Devon had already taken action, sending people to try to implicate Aiko besides targeting Abby. Chapter 88, You're Going to Kiss Me. In the middle of the night, Aiko's throat was unbearably dry, so she got up for a drink. Just as she opened the door to go out for water, she saw the light shining from the study first. The door to the study was open, with lights on inside. Piles and piles of documents were stacked on the desk, and the computer screen was still glowing. Iggy wasn't in there. Aiko went out and saw Iggy standing on the balcony smoking. One of his hands rested on the wooden railing, his back slightly hunched, and his head hanging low. Aiko didn't make any noise. She just stood there watching him for a while. She thought about what Antonio had told her. Iggy helped Antonio because of her. She also remembered Iggy saying that Sue Ellen wouldn't easily let Antonio off. What did Iggy do to get Sue Ellen's agreement? The news reported cooperation between the Lu Corporation and the Gu Corporation. Iggy had used the Gu Corporation to get Sue Ellen to leave Antonio alone. Aiko's throat felt parched as she walked towards the water dispenser beside her. The sound of pouring water could be heard. Iggy turned his head to look at Aiko. He put out his cigarette outside, then stepped in with a carefree posture. As Aiko gulped down most of the water in one go, Iggy had already walked up to her. She clearly saw the weariness under his eyes. Still awake this late? She murmured softly. Just handling some matters, replied Iggy casually as he picked up the cup and filled it halfway. Messages came from the old man. It seemed that Devon had become greedy and directly asked for direct control of Cushing Corporation. The old man was well prepared for Devon targeting Cushing, but apparently underestimated his ambition. Of course, the old man wouldn't yield, and now he needed to find another way to make Devon give up. After dealing with what the old man had asked, Iggy was so exhausted that he couldn't even fall asleep, so he stood on the balcony smoking. Then, you should get some sleep early. Aiko drank the last bit of water and was ready to return to her room, but Iggy held onto her wrist. Wait, Aiko. He called her name so seriously, which made Aiko feel a little awkward. She turned around. What's wrong? I meant what I said that day. Iggy looked down at her. Aiko accepted his gaze, lowering her eyelashes. I know. She pulled back her wrist, avoiding looking at Iggy. Seeing her like this, Iggy knew she didn't want to discuss it now. Indeed, it wasn't the best time. Sighing, Iggy said, there's a competition coming up. Rest well these few days, and don't worry about those things for now. Aiko nodded. All right, I'll go back to sleep. Iggy watched her retreating figure and raised his wrist to glance at his palm. A small competition, and they smoothly took first place. Team leader Holt barely cared, immediately handing over the trophy to Jimebo after stepping down from the stage. Right, we're gathering for dinner tonight. Holt smiled. Aiko and Michael frowned simultaneously. Their class also had a gathering plan today. Glancing at each other, both decided not to attend the class gathering. With so many classmates, 2 missing wouldn't matter much, but within their team, only 5 people participated. If both of them skipped, only 3 would remain. Shall I send a message to say we won't go? Michael looked at Aiko. Aiko nodded indifferently at first, as she never paid much attention to such trivial matters. Suddenly, she shook her head and pressed Michael's hand, which was about to send the message. Just tell them you're not going. I'll inform myself. Surprised, Michael realized Aiko wanted to talk separately. Aiko also felt uncomfortable. Lately, whenever she and Michael attended classes, someone would always cast appraising glances at them. She initially thought Michael wouldn't mind these looks and rumors. To avoid being pursued by admirers, she had tacitly accepted the rumors between her and Michael. However, hearing someone expressing love for Michael but holding back because of her made Aiko realize her behavior was selfish. If it caused him to miss anyone who truly liked him, what would happen? I'll handle it, Aiko told him. Aren't you hiding something from me? Michael's gaze fixed on her. Aiko touched a small blister in her mouth. It hurt a little. It might have developed from worrying about her grandmother recently and the busy competition preparations. What could I hide from you? It's just that the rumors are getting out of hand, and I'm afraid it will affect you. Walking into the backstage area where several staff members were present, they prepared to leave. Seizing Aiko's hand, Michael said, I don't care about those. Aiko felt a bit distracted. She lowered her eyes. This just doesn't seem right. A shadow suddenly loomed over Michael and Aiko, causing both of them to look up. Iggy stood there with one hand in his pocket, looking at their intertwined hands. Michael tightened his grip even more. Aiko frowned, turned to face Michael directly, and slipped her hand away from his. Michael, I know you don't care about those rumors, but as your friend, I can't turn a blind eye because you don't care. Iggy stood to the side, hearing the emphasis on friend in Aiko's words. His eyelashes flickered, noticing that Michael visibly paused upon hearing those words. Aiko might not have feelings for Michael, but Iggy, as a man, understood all too well how Michael felt about Aiko. Holt walked behind them, carrying his bag, and seeing the standoff, he snapped his fingers. Are we staging a love triangle here? Let's go. Dinner is the main event today. Holt hooked his arm around Michael's neck and walked ahead, while Jimebo stood beside Michael. Aiko and Iggy were left behind, their gazes intersecting before quickly moving away. In the end, they still followed behind the 3, walking forward. Aiko noticed the distance between the 2 men, which was very close. She purposefully quickened her steps to keep up. Her view no longer included the people behind her. Yet, she could feel that gaze from behind, making her steps a little disordered. Her phone buzzed. Aiko glanced down and saw a message from Iggy. He said he wanted to drink tonight. Aiko frowned, glancing back at him as if looking at a fool. Another message arrived on her phone. He said he wanted to get drunk. Aiko stared at the word drunk, then raised her hand to send a question mark. Why did Iggy need to tell her he wanted to drink? What did it matter to her if he got drunk or not? Then, another message came through. Iggy's true intention was fully revealed. You said before, if I get drunk, you'll kiss me, duh. Aiko. Chapter 89, Nigel's Weakness. Aiko stared at the words on her phone, quickening her pace as she jogged a few steps forward. Her mind replayed a phrase once spoken in passing. It was something she had said casually while flirting with Nigel back then. But the truth was, she had never seen Nigel's softer side when he was drunk. Abdurrahman mentioned that he preferred to lock himself in his room whenever he got intoxicated. Giles watched as Aiko ran up to him and chuckled. Is there a ghost chasing you? You're running like a monkey. Aiko slowed her pace and shot back at Giles. Then why are you walking so slowly? Cosplaying as a turtle? Giles was momentarily speechless. Why was Aiko suddenly so combative today? Nigel trailed lazily behind, his gaze fixed on Aiko, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Aiko felt a pang of frustration from his teasing smile. She suddenly felt helpless and irritated. Why did Nigel always manage to stir up such intense emotions in her effortlessly? Aiko stopped and glanced past the three people between them, directly at Nigel, calling out his name. The trio halted abruptly, noticing how serious Aiko looked, as if she were a teacher disciplining students. I've already broken up with you. Why are you still sending me those messages? Whether you drink or not doesn't concern me. Being drunk doesn't concern me either. Aiko spoke each word clearly, looking at the person in front of her. We won't go back to the way we were before. So, don't come trying to stir my heart again. Deciding to stop liking Nigel took a lot of effort on her part. Even though she often thought about him in every aspect of life, she endured it all. Having barely made it through, how could she go back to square one? She and Nigel belonged to different worlds. Not only Nigel, but even the trio standing between them were stunned. Aiko felt a bit apologetic and lowered her head. I didn't mean to say this, considering we're all on the same team and see each other often, but I also hope you won't mention feelings like or dislike to me anymore. We needn't have those discussions. We just need to be good teammates and win matches together. Aiko sighed in relief, feeling she had finally made things clear with Nigel. She lifted her gaze towards him, but saw him with an indifferent expression. He nodded, lowering his head slightly and chuckling softly, walking over to her, his eyes deep. Understood, teammate. The last two words were emphasized, audible not only to Aiko, but also to the three people behind him. Aiko suppressed the urge to scold him. His attitude was clearly dismissive. Aiko gave him a cold glance and walked forward, staring at her toes. No one noticed two familiar figures standing at a distance. Amadeo watched Jim adjust his phone for a better angle. He laughed. You're still holding a grudge against her. They were wearing basketball jerseys, having just finished a school match and preparing to eat. Jim recognized Aiko from afar and sneakily followed. When he saw who was trailing behind Aiko, he almost turned to run, remembering the fear Nigel instilled in him last time. But then he heard Aiko shout Nigel's name. Jim took out his phone and started recording. Jim smirked, scrolling through his phone. I didn't think they really broke up. Didn't they say Aiko chased after Nigel? The situation seems to have changed now. Amadeo focused on the screen, a smirk playing on his lips as Aiko's firm voice rang out. What do you plan to do with this recording? Jim paused, not really sure what he would do with it. Just watch it sometimes. It felt kind of satisfying seeing someone as rich and handsome as Nigel get dumped. Actually, Nigel isn't invincible. Do you know his weakness? Amadeo asked Jim with a smile. What weakness? Jim looked at Amadeo. Why is he so arrogant? Isn't it because of his good birth, just a rich boy? Do you think his family would allow him to be with someone from a petite bourgeoisie like Aiko? Would they tolerate Nigel developing true feelings for her? Jim narrowed his eyes, understanding where Amadeo was going. You mean send this to his father? Amadeo shrugged indifferently. Do you think his father would care about this video that proves nothing? Jim was confused. Then what did you mean earlier? Amadeo, still holding the basketball net, stared at Jim and smiled deeply. Only by making a bigger fuss can these capitalists take notice. If Nigel merely plays around, his family won't intervene. But if his womanizing causes trouble for the company, do you think his father would stand idly by? Amadeo looked at the video on his phone. He tapped the screen and paused it. Do you still remember the last time Nigel beat you up, when I recorded a video? Jim suddenly understood what Amadeo meant. You mean create public opinion? Amadeo shoved his hands into his pockets and walked forward. Jim stared at the video on his phone, frowning slightly. Jim caught up with Amadeo and asked him to send the video of Nigel hitting someone. Amadeo replied on his phone with an affirmative response. Jim glanced at the message, only catching two words before Amadeo exited the chat interface and sent the video. At the Gu residence, Armin sat in his study with the itinerary from his assistant regarding Nigel's recent trip to Jing City. When he saw that Nigel had met a celebrity, Armin furrowed his brow, sensing something was off. After Nigel returned from Jing City, the celebrity also parted ways with Lu Entertainment, a subsidiary of Lu Corporation. Following this incident, rumors emerged about a collaboration between the Gu Corporation and Lu Corporation. Armin put some thought into it and pieced everything together. There was just one missing link. He couldn't figure out why Nigel was doing all this. He wasn't the type to get involved in others' business. Armin knew a little about the whimsical nature of the Lu family duo. If Nigel were one to meddle, the celebrity wouldn't have been mistreated under Benny's command for so long. However, the focal point for Armin was the collaboration between the Gu Corporation and Lu Corporation. Armin finally felt somewhat satisfied with Nigel, regardless of the reason behind it. At least he had done something meaningful. Years ago, the old man said if he passed away, they would get nothing. Yet, the three brothers kept eyeing the family inheritance hungrily. Among them, Armin had relatively less ambition, but who didn't want more? If he didn't fight for it, then the other two would. All being Gus, they deserved an equal share. Sullivan, Mom asked me to bring you some milk. Autumn placed the milk on Armin's desk. These things can be done by servants. You're on leave, take a good rest. Armin didn't look up, but took a sip from the cup beside him. The information about Nigel was right there for Autumn to see. Her eyes flickered, revealing a smile. It's no big deal, a small matter. Sullivan helped my grandma with her medical expenses last time, and I'm very grateful to you. Armin waved his hand, dismissing it as a trivial matter. Those medical expenses were insignificant to him, not even mosquito blood. Autumn noticed Armin's indifference towards her. Of course, these rich people always acted superior, thinking she should be endlessly grateful for being raised here and remain humble like a servant at their feet. Autumn pressed her fingers on the plate, glanced at the documents next to Armin, smiled, wished him a good rest, and left. Chapter 90, I was wrong. Don't go with anyone else. Standing at the restaurant's entrance, Aiko looked at Nigel. His cheeks were flushed lightly, and his eyes lazily half-closed. Holt and Zeus had already left, leaving only the three of them here. Michael stood beside her, saying he wanted to send Aiko back. Since Michael spoke these words, Nigel kept staring at Aiko, as if waiting for Aiko's answer. The breeze caressed his flushed cheeks, and his hair swayed with it. Aiko gazed into his deep and attractive eyes. Compared to when she first saw him in high school, not much has changed, except that a touch of cool maturity added to his expression. He no longer resembled the unrestrained teenager from before. Previously, whenever his gaze wandered, there was always an air of weariness as if nothing could rouse his interest. Now, his eyes were filled with sincerity. Let's go. Michael tried to help carry Aiko's bag, but Aiko avoided him slightly. Michael's hand hovered midair. Nigel's lowered eyelashes trembled, and his eyes turned back to Aiko brightly. For a moment, the three people remained in this deadlock. Aiko glanced at Michael. She left with Michael. Nigel stood behind, watching the two figures walk away. Sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting fragmented light and shadow upon their backs. Michael gently supported Aiko onto the shaded path beside them. Leaning against a street lamp, Nigel lit a cigarette, looking down. The lighter was tightly gripped between his fingers, turning his knuckles white. Aiko had already walked far away with Michael. His phone continued to ring, but Aiko did not check it. Michael, I need to return to the laboratory. You should go back. Michael glanced at the phone she held. Suddenly, he chuckled. The air remained silent for a moment. He likes you very much now. He forced his voice to stay steady, seemingly stating a fact. From today's meal alone, it was evident that Nigel had changed greatly. He kept glancing over at Aiko's direction. In his possessiveness was also obedience. He poured water for Aiko, handed her tissues, and when noticing her cold, he asked the waiter for a shawl for her. Every action of his was all too familiar to Michael. Why do you have to say such things too, Michael? Aiko exhaled a sigh of helplessness as her phone rang again. Without even checking, she knew these messages were from Nigel. Didn't he once vow not to look back? Everything had been made so clear between them. Aiko suddenly thought of something and opened her phone anyway. She feared news about her grandmother. Or perhaps, she didn't want to believe that after they left, Nigel would shamelessly send messages to her. But reality showed that Nigel really just sent messages without mentioning her grandmother. Are you coming back tonight? Should I come pick you up? Did you really leave with him? Have you gone home yet? There were two voice messages, the first one being merely 3 seconds long. Aiko didn't open it. She looked at Michael, then turned off her phone. You can go back, Michael. You don't have to accompany me. Michael sighed. I was thinking of visiting your grandma. Do you want to come? Aiko froze. Why would you suddenly visit grandma? It's been a while since I last visited. I'll keep her company. Michael fished out a tissue from his bag, intending to wipe the sweat off Aiko's forehead. Lost in thoughts on how to keep Michael from suspecting anything unusual, Aiko barely noticed Michael's actions. Neither did she notice the movement hidden within the thick grass. Michael, I'm not going back to the lab due to some material issues. I didn't want to trouble you, but I'm struggling on my own. Will you join me? Aiko tugged at the fabric of his sleeve. Come on, let's go. You wouldn't understand. I've been experimenting for days, testing the same materials countless times without success. With two of us, we can be faster. Michael allowed Aiko to pull him across the zebra crossing. Ahead was a metro station, and they entered. On the subway, Aiko took out her earphones from her bag and plugged them into her phone to listen to music. It was 6 stops from their destination. After sitting down, Aiko put on her earphones and didn't speak. Michael watched her occasionally unlock her phone, either checking the time or something else. Michael pressed his lips lightly together, gazing sideways at Aiko, who wore earphones with half-lowered eyelids. Aiko used to prefer wired earphones. During high school, when ordered by her grandmother to seek Michael for homework, she often placed an MP3 player with white wired earphones on her textbooks. Sitting at the same desk, Michael taught Aiko repeatedly, and she would get distracted sometimes. After explaining twice, she laughed awkwardly, holding the earphones. You listen to music first. Give me some time to think. She handed an earphone to Michael, Ryuichi Sakamoto. Michael stared at her for a moment, unnoticed by her. In the narrow, confined tunnel, the subway ran at high speed, the deafening noise of the wheels on the track reverberating. Aiko, I've always liked you very much. He whispered softly, his words drowned out by the noise, blocked outside by the small white earphones. The song ended. It began to loop and replay. Michael's hand suddenly touched Aiko's hand resting on her knee. Aiko froze for a moment, watching as he tapped the screen with his fingertips, the phone screen lighting up. Michael's gaze paused momentarily on the 4 characters, Ryuichi Sakamoto. So many years had passed, yet she hadn't changed at all. She hadn't changed in the slightest. Outsiders always said that Aiko was only passionate about things for 3 minutes. Michael never agreed with this forced label slapped onto Aiko. She was never someone who would give up after 3 minutes. Many people and things didn't require her to put in effort. Whether she tried or not made no difference to her. Even if she hadn't studied day and night to get into a prestigious university, she still would have lived a carefree and happy life. Even without making special efforts to socialize with those around her, she still had many friends because she was inherently good, and her family background was good. And Michael was a completely different person from her. Without effort, he would have nothing. He only had Aiko. But Aiko didn't belong to him. Aiko removed her headphones, her eyes blank. What are you doing? Michael looked at her, withdrew his hand, and smiled gently. Nothing. Just seeing what song you're listening to. Aiko, holding the right earphone, paused briefly before pressing it back against her ear. A trace of bitterness showed in Michael's lowered gaze. On the phone, there was a message sent by Kylie from the group chat. Kylie said that neither she, Michael, nor Nigel attended the gathering. People were subtly asking about the gossip between the three of them. Kylie then forwarded a screenshot, showing the chat record she infiltrated in the private group. They were guessing who was chasing whom between her and Nigel. Kylie sent more screenshots afterward, but Aiko didn't read any further. Nigel sent another voice message. She squeezed the headphone cord, lowering the volume. Then she opened the first voice message Nigel had sent. Aiko. His voice was slightly hoarse. He called her name, followed by a brief pause, and then came the second voice message. A little drunk, wanna see you. His voice was deepened, with a hint of lingering tremor at the end. I was wrong. Don't go with anyone else. Chapter 91. Aiko, do you want to make a bet? We're here. Michael stood up. Aiko removed her earphones and got up, following beside him. She wound the earphone cord around her hand in loops. After leaving the subway station, Michael hailed a taxi. The two of them got in, where financial news highlights were playing. Recently, Minghai Technology announced that due to suspected illegal disclosure of information, the CSRC decided to investigate the company on November 4th this year. Aiko's brows furrowed tightly. Minghai Technology. It seemed to belong to Devon, as she had heard Nikki and Nigel mention it on a phone call before. The investigation of Minghai Technology meant that Devon had lost power. Aiko opened her phone and sent a message to Nigel, but not in response to his previous messages. She just asked about matters in Jing City. Nigel had long known that Minghai Technology would be investigated. The matters the old man had him handle before were related to the investors and IPO of Minghai Technology. The old man was very crafty and naturally kept a backup plan ready. There were people from the old man's side within Devon's circle, ensuring Orla's safety when confronting Devon. Aiko and Michael arrived at the laboratory building only to find their lab door open. The two exchanged worried glances and walked in. Several people inside were adjusting detectors. Aiko immediately recognized the boy standing in the middle. It was Artemio, the national award-winning team captain who had snatched her stuff in the equipment room last time. How can you come into our laboratory so casually? Aiko walked in and saw them using their equipment. How did you get in? The five opposite only glanced over indifferently and continued doing their own things without saying a word. However, Aiko saw the keys they placed on the adjacent table. With keys, it indicated that this was approved by higher-ups. Giles once said that Team 1 in the physics competition was the most valued team in the school. Every member was a top-notch student admitted through recommendation. Even the scarce national awards in Shuyan were already won by them. Michael pulled Aiko out of the room. We cannot confront them head-on. I'll send a message to the mentor and make contact. Michael pulled Aiko to a nearby corner. Standing in the corner, they also mentioned today's incident in the group chat. Giles was the first to arrive. They heard his voice before seeing him. When Team 1 took our equipment last time, what did the administration say? They said Team 1 could bring benefits to the school, and being our seniors, we should prioritize them. In the end, it was still Nigel who handled the equipment issue. If not, it would have been unresolved, and without the equipment, we would have had to change our project topic. Now they dare to take our lab. Giles had already reached Aiko and Michael. They're addicted to taking things, right? Michael looked at the message on his phone. It seems their lab is under repair recently and can't be used for a while, so they temporarily used ours. Only, the mentor forgot to notify Shuyan in advance. Giles scoffed. I think he was too lazy to notify. Should we just let it go? Giles said. Just then, a group of people came out of the lab. Artemio, leading them, was still smiling at Aiko. That smile showed a hint of triumph, making Aiko lower her eyes and lightly tap the back of her phone twice. Isn't there a rich young master in your team? Last time, you made his family donate a practical superconducting single photon detector. Since they're so wealthy, why don't they donate a whole lab? Aiko snorted. What for? For someone like you who can't resist robbing even white blood cells to use. You talk as if the lab has Morris's approval. There are only a few labs suitable for placing new particle accelerators. Your team is the weakest, so you must give way. Giles was stunned. Morris approved you taking our lab? Morris was a renowned old professor at Xingda University, highly respected by students. Taking? This is called giving us. The opposing team exchanged amused glances, one boy with thick bangs staring deeply at Aiko. Why don't you have the beauty from your team beg Nigel again? What do you mean by that? Giles stood in front of Aiko. The Gu family donating the detector was arranged by the school. They say it was arranged between the school and the Gu family. Everyone knows you guys have backdoor connections. Otherwise, how could your newly formed team possibly match Team 1 in every aspect? Team Captain Artemio glanced at Aiko. Isn't everyone clear about this? I wondered before how Shuyan would accept such an incompetent girl. Turns out it's for backdoor connections. His gaze pierced through Giles and focused on Aiko, looking her up and down with contemptuous amusement in his eyes. How did you kneel and beg? Teacher Luo, guide us. As soon as he finished speaking, Artemio's eyes were still on Aiko and had not reacted when a dull sound echoed. His glasses frame flew out from one side, leaving him dazed for a moment, with his left eye seeming to see scattered snowflakes. He stood there in a stupor. Only then did he realize the pain around his eyebrows, cheeks, and jawbone. Michael clenched his fists and moved forward again, but was held back by Giles beside him. Although Giles also wanted to hit him, he was still rational. Dude, that's captain of Team 1, who the school protects. Giles pulled Michael aside and reminded him quietly. After hearing those words, Michael seemed to muster more strength to punch Artemio again, but the other side had recovered and quickly protected Artemio while retreating. Do you want to be expelled? The thick-fringed boy pulled his captain, who was searching for his glasses on the ground, glaring fiercely at Michael. Aiko, holding her phone, looked at Michael, who was being held back by Giles, her expression momentarily stunned. Michael, did he actually hit someone? She almost couldn't believe it even now. Emotionally stable like a 21st century robot, Michael had actually hit someone. He always despised solving problems with violence and once disliked Nigel for fighting. Apologize. Michael stared coldly at Artemio, who was putting on his broken glasses, exerting pressure on him. Artemio pointed at him. You wait. You'll be expelled. Giles held Michael tightly, who was still trying to move forward. The opposing team also didn't expect Michael to hit anyone, so they hurriedly supported their captain and left. Giles cursed heavily. They're using detectors that we helped build, yet they act so arrogantly. After saying this, he glanced at Michael with annoyance. But how could you hit someone? Do you know what the captain of Team 1's surname is? It's one, related to Morris, and his mother is also a professor at Xingda University, and his father is a school leader. Did you think why Morris let them use our lab? It's all because of his parents. Giles looked at Michael's pale face. Did you drink during dinner? A little, he replied. You drank? Aiko's voice rose a bit. What happened? Michael rarely drank, even during holidays. He would just pretend to take a sip when encouraged by elders. Michael shook his head, not responding to Aiko's question for the first time. Giles sighed. Aiko watched the backs of the people leaving, taking a deep breath. What will happen to them? Even if they are unreasonable, we might have to apologize. If they refuse to let go. Giles did not finish his sentence, but all three understood what it meant. Aiko lowered her eyes and clutched her phone tightly. Giles thought she was scared, patting her shoulder. This is society. Get used to it. Michael, don't worry about this. Let's focus on our research and aim for first place in the International Physics Experiment Competition, Aiko said firmly. Giles swallowed hard. There's no need to make such a bold claim, heroine. We haven't even started the provincial competition, and even the captain hasn't thought about winning the national award this year. Michael's fingers, which had been tight, were still red, but he responded to Aiko. Actually, winning the national award isn't impossible. After Team 1 left, they didn't clean up anything. Before Michael started cleaning, Aiko stopped him and took photos of the lab. Just in case, these can be evidence. They stayed in the lab until nightfall before going back. Aiko walked to the entrance of her residential area, seeing a figure standing by the convenience store near the gate. Nigel's face turned white without the afternoon drunkenness. He smoked calmly, tiny ashes falling. Finally, I can go back home, Aiko muttered with some helplessness. Upon hearing her voice, he raised his head. Under the dim light of the billboard, the light partially illuminated his side face. The smoke spiraled away with the night breeze and dissipated. Aiko stopped in front of him. He dropped his hand, pressing the cigarette against the trash bin. Your laptop and tablet are at my place. He stood on the steps in front of the convenience store, looking down at her. Last time, you mentioned wanting to build a model of light interacting with a gravitational field using general relativity. Aiko showed no expression, her lips slightly pursed, revealing her stubbornness. She had spent 10 small sessions and tried several methods, but failed, temporarily shelving it. Today, after reading a new article in a physics review journal, she found a more mature method compared to theirs. While discussing it with Michael in the lab, she was still thinking about her own model. She had originally thought that she would continue working on it when she returned in the evening. I can teach you another method. After saying this, his Adam's apple rolled, and he blinked, staring seriously at Aiko. Aiko averted her gaze, avoiding his eyes on her, and slightly retreated with hurried steps. Anyone could see that Aiko was retreating. If it were someone else, they might take a step back for fear of scaring her. But Nigel took a step forward, getting closer to Aiko. It's 8:30 p.m. now. I can ensure that you will definitely be able to complete what you want independently by 12 o'clock. Aiko, do you want to make a bet with me? Chapter 92. Bet on each other's secret. Before Aiko could respond, her phone vibrated. She glanced down at it. At the same time, Nigel's phone screen lit up as well, but his was always set to silent and didn't make any sound. Both of them tapped open their phones and took a look. It was in the team group chat. The 5 members of their team had a group chat. Apart from this one, there was another group with 7 people, including their 2 counselors and Morris, who guided them. Right now, both Morris and the counselor had sent messages tagging them, instructing them to go to the vice president's office early tomorrow morning. Giles had already complained about this matter in the group chat. It was unexpected that they would be notified to go to the vice president's office before even reaching tomorrow. The vice president was Team 1's Captain Artemio's father. It was clear from Artemio's usual arrogant attitude which side he favored. Aiko thought back to the humiliation she experienced in the laboratory. Her father had taught her that one must learn to assess situations prudently, especially for girls. Their strength couldn't match boys, so they needed to learn how to be tactful. Faced with Team 1's provocation, Aiko recorded everything using her mobile phone to preserve evidence. Being called by school leaders for reprimands was something Aiko had long prepared for. She wasn't worried about tomorrow. What she desired more was to make herself stronger. The school-protected team won so much only because Team 1 won the most awards, the most prestigious ones, bringing honor to the school. If their team was strong too, incidents like experimental equipment being snatched wouldn't happen. She agreed with Nigel. What kind of bet? Aiko braced herself for him to propose some excessive demands like last time. But then she heard his slow and clear voice. Bet on each other's secret. An extremely slow melody echoed in her ears. From the opposite square came a slowed-down version of Slow Down at 0.8x speed. The melody was very slow and faint, yet it made hearts race. The evening streets were very quiet. The cool autumn wind blew through the pagoda trees, rustling leaves with a soft sound. Aiko's eyes met his gaze, and her heart pounded powerfully, intensely beating once. As if forcibly fitted with a pacemaker. Nigel paused quietly for a moment and then spoke again. A secret that nobody knows except you. Aiko's breathing became tense. Her mind suddenly heated up, recalling the high school days when she would blank out and get asked questions by teachers during class. Her secret was Nigel. Had it been earlier, hearing such a secret that only she knew would have widened her pupils in shock. In high school, she never played truth or dare organized by her class. She harbored someone in her heart, someone she dared not speak of. She couldn't afford to play. Okay. Her voice was slightly hoarse, and she exhaled a breath. Aiko looked up at the person across from her. A leaf from the pagoda tree fluttered onto Nigel's head, then slid off with the wind, resting on his shoulder. I bet that unrequited love spanning her youth would, at midnight tonight, become a model displayed and then left in the corner. She would personally conclude the baseless, assumption-only experiment she conducted alone for 3 years in high school without reaching any conclusion. Nigel led her away by holding her wrist. Aiko didn't pull her hand away. The slow song gradually faded from her ears. The wind grew stronger, forcing them to lower their heads. A click, and the door lock fell into place. After changing her shoes, Aiko lowered her head. A glass of lukewarm water was handed over. Drink it, and we'll start. Aiko held the warm glass cup in her palm, sipping slowly with her head tilted back. Beijing in autumn had significant day-night temperature differences. Morning might still be hot with short sleeves, but by night, even with a jacket, the cold wind felt piercing. Her body warmed up thanks to the lukewarm water. Aiko walked to the room Nigel arranged for her, opening the door with the key. This key was given to her personally by Nigel. She said it wasn't proper for a girl to live alone with him, so he gave her the key. Entering the room, neon lights shone dimly through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting pale shadows on the bed, ground, and scattered papers on the desk. Those were the wasted papers Aiko had used without getting answers the last time, covering the entire desk. She thought about cleaning up, but saw Nigel picking up the papers first. Let me see your previous deduction method. Aiko didn't say anything, pushing the nearby chair for Nigel to sit down smoothly. He picked up an uncapped pen that Aiko had left on the table. The room was eerily quiet, with the faint ticking of the clock accompanying the pounding heartbeat. Nigel's hand holding the pen wore an old-fashioned watch. His fingers were slender and elegant, making him look good while writing. He flipped through one sheet after another. Aiko was in the habit of using colored pens at important steps, and occasionally bright yellow or bright blue appeared on the white paper. He reviewed every single page carefully before putting them aside neatly. He stood up and looked at Aiko. Understanding his gaze, Aiko took the pen from him, sat down, and fetched a blank sheet of scratch paper. She unlocked the tablet still standing on the desk. Nigel first pointed out the errors he found from those draft papers. Aiko had the drafts close by and scrutinized them intently. If you try to derive using your original method again, it's easy to fall into the same mistakes. On the side is the first principles I wrote for you. You should derive everything again from the first principles. Derive everything again? Aiko repeated. I'll have to stay here till dawn then. Even Michael Lai would need a few small hours sitting in front of the desk. You've already spent so much time on this, even used several stacks of draft paper. This isn't starting something new, but re-deriving. With the groundwork already laid, your efficiency will double. Aiko muttered under her breath. That's you talking, though she hadn't expected to finish by midnight either. Without complaint, she started writing on the paper. She put on her headphones and played pure piano music. You can leave now. She glanced sideways at Nigel. Nigel nodded obediently and left, closing the door behind him. Aiko glanced at the time on the tablet. 3 small hours. She didn't believe she could finish that soon. Clutching the pen, she prepared to start slowly. Nigel's notes were right next to her, like an ever-present reminder. Buried in her work, she initially could hear the piano tunes from her headphones. Gradually, with all the groundwork accumulating, her thoughts became incredibly clear. She could predict the following steps even as she calculated the current one. Her hand moved faster and faster. In the room, only the sharp sound of the pen tip gliding across the plain white paper remained. Aiko's eyes focused solely on what she was writing, her palms damp with sweat. She gripped the pen tighter, her heart pounding. As the answer began to take shape, she swallowed hard, her throat dry. Not blinking for a long time, her eyes felt slightly sore, yet she hardly noticed, staring fixedly at the densely written letters on the paper. Finally, as her pen came to rest, she dotted the final mark after the answer as usual. Her heart raced rapidly, breathing heavily, her pupils reflecting the black ink on the white paper. The tablet showed 12:01. The door opened. A long shadow fell over her. 1 minute off, you win. A familiar voice, slightly hoarse with fatigue. The energetic piano tune blared in her ears, filling her mind. Her gaze landed on the scattered draft papers on the desk. Dozens of sheets spread out, each filled with black ink. Realizing where she was, she noted it had been 3 solid hours, yet she hadn't switched pens once. The white paper bore no elaborate decorations, only monotonous charcoal black ink. Only 1 minute away, was she going to win? Was the experiment that never reached a conclusion destined to remain buried deep in her heart, becoming a dusty model? Chapter 93. A secret hidden for 3 years. No. Aiko still gripped the pen in her hand, the shaft slick with a thin layer of sweat from her palm. 1 minute is also a loss. She looked earnestly at Nigel. You've won. I'll tell you. The secret I dared not speak aloud and have hidden in my heart for 3 years. Nigel remained quiet. Aiko smelled the faint scent of tobacco on him. He must have been smoking outside while she was deducing inside. She heard Nigel chuckle softly. All right. Aiko did not speak right away. First, she tidied up the draft papers on the table, organizing each one neatly into a folder. Then she began to talk about the first time she saw him and heard him call her name. Nigel stood rooted to the spot, listening as she spoke word by word about her past admiration. It turned out that during those days filled with noisy cicadas and utter boredom, she had always been beside him. Only he never looked back. The snacks, drinks, practice materials, heat pads, and band-aids mysteriously appearing in his desk were carefully placed there by her. High school era Nigel was even more arrogant and wild than he is now. He would almost invariably ignore anything the girls around him tried to give him. He had never paid attention to what was put into his desk. Aiko continued speaking. She remembered everything clearly, from when Nigel used to skip classes with students from other classes to play basketball, race cars, or surf the net. Even some things that Nigel himself had already forgotten. I heard others say you were going to race cars with people from the attached high school. I pretended to have a stomachache to go see a doctor, but actually secretly followed to watch. I still remember how the loser wanted to hit you, only to trip over his own feet. Aiko chuckled. I regretted it then. I should have recorded it. How could he be so stupid? But thinking about it now, it's just as well she didn't record it. The silliest person was actually her. Because of someone else's words, she lied to her homeroom teacher and parents, running out to secretly watch him from afar. Aiko. Nigel felt tightness in his chest, his throat as if stuffed with a ball of cotton, making it hard to breathe. Time passed bit by bit. Do you know, at that time I had this really silly thought. Aiko smiled, her red lips revealing pearly teeth, her eyes bright. I once thought, if I ever surpassed you in exams, I would confess my feelings. Then it became, if we ended up at the same university, I would confess. She did confess. When she first entered Xing University, many people pursued her, praising her as a goddess. But after she confessed to Nigel, it felt like she fell into a quagmire overnight. Although she only fell in love with someone, it felt like she had committed an unspeakable crime. Those boys who once said they liked her and praised her started to belittle her sentence by sentence. She, who was always open-hearted, was labeled a slut pretending to be innocent. She built up the courage to chase after the person she liked, only to be branded a lickspittle and a gold digger. In the future, you will follow your family's arrangement to study abroad or return to Beijing after graduation to inherit the family business. I will graduate smoothly, stay in Beicheng, and live with my family. Aiko had already packed up all the things related to her in the room. Arsène says Abby will be back tomorrow. Aiko slung her laptop bag over her shoulder, eyes cast downward. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. Aiko brushed past him. Nigel raised his eyes. On the desk lay only one sheet of draft paper, the one he had written on. All of Aiko's sheets were taken away except this one, which seemed to signify the last connection between them being erased. Aiko walked downstairs. Even after walking far away, she still looked back once. Let it end here. Just tell us directly how you plan to solve this. Holt looked at the babbling vice principal, his tone somewhat helpless. Our team has already explained every detail to you clearly. Just tell us your solution. By the end of his speech, Holt's tone had become forceful. After all, they had paid to learn, not to suffer injustice. If this were posted online, they would have reason on their side. Yet the vice principal made no mention of Team 1's mistakes, insisting instead on considering the school's interests. No matter what, hitting someone is wrong, especially since Artemio is registered for an international competition and is going to compete in Beijing soon. No one can guarantee if this will affect his performance. Holt and Giles, being seniors, had stood in front of the other three when they first entered the office. Aiko was kept further behind. Upon hearing this, Giles pulled Michael forward, who had been holding back. We have 2 injured members on our team too. Giles pulled Michael forward, showing the obvious bruising on the back of his hand. Then Giles looked at Aiko. Our team's core members have suffered serious psychological trauma. They are going to compete in Beijing, but aren't we? I'm afraid they will affect our team members' competition. Team 1 stood on the other side of the vice principal's desk. A coffee table separated the 2 teams like a boundary line. Artemio stood up and sneered. Your team going is just for numbers, right? The vice principal looked at the 5 opposite him, realizing these students were not like the obedient ones who could be pacified easily. He fiddled with his phone. Not long after, their class counselor arrived. Even Morris, who mentored their team, came as well. Holt and Giles's expressions became more serious. Morris was different from the vice principal. Offending the vice principal was no big deal, but Morris had direct control over their team. Morris wore thick black-rimmed glasses, had thinning hair, and dressed very casually in an old man's shirt and shorts, even wearing flip-flops. He had just flown back from Hong Kong after completing an academic research symposium and had only slept for less than 2 hours this morning, appearing quite irritable. There's nothing to say about this. Professor Bai, who led Team 1, told me about the laboratory issue and said it would only take 2 or 3 days. It wouldn't cause any trouble, so I let them take the key, Morris said to Holt, clearly explaining to them. Holt's expression softened a bit, but still didn't want to let it go. Borrowing our lab without informing us isn't the point. The main issue is that Team 1 went too far. I already told the vice principal that we demand an apology from Artemio. Giles looked at Morris respectfully. I sent you an email detailing what happened yesterday. Morris rarely used WeChat or similar apps. Important matters were generally communicated via email, usually about experimental designs. This time it was for something outside of experiments. Morris frowned, clearly impatient with dealing with non-academic matters, then let Artemio apologize. Looking at the vice principal, who was related to him, Morris remained stern in demanding an apology from Team 1. Artemio was unwilling. Why should we listen to whatever you say? You assaulted me, and my face is proof. As for your claims of defamation against Aiko, do you have evidence? Giles retorted. So if I say you fell while eating shit, do you have proof that we hit you? Why should we believe you? The vice principal watched the arguing group helplessly, pressing his pulsating temple. His gaze shifted to Giles's back, where someone hadn't spoken a word since the start, making it hard to gauge his thoughts. He couldn't just suppress the matter, especially knowing there was a young master who donated an expensive detector to their school on the team. Yet he hadn't said a word, seemingly indifferent or perhaps intentionally silent to gauge the school's handling of the situation. Stop, everyone calm down. Both sides need to apologize. Your disrespectful words were inappropriate. The vice principal looked at Team 1 and then at Morris's side, softening his tone. Starting first also wasn't right. Michael stepped forward. Hitting Artemio was personal between me and him, not related to our team. It wasn't because of the instruments or the lab. Aiko's brow furrowed. She had told Michael yesterday to blame the fight on the team if asked today. If it was only Michael, he couldn't handle it alone. But now he directly declared it was a personal grudge, practically giving the vice principal a reason to pin blame on him. Aiko tugged on his sleeve, shaking her head. Michael patted her hand. Nigel glanced at their small gesture, slightly turning his head, and gave a slight eye roll, his lips downturned. Realizing he'd made an immature move, he straightened his face, maintaining a serious expression. Personal grudge? Morris disliked handling such matters and sounded cold. You can explain this personally to the principal. The others can go back with me. As a renowned national researcher, Morris's words carried weight even with the principal. Aiko watched Michael standing before the vice principal, stepping out. I was also involved in this incident. I have evidence. Chapter 94. Artemio kneels and apologizes publicly. Morris glared at Aiko. At this moment, don't even think about loyalty between friends. If it's a personal grudge of his, then it shouldn't be wasting our time. Aiko shook her head and looked at the vice principal. This matter is also related to me. If you do not want Xing University to bear the title of the connections bullying newcomers, then what I have here might be something you should hear. The topic of someone with connections bullying others naturally carries a class-related heat. Especially in this era of internet traffic, no one can afford to ignore online gossip and rumors, especially not a well-known university that needs to recruit students every year. Aiko had already opened her phone, whether Morris forgot to tell us or thought it unnecessary to inform us. Team 1 was using our laboratory without our knowledge and acted poorly towards us. They belittled our team, verbally insulted me, and did not clean up after borrowing our laboratory. I have pictures and audio recordings as evidence, which can be checked at any time. Aiko tapped open a photo showing messy instruments left behind by Team 1 in their lab. She showed her phone to the people across from her and opened the audio file. Your team is the weakest, so of course, you must give way. Let your team's beauty go, begged Nigel again. How did she kneel and beg? Teacher Luo, give us some guidance. After listening to the recording, Nigel's face darkened, and he turned to look at Artemio from Team 1. Do I need to guide you? The vice principal's expression became serious as well. What do you want to do? Expose the school. Aiko calmly put away her phone. She hadn't mentioned yet that she had recorded everything since entering the classroom, including the vice principal's attempts to pacify Holt and silence matters. My intention is not to expose the school. What I want is fairness and justice. Artemio suddenly rushed forward towards Aiko, but was blocked by Nigel stepping forward effortlessly, shielding Aiko completely behind him. What do you want to say? His voice was low as he looked down at Artemio, who was half a head shorter. My family's donation of equipment to the school wasn't intended to support your team. The equipment is for all the students of Xing University. Why has it become the exclusive property of Team 1? He turned his head towards the vice principal. Is there any clause in the contract stating that donated equipment to Xing University should be allocated based on strong or weak teams? As far as I remember, there is a batch of equipment still under inspection and unsigned, right? If Xing University only intends to cultivate one elite team, then those pieces of equipment are probably unnecessary. Even Team 1 can't use them all. The slight taunting tone in his voice left the vice principal speechless with urgency. Artemio felt humiliated as well. Nigel's use of the word support was clearly due to what he had said about Aiko. But Nigel was right. The contract indeed did not specify equipment usage based on team strength. However, these unwritten rules were long established within the school, and they existed because society wouldn't accept overt displays of power and oppression. No one would make such things public. Apologize. The vice principal looked at Artemio, clearly angered. What a fool, causing trouble without thinking. He couldn't bear the consequences of exposing the evidence in Aiko's hands, or the possibility of the Gu family withdrawing donations to Xing University. The only option was for Artemio to apologize. Seeing that even the vice principal's son had to apologize, the rest of Team 1 lowered their heads even further, trying to make themselves less noticeable. Artemio was naturally reluctant. In the past, he had always been the one bullying others, forcing apologies whenever needed. Now, he was the one being forced to apologize. A former top student, praised and admired by everyone, found it hard to accept this sudden reversal of fortune. The vice principal didn't care if he accepted it or not, slamming his hand on the desk. Apologize now, for every single word you said. He stared at Artemio sternly. If you don't want to get disciplined or expelled, apologize sincerely for your mistakes. Artemio didn't expect the situation to escalate to this extent, even requiring his father to threaten him with punishment and expulsion. He glanced at Aiko, filled with reluctance. I'm sorry, he said through gritted teeth. Aiko watched the person who was now bowing to her in apology, but did not readily offer forgiveness. Nigel glanced at the vice principal. So apologizing is this easy? Just a few words, and it's done. Artemio clenched his fists, nails digging into the soft flesh of his palms. He bent over again, his voice trembling. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have judged you based on some hearsay. He seemed to find it difficult to express. His lips were trembling. I shouldn't have insulted you verbally without understanding the truth, and even slandered your character. This reflects my poor personal qualities and lack of judgment in distinguishing rumors from reality. Aiko leaned forward a little. Her voice was soft yet audible enough for Artemio to hear. Teacher Luo has already given all the necessary guidance. I hope that student will behave like a decent person from now on. Artemio gritted his teeth. She was doing this on purpose. Artemio humiliated himself as he straightened up, turning away from the people opposite him. Thinking it was over, the cold and indifferent voice opposite him struck another blow. Didn't you want to kneel for guidance? Kneel then. The last two words weighed heavily on Artemio's back. He couldn't hold back anymore and glared fiercely at Nigel. Don't go too far. What I said is true. You and Aiko have always been. Before Artemio could finish his nasty sentence, the vice principal, who stood up, threw a pin at him, striking his face. The cap flew off, splattering ink all over his mouth, even cutting his lips. Blood mixed with black ink dripped from his chin. Kneel down and apologize. The vice principal's face flushed red with anger. Finally unable to bear it, Artemio touched the blood and ink on his face and stared blankly at the vice principal, calling out, Griffin. At this moment, the vice principal dared not indulge in fatherly affection. Hurry up, or you're out of Xing University tomorrow. Artemio's eyes reddened. Clenching his teeth, he wanted to end it quickly and slammed his knees on the ground before Aiko. Lowering his head, he apologized. I'm sorry, classmate Luo. Not only did Artemio kneel to apologize, but other teammates who had mocked her also had to apologize. When they left the office, the rest of Team 1 was still inside. Holt raised his head with closed eyes. It feels good, but we've really offended them. Asif glanced back. Morris hasn't come out yet. My heart's hanging. They sat on the wooden benches under a tree. Aiko looked at Michael's bruised wrist. Have you put on any ointment? Michael nodded. Yes, I have. He always handled everything well by himself, so Aiko felt reassured. When Morris came out, Holt and Asif almost simultaneously approached him, calling him softly. Morris didn't say anything harsh, but his expression wasn't warm either. Glancing at the five of them, he said, prepare well for the competition in a month. If you win the gold medal, you can join Team 1 in going to the US for the International Physics Competition at the end of the year. Directly participate. Holt was excited for a while. Isn't there only one slot available for the school? This year there are more slots. But there are also teams 2 and 3 above you. It depends on whether you can overcome them and win the provincial competition. Morris will work hard. Morris yawned and was ready to return to rest. Send me your progress via email. Starting the day after tomorrow, I'll monitor your process until the competition in a month. If you win the national competition slot, I'll continue to monitor you. If not, there was no need to clarify the unspoken part. Everyone understood. If they couldn't win the provincial gold medal, Morris wouldn't personally monitor their progress, meaning they would be loosely supervised. As the captain, Holt stepped forward. Morris, rest assured. If we can't win the provincial gold medal, we won't have the face to ask you to continue monitoring us. Morris nodded, his eyes solemn, looking at Nigel. Castor, let's have lunch together. Holt was surprised. Morris never dined with students. His focus was entirely on academics, rarely dealing with external matters. Even leading the team required much persuasion from the school and a reduction in his teaching load. Holt watched Morris and Nigel leave, supporting Asif. Are they close? The sky was gloomy, and an eerie wind rose. Aiko felt a bit cold, wrapping her coat tighter. She thought about the auction event. Benny mentioned a name, Londonin, warm. Morris also has the surname one. Could he be related to Londonin? Last time when Nigel got into a fight, someone also mentioned Londonin's name. Chapter 95. Nigel sends a card. In November, the 5 of them came to Jing City to participate in the provincial competition. Arriving at the airport, it was lunchtime. The school had arranged for them to arrive a day early so they could adapt to the environment properly. Morris was set to arrive the next day. The school had specially booked private rooms for the teams coming to compete, 2 teams per table. By coincidence, their team and Team 1 were assigned to the same table. 10 people sat down, not a single person spoke. Because of the incident last time, the members of Team 1 would avoid them whenever they saw them. How come Nigel hasn't arrived yet? Holt looked at his watch. Nigel had come to Jing City a day ahead of them, seemingly for something important. Let's eat first. He said he won't be coming. Giles read from his phone. Aiko got up to go to the restroom. She adjusted her coat as she stood by the sink and called her grandmother. Since the incident, Aiko almost always called when she had spare time, even though her grandmother sometimes became annoyed. Hearing the familiar voice on the other end put her mind at ease. Arsene had just sent her a message saying that Phelan believed everything happened because of him and wanted to offer compensation to Aiko. He asked Nigel to bring this compensation to her, hoping she could accept it. They didn't specify what it was. I'm sorry, Aiko glanced at the stall, hearing intermittent sobs from a woman inside. I don't want this either, but I can't do it. I know I have wronged you. Aiko forgot to leave, lost in listening. Suddenly, the door opened, and someone walked out. Their eyes met, but the person wore a mask and cap, allowing Aiko to only see her eyes. She quickly lowered her head and washed her hands again. Eavesdropping on someone's call wasn't right, but she hadn't meant to overhear. Just that the crying was so heart-wrenching. It's you. The soft, slightly raspy voice left Aiko speechless. Did this person know her? Why you hello? Aiko hesitated before greeting, though the voice was unfamiliar. Politeness required a response. Oh, you don't remember me, right? Last time, I accidentally knocked your phone out of your hand. From within the bathroom stall, Aiko heard a male voice ask, Where are you? I'll find you. A pleasant, deep voice stirred something inside Aiko. I won't tell you, but you'll find me eventually. Haven't you been looking for me for a while? After saying this, the person hung up and then looked directly at her. Oh, now I remember. Aiko wiped her hands dry with a tissue. I never thought we'd meet like this. Fate really is strange. Aiko smiled and nodded. They had only met once before. After a brief exchange, they left separately. Walking ahead, Aiko returned to the private room. Satisfied, everyone headed back to the hotel. Staying together with Team 1 was unnecessary, after all. Holding her phone, Aiko followed Michael. Last time, she had helped Kylie get Antonio's signed photo and took a picture with him. She hoped this might help Kylie let go of her obsession with Antonio. Unexpectedly, Kylie was still guessing online about the reasons behind Antonio's contract termination. Analyzing the situation with Aiko, knowing the real reason made it impossible for Aiko to explain, unwilling as she was to expose such an unpleasant past to a stranger. After reading a post online, Kylie suspected Antonio had terminated his contract because of a woman. Unable to type or send a voice message, Kylie directly called Aiko. Hello. Aiko cleared her throat. I forwarded the post to you. Have you seen it? Someone said Antonio quit because of a woman. They say they will reveal her identity tonight. Many people believe it and are waiting. Furrowing her brows, Aiko, in her role as Benny, found such exposure unlikely. Maybe it's just for attention. Following the group, Aiko didn't pay much attention to Kylie's words. Anyway, we'll know by midnight tonight. Oh, it's gotten much colder in Jing City recently. Dress warmly. Got it. My mom sends me daily updates on the temperature, making weather apps redundant. Nigel, weren't you not coming? Holt stared at Nigel standing by the flower bed near the entrance, looking grave at his phone. Listening to Kylie's teasing, Aiko looked up. It seemed he had run over, still sweating and breathing heavily. You're here too. Nigel replied casually, his gaze sweeping past Holt and landing on the person at the back before quickly retracting. Seeing him, Holt inevitably stepped forward to chat a few sentences. Aiko stood far away, making a call. From the corner of her eye, she could see Nigel holding his phone. After exchanging a few words with Holt, Giles, he walked straight toward Aiko. In front of Aiko was Michael, so Nigel stopped right in front of Michael. He took a card out of his pocket. For Aiko. Michael didn't take it. The card in Nigel's hand was clearly a bank card. Recalling what Arsene had told her, and coincidentally having just finished her call with Kylie, Aiko put her phone away and walked over. Arsene mentioned that Nigel would bring something over, and she thought it might be a small gift or something, not expecting it to be a card. I'll pass on the bank card. Please return it to Nikki for me. Aiko refused to accept the card. Standing in front of Nigel, Aiko noticed that his phone was on the dialing interface. He kept redialing a number, but the call wasn't being answered. If you don't want it, go return it to Grandpa yourself, he said, shoving the card into Aiko's pocket. The trench coat Aiko wore had a pocket on the chest, and Nigel didn't wait for her reaction, pushing the card into her pocket and leaving. Michael's eyes stayed on the card, unsure of what happened between Aiko and Nigel. Why was Nigel giving Aiko a bank card? He wanted to ask Aiko directly like before, without hesitation. But now, he couldn't do that anymore. He was afraid of hearing answers he didn't want to hear. Naturally, Aiko wouldn't take the initiative to explain the source of the card to Michael. After all, besides the Goof family, no one knew about Abby's situation. Before leaving, Aiko heard Nigel asking the hotel manager if he had seen a girl, showing a photo on his phone to the manager. Let's go back to the hotel, Holt called from the front. It was midnight. At 10:30, Michael reminded Aiko to sleep since they couldn't oversleep tomorrow. Accustomed to staying up late, she found it hard to fall asleep at 10:30, lying there with closed eyes and headphones on, listening to music. Surprisingly, she fell asleep eventually. During her sleep, every time she turned over, her earphones would fall off. The screen of her phone suddenly lit up in the dark, messages popping up one after another, the notification sounds muffled by the headphones. Aiko faced away from her phone, burying her face in the blanket. Chapter 96 Aiko goes viral. Under the cover of night, cars flowed like streams on the asphalt road. A sleek black sports car was speeding. The person in the driver's seat had a Bluetooth earpiece in their right ear, lips pressed tightly together, and water dripping from their hair. One hand turned the steering wheel while the other continued dialing. Nigel swore he hadn't stopped dialing all day. The black t-shirt he wore had darker areas at the neckline and cuffs, clearly wet from water, indicating that he rushed out after only partially drying himself off from a bath. He didn't even have time to dry his hair properly. The name displayed on the dialing screen read, Suellen. After 3 attempts, the call was finally picked up. Nigel ignored the breathy, intimate sounds from the other end. Did you do it? What? Castor, you call so late and start by accusing me. Nigel frowned deeply. Besides you, I can't think of anyone else. Among those who knew about this matter, himself, Antonio, Suellen, and Aiko, only Suellen could have retaliated by deliberately splashing dirty water on Aiko. She was a vindictive madwoman. In the luxurious presidential suite, Sue Ellen pushed the man on top of her away. The man, naked from the waist up, sat beside her, waiting quietly. You mean you got so many benefits from me, and then you intentionally tried to frame your little girlfriend? Sue Ellen chuckled lightly, lifting her wrist to beckon the man next to her to light her cigarette. She took a puff of the cigarette and laughed again as she exhaled. If I were that stupid, I'd give you the Liu family directly. The voice from the other end was cold. You know very well why I called you. Isn't that new male star from the entertainment company under the Liu family's name exactly what you created to mimic Antonio? You still care about him, don't you? Sue Ellen's hand trembled slightly, ash falling off the cigarette. In the dim room, the young man next to her caught the ash with an ashtray, clearly also startled when he heard the name Antonio. Nigel, did you actually go to such lengths for a woman? Sue Ellen took a deep breath. It wasn't me who did this. You know, calling me just wants me to clean up your mess. Does your little girlfriend know what you've done? It's futile. Seemingly with the intention of needling Nigel, Sue Ellen specifically chose words to stab at his weak points. Beep beep, the call ended. Sue Ellen stared at the disconnected screen of her phone, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing. The man who had been obediently waiting approached her. Sis, who is it? The man's large palm caressed her curves, trying to reignite the mood. Sue Ellen gave him a cold look, seeing his face, which resembled Antonio, reminded her of Nigel's words. Her expression darkened, and she coldly ordered, "Get out." What's wrong? He held her hand and pulled it toward him. Sis, there's still plenty of time. Sue Ellen fixed her gaze on the man before her. This was Braun, the newly selected male artist from the company. Apparently, someone below her misunderstood her intentions and deliberately chose a man who looked 80% like Antonio, delivering him to her bed after she had been drinking. Indeed, Sue Ellen had felt some attraction when she saw his face, but being interrupted by Nigel, her interest vanished completely, leaving her in a foul mood. What was she doing? Antonio was just a dog she kept by her side. The benefits offered by Nigel were enough to get 100 Antonios. Sue Ellen dialed another number on her phone, her tone stern. Investigate the incident with Antonio and arrange PR to suppress Aiko's trending topic. An ordinary person wouldn't be viral unless associated with a recently retired major celebrity, making any small news instantly become a top topic. You any sis? Braun rubbed her waist, hoping to stay the night. Benny's long hair cascaded behind her as she grabbed a handful of it and stood up to go to the bathroom. When Braun tried to approach her again, she said irritably, "Get lost." Braun looked indeed 80% like Antonio but lacked even a fraction of his pride. Antonio would never treat her like this. Braun dared not move forward, unsure what he had done wrong. Though new to the entertainment industry, he received better resources due to his resemblance to the senior and his agent's efforts to mold him into the second Antonio. But it wasn't enough. Without strong capital support, standing out would be difficult. Sue Ellen was the one who could control his destiny. Originally planning to climb into her bed for S+ resources, but now a single phone call broke his path. He watched her go into the bathroom, not minding his harsh words. No matter how reluctant he felt, he didn't dare to stay against her orders. When Sue Ellen came out, the spacious room was already devoid of the man's presence. She opened her laptop beside her to handle business and checked the trending post online herself. Hashtag Antonio's private fan has a strong background, using men to pull Antonio down. Sue Ellen scrolled down. The poster exposed all the key people involved and even knew all the details. Firstly, it stirred up the resentment of Antonio's fans by mentioning Xingda Aiko and even dug out Aiko's social media account, where she had liked some of Antonio's videos and continuously signed in on his super topic, proof enough that she was a fan of Antonio. Then, evidence of Nigel being absent from Jing City during the days Antonio retired was provided. The post pointed out the relationship between Aiko and Nigel and mentioned that Antonio was an artist under Sue Ellen. Sue Ellen stared at the screen. Could coincidences happen so perfectly? Just when Aiko was a fan of Antonio and just happened to have Nigel as her boyfriend, while the collaboration between the Gu family and Liu family was announced right after Antonio's retirement. As Antonio's big boss, Sue Ellen collaborated with Nigel. Wasn't this just intentionally forcing Antonio into retirement? Private fans can be so extreme. Even Antonio's hardcore fans did not know his whereabouts after his retirement, nor saw him again. But Aiko's good friend posted photos of her with Antonio and photos with Antonio's autograph on social media, claiming success in chasing stars thanks to her friend. All of these prove that Aiko, this obsessive private fan, used her connections to bring down her idol. Sue Ellen slammed the laptop shut. Hello, sir. May I ask you? The front desk looked at the man before them, whose cold demeanor hadn't yet faded. Before she could finish, the manager rushed over, bowing. This is what you asked for. The manager handed over the room card, guided Nigel into the elevator, and personally led him inside. Two other receptionists couldn't believe their eyes seeing the usually arrogant manager bowing low. That's who? Directly made the snob turn into a turtle. This damned elite. The elevator doors closed. Nigel glanced at the room card in his hand. Fortunately, this hotel belonged to the old man, and he still wielded significant power. The elevator opened, and Nigel wasted no time leaving. The manager hurried behind him. Until Nigel stopped in front of a door, the manager finally caught up and handed over the black leather bag to Nigel. Mr. Gu, enjoy yourself. Nigel's brow slightly furrowed as he took it casually, giving a sidelong glance at the man. Why are you still standing here? Okay, I'll leave. The manager laughed awkwardly and backed off. Nigel unlocked the door with the room card. Not taking the item seriously, he threw it on the table. On the large bed lay Aiko, the subject of tonight's online discussion. A night light illuminated her soft facial features and her raven hair spilling over the pillow. Her phone, plugged into headphones, showed constant incoming messages. Nigel stood beside the bed. She didn't stir. She really sleeps like the dead. Chapter 97. Nigel takes Aiko away. Aiko was shaken awake by Nigel. She looked at him standing in front of her, still dazed. Am I dreaming? Aiko mumbled with her palm covering her eyes, her mind not fully awake yet. Nigel had already picked up her clothes from the nearby rack. Hurry up and get dressed. How are you here? Aiko pulled off the coat covering her head, realizing this was real, not a dream. She burrowed deeper into the blanket. Nigel helped her put on the coat. If we don't leave soon, you might not be able to go out. We'll talk about it in the car later. Aiko, only wrapped in the coat, was led away by Nigel. She stopped, trying to pull away from his warm hand. Nigel, what are you doing? She also noticed a pile of messages on her phone. Antonio. Aiko looked at Kylie's message to her. How did she end up trending? Kylie said the person announced at 12 was her. Aiko hurriedly clicked to see the details. People online know you're in Jing City now, and even dug out the hotel the school arranged for you. If you don't leave quickly, fans and media will soon surround you. Aiko stared at him. Surround me? Aiko grabbed her bag and suitcase, following behind Nigel. She saw a small bag on the table, thinking she must have placed it there at some point, and took it with her. When they went down in the elevator, Aiko wore a hat and got into the car with Nigel. Looking at the messages on her phone, Aiko couldn't believe she was dragged into such a major cyberbullying incident. Who exactly was that person? Not only did they know about Kylie's post on social media, but they also leaked their class attendance records. Attendance records were only visible to classmates via an app used for signing in during classes. But Aiko couldn't figure out who in her class would do such a thing to frame her. Her phone continued to receive apologies from Kylie, saying she shouldn't have bragged in her post. Aiko knew this clearly wasn't Kylie's fault, it was targeted at her. The black sports car drove along the road. Aiko noticed many camera-wielding media people rushing towards the hotel outside. She retracted her gaze and glanced at Nigel. They seemed to have nothing much to say. Aiko asked softly, "Where are you taking me?" "I won't sell you." Nigel turned the steering wheel, seemingly aware that his tones sounded a bit harsh. He added, "You can't stay at the hotel. Jingxi Huabei is a private residential area. No one without reservation information can enter. I'm taking you there." As Aiko wanted to say more, Nigel's phone rang. He put on headphones. Aiko fell silent. Suellen's cold voice came through. "Nigel, are you playing games? The domain of the poster has been traced back to your Gu family." Nigel's eyes darkened. "North City. It wouldn't be your dad knowing about you and Aiko and deliberately doing this, would it?" Listening to the voice in his ear, the other side seemed even more rampant. "It's quite normal. You should understand that she won't meet your father's approval." Nigel sneered. "Neither does he. But I am curious, who did this? How dare they drag me into it?" Nigel glanced at the phone screen and hung up on Suellen. He then answered a call from Armin. "Nigel, are you trying to drive me mad?" Nigel didn't respond to the anger on the other side. "Was your last trip to Jing City for Amnon to help that Aiko?" Armin seemed really angry. "And you fought for her? Do you know how badly your behavior has affected the company's stock price?" Aiko felt Nigel's growing irritation beside her, not knowing what was being said on the phone. After a moment, after hearing the other side finish, he responded coldly. "Now you care about those fluctuations in stock prices. Why didn't you mention this when all those scandals broke out?" Aiko gripped the thin rope of the small bag in her hand. She carefully examined the bag. It looked like the little snack bag given by waiters after dining out. Since having dinner at 5:30 that evening, she hadn't eaten anything else. It was now midnight, and she was quite hungry. Until now, she hadn't felt it much, but once she thought about food possibly being in the bag, her mouth started watering. She closely inspected the small bag, which contained a box. It wasn't clear whether it held cookies or some other snacks. She lifted her wrist and raised the bag, glancing at Nigel questioningly. Nigel controlled the steering wheel, gave it no further thought, and nodded. Aiko licked her lips and took out the box from the bag. Just as she did, Nigel ended the call with Armin. He knew from the phone call with Armin that this incident was probably not done by him. Aiko's matter had yet to be resolved, and now the fight between Nigel and Jim was escalating. A group of netizens combined the two incidents, making the situation even more sensational. "What's inside here?" Aiko thought this bag must have been brought by Nigel. The small gift from the restaurant had already been eaten by Giles on the road. Nigel glanced over, seemingly just remembering it was given to him by the hotel manager. At that time, he was anxious about Aiko, so he took it without a second thought and placed it on the table. Thinking of the hotel manager's meaningful smile then, Nigel guessed what might be inside. Before he could speak, Aiko had already opened it. She looked a bit hungry and swallowed as she opened it. When the contents of the box were revealed, Aiko's eyes sparkled momentarily. "This?" Aiko stared at the small blue square bag. Nigel took a deep breath. What kind of day is this? How could things go so wrong for him? Just as he thought, Aiko had already thrown the item in her hand at him. Nigel remained composed, his gaze still focused straight ahead. "Why did you bring this?" Aiko finally remembered a serious matter. She stared at Nigel. "How did you get into my room?" Nigel didn't explain this to her, but brushed off the blue box on him, softly explaining to Aiko. "This was given by the hotel manager. I didn't know what was inside." At that moment, he was too preoccupied with quickly taking Aiko away to think about anything else. Aiko turned her head silently, looking at the night scenery flashing past outside the window. She unlocked her phone. Seeing Aiko's attention on her phone, Nigel couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" Nigel was worried that Aiko would be sad or cry after seeing all the insults. However, she didn't seem particularly upset. Her reaction had been calm from the beginning. "I've been framed, so I need to find a way to clear my name. I thought you would be scared and at a loss." Nigel responded indifferently. Aiko glanced at him. "Why should I be afraid? What they say isn't true. I know I did nothing wrong, and my friends won't believe I'm like that. Why should I be upset over the opinions of unrelated people? So how do you plan to start? Nigel didn't tell Aiko that he could handle this matter from start to finish very well. He wanted to see how she would deal with it. Chapter 98. You still love me, why won't you admit it? Of course it started from within. The post not only contained screenshots of Kylie's moments, but also had attendance records of our class, indicating that someone from our class must have been involved, whether under coercion or for personal gain. Our class is the breakthrough point. So what? Nigel crossed the zebra crossing, turning the steering wheel with a stern expression. Aiko watched as the scenery outside slowly changed from brightly lit office buildings to dark and lush greenery. I've already sent all the screenshots to the counselor. If someone from our class posted them, it's most appropriate to let someone who can control them resolve the issue. Nigel drove into a small road and parked in the garage. Only after the car slowly stopped did he turn to look at Aiko. Do you suspect anyone? Nigel's deep eyes appeared affectionate under the dim environmental lights. Aiko was distracted and pushed the wooden bag on her knees toward his face. Who could I suspect? I suspect you got yourself into trouble, which dragged me along. Nigel, instead of getting angry, smiled broadly, a smile filled with indulgence. My fault. Aiko wasn't used to this and got out of the car first, closing the door with a slam. The two took the elevator upstairs. Aiko couldn't remember how many times she had come to Nigel's place. Every time she visited, it was different, yet unmistakably Nigel's style. Nigel walked ahead and opened the door. Just before stepping inside, Aiko realized something. Is Nigel deliberately bringing her to his home again? She remembered last time when his grandmother was around. Arsène messaged her about the two bodyguards, which confused her at the time. Later, she realized that Gu's grandfather had initially assigned bodyguards to protect her, and Nigel had brought her here under the pretext of protecting her. Aren't you lying to me again by bringing me to your home? Aiko frowned as she watched Nigel take off his shoes. However, Nigel pulled out a pair of women's slippers from the shoe cabinet. Why again? He squatted down in front of Aiko, offering the slippers to her toes. Aiko took a step back. I don't wear shoes that others have worn. Her tone was slightly disgusted, thinking the slippers were prepared for other women he had brought here before. Aiko's reaction stunned Nigel, making his eyes appear lost. When did I say these were worn by others? Nigel placed the slippers beside her feet and stood up. I had someone buy them and bring them over when I went to your hotel. I also bought you pajamas and clothes. He didn't want another situation where Aiko had to wear his clothes, leading her to blame him. Aiko saw him stand aside, towering tall. Even though Nigel didn't say many nice things, Aiko had to admit that his physique and appearance were unmatched by anyone she had ever met. Thinking this way, their relationship didn't seem like a loss for her. Nigel sat on the sofa and answered a call. Aiko slowly squatted down to change her shoes. Grumble. Aiko blushed. Her stomach growled unexpectedly. She sneaked a peek at Nigel, who was focused on his call, seemingly unaware of her noise. Aiko pretended nothing happened. Nigel glanced at her between calls, pointing in a direction with his wrist. Aiko was puzzled and looked back, finding nothing on the table. Nigel stood up during the call, passing by Aiko's shoulder. Aiko watched him walk past the living room table to the refrigerator. He opened it with one hand, the warm light inside reflecting on his eyes, adding warmth to his originally cold gaze. Aiko stood beside him, simply admiring Nigel's good looks. The one spreading false rumors isn't Antonio's fans, but someone hired trolls. He talked to the caller while looking at Aiko, motioning her to come over. Aiko was surprised to see the refrigerator fully stocked, considering he rarely came here. Clearly, Nigel wanted Aiko to choose herself. Aiko picked a cheese bread from the fridge, closed it, and softly thanked him. Just a moment ago, she was relieved that Nigel hadn't hurt her stomach. Little did she know, he was now pulling her to pick snacks. As Aiko was about to eat the cheese bread she had just opened, it was taken away by Nigel. He reached under the table and pulled out a chair for her. Warm it up first. Saying this, he took the bread to the kitchen. Through the glass window, Aiko clearly saw Nigel placing the bread on a baking tray inside the oven. After placing it in, he paused for a moment before taking the phone from his ear. Send me the list. I'll check it later. Nigel carefully checked the time knob on the oven. He then diligently searched how long to warm cheese bread on his phone. Closing the oven door, he set the temperature to between 150 degrees and 180 degrees Celsius and set the timer for 5 minutes. Aiko sat on the chair he pulled out and watched him do all this. After staring for a while, she forced herself to look away. At this hour, only Kylie was still awake, sending screenshots of their arguments with those who defamed Aiko. Aiko told Kylie to get some rest. In the class group, the counselor outlined the severity of the matter and asked anyone who leaked the attendance records to come forward. This was considered aiding the post's creator in spreading rumors. Though Aiko didn't have a particularly good relationship with anyone in her class, she hadn't offended anyone either. But now someone had betrayed her. The counselor comforted her, telling her not to worry and to rest well so she could focus on the competition. Aiko thanked the counselor. Nigel came out with a porcelain plate, the cheese bread sliced into 2 halves, with a fork beside it. He placed it in front of Aiko, somewhat stiffly saying, hot. Aiko wanted to laugh. On the phone, he would say anything to her, yet now even a simple be careful, it's hot, felt like it stuck in his throat. Do you want to eat? Aiko looked at the cheese bread divided into 2 pieces, assuming Nigel wanted to share. No, Nigel replied. Seeing her confusion, he added, it cools faster this way. The cheese bread, after being heated, was very soft, with the cheese slightly melted inside. Aiko took a bite, surprised by how delicious it was. She wondered where Nigel had bought it since it wasn't greasy at all, leaving a pleasant taste. She thought maybe she was just too hungry. Her mind was completely focused on the cheese bread when Nigel suddenly leaned close to her. She didn't notice until he was nearly touching her. They faced each other, almost feeling each other's breath. Aiko's eyes wavered, sliding from his eyes sparkling with light, down to his straight nose, and finally resting on his soft lips. She swallowed the mouthful of cheese. Suddenly, the delicious taste seemed to fade. Can you stop looking at me? Aiko turned her head away. Nigel glanced at her flushed ears, his restraint becoming more apparent. You still love me, why won't you admit it? His low, hoarse voice carried a hint of tender grievance, his lips pursing slightly. Aiko gripped the fork tighter, her ears and cheeks burning. She lowered her gaze, intending to avoid his incredibly tempting face, but ended up fixating on the damp collar of his shirt. He stood in front of her, but bent slightly, making their eyes level. From this angle, his figure seemed even more impressive. Aiko felt a strong visual stimulation, unsure where to place her eyes. Looking up, she saw Nigel's deep eyes fixed on her, the shadows playing on his face accentuating his sharp features. Now, though, his eyes drooped slightly, his lips pursed, and strands of wet hair clung to his forehead. His eyes held only her. Suddenly, Aiko imagined a lop-eared rabbit hanging its ears, drenched by rain. She turned her head away, hiding the emotion in her eyes. When she looked back at him, her gaze was calm and distant. Nigel, I admit it. Chapter 99. Can rivals be this composed and generous? Nigel's gaze lit up with a ray of hope as he sincerely wished she would say those words. I admit, I just can't resist good-looking people, Aiko said, pushing him away. Even if it wasn't you standing here today, I would have blushed for any handsome guy. She lowered her head and continued eating the cheese bread in her hand. This statement clearly hurt Nigel. After being pushed away by Aiko, he left straight away but paused before entering his room. He turned and opened the door to the room on the other side. You will stay here tonight temporarily. I will explain to Morris tomorrow. Aiko watched him finish speaking and quickly shut the door. Aiko officially went to the competition venue with her team members. The provincial competition was fully recorded. Moreover, this year the organizers even live-streamed the event to ensure complete fairness. Aiko put aside yesterday's feelings and carefully reviewed the response document in her hand. The final stage of the competition involved responses, which Aiko mainly handled. Even Captain Holt admired Aiko. After such a severe incident overnight, Aiko could still perform without any impact, and she performed even better than before. As the host spoke the congratulatory words, Aiko stood on the stage, with Holt in the middle holding the trophy. Initially, Giles was going to step forward, but Nigel squeezed past him. Aiko knew he deliberately stood there. Only after the ceremony did the people step down from the stage. Once backstage, Aiko took out her phone to check the fajal fermentation. It should be check the developments online here. The person who leaked information in the class was indeed identified. However, that person was not someone Aiko recognized. They had no connection whatsoever. She reported this matter to her counselor. If it wasn't personal, that student who leaked the information must have been bribed. As they were about to leave the backstage area with their belongings, they encountered Team 1. Team 1's captain, Artemio, gave Aiko an odd smile. It left Aiko momentarily stunned. Michael, standing beside her, noticed Artemio's expression and stepped in front of Aiko. Giles also smiled at Team 1's captain. How is it? A national award-winning team like yours can't even secure a provincial gold now? Or are you generously giving it to us? We don't care about such a provincial competition. We didn't get the gold, but we can still compete internationally and win national awards. If you can't even handle a provincial competition, you won't even qualify for the nationals. Artemio sneered, then pulled out his phone. I laughed because a certain young lady sure knows how to attract attention. For a commoner to make it to trending topics, leaning on a powerful figure must feel great, right? Aiko looked at her phone and smiled casually. What? You're going to spread rumors again. Artemio now instinctively feared her phone. He huffed coldly. Just wait. Even if you really win the gold, whether you get the qualification to participate is another question. You think you can remain unscathed in this situation? Artemio mocked her. This might even cost you your education. Aiko chuckled. Rest assured, if I'm ever forced to quit school, I'll drag you down too. Artemio's heart clenched. He packed up and left. Michael looked worried at Aiko. They're right. If this issue isn't resolved, Antonio's fans might come to the school, disrupting your classes. Before Aiko could reply, her phone rang. She answered, Griffin. Sky, I've seen everything. Don't worry. Griffin has already entrusted this matter to our lawyer friends. Those who slander you online will face legal action. Aiko acknowledged, feeling warm inside knowing her family always had her back. Congratulations on winning the gold. Go relax with your brother today. Is brother in Jing City? Aiko was shocked. He's here negotiating contracts. I asked him to keep you company. What's bothering you, my dear? Aiko had managed to handle the situation rationally, but hearing her dad's comforting words made her feel more wronged. Griffin. It was clear he called during a busy moment. Not wanting to waste more of his time, they hung up after a few words. Upon coming out, Glover was indeed waiting outside. Aiko smiled and ran over. Brother. She stopped abruptly in front of Glover. Brother, are you done with the contract negotiations? Glover smiled and handed her the milk tea he was holding. The contract is for the day after tomorrow. Today, I'm here to accompany you. Aiko pouted, her eyes cast downward. I don't know why. Seeing the absolute trust from her family, the mental barrier she had been holding up suddenly crumbled. Her chest felt heavy and tight, brimming with tears. Seeing his sister about to cry, Glover hurriedly plugged the straw into the milk tea and pushed it into her hand, while gently patting her head. It's okay. Don't cry. Everything will be fine. Don't worry, we'll resolve this. I've already visited the school, and we found the person who posted online. Those people who spread rumors and insulted you will all receive legal letters. Not a single one will be spared. Holding onto his arm and sipping the milk tea, tears glistened in her eyes as she stammered. I thought I could handle it. I wanted to solve it on my own. I don't care what they say. It's all false. I'm not like that. Glover comforted his now sobbing sister. Of course not. Our Alicia isn't like that at all. Ignore them. Leave all this to me. You don't have to worry about anything. Eat when you should eat. Drink when you should drink. He took over her bag and wiped her face with a tissue. But how did you suddenly decide to join some physics competition? You didn't even tell us at home. I only found out this morning. Is it because of Michael? Aiko snatched the tissue from him and wiped her face herself. Can't I just want to work hard on my studies? That's super great. Glover tilted his head and clapped, which made Aiko laugh. Not far away, Nigel and a few others also came out. Nigel's gaze immediately landed on Glover. It was that guy from the sweet shop. Lately, he had been so focused on Michael that he almost forgot about the sweet shop. Glancing at Michael beside him, Nigel realized the sweet shop owner had called him by name. Clearly, they knew each other. It seems even if Aiko and I break up, you still have no chance, Nigel said with a tinge of sourness in his tone, unnoticed even by himself. Michael, seeing Glover comforting his sister, completely missed Nigel's subtle provocation. Ignoring Nigel, he walked towards Aiko and called out, Brother Dong. Nigel stood there, dumbfounded. Not only did Michael know him, but he also called him Brother Dong. How come rivals could be this composed and generous? Every time he saw Michael, he wished he could put a sack over his head and throw him out of the country, so he would never get near Aiko again. Chapter 100. Can classmates kiss? Nigel wasn't going to back down and was about to walk over. However, unlike Michael, he didn't naturally call Glover as his brother. Michael, long time no see. Come on, let's go have a big meal together with my Alicia. Glover draped an arm around Michael. Nigel froze in place. His Alicia? The sky seemed to be falling. Nigel stared at Aiko in disbelief. When did she get together with this dessert shop guy? Thinking of how he shamelessly told her last night that she still liked him, Nigel felt even more bitter inside. It turned out that when Aiko said she would blush at the sight of good-looking people, it was true. Nigel sized up Glover standing next to Michael. Indeed, he looked pretty good. What pained him even more was that he actually thought this guy matched Aiko very well. They had similar eyes and brows. Even their sunny, bright dispositions were strikingly alike. Anger surged within him. Glover noticed the person who had been sizing him up from the side and turned to glare. You're the one who kidnapped. Aiko tugged at Glover's hand. Brother, he's my classmate. We're on the same team. His name is Nigel. Privately, Aiko didn't want Glover to bring up that embarrassing incident. A lump seemed to form in Nigel's throat. Aiko actually called him brother and said they were classmates. Nigel stood by the side, his gaze fixed on Aiko. Can classmates kiss? Aiko. Michael. Glover. Who are you kissing? Glover lunged at Nigel, but was held back by Aiko. Brother. No, he's just messing with you. Aiko shot a glare at Nigel. Glover clearly didn't believe it, especially since Nigel had carried away his sister right in front of him before. Now he was talking about kissing in front of him again. Was he treating this brother seriously, or what? Glover looked at his younger sister. Are you dating him? Have you been lying to the family? Glover stared at her intently. For a moment, Aiko felt guilty. She thought since they had broken up, there was no need to bring it up and explain to the family. But Nigel misunderstood because of his words. Aiko, you don't even admit we dated? Nigel's heart felt like it was breaking into pieces. Alicia, did you really date him? Glover looked at his sister again. Don't try to fool me. This guy looks like the type you've always liked, just like that idol you used to chase in high school. Aiko felt even more embarrassed. By idol, Glover meant the photos of Nigel she had secretly kept, which he accidentally saw. To avoid suspicion, she had lied and told Glover it was a newly debuted idol. Relying on Nigel's appearance, Glover hadn't suspected anything then, only muttering that the idol seemed to have a bad temper and might be arrogant. He even told Aiko not to invest too much in him. Fortunately, Glover had only seen those photos once and had forgotten about them by now. Otherwise, she would be even more embarrassed standing here. Yes, we dated, but we've broken up, Aiko admitted under her brother's pressure. Glover paused for a moment, lowering his voice so as not to scare her. Do Mom and Griffin know? Nigel suddenly noticed something odd. Weren't this guy's terms too intimate? Aiko shook her head and clasped her brother's arm pleadingly. Please don't tell Mom and Griffin, okay? Another stab pierced Nigel's heart. Michael, silently observing from the side, also realized Nigel might have misunderstood something. But he kept quiet, harboring some private thoughts. Let's go. I'll treat your team to dinner to thank you all for taking care of Alicia. Glover generously offered to pay for everyone's meal. He hailed 2 private cars. Aiko watched as the petty Nigel forcibly pushed Michael aside and sat beside her in the car. Michael, being a gentleman, wouldn't have acted so rudely and shamelessly, which let Nigel take advantage of the situation. Nigel took the front seat, while Aiko and Glover sat in the back. Nigel glanced at Aiko through the rearview mirror. What are you looking at? Glover snapped back. Nigel snorted and withdrew his gaze. So what if he's the official boyfriend? Aiko also sensed the strange atmosphere in the car. She should have gone with Ezekiel instead. During the ride, Aiko heard Nigel answer a phone call. Whatever it was must have been important. His expression was serious, and he immediately asked the driver to pull over, getting off wherever it stopped. Aiko noticed how hurried he was leaving. Now that he's gone, can you tell me everything about your relationship? Aiko shrunk her neck. Actually, there's not much. But under her brother's intense gaze, she reluctantly recounted some details about how she pursued Nigel after college. What? You pursued him? Glover couldn't understand at all how his precious little sister could be revolving around someone else. Nigel took a taxi straight to the airport. The school had originally scheduled for their return the next day. However, he couldn't wait. That phone call just now was from Suellen. The person who posted online had been found out. It was Autumn. Meanwhile, he received another piece of news. Jim had hired internet trolls to incite the fight incident online. Nigel was quite surprised. He truly didn't think Jim would have the guts to do this. But what was even more unexpected was that it was Autumn. Autumn's grandmother was gravely ill and needed a lot of money. After Armin found out, he ignored Vonda's objections and paid for her medical expenses continuously. Nigel hadn't paid much attention to this matter. In his view, spending money to save an old woman's life wasn't anything special. But now, Autumn was actually using the money given by the Gu family to harm others. And the person being harmed was Aiko. This was something Nigel could not tolerate. When the plane landed in Beijing, it was pitch dark outside. Nigel did not stop. He went back to the Gu residence, went upstairs, and knocked on Autumn's doorbell. Armin and Vonda had already gone to bed, leaving the large villa eerily quiet. A servant nearby asked Nigel if they should prepare some late-night snacks for him. Nigel shook his head and continued knocking on Autumn's door. Autumn was awake. She knew that it was Nigel outside, and she knew he would surely find out the truth and come after her. She adjusted her sleepwear and got up to open the door. She thought opening the door might mean facing his imminent roar of anger. But it didn't happen. He remained as calm as ever, even calmer to the point of indifference. Autumn, you don't really think I would let you off because of your pitiful background, do you? Autumn felt embarrassed. Nigel's words were clean, yet they felt like poisonous needles stabbing into her heart. Since you have so much money, your grandmother probably doesn't need it anymore. Autumn suddenly looked up at him. His face was coldly indifferent, and she knew he was serious. He really would make Armin stop paying for her grandmother's medical expenses. Sullivan wouldn't do that. Autumn shook her head. In front of her, Nigel took out his phone and dialed Armin's personal assistant's number. The personal assistant was there to handle Armin's private affairs and was always on standby. The phone quickly connected. Autumn listened as Nigel instructed them to stop paying for her grandmother's medical expenses. The personal assistant paused slightly before agreeing. Autumn's body swayed unsteadily, and she shouted angrily. Sullivan wouldn't do that. He doesn't even like Aiko. Even if you stop paying for my grandmother's treatment today, Sullivan can still have the doctors continue treating her tomorrow. Chapter 101. Aiko is not a competitor. She is someone I like. Do you want to try? Nigel's voice chilled Autumn to the bone. You can't do this. That's a life. Tears fell from Autumn's eyes, her eye sockets red. Nigel, are you really going to go this far for her? Even disregarding a human life? Nigel was in no way brainwashed by her words. He sneered coldly and looked at Autumn sarcastically. All this is your doing. Don't portray yourself as so noble. If you hadn't used the money to harm others, I wouldn't have stopped paying your grandmother's medical expenses. Back then, you cried saying you only needed the medical expenses, nothing else. Now that you've got the money, you've spent it on harming others. Autumn stepped forward to pull him. Nigel, if you really do this, I will expose this matter online. Neither you nor Aiko will be able to escape. Nigel took a step back, out of Autumn's reach. In the hospital, Autumn was just a pitiful person working several jobs hard to earn money for her grandmother. Now that she has achieved financial freedom, she has become completely unrecognizable. The disdain and aloofness on Nigel's face was plain to see by Autumn. What are you laughing at? Autumn was nearly driven mad. Why did Nigel look down on everyone from his high position, disregarding people? Jasmine usually worked hard to please him, but he paid no attention, even speaking sarcastically to her. But such a person could easily get what she couldn't obtain. Even Armin, who seemed to treat her well, in his heart, Autumn was incomparable with Nigel in every aspect. I'm laughing at you. Nigel looked down at the person in front of him. Who are you showing off your deep grievances to? Have I offended you? Has Aiko harmed you? Just because others live better than you, you feel unbalanced and must harm others. Nigel's words undoubtedly hit Autumn in her sore spot. She felt she was right. It was this world that treated her unfairly. So she could not tolerate those who were born with better conditions than her. Jasmine doesn't know about this matter, nor does Armin. Tell me, what would happen if they knew? They don't care about Aiko anyway. Autumn lowered her head, her tone obstinate. The fight between you and Jem being exposed online, wasn't it done by you? Autumn suddenly raised her head to look at him. Nigel's voice was calm yet clear. Autumn, I can make it seem like it was you. Autumn felt dread. Nigel's words were a blatant threat. Perhaps Armin didn't care whether she harmed Aiko or someone else, but once matters involved his own son Nigel, Armin would not back down. Autumn had also seen online discussions about Nigel hitting Jem. Even today during lunch, Armin mentioned it. It was clearly targeting Nigel. If these incidents related to Aiko were indeed pushed onto her, Armin would not let her off easily. Jasmine would not acknowledge her as her daughter anymore. No, impossible, something I didn't do. How can you frame me? Autumn took a difficult step back, feeling that Nigel standing before her was more terrifying than ever. Nigel's eyes smiled calmly. Autumn, didn't I tell you before, I am a petty person, a scoundrel, and I don't care about other people's opinions at all. What's wrong with framing you? Can you provide evidence with just one word? Pushing all the blame on you. Can you explain yourself? Each sentence from Nigel made Autumn sink deeper into quicksand. He was an absolutely immoral scoundrel. You won't do this. Autumn's cheeks wet with tears, but she remained stubborn. If you do this, can you still have the nerve to face your mother? Your mother was framed and jumped to her death. Nigel's abruptly icy stare made Autumn dare not finish her sentence. You're not worthy of being compared to her. Now, you're the one who frames others. I haven't said anything wrong. Autumn saw the document taken away by Armin that day. If it weren't for Aiko, you wouldn't have talked about cooperation with Suellen. Antonio wouldn't have quit. Am I wrong? I'm not interested in your sophistry. If you still want to save your grandmother, first, issue a clarification and apology video by dawn. Second, return to your previous life without doing anything. Live together with your sick grandmother, tuition, medical fees, living expenses, the Gu family will no longer provide you. Autumn was already broken down. Jasmine is my mom too. On what basis do you decide my future? Do you think Jasmine would say a word for you in front of Armin? Or do you think Jasmine would give you money? If she would, you wouldn't deliberately seek out my father. After saying that, Nigel returned to his room. Autumn stood there crying. What Nigel said was true. Jasmine, that vain woman, wouldn't lift a finger to help her. And Armin's eyes were even less likely to have any regard for her as an outsider. Her grandmother's medical expenses, her tuition, and living expenses were all provided by Armin. Once someone has enjoyed certain privileges, it's hard to return to the life of hardship and struggle. Nigel's words indeed carried a strong deterrent effect on her. Autumn squatted down, feeling utterly exhausted in every limb. At this moment, Nigel came out holding something in his hand. Autumn's eyes suddenly widened. This was what she had given to Nigel for his birthday, a belated gift she had later added. It was clear that Nigel had never even opened it to look inside. Don't pretend to be the eternal victim. I don't owe you anything. The one who owes you is Jasmine. The person you should seek revenge on is her, not me. Nigel threw the item at her feet. The box hit the ground and flew open. All its ugliness spilled out, exposed between the two of them. Autumn thought she and Nigel belonged to the same kind. They both suffered misfortune. Armin kept mistresses outside. Her mother jumped from a building to her death. Her father was in a car accident, and Jasmine abandoned both her father and her. She lost her father, and her mother became someone else's. When she first saw Nigel, she was kneeling in the rain in front of Jasmine, crying and begging for money to pay for her grandmother's medical expenses, tuition, and living expenses. Jasmine heartlessly abandoned her, even complaining that touching her designer bag had dirtied it. In her desperate moments, Jasmine could easily offer everything she had begged for before Nigel, yet he showed no interest. Despite not being his son and disliking him, Jasmine treated Nigel better than her own daughter. She often resented why fate was so unfair. She was also a human being. Why did some people discard things she couldn't even find after rummaging through trash bins? She began to delve deeper into the young master whom Jasmine tried to please. She deliberately appeared before Armin to make him know she was Jasmine's daughter. She intentionally entered the Gu family, getting close to Nigel. She thought it wouldn't be difficult to get close to a young master like Nigel, who played around with everything. She knew she had a beautiful face since childhood. Very early on, she learned to use her appearance to get what she wanted. She knew Nigel had a girlfriend, but she didn't care. Already covered in filth, why should she care about these things? She wanted to turn such a high and mighty person into someone like her. She planned to use Nigel to fiercely retaliate against Jasmine. That vain woman didn't deserve such a good life. It was her fault for abandoning her father that caused the destruction of their family. Yet Jasmine lived the luxurious life of a rich wife so easily. How could that be acceptable? What have I done wrong? Why should I bear all those burdens? Autumn sobbed tragically. You should understand why I did this. We're the same kind of people. How can you be so despicable? Autumn felt her heart was about to burst with pain, her head aching too. Didn't you hate Jasmine? Why didn't you join forces with me? I can help you drive Jasmine out of the Gu family. Autumn stood up, anxiously looking at Nigel. Aiko knows nothing, understands nothing. She will only think you are a vicious lowlife. Only I truly understand you. Looking at the collapsed figure on the ground, Nigel's eyes showed no pity. Even if she scolds me, I would still be happy. Nigel felt stifled. If not for what Autumn had done, he would have been having a victory dinner with Aiko right now. Stop saying you understand me. I don't need it. I just want you to get lost. Wouldn't you feel like a joke being with someone like Aiko? Autumn smiled bitterly. She has loving parents and a brother, while you have nothing. She's our competitor. Everything she gets relies on her family, whereas we can only rely on ourselves. As long as we live better than her, it proves that the love she receives isn't that great after all. Nigel took a step back, noticing countless self-inflicted wounds on Autumn's hands. Aiko is not a competitor. She is someone I like. What do you want to prove? That you're inferior to others? By harming others, you don't admit your mistakes. You push all blame onto unfair fate. You can feel the world wronged you, but when others use the same methods to retaliate against you, don't call them despicable here. Nigel left her with, because what you did was despicable, others retaliated using the same means. Autumn stood alone beside the shattered gift box, crying. She had only two choices. Chapter 102. Unless you become the third party, there won't be any chance. Until dawn. A clarification video by Autumn finally appeared online. In the video, a girl with long straight black hair hanging loosely behind her had red and swollen eyes, obviously from crying. She tried to speak, but choked up first. I was the one who posted that Alexandra used capital to force Antonio out. Classmate Nigel found me and threatened me with my grandmother's medical expenses at the hospital to make me clarify. She gritted her teeth as tears slid down her cheeks again. I am Nigel's half-sister. Before this, his father has always covered my grandmother's medical expenses. I am still just a student and cannot afford her exorbitant medical bills, so I now declare that all the posts on the internet were fabricated by me personally and belong to false information. I apologize to classmate Alexandra and Antonio's fans. After speaking, the person in the video lowered her proud back. The video was released. Its heat surged again. Autumn clicked to open the comments under the video she had sent. Xiangwan Zidango said, "Sister is so wronged. Why does the truth revealer have to apologize to the perpetrator? Alexandra hasn't responded or explained yet. It's so unfair." Vaguan Quail Chiron said, So now it's because Alexandra doesn't want to admit this incident. So the Gu family is pushing this vulnerable foster daughter forward? Are they human? Autumn felt a sudden pain in her heart upon seeing this message. Yes, she was just a vulnerable foster daughter. She had nothing left. Xingda Dikusi said. Well, if they really used medical expenses to threaten someone, shouldn't they apologize properly? This statement seems sneaky and pushes Alexandra into the spotlight again. Piladak Sigwa said. The young lady looks like she doesn't want to submit. The world should have more people with pride like her. By the way, haven't the great netizens not dug out Alexandra's address yet? Want to send her razor blades? Zayakara said. Does the floor above want to die? Be careful of the lawyer letter coming onto your head. Floor after floor, the arguments grew fiercer. However, everyone still somewhat feared lawyer letters and did not say too offensive things. Seeing most people standing on her side, Autumn was relieved. Alexandra truly felt the impact of the negative news online when she returned to North City for classes. Previously, she only had friends and family who believed in her. She didn't feel anything until she returned to reality and realized not everyone believed her. Instead, many suspected her maliciously. Those gazes felt like poisonous knives cutting into her. In the afternoon's first period, PE class, Alexandra chose tennis. The tennis teacher did not allow students to bring their phones. So, at the end of the class, everyone went back to the locker room to get their phones. Kylie chose basketball. Cleo also chose tennis like Alexandra. Cleo accidentally strained her calf muscle due to improper reverse grip PowerPoint finding. Alexandra supported her back to the locker room. Before walking in, they heard exclamations inside. Goodness, Antonio actually came out himself to clear Alexandra's name. How big is Alexandra's background? Antonio quit the circle but was still squeezed by her. What about Antonio counts? Didn't the daughter of the capitalist come out to take responsibility for herself? They are both from the Gu family. Nigel chased after Alexandra and forced 1,000 idols to quit, while Autumn has to step forward and clarify for Alexandra. Autumn is usually very low-key. Who knew she is the daughter of the Gu family? Such a low-profile person being forced to release a clarification video. Tisk. Cleo frowned, looking at Alexandra. Alexandra didn't want to involve her. I'll go in first. As soon as Alexandra entered, those who were making noise before stopped talking. A brave one walked up to Alexandra but didn't dare ask directly. Alexandra, why don't you release a clarification video? The internet says so much about you. These people were like this, cursing behind her back happily, but unable to say a word in front of her. Didn't they fear trouble finding them? Clarification isn't done by saying a few pitiful words. Alexandra looked generously at everyone inside. Such matters should be handled by professionals. Police and lawyers will deal with everything fairly and impartially. Antonio's clarification video had over 1 million forwards. Yet, the rumors weighing on Alexandra did not disappear. She did not receive apologies from internet keyboard warriors. Instead, various netizens dug up her elementary school, middle school, and high school days. Her photos were maliciously edited. People deliberately said she had plastic surgery, even claiming that she used capital to suppress Antonio, forcing him to quit and be dragged into disputes, clearing her name. Netizens seemed to be happy to spend time proving that they were not wrong. Even after the main party had issued a video for clarification, they still tried from all angles to prove that Aiko was indeed not good enough. Even Aiko's final presentation, when she participated in the competition in Jing City, was dissected one by one. A group of people who had nothing to do with physics major proposed questions and doubts that they believed were professional. The situation became so serious that Aiko had to take a temporary leave from classes after a week. Morris asked her to prepare for the national competition in December with peace of mind and put other matters aside. Aiko didn't even go to the canteen besides her laboratory and home. The official side had already given a response to the academic questioning by netizens on Aiko. Unable to defame Aiko academically anymore, the netizens started to question her character and worldview. At the same time, it was hyped up that Aiko firmly rejected Nigel's video, followed by a video where Nigel beat Jem unilaterally. The incident almost escalated into the most serious online event in Xing University's history. Yet Aiko did not appear to speak or clarify for herself. She was fully aware that whatever she said at this point would be wrong, and every sentence might be twisted into another meaning by netizens. She chose not to speak. She only used actions. After several lawyer letters were sent out by a famous undefeated lawyer, those who maliciously spread rumors suddenly disappeared. Even those who deliberately posted threads to insult Aiko deleted their posts overnight. Apparently, they knew they were deliberately spreading rumors rather than fighting for justice. Aiko was always driven to the lab door by her brother. No one in the team believed what was said online. They knew what kind of person Aiko really was. As soon as they entered the laboratory, they quickly got into the state. They only chatted casually when finished. Aiko can come under such great pressure. Where have you been messing around? Holt was organizing data materials and talking on the phone with Nigel. He put it on speaker and deliberately moved close to Aiko. Aiko moved her chair to the side, but she still heard the voice coming through the phone. Nigel's tired voice sounded impatient. Busy? Don't bother me. Brother, what could you be busy with? Haven't come to the lab for 3 days. Do you still consider me your team leader? Beep beep. The call ended abruptly. That night, a big entertainment account issued a video. Combined with explanations about the incidents involving Nigel, Jem, and Aiko, all evidence was provided, even uncovering both parties involved in posting and preserving all evidence for submission to the police. Several students from Xing University were taken away the next day. Among them, Aiko recognized Jem and Autumn, as well as a nobody from her class. It wasn't because Aiko offended him or had any enmity with him, simply because he took money. Online opinions suddenly turned crazy. Many people felt that the seemingly pitiful girl could not possibly harm Aiko. Many questioned how Autumn and Aiko, who had virtually no interaction, could have any grievances. However, all the evidence was there, and the police's statement clearly wrote Autumn's name. Online debates flared up everywhere. But the main protagonist, Aiko, her phone had no signal at this moment. 5 people in a team were climbing a mountain with backpacks. This was organized by the school, not just their team, but also other teams. Dozens of people in total. Aiko never liked mountaineering activities since childhood. When she received the notice, she originally wanted to refuse. Michael was afraid she would see negative comments online at home, so he pulled her along to clear her mind. As for the news of Autumn and Jem being arrested, she did not know. Aiko only knew that the lawyer hired by her father sued dozens of people, making many dare not follow the wind to spread rumors anymore. The situation gradually calmed down. It was already overshadowed by another trending topic about a popular young actor being kept. They're just bored. If everyone wrote 2 papers, they would behave. Giles saw that Aiko hadn't talked much along the way, especially initiating conversation to comfort her. Aiko nodded. These keyboard warriors think they are knights. They only dare to speak online. Put them in front of you, they wouldn't say a word. Wearing the mask of the internet, they truly believe themselves to be morally noble knights. Giles patted Aiko on the shoulder. You've handled it well, performing exceptionally in the competition without being affected by those rumors online. Aiko tightly pursed her lips, saying nothing, just nodding slightly. Giles worried. Don't be upset. Things will settle down after this period. Aiko stood up, looking at Giles, who kept comforting her. Should she say that she didn't care about this matter that much? Because of this incident, her brother researched new products every day in the store and sent them to her. Her father also tried to spare time to talk with her and bought her many expensive watches she had been unwilling to buy before. Even her usually busy mother would go to her apartment from time to cook for her and buy various gifts to cheer her up. Abby and Nikki also showed a lot of concern, making Aiko immersed in joy from receiving all kinds of gifts recently. She didn't care much about those false rumors on the internet anyway, and with such doting actions from her family, she cared even less now. If not for Michael dragging her along this time to climb the mountain, Aiko might have been enjoying herself on the yacht that her father had chartered for her. I'm not sad, it's just that. Aiko was so exhausted from climbing the mountain that she didn't even want to breathe. Where did she have the strength to reply to Giles's words? She wiped her sweat with the tissue in her hand. Giles thought she was crying and shouted, "No, don't cry. It's not a big deal. We're all on your side. That one who got arrested is clearly a professional at pretending to be pitiful. Those blind people on the internet still speak for Autumn even after the police statement has come out." Nigel and Holt, who were walking at the front, turned around. Holt glanced at Aiko and then looked at Nigel walking ahead of him. The fatigue under his eyes was more noticeable in the sunlight, as if he hadn't slept for several nights. Holt sighed helplessly. "What are you up to? Didn't you come here to climb the mountain for her? Do you want to compete with me?" Holt stepped forward and pulled him. "You should be walking beside Aiko, not in front of me, understand?" Holt took a breath. The school offered a 20,000 yuan prize for the first person to reach the top of the mountain. Michael, who was not short of money, stayed by Aiko's side. He thought he had no rivals, but when he heard Aiko was coming, Nigel followed. Instead of staying close to Aiko, he competed to be the first. He came like a bull, and Holt couldn't catch up. "Mr. Rich Kid, you're not short of those 20,000 yuan. Listen to me, slow down and comfort your ex-girlfriend. There might still be a chance for you, while you can let me win the opportunity to reach the top." Holt patted Nigel on the shoulder. Nigel panted lightly, allowing the sweat to flow down his forehead. "No chance." He shook his head and lowered his head to continue walking. "Unless I settle for 3rd place, there's no chance otherwise." Holt's eyes widened, even more shocked than learning the top prize was 20,000. He rushed forward and grabbed the hem of Nigel's clothes. "What does that mean? You want to settle for 3rd? Nigel glanced back at Holt, coldly. "I won't." Giles watched Aiko finish wiping her sweat, then slapped him on the arm. Aiko breathed hoarsely. "Who's crying? I'm too tired. Can you stop talking to me? I really don't have the energy." "Giles." He looked at Michael patting Aiko's back. "She doesn't care at all. If I got 50,000 for this, I wouldn't care either." Michael said calmly. Giles screamed, "What? 50,000? Please. Is this letting people live? I'd rather roll down the mountain." Giles covered his head. "Why not scold me? Why not? Compared to Aiko, I'm obviously worse. In high school, I was a lick dog 3 times. I pursued a rich girl once. Surely I'm more entertaining." Holt shouted from above. "If you get scolded, it's because you really deserve it." Aiko watched Giles's exaggerated expression and quietly leaned toward Michael's ear. "The 50,000 was from Nikki. I didn't accept it, but the value of all the gifts indeed added up to that much." Michael nodded in understanding. "Did you receive my gift?" "Yes, it's the cassette tape, right?" Aiko looked at him. "Whose songs are in it?" "I haven't listened yet." Michael lowered his eyes, gripping the water cup tightly. "It's not important. When you have free time or feel bored, listen to it for fun." Aiko smiled and continued walking. "Rest assured, I will cherish your gift. The gift Kylie gave me years ago, I still keep carefully." Hearing that his point of reference was Kylie, Michael's expression froze for a moment but quickly relaxed into a smile. "Good." Chapter 103. Weren't you not supposed to be poaching? Autumn, Jem, and others were given a 15-day administrative detention penalty. Aiko saw this news at the top of the mountain. When they climbed up to the mountaintop, the sunset was dazzling. The sunlight pierced through layers of clouds, casting orange-yellow beams, like clusters of light waterfalls with countless specks of dust floating in the mist. But Aiko had no heart to enjoy this beautiful scene. She squatted on the ground, utterly exhausted. Panting heavily, sweat dripped down her cheeks one by one. Although the mountain top was still wrapped in the remaining rays of the sun, the temperature was very low. An eerie wind blew, and many people tightened their jackets. Achoo! Aiko covered her nose. A sneeze made her already unstable body fall forward directly. A sweaty forehead was touched by someone. Aiko fluttered her eyelids and looked up to see Nigel's face, which wore a bit of a teasing smile. Aiko didn't have the strength to talk to him. She brushed his hand away and turned to squat in another direction. The school arranged for 4 people per tent. As the only female in the team, Aiko was assigned to Team 3. Team 3 had 2 girls, plus 1 from Team 2, so it was perfect for Aiko to join. Aiko was drenched in sweat, and now the wind was blowing. Michael gave her some tissues and an outerwear. After resting for a while, Aiko had to help Team 3 prepare things for overnight camping. She scanned the flat area and finally found her team members. Originally, the 3 people were laughing and joking together. When Aiko approached, they suddenly became quiet. This was awkward. Aiko walked over intending to give them a hand. Ryan from Team 2 said no need as she looked at her. Aiko paused for a moment. But I'll rest here tonight too. It won't be good if you do all the work. Aiko wasn't afraid of working but hated being considered freeloading when everyone else was working hard. None of the 3 spoke. Aiko still went forward and helped set up the tent. She regretted it more now. What climbing? This broken school never arranges anything good. Strangers living together, unbelievable. Aiko checked the tent around, but her eyes saw that Nigel, just separated by one tent, was setting up his own tent alone. The tents were uniformly prepared by the school, except for Nigel's, which was obviously bigger than the others. Aiko retracted her gaze. He truly took care of himself wherever he went. No one spoke, silently finishing the tent setup and returning to their respective teams. Aiko also silently returned to her team. Holt had already set up the barbecue grill and started stacking charcoal. In this life, I'm only climbing this mountain once. Aiko sat beside Michael. I went over there, and it was like a mouse encountering a cat. The air froze. Michael was roasting a skewer of pork belly, soothing Aiko. It's fine. We're staying one night, and we'll go back tomorrow. We won't deal with them again. Ezekiel and Nigel walked over with their arms around each other's shoulders. Guess what just happened? Aiko glanced over, not guessing. You are so boring. Nigel pushed away the person clinging to him. Ezekiel loudly said. Someone actually came right up to Nigel's face and asked if Nigel was trying to get close to Aiko. Laugh out loud. Who would have thought someone from Team 2 is so brave? Aiko was embarrassed. You're quite brave too, and foolish. Ezekiel exclaimed. Didn't you guys resolve this already? What's wrong with me saying something? The 5 gathered, and soon the atmosphere livened up again. This temperature must be below 0. Lucky, I brought a down jacket. Holt wisely fetched a thin down jacket from his luggage. Aiko was also cold. She wore a fleece sweater inside and a black-pink hiking jacket outside, which could block the wind but not keep warm. Not below 0 for degrees. Michael seriously answered Holt's question. Hey, let's heat up some wine to warm ourselves. Ezekiel looked at everyone and silently fished out some light beer from Holt's bag. Aiko was stunned. What doesn't your bag have? Holt smiled proudly. Captain, being captain one day makes me father forever. As the old father, taking extra care of you isn't much. Everyone rolled their eyes at him. Heated beer. Oh well, grilled beer then. Ezekiel poured the beer into a foil box and lamented. If only we had wolfberries and silver ear fungus. My hometown loves drinking this to keep warm in winter. Aiko paused upon hearing this, murmuring, it's almost going to be winter. Indeed, clothes got thicker, and ice cream was gradually off the menu. Aiko's words made everyone sitting around sigh. Too fast. Other students are happy to return home for winter vacation, but we still have to go to the US for competition. We can see snow. Aiko suddenly got excited. Beijing hasn't had snow for centuries, but this year we can see it. The night was deep, and the flat area was filled with tents and barbecue grills, but each team separated themselves into small clusters. The environment was not quiet. One could even say it was noisy. At this moment, however, his heart was incredibly peaceful. Nigel stared intently at the string of pork belly without chili powder in his hand, occasionally glancing over at Aiko's direction. The firelight danced across her brows. When she mentioned snow, her eyes shone brightly, revealing an undeniable fondness. After finishing a skewer, Nigel silently reached over Ezekiel, who sat between him and Aiko. He placed the skewer on the paper plate beside Aiko. There was another skewer on the plate, roasted by Michael. Nigel intentionally put his own skewer on top, covering Michael's. Michael saw his little trick and glanced at him. Nigel leaned back slightly, the faintest hint of a challenging smile spreading across his face as he raised an eyebrow at Michael. Holt nudged Nigel with his elbow and leaned close to whisper teasingly in his ear. Weren't you not supposed to be poaching? Nigel hummed softly, one hand in his pocket. Did I poach? I just simply like roasting, but not eating. With that, he calmly took out another skewer to roast, still pork belly. Holt shook his head. Some people were truly unbearable. Yet, in the next moment, Nigel saw Michael directly hand the freshly roasted skewer to Aiko beside him. Be careful, it's hot. Aiko indeed didn't reach for the skewer on the plate, but instead ate the one Michael passed to her. Nigel couldn't laugh anymore. Oh, Holt chuckled. Why don't you roast one for the captain too, since you don't like eating anyway? Michael could openly give Aiko something to eat, and she wouldn't refuse. But if Nigel handed something to Aiko, she would definitely bypass him. Out of spite, Nigel grabbed the skewer on the plate and took a big bite himself, despite not liking pork belly. Inwardly, he silently scoffed at Michael. What a lickspittle. Nigel looked at Aiko, who was eating the skewer while lowering her eyes. However, he did not objectively summarize his actions from before, perhaps because he himself didn't know why he had done that, so he chose not to think about it. Aiko and Ezekiel talked animatedly, completely unaware of the unspoken rivalry between the two men. Snow. Every winter my hometown gets snow, Holt mentioned offhandedly, showing no particular anticipation for snow. I have a shadow now when it comes to snow in winter. Aiko finished a skewer of pork belly, smiling at Holt. Why? Snow is so beautiful. Holt shook his head. Back when I was in junior high school, many couples at our school started during snowy nights. Those boys almost always waited for a snowy winter night to confess. Meanwhile, we, who were exhausted after a long day and only left late-night classes after dark, had to endure the torture of those cuddling or kissing couples on our way home. Ezekiel mocked him. Haha, why don't you get yourself a girlfriend to torment others then? The grilled beer was ready, and Ezekiel distributed it to everyone. A cup was also handed to Aiko. Her alcohol tolerance was notoriously low, so Aiko didn't touch the cup beside her. Holt sneered. Back then they believed couples who got caught in the snow together would grow old together. Looking back now, how many of them actually made it to marriage? I might as well devote that time to studying. Cough, cough, cough. Aiko closed her eyes and coughed, suddenly choking. She was choked by Holt's words. That winter of her senior year, she went to Jing City alone after the new year, hiding it from her already working parents. Afraid of being discovered, she hadn't packed any luggage. Her pockets held only her ID card and phone, just to see the same snowfall with him. Chapter 104. His waist is straight. Ezekiel was on Aiko's left. Seeing her cough so hard that tears came out, he picked up the paper cup next to her and stuffed it into her hand. Aiko held her breath and finished the drink in one go. Ezekiel refilled the cup for her, and Aiko took several more gulps to suppress the sudden surge of spiciness in her throat. Michael put down his barbecue skewer and patted Aiko's back. Nigel leaned forward slightly, his hand hovering in midair. He was sitting between Ezekiel and Holt, quite far from Aiko, and couldn't even touch her. Aiko shook her head. Thank you, I'm fine. There was still a sharp pain left in her throat after being choked by the intense spiciness. She sipped from the cup in her palm. Only then did she realize that what Ezekiel had handed her was beer. Aiko put down the almost empty paper cup. For the rest of the evening, almost all the conversation was between Holt and Ezekiel, ranging from Ezekiel's failed pursuit of 4 girls to Holt's childhood story of holding a banana and getting bitten on the buttocks by a dog. Michael, why is your face so red? Holt paused and looked at Michael, who kept nodding his head occasionally. Wow, you drank all the beer. Ezekiel stood up and glanced at the empty bottle beside Michael. At this moment, Aiko also felt tipsy and looked at Michael, patting his shoulder. Drink. Hick. Less. Nigel rested his chin on his palm. Noticing that Aiko herself was drunk, yet still advising others to drink less, he chuckled lowly. This sound caught Aiko's attention as Ezekiel and Holt were helping Michael. Half-closed eyes, Aiko kicked Nigel. Nigel was taken aback and glanced at the shoe print on his pant leg. Why did you kick me? Michael was already unconscious, muttering incoherently. Ezekiel, supporting Michael, looked back at the equally drunk Aiko and said directly, Nigel, watch out, don't let her fall. We'll settle Michael first. Nigel stood up, bent down and patted the dust off his pant leg, grunting in response to Ezekiel. She won't fall. As soon as he said that, before Nigel could fully straighten up, his head bumped with a loud thud. If Aiko hadn't hit Nigel's head, she might have really fallen to the ground as Ezekiel had predicted. Before Nigel could cry out in pain, Aiko shouted in pain and still clung to his hair with her hands. Nigel had to hold her to prevent her from falling off the small stool. Let go. Nigel shook his head. You hit my head. Aiko complained irritably. What manners? Don't apologize. Nigel. He didn't get mad at drunks. Nigel raised his wrist, one hand supporting Aiko's waist, the other grabbing her hand, which pulled even harder. Nigel winced in pain. I'm sorry. He reluctantly apologized to Aiko. Only then did Aiko release her grip and patted Nigel's head. Be a good person. Nigel, whose hair was now a mess thanks to her pulling, stood straight and stared at Aiko. He hadn't forgotten the lesson from last time when she got drunk and taught him to be a better person. Really something. Which tent are you in? I'll take you there. Nigel stood in front of her, still holding her shoulders. Aiko shook her head. I can't go back. They need to teach me to be a better person. Nigel laughed softly. Since Aiko didn't want to go back, he didn't insist and just stood nearby enjoying the breeze. Aiko hugged her arms. I feel cold. Her words were slurred and muffled. Nigel managed to hear clearly. He glanced at his own jacket but didn't take it off for her. He squatted down, bringing his eyes level with hers. Aiko was still hugging her arms, her eyes opening and closing, cheeks flushed, lips shiny and pink. Her face reflected a warm glow. Do you want to warm up? Nigel supported himself on the stool next to her, completely enclosing her in his embrace, his tone gentler. Aiko instinctively leaned towards him, nodding her head without lifting it, burying her face and speaking muffled. Yes. Nigel pinched her ear. What a pity. He drew out his last syllable, tinged with regret and teasing. Since I'm not your boyfriend, how can you wear my clothes? Aiko slowly rested her forehead on his shoulder. Obviously, she didn't understand what Nigel had just said. Nigel touched his nose tip. Aiko's hair strands tickled him. Aiko, what do you like about him? Nigel asked her softly. Looking at the dazed figure in front of him, Nigel smiled bitterly to himself. He actually expected an inebriated person to answer him. He took off his coat and wrapped it around her. But he heard her muttering, he has a good face, a nice figure, and a great voice. Nigel furrowed his brow. Aiko really treated everyone the same way. Nigel thought about the guy from the bakery who looked a bit feminine and whose physique was nothing exceptional, considering he was dressed. Nigel was recalling the voice of the man he had met that day. Suddenly, a forearm circled around his waist. Nigel drew in a sharp breath and looked down. Aiko's face was buried against him. He wore only a thin cashmere sweater which clung closely to his body, clearly feeling every one of Aiko's breaths against his abdomen. Nigel froze on the spot. The cool night breeze blew over him, yet his body temperature gradually increased. What a daring girl. Each time she got drunk, she flirted with him once. I think I still. Aiko leaned against him like a source of warmth, tightly embracing it, pressing her cold cheek against it. Nigel didn't quite catch what she said and leaned closer to listen. Then he heard Aiko hum softly. I saw. He doesn't have 8-pack abs, only 6. This mumble was clear enough for Nigel to hear, and hearing it made him unhappy. His expression tightened, his tone urgent. How long have you been together? You already checked. For the first time, Nigel realized that when he heard Aiko was truly with someone else, and even checked another man, he couldn't tolerate it at all. He was more petty than he thought. The desire that had just surged in his body now turned into irritation. He squatted down to meet Aiko's eyes, pinched her face, and tried to educate her. You shouldn't do things so fast, you. But he didn't know what to say. Should he tell her to take it step by step? Or simply, he was jealous of that guy, and thinking of what they might do drove him crazy. Just imagining it made him feel like going mad. With her face pinched by him, Aiko's cheeks and lips were all scrunched up. He has a straight waist. Yeah, in high school league games, she watched him play basketball, seeing his straightened back then. Lean muscles, unique to teenagers, harboring strength ready to burst out. All girls in the arena screamed, and Aiko was so excited that she forgot to record a video with her phone. Nigel deeply breathed in, closed his eyes. What about his straight waist? Did she touch his waist? Uncomfortable under his hand, Aiko grabbed his wrist. So cold. Ignoring the hand gripping his wrist, Nigel continued questioning. What does it mean? Aiko's face seemed even redder, almost smiling drunkenly. She suddenly stood up without giving him a chance to react. Nigel was still squatting in front of her. Aiko bent down again, hugging his head and whispering in his ear. Don't tell anyone, okay? I'll secretly tell you. Nigel felt jealous, resentful, yet eager to hear. Pure jealousy. Fine, he forced out the word. Aiko's breath tickled his neck, and she giggled. His waist is powerful. Nigel clenched his fists tightly, his teeth gritted. Aiko. Chapter 105. This girl always seemingly flirts with him unconsciously. Nigel was supporting Aiko as they went to check on the person in the tent together. Were 3 people really needed to take care of one person for such a long time? It turned out that the 3 big men were already lying there snoring. Nigel. In front of him were 3 snoring men, and beside him was his intoxicated ex-girlfriend. Nigel glanced at Aiko. I'll take you back. At the mention of going back, Aiko hugged her own arms and squatted down. I am sleeping. As she said that, she actually buried her head and fell asleep like that. Nigel watched this scene, recalling how she had also fallen asleep on the balcony previously while he had been ignored, not knowing the reason. Nigel picked her up. Aiko suddenly felt lighter, and she was startled for a moment. The shock seemed to have sobered her a bit, and she even called out Nigel's name. That voice sounded so empty. Nigel looked down at her. What's wrong? You have a boyfriend now, so no one can hold you. His voice was indifferent, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his words. Aiko looked at his silhouette and traced it with her hand. Nigel carried her to her tent. The other 3 girls were already asleep. Nigel heard the voices inside. Maybe we should squeeze her on purpose later and push her out. That doesn't seem right. Haven't those online matters been clarified? Only fools would believe those clarifications. If everything were completely clear, it wouldn't have exploded in the first place. Why single her out and not others? I'm going to sleep. Ryan, what about you? I won't sleep with her. If not for her, the provincial competition gold medal would have belonged to our team. Now, we don't even have the chance to participate in the national contest. Nigel gave a cold sneer. Holding Aiko, he stood outside the zipped-up tent, his voice lazy and distant. So, the winning team is in the wrong? The saying, rats in the gutter can't stand the light, is indeed appropriate. His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for those inside to hear. The tent, which had just been buzzing with voices, suddenly became frozen, without even a whisper of breath. Nigel carried Aiko away. Ryan unzipped the tent and peeked outside. Seeing that they were gone, she breathed a sigh of relief. When was he here? Ryan, will we be targeted? After all, our internship is at Nigel's father's company. Don't worry, we may not end up in the same department. Nigel carried Aiko into his own tent. He bent down and gently placed her down. Aiko hugged his neck and rolled over, inadvertently pulling Nigel down with her. They both lay side by side. It's so cold. Aiko nuzzled against him, snuggling closer into his embrace. Nigel's gaze swept over her body. She wore a windbreaker and another coat of Nigel's over it, making her look exceptionally bulky. Looking at the small face peeking out from the puffy layers, Nigel saw her under the dim ambience light, casting only a faint glow on her skin. Nigel still held her, smelling the familiar faint fragrance mixed with the chaotic aroma of barbecue and alcohol emanating from her. Nigel leaned closer and sniffed again, catching a scent of cookies as well. Logically, he should find it off-putting and toss her out. Yet, his hand around her waist showed no signs of letting go. Suddenly, Aiko tilted her head back. Nigel's already muddled thoughts scattered further. His dark eyelashes fluttered, then his pupils moved downward to look at her. Aiko's warm breath brushed against his neck. Nigel's body tensed, his Adam's apple bobbing. A soft touch lightly grazed him, sending an electric jolt through him, leaving his whole body numb and tingling. In the dim surroundings, he let out a slight scoff. This girl always seemed to flirt with him unconsciously. Nigel's arm began to go numb. He tried to move, attempting to pull away, but the person in his arms pressed closer against him, mumbling, Baby. Nigel. Nigel froze for a moment, then slowly realized what had happened. He looked at Aiko. What? His voice trembled slightly, almost disbelieving. How could Aiko call someone baby while holding on to them? Could she often hug the dessert shop owner and call him that? Baby. The person in his arms mumbled again, drowsily, her legs pressing against him like an octopus. Baby, why aren't you soft anymore? Her hands wandered over his waist. You're hard. Startling words. Stay calm. Give me a minute, thought Nigel. Aiko pushed him away a bit. Her thoughts were still muddled. Where was her soft teddy bear? This baby is hard. It's not comfortable to hold. The bed is also hard, not like her soft big bed. Nigel was pushed away a bit by Aiko. Reacting, he gathered her into his arms again, holding her tighter. His voice was low, tinged with jealousy and a hint of coldness. It's because he can't. Holding her tightly, he nuzzled her soft earlobe with his chin. Aiko, will you break up with him? His magnetic and clear voice swept over her as Aiko shivered, her ears ticklish. In this moment of embrace, it seemed as if time had frozen forever, until the person in his arms complained about being cold again. Nigel moved slightly, realizing half of his body was numb. He had no choice but to release her. He took out an extra coat from the bag beside him and covered Aiko with another layer. Squatting with bent legs in the corner, he took out his phone. The phone had vibrated several times, but Nigel hadn't paid attention. After sending the remaining payment to the Big V, he exited the interface. Looking at the financial news, it was no surprise that even though Devon's company was investigated, the people who would bear the responsibility were those below him. This was something he and the old man had already guessed. Everything could only be done gradually. After all, Devon had accumulated considerable power over the years, making him not easy to deal with. The old man just discovered it too late. Finally, Nigel opened the chat window with Armin. You sent Autumn in. You'd better come home and explain clearly what you've been doing these days. I told you to interact more with the old man, not to provoke Devon. He doesn't care about any personal feelings. Scrolling up, it was evident that Nigel replied to Armin based on his mood, sometimes a sentence, sometimes none at all. Today, unusually, his mood was quite good. His fingers tapped slowly, typing lazily. Had you really treated her like your own daughter after a few days? I had someone check on Autumn. She's a local from Rongqing. Since high school, she hasn't had a proper guardian. Her grandmother is bedridden, and she has no earning ability, yet manages to attend the best international foreign language high school in Rongqing. The old lady's monthly expenses start at tens of thousands. Can she have no one behind her? Or do you think it's just a coincidence that the two hot events online are linked? I'm still having someone check on Jim. His registration is abroad. It will take some time. Armin, don't lose your mind just because you got married in your old age. Chapter 106. Might never discover in a lifetime. Nigel turned off his phone and squinted his sore eyes. Looking down, he saw Aiko sleeping soundly while hugging the bag he had placed beside her. Nigel lay on the other side, setting a vibration alarm on his phone for 3 o'clock. Aiko slept very deeply. Only once did she feel a cold wind blow into the tent, making her shiver. In the dark night, with her eyes half closed and everything black around, she drifted back to sleep. Standing carefully, Nigel zipped up the tent again, preventing more cold air from rushing in. In the dim light, he held something unknown in his hand, then slipped one item into his own pocket. He then opened the zipper of Aiko's parka, found a small inner pocket, and placed the other item inside before closing the zipper again. The sleeping person murmured softly as a warm palm touched her cool hand. Fearing he would be too captivated by this warmth, Nigel quickly withdrew his hand. With a dark look, he gazed at Aiko, lips slightly parted. With your carefree heart, you might never discover it in your lifetime. He glanced at his phone. It was nearly 5 o'clock. Soon, they should wake up. He left the tent quietly. Aiko, wake up to watch the sunrise. Aiko furrowed her brows with her eyes still closed. After responding, she rolled over and continued sleeping. Giles patted her face, but failed to wake her up. Holt shook his head repeatedly. These lazy people, everyone from the other teams is gathered, ready for photos. Yet our team still has 3 slots lying around. Seeing no sign of Aiko waking up, Giles didn't wake Holt to go see the sunrise. Holt stretched. However, I woke up once in the middle of the night, and there were only the 3 of us in the tent. Do you know when Nigel came? Giles snorted. How should I know? It's not like I have a crush on him and need to monitor his every move. Why are you so irritable today? Holt tapped his head, drawing a counterattack from Giles. Who wouldn't be annoyed waking up at 5 during vacation? If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't have come either. Not only did Aiko miss the sunrise, but she also missed breakfast. By the time she woke up, the sun was high in the sky. She stood up with messy hair, watching others already well-groomed and neatly dressed, silently retreated to tidy herself up. Halfway through. Where am I? Before Aiko could react, Michael handed her a bread roll. Finally awake. This is saved for you. Still combing her hair, Aiko, lost in thoughts about the tent, mumbled a thank you. Michael offered her a paper cup with milk and a straw. The milk is still warm. Drink the milk first. It was quite cold last night. Before Aiko could respond, Michael placed the straw near her mouth. Her throat felt dry, and she didn't feel like speaking much. Holding her hair, she bent down and sipped the milk, finishing it in no time. This tent. Aiko quickly tied her hair into a bun, took the bread from Michael, and gave him a tentative look. It's Nigel's. Michael replied. Aiko took a bite of the bread. Then, where is he? Don't worry, he went back to sleep with us. Aiko nodded and scanned herself. She was still wearing 2 jackets. The temperature is still low now, keep them on. Aiko hesitated for a moment, chewing on her bread, then walked out wearing both jackets. As soon as she stepped out, she faced 2 girls from her tent. Do you need anything? Ryan seemed awkward, and the girl next to her gently held her hand, first asking how Aiko had slept. I'm sorry, Aiko, we didn't wait for you last night. The girl nervously rubbed her palms. Aiko didn't know why she was apologizing, shook her head, and didn't mind it. All right, gather everyone. It's 10 o'clock. The team leader waved the small flag. We will continue climbing upwards. Beyond the ladder lies Xingda Temple, the largest temple in North City. Most people climb here to pray for studies, career, and love. The school has arranged our visit to the temple for blessings. At noon, they will provide lunch, after which we will descend and pack up to leave. Finishing the last bite of bread, Aiko returned to her team and moved forward. I just wiped my face with a wet wipe. Will Buddha think I'm disrespectful? Aiko talked to Michael next to her. Climbing makes everyone sweat. Buddha wouldn't mind that much, Giles remarked nearby. Aiko glanced at him, but caught sight of Nigel in a black coat behind him. Holt put his hand on Nigel's shoulder. I didn't see you when I woke up last night. When did you come back? Nigel closed his eyes for a moment, lazily yawning. You didn't see me? Holt nodded. Nigel tugged at the corner of his mouth with an ambiguous expression. Maybe I turned into a ghost at night. Holt, I suspect you have a crush on Nigel. Why do you need to know everything? Giles teased. Holt wanted to kick him, but he tripped over his own foot, pulling Nigel down with him. What's that? Before Giles could laugh, he saw something red fly out of Nigel's pocket. Before they could get a clear look, Nigel had already grabbed it back into his pocket. What is it? So precious that we can't even see it. Holt teased. Nigel kicked Holt. Get lost. The two of them patted their clothes and stood up. Aiko looked up at the front. Where are they? Why did they go so fast? Looking ahead, she couldn't see anyone anymore. Nigel raised his finger. This way. How do you know? Aiko asked instinctively. I'm smart. Aiko. Giles muttered something about being shameless. The group quickened their pace towards the front. Soon they saw the small flag waving. They had reached the ladder. This ladder was suspended between two cliff faces. Each step was higher than the last, stretching deep into the clouds, connecting the other side. Solid wooden planks, with iron chains on the sides. When Aiko first saw it, she was startled. I don't have any wishes to pray for. She took a step back. I really have nothing to ask Buddha for. You all go ahead. Giles scoffed. What's there to be afraid of? There are iron chains on both sides, and the wooden planks are solid. Aiko nodded, putting on a serious face. Brother, it's not that I'm scared. It's that we don't have any wishes. You don't want us to win the national award in America this time. Aiko, strength in numbers. If we 5 work together, what if we really win? Come on, you said you have no wishes, but now I've created one for you. Aiko. Chapter 107. I've never liked her. You're just going to stand here alone? Wait until we finish eating? You're not eating. Nigel's voice sounded. Aiko looked at him. He was also looking at her right now. Aiko didn't know what was happening, but she felt something was odd. Last night, did she do something? Otherwise, why would she feel so physically uneasy seeing Gupojin now? Gupojin had a point. Aiko could stay away, but she couldn't skip a meal, especially since they still needed to descend the mountain in the afternoon. Her legs trembled just looking at that ladder. Why must a temple trip be so nerve-wracking? My calves feel a bit cramped, Aiko muttered, staring down at the fog below, unable to gauge the height. If she fell, wouldn't her bones be shattered? Why don't I carry you over? Close your eyes. Michael suggested before Gupojin scoffed. This is disrespectful to the gods. Who gets blessings while being carried? Of course, Aiko wouldn't let anyone carry her. She was an adult. No problem. You guys go ahead. I'll follow behind, slowly. Aiko said sheepishly. Holt replied. You should go in front then, or else when we're all gone, you'll still be standing there cramping. Aiko. She was coaxed into walking ahead. Go slow. Don't push me. Aiko kept her eyes on the ground, not daring to look outside, but the wooden planks connected by chains swayed precariously. It felt like stepping on cotton. Aiko's heart raced with anxiety. Behind her, for people silently commented, no one's pushing you. You're slower than a turtle. Aiko. This 5-minute journey took Aiko 20 minutes, and she was teased for those 20 minutes. Finally reaching the temple, Aiko stumbled and nearly fell. She muttered, this place is against me. Thinking this, Aiko entered the temple without taking a blessing slip like the other students. Everyone was writing their wishes on paper with brushes at the tables. Aiko stood aside, wrapping her ankle. She genuinely felt it cramp. Why aren't you participating? Aiko shrugged, startled by the sudden voice from behind. Turning, she saw Gupojin. Aren't you also skipping it? I don't believe in that stuff. Gupojin glanced at her and turned his head away. Aiko nodded. Right, you've got everything, no need to pray. As she said this, she saw Gupojin touch the back of his neck. Today, he seemed peculiar. Why did I sleep in your tent last night? You forced it, and I let you. You're not the type to give up easily. You think I always come off badly in your eyes. Why are you always looking at my clothes? Aiko finally realized what was strange about Gupojin today. He kept staring at her outfit. This jacket is yours. What? Do you want it back? Aiko started to take off the jacket. Wear it. Too lazy to hold it if you take it off. Gupojin's tone was light, as if he really was just too lazy to hold it. Oh, Michael, where are you going? Hearing Zeus's voice, Aiko instinctively looked over. Michael was standing at the spot for relationship blessings, holding a red wish strip, writing something unknown. Aiko's eyes flashed. Does Michael have someone he likes? Michael quickly put the strip in his pocket. He looked at Aiko. Not making a wish? Aiko shifted her gaze, then back to Michael. Nothing worth wishing for. After some thought, she made a wish for family safety and academic success. At lunch, the 5 sat around a small table, with simple dishes and kanji on it. Someone sighed. Going back means final exam week again. Feels like I haven't done anything. Another final exam. Aiko swallowed her food and shook her head. Time flies. Holt put down his chopsticks. I find it puzzling. Final exams are easier than what we usually practice, yet my roommates freak out every time. Zeus rolled his eyes. There's a huge difference between studying all semester and cramming for a week. Why is there no signal here? Aiko held up her phone. Only after descending the mountain did her phone get signal. Instantly, a flood of messages appeared. Aiko ignored the trivial ones. Then she saw her brother's message about the list of detained individuals who spread rumors, her eyes lingering on Autumn's name. After so long, she had been somewhat avoiding Autumn, let alone making contact with her, so it was puzzling why she would go through great lengths to cyberbully herself. Your dad works in Jing City? Gu Pojin asked casually. Aiko nodded. He was transferred there a few months ago. Why do you ask? Oh, nothing. Just that the lawyer your father hired is quite famous, and I happen to know him too. So I was asking. Do you know why Autumn exposed you and Gem? Aiko thought Gu Pojin was still playing around with Autumn. She didn't understand why Autumn had hostility towards her was one thing. But why did she also have hostility towards Gu Pojin? Why would I know? Gu Pojin said. How could you not know? Aren't you too? Aiko paused. She wasn't sure how far their relationship had developed. Gu Pojin looked puzzled. There's nothing between us. Why would you think I'm connected to her? Don't you like her? Aiko asked, surprised. Like who? Zeus, who was replying to messages, chimed in. Holt and Michael also gathered around. Sue. Autumn. Aiko murmured softly. What? Autumn. Zeus joked. Brother, I also pursued her. Aiko was even more shocked. She was the last miss I went after. Before Aiko could react, Gu Pojin stepped close to her, almost sticking to her body. In front of everyone, he enunciated each word seriously. I've never liked her. In Jing City, you visited her grandmother's hospital every day. If you didn't like her, then why did you go? It was because of my deal with Armin at that time. I was doing favors for him, not out of my own will. Gu Pojin stared at Aiko as if a breakthrough had just been made. You always thought I liked her? Holt spread his arms, pulling Michael and Zeus back a step. Let's keep some distance for the drama. You should have liked her anyway, and Aiko lowered her head, stepping back, unable to finish what she wanted to say. And what? Gu Pojin took another step forward. There's absolutely nothing between me and her. She's Vonda's daughter. How could I possibly like her? Chapter 108. The bracelet is for Aiko. Didn't you take her to a bar before? Was this also part of your deal? Aiko still remembered her first visit to the bar, where she saw Nigel and Autumn being treated like VIPs by the manager. Nigel stepped closer, gazing at Aiko before him. So, it's because of her that. Aiko knew what he was about to say and pushed him gently. No, Aiko, if I really liked her, I wouldn't have collected evidence to send her to be questioned. Aiko knew Autumn had been detained, but didn't know it was Nigel who did it. You, she hesitated, you did it? Why? Because she used the Gu family's money to harm you. Because. Nigel took a breath, about to continue. Hey you bunch, get in the car now. In just a moment, there were only 5 of them left on the roadside, with their leaders shouting from inside the vehicle. Without hesitation, they quickly ran over with their backpacks. Since they were the last aboard, they ended up scattered. Aiko ended up sitting next to a girl wearing headphones. She held her phone, momentarily dazed. The girl beside her tapped her. Could you give me the link to buy your jacket? Aiko looked down. The afternoon heat had made her unzip the outer layer of Nigel's jacket, revealing the contrasting colored jacket underneath. I'm sorry, I don't have a link. This jacket was a gift from her brother a year ago, and this was the first time she wore it. She usually didn't get the chance to wear it. The girl seemed genuinely fond of it. Did you buy it from a physical store? What brand is it? Can you tell me? Aiko pulled out the label from inside the jacket to show her. The girl searched online. Oh my god, this is a limited edition collaboration luxury brand. What a pity. Seeing her disappointed look, Aiko hesitated. Well, if you don't mind, I'll give it to you. When we return to the city center, it won't be cold anymore, and I can take it off and give it to you. Holy crap. The girl's eyes widened, surprised by such generosity. But this is an extremely rare item, worth thousands now. I hardly wear it anyway. Only this once, so it would be wasted here. I see you really like it. Aiko smiled and pointed at the girl's glowing phone screen. Besides, I love listening to Ryuichi Sakamoto too. Fate right. The girl laughed excitedly. Really? I've liked him since junior high, back when I was in the first year. Their conversation naturally shifted to Ryuichi Sakamoto. They chatted all the way until they got off the bus. Aiko handed the jacket over to her. The girl hugged it, looking blissful. You're so nice, and so beautiful. No wonder people didn't believe Nigel was chasing after you before. Now I believe it. Aiko's smile froze. She wasn't comfortable discussing this topic. I should go. My teammate is waiting for me. Running over to her teammates, she saw Nigel hurriedly getting into a black Bentley. Ezekiel teased Holt. Just got off the bus and someone picks him up in a luxury car. Life really splits at birth. But did you hear earlier? It seems his family member is critically ill. Holt mentioned casually. Aiko's mind buzzed. Critically ill? His grandfather? Nikki. Can't be. They said months ago that his condition had improved significantly. I only heard something about Mr. Gu and rushing to the hospital. Is it his grandfather? Aiko hadn't expected it to be Nikki. Do you want to ask Grandma? Michael, who knew a little about the connection between her grandmother and the Gu family, comforted her. Call Grandma first. She might know more. Maybe it's not as serious as it sounds. Aiko nodded and called her Grandma. Huh? What's going on? Why do Nigel's grandfather and Abby have a connection? They know each other. Aiko mentioned briefly, without elaborating on their relationship. The car is here, let's get in. Michael and Holt waved goodbye to Ezekiel. Aiko got into the car first, calling her Grandma. Abby, is something wrong with Nikki? How severe is it? Sky, I'm in Jing City now. Aiko fell silent. If Abby has already gone to Jing City, then it must be serious for Nikki. Abby, you. Aiko paused. Did you see the bracelet? When I came back that day, I put it in your room and left. It was actually from Nikki to you. He thought you might not accept it, so he asked me to bring it to you. Yes, I saw it, Sky, but it's not for me, it's for you. Aiko was taken aback. For me? Nikki told me to give it to you. If he didn't say that, you probably wouldn't have accepted it. Aiko murmured. Why give it to me? Poju came, right? Abby Gu asked again. He should have gone. I saw him get into the car. Sigh, Alicia, don't overthink it. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are all common in life. Focus on your project. After the final exams, aren't you going to compete in the US? Yep. Mentioning this, Aiko couldn't help but worry. Then what about him? With Nikki's illness and the competition, life is unpredictable. Everyone has their own path, and we can only overcome the obstacles ourselves. Although people often say Poju is a troublemaker, I find him more mature than most of your peers. Aiko was silent for a moment, and when she spoke again, her voice was choked with emotion. I prayed for my family today. We will all be safe and sound. Nikki is like family too. He'll be fine. He'll get better. Abby Gu didn't want to upset Aiko. Hearing that she might cry, she quickly changed the subject and ended the call after a few more words. In Jing City, at the special ward of the Gu family hospital, the elderly man on the bed had white hair, his eyes closed. Around the bed stood many people. Grandson Devon and his two sons, second son Terry along with his wife and one son and daughter, Devon's wife Vonda, Orla, Arsene, and Nikki's personal lawyer. The spacious luxury ward was filled with these dozen or so people. All eyes were fixed on the patient on the bed. When Nigel arrived, Devon and Terry were discussing the will. They both tried to inquire from the old man's personal lawyer, but the lawyer kept tight-lipped and didn't divulge much. Mr. Gu established two wills. One will be made public, the other will remain confidential. Nigel pushed through the crowd and walked to the bedside. His emotions were complicated. Armin was the youngest son of the old man. After the other two brothers moved out of the Gu family home, he continued to stay by the old man's side. Nigel grew up around Mr. Gu. From a young age, the old man was very strict with him. Nigel began learning about the company under the old man's tutelage at 12 years old. The lock on his room door was different from the others. It was because before leaving for North City, he had no privacy. The old man constantly monitored him. At that time, he resented the old man somewhat, which led to him breaking the lock and eventually installing a lock with a password only he knew. After moving to North City, he returned home only a few times a year, and those memories faded. What remained was the blood tie between them. Nigel was originally groomed to be the heir. He himself broke the lock, letting down the old man's expectations. Chapter 109. He is family, not a lover. It wasn't until the final exams ended that Aiko truly felt her third year in college was half over. While everyone else went home for winter break, the school had already purchased tickets for them to fly to Country M in advance. Aiko visited her grandmother's house and saw the wooden box on the table. She opened it, admiring the jade bracelet resting on black velvet, translucent and beautiful. She closed the lid and put it back on the table. Beijing Airport. Only 4 people were going through security, as Nigel did not come. Holt was worried about Nigel missing the time. They would be staying in M Country for 20 days. Nigel had at least 3 days to arrive in M Country. On the plane, Holt couldn't help but ask Aiko, is something seriously wrong with his family? Aiko shook her head. I don't know either. With Abby still not back, the answer was almost clear. I hope he can make it. Zeus suddenly thought of something, his gaze intense. Do you think Nigel might be caught up in some inheritance dispute? That was something out of their reach, filled only with curiosity. But Aiko had seen firsthand how formidable the Gu family could be, even kidnapping Abby for company shares. How could they be ordinary good people? Nigel. Aiko's mind became muddled, as if she had returned to the dark night. Aiko, do you like me? The murmured voice seemed right beside her ear. Don't give up on me, okay? Her heart suddenly trembled, and she looked to the side. Michael asked her, what's wrong? Aiko came to her senses and shook her head. She took out the MP3 player from her pocket and plugged in the earphones. On her last trip back to Abby's place, she only took this one item, a relic from her high school days, used for 3 years, gradually forgotten after getting into college. She listened to slow tunes inside it, but her mind was occupied by other sounds. He said he didn't like autumn. There was no need for Nigel to lie to her. So those words were true. The plane slowed down and landed at the appropriate time, steadily touching down on the runway. Aiko followed behind others out of the terminal, taking off her headphones and putting them in her pocket. I'm returning to New York. Hearing a familiar voice, Aiko turned to look to the left. Her gaze followed the back of someone walking away. Amadeo. Aiko looked away when she realized he was already far gone, so she didn't greet him. Amadeo had come to New York during summer vacation too, now in winter break. Before Aiko could think too much, a special reception staff led them to the hotel. Sitting in the back seat of the car, the scenery outside flew by quickly, lead gray skies sprinkled with snowflakes. Cars slowly drove down the streets. Ancient buildings appeared even more solemn in the snow. The Gothic church spires, European row houses, perfectly integrated into the urban snowscape, tranquil and peaceful. A bread was passed over to her. Eat something to tide you over. It's a 30-minute drive to the hotel. Aiko glanced over and found Michael always so attentive. Even the bread was already unwrapped. Aiko's pupils darkened as she stared straight at Michael. Michael. She glanced around and saw Holt in the front seat talking to his parents on the phone, while Giles and Morris were in another car. In the back seat, there were only her and Michael. What is it? Michael raised his hand, passing the bread toward Aiko. Aiko didn't take it, instead asking, what do you most want to do? The sound of plastic being tightly squeezed broke the silence. Aiko asked again. Is physics what you really love? Silence. Aiko looked away, taking a deep breath. Have you thought about your future? Michael's eyes reflected the side of her face bathed in the glow of the sunset, just as beautiful as any other day. His future was right before him, but he couldn't say it. If he did, everything would vanish. Why did you choose physics? I remember you once said you wanted to be a free illustrator. Nikita had once offered to fund Michael's art studies, noting his talent. No, Michael had a talent for anything he did. His talent was effort. Whatever he did, he would be successful. Michael lowered his head. Yes, physics was a change he made on impulse. I don't have anything I like, nothing I want. I just want to. Michael withdrew his hand, his gaze falling on the refused bread. Graduate smoothly. Work, live a stable life. Haven't you thought about pursuing further studies? You're a natural genius. Holt, having finished his call, was surprised to hear Michael planning to work directly after graduation. I want to start working and earning money as soon as possible. Michael was very direct, not hiding his desire for money at all. Holt was quite surprised, because Michael usually seemed indifferent to worldly desires. He had assumed Michael would aim for at least a doctoral degree or become a professor. Money can be earned anytime. If you don't get a master's degree now, it will be tough in the future. Holt, who had planned everything from an early age, was determined to take the postgraduate entrance exam. Aiko understood Michael's concerns and smiled. Working and earning money is good. Waiting for Holt to stop talking, Aiko leaned close to Michael's ear and whispered, You're so capable that you'll surely find your dream job smoothly, with great success. Master's degrees and postgraduate studies would be easy pieces for you if you wanted them. Aiko didn't say anything more, just gazed out of the window. Michael heard her clearly, feeling his eyes grow moist and tear up. She would never know that whether it was his interest in art, physics, or his dreams and future plans, they all included her. Why did he send Aiko cassette tapes? Because he knew she wouldn't listen. Every year, Michael sent Aiko cassette tapes filled with songs she liked, all the same song. It seemed like a long time ago. He had been preparing for this day, certain that Aiko wouldn't open and listen. He had cut off his own retreat path. But still, a sliver of hope arose in his heart. What if she listened? And then he feared, what if she really did hear it? He thought Aiko would never know. But suddenly she asked him what he wanted, about his future plans. She rejected what he offered. As soon as they stepped out of the car, cold winds mixed with sleet blew by, making their bodies shiver. Aiko wrapped herself tightly in her coat. Seeing Michael about to take off his jacket, she quickly stopped him. Michael, you don't have to do everything for me. Being cold for a bit won't hurt me. You don't owe me anything. There's no need to care for me like this. Abby would be heartbroken if she saw you giving me your jacket and getting cold in the snow. Michael paused mid-motion. Do you? Aiko pulled her hand back into her sleeve. I'd be heartbroken too, because you are already like family to me. Before Michael could revel in her concern, her next words made him dare not indulge anymore. Family. He is family, not a lover. Chapter 110. Is Nigel really chasing you? If Aiko discovers the truth, she would truly reject everything he offers without any reservation. Michael lowered his head with a bitter smile. He should have hidden deeper. He shouldn't have hoped for more. The skyscraper stood tall, its glass facade reflecting the sparkle of snowflakes. After checking into the hotel and registering at the front desk, they were assigned rooms by the staff. After dinner, Morris took them on a tour of the research facility. When they returned to the hotel, it was already dark outside. Aiko finished her toiletries and got into bed with her phone in hand. She methodically read through the introductions of the other participating teams and their past award-winning experimental designs. Undoubtedly, each one represented the cream of the crop from their respective schools. Unconsciously, it was already midnight. Aiko set her alarm. To ensure she felt refreshed during the day, she had been strictly going to bed at midnight these few days. But tonight, she couldn't fall asleep. She reached out and picked up her phone, which was under her pillow. She opened the financial news app. There was still no breaking news about Nikki. She browsed through several marketing accounts, trying to find clues. She clicked on one post. It remained highly popular. The sunset's melancholic glow cast over the photo, where the lone figure walked towards the airport, wearing a black coat that accentuated his slender yet sharp figure. Even his profile couldn't hide his evident fatigue. The Gu family of Jing City had always been a focal point for domestic media. Even though Nigel hadn't appeared in public in Jing City for years, the media had never let up on him. Aiko put down her phone. Nigel was at the airport. Nikki should be fine. At 2 in the afternoon the next day, Nigel arrived in New York on Air China flight, say, 9981, greeted personally by Morris. He was taken directly to the research facility. Watching him walk in while talking to Morris, his ears red from the cold, he raised his eyebrows slightly as they discussed something important. His long, thick eyelashes barely fluttered when he finally spoke, and, unexpectedly, lifted his head to lock eyes with Aiko through the people between them. His eye sockets seemed sunken, showing signs of sleepless nights. Aiko's gaze dropped. He held a cup of coffee, probably to stay awake. She smiled faintly, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Following behind Morris, Nigel approached them. Looking utterly tired, with his eyes glistening from yawning, he pulled out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Aiko. He gave this to you. For a moment, Aiko was stunned before realizing he referred to Nikki. She took the envelope and slipped it into her own pocket. The research facility not only housed students from China, but also local students, all dressed in uniform blue-gray jackets. Among this sea of blue-gray, they, who wore no uniforms, stood out prominently. Apart from the 2 teams from Beicheng, there were also 2 teams from Jing City. A few members of the Jing City team came over to greet Nigel. Among them, there was a boy whom Aiko remembered from the photo holding a trophy. He stood beside Nigel in that photo. Though it showed his middle school appearance, his features hadn't changed much. Dodge glanced at Nigel with a faint look. I didn't expect you to actually participate. Indeed. Nigel smirked, seemingly surprised to meet his former teammate after so many years. For dinner, they would dine together with the organizers, with cameras capturing the entire event. Seeing the camera right up against her, Aiko moved to the side to avoid it. Glancing around, she noticed that the other cameramen kept a respectful distance except for this one, almost shoving the camera in her face. Does she look easy to bully? Seeing Aiko move away, the cameraman followed closely. Feeling annoyed, Aiko was about to say something when someone blocked the camera. Nigel slowed his steps but said nothing, looking at his phone as if nothing happened. No need, Aiko said quietly. Then, stepping past Nigel, she addressed the cameraman herself, speaking with perfect American English. Caught off guard by her firm gaze, the cameraman stepped back, keeping his distance as per the rules. Only then did Aiko relax. Upon reaching the restaurant, the professors leading the group shook hands with the hosts while the students found their seats. Each participant received a name badge indicating their school and even the names of their team leaders. As they seated themselves, Aiko ended up sitting beside the boy who greeted Nigel earlier. Looking at his badge, Aiko saw his name, Dodge. While she was eating, Dodge suddenly refilled her empty cup. Oh, no need. I can do it myself. Aiko started to take the cup to fill it herself. Dodge smiled humbly. It's okay, I did it while I was at it. Aiko saw him pour another cup for himself after filling hers and didn't think much of it. Who knew Aiko hadn't finished her mouthful of food when the person next to her asked with a smile. Is Nigel really chasing you? Cough. Aiko swallowed the food in her mouth. Sorry, I don't want to answer that. Dodge laughed naturally. My apologies, but you know. Sorry, I don't want to know. Aiko replied straightforwardly and refused to look at him. Well, Dodge retracted his gaze and sneered. So arrogant. Just like Nigel. The schedule was tight. They had a session right after lunch to explain the procedures and pre-competition training arrangements. It lasted about 3 or 4 hours. Night fell again when they exited the restaurant. After listening to the non-stop briefing for 3 or 4 hours, everyone was so exhausted that they didn't feel like talking or even playing on their phones. With drooping shoulders, they quietly returned to the hotel and got into the elevator. The team members were staying on the same floor. Just as the elevator door was about to close, Dodge slipped in. Aiko had just pressed the elevator button when Dodge said to her, Please press 13th floor for me. Thanks, miss. Aiko pressed it for him. The quiet atmosphere was broken by him. As soon as he entered, Dodge put an arm around Nigel's shoulder which was quickly shrugged off by Nigel. Dodge shrugged. How heartless. What about our 3 years of classmate friendship and the awards we won together? Nigel looked at him, his voice revealing exhaustion. Now we are competitors. Dodge laughed, leaning against the wall of the elevator with his arms crossed. This competition means nothing to you. Anyway, you will go back to take over the company. Thanks for your high opinion. How about the uncles before them? Nigel said casually. The matter of dividing the pie, don't forget your brothers who used to compete with you when the time comes. Dodge changed the subject, turning to Aiko. Miss, you should seize this opportunity. Others would have agreed long ago. Chapter 111. Michael fainted. Aiko checked the chat records. Nigel smiled faintly and put his arm around Dodge's shoulders. Are you feeling itchy on your butt? Do you want me to help you with that? Dodge shut up. Aiko almost laughed at Nigel's words, but held back. Xenon burst into laughter, bringing some liveliness to the originally dead atmosphere. Men who usually say such things are often impotent themselves. They can only emphasize their superiority by imagining women rely on men to live. TSK, TSK, TSK. Xenon remarked. Dodge wanted to say something more when someone suddenly fell down. Michael. Aiko was scared, her voice trembling as she saw Michael fall onto Dodge. Nigel helped him up from the side, but Michael had his eyes closed without any response. Dodge was so scared he shook all over. Don't think I'm faking. I didn't move. He just collapsed on me. Holt immediately called for an ambulance. They took the elevator and went downstairs immediately. The ambulance allowed 2 people to accompany Michael, and Aiko stepped forward. I'll go. Before Aiko finished her sentence, Nigel also got in the ambulance with her. You should go back first. We'll contact you through the phone. After saying this, Nigel glanced at Dodge, but remained silent. Dodge didn't expect his casual teasing would provoke a sick person who could collapse onto him anytime. Mr. Hua, I believe you understand why I am here today. Devon handed a check across the table. Just take a look. These 50 million belong to you. The man opposite wore a black and white suit, his hair styled slick back exposing his entire forehead, sharp-eyed. Mr. Gu, last time I clearly said that what will be disclosed will be disclosed. As for the part of the will that the old man doesn't plan to reveal, even if you tie me up, I still won't know about it. Double the amount. Devon appeared indifferent, but ambition gleamed in his eyes. Mr. Gu, please respect my profession. Lawyer Hua pushed the check back and left after picking up his briefcase. Lawyer Hua, you better think this through. Devon had probed Arsene before, and even the old man's closest aide didn't know about the other part of the will. Only this lawyer did. Unfortunately, this lawyer was orphaned and unattached, which troubled Devon, making it difficult for him to find a breakthrough. Allah paused. Mr. Gu, what the old man has left for all of you is more than enough to support you for life. This implied not to be too greedy. Devon snorted coldly. When a person can have much more, what they hold now seems insignificant. Lawyer Hua, since the old man sponsored you to grow up and you served as his private lawyer for decades, don't you understand that if you're not at the top in this circle, you're merely serving others? Devon stood up, shoved his business card into Allah's pocket. Would you be content staying in this position forever? If you agree, many things will become easier. Lawyer Hua, consider it carefully. Devon patted him lightly on the shoulder and chuckled softly. As usual, similar to how those disdainful expressions looked at Allah when he was a beneficiary visiting the Gu family. He took out the card from his pocket and scrutinized it. Generations of power have nurtured insatiable appetites that are hard to change once grown large. Looking at Devon's retreating back, Allah couldn't tell who he was on the phone with. A bodyguard opened the door for him. Was it you? Devon sat in the back seat, leaning against the seat back with his eyes closed. A slightly fearful voice came from the other end. Don't worry, I made someone else do it. Even Nigel wouldn't trace it back to me. Devon slowly opened his eyes, the sharpness in them piercing through the screen. He stared at the call interface on his phone and spoke slowly. You and your mother stay well in New York. This month, I'll arrange for more money to be wired to you. Griffin. The other side seemed to want to say something more, but Devon hung up. To the hospital. He ordered. If he doesn't wake up in 3 days, your competition might be at risk. Morris looked at the person lying on the bed. Aiko sighed softly, looking at the person on the bed. The doctor said it was due to excessive anxiety leading to fainting, a physiological reaction of self-protection. What could he be anxious about? Xenon gazed at the person on the bed, trying to figure it out but couldn't. Usually, there are no signs. Could it be because of the upcoming competition? Aiko approached the bed and checked the phone in his pocket. Michael's password was still the same as before. Aiko typed it in a few times and unlocked the phone. You two really grew up together like peas in a pod. Even something like a phone password, he would tell you. Xenon clicked his tongue repeatedly. Holtado glanced at Nigel beside him, pulling Xenon back a bit and whispering in his ear. Talk less. If Nigel faints again, we don't have to compete either. We can just go back home for the new year. I can't hear you. Came a faint voice from the side. Holt looked at Nigel, then pretend not to hear. Hey, Aiko, how can you go through someone else's chat records? Xenon saw Aiko opening Michael's WeChat and was about to stop her. Aiko took a step back. You stay here and watch over him. I need to go out for a while. Nigel stepped forward, but paused when Aiko glanced at him. Don't follow me. Aiko closed the door of the ward and walked to the corridor by the window. The cold wind bit into her skin. She stood by the window holding the phone, her fingers turning red from the cold as she scrolled through the chat history. I asked your counselor, your tuition is all waived, and you received quite a lot of scholarships. Where did the money your mother gave you go? I'm telling you, the money you're using now, borrowed from that woman, you'll have to pay back eventually. Try not to use it if you can. Didn't the Luo family use to sponsor you? Why aren't they doing it now? You're pretty close to their daughter, right? Speak nicely to them. Don't be so wooden. Girls these days like sweet talkers. If you could win over their daughter, you wouldn't have to work so hard. Son, transfer some money to Griffin. I've run into some issues lately. The money your mom gave you, you haven't used it, right? I know you wouldn't. Transfer it to me for an emergency. Aiko's fingertips turned stiff with cold, barely able to touch the screen. She slowly squatted down, trying to calm her mind. Michael, as a student, was struggling to make ends meet, yet his father was asking him for money. As she scrolled down, more transfer records appeared. All the money she sent me was given to you. I have no money left. Did you make any useful friends? If the Luos knew you needed money, they wouldn't refuse you. Don't ask me. I have no obligation to give you money. You didn't raise me. You are my son. Isn't it natural for sons to support their fathers? You have money to go abroad, but not enough to support your father. I'm going to a competition. The school provided the funds. Is there a prize? No. Then why are you participating if there's no prize? You should have worked instead of wasting money on useless education. By the time others graduate, you'll already be established in society. Aiko's eyes fell on the last message from Shunrungji, dated after they had gone through several consecutive small poor courses. He was working hard, trying to improve, but Shunrungji was belittling him, teaching him life lessons from his own failed life. Chapter 112. A dog licking brings breakfast to his goddess, after the goddess has a boyfriend. Do you want to lie on the sickbed too? Dot's heart suddenly trembled, and she immediately turned off her phone, the screen going dark. A warm coat was then draped over her shoulders. Cord stared at her fingers, which were frozen purple, but hadn't even stood up yet. Cord clasped his hands together, enclosing hers within. His palms were very warm, especially in contrast to Dot's stiff and cold fingertips. In that moment, the warmth made Dot hesitant to pull her hand away. If you don't want us to see, just say so. No one would secretly watch what he wants to keep secret. So why did you come out here to catch a chill? Dot glanced at him, then lowered her eyes, murmuring with stubbornness. Dot tried to pull her hand away. Cord held tight. You're not warm yet. You'll warm up once you go inside later. Dot pulled her hand back, grabbing the phone that had slipped down to her thigh, walking ahead. Cord remained crouching on the ground, palms still clasped, turning to glance at Dot, who walked with determination, then cast his eyes down at his own palms. Dot walked into the toilet and entered a stall. She dialed the number using Ezra's phone. When the call connected, there was noise on the other end, apparently from Mahjong shuffling. There was also the faint sound of laughter and cursing between winning and losing. Hello? Speak up. I'm busy here. Didn't you go abroad for some competition? Hey, old Shin, your son went abroad for a competition? He must have won a lot of prize money, huh? You're really lucky to have such a great son. Listening to the flattery, Dot remained silent. Freddie laughed sarcastically. Great? Not at all. I shouldn't have agreed for him to go to high school in the first place. Now he thinks too highly of himself and looks down on me, an old father. What good is a prestigious university graduate if it can't put food on the table? At least he's better than someone who leeches off their son, Dot said coldly. There was silence for a while before a curse erupted. Who the hell are you? Why do you have my son's phone? The little punk's girlfriend? The voice on the other end mixed with curses. Listen here. That kid has no money. If you really marry into our family, I won't pay any dowry or buy a house for you. Don't expect me to give you any money. Clutched the phone tightly. Ezra hasn't spent a single penny of your money since he was born. He was raised by the Liu family. He belongs to the Liu family. If you dare to ask him for money again, I'll hire a lawyer. For years, from middle school to university, you haven't given him a cent. Minors have the right to demand child support from their parents. You abandoned your child without care for years, neglecting his basic needs, which constitutes abandonment under the law. The legal system can hold you criminally responsible. Bullshit. It's none of your business how I raise my son. Where did you come from, Brad? He lives in the house, and his mother sends him money. How could this be abandonment? Am I committing a crime by raising my own son? Bring Ezra to me. Let me ask him. He's lying in a hospital bed now, not knowing when he'll wake up. Your son, isn't he? I paid for his medical bills. Send me the money now. And since no one is taking care of him, nursing care costs money too. You claim he's your son, so pay up. You? Fraudster. Who are you? Think I'd give you money just because you ask? Heard cards being thrown? I wouldn't give you a dime even if I had the money. Who the hell are you? My name is daughter of the mindless ATM you just mentioned. There was silence on the other end. Liu family, huh? Aren't you rich enough? Can't you cover the medical bills? Spoke clearly, word by word. After all, you're his father. The money should naturally come from you. You just said he was raised by your Liu family. Treat him as part of your family and stop coming to me. Fine. From now on, Ezra has nothing to do with you. He's an adult now and doesn't need a guardian. There's a recording of this conversation. If you ask Ezra for money again, I will hire the best lawyer in North City and sue you for extortion and illegal possession of others' property. You? The house Ezra lives in is mine. Make him move out. Snorted. That house was left to him by his grandparents. The property deed is in Ezra's name. If you want to go to jail, feel free to take it. You, beep. Hung up the phone. Coming out of the toilet, she found Cord still standing in the wind. She frowned. Want to wear a hospital gown too? Cord only followed when he saw her come out. Done dealing with it? Thinking of the troublesome person, felt annoyed, half done. Even if Augustus agreed for now, he would still come back to Michael when he runs out of money in the future. She had threatened Augustus with hiring a lawyer, but he was still Michael's father after all. She had no right to interfere too much. This matter could only be handled if Michael agreed. Only then could she convince her father to hire a lawyer. Need help? Nigel saw the worry in Aiko's eyes and almost instinctively asked. After saying it, he felt a bit regretful. What kind of situation is this? Was he helping his love rival for her sake? Nigel inexplicably remembered a meme he had seen online once. A dog licks and brings breakfast to his goddess after the goddess has a boyfriend. The dog says, looks like I have to prepare 2 breakfasts tomorrow. You can really help. Aiko grabbed his shoulders with both hands. Her bright eyes stared into his. Perhaps it had been a long time since Nigel had seen Aiko look at him this way. Or maybe he was bewitched. In any case, Nigel agreed. Then we will handle this matter after we return to China. Now let's focus on the competition. Aiko nodded. Let's go back. As she spoke, she sneezed. Where did you two go? Ezekiel looked at them, his nose tipped frozen red. Aiko put Michael's phone back. Why did you take Michael's phone? Aren't you afraid that when Michael wakes up and finds out you've been messing with his phone, he'll get mad? Aiko turned to look at Ezekiel. Get mad? Thinking back, when Aiko and Michael were young, they loved to play together. Michael barely had any toys, only books. He used to enjoy reading Harry Potter. Once on his birthday, Nikita gave him a complete set of the already out-of-print series, which Michael placed on the bookshelf, hardly touching them. One day, Aiko got into trouble with a boy in class who threatened to report to their parents. Michael offered that rare set of books just to protect her from getting into trouble with her parents. Looking back now, it might seem like a small matter. But back then, those books held significant meaning for Michael. He won't get mad, Aiko said as she poured herself a glass of water. Just like Osiris, Michael never truly got angry at her. They were family. Chapter 113, Nigel discovers a secret. Mr. Gu, these are the photos taken from Mr. Ho's side. Devon looked at the stack of photos placed on his desk by his assistant. He picked one up to examine it. The picture showed Alla dining with a woman at a restaurant. The second photo captured their embrace as they parted ways. This woman is his junior schoolmate. They lost contact after graduation but reconnected a couple of years ago and officially started dating in January this year. I've given him 3 days to think about it. If he chooses to stick to his principles, let's see if those around him can do the same. Devon gathered the photos and laid them flat on the table, tapping his index finger rhythmically. Contact her privately without letting Alla find out. Yes. When Michael woke up, no one on the team asked why he had fallen ill. And when Michael noticed that Augustus had deleted his WeChat, he didn't ask Aiko. The group was busy with experimental design, leaving little time for leisure. They could only check their phones during meals. Hello. Nigel answered the phone, put down his chopsticks, and walked aside to take the call. The eating area was also provided by the host, and there were other students besides them. Nigel moved to a quiet spot before replying to Arsene. It will be another week here. Well, lawyer said Devon approached him with a check, which he refused. Mr. Gu hasn't woken up yet. The doctor said it might be. People from all 3 branches of the Gu family have come to monitor Mr. Gu closely and have been probing me for information. Nigel clenched his hand, gazing out the window at the snow-covered branches. A black bird flew by, and snow fluttered down from the branches. Suddenly, he wanted to end the call and avoid dealing with these annoying matters. Avoidance is the best way for a person to retreat into their safety shell. But ultimately, dangers lurk outside. Once you retreat, you'll always be shrinking back. The second will. I can't read it either. His voice was hoarse with fatigue. Only 2 people know about the second will. Mr. Gu and Huo lawyer. Even Miss Gu doesn't know. There seemed to be some hesitation on the other end before continuing. However, the will seems to involve both you and Miss Gu. Nigel's expression froze for a moment. He hadn't expected that the will would involve him. He had smashed the lock under the old man's watchful eye, clearly renouncing his position as heir to the Gu family. In the past few years in North City, the old man hadn't sought him out again. They only reconnected because he made a deal with the old man over Antonio's matter. Besides himself, it was also related to Aiko's grandmother. Nigel turned, his gaze passing over the bustling crowd. She held a fork in one hand, stuffing a piece of meat into her mouth while staring at her tablet screen, apparently having an insight. She hastily chewed a few times and then handed the tablet to the others. As Holt took the tablet, Aiko's eyes met Nigel's. Nigel blinked in surprise, turning away quickly. I want to meet with a lawyer after the competition. Please arrange an appointment for me. You also want to ask about the second will. Devon won't give up easily. While a lawyer may adhere to my grandfather's words, who knows which will come first, accidents or tomorrow. With his listed company under investigation, market share squeezed, and capital chain broken, he won't give up on the old man's inheritance if he wants to rise again. All right, I'll arrange a meeting with a lawyer for you. Nigel hung up, walked to the smoking area, and slowly finished a cigarette while looking at Arsene's message about Devon's recent private transfer. Following that was information about the person Amadeo had interacted with most recently. He scrolled down until his eyes landed on someone. Amadeo? His nationality is M. Arsene just sent over the recipient's bank account number of Devon's transfer, which was an American Express card. Amadeo Devon. He typed a message to Arsene to keep an eye on Amadeo, then turned off his phone and returned to the cafeteria. Where did you go? The food has gone cold, Giles asked. Nigel casually replied that he wasn't eating anymore and looked at Michael. Do you know Amadeo? Michael still looked pale from his illness, but nodded. Yes. Do you know his parents? Nigel asked again. Michael disliked when others mentioned his parents and rarely asked such personal questions, so he shook his head. Aiko chimed in. He once mentioned that his parents were doing business abroad and hardly ever returned to China. Is that all you know? Nigel raised an eyebrow. Did he never mention his family background? Aiko furrowed her brows and thought carefully. I only remember that he said choosing physics was his father's idea. His mother seemed to be quite strict with him, often calling to ask about his studies. Nigel lowered his eyes, recalling how even Armin had only found out later when he returned to Beijing to visit the old man. But Devon had already sent someone to ask about the old man the next day, suggesting he had known in advance about the trip to Beijing. Back when Nigel was still with the old man, Devon had openly and secretly inquired about what major he intended to choose. What are you asking these for? Aiko asked. A hint of a meaningful smile curved at the corner of Nigel's lips. Aiko felt a jolt, sensing that such a smile couldn't mean anything good. Nothing much. I've discovered something quite interesting. After finishing their meal, they returned to the experimental base. They encountered Dodge, who stood opposite the teacher leading the Beijing team this time, Trevor. So the main opponents this time are from Xing University Team 1 and 2 teams from North America. While listening to the teacher, Dodge looked at Nigel and smiled. Teacher, aren't your former students also strong opponents? Trevor turned and glanced at Nigel, his eyes filled with regret and disappointment. Originally, Nigel, Londonan, and Dodge were the most talented students he had ever taught. Unfortunately, after winning an award, the Wen family went bankrupt, Londonan disappeared, and Nigel transferred schools and left Beijing without a word, leaving him with no news of his 2-star students. Nigel nodded in greeting. He still respected this teacher. Not everyone can be decadent for years and then make a comeback, the teacher said, ignoring Nigel as he walked away. Dodge smirked and patted Nigel on the shoulder. Too bad. You quit the team for Londonan back then. It was really too impulsive. Nigel glanced at the hand on his shoulder and replied coolly. The stuttering little fat kid from back then was cuter. How come you're becoming more annoying as you grow up? Dodge's smile froze on his face. He used to stutter and was chubby. No one had dared to say such things to his face in years. Chapter 114, Companion Runner or Changing Tracks. They returned to their own laboratory. Ezekiel glanced through the window at the red-eyed Dodge outside and snorted coldly. People like him are annoying despite their high talent. His emotional intelligence is too low. He just loves to be sarcastic to everyone, just like Holt. Holt, Ezekiel added hastily before Holt's hand struck. I mean your high talent is the same as his. Aiko turned on the computer beside her. Now they don't even consider us a competitor. We're not even worth looking at. Ezekiel, didn't we still win one team in the provincial competition? Why should they be ranked above us? Holt's hand finally landed. That competition was an entry pass for us, but merely an entertainment match for that long-standing team. They lost because they didn't take it seriously. They're here for the national competition. Michael checked the experimental data once more. He looked up at Nigel, who immediately got into the groove next to the operating table, and asked, Is the interferometer broken? Nigel adjusted the modulus instrument in his hand while replying to Michael, It's not broken. The data have been inconsistent because I'm still adjusting the minor deformation step. Aiko gazed over. You're still adjusting? Holt and Ezekiel also walked over to check. How can you still be adjusting after 2 days? Nigel wasn't worried. Success lies in the details, so does failure. Take it slowly. Aiko stood up and put down the model she was holding. Too slow. It won't be enough time. There are 2 innovation points others are now checking in the final stages. We must complete the adjustments today. Nigel glanced at the clock on the wall. It will be fine. This is the last try today. You do your parts. I can catch up. Holt inspected carefully one last time and waved. All right, let him do it. Isn't he always racing against the clock to finish everything? Ezekiel looked down. Forget it. Since this is our first participation, set smaller goals. Aiko remained standing next to Nigel watching him. She was quite close to him, with a few strands of her hair brushing against Nigel's earlobe. Nigel was focused on what he was doing. He bent his neck slightly, then turned to look at Aiko. Stay back. Aiko took a step back. Why are you being so mean? After saying that, she turned and left. Nigel froze. Did he sound mean? He rubbed his elbow against the itch from his earlobe and glanced at the clock. Time wasn't abundant. He had no room for distractions and focused on his task again. The clock ticked as snow fell round after round, frost crystals forming hazily on the glass windows. Successful. A soft, somewhat weary voice brought uncontainable excitement to the other 4 people in the lab. Holy cow, so fast. I thought we would have to wait until tomorrow. Holt stopped working to check it out. I feel hopeful again. Ezekiel and Michael were calculating data together, unable to leave their spots, but chimed in. Maybe we really can get the gold medal. Aiko also smiled. Despite the past days of busyness and monotony, the meaning of all their hard work culminated in this moment. There was a knock on the lab door. Aiko took off her gloves and opened the door to find Artemio from Team 1 standing there. Her attitude was icy as she coldly questioned what was happening. I just heard a student from the Beijing team say that one of the judges for this competition is from North America Tech and has transnational cooperation with the Yuhua company in China. Yuhua belongs to Dodge's family. Another judge is from Beijing City and also has ties to Dodge. The gold medal winner has already been pre-decided. This news doused the flames of hope in the 5 members of the lab. Aiko retained some sense. Why tell us this? We are all from Xingda University. Just a heads up. There's another competition happening concurrently. Though not as prestigious as this one, it still carries significant weight. The professor suggested we try that one. Not possible. Holt came out. We heard the teacher leading the Beijing team mention you guys and 2 North American teams as potential opponents. If it was pre-decided, he wouldn't have said that. Artemio sneered. Do you think Dodge is the perfect obedient student of teachers? Maybe even his teacher doesn't know about the predetermined results, nor do his teammates. Otherwise, why hasn't Morris come to the experimental base yet? He's already on the phone discussing with the school. No one in the lab could refute her words. Morris had been very attentive to them recently, but he hadn't shown up yet today. So you're just going to give in? Retreat without even competing? Ezekiel looked at Team 1. Regardless of how messy things were inside, they still belonged to the same university when stepping out the door. Artemio furrowed his brow, also extremely frustrated. They had spent a lot of effort on this competition. Losing in the provincial round was because they had already researched the topic of this match in advance. All their thoughts were focused on this game. Now, it turned out that the result had been predetermined. Artemio knew how powerful capital could be. In the past, he had been a beneficiary, never imagining that he would become a victim now. He finally understood the feelings of those who were unwilling yet helpless. What else? Should we just take our hard work and play along? I'd rather gamble on the other side. I won't let my team members' efforts go to waste, Artemio said firmly. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Whether you want to play along or gamble on the other side is up to you. Aiko watched him leave and closed the door. On the table lay the data they had sorted out. The initial excitement quickly faded as they were told they would merely be accompanying runners. Holt took a deep breath and threw down his pen. Damn, how I wish I could thrash this unfair world. Ezekiel leaned on Michael, exasperated. You can't do anything about it. Don't just complain. Decide quickly. Accompany running or changing tracks. Michael's fingers still hovered over the notebook. He looked at the model on the screen that had been modified dozens of times, his expression tense. In fact, such things had been tacitly accepted by many people for quite some time. The poverty aid fund in class wasn't given to those who truly needed it, but to class officials. Many competitions weren't even known to certain people, yet others would come back bragging about winning awards. Those who worked diligently might pause momentarily. What is this competition? Is it useful? I didn't even know about it. Can I use the computer? Nigel walked towards Michael. What are you going to do? What good will the computer do at this moment? Ezekiel was shoved aside by Nigel and could only watch from the side as he operated the computer. Check the judges for this competition, Nigel replied coolly. The 4 gathered around the computer. Aiko shook her head. Judges are not made public before the competition. After saying this, she gave a sarcastic laugh. They say it's for fairness. How ridiculous. Ordinary people might really only see the judges during the competition, but someone like Dodge, maybe they've already had dinner with the judges several times. Chapter 115, the outcome is set. What are you doing? Holt watched Nigel log into his email. I'm checking the backgrounds of the judges and organizers. You can find this out. Giles stared at the computer screen. Of course not with ordinary methods. Such matters must be handled by professionals. Aiko watched as Nigel sent a message to an unknown email address. Soon after, files were transmitted back. Nigel opened the file. Inside were thorough background investigations of the judges and organizers, even including details about their family conditions. The group, seeing the intricate web on the screen, could only whistle in amazement. They're all in cahoots, aren't they? There's really a lot going on behind these competitions. What can we do? Protest and report them? We don't have any evidence. But Aiko focused on one of the female judges. This person, she felt inexplicably familiar. And she's Chinese, right? Her face looked Chinese, but her nationality was listed as M country. Nigel also fixed his gaze on this person. She was a renowned science professor, but this female judge had connections with domestic companies, and she even held shares in one. Coincidentally, that company happened to be under Devon's umbrella. Doesn't this judge also have a son who goes to our school? Chi Chongbao scrutinized the information, which only mentioned she had a son, without showing any photos or names. Nigel looked at Aiko. Do you have Amadeo's contact info? Why do you need to contact him now? Aiko asked. Michael also didn't understand. Amadeo, though close friends with them, usually disappeared during winter and summer breaks. Just send me his contact. I want to chat with him. Nigel shook his phone slightly before closing the laptop. Don't you care about the judge thing? Holt thought with a father as powerful as Nigel's, there should be ways to handle it. To think even he couldn't do anything. We'll do what we should. The outcome will be whatever it should be. With that, Nigel dialed the number Aiko had sent. You wait here. What does he plan to do? Giles didn't think Nigel would let it go but couldn't figure out why he needed Amadeo now. Aiko remembered meeting Amadeo at the airport previously. He was still here too. In the days that followed, Nigel stayed focused in the lab, completely engrossed in research. He didn't mention the issue raised by Artemio. When Holt asked, Nigel just said they should concentrate on the work. The others didn't quite get it, but due to Nigel's words, no one cared much about that incident anymore. Morris visited once, asking for their opinions, and all 5 chose to stay. The day before the competition, they learned that Artemio had left the experimental base with the team. Thus, only their team represented Xingda University. Even knowing how things would play out, Morris treated this competition seriously as always. The host on stage spoke fluent American English. For this competition, 2 world-renowned physicists have been invited and will score via video call along with the 5 judges present. Additionally, this event will be broadcast live globally. The teams waiting backstage murmured upon hearing the sudden rule changes. Why add judges now? And global broadcasts? These rules never existed before. Dodge's teacher, standing nearby, patted his shoulder. Just do your best. Even if there are 10 more judges, the gold medalist remains the same. Dodge froze upon hearing the news. Before coming, his father had told him the result was set. He would easily win the gold. But nothing was mentioned about adding new judges right before the event. He didn't know who they were. Could it be his father ensuring everything went perfectly? Dodge concluded this must be the reason. While some worried about surprises, Dodge became more arrogant. He walked straight up to Nigel. Old classmate, this is just starting. No matter the outcome, don't get discouraged. Hope to see you again at bigger events. Giles felt utterly disgusted. What do you mean by that? Nigel stood with hands in pockets, smiling nonchalantly. Rest assured, we'll stand taller. Just hope you don't fall down. Aiko smiled sweetly. Indeed, standing too high and falling down might leave you stuck and impossible to pick up. Holt clicked his tongue repeatedly, acting alongside Aiko. Is it really that scary? Dodge sneered coldly. We'll see who ends up falling down. The group watched as Dodge left after being confronted by them. Only then did they start to feel anxious. Those 2 big shots, won't they be another favor from his father? Although they didn't seem at a disadvantage in words, they were still unsure about the outcome. Nigel said, since the result is already determined, let's just be casual later on. There's no need to be so tense. Aiko optimistically added, it's fine. We originally planned to just make an appearance here since this is our first battle. This time we can just watch the show. I was very nervous before, but now I think about it, there's nothing worth worrying about. It's like being in the lab. Since they weren't pessimists, they wouldn't have continued otherwise. Hearing the reasonable logic, their tensed-up feelings instantly relaxed. Let's treat this as a chance to broaden our horizons, Giles reassured himself. The team went on stage with a candid heart, presenting their work to the judges. 5 judges, including 2 Chinese, 1 male and 1 female, showed completely indifferent expressions when they saw Xingda University's design. They were the first to present. If they hadn't known the result was predetermined, seeing these judges' cold and stern faces might have made them nervous. But now, it didn't matter, let it be natural. While the judges scored, the other 2 big shots who were watching by video also scored. After a few teams from North America, Aiko noticed that the judges had the same indifferent expression toward all teams. Only when they saw Dodge's team did the Chinese female judge exchange a glance with the male judge next to her, deliberating for a while before writing down the score. So now let's wait for the 7 judges to score. The students all temporarily left. Backstage, everyone took out their phones to share their nervousness with parents and friends. Everyone waited, with most of the teams looking quite tense except for Dodge, who appeared extremely relaxed. Dodge laughed boldly towards Nigel's side, as if mocking their overconfidence. Chapter 116, Bribery. Thinking of the 2 suddenly appearing judges, Dodge went into a cubicle with his phone. Just as he entered and closed the door, Nigel appeared. All participating students were uniformly dressed in traditional British-style formal suits, white shirts, and ties. However, Nigel was holding his tie in his hand. He had undone the top 2 buttons of his shirt, adding a touch of casualness. He slowly threaded the tie through the latch on the outside of the cubicle door, then made a slip knot around the mop handle standing next to it. The mop handle was hooked over the door from the outside. No matter how much one struggled inside, the door wouldn't open. After doing this, Nigel took out a lighter from his pocket, set fire to the middle part of the tie, but only burned a hole in it, ensuring that after some struggling, the person inside could break the tie and escape. Dodge, who was in the cubicle messaging his father about the sudden appearance of the 2 judges, heard the sound of a lighter but didn't think much of it, assuming someone was smoking outside. Nothing unusual. The North American team scored 632 points for 3rd place, Xingda 6th team scored 667 points for 2nd place, and Capital University 1st team, which leads at 670 points. The scores of other teams were then displayed on the huge screen behind the stage. Scores for each team began flashing up one by one. Those on stage didn't notice the screen changing. Capital University's teammates high-fived and cheered, but soon realized Dodge wasn't there. Where's our captain? We have to go up to receive the trophy. I remember he said he went to the restroom with his phone. Screen, look at the screen. What's happening? Gradually, people started noticing the large screen. Aiko turned around to see a flash. Then the WeChat interface popped up. Did you arrange for those 2 judges to show up unexpectedly? 2 would be enough for me to guarantee the gold medal. Why the extra effort? What unexpected judges? I only arranged for 2. But before the competition today, the rules changed and 2 more bigwigs came to score, and the competition format changed from closed to open. Could those 2 have been arranged by someone else? Impossible. Rest assured, everything is under control. This time, your team will be the gold medal winner. Capital University's teacher stared at the screen, shocked. This is. The faces of other members of the Capital University team turned pale. Dodge's chat record? What did he do? Their minds buzzed. They knew they were doomed. What's going on? The judges, especially the 2 bribed by the Su family, stared wide-eyed at the screen. The projection on the screen still showed it was being typed. Nigel is competing this time. I'm still worried. Don't worry. I've already spoken to Adalberto and Adamaris. As long as you participate steadily, they'll give you high scores and secure the gold medal. As for what you said about Nigel's team, even if they are good, they can't match yours. These 2 sentences directly sealed the fate of the competition. With an open format and live streaming online, even the translators on stage had no choice but to translate the messages on the screen at the host's insistence. Where's Dodge? The teacher frantically looked for him. Other teammates were also furious. Even without the gold, it was better than cheating. They were celebrating their hard-earned victory just moments ago, only to be brought down by this real-time chat log. Meanwhile, seeing the messages and images his teammates sent him, Dodge's face froze like dry earth, revealing panic in his eyes. Trying to open the cubicle door to check, he found it wouldn't budge. He yanked desperately, but nothing happened. Damn it. Someone deliberately sabotaged him. Dodge kicked the door. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? After deliberation by the organizers, the host finally stepped in to stabilize the situation. But they were at a loss when trying to find Dodge. He who bribed the judges. How can he have the nerve to come out? Giles muttered sarcastically. Organizers also sent someone to talk to Trevor from Capital University. Given this situation, if Sue does not come out to explain, we can't wait any longer and must revoke your team's eligibility. Bribery of judges had already infuriated Jedediah, and now Dodge's disappearance without a reasonable explanation not only disgraced their school, but also dishonored him personally. Bringing up a cheating student was a stain on his reputation that could never be erased. The other students in the team felt ashamed to remain where everyone looked at them with strange glances. Jedediah led the remaining students away from the stage, waiting only to get in touch with Dodge. We apologize, an unexpected incident has occurred. All previous scores are invalid. The selected winning teams will be disqualified, and the 2 controversial judges will not participate in scoring. Next, the remaining 5 judges will rescore the other teams. The Beijing team was almost dragged off the stage. Who would willingly accept it? The students returned backstage, waiting for their reevaluation. Aiko pulled Nigel to a corner, whispering, "Did you do this?" Nigel shook his head. "I'm just a student now. How could I have such influence?" Before Aiko could sigh in relief, she heard him slowly say, "I just gave things a nudge." "So you knew from the start that the competition rules had changed?" Nigel acknowledged. "Otherwise, why would I tell you all to focus on what you're doing? Just for psychological comfort. Why didn't you say anything then?" Aiko asked. "If you had told us, Artemio wouldn't have backed out beforehand." Nigel replied indifferently. "He wasn't resolute enough. Why should I say anything? If he chose to take a step back, then let everyone strive in their own ways." Aiko found herself unable to argue back. Nigel was right. Artemio simply wasn't willing to gamble with his hard work and chose a different path. Besides, even if I told him, would he believe me? Aiko glanced at his collar, the crisp white shirt slightly wrinkled but still revealing his aristocratic demeanor. The top 2 buttons he left open exposed his delicate collarbone, looking both lazy and alluring. Aiko asked curiously, "Where's your tie?" Nigel hadn't responded yet. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Chapter 117 Aiko slaps. Dodge finally managed to open the door. His eyes were wide with anger, and his voice trembled slightly from rage. His fists were tightly clenched. He charged out toward Nigel. Almost simultaneously, Aiko, who was standing in front of Nigel, made her move. Nigel firmly grabbed the fist that swung at him, followed by a resounding slap. Aiko's slap landed on Dodge's face. The pain was sharp and stinging. Not only was Dodge himself stunned, even Nigel was taken aback for a moment, holding Dodge's wrist without reacting. Dodge, uncontrollably furious, shouted, "Nigel, this kind of thing happens in every circle. Why are you picking on me?" He didn't believe that Nigel had seen fewer cases of predetermined winners growing up. And now he was pretending to be noble. "Yes, I've seen many cases like this, but I haven't done it, nor can I tolerate others doing it to me." Nigel let go of him. "Unfortunately, you're destined not to get it this time." Giles, standing nearby, spat harshly. "Isn't your family rich? Why do you need to fight over this? The prize is only 10,000, less than what your father gives you as monthly pocket money." Dodge struggled to suppress the fire in his chest. Fame and profit were 2 different things. His father, having risen from rags to riches, lacked not money but fame. For this competition, his father had already spoken to the CEOs of various companies, saying that if he won the gold medal, they would celebrate with a banquet. This was all to give him more prestige. But now, not only did he lose the championship, but he also got branded with the taint of cheating and bribery. When he returned home, forget about the banquet. He would likely be beaten first. Once one's reputation was ruined, it would be hard to restore. He didn't think many students here could achieve such feats, inviting 2 physics giants and convincing the organizers to change the rules willingly. Only the Gu family could manage this. Dodge looked at Nigel with cold eyes. "Didn't you always say you didn't care about family assets?" To achieve this, you say you didn't use your family connections? Do you really rely on your family? Nigel nodded calmly. You're right. I have no real abilities, and I only relied on my family, but… Nigel paused, pointing to the screen. It displayed the re-evaluated scores. Without those two judges deliberately suppressing the score, the team ranked first with 770 points, followed by Xingda University's 6th team. I just fought for fairness. If you really had the capability, you wouldn't have spent so much money, would you? Nigel said indifferently. The slight curve of his lips made Dodge feel both embarrassed and humiliated. Giles snorted. I remember there was a report before, calling you a physics genius at Jing University? Is a genius so insecure? Dodge's teacher came over. The look in his eyes was full of disappointment. Dodge trembled, trying to explain but feeling powerless to argue. Teacher, Jedediah sighed deeply. Even without your father's help, based on your strength, it shouldn't have been difficult for you to win. Dodge knew he had the ability. His eyes were red-rimmed, regret surging in his heart. I was afraid, just in case. Compared to winning, you need the courage to accept defeat. Jedediah originally harbored anger, but seeing his student, head bowed and tears dripping, left him unable to scold. After you return, you'll be off the team. Jedediah sighed softly, feeling a sense of regret. What a promising student. How did it come to this? No matter how unwilling Dodge felt, he couldn't turn back the tide. Everyone knew. Even whether he could stay at Jing University after returning to China remained uncertain. Meanwhile, the team that won the gold medal received school rewards and toured the United States for 3 days before heading home. Allah. Hey. On the other side of the road stood a woman with a bright smile, waving to Allah. Xiao Xiao. Allah's tense face softened upon seeing Xiao Xiao's radiant smile. He glanced at the green light and walked toward her. Xiao Xiao rushed forward and hugged him. Mr. Hua the lawyer, are you free for dinner with your girlfriend? Allah patted her head. What are you doing here? Still hugging Allah, Xiao Xiao's smile froze briefly. I came to buy some things. What do you have in your hand? Allah looked down at the person in his arms. Client documents. Let's go. I'll take you to eat. Xiao Xiao glanced at the briefcase in his hand and smiled. Sure, I want steak. A big meal. Allah put his arm around her and led her toward the restaurant ahead. Xiao Xiao came from a tough background, rising to her current position as a private law firm lawyer through sheer effort. At the restaurant, Allah ordered 2 of the most expensive steaks. Xiao Xiao propped her chin up with her hand. Lawyer Hua is really generous. See, do you want to order anything else? Allah handed over the menu in his hand. Xiao Xiao glanced through it and added a salad. Lawyer Hua, what have you been busy with recently? It's been a long time since we last had dinner. Xiao Xiao reached out, and Allah's hand immediately came up from his knee, their palms touching. Working on client matters, Allah replied briefly. Xiao Xiao still smiled, her eyes clear and transparent. You never talk about your clients to me. I don't even know what worries you every day. She sounded a little aggrieved. Every time I see you so busy that you can't even eat properly, I want to help you, but I don't know what exactly you're doing. Allah lowered his eyes, his smile slightly fading. I can handle those things well. You don't need to worry too much. Allah patted her hand. Xiao Xiao pouted. Got it. I thought you didn't tell me about your clients because you didn't trust me. Whenever clients were mentioned, Allah's expression would become serious. He looked at Xiao Xiao in front of him, her smile still dazzling. He never talked about his clients to people around him, partly as an unconventional way to protect them. After all, Nikki's identity was too special. The more one knew, the more dangerous it became. These past few days, Allah intentionally distanced himself from Xiao Xiao for 2 reasons. He was indeed very busy, and he was worried that Devon might not give up and target the people around him. Are you going to be busy with work tonight, Lawyer Hua? Xiao Xiao twirled her fork near her mouth, chatting happily with Allah. Lawyer Hua smiled and hesitated for a moment. Yes, I'll be busy tonight. Busy accompanying my girlfriend. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao leaned in and kissed Allah. Allah's ears turned slightly red. Where do you want to go tonight? My colleague just recommended a movie to me today. Shall we watch a movie? Chapter 118, let's break up. Albie nodded. Okay. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand to wipe the sauce around Elira's mouth with a napkin. However, Elira held onto his hand and wouldn't let go. Albie raised an eyebrow. What is it? Elira rolled her eyes and smiled warmly. I want to go see Lawyer Hua's house. Startled for a moment, Albie asked. There isn't a cinema? Sighing, Elira said. No, it hasn't been out for several years. She held his hand tightly and kissed the back of it. Of course, the main thing is, I want to hug Lawyer Hua on your big bed with the curtains drawn. Drawing out the last word with a smile, she added, to watch a movie together. Amused by her childish flirting, Albie laughed and nodded. All right, I'll hold you. Elira's smile became even brighter. Since Lawyer Hua finally has a day off, why not open a bottle of red wine to celebrate? Albie called over the waiter and ordered a bottle of wine. But we should drink less. We still have work tomorrow. When will you transfer the money? Elira, holding her phone, looked at the man in the suit sitting opposite her. Devon, with his hands folded on the table, stared at the phone she was gripping tightly. Are you afraid I'll welsh on my promise? Once I've seen the photos, if what's inside is genuine, the money will be sent right away. How do I know if it's up to you to decide? Elira continued to grip her phone. The easy smile on Devon's face disappeared, revealing the sternness of a superior. If you don't want to cooperate, please leave. Seeing that he wasn't worried, Elira panicked inside. She had gone through great lengths to trick Albie into giving her this document. She couldn't just give up now. Under immense pressure, facing the possibility of being abandoned by Albie, all for this man's exorbitant check. With that money, she would never have to endure smiling at her boss or working overtime again. The things she dared not dream of before would all be within reach. She wouldn't give up, even if it meant taking a gamble. Here, Elira unlocked her phone and sent him the stolen files. Did you photograph every page, without any omission? Devon asked casually as he received the images. Elira nodded firmly, all of them. That day, she first deceived Albie into coming home to watch a movie, then got him tipsy. While watching the movie, he gradually finished an entire bottle of red wine and passed out. Elira knew he kept the document in his study. Even though they were at home, he remained cautious and kept the study locked. It took her a long time to find the key. Knowing Albie wouldn't wake up easily while asleep, she meticulously photographed every single page. He didn't notice? Devon still doubted it. Albie was not someone so easily deceived by a woman who was not even considered exceptionally beautiful. 5 million couldn't sway him. How could this woman succeed so effortlessly? Of course not. Otherwise I wouldn't be standing here talking to you. Elira retorted with a cold snort. Devon opened the pictures, examining the text. As he scrolled down, his frown deepened. Hurry up and pay me, Elira urged. Slamming his phone on the table, Devon instructed, escort her out. His assistant immediately stepped forward to pull away a bewildered Elira. What are you doing? You're really going to Welsh on me? I recorded it. You promised me $1 million for the encrypted will. Yes, but the will you gave me is fake, Devon said gravely. Shaken, Elira insisted. No, it can't be. This is the encrypted file. I got it from the safe. I guessed the password twice. It was the day he was rescued from a fire. He once told me that the fire gave him the courage to live. How can this be fake? Devon had no patience for this nonsense. It's fake. If you want that $1 million, I can give you another chance, though I doubt Albie will give you one. Elira left Devon's office in a daze. The document was fake. Could Albie have intentionally placed a false document in the safe to deceive others? But it was in his own home. Why would he do that? Who was he guarding against? Walking down the street in the cold wind, Elira saw a flash of red roses pass by. An old man was selling flowers from a cart. Through the rose cart, Elira spotted Albie across the street, apparently waiting for her. Immediately composing herself, she put on a smile and bought a bouquet of roses from the old man. Albie. She held up the roses and ran towards Albie with a smile. The red light turned green, and she rushed across without hesitation, reaching the other side first. She smiled as brightly as before, panting slightly. Albie, these roses are for you. Albie smiled gently just like he always did. Thank you. Elira's smile never wavered. What are you doing here? Albie sniffed the fragrance of the roses. I unconsciously walked here after our last encounter at this spot. Maybe. I missed you. Elira's once brilliant smile slowly froze. She was stunned. Actually, that day, she had deliberately come here to stage an accidental meeting. Suppressing her underlying fear and unease, she said, I missed you too. How did you end up here again? Albie asked with a faint smile, holding the roses in one hand and her hand in the other. Elira's eyes curved like two crescent moons, sparkling brightly. I came to buy roses for Lawyer Hua. They wandered aimlessly together. Albie glanced at her. How have you been recently? Elira smiled and replied. Great. Thinking of Lawyer Hua makes me laugh even at the sight of my bald boss. How are your parents? He asked again. Elira nodded. They're fine. Mom mentioned coming to Jing City to see me yesterday, but I thought it would be too much trouble, so I didn't let her come. Elira. Albie stopped and called her name. Her heart clenched at the sound of his voice. What? She forced a smile. Lawyer Hua can't possibly love me too much, right? So why are you calling my name every minute? If you need money, you can tell me. Elira was momentarily taken aback. I don't lack money. Although my unvirtuous boss pays little, it's enough for food and drink. Yet, it wasn't enough to fill the void in her heart, the desire for more. At a crosswalk, there was a trash bin around the corner. Albie released her hand and walked straight over. He threw the vibrant roses into the bin mercilessly. Once expressing love, now they were nothing more than useless garbage. Let's break up, he said indifferently. Chapter 119. Aiko and Nigel leave together. Didn't Aiko tell you that she wouldn't come? Holt looked stunned, as if he was puzzled. Michael lowered his eyes and shook his head. The three stood at the corner of 7th Avenue and Times Square, surrounded by towering skyscrapers and bustling crowds. But Michael's heart remained unusually calm. Aiko and Nigel had returned to the country earlier than expected, and Michael was the last one to find out. Was Aiko deliberately hiding it from him? Never mind. Let's enjoy ourselves. Giles noticed Michael's low mood and put an arm around his neck. Maybe she has something else going on. On the tarmac, a white private jet landed. Arsène had been waiting outside the airport with Lawyer Hua beside him, chatting idly while waiting. So you broke up so easily? Arsène glanced over. In his black and white suit, Allah looked no different from his usual decisive self. Different paths, I guess. It's not wrong to have desires for money, but lying to me is. Before Xiao Xiao came to accidentally meet him, Nigel had called him about switching the documents originally kept in the safe. To achieve his goal, Devon asked Nigel to switch the files in the safe. Conversely, the second will set by the old master was casually placed in the room by Allah. Xiao Xiao didn't pay much attention and went straight to his study. Arsène sighed. There are too few people who can resist temptation. It's nobody's fault. In the busy airport, two figures stood out. The tall man wore a mid-length black trench coat that swayed as he walked, revealing long, impressive legs. His deep, handsome face caught everyone's attention, exuding aristocratic arrogance. The only thing that seemed out of place was the pale pink small suitcase he held. The girl beside him barely reached his shoulder. Her mustard yellow wool coat was open, revealing a mio shirt set inside. The lace collar and handmade flowers gave off a French court style, while the black silk ribbon tied into a bow fluttered in the wind. I'll take care of it myself. Aiko stretched out her hand to grab her luggage. Nigel moved aside slightly, lowering his eyes faintly. Did Abby know you were coming to Jing City to see Grandpa? Aiko paused for a moment, momentarily forgetting about her luggage. She'll know when we meet. Nigel didn't say anything more. He understood why Abby Gu didn't want Aiko to come. Things concerning the elderly man were too complicated. Aiko's arrival would only complicate matters further. Nigel had initially planned to return to the country today anyway. However, just as he opened the hotel door, Aiko had already packed her bags and waited at his door. I want to see Nikki, she said. Miss Luo. Arsene took the suitcase from Nigel's hand, looking surprised at Aiko. Why did you come? To see my grandma. Aiko smiled brightly at Arsene. Ala watched her, surprised. It wasn't common for outsiders to ride in the Gu family's private plane. This could only mean that this young lady had a special relationship with the Gu family. Aiko. Nigel looked at her, shaking his head. I carried your luggage all the way here, yet you didn't even smile at me once. Aiko smiled at Arsene. Can you give me a ride? Ala froze, staring straight at Aiko. Your name is Aiko? Yes, and yours? Aiko had noticed him earlier, but hadn't felt comfortable starting a conversation without Arsene's introduction. I'm the late Mr. Gu's personal lawyer, Ala. Nice to meet you. Ala extended his hand. Aiko shook hands with him, nodding and smiling. Hello, Lawyer Hua. Aiko felt that Lawyer Hua's gaze towards her was somewhat ambiguous and quickly withdrew her hand. Just arriving at the hospital, Aiko saw a message from her mother on her phone, congratulating them on winning the award and inviting her for a big meal upon her return. Oh, by the way, Sky, your grandmother went to Jing City. Your father is also there. You can go to Jing City directly to find him. I've taken annual leave and plan to celebrate our anniversary in Jing City. Aiko sent an okay emoji in response. Hey, suddenly tripping over something, Aiko almost fell forward, only to be caught by Nigel. Looking down, she saw a remote-controlled airplane that had tripped her. You stepped on my airplane. A chubby kid ran over, trying to push Aiko, only to be held back by Nigel grabbing the fabric of his shoulder. Bad person. Let me go? Bullying a child. Some adults accompanying their families to the hospital rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Nigel holding onto his son's clothes, the child's parent angrily glared at him. What are you doing? How dare you bully a child? Seeing that this was a hospital, Aiko did not want to start an argument and spoke kindly. Your child was playing with toys in the hallway, almost tripping me. Whatever you say. My child has been playing here all along. Why hasn't anyone else been tripped but you? What? Are you going to hurt my child now? The woman hugged her child's head, and the child pouted as if about to cry. Hospitals prohibit playing and making noise. Your child playing here could trip patients, Nigel said calmly. Arsene and Lawyer Ho were standing nearby. They all looked well dressed. The woman snorted coldly. Do you think the hospital is run by your family? You just say it's forbidden, and it's forbidden. What? Do you think because there are many of you you're right? Arsene stepped forward. He would handle this situation. Madam, hospitals indeed forbid children from playing. And this hospital really belonged to his family. Arsene pointed to the no playing sign nearby. If you can't control your child, we will have to ask you to leave. Nigel held Aiko's shoulder. Let's go first. Leave this to Arsene. Unexpectedly, those words of Arsene angered the woman even more, and she refused to let the two of them leave. Look, my child has been bullied into crying. Now they want to kick us out, acting as if they own the hospital. It was early winter, and there were many people with colds and fevers. This was the busiest time at the hospital, so quite a crowd gathered quickly. Arsene immediately called the security guard, but the crowd made it difficult for them to leave. Nigel dialed the phone call. Have you come back yet? It was Armin's voice on the other end. Before Nigel could speak, the other side spoke again. The old man isn't doing well. Hurry up. Everyone else is here except you. Aiko was right next to Nigel and heard everything clearly from the phone. Nigel. She didn't know what to say at the moment. Looking around, she loudly said, could everyone please make way? Chapter 120, Nikki's passing. Aiko tightly held Nigel's hand, ignoring the miscellaneous noises around them, dragging him through a gap and squeezing out with all her might. Arsene naturally saw the message sent to his phone too. At this moment, what he had to do was handle the aftermath. Lawyer Hua, you go ahead first. I'll deal with things here. Seeing that woman still wanted to follow Nigel, seemingly intent on extorting him, Arsene immediately stepped forward without touching her. To avoid any pretense later, Arsene never touched a single strand of her hair, only arguing rationally. Dorothy, I know your child crying has you very anxious, but there are surveillance cameras in the hospital. Whatever the truth is, you will know when the police come. The woman panicked upon hearing about calling the police. She knew her own child had been causing a scene. Originally, she thought these people looked educated and not troublesome. Plus, her mood was already bad today, so she confronted them impulsively. In the past, such confrontations would usually be settled with money. Never did she think this family would not consider paying off, but rather report to the police instead. What are you reporting for? I came here to seek medical treatment. I can't be bothered to argue with you. What happened after that? Aiko didn't know. She pulled Nigel to Nikki's ward. After watching Nigel go in, Aiko stood outside waiting. She knew Abby was inside, but considering she barely knew anyone else in the Gu family, entering wouldn't have been proper. After a while, Aiko squatted outside looking at her phone. The door opened. Lifting her head, Aiko saw a young man about Nigel's age. He was stunned when he saw her. Grandfather asked you to come in. Aiko slowly stood up, her head suddenly spinning slightly as she supported herself against the wall. Me go in? Yes, he nodded. So, Aiko went in. There were quite a few people standing inside. Aiko estimated there must be about 20 or so. She was somewhat surprised. The Gu family had so many people? Aiko noticed Abby staring at her, feeling guilty and quickly averting her gaze. Nikki, you called me? Aiko walked over, standing beside the old man's bed. Seeing the elderly man move his fingers, she obediently took his hand. Nikki. Aiko originally intended to offer some comforting words, like assuring him everything would be fine. But seeing the solemn atmosphere in the ward, it seemed. She remained silent, quietly staying by his side. Aiko didn't know what discussions had taken place before she entered. Sky, you're a good girl. Cyrus's voice was weary, drawn out as if glued together. Aiko's eyes soon turned red. Nikki rarely called her by her pet name. He was a serious old man, but perhaps before death, everything could be cast aside. Nigel stood behind Aiko, hands hanging down. Upon closer inspection, one could see his tightly pressed lips and tense body. Nikki, thank you for the bracelet you gave me, Aiko said earnestly. Cyrus looked at Nigel, forcing a difficult smile. No need to thank me. It was always yours. He was merely passing it on. Tears already welled in Aiko's eyes. A person who could cry watching videos was naturally saddened by truly encountering an elder's passing. Aiko's tears fell onto the elderly man's hand, sliding into the crevices. Cyrus firmly squeezed her hand. Be well. All of you should be well. Cyrus's gaze swept across the room. Among those standing were his family members and key company personnel. Yet, the ones genuinely shedding tears for him were only two. One was the Aiko before his eyes, and the other was Orla, who raised Aiko. His lifelong regret. Orla approached, placing a hand on Aiko's shoulder. Sky. Aiko turned around, pulling Abby close. How nice. Cyrus smiled, looking at the old friend whose youthful beauty was long gone. Both now had white hair, but to him, his mind was full of the little girl when she first came to the Gu family, cautiously probing with her eyes. Back then, no one impressed him, even seeing a new girl come home, thinking she was just a new maid. Without giving her a glance, he simply ordered her to bring water. The little girl hesitated but obediently fetched the water. Only when the adults returned did they realize it was the adopted younger sister, called Yunji. Lawyer Hua's gaze shifted between Orla and Aiko. Finally, everyone was called out, leaving only Lawyer Hua. When Lawyer Hua came out, the whole family went back in to spend the last moments with the elderly man. In the heavy, oppressive atmosphere, Cyrus slowly closed his eyes, marking the end of his life. Aiko's nose and cheeks were flushed, a bit sad, feeling a constriction in her chest. Yet when she looked up, she saw that not a single one of the old man's relatives was shedding tears. They were orderly, calm, composed, and arranged everything that needed to be done afterward. No one even paused. Aiko watched as Nigel got up and left after seeing Nikki. The three sons of Nikki were coordinating with the doctor, and his grandchildren seemed to have completed a task, sighing in relief as they checked their phones outside the ward. The only one crying uncontrollably was her grandmother, Orla, who hadn't seen anyone from the Gu family for decades. It was then that she finally understood what her grandmother had whispered to her when they first met Nikki. A house isn't necessarily better for being bigger. Aiko raised her hand and wiped away the tears from the corner of her eye. A cup of water and some tissues were handed to her from beside. Looking up, Aiko saw it was Allah. Thank you. She took the water and tissues but didn't drink or use them right away. Allah still stood in front of her, making Aiko a little puzzled. What? Is something wrong? Allah faintly shook his head and turned to leave. Aiko found Nigel on the hospital rooftop. He sat next to an abandoned box, casually lounging there with a cigarette between his fingers, its crimson ember flickering in the wind. The curve of his hunched back accentuated the taut lines of his finely tailored black shirt, his back muscles prominently defined. Cigarette butts littered the ground around Nigel, suggesting many people came here to smoke. People may vary, but their minds were all the same. Aiko took out her phone and tapped the screen. She hit send. Looking up again, she saw Nigel's phone screen light up from where it lay beside him. Silently, he glanced at it, slowly drew a puff of smoke, then picked up the phone to unlock it. Smoke curled around his face, rising and dispersing in the wind. Opening the chat, he immediately saw a message from the contact labeled yellow, Sky. It was like a bomb that detonated on the screen. The explosion unfolded in the center of the screen, the blazing fire shaking everything. It also stirred Nigel's heart, previously unmoved. The walls surrounding his heart seemed to crack, letting in threads of pain through the fissures. Nikki's aged face filled his mind, and his voice, once perceived as strict and demanding, echoed in his ears. Chapter 121. You're all I have in my heart. Nigel finally understood why he always felt restless and irritable standing beside the elderly man's sickbed. When one knows that a loved one will inevitably depart, helplessness engulfs the heart, accompanied by sudden pangs of pain. It feels like being in a damp place, where the sticky affection is like glue on the body, immobilizing one. Until just now, he thought he had remained calm enough. He didn't cry or act out excessively. But like meat simmering over a low flame, it seemed as if he were in a dream, slowly forgetting all joys and sorrows, with bitterness spreading gradually. Turning around, Nigel saw her right behind him. Unfathomable emotions were growing wildly in his heart. He stepped forward and embraced her. Aiko was startled. Her hand hovered in the air, but she didn't push him away. The scent at her nose tip was a mix of crisp cold pine and tobacco, indescribably comforting. Thank you, he murmured, his voice somewhat muffled. Aiko heard clearly and hummed in response. Let's go back, Aiko said. She gently patted him and pulled herself out of his embrace. Lifting her eyes, she was surprised to see that his eyes were red and moist. The fierce wind on the mountaintop whipped up their clothes sharply, while Nigel kept his eyelids lowered. Aiko stared intently at him, then suddenly turned her head. The wind is so strong, it's blowing tears out of my eyes. Aiko raised her hand, pressing it against her eye sockets, and pulled Nigel down the stairs. Let's go. We'll be blinded if we stay here much longer. Initially, she was holding his fingers loosely, but after only 2 steps down, her palm was tightly held by him, palms pressed together. Perhaps because of the prolonged exposure to the cold wind, his hands were cool. Reaching the corridor, they passed by a water dispenser. Aiko looked back at him. Do you want some hot water? Nigel was almost pressed against her back. When Aiko tilted her head to look up, she saw his deep, earnest face close to hers. His long, straight lashes drooped, his gaze intense and filled with emotion, making Aiko momentarily stunned. She averted her gaze and went to fetch water, handing the cup to him. Drink it, Aiko urged when he didn't move. Alexandra. Nigel held the paper cup with both hands, warmth spreading through his palms into his entire body, warming his heart. Aiko waited quietly for him to continue. Steam from the paper cup lingered between them, creating a warm, misty atmosphere, which made their clear eyes fog up. Holding the cup with one hand, Nigel took Aiko's hand, his lips slightly parted. I don't know why you misunderstood about Autumn and me. Apart from helping her grandmother transfer hospitals as per Armin's request, there has been no interaction since. Because of the online incident, she moved out of the Gu family. In my heart you are. Nigel. A familiar, heavy voice called out from behind, stopping Nigel mid-sentence. Aiko turned to see Armin, standing not far away. Why are you here? Everyone is waiting for you. Where did you run off to? Armin walked closer, noticing their intimate gesture and frowning deeply. Aiko pulled her hand back and looked at Nigel. You should go back. You're supposed to handle the certification for medical procedures and expenses. Others are taking care of things before and after. Can't you even put in the effort? Armin handed him the expense form. Nigel took the form and left to complete the paperwork. Armin stared at Aiko, his scrutinizing gaze making her uneasy. She moved past him. Luo miss. Armin called her back. I know you once dated Castor. Aiko subtly furrowed her brows. Sullivan, what do you want to say? Just speak your mind. You two are still young, with a long road ahead. I hope you don't think too much. Castor won't marry you. Without waiting for Aiko's response, Armin continued. Regarding the previous online incident, you were a victim, as was Castor. I will handle Autumn's side, and any harm done to you, I can compensate. Aiko remained silent, understanding the implication. Cut ties, take compensation, and no further contact. I thought you'd just offer me a hefty check to stay away from your son. Aiko joked. You should talk to your son about this, not me. With that, she turned and left. After finishing the paperwork, Nigel called Aiko, but she didn't answer. He stared at his phone screen, his expression inscrutable. The grand and solemn memorial hall had large mourning scrolls hanging vertically on either side. A long table below the banner displayed the deceased's portrait, while the casket rested directly in front, surrounded by flowers. Aiko wore a black velvet dress, her hair neatly pinned up, following behind Orla gracefully. The master of ceremonies stood upright, reciting the eulogy with a solemn tone. The family stood on the right side, while company guests lined up on the left. Originally, Aiko was standing at the back with her grandmother, but was invited to the front by Arsene. The Gu family members couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. However, since Mr. Cyrus had said before he passed that all posthumous arrangements were to be handled by Arsene, inviting her to the front must have been the old man's wish. Everyone please stand and observe 3 minutes of silence for the deceased. All rituals were completed. Abby. Aiko saw how distressed her grandmother was, and took out a tissue from her pocket. Orla held her hand. Kesha, accompany me to the restroom. Aiko nodded and left with her grandmother. Orla pulled Aiko out but did not head to the restroom. Kesha, you should leave here. You've paid your respects and it's enough. Aiko. Abby, are you hiding something from me? Aiko had been here for quite some time, and this was already the 3rd time her grandmother had urged her to leave. Orla held Aiko's hand. Listen to Grandma. Stay away from the Gu family matters and go find your father. Aiko watched her grandmother's retreating figure and silently sighed. Just as she was about to leave, walking past a small path outside the memorial hall, she saw a girl in a white coat squatting on the ground, sobbing faintly. Aiko felt this person seemed familiar, but she wore a hat and mask that only exposed her eyes, so Aiko couldn't recognize her. Are you okay? Aiko guessed she was also here for the memorial service, but wondered why she didn't go inside. No one inside cried as sorrowfully as her. Thank you. She lifted her head and glanced at Aiko. Both of them froze. It's you. Aiko nodded. What a coincidence. This person was the stranger she had met twice. The first time was in Jing City, where she bumped into her and dropped her phone, then gave her a wet wipe. The second time was in the hotel restroom. She never expected they would meet again for the 3rd time. Are you also here for the memorial? Dora stood up, looking at the girl in front of her, unsure if the Gu family had such a young lady. Most of the Gu family's debutantes were proud and haughty. It was rare to see someone as gentle as her. Chapter 122. Aiko's parents learn about Nigel. Aiko smiled. Yes, I came with Abby and I don't have much to do with the Gu family. London frowned. Abby? Aiko didn't want to reveal too much. I have some things to attend to, so I'll go now. But London stopped her. It's not over yet. Are you leaving just like that? The voice behind Aiko sounded unusually gentle, making others involuntarily lower their voices. I'm not part of the Gu family, so I shouldn't have come in the first place. Just as Aiko finished speaking, she saw the person in front of her crying even more sadly. She was at a loss for words. You, what happened to you? London whispered while crying. I want to go inside, to see Nikki one last time. Can't you go inside? Seeing her cry so sadly, Aiko subconsciously thought there must be some connection between her and the Gu family. I don't dare, and I don't have the face to go inside. London shook her head. She suddenly looked up and moved closer to Aiko. Can you help me hand this over to someone inside? Aiko looked at the black box being offered to her, but did not take it. Why don't you do it yourself? London lowered her head. I can't go in. I can give you money. Could you please just hand this to Nigel? He is Cyrus's grandson. Do you know him? Aiko was silent. Go in yourself. As she turned to leave, the person behind her grabbed her hand. Please, just give it to him. You don't need to say anything. Please help me, okay? What's inside? Aiko asked. It's something that doesn't belong to me. London almost forcefully shoved the box into Aiko's hands. Are you related to him? Aiko asked. London paused. Kind of. Aiko thought about how promiscuous Nigel's father had been and wondered if this girl crying outside might be Armin's illegitimate daughter. Aiko. Just as Aiko turned around, she saw Nigel walking towards her. She was about to speak to the girl beside her, but noticed the girl had already run off, disappearing around the corner quickly. What are you doing standing outside? Nigel walked rather urgently and noticed Aiko holding a box in her frozen red hands. What's this? As he spoke, Nigel led Aiko to a pavilion nearby. Snow from the strands of hair on Aiko's forehead melted, dampening her hair. Nigel handed her a scarf. It's yours. Aiko gave him the box and wrapped herself in the scarf. Though she wore few clothes and had a warming pad, it wasn't enough to keep her warm. The long scarf wrapped around her neck twice, covering her chin. Nigel blinked his dry eyelashes. For me? Aiko turned her head, looking at the empty corridor, and pointed. A girl was crying here earlier and asked me to give this to you. I initially refused and wanted her to give it to you herself, but she ran when she saw you coming. Nigel frowned as he opened the box. Aiko glanced inside and saw a luxurious green jadeite necklace. It reminded her oddly of the jadeite bracelet given by Nikki. With a click, Nigel closed the box. Which way did she go? Nigel's tone was somewhat urgent. Aiko shook her head. I don't know. She disappeared as soon as she turned around. Nigel clenched the box in his hand and took a few steps forward, looking around. Aiko rarely saw him this anxious. You? Aiko was about to ask when memories of Armin's words popped into her mind. She shut her mouth. Nigel looked at the end of the empty corridor and waved at the nearby security personnel, who quickly ran over. Do you have a registry of all the people who entered? Yes, right here. The staff member handed over the list. Nigel scanned through it, but did not see London's name. Is there surveillance footage here? Nigel asked. Yes. The staff nodded. Nigel looked at Aiko. Go back inside. It's too cold out here. Aiko knew he was going to check the footage to find that person, so she didn't say anything more. After Nigel walked away, instead of going back inside, she went out of the gate and took a taxi to her father's apartment in Jing City. At this hour, Vince hadn't returned from work yet. Aiko took a hot bath and randomly found a room to sleep in. When she woke up, her nose was filled with the aroma of meat and vegetables. She glanced at the open door where Vince was wearing an apron. Griffin, you're back? Aiko stepped out in ill-fitting slippers. Vince had just placed the dishes on the table. Just as Aiko went out, she saw Ursula sitting beside the table. As soon as I got home, I knew it was you because my slippers were missing. Vince lived in a company-provided apartment and hadn't prepared daily necessities for Aiko or Ursula. Now, the only pair of slippers was worn by Aiko, and neither of them had changed shoes. Still sleepy? Slept all the way until dusk. Ursula ladled a bowl of seafood soup for Aiko, the pale shrimp meat bobbing in the bowl, exuding a rich aroma. Aiko hastily picked up the bowl and took a sip. Go wash your hands. Ursula chuckled. Spoiled brat. Vince brought out another dish of stir-fried meat with peppers, laughing as he said, Isn't it because you spoiled her? Aiko listened to their playful banter and obediently went to the kitchen to wash her hands. Sky, why do you look unhappy? Ursula had eaten half a bowl of rice. Her flight landed at 7, and she arrived at old Luo's place around 8. Vince had been working overtime, so both of them only started eating close to 9, hungry and not caring much about anything else. When they looked up, they saw Aiko listlessly shoving a few grains of rice into her mouth without really eating. What's wrong? Tell Dad. Didn't you just win an impressive international gold medal? That's amazing. Vince got up to ladle some soup for Ursula, calling it for my wife. Ursula gave a thumbs up. Thank you, husband, so considerate. Vince then took over Aiko's empty bowl and filled it generously, nearly scooping out all the shrimp from the pot, placing it next to Aiko. Drink more. Thanks, Griffin. Aiko bit on her spoon. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. We're here for you. You've already done great. Ursula said. Vince nodded. Yeah, I used to think you wouldn't get into college, and I was ready to set up a store for you, putting your name on it, hiring a few people, so you could lie at home collecting money. Who would have thought my daughter would be so ambitious? Aiko. Ursula glanced sternly at Vince. Sky, what's wrong? Did you break up? Hey, how did you know? Aiko hadn't told them about her relationship with Nigel. Vince sighed. Your brother guessed it. We were worried you'd think too much, so we didn't mention it. Anyway, you know how to handle it. Is it Nigel? Ursula asked again. Even that. Aiko was taken aback. Vince coughed. Don't blame me and Mom for invading your privacy. Your brother sneaked into your school group chat disguised as a freshman. Chapter 123. Nigel expresses his feelings. Aiko finished her meal and returned to her room. As usual, she took out her phone but had no heart to look at it. She thought her parents wouldn't like Nigel once they knew about him, nor would they want her to be with him. But her mother said that if he's truly someone you like, you must go after him. Maybe you'll think you can't reach him. Maybe you'll feel like giving up. But if you cannot completely give up, then try. Don't end up regretting it years later. The phone in her hand, playing a video, slowly dropped down. Aiko lifted her hand to touch her chest. She looked out the window. It was a winter night of rain and snow. In this long night, what is he doing? The phone on the side suddenly vibrated. The ringtone sounded. I knew it from the start. You stole my heart. Aiko lifted her eyes. Goo. Her eyelashes fluttered twice. Hesitatingly reaching out with trembling fingertips, she pressed the answer button. Hello. The person on the other side seemed to have just exercised, breathing heavily. That day, I didn't finish what I wanted to say. Aiko's lips moved slightly. Go on. Though she tried to sound relaxed, there was still a faint dryness in her voice. I'm downstairs outside your house. Aiko's pupils contracted. How did you know? I want to see you. Aiko tightly closed her lips, her fingers gripping the phone tightly. Can I? Came the question again from the other side. Just wait. Aiko held the phone, getting up. While waiting for the elevator, Aiko kept asking herself, what does she really want? Will there be regrets? Memories of moments spent together played repeatedly in her mind. Ding. The elevator doors opened. Aiko saw Nigel standing outside. Her eyes widened in surprise. You. Nigel wasn't wearing much, only a black turtleneck sweater that suited him well. Without waiting for Aiko to ask, he pulled her into a hug. Aiko had just taken a shower, and her body smelled of fresh bath gel. Her fingers twitched. Her first thought was actually relief that she had just showered. Her scent should still be pleasant. Aiko, you're all I think about. The tall man nuzzled against the softness in his arms. I will wait for your answer, no matter how long it takes. Please don't reject me so hastily. Don't give up on me. They stayed in that embrace for a while. Aiko felt uncomfortable standing there. People could come by any moment. Let's sit somewhere nearby first, she suggested. Aiko pointed to the bench in the lobby. Nigel finally released her, but held her hand as they walked towards the bench. Once seated, Aiko's hand was still firmly grasped by Nigel. Aiko's voice was soft. You came here just for this? Both heads hung low. Nigel swallowed with some difficulty. This is important. It's what I wanted to say. Originally, I planned to tell you after returning to Beijing. Nigel paused, then spoke softly after a moment. Didn't you say you love snow? Only then did Aiko recall that night on the mountain, where she indeed mentioned it. Beijing never had snow. The only time she saw snow was during her senior year, when she secretly came to Jing City to visit Nigel. But today it's a mix of rain and snow. Aiko murmured in response. That's fitting. It was raining that day too, Nigel replied. It took Aiko a moment to remember. He was talking about the day he gave her an umbrella. It was also the day he first noticed her. Weren't you cold coming here dressed so lightly? Aiko asked to break the silence. Nigel lazily glanced at his thin sweater. I took a taxi, but traffic was bad, so I ran fast and didn't feel cold. Aiko suddenly stood up. Nigel hurriedly caught her hand. Are you leaving? Aiko glanced back at him. His long legs were curled obediently sitting down, with droplets of rain and snow clinging to his raised head, his disheveled hair covering part of his eyes, looking rather docile. No. Aiko hesitated. Wait here. After saying that, she pressed the elevator button. Nigel followed behind, but was pushed out by Aiko. Didn't I tell you to wait there? Nigel's lips curved downward, his lowered eyes showing a hint of pitiful gentleness. It's cold. Wait anyway. Aiko insisted. Nigel pursed his lips, softly replying with an oh, and turned to sit down again. He looked at Aiko, his gaze intense. Under such a stare, Aiko's ears turned warm, and she quickly entered the elevator. Her parents had already returned to their rooms. The living room was quiet and cold without lights on. She quietly returned to her own room, locking the door softly, and began searching around. Although her mother had brought some winter clothes when she came, Aiko couldn't find anything suitable. She looked at the brightly colored down jackets. She picked the longest and largest one, a creamy yellow color. Aiko hurriedly went downstairs with it. Just as the elevator door opened, Nigel appeared before her eyes. He glanced at the down jacket in Aiko's arms. Are you cold? As he spoke, Nigel reached out to pull her hand, which was warm. Aiko was wearing a fluffy pajama set, not feeling cold at all. The two walked back to the bench outside and sat down again. It's for you. As Aiko handed him the down jacket, Nigel also handed her a bag. Aiko opened it to find a pair of pink, fluffy slippers. She was still wearing her father's slippers, which didn't fit her at all. Is this for me to wear? Nigel held the clothes Aiko gave him, questioning. Throw them away if you don't want to wear them, Aiko said. I'll wear them. I'm cold. Nigel smiled slightly as he stood up. He started putting on the jacket, zipping it all the way up. The jacket that reached Aiko's calves only went halfway down Nigel's thighs when he wore it. The cuffs ended above his forearms, and the zipper area was taut as if it might burst open any second. So warm, Nigel hugged himself, and fragrant. He bent down, looking earnestly into Aiko's eyes, reflecting light in his own. It's just a bit tight when I bend over to look at you. Aiko pushed his face away. Nigel's face turned sideways, but his mouth widened into a smile as he half knelt and took out the fluffy slippers from the paper bag. He helped Aiko put them on. The lobby was well lit, with their reflections visible on the glass door. Snowflakes were faintly visible outside, making the bone-chilling winter night gradually feel milder. Nigel put the discarded shoes back into the bag and placed it beside him. Aiko's feet felt soft and warm in the fluffy slippers. She swung her legs, kicking against Nigel's lower leg. Looking up, she saw his towering figure stuffed into the small clothes and couldn't help but giggle. What are you laughing at? Nigel shoved his hands into his pockets. He no longer looked cold and indifferent, but rather amusing. Aiko's smile widened, revealing her white teeth, her eyes curved with laughter. As she looked up at him, her eyes sparkled. Chapter 124, Nigel delivers breakfast to Aiko. Nigel, wearing a tight puffer jacket, walked alone on the street. Aiko's words kept circling in his mind. Yeah, let's talk about it later, depending on my mood. I'll wash your clothes and return them tomorrow. No, I don't want to see you tomorrow. What about the day after tomorrow? Not the day after tomorrow either. Next week. No. When can I see? Come to return the clothes? Let's talk about it later. What if I treat you to a meal? It depends on my mood. When will you be in a good mood? Let's talk about it later. Nigel stuffed his hands into his pockets. The mix of rain and snow was getting heavier. He pulled out one hand and took out a cap from behind. The cap was a bit small, only covering the back half of his head. Well, better than nothing. People on the road glanced at him as he strolled through the rain and snow. A part of his black sweater sleeve peeked out, and the cream-colored down jacket looked quite ill-fitting on him, obviously belonging to a girl. But Nigel, who was drawing attention, didn't seem to notice any of those gazes. His mind was filled with images of Aiko's smile, until he sneezed hard and took out his phone to call for a car. Aiko sohori one nanda beowolf. Mayo drichan, za chi za ba lanshan, yi banda sushir. Baoja yi gu jun top, hun kai ru soi. Dr tan, loachin soi dao langong kogo chonghub, sa jing fang jan tai xing. Lila hui chong, yo dingjug tan huaban fa la huerdath. Tai mogol pong banda shou ji kan shijan. Yi jing shu zao shang. Olbu, sang ban. Chong ko tao chu, gu, fa lai de xiaoshit. Loachin mingjug chun, jiasuo ping mug dan jinchir. Zao can shang trisima. Song lu, jan dan man bal, hai shan zhou, hu nu san mingzhu, hai yo long xiao man. Xiaoshit, shi chi dan ban fadat. Xing lamak, tri zao tan lama. Xing lig dri yi sheng, gaini song zao can. Zhishu ba dan duo fa lai dat. Jin tan ganjira xin xing zimayang. Zhishu zhu dan duo fa lai dat. Aiko pursed her lips and unlocked her screen to check the messages. What do you want for breakfast? Truffle fried egg bread, seafood porridge, wagyu sandwich, or lobster noodles? The message was sent at 7:30 a.m. Are you awake yet? Have you had breakfast? Let me know when you're up so I can bring you breakfast. This one was sent around 8. How's your mood today? This came in at 9. Aiko typed a period and sent it. He quickly replied. What do you want to eat? After some thought, she sent 2 periods. The typing indicator appeared. Seafood porridge / amazed face, / Aiko chuckled, asking him who taught him that. Nigel sent a little cat shaking its head emoji. She almost doubted it was really Nigel. It was unlike him. Even sending cute little cat emojis made Nigel feel strange. He endured the discomfort and downloaded a bunch of sticker packs. Meanwhile, an iPad beside him played a video. A passionate male voice boomed. Actually, pursuing a girl isn't complicated. As long as you put in the effort and time, chat with her, take her out for delicious meals, do fun things, and buy her beautiful things. For example, while chatting, casually hint that you miss her before sending a message. Send emoticons girls like and invite her out. We also need to learn how to say sweet nothings. For instance, in the morning, ask what she wants to eat and offer to deliver breakfast. During the day, provide warm service, and in the evening, gently flirt. After saying goodnight, send oh no, and when she asks what happened, reply, I accidentally downloaded you into my heart, and I can't uninstall you. Nigel forced himself to listen for 20 minutes. Following this process, you'll eventually find out it doesn't work. Nigel implementing this strategy was speechless. He glanced at the screen, and a red eye effect popped up, mocking his earlier efforts. Nigel completed the process of reporting and blocking. Brother, can I have my tablet back? The child beside him asked timidly. Today, he and his father were guests at the Gu family. He was originally using the iPad when it landed on a tutorial on chasing girls, and the Gu family member took it away. Seeing Aiko's message on his phone, Nigel grabbed a nearby coat. I'm going out. Armin, sitting nearby conversing with someone, noticed Nigel leaving and called out, but got no response. Nigel, still putting on his coat, headed to the kitchen. Pack the seafood porridge for me. Is it still hot? Yes, said the chef, who had just prepared the porridge. He scooped it into containers while explaining. This morning, we air freighted in Australian lobsters with pure, fresh, and sweet meat. It's mixed with crab meat from Yancheng Lake and abalone from Japan's Tsushima, making it incredibly flavorful. Best enjoyed hot. How far is your destination? It's best not to exceed 30 minutes. The chef worried his porridge would be criticized if it missed the optimal eating time, so he explained carefully. Nigel frowned. It took exactly half an hour from here to Aiko's place. He scanned the area and noticed an insulated bag nearby, which he filled with hot water before placing the packed seafood porridge inside. Without a moment's delay, he left after packing everything. The head chef was stunned. When did this person become so considerate? However, just seconds later, the man returned. Pack me one of that too. The head chef looked at Nigel pointing at the cheese-baked lobster next to him, which had just arrived in a new batch. This is what Mr. Goose specifically ordered. Nigel took the box and started packing it himself, then pointed at another dish next to the chef. Also pack me that 6-row ginseng. The head chef muttered. This is... Before he could finish saying it was also requested by Mr. Gu, the ginseng was already being taken away. Nigel left with the insulated bag in his arms. Soon after, the head chef went to the living room where Armin was conversing with guests. He whispered a few words into Armin's ear. Armin excused himself from the guest and walked to the kitchen. All the dishes were taken away. Where? Looking at the empty kitchen, Armin asked. Not a single dish left. 2 main dishes were taken away. There's still some seafood porridge in the pot. Armin's neck turned red with anger. This rebellious son. Nigel was deliberately opposing him. Wasn't it because he spoke a few words to his little girlfriend that day? Ever since then, not only did he return his credit cards voluntarily and said he wouldn't need his money anymore, but he even stopped coming home. Today, he came back just to return the car keys. All those luxury sports cars, designer brands, everything he bought for him, were returned. It seemed like he truly wanted to cut ties with him. While others were busy scheming over the old man's inheritance and frequenting the company, here he was causing trouble with his own father. Armin waved a hand, instructing the head chef to prepare other dishes. As he left, he messaged his assistant to investigate where Nigel had been lately. Aiko, looking at her phone messages, stepped out of her room in her pajamas. Her parents had told her last night they would be going on a date to celebrate their anniversary early this morning, so she was alone in the house now. Taking the door card from the table, Aiko opened the door and stepped out. With a ding, the elevator doors slowly opened. Nigel, wearing a cashmere charcoal gray coat and carrying a large insulated bag, stood there quite noticeably. Want to eat upstairs? Nigel placed a hand next to hers as they entered the elevator. A few other people outside also got into the elevator. Their gazes lingered on the two of them for a few seconds. Chapter 125, Nigel asks if she doesn't like him anymore. Compared to Alexandra, Nigel's attire exuded a sense of casualness that was still precious and refined, while hers was thoroughly casual. Alexandra ignored those gazes and looked at Nigel with a complicated expression. She hadn't even said anything yet. Nigel came forward first. Now that people were gathering outside, she couldn't simply ask them to leave. What are you doing with such a big bag? Alexandra stared at the bag he was holding. Inside there's seafood porridge, cheese-baked lobster, and ginseng. Nigel's voice had a hint of hoarseness. Alexandra thought back to how he came to find her yesterday, wearing just a sweater. Are you catching a cold? She asked. Nigel paused for a moment. His narrow eyes softened slightly. Just a little, it's fine. Upon hearing this, Alexandra frowned but didn't say much more. We've arrived. Nigel protected Alexandra as they exited the elevator. Is anyone at home? Nigel asked. Alexandra casually replied. They're all out. Only after saying that did she realize what Nigel meant by that. Standing before her, the two of them exchanged glances, both fully aware of the unspoken meaning. You can finish eating, and I can clear away these trash right after. It sounded like he was recommending himself to Alexandra. Lowering her gaze, Alexandra said, there aren't extra shoes at home. Barefoot is fine. Alexandra opened the door, and Nigel followed her inside. Unrestricted, Nigel placed the thermal bag on the table. This needs to be eaten while it's hot. Come quickly. Alexandra glanced at him. He still held a pair of neatly wrapped chopsticks. These weren't disposable chopsticks, and she couldn't help but wonder about the source of these breakfast items. Where did you buy this? Nigel laid out the small bowls and chopsticks neatly. The chef at home happened to make them, so I brought them over for you. Sitting down, as soon as Alexandra opened the containers, she was greeted by an enticing aroma that was hard to ignore. This smells so good. Alexandra looked at the seafood porridge and swallowed. Nigel then opened another container, placing two bowls, one in front of Alexandra and one in front of himself. Alexandra paused. What are you doing? Having breakfast. Nigel's gaze was straightforward. If Alexandra wasn't sure this was her own home, she would have thought she was the guest. Aren't you here to deliver breakfast to me? Alexandra asked. I haven't eaten either. Mind if I join you? Indeed. Seeing that he had prepared utensils for himself, Alexandra didn't stop him. They ate quietly, only occasionally making swallowing sounds. While eating, Nigel was very quiet, almost silent, but frequently looked at Alexandra, seemingly paying attention to her expressions. Isn't it getting cold? Nigel asked softly. Alexandra's eyelashes flickered, shaking her head. Just right. She felt today's Nigel was especially different. In the past, he was like the sun in winter, blindingly bright, but without warmth. Now, he had become warmer. After finishing half a bowl, Nigel stopped. Alexandra, however, finished the entire bowl. Lifting her gaze, she saw Nigel attentively working on something with his long, distinct fingers handling the chopsticks skillfully to separate the cheese-baked lobster onto a small plate. He pushed it toward Alexandra. Do you really need to be this delicate? Alexandra muttered under her breath. Nigel took her words seriously. If you don't like this, shall I just bring you the dish directly next time? Had Alexandra not seen Nigel's genuinely earnest eyes, she would have thought he was teasing her sarcastically. Clearly, some people were born unsuitable for flattering others. Alexandra understood his meaning. Tastes good. Nigel watched her put the shrimp in her mouth, waiting for her to swallow before asking immediately. Pretty good. Actually, it was delicious, but Alexandra didn't want to show it too much. She answered lightly. Nigel used the chopsticks to serve her again. Come. Alexandra felt uneasy. I'll do it myself. You can just put it there. Nigel's hand paused. Do you not like when I serve you? Alexandra pursed her lips. No. Do you not like me? Nigel spoke slowly, probing Alexandra. Putting down her chopsticks, Alexandra finally couldn't take it. Where did you learn this? Didn't you say last night to give me time to think? Why are you so anxious now? Though Alexandra's voice wasn't loud, it was clear she was angry. Nigel nodded. All right. He put down his chopsticks and stopped serving her food. Alexandra watched him silently lower his head, saying nothing. For a moment, she felt a bit off. Thank you. After finishing the last bite, she thanked him politely. Although Nigel knew that Alexandra allowing him to bring breakfast was giving him a chance. But apart from what he had learned online, he truly didn't know how to talk to Aiko. He was afraid that what he said might upset her, so several times he refrained from speaking in his usual manner. Yet it seemed that Aiko also didn't appreciate the charming way of speaking recommended online. Nigel originally intended to leave after clearing the garbage, but seeing the leftover rice on the table, he took the initiative to wipe it clean with a tissue before leaving. If anything happens, give me a call directly. Aiko curled her lips. You're always on silent mode. What's the point of calling? Nigel unlocked his phone and showed it to Aiko. It's not on silent now. On the screen, the mute button was clearly turned off. Aiko looked at him, surprised. Believe me now? At this moment, Nigel reverted to his previous calm and understated tone. No more sappy words as before. Aiko felt oddly relieved. Oh, she pointed to the door. Remember to close the door when you leave. I'm not like you, Nigel blurted out subconsciously. I'll go first, he quickly said, practically running out. Aiko looked at the table wiped clean by him with tissues. The white tissues were still in the trash can. Typical rich boy, using tissues to wipe tables. All right, you. The door, which was almost closed, opened again as Nigel poked his head out to look at Aiko. Aiko looked back at him. What? There was a brief silence from the other side. How's your mood? Aiko responded calmly. Get lost. The head peeking through the door quickly withdrew, and the door shut tightly. He was out of sight. Aiko drank a glass of water. Her mind kept replaying Nigel's actions that morning. Quite unusual indeed. She shook her head, opened her phone, and saw a family photo posted by her parents on WeChat Moments. She liked it. Her phone rang. It was Glover calling. Hey, brother. Aiko's voice was slightly heavy. She hadn't yet confronted him about infiltrating the group and impersonating a student to gather intelligence when he called her directly. Where's Grandma? The voice on the other end sounded anxious. Aiko paused. Abby is. I've called her several times, but she hasn't answered. The voice on the other end grew more worried. Aiko grabbed her phone and was about to leave. She has been busy with Nikki's affairs. I was supposed to go with her, but she wanted to stay with Nikki a bit longer. Chapter 126 Going to the Gu family. Alexandra's mind went blank for a moment, and immediately her scalp started to tingle, sensing something was wrong. In such haste that she didn't even change her shoes, Alexandra went out in her fuzzy slippers, pajamas, and grabbed a coat from the rack. The beige coat belonged to Nikita, but Alexandra didn't care at the moment. You go take a look quickly. It's not like she wouldn't answer my calls just because she's there. Glover sounded anxious. Send me the address. I'll go with you. Alexandra hurriedly nodded. Glover didn't know what happened to her grandmother earlier, but Alexandra did. I've sent it to you, Alexandra said after sending the message and then hung up the phone. She began to call her grandmother nonstop. However, the other side never connected. Alexandra tapped the dial button and called Nigel's number. So soon? Did you? The voice on the other side seemed delighted, but Alexandra sounded worried. Can you go to Tiandihua to see if my grandma is there? Calhoun's manor had been sealed up when he passed away. Only Arsene and Orla could enter. Nigel also detected the abnormality in Alexandra's voice and immediately comforted her. I got it, don't worry. Tell me what happened. Alexandra's voice took on a slightly crying tone. Brother kept calling Grandma, but couldn't get through. I couldn't either. Last time Grandma was kidnapped, we couldn't reach her by phone. Even though Alexandra's trembling voice was broken with sobs, Nigel understood her meaning from her intermittent words. I'm already on my way. It will take no more than 20 minutes to get there. I'll let you know first. Abby might have forgotten to charge her phone or can't find it. I'm on my way too, but it will take me longer. Alexandra looked out the window at the scenery flashing by, without any interest in admiring it. Driver, can you drive faster? Alexandra, I'll call Arsene and ask him to help look for her first. Alexandra nodded frantically, only realizing she was on the phone and managed to hum a couple of times. Nigel spun the steering wheel. He sped all the way to Tiandihua Manor, but he was stopped by the security guards at the gate. This is private property. Entry is not allowed without permission. Of course, the guards knew who this person was, the grandson of the manor owner, but Calhoun stipulated before he died that only Arsene and Orla could enter. Nigel paid no attention to them and rushed in. Mr. Gu, you really can't go in. Everyone is watching. The security guard warned as they tried to stop him. More people came. Nigel looked over and saw someone else trying to rush in too. Can't enter. Nigel heard the security say this again. He turned around. It was the person from the pastry shop. Why was he here? Nigel frowned. What are you doing here? For a moment, his heart felt chaotic. Did Alexandra ask him to come? Did she tell him about this first and ask him to come? Nigel's thoughts raced, making him uncomfortable. His eyes showed no kindness. Glover thought he was being irrational. What does it have to do with you? Don't think that just because you dated Malia, you... Nigel glared fiercely at him. I will win her back. Glover raised an eyebrow. You dare to say that right in front of me? Are you ignoring my existence? Glover felt speechless and angry. What kind of person was this? Who did he think he was? He thought he could win her back just by saying so? His sister should be matched with the best in the world. Nigel's eyes reddened, thinking this person was clearly showing off their special relationship with Alexandra. Suppressing the frustration in his heart, he told himself that as long as Alexandra hadn't refused him, he still had a chance. Who knew if this guy had secretly tried to steal Alexandra away during his courtship? Let me in. But Glover ignored him and spoke to the security guard about his situation. Is there someone inside named Orla? That's my grandmother, Glover explained. Nigel walked over. Your grandmother? Glover rolled his eyes dramatically. Could it be your grandmother? Nigel suddenly became dejected. You've met the family. Glover furrowed his brows. Are you crazy? What are you talking about? He won't let you in. Even if you're Abby Gu's own grandchild. Even if you're the old master's son, you can't enter. What are you talking about? What's your name? Glover was also curious why this man would call his grandmother Abby Gu. Are you a relative of this family? Glover could only think of this possibility. He hadn't considered that Nigel might be the biological grandson here. After all, which grandson would not even be allowed into his own home? Young master. Arsene just opened the car door. Upon seeing Arsene arrive, the security guard suddenly realized something was off. Arsene, these two wanted to get in. I didn't let them. Arsene gave Nigel a meaningful look. You can't go in. Let me handle it. By yourself, searching such a huge manor? Let me go in. Nigel had been calling Abby Gu nonstop as well, without getting through. A bad feeling settled in his heart. But, Arsene pulled at Nigel. You cannot enter, and those people are watching you. If you go in, I'm not afraid. Let them watch. I have to find her. Nigel's tone was casual yet firm. Arsene pressed his lips together, ultimately deciding not to reveal the truth. Nigel squeezed in. Arsène remained outside, helplessly watching the retreating figure run in. This manor housed many items belonging to Calhoun, sealed off to prevent his sons and grandsons from fighting over the inheritance. It also served to protect this person. The second will was inside. He can go in, so can I. Glover was also anxious. Arsène shook his head. I'm sorry, you cannot go in. If you don't want to be sued to bankruptcy, please wait outside. Why can he go in then? Glover grabbed Arsène. My grandma is inside. Only then did Arsène realize this was second Mrs. Grandson. His previously cold expression softened slightly. I apologize, you really cannot enter. I'll go in now to help find her. If you hold me back any longer, it will only delay the search. The manor is very large, and if you want to find her quickly, you'd better let me go in. Hearing that holding him back would delay things, Glover immediately released his grip. Chapter 127. No news from Nigel. Master, how long will the traffic jam last? Aiko looked out of the car window at the motionless convoy, feeling anxious. This is peak morning rush hour. It will take a while. Aiko watched as time ticked away on her phone. Suddenly, the bell rang, startling Aiko and making her heart leap. She picked up the call with trembling hands. On the other end was Nigel's voice. He gave the hospital address, sending a sharp pain through Aiko's heart. To Central Hospital, Aiko told the driver in front. Aren't we not going to Tian-di-Hua anymore? The driver looked at the map. They would have to change direction to go to Central Hospital. Aiko, no, we aren't. Upon arriving at the hospital, Aiko rushed outside the operating room. Nigel, Glover, and Arsène were all outside. Sky. Glover went over to support Aiko. Aiko dashed over with all her might. Staring at the words, emergency room, her legs turned weak, and she could barely stand. She should have let her grandmother go with her. She shouldn't have gone alone. What happened to Grandma? Aiko was helped to sit on a nearby chair by Glover. He comforted her by touching her head. They are still trying to save her. When we arrived, she was in bed, having taken a large dose of sleeping pills. Why? Aiko murmured. Her grandmother had smiled at her before. Why did she suddenly want to give up? Arsène stood beside them, sending messages. Aiko suddenly glanced at him. Is it because of him? Arsène understood Aiko's concern. She suspected Devon. Arsène shook his head. His people can't get in without permission. Only I and your grandmother can enter Tian-di-Hua. Standing outside the operating room, Nigel silently watched Aiko and Glover beside her. There was an intimate bond between them. Nigel knew it wasn't the right time to argue with Aiko, but his heart felt heavy nonetheless. He averted his gaze, forcing himself not to watch their interaction. I need to leave for a while. Arsène looked at Nigel. Nigel nodded. Since he broke the rules this time and entered Tian-di-Hua, there would be trouble that Arsène needed to handle. Sky, everything will be fine. Glover embraced his sister, comforting her. Nigel quietly watched the two. Aiko remained still, allowing herself to be held by Glover, unable to say anything. The silence outside the operating room continued until the door opened. Doctor. Aiko immediately stood up, momentarily dizzy, almost falling down. Glover pulled her back. Sky, I'm sorry, we did our best, but she was brought here too late. It was too late. Upon hearing these words, Aiko fainted. When she woke up, her mother and brother were by her bedside taking care of her. Her father had gone to arrange matters concerning her grandmother. Seeing her mother's stern expression when she regained consciousness, Aiko asked, Are you hiding something from us? Aiko recounted what had happened when her grandmother was kidnapped previously. Glover and Hazel were momentarily speechless upon hearing this. In fact, I didn't really want her to come to Jing City at first, but fortunately, you were there with her earlier. Hazel didn't know much about her mother-in-law's past, but knew she was a stubborn person. Once she made up her mind, she seldom changed it. Why did she attempt suicide? Aiko murmured. Memories of what Nigel had previously told her resurfaced. Her grandmother and Nikki used to love each other. However, Nikki's parents disapproved and drove Abby out of the Gu family. She settled in Beicheng, got married, and had children, never returning to Jing or contacting the Gus again. Only after Nikki became critically ill did she come to Jing to be with him. After Nikki died and everything was settled, she decided to follow him. Was it dying for love? Aiko felt suffocated and struggled to breathe. In her memory, her grandmother was not the type who would commit suicide over such matters. It must be because someone harmed her. Aiko looked at Glover. Did we report it to the police? The police have already cordoned off Tian-di-Hua and are investigating this matter. The Luo family certainly reported it. This was not a trivial matter, especially since her grandmother's death seemed even more mysterious. It was only then that Aiko noticed that neither her mother nor her brother could hide their exhaustion. Policing. Hearing Glover mention that the police had entered Tian-di-Hua, a fleeting thought appeared in Aiko's mind but quickly dissipated. Mom, brother, let's go home. Aiko felt a bit dizzy but wanted to see her grandmother. Hazel, who hadn't rested after guarding her in the hospital for a day and night, was also exhausted. Who would have expected things to happen so suddenly? I'll call the doctor. But Aiko opened her phone and saw no messages from him. Aiko shut her phone off. The police have cordoned off Tian-di-Hua, and they have been investigating in and out these past few days. The people you arranged also successfully got in. Listening to his assistant's report, a smile appeared on Devon's face. The old man thought that by sealing off Tian-di-Hua, I wouldn't be able to find those things. He still underestimates me too much. The young man sitting on the sofa walked up to Devon with a mask on. I'll go back now. Wait. Devon looked at him, who bore a resemblance to himself. Do you know what to do next? Amadeo frowned. I know, but what you said must also come true. Mr. Gu, someone at the front desk is looking for you named Nigel. Without an appointment, the secretary knocked and entered to report. Devon raised an eyebrow. So soon. Amadeo was stunned, instinctively wanting to hide. But the door had already been pushed open. Sullivan, it's really hard to see you. Behind Nigel were a group of security guards, clearly rushing in. They hesitated due to his identity and didn't dare stop him, allowing him to barge in. Amadeo instinctively turned away. Even wearing a mask, he dared not face Nigel directly. Does Aunt know you have a bastard child outside? Nigel lightly chuckled, having obviously guessed Amadeo's identity long ago. Devon stood up, not only showing no guilt, but looking straight at Nigel with frankness. Castor, you are still too young. Nigel knew what he meant. Was it your doing? Devon, what did I do? Amadeo, standing nearby, glanced at Nigel. Nigel already knew his identity. The second will, you're so eager to know about it. Nigel stood before Devon. What the old man left you wasn't enough. How could you completely disregard the old ties? Nigel knew he would always use any means necessary, but he never expected that for a will, he would go as far as to take human lives. Just for a piece of black and white paper. Please show him out. Devon smiled slightly, not engaging in conflict with Nigel. Nigel laughed coldly. No wonder you knew everything I did in Beijing back then. Turns out you had someone planted around me all along. Chapter 128 Higher expectations lead to greater disappointment. Hoju, you've always disliked getting involved in these disputes. So, now, you're coming for a share too? Pablo looked at him coldly. Not participating doesn't mean I'm afraid. Is it because of that young girl? Devon laughed. Do you know, back then, the old man was abandoned by the family due to a woman. Later on, he learned his lesson and cut off contact with Yunji voluntarily, which allowed him to become today's leader. Are you going to follow in his footsteps now? If Cyrus hadn't given up on Orla back then, there probably wouldn't be their current status. My affairs don't need your management. Pablo took out a file bag. This is what you want. Devon glanced over, stunned for a moment. What is this? My shares in Cushing Corporation. Pablo placed it on the table. I'll transfer all my shares under my name to you. Amadeo's pupils dilated. He didn't understand why Pablo would give up his only shares. Even Devon's expression became complicated for a moment. Devon slowly opened the document, looking at the share transfer agreement. The old man had 3 children. Each son had 2% of the shares, and the grandchildren had 1%. With this much, they could live comfortably for the rest of their lives. But for those with ambitions, a small piece of cake wasn't enough. They wanted the whole thing. By willingly giving up his share, Pablo made sure that Devon held more shares than the other branches, naturally giving him an advantage. Why are you transferring your shares to me? Devon asked as he flipped through the documents. The signature section remained blank. Clearly, Pablo had some demands. What do you want? Pablo smiled lightly. I only want your shares in Rongxin Corporation. Rongxin was a subsidiary of Cushing Group, focusing on technology and machinery. Even absolute control over Rongxin wasn't as valuable as 1% of Cushing's shares. One was the leader among chickens, the other the tail of the phoenix. Devon naturally chose the latter. Why Rongxin? He asked. That's none of your business. Does Armin know about this? Devon's fingertips traced over the paper, seemingly fascinated. These are my shares. As long as you agree, I'll sign it immediately. Only this one condition? Devon nodded. I have another condition. His sharp eyes focused on Pablo. Armin's Cushing shares must not be transferred. Pablo understood Devon's intention. Their branch had already lost most of its power. The core members of Cushing were aligned with Devon and Terry, while the subsidiaries were split between the two. Armin was gradually preparing to leave Jing City for Bay City. His shares became crucial. If Armin transferred them to the second branch, Devon would lose his edge. A flash of defiance crossed Pablo's eyes, but he showed no emotion as he agreed. He won't. Even if holding on to it does nothing, he won't give up his own property. You should know that by now. Devon was satisfied. After Pablo signed, he had his secretary personally escort him out. Amadeo looked at the scene. Why did he give up so easily? What others pursued fervently, he treated with indifference. Young still, he will regret it. Devon's gaze towards Amadeo was filled with hidden meaning. He doesn't know the content of the second will yet, which is why he so easily gives up his shares for peace. But I already know, and how can I let him succeed? Thinking of the content of the will, Devon's expression darkened slightly. The old man is too biased, trying to appease us with scraps, but leaving the best part to someone who doesn't want it. Truly disheartening. Pablo left the company premises and got into the back seat of the car. Arsène beside him looked over. Did he take it? Do you think Devon would turn down food served right before him? Pablo replied. Arsène nodded. Then what's next for you? He now knows the equity distribution in the will, so he'll deliberately target me, waiting for me to slip up. Pablo looked at Arsène. What exactly is in it? Pablo knew, after the incident with Abby Gu, that Devon hadn't given up on the will. After calling the police to investigate Tiandi-Hua, Pablo sensed something amiss. He had Arsène move the will stored in Tiandi-Hua to another location. The second will that Devon eventually obtained was just a fake one concocted by Pablo and Arsène to deceive him. It stated that the remaining shares would be transferred entirely to Pablo. Pablo was his main focus. If you really want to know, take over the company. That's what the old man instructed. Arsène still said the same thing. Pablo shifted his gaze away. Then you'd better keep it buried in your heart forever. Where are we going next? Pablo unlocked his phone to find Terry. He paused. First, drop me off at Armin's place. The driver responded with an affirmative. Arsène glanced at him. Are you really going to escalate things with him? I know my limits. Pablo rubbed his fingertips along the edge of the phone, holding back, and didn't open the chat box. He turned to Arsène. Is she discharged yet? According to the doctor, she should have woken up today. Is she discharged now? Arsène shrugged. How would I know? If you want to find out, why don't you go see for yourself? Pablo pressed his lips together. Not now. Devon was already watching him closely. He couldn't get involved with Aiko anymore. Especially at this critical moment. Devon, that lunatic, would stop at nothing to target his weaknesses. If he showed any concern for Aiko now, she would become a weapon for Devon to use against him. Arsene understood what Pablo was thinking. Only now did he comprehend why the old man had set up the second will. The discharge procedures are done. Glover helped Aiko out of bed. Want to go grab some food first? Aiko shook her head. I'm not hungry. She glanced towards the door, then lowered her head. What's wrong? Glover asked. You've been staring at the door since you woke up. Who are you waiting for? Aiko put on her shoes. Who has come to see me? Me, Mom and Griffin, Arsene. Besides us, who else could there be? Aiko looked down. No one. Her voice was very soft, as if it could be blown away by the wind. Glover chuckled and flicked her forehead lightly. Don't think I don't know you. You're probably waiting for Pablo, aren't you? Seeing her not refuting, Glover's expression turned serious. Actually, I don't mind if you date. It's your freedom to like whoever you want. But there's one thing I insist, and that is, don't get too deeply involved, and don't have too high expectations. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Chapter 129, Being a Bad Person Once. Aiko left the hospital room. She looked at her phone, still not receiving the message she had hoped for. Indeed, the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Was she wrong again? Days passed by one. In the cold winter, Aiko boarded a flight back to Beijing City. Abby's funeral was held in Jing City, in the same cemetery as Nikki. Aiko glanced at her own phone. The phone was already off, yet she still hoped the screen would light up. She knew it was impossible. Aiko leaned on her mother's shoulder beside her. What should I do if I can't let go of something that doesn't belong to me? Why did Nigel change so quickly? He had been caring about everything before and concerned about her feelings. Now he hadn't sent a single message for days. Since he didn't send any, Aiko didn't take the initiative to contact him either. They hadn't been in touch these days. Aiko couldn't help but wonder if he was playing with her again. Let time decide. Aiko pursed her lips. Wait until I forget. Of course not. Once people don't get what they want, they will miss it more and more. As long as you leave it to time, you will know if you really like it or not. Sky, Mom knows that although you are usually indifferent to everything, once something gets into your heart, it is hard to give up easily. Don't be afraid of challenges. Face them head on. Aiko nodded. Face them. Exiting the terminal, Aiko found Michael outside. She was stunned for a moment, looking at Glover beside her. Glover smiled and said, Our family, we have booked a hot pot dinner tonight. After knowing Michael's feelings, Aiko had intentionally avoided him. She knew her behavior might make Michael uncomfortable, but she couldn't think of a better way besides this. In the US, they hinted at each other in the taxi. Between him and her, they were just family. Let's go. Michael's gentle smile was very relaxed. He instinctively raised his hand to help Aiko with her luggage, paused for a second in midair, then withdrew his hand. Glover handed the suitcase in his hand toward him. Come on, haven't seen you for over half a month. How did you get so thin, boy? It had been a few days since school started. Aiko hadn't seen Nigel again, but she had heard quite a bit about the Gu family online. It seemed that Devon now held the largest share of Cushing Corporation, expanding rapidly, and even laying off several core internal staff members. Aiko didn't see Nigel in any news. As for their team, after winning the national award, Captain Holt had to apply for an exchange program due to his mother needing medical treatment abroad. Without a captain and missing 2 members, the team disbanded regrettably. Aiko persuaded Michael to join Team 2, which happened to have someone drop out. Isn't that strange? At a milk tea shop, Aiko bit her straw while listening to Kylie complain. How could someone be so weird? First saying he wanted to pursue you. Now he has vanished without a word. Aiko lowered her eyes. Not really gone, just hasn't messaged me. She also hadn't taken the initiative to contact Nigel. Scumbag. Kylie succinctly summed up with 2 words. Aiko finished drinking, stood up. I need to go back. I signed up for an individual innovation design competition and need to start preparing. Kylie pulled her back. Why would you sign up for that? Just trying it out. Anyway, I don't have much else to do otherwise. Previously, her life revolved around Nigel. Now she was giving time back to herself. Aiko had gotten used to reading literature and materials when free. When she saw this competition, she registered without hesitation. In the lab, someone came to look for Michael. Hello. Michael looked at the girl outside the lab, searching his memory but confirming he didn't know her. Were you previously in Team 4? I asked around for a long time and finally found you. Michael. Yes. Your team had a girl. Do you know her? Aiko. I didn't ask her name because it was too urgent at the time. It was the girl who wore a pink jacket during the mountain climbing trip. Michael nodded. That's her. That's great, really great. The girl said, pulling out something from her pocket and handing it to Michael. This was in her clothes, hidden inside the lining. I found it accidentally. Can you pass it to her for me? I need to rush to class. Thank you. Please make sure you give it to her. The girl stuffed the item into Michael's hand and ran off. Michael opened his palm, looking at the item in his hand. Red fabric, he recognized it immediately. Aiko hadn't prayed for love that day. This could only mean Nigel had prayed for it and secretly put it in Aiko's pocket. He probably didn't expect that Aiko would casually give the clothes to someone else. Nor could he have guessed that what he put in the clothes would end up in Michael's hands. Michael was sure that Aiko had no idea. If she knew, she wouldn't have just given the clothes away. He slowly tightened his grip. He took a deep breath. Did he have the obligation to deliver this to Aiko for Nigel? What difference would it make to be a bad person once? Michael was startled by his own thoughts. He nervously swallowed. He pulled out his phone and called Aiko. Where are you? I have something for you, he said almost without stopping. After hearing her address, he hung up quickly, fearing he might change his mind. Phone tea on. Aiko ran towards Michael. She was outside the milk tea shop. Although winter in Beijing City did not bring snow, it was dry and bitterly cold. The chilly wind blew fiercely, causing Aiko's slightly curly long hair to flutter as she ran. Michael kept his hands in his pockets, gripping tightly. What do you have for me? You sound so urgent. Michael stopped. It's too cold outside, let's go inside. Would you like some milk tea? Aiko pulled out her phone, ready to order a hot milk tea for him. Just get your own, Michael said. But as he spoke, he took his hand out of his pocket, revealing the red edge of the fabric. I just had some with Kylie. I don't need any more, Aiko replied. Since neither of them wanted to drink, they couldn't stay at the milk tea shop for long. You said you have something for me, right? Aiko asked. Michael stuffed his hands back into his pockets. I was just thinking, it's too hot. I wanted to treat you to milk tea. Aiko laughed. Too hot. Michael corrected himself. Too cold. Aiko sighed, shaking her head. Michael, you really aren't suited for lying. So what is it? You seemed very eager to give it to me. There is something, but I've changed my mind about giving it to you now, Michael said truthfully. Aiko didn't take it seriously. Is it something good that you originally wanted to share with me, but now regret? Michael nodded. Yes, I regret it. Fine, then keep it yourself. Michael left the milk tea shop. He had intended to give it to Aiko. He should have given it to Aiko. But he felt so reluctant, so unwilling. Why should he? Chapter 130, saw Nigel. Aiko returned home. She turned on the heater, lay down on the tatama mat, and opened her social media feed. Scrolling down, she saw a post from Abdurrahman. The location showed Beijing's TH Club. In the photo, 1/3 of the frame was taken up by his large face, while behind him, Nigel sat on the sofa, lazily leaning back with a glass of amber liquid in his hand, almost empty. The caption read, "Took a day off to meet brother June, who loves me as much as I do." Aiko noticed a pretty girl sitting next to Nigel, wearing a very short body-hugging skirt. The phone screen dimmed. Aiko grabbed the reference book beside her and covered her face with it. She thought she could remain unperturbed. She even wondered if he was really busy with something important. Maybe there were other crucial matters. Those concerns and hesitations turned into self-mockery after seeing Abdurrahman's post. Her chest felt as if it had been filled with seawater, heavy and stifling, making it hard to breathe. Fortunately, it seemed that she had been mentally prepared. She didn't feel as desperate as before. Aiko powered off her phone. She looked at the clock hanging on the wall and fell into a deep sleep, covered by the book in the warm room. Nigel moved slightly to the side, tilted his head back to finish the last sip from his glass, set down the glass, and stood up. I've already paid the bill. I have some things to attend to, so I'll leave first. Abdurrahman hugged his girlfriend. You said you'd have just one drink and leave? You really only had one. I came especially to find you. Nigel sneered coldly. All right, did you come to see your girlfriend or me? Can't you tell? Hee. Thanks, brother June, otherwise, we wouldn't be able to come here for fun. Abdurrahman escorted Nigel to the door, watching him leave before going back to close the door. Aren't you good friends? Why did he leave so quickly? The girl's tone was somewhat resentful. Why did you wear such a short skirt? Abdurrahman stared at his girlfriend's body-hugging skirt. He hadn't wanted to say anything in front of brother June. It looks good. I wore it especially for you. Sure, you never dressed like this for me before. All because I mentioned brother June was coming today. Abdurrahman felt increasingly depressed. There was a big empty spot on my left. Why did you sit between me and brother June? I sat wherever. Are you overthinking this? Then why did you scoot closer to brother June, nearly pushing him to the opposite booth? Didn't you see he finished his drink and left right away because of you? Abdurrahman, are you annoying me? When Aiko woke up, her nose was stuffy, and her throat was dry and uncomfortable. Aiko sniffled, walked barefoot across the floor, found some medicine, and glanced at the water dispenser. The light was off, and there was no hot water. She swallowed the pills dry. Repeating the swallowing motion, her mouth was full of bitterness. Touching her forehead, she didn't feel a fever. Aiko checked the time. It was already 8 in the evening. With this long nap, she wouldn't need to sleep tonight. Hey Kylie, Aiko called back. Kylie had tried calling her twice. Why did you suddenly turn off your phone? The voice on the other end sounded anxious. Aiko laughed. I wanted to take a nap without anyone bothering me, so I turned off my phone. Aiko explained. Kylie nodded. You scared me. I thought something happened to you. I'm on my way to your place, and I brought someone. Who? Kylie replied. Amadeo. He suddenly said he needed to see you, but wouldn't tell me what for. It's quite mysterious. Soon, the doorbell rang. Aiko went to open the door. She wore a tight black knitted sweater and loose pants, a very casual outfit. Sky. Kylie ran over and hugged her. Why do you look so sickly? Aiko smiled. No, maybe I just woke up. She looked at Amadeo. What do you want? Amadeo closed the door casually. A small matter. Aiko poured them both a glass of water. Speak. The three sat on the sofa, and Amadeo cautiously asked Aiko, didn't things with Nigel get quite serious? Hearing Nigel's name from someone else, Aiko paused for a moment. What thing? The thing before it was posted online. Amadeo took a sip of water. Do you know who posted it? Aiko nodded. Didn't the police already issue a statement? It was Autumn and Jem. Kylie exclaimed. Seriously? How despicable of Jem. Just because he couldn't win your affection, he had to do something like this. Compared to him, Nigel seems decent. Aiko. Hearing Aiko's serious response, Amadeo's eyes flickered. I was just asking. If it was really Jem, I won't hang out with him anymore. Kylie rolled her eyes at him. You should have done this long ago. You shouldn't have given Sky's contact to Jem in the first place. If you still hang out with him after this incident, I'll kick you out of the group. Amadeo smiled. I rarely socialized with him deeply anyway. It was just for playing ball. Aiko felt a slight dizziness and pressed her temples, probably due to oversleeping. Did you come to see me just for this? Amadeo. No, I just asked casually. I actually came here to return something to you. Aiko took what Amadeo handed over, a bag. She opened it and found the camera she had lent to Amadeo before. When did you borrow Sky's camera? Kylie snatched it from Aiko's hand to take a look. I haven't even borrowed it yet. Aiko didn't pay much attention. Join me for dinner. Her mouth tasted bitter, and her stomach was growling with hunger. Hey, do you use this? Can I borrow it? Kylie smiled, holding the camera. Amadeo hesitated. Do you even know how to use it? What if you break it and can't afford to pay back? Are you looking down on me? It's not yours. Why are you so concerned? Aiko looked at Amadeo. Amadeo turned to leave, saying casually, I'm just being honest. I just returned it to Aiko, and she hasn't even checked it yet. If you break it, I'll have to split the cost with you. Kylie thought about it and agreed. Moreover, Aiko hadn't kept the new camera for long before lending it to Amadeo, and then Kylie herself, which seemed improper. Kylie reluctantly put the camera back. Aiko offered her to take it, but Kylie shook her head. I'm afraid Amadeo damaged it, and might blame me later. Aiko laughed. If it's broken, you won't need to compensate. She barely used the camera after buying it, leaving it to gather dust after a week. No, I don't often take photos anyway. They went out for hot pot, and Aiko, fearing her condition would worsen, ordered a mixed broth pot, eating only the clear soup. When they returned, it was almost midnight. She couldn't sleep at all. Aiko watched the neon lights flickering outside reflected on the glass window. Her gaze fell on the nearby camera. She picked it up and pointed it at the floor-to-ceiling window. Opening it, she scrolled through and saw a video. She paused, assuming it was Amadeo's. Though she shouldn't watch it, a familiar figure made her uncertain and ultimately curious enough to click in. The voice was Devon's. Aiko skipped through the progress bar. After Nigel left, she was about to close it but heard Amadeo's voice. Amadeo? With Devon? Curious. Aiko continued listening. Finished. Aiko slowly covered herself with the blanket. Her mind was unusually clear. Chapter 131. The second will is revealed. Devon knows about the will. Arsène was with Nigel at this moment. Upon receiving the call from lawyer Hua, both of them were stunned. Nigel knitted his brows tightly. Arsène, taken aback, said, It's the real one? Didn't I tell you to? He held my assistant hostage and found out about my movements. Recently, besides home, I've only been to one place. After securing the will, I left. Somehow, Devon managed to get someone in there, and when I discovered it, the will had already been reviewed. Arsène didn't know what to say for a moment. Nigel lowered his eyelashes faintly. Can you now tell me what's in it? Arsène hesitated, but the old man's intention was to wait until Nigel naturally wanted to inherit the company before telling him about the will's contents. But now Devon had learned about it first. If they didn't tell Nigel now, it might not be beneficial for them. Nigel pressed his eyebrows and eyes, puzzled why his eyelids kept twitching. He touched his chest lightly. Is the will really related to me? Is the fake will I asked you to forge real? Initially, to make Devon give up searching for the second will, Nigel deliberately asked Arsène to forge a fake one, diverting attention to himself while he took over Rongxin, a shell company. Rongxin had since become independent from Kasong. Before passing away, only Orla stayed with the old man. Devon's actions against Orla indicated he had guessed the content of the second will. Now learning the true will from lawyer Hua, it was unexpected. All right, I'll tell you. Arsène explained the content to Nigel. Nigel called lawyer Hua and instructed, arrange immediately to make the will public. I'll arrange the media. We'll make this a trending topic tomorrow. The receiver remained silent. Convene tomorrow? You want everyone to know? Nigel. Yes, we'll announce it tomorrow. If we keep hiding it, Devon will try every means possible. It's better if we reveal it ourselves. Nigel added casually. At the same time, announce that I'm transferring my shares to Devon, and Rongxin will be separated from Kasong. Arsène paused. So you transferred your shares to Devon and made Rongxin independent just to create public opinion? I thought as long as the will exists, Devon wouldn't give up. There would always be a day when it's revealed. Just didn't expect it to come so soon. Otherwise, he could have controlled it better. Okay, I'll arrange it now. Arsène took a deep breath. Nigel paused. Wait. What? Isn't this urgent? Arsène began contacting the media with his phone. Nigel stopped him. No. Wait until I return to Beijing. You're going back to Beijing? What? To go to school. Arsène. Lately, he had forgotten that Nigel was still a student due to their interactions. How can you go back to school at such a critical time? You should attend with me tomorrow. Nigel shook his head. No, it would seem too deliberate if I attended too. It would be more convincing if I'm attending school in Beijing during the announcement. Devon forced his own nephew to give up the only share and gave him an undeveloped shell company, while controlling Kasong with the most shares. Meanwhile, I'm in school. Arsène admired him. Truly taught by the old man, playing people perfectly. I'll prepare for you. Arsène was about to arrange a private plane, but was stopped by Nigel. Just book a ticket. The private jet belongs to the Gu family. How could I use Devon's resources? Nigel's tone stretched. Now that you've fallen out with Armin, you can transfer all personal assets under your name. When you publish this later, it makes Devon look like a ruthless boss who exploits his nephew. Arsène quickly noted down, striving to cast all negative light on Devon. Alexandra's video continued to play automatically. The scene changed within, and voices emerged continuously. Devon said that Calhoun's second will stipulated that after dividing his shares, the remaining large portion of shares would go to his great-grandson, which is Nigel and Alexandra's child. News of Nigel dating Alexandra had gone viral online, making almost everyone aware, especially those in the Gu family. Alexandra and Nigel were completely tied together by the old man. Cough. Alexandra sipped some water, the cold liquid sliding into her mouth. Could it be that all of Nigel's previous kindness to her was for the will? He had known about the old man's will long ago, so he came to coax her. Apart from this, Aiko couldn't think of a better reason. In the video, Nigel already knew the content of the second will. If Nigel wanted to get his shares out, he had to marry and have a child with Aiko. Otherwise, he would get nothing. Aiko lay in bed, dazed, staring at the ceiling until the sky turned fishbelly white. Why did Nikki do this? She had clearly explained to Nikki that she and Nigel no longer had any relationship. Aiko's limbs were stiff and slightly numb. Her head ached and felt heavy. Supporting herself with her elbow on the bed, she almost lost balance and fell to the ground. Clutching the bed, she slowly squatted down, biting her lower lip tightly. As if suddenly remembering something, she got up and went to the desk. Her computer sat there, and behind a stack of books was a box. Nikki's words echoed in her ears. This was meant for you. Aiko opened the box. The jade bracelet inside appeared dull under the dim light. Sitting down at the desk, she pulled out the lamp and placed the jade bracelet under the light, gazing at it in a trance. Her sweaty palms rested on her chin, her mind muddled. Glancing down, she noticed a strange light glimmering beneath the black velvet. Frowning, she lifted the jade bracelet, revealing the shiny black velvet underneath. It had a unique texture, and she took it out. Seeing what was at the bottom, Aiko paused in her breathing for a moment. This was the Jowie star, which Nigel had bought at an exorbitant price at the auction. Vinny had said it was something for warm. She clutched the gemstone sparkling under the light, her reddened eyes moist. It seemed Nikki had misunderstood. This wasn't for her, but for Warm. He must have mistakenly given it to her. Nigel probably didn't know this item was with her now. Chapter 132, Wanna Marry You. Aiko tapped open her phone screen and, for the first time in a long while, dialed that number she hadn't called in ages. The mechanical tone sounded, but no one answered on the other end. Aiko dialed again, yet the mechanical dial tone continued uninterrupted. Aiko put the items back where they were. Watching the screen dim gradually, she abruptly stood up, grabbed a coat, and walked out carrying the box. Nigel had just exited the terminal building. Turning on his phone, he saw the missed calls from Aiko. Several of them, none answered. Nigel furrowed his brow. His fingertips hovered over the callback button. After much hesitation, Nigel still turned off his phone without returning the call. He hailed a taxi and returned to his apartment. The driver dropped him off by the roadside. Nigel opened the car door and got out. Aiko was standing right there at the entrance. Her exposed fingers and cheeks were frozen red. Winter in North City brought no snow, but the dry cold wind was unusually relentless. Standing outside didn't take long before freezing limbs stiff. Why are you here? Nigel ran over, looking at the pitiful figure in front of him, who knew how long she'd been standing. I came to return your things. Aiko's eyes welled up almost instantly upon seeing him, and her voice trembled. No one had ever made her endure so much misery. Only Nigel could. Every single gesture of his could stir her heart. She sometimes thought if the person she liked also liked her back, it would be easier for her. She wouldn't have to feel so hurt. Nigel, wearing only a coat, took it off and wrapped it around Aiko, standing behind her to shield her from the wind. What's so important that you had to stand in the cold just to return it? With stiff movements, Aiko replied, things that don't belong to me. Handing him the box, Nigel took it. Your hands are so cold. Using one hand, he placed the box down and held Aiko's hands in his warm palms. Just coming out of the car, his hands were warm and dry. His fingertips slid over Aiko's palm, feeling a slight moisture. Nigel furrowed his brows as he checked her forehead. Feverish hot. Not bothering with anything else, he picked up the box and led Aiko back to the apartment. Aiko felt dizzy and followed him sluggishly. She allowed herself to be pulled into the elevator, then through the door into the room. By the entrance, the slippers Aiko left behind last time were still there. They were from summer. Nigel switched her into his winter slippers. Touching Aiko's icy feet, his expression darkened. Even with the heater on, it would take some time to warm up. Nigel hugged her close. His warm body heat seeped through the clothes and onto Aiko. Those are your things. The edges of the box pressed into his palm, making the flesh turn white. Nigel rubbed his cheek against her hair. He'd held back for so long, not even daring to send a message for fear of losing control and rushing to see her, fearing exposure and harm from Devon. But when he stepped out of the car and saw her, shivering in the cold, all grand plans vanished from his mind. He only wanted to bring her home. Aiko's hands between their chests gradually warmed up. Glancing over, Nigel noticed the water had boiled, so he retrieved fever medicine from the first aid kit. Pulling Aiko to sit on the sofa, he placed the small white pills in her palm and handed her warm water. Take your medicine first. I've called the family doctor. He'll come over shortly. Holding the pills, Aiko gently caressed them. I've already taken some. Her voice was raspy and weak. When leaving home, suspecting she was already running a low-grade fever, she swallowed the medication without water. How could you go out knowing you had a fever? Nigel couldn't help raising his voice, feeling stifled anger. But seeing tears slip down Aiko's eyes, he suddenly paused, taking away her cup and half kneeling in front of the sofa, hugging her gently. I'm sorry. Aiko felt her heart cut, like being sliced by fine silk threads. Nigel stroked her hair gently. I'm sorry. Nigel, I understand, Aiko said faintly. Behind her lowered lashes, her eyes revealed complex emotions. What do you know? Nigel's hand tightened on her shoulder. These days, you didn't contact me because of Devon, right? Nigel's pupils contracted sharply. You. Aiko described what she saw from the video in Amadeo's return camera. Do you admit it? Nigel handed her the water. Drink some to moisten your throat. Lowering his gaze, he hesitated. Before he could explain, a warmth covered his lips, followed by pain. Soft strands of hair brushed his face. The warm water spilled from his hand, puddling on the floor. In an instant, Aiko had already returned to her original position. Nigel looked at Aiko and chuckled softly. Does this count as a kiss? No. Tell me your plan. Aiko's tone was exceptionally stubborn. If you don't tell me, then we will settle everything immediately. A faint laugh, his voice calm and weary. Settle with me? First, tell me, are you willing to give me a chance? Nigel smiled at her. Aiko, first, tell me the truth of the matter. Ask away. Nigel nodded. Do you know about Nikki's will? I just found out. You knew the bracelet was with me? I asked the old man to give it to you. Aiko caught her breath. Why did you bid for the star of Zhao Yi? Was it for your ex-fiancée? Not for her. It was meant for you. Nigel opened the box, took out the star of Zhao Yi, and placed it gently but solemnly into Aiko's palm. This is for my wife. You? Aiko's voice was slightly hoarse, feeling her fever worsening. But isn't this not the one family heirloom? Didn't you bid for it because of London Han? Aiko, I'm sorry. Nigel held her hand. London Han was indeed my former fiancé. I never thought of getting married before, and our engagement was arranged by our parents. I never acknowledged it. The star of Zhao Yi was given to the one family, who later sold it at a high price after their bankruptcy. I didn't expect to see it again at the auction. Nigel smiled faintly. I want to get married, marry you, and give this to you. Nigel, you want to marry me for the inheritance. If it weren't for Nikki's will. Aiko pushed Nigel away and stood up. You never said you wanted to marry me, but now that you know about the will, you treat me so well. You and Devon both want what the old man left behind, right? Chapter 133. I said, no need. Nigel averted his gaze, his brows and eyes cold and stern. I thought at least you would understand me. The doctor should be here soon. I'll send you back later. Nigel said indifferently. Not even he had noticed how terribly low his voice sounded. This momentarily stunned Aiko. She got up, took off Nigel's coat, and gently draped it over the armrest of the adjacent sofa. No need. The atmosphere was subtle yet heavy. Perhaps both were in a state of fragility and confusion. Even when their eyes met, neither spoke despite opening their mouths. I'm leaving first. Aiko lowered her head and walked towards the entrance. I'll send you. Nigel clenched the car keys in his hand. I said, no need. Aiko had already opened the door, stepped out, and closed it behind her without giving him a glance. She severed the connection between them with that door, abruptly and icily. Aiko walked out, standing still by the main gate, her hands intertwined, thumbs rubbing against each other. Her head felt so dizzy, as if she were about to die from it. She just wanted to lie down there and sleep without thinking about anything. But she didn't want others to think she was a homeless beggar with nowhere to go. Despite feeling unwell, she endured it and stood by the side to hail a taxi. Maybe because the weather was too cold, Aiko waited for quite some time before someone finally accepted her ride request. Getting into the warm car, Aiko leaned back, closing her eyes without thinking about anything. Miss, we're here. Aiko was gradually woken up. Although it was only a few minutes' drive, she felt like she had slept through the night. Perhaps the medicine wasn't effective. Her throat hurt so badly she could barely bear it. Can you take me to the hospital? Aiko took out her phone. The driver started the engine again and hit the road. At the hospital, Aiko supported her limp and weak limbs to queue for registration. Come to think of it, this was the first time she fell ill without anyone to take care of her. Yet now, she felt an almost masochistic pleasure, as if by focusing solely on the physical pain, she could avoid the chaotic and suffocating emptiness within her heart. Her phone rang, and Aiko mechanically answered it. On the other end, Kylie inquired, where are you? I'm coming to find you. What happened? Aiko realized how hoarse her voice had become when she spoke. What's wrong with you? Do you have a cold? Fever? Under Kylie's repeated questioning, Aiko eventually told her where she was. Sure enough, as she had imagined, Kylie came over, making a commotion that left Aiko with no room for idle thoughts. Why did you end up like this? How could you come to register alone? Even if Daylon and Ant, or Glover, were unavailable, you should have told me. Aiko shook her head. It's fine. You said you were looking for me. What for? Oh, Michael asked me to give you something. It's really strange. Why couldn't he do it himself? He wouldn't tell me what it is and forbade me from opening it. Kylie took out a small brown paper-wrapped item from her pocket. Aiko frowned as she took it, recalling Michael's flustered demeanor and hesitant words at the milk tea shop. He couldn't deliver it himself, so he asked Kylie to do it for him. Pinching it, it felt very thin, almost empty. Just as Aiko was about to open it, it suddenly slipped from her hands. She looked up to see a young child snatch it away and run off with it. Kylie hated such mischievous kids and chased after them without waiting for Aiko's reaction. Aiko struggled to stand up, but sat back down due to dizziness, messaging Michael to ask what was inside. It was snatched by a kid. Is it important? After a long pause, the reply finally came. I don't know. Aiko was stunned. She hadn't expected Michael to respond so indifferently after taking so long to type. Since it was a gift from him, how could he not know what it was? Michael, are you recently staying with Team 2? Tired from the competition? Too much pressure? That seemed the only explanation for his recent odd behavior. The response came quickly, a single Aiko sent a few comforting messages, but he didn't reply again. Aiko knew he must have seen them. Kylie ran back, panting heavily, hands on her hips. What kind of parent doesn't teach their child manners? I'm going to check the surveillance footage today. I'll catch that brat and make him apologize. Forget it. I asked Michael. It's probably not important. This isn't about whether it's important or not. I need to. Before Kylie could finish, it was already Aiko's turn in line. Seeing Aiko's pale lips and flushed cheeks, Kylie stopped mid-sentence. In an instant, she forgot about her earlier words about teaching the mischievous child a lesson. No one was more important to her than Sky. Quick, let me help you. Kylie went over, supporting Aiko's waist with one hand and letting Aiko lean on her shoulder with the other. Your head wasn't working well in the first place. What if this fever damages it further? Kylie was met with a speechless glare from Aiko and immediately corrected herself. Never mind. It's good for you to have a fever. Maybe it can burn away that love-addled brain of yours. Once Kylie started talking, her mouth didn't stop, regardless of whether Aiko responded or not. Maybe God thought your life was too perfect, so he sent you a man to make you suffer a bit. People like us don't even have time for men. I just submitted another paper, and it was sent back. I can't figure out how I could come up with such a boring and logically deficient topic. Aiko hadn't even heard what Kylie was babbling about and responded absent-mindedly. Are you a pig? Kylie suggested checking if the fever had really damaged Aiko's brain after helping her settle down. Silence fell over the apartment, the ticking of the wall clock in the white room steady and repressed. Nigel sat on the floor with his legs drawn up, the reflective glass of the skyscrapers outside the floor-to-ceiling window shimmering faintly. Observing North City's winter from inside felt serene and mild. But stepping out of the warm room would immediately jolt one awake with the bone-chilling wind. The apparent serenity and mildness were all illusions. Only by truly venturing into it would one realize how piercingly cold it was, leaving no place to hide. Suddenly, there was a beep, and his long lashes flickered. Silent until the warmth in the room gradually dissipated and the floor tiles grew cold, Nigel lifted his gaze. The power was out. His phone displayed a notification estimating the outage would last until 8 a.m. the next day. Glancing at it briefly, he dismissed it without much thought. He continued to stare intently outside, his dark eyes sweeping over the outlines of the buildings, slowly tracing the contours of Aiko. Chapter 134. Simply because he didn't want to marry someone he disliked. He watched Devon's image being broadcasted on the LED screen outside, during a shareholders meeting. Arsene and Lawyer Ho were also involved. Iggy paused, and if someone had been next to him at that moment, they might have thought he was a bit foolish and absent-minded. This was a critical time for Kasong. Iggy should have been busy with numerous tasks. He needed to prepare for media interviews, carefully weigh his statements, and deal with Devon. He should be preparing. As he thought, Iggy got distracted again. He rubbed his temples, thinking of Rongshin, Kasong, and Devon. Terry would choose to cooperate with Devon. The Luo family. Iggy picked up his phone and made a call. Keep an eye on Vince from Kasong's International Trade Department. Especially watch out for Devon's people. Vince. The newly transferred one. Why would Devon target him? I'll explain later. Just keep an eye on him for now. Try not to let him be alone. Iggy hung up. Perhaps, as the old man wished, some things couldn't be simply cast aside even if he didn't want them. These things came forcefully into his hands, glued tightly, intertwining with each other. Iggy called Arsene. For an entire semester, Aiko hadn't seen Iggy again. He had become part of the past along with North City's harsh winter. Aiko won a special prize in a solo competition and was busy writing papers and obtaining various professional certificates. Even Cleo, who rarely gossiped, asked Aiko about her relationship with Michael during a chance encounter on the street. Aiko was taken aback by the question. It seemed that after the last hospital incident, Michael hadn't appeared before her again. Even during holidays, he no longer came to the Luo residence as he used to. Initially, Aiko had called him several times to probe, telling him that Michael seemed to be putting on a flawless act but still avoided appearing before her. Not only Cleo, but her parents and brother Glover had also inquired about it. They believed there shouldn't be lingering resentment within the family. So what had happened? Everything should be clearly explained. But whenever Aiko invited Michael out, he only said he was too busy. Gradually, Aiko got busy with her own matters and forgot about this. I also asked Michael, but he didn't tell me anything. Cleo lowered her head, seemingly troubled. Looking at Cleo in front of her, Aiko noticed how much she had changed. She had undergone corrective surgery for myopia, removed her black-rimmed glasses, and no longer tied her hair into two cute pigtails, but let it grow long and slightly curled. She wore a bright yellow long-sleeved hoodie with a white lace skirt underneath. Aiko felt a sudden pang in her heart, realizing something indescribable. She replied earnestly, maybe he's just very busy. Haven't you and I not sat down and chatted properly for a long time either? Cleo, slightly shorter than Aiko, looked up at her. Is that so? On both sides of the small path, Hong Kong orchid trees were in full bloom, their leaves forming a dense canopy. A slow, hollow sense of loss crept into Aiko's mind. It seemed rare for anyone to always remain by one's side. She smiled lightly, pursing her lips. Shall we have dinner together after the final exams? All five of us. Cleo shifted her feet, hesitating. I have other things to do. Aiko nodded with a smile, looking at the documents Cleo held in her hands. All right, then go ahead with your business. They parted ways. In August, Aiko learned about Iggy's news again on a financial news report. His voice had grown more steady, calm when interviewed, contrasting sharply with the stern Devon. Only then did she realize what Iggy had been doing during his disappearance. Clearly, he had another shortcut to everything if he followed Cyrus's will and married Aiko. He could have taken over Kasong directly without dealing with Devon, but he chose not to. Instead, he walked step by step alongside Devon. A reporter asked, Mr. Cyrus left a will stating that as long as you marry Miss Luo, you could bypass many unnecessary detours. Why did you choose another path? Just because you didn't want to marry someone you disliked? That last sentence was speculation. After all, if it were someone he liked and wanted to marry, why would he resist? Iggy's voice grew cold, sounding like a mix of laughter and sarcasm. Walking step by step makes the journey firmer. An official response without fault, seeming to answer yet revealing nothing. Afterward, the interview with Devon continued. Following the will announcement meeting, Devon's reputation plummeted. Returning shares to Iggy and rearranging his position, Akisong barely managed to suppress the negative evaluations. The broadcast stopped abruptly. Aiko's long eyelashes fluttered as she looked forward. The driver seemed uninterested in the program and switched to an emotional channel. Aiko gazed out of the window, noticing how peculiar the weather had been this summer in North City. Sometimes scorching hot, sometimes drenched in rain. 10 minutes ago, the fragmented sunlight filtering through the trees still caressed Aiko's face, but now it was overcast. It was drizzling outside the taxi window. Aiko sat in the cab, holding a pot of bone soup cooked by the housekeeper for her family. These days, the hospital had been busy, and Nikita often forgot to eat. Aiko, having little to do during her summer break, asked the housekeeper to cook more each day so she could bring it to Nikita. Her phone beeped. The weather station issued another orange rainstorm warning. Aiko glanced at the sky outside the window. Dark clouds covered the top, and the sky turned gray, making people feel suppressed and tense. A message came through on her phone. Mom, Sky, I was too busy and forgot. I'm being sent out to High City today, already on the highway. Don't bring me food. Aiko wasn't particularly upset, only feeling that her mom had been working too hard lately. She quietly told the driver to take her back home. Galugulu. Aiko looked up. The driver smiled shyly. Sorry, I haven't had lunch yet, so. Aiko smiled faintly and handed him the pot of bone soup. You can have it. It was from my mom, but she's on a business trip suddenly. Hope you don't mind. Of course not. Thank you very much. The driver laughed heartily, since a meal could save him $10 to $20, allowing him to skip 2 orders. No problem. Boom. A loud noise startled Aiko, and she looked out the window, unsure what had happened far away. The next is a live report. A major multi-vehicle accident occurred on Nanshui Expressway in the city center of North City. Oh my, this. Scary, my last customer was from there. Fortunately, the Buddha protects. The driver muttered with his hands together while waiting for the traffic light. The jarring information finally broke through Aiko's numbed mind. Expressway. Aiko tried her best to calm her racing heart and shook hands to dial the phone. No, there are so many expressways, it might not be that one. But, she was going to High City? Chapter 135. His bond with Aiko was severed. Sorry, the phone you dialed is powered off. Pick up quickly. Sorry, Daylon, can you take me to the Nanhua Expressway? Aiko asked. The driver's lips moved a few times. It would definitely be difficult to pick up passengers there right now. If he went. He was about to refuse when his eyes fell on the bone soup the little girl had just given him. With a grit of his teeth, he agreed. All right, I'll take you. Thank you, thank you. A traffic accident occurred on the Nanhua Expressway in the central area of Beijing City. Nigel saw the real-time broadcast. Beijing Nanhua. The screen switched to focus on the accident scene. Nigel didn't see anything else, only the phone case that had fallen on the ground. It belonged to Aiko. His pupils suddenly contracted. Did something happen to Aiko on the expressway? Arsène was about to speak again, but Nigel had already run out, without even grabbing his jacket beside him. Where are you going? No response. Your mother needs immediate surgery. Aiko's eyes were red. All right, I'll sign. She's a doctor. Her hands cannot. Her choked voice trembled. Her hands mustn't have any accidents. After hearing Aiko's words, the doctor quickly discussed a secondary plan with the doctors nearby. If she wants to continue holding the scalpel after waking up, it currently can't be done domestically. Going to country A for surgery has a higher probability of success, but the cost will also. Go to country A for surgery, said Aiko firmly. Regardless of the cost, we'll pay. You're a doctor too. You should understand what it means for someone who has held a scalpel for decades if they wake up and find they can no longer. But is there enough time? Aiko clenched her teeth. Of course, she wanted her mother to recover as before. Within 8 hours, it's feasible. Aiko couldn't care less anymore. Mom was a doctor. Her hands were so important that they couldn't afford to wait any longer. She immediately agreed. Eider was in Jing City, and Aiko couldn't wait for him to return. So, she could only head out with her brother immediately. When Nigel arrived at the hospital, he searched everywhere but couldn't find any information about Aiko. Due to the Nanhua multi-vehicle pileup, the hospital was full of patients needing urgent care. Nigel asked the nurse handling admission procedures, but due to privacy issues, no information was disclosed. Nigel stood still in the bustling hospital corridor, lost. Wah, she just started university. How could this happen? A woman hugged her son crying next to him. It's all my fault. Nigel's heart tightened as if bound by a rope, unable to breathe. Unable to find anyone, he began searching room by room. Excuse me. Nigel showed people the photo on his phone. Young man, I've seen you searching for so long. If she's not here, it might be. An elderly person with a water pot looked at the sweating person in front of them. Nigel ignored him, walked away, and continued searching. Calling Aiko, but the call wouldn't go through. Until someone from the company called, Nigel answered. You've always asked me to keep an eye on Eider. Listening to the other side, Nigel slowly asked, leave? Did he mention any reason? Seems like something happened in the family, but no specifics were given. Nigel felt even more anxious. Okay, I know, approve it. Nigel ran out of the hospital, just about to leave for Aiko's house. He was stopped by a girl. She seemed to be one of the victims of the accident, just with a minor hand injury. Are you Nigel? Nigel didn't recognize the person in front of him. Did you get that thing back? He frowned. What? I found the charm you prayed for in my bag earlier, with your name Nigel written on it. I had someone in your team give it back to your girlfriend. The girl was from Xingda University and naturally knew who Nigel was. Initially, she intended to contact Nigel directly, but since he wasn't at school, she contacted Michael instead. When Nigel ran out of the hospital, the sunset was fading, the road bathed in the last light, casting long shadows. That was the charm he sought alone, not knowing what frame of mind he was in. He didn't pray with others, but sneaked up the mountain at midnight, perhaps not wanting anyone to know that he believed in such superstitions. In the end, he got it, secretly placed it in Aiko's bag where she would likely never notice. She never used the inner pocket of her jacket, which Nigel was certain of, so he put it there. The master said if the recipient found it or discarded it, it wouldn't work. Nigel didn't want to believe it, but now he couldn't find Aiko. Why was the phone turned off? And even her friends didn't know where she was. He even went to the dessert shop to look for that man, but he wasn't there either. Nigel thought of many possibilities, including whether they had been in a multi-vehicle pileup together. He thought he still had plenty of time, at least until Aiko graduated, to stabilize the situation. Nigel stood on the first floor of the apartment building, with the elevator showing out of service. The LCD TV nearby was broadcasting news. Confirmed, at 1:20 p.m. on August 17th, a multi-vehicle pileup occurred on the Nanhua Expressway in the center of Beijing City, resulting in 17 deaths and 35 injuries. Nigel took a large step and ran towards the stairwell next to the elevator. He ran up the stairs, taking 4 or 5 steps at a time, seemingly not feeling tired at all. Standing outside Aiko's door, his labored breathing couldn't be suppressed. He bent over, trembling hand pressing the doorbell. The doorbell rang repeatedly, but no one answered. His legs felt weak and powerless, and he knelt down in front of the door. Aiko, please open the door. Click. The door opened. Nigel's eager eyes lifted hopefully. Aiko. Nigel. The door next to Aiko's opened, and Antonio stood in the doorway. Why are you? Antonio was also stunned. He had never seen Nigel in such a disheveled state before. Back at the TH Club, he and Nixon were the same type, aloof and indifferent, exuding a calm and collected demeanor that made everything seem easy. He had spent years repaying his debt while confined by Nixon, but with Nigel, it had been a matter resolved with just a few words. Seeing Nigel now, weakly kneeling on the ground, his shirt soaked with sweat, chest heaving from heavy breathing, and his tear-filled red eyes, the contrast and impact were overwhelmingly stark. Nigel remained silent, leaning against the wall to stand up. Have you seen Aiko these past couple of days? His voice was hoarse. Antonio shook his head. I haven't seen her in a long time. She seems to have gone back home. Even nodding felt too exhausting for Nigel. Antonio looked at his back, seeing through the soaked shirt to the exposed skin. To this extent, Antonio could only think that he must have run all the way here. Nigel. Antonio called him back, perhaps also out of gratitude for the help Nigel had provided him, regardless of whether it was for Aiko or something else. She still likes you, Antonio said. Chapter 136. Love at first sight is fate. Nigel turned back. It was her own words, Antonio said. When Nigel left the apartment, his eyes were entirely on his phone. He even fell down the stairs while too engrossed in it, but didn't care. In the phone was a Weibo account Antonio gave him. It belonged to Aiko. Gemma had accidentally found out that this small account belonged to Aiko. The latest post read, I didn't mean to say it like that. I know he isn't that kind of person. It's so hard. I can't seem to forget him. My brain says not to like him anymore, but I still do. When I heard someone call his name, my heart skipped a beat. I thought he had returned to North City. I spent all day reading documents and didn't think of him once. Well done me. Wait, did I just think about him now? Ah, annoying. The bracelet is for me? So is the Jowie star? He wants to marry me? To be with me? No, no, no. Fake, fake, fake. Not falling for it. Not falling for it. Ah, so annoying. Nigel went through each post, not missing a single word or punctuation mark. I told a friend I'm going to break up with him. I dreamed of him being with someone else. He has a leading lady who isn't me. I'm just a supporting clown who doesn't stay by his side for more than 2 months. How painful. What should I do? He promised to be with me, to be my boyfriend. Why is he still playing games with senior students and refusing me? I fed mosquitoes all afternoon, and he shouted at me. He agreed. He's my boyfriend now. Yes, today I saw him in the cafeteria. He ate so little and looked unhappy. What happened? School started. We're at the same school. The thought of seeing him tomorrow is so exciting. I've decided to publicly chase after him. School starts tomorrow. Same major, same class. Who knew how hard physics would be? This was the first Weibo post. It was posted the night before her freshman year started. Nigel's ambiguous gaze fell on the ID. Will definitely fall in love. By the time he finished reading everything, it was already dark. Aiko almost posted several times a day, all related to him. Nigel looked up and was surprised to find himself standing outside North City High School, the place where Aiko had secretly liked him for 3 years. Nigel suddenly felt regretful and sad. If only he had noticed that affection that always followed behind him. Would things have been different? Perhaps they would have entered university together during high school, and she could have chosen her favorite major instead of following his choice of an unloved one. It was so late, yet some classrooms in North City High were lit up, possibly due to summer extension classes. For security guards stood at the entrance, not allowing outsiders to enter. Nigel suddenly thought of something. He walked half a circle and glanced at the wall, then smiled. The school got smarter, the fence was higher than before. He scanned the area, found a stone from a nearby flower bed, and easily climbed over. Several teaching buildings were dark, probably belonging to freshmen. Nigel headed toward one of them. On the 3rd floor, in class 1. Click. The classroom lights turned on. He walked to the last row. Seats were assigned based on height back then, and he sat in the last row. Nigel didn't pull the chair to sit, but stood where he used to, looking at the blackboard. And then, no, he did have an impression of Aiko. That girl with her hair tied into a high bun, gradually nodding off during class, often amusing everyone in the back row, including Nigel. It seemed as though a sealed memory had been cut open by a blade. He recalled many things. Look, little Bun is nodding off again, huh? His deskmate poked Nigel's elbow during class to point this out. If it were anything else, Nigel wouldn't have given it a second glance. But hearing little Bun, he usually would lazily glance for a few seconds and chuckle. And that was it. During freshman and sophomore years, he often saw little Bun nodding off gradually, but by junior year, she seemed to have disappeared. Nigel had heard that little Bun was now working hard to get into Xing University. Many people had mocked her at the time. Shifting the topic, the same deskmate who had been mocking asked Nigel, "What school are you applying to? You'll probably study abroad, right?" Without any particular thought. Looking into his deskmate's deep pupils, Nigel casually mentioned Xing University. Initially, he hadn't considered which school to apply to at all, leaving it for Armin to decide. Even if he chose one, under Armin's influence, the head teacher would stealthily change it without anyone knowing. But hearing the ridicule towards that little Bun, who always dozed off in class and brought him much amusement, he inexplicably felt irritated. So he applied to Xing University. He stubbornly chose Xing University in defiance of Armin's arbitrary control over his life. Throughout his entire senior year, he never saw that little meatball who used to nod off bit by bit during class again. This matter was forgotten and cast aside. Nigel tried to find little Bun's seat based on his memory. He managed to find it and walked to the fourth row. Nigel even sat down to test if this position really made people drowsy. After all, those in class 1 were either extremely talented or worked tirelessly hard. However, Aiko seemed to fit neither description, yet she always managed to maintain her scores just above passing in class 1 without being moved to class 2 by teachers. Thinking of this, a small incident suddenly popped up in Nigel's mind. At that time, after class, he was dozing off on the desk, half asleep and half awake. He heard someone talking about 2 people nearby, but only caught some fragments. Something like, grown up together, and taught by one person. Nigel then remembered it seemed to be Michael and Aiko. Feeling even more depressed, he thought, what Michael can teach, he can also teach. His phone vibrated a few times. Just as he was about to get up and leave, something hooked onto his thigh under the table, leaving a thin line on his fine suit pants. He looked down. His attention was drawn to a line of small words peeking out from the drawer. Love at first sight is fate. I wonder if we have any chance. Like goo. The name wasn't fully written, carefully jotting down a goo, followed by several scratches, yet still recognized by Nigel. It was Aiko's slightly immature and shy handwriting. Fate. His phone vibrated a few more times. Nigel saw that Abdurrahman and Thompson were trapped by someone. When Nigel arrived at the club, he was personally welcomed inside by someone at the entrance. You actually came? Abdurrahman and Thompson were very surprised when the door opened. Seeing the room filled with people holding cards, Nigel knew what was going on right away. Abdurrahman threw the card and walked over. Brother June, weren't you in Jing City? Chapter 137 Climbing a Mountain Again. Everyone in the private room was shocked. When did you come back? Abdurrahman patted him on the shoulder. I lost a game, and only then sent you that message. Didn't expect you'd really come. Just happened to be nearby, Nigel said tersely, not revealing much. Then it's perfect for you to join us. Abdurrahman called over a waiter and ordered a separate drink for Nigel. It's been a while since I saw you. I thought you cared so much about me that you teleported here. Nigel was pulled into a seat by Abdurrahman. Abdurrahman immediately filled up Nigel's glass with wine. Playing games. Nigel lifted his glass and downed the wine in one gulp. That fierce, we're just playing around. Abdurrahman was startled by his death-defying drinking style. Don't play around. Get me more bottles of alcohol. Those who came today were all close friends, and Abdurrahman noticed that Nigel was in a bad mood. Then I'll order some more dishes for you. Sitting on the sofa, Nigel held the wine glass in his hand, seemingly not hearing Abdurrahman's words, not blinking an eye. Even after the food and drinks arrived, he didn't touch the dishes but drank alone. At first, Abdurrahman still took care of him and tried to persuade him to ease up. Later on, as everyone got into the spirit of things, no one paid attention to Nigel anymore. One shot after another of strong liquor went down his throat. Accidentally spilling his refilled drink onto his knees, Nigel frowned slightly. It hurts. Seeing this, the waiter cleaning the table immediately offered to take him to change clothes. After several rounds of games, almost everyone was drunk. Thompson had relatively less alcohol and noticed Nigel's situation. What's wrong with you? He brushed off the drunken Abdurrahman leaning on him, walking over to pat Nigel on the shoulder. Your leg is bleeding, didn't you see? Thompson asked someone to bring a first aid kit. Nigel, with drooping eyes and dim gaze, remained silent even as the alcohol spilled on the broken skin of his knee. Thompson wanted to help him remove his pants, finally eliciting a reaction from Nigel, who firmly pressed down. What are you doing? Thompson, speechless, retorted. I have no interest in you, but if you don't treat your wound now, it'll get infected tomorrow. Wound. Abdurrahman, drunk and sprawled out, leaned against Nigel's thigh and mumbled. What wound? Who's injured? No way. Nigel held Thompson's hand, preventing him from removing his pants. With no choice, Thompson used scissors to cut open the pants at Nigel's knee, hoping they weren't too expensive. Doesn't hurt at all. Thompson wiped away the blood and dust around the wound and prepared to apply medicine. As the pale yellow liquid from the cotton swab touched his kneecap, Nigel showed no expression. Hurts. Nigel nodded. I feel pain. After heavy drinking, Nigel's face wasn't red yet. At first glance, he didn't seem drunk, but anyone familiar with him knew he was tipsy by now. Thompson scolded. This is alcohol, not a knife. How can it make your heart hurt? He replied half-heartedly. You must be mistaken. You should feel pain in your knee, not your heart. Nigel didn't reply. He hunched over, holding his heart which felt like it was being slowly carved by a blunt blade, remaining silent. Hey. Thompson, still holding the medicine, was caught off guard when Nigel suddenly leaned forward. He blocked Nigel with his knee, striking his forehead and causing him to fall backward, appearing as if he were sleeping. The dim neon lights in the private room cast shadows across his face. Thompson put the medicine aside and helped Nigel's tilting body upright, noticing his shirt was damp with sweat. My, how much sweat! It hasn't dried yet. Looking at Nigel's closed eyes, his eyelashes wet. He had seen those rumors about Nigel pursuing Aiko before, but he thought Nigel wouldn't stoop to making himself look pathetic. In his imagination, Nigel would just wave his hand, and his prey would willingly fall into his trap. To get beaten down to this point, this kind of thing rarely happens in 8 lifetimes. Truly crazy, he murmured. Nigel frowned. The feeling of drinking several bottles of hard liquor without any side dishes was unbearable. Fate. Thompson didn't catch what he said, only seeing his wet, trembling eyelashes slowly open. No way. Struggling to stand, Nigel fell forward again, sweeping the bottles of alcohol off the table, smashing them onto the floor with loud clatters. Thompson had just treated his knee, which was doused in alcohol again, but Nigel, seemingly unaware, headed towards the exit of the private room. What are you doing now? Seeing Nigel so drunk, Thompson felt emboldened and raised his voice. Stay put. I'll take you home. Right, go back, go back. Nigel held Thompson's arms. Take me back. I'll pray again. Pray for what? Thompson looked puzzled at Nigel in front of him. I said I'll take you home. Where do you want to go? Go to the mountain, pray again, just in case it works. Understanding his words, Thompson laughed in frustration. Are you crazy? You're this drunk. Who would climb a mountain now? It's pointless. You didn't believe in superstition before. Nigel shook his head slowly, speaking with measured tone. I'm not drunk. I'm not superstitious. I'm not at all superstitious. Nigel slid down and sat on the ground, mumbling softly. Just trying. What if it works? He looked up. This isn't superstition. Thompson. Crazy. If you want to go, go yourself. Am I insane? Accompanying a drunkard like you to climb a mountain at midnight or pray to Buddha? Half an hour later, Thompson and Abdurrahman rubbed their arms, heads tilted back as they glanced at Nigel beside them. Is this the mountain? Nigel hummed an affirmative, about to start climbing. Abdurrahman, who got drunk quickly but sobered up faster, sighed helplessly. Actually, I just want to sleep. Nigel had already begun his ascent silently. Thompson kicked Abdurrahman. Why did you text him? Invoking a god is easy, sending it away is hard. AI. Abdurrahman tapped his head. Who lives on this mountain that requires climbing at midnight, without worrying about disturbing their rest and getting kicked down the mountain? Hurry up, Thompson urged. The trio shone their flashlights and followed behind Nigel. Huddled together for warmth, the two whispered forward. Brother June, aren't you scared? It's so dark here. Nigel continued climbing stoically. Others might take a day to reach the top, but driven by some indomitable will, the three reached the peak as dawn broke. Abdurrahman and Thompson arrived at the temple, almost collapsing from exhaustion. Whatever Brother June prays for, may it come true, Abdurrahman said slowly. Thompson raised an eyebrow. Do you love him so much? Yeah, I just don't want my entire night of effort to be in vain. Wow, there are so many people. They followed Nigel inside. They realized the temple was busiest at this time. Abdurrahman noticed the banners. The Xingda Association team? Chapter 138. A plea for her to hang high in the sky, forever shimmering. The dozens of people from the club also noticed the three standing at the door, their eyes filled with confusion and complexity. The trio looked disheveled, especially the one at the front. His shirt was crumpled, and his pants had a large tear. We all stayed here overnight. If they arrived at this time, wouldn't that mean they climbed up in the middle of the night? Someone in the crowd commented. They looked very familiar. Abdurrahman and Thompson covered their faces. They were clearly freshmen and didn't want to lose face in front of their junior sisters. That's the one from the forum. Goo. Iggy. Several girls recognized him and whispered, covering their mouths. Is he the top-voted campus grass with a landslide victory? Why is he so disheveled? Even though he's wearing ragged clothes, it must be said that there's nothing wrong with his face or figure. The shirt on Iggy had dried completely, flapping in the wind. Apart from the bloody wound on his knee where a large piece of fabric had been cut out, everything else seemed fine. His hair hung down, slightly obscuring his eyes, making him appear less indifferent and more melancholic and obedient than before. He pressed his lips tightly, the muscles of his jaw tensed, his gaze earnest and passionate, yet solemn, as everyone still analyzed if this outfit was part of some new trend. Then they saw him bow 3 times toward the towering tree in the temple, and in the stunned silence of the crowd, kneel on the ground without any matting, then prostrate himself again. Everyone was truly taken aback repeatedly. Even someone took out their phone to secretly record the scene. Abdurrahman and Thompson covered their faces. Brother, you accompanied us up the mountain at midnight, but now you're on your own with this embarrassment. The young man who usually grinned arrogantly even in front of gods and Buddhas was now kneeling before the tree, devoutly bumping his head against the ground again and again. His forehead bled, fine blood threads slowly oozing out. When he lifted his head and opened his eyes, there was an instant hush. It seemed as if he alone existed in this corner where he knelt, separated from those who watched, filmed, and sneered behind their phones by an invisible wall. The pain in his knees was hard to ignore, but was suppressed by Iggy, who somehow held on to a faint hope in the power of sincerity. Through the thin, soft fabric of his shirt, the outline of his spine was faintly visible, trembling slightly. He cupped his hands together, slowly closed his eyes, breathed lightly, and his dry lips moved slightly as a faint bitterness rose in his mouth. The sunlight wasn't intense, falling on Iggy without any warmth. Compared to the sharp pain in his knees and the prickling sensation on his forehead, a slow, Pressing ache in his chest felt more unbearable, suffocating, bitter, and sudden. When he saw the casualty count in the news report, Iggy admitted he had never felt such panic. That state of mind-numbing dread, filled only with unease and fear, lingered and refused to subside. Not seeing her again or knowing that his favorite Alicia did not belong to him was bad enough, but what he couldn't bear was the thought of her ceasing to shine. Not seeing her or her not belonging to him was fine, but he wanted her to hang high in the sky, forever shimmering, no matter whose life she illuminated, as long as she continued to glow and exist. That would be enough. Perhaps every time the dawn departed and night fell, thinking of her would bring him reluctance, unwillingness, and regret. Iggy repeated the actions he had done countless times before, reverently praying once more to the gods and Buddhas. A gentle breeze stirred, and a green leaf spun as it fell. Bang! Before he could get up, Iggy collapsed like he had lost all strength. Abdurrahman and Thompson rushed forward anxiously. The vibrant green leaf settled under his eye. Abdurrahman brushed it away, startled into a daze by the moisture on his fingertips. "What are you standing around for?" Thompson gestured for him to help Iggy up. Abdurrahman wiped his hand on his clothes and dazedly went to assist Iggy. When Aiko's flight landed, she didn't bother to turn off airplane mode on her phone and immediately accompanied her mother to the hospital. An anxious wait. The surgery lasted nearly 28 hours. Standing outside the operating room, neither Brother Glover nor Sister Aiko mentioned resting or eating. Both knew deep down that they needed to stay here, and no one could eat during such times. No words of comfort were necessary. Blood ties bound them tightly, slowly enduring the long wait. The moment the door opened, their numb, stalled minds restarted. "Doctor," even Aiko didn't realize how hoarse and dry her voice sounded. "The surgery was successful," the doctor said with relief. Glover exhaled deeply, his eyes closed. "That's good. That's good. The doctor from Beijing mentioned that this lady is a surgeon? She'll need to pick up a scalpel again after she wakes up?" Fearing any more surprises, Aiko immediately nodded. "Yes, the doctor told us you can." The surgery was successful. However, for a full recovery to her previous state, I recommend at least 1 year of hospitalization and rehabilitation. Within this year, aside from rehabilitation-related activities, she should not engage in anything that could strain her hands. Aiko's lips tightened as she glanced at Glover. If Mom knew she had to stay here for a year. "All right, we'll persuade her." Glover took a deep breath. "I will stay here to take care of her." Aiko suddenly turned to him. "I'll stay." Glover didn't argue with her immediately. Hazel was wheeled out, still unconscious, and moved into the ICU with a note saying she would be there for a month. Aiko fetched a chair and sat by her mother's bedside. When Glover returned with food, he saw that Aiko had curled up and fallen asleep on her own knees. "Alicia," Glover gently nudged her. She hadn't eaten for nearly 2 days, so he bought some light dishes, though it was hard to find congee in Country A, and he only managed to get oatmeal after searching everywhere. Aiko slept heavily, and Glover had to shake her several times before she woke up. "How did you fall asleep like that without your legs going numb?" Still drowsy, Aiko faintly shook her head. "I was afraid of accidentally moving Mom's hand." "Eat something. This is all I could find. Later, I'll make whatever you want." Aiko looked at the pale face of her mother lying on the bed, sniffled, and said, "Anything is fine." "Alicia," Glover called her seriously. "After summer vacation, once Mom's condition stabilizes, you should go back." "Brother, I've already applied for a graduate program at a university in Country A. I can finish my studies here and stay with Mom." Aiko showed him the message she had sent to her advisor on her phone. Chapter 139, Nigel, I'm a little disappointed. Glover was at a loss against the resolute Aiko, and said helplessly, You can adapt. I can't let you give up on your dreams anymore. I know that over the past few months, you've been busy preparing for the exhibition. You've been frequently flying between Beicheng and Jing City, all for the sake of your dream. Back then when Dad lost his job and Grandma fell critically ill, you missed your chance at your dream and opened a bakery instead. But whenever you had free time, you spent almost all of it painting. Are you really going to wait another year? Even if you're willing to wait, will opportunity wait for you?" Glover turned around, her eyelids drooping as they shimmered with moisture, yet she still spoke calmly. "Kesha, this is something I need to consider myself. Your main focus right now should be, I'm not a child anymore. I can also make sacrifices for Mom, Dad, and you." Aiko whispered. "Besides, to me, it doesn't matter where I complete my studies. It's just that the distance between us would be even greater." Glover sighed. "I don't want you to compromise." "I'm not compromising. This is a step forward that I am willing to take." Fraser answered the call. Miss Luo and her mother and brother are currently on a plane heading to Country A. Her mother needs surgery after a car accident, so they are seeking a doctor in Country A for the operation. They should arrive within 2 hours. I've already arranged a private jet for you. You'll be able to stay in Country A for 2 days before returning, which coincides perfectly with the press conference. Fraser knew that Arsène could only arrange so much time, having squeezed out these 2 days with great effort. After giving some instructions, he hung up and immediately set off, striding purposefully. Before boarding the plane, Fraser received a screenshot from Abdurrahman showing him kneeling on the ground in a disheveled state, being carried down the mountain afterward, and spending a day receiving intravenous fluids in the hospital. He turned off his phone. Upon seeing those images, he felt no emotion at all. Perhaps, this is what he deserved. Aiko hadn't expected to see Fraser while being abroad herself. The two met in the hospital corridor. When their eyes met, it felt as if everything around them had sunk beneath the sea, leaving only the two of them standing on its surface. Aiko parted her lips. After turning on her phone, she saw several missed calls from Fraser, all from 2 days ago, which she didn't answer. Fraser stood under the light, his face pale, visibly anxious to see someone right in front of him but unsure of what to say once he did. He walked over slowly. Is Anne awake yet? Aiko pursed her lips. Not yet. How did you end up here? Fraser paused. To visit a friend. Oh. Aiko looked down. Well, I should go. Wait. Fraser stopped her. This is for you. Aiko didn't take it, instead looking at Fraser. Until he replied. A friend said they wanted home-cooked food, and I brought too much. Aiko hesitated for a moment before accepting it. Fraser didn't say anything more and left. It seemed like a mere chance encounter, and the food in her hand was just an extra portion. Aiko watched as his figure disappeared around the corner. She took out her phone and tapped a few times. The ringing sound rang nearby, soon silenced. Fraser, leaning against the wall, looked at the incoming call on his phone and answered. Hello, Fraser. A soft voice sounded in his ear through the speaker, causing him to turn his head. Aiko stood in front of him, holding the phone. How long are you staying? She asked. 2 days. Why did you come? Aiko knew about his current situation. He shouldn't have appeared before her at this time. Don't tell me it's for a friend. Aiko's tone was steady. For you. Almost simultaneously as Fraser spoke, Aiko embraced him. Caught off guard, he gently patted her back as he raised his hand. In the quiet corner, the two hugged. Fraser held the person he had missed deeply, slowly tightening his grip. But in the next moment, he was pushed away by the person in his arms. Aiko lifted her hand, displaying between them a slender wrist illuminated by the fluorescent light, adorned with a delicate silver charm. Fraser momentarily lost his senses, staring at the faint glow. He had convinced himself for a long time before making the decision. Don't stand by her side and scare her away. It's enough to just see her, whether in shadows or corners. But she came running to him, standing in the same spot, lifting her hand to reveal their shared past. You gave this to me. Do you remember? Almost the instant Aiko lowered her hand, Fraser pulled her close again, hugging her tightly. I remember, I do. The pad of his right finger caressed her wrist, the fine chain produced friction. He felt a slight tickle, and that sensation climbed up his arm to his heart. Love can be addictive, even if one decides to give it up, after holding numerous meetings in one's mind, resolving not to let those hidden feelings surface again. But as soon as they peek out a bit, the once unbreakable walls become instantly fragile, cracks spreading, allowing the feelings to surge through like splitting bamboo, aggressively yet strongly penetrating, occupying, filling. Yet, it doesn't bring any oppression but feels like an act of mercy instead. It was me who asked Antonio to tell you. Aiko mumbled from his embrace. Nigel's eyes revealed astonishment. Aiko didn't wait for him to ask and continued. I thought if you saw it, you would be braver, but you still retreated. Nigel, I'm a little disappointed. Aiko tilted her head back and saw a hint of helplessness from Nigel's dulled gaze. That day, just a moment before I was messaging Mom, the next second I heard about the accident on Nanwi Road. At that moment, I had no feeling, only thinking that I still had so many things left unsaid with her. Now, I feel fortunate because when she wakes up, I can still talk to her. I'm sorry, Nigel looked down. During winter break of my senior year, I carried my phone and ID in my pocket, finding you alone. It was winter in Jing City, cold winds were blowing, nights were dark, but I was happy every day. Do you know why I was happy? The glass window was dark, branches swayed in the cold wind, covering the sound of 2 hearts pounding vigorously. Because of you. Nigel's heart felt as if it was being warmed by a furnace, almost melting. He tried to stay calm. Aiko, I applied for a graduate program at a university in Country A. I will stay here. Kesha. Eric held a lunchbox and stood there, surprised to see them standing close together. Why are you here? Nigel saw that familiar face, realizing why there was no one at the bakery. It turned out he followed Aiko here. Chapter 140. Marry me. Aiko said. Why can't I stay here? Are you okay? Asking such a question? Your presence here is the biggest problem. Glover felt speechless. Brother. Aiko handed over the lunchbox. Go see Mom first. I need to take care of something. Glover refused. He kidnapped you last time, and I still. Aiko tugged at his sleeve. He didn't know you're my brother, which is why he let me return alone. Nigel stood there in shock, staring at Aiko. He's your brother? For a second, Nigel's mind blanked out as he recalled how many unfavorable impressions he must have left on this older brother. Brother, go back first. Aiko stuffed the lunchbox into Glover's hand, then pulled Nigel away. Glover shook his head, watching their backs. From high school until now, these two had unresolved karma. Aiko booked a room, holding his hand all the way to the foyer. She looked back. She held his hand again. Last time, when I said you were intentionally. I'm sorry. I know you're not that kind of person. I was just taken aback by his sudden kindness. Afraid it would end up being another trap she set for herself. I'm sorry. Nigel hugged her, whispering into her ear. I made you feel insecure, making you always overthink. Nigel had seen too many superficial courtesies and too much deceit. He rarely expressed his true feelings or made promises. His silence made Aiko say things she didn't mean, but wasn't it also out of his own fear? Afraid that Aiko's love might be fleeting. Afraid of falling too deep, he built a wall around himself, yet couldn't help peeping over it. A person could be trapped behind walls, but not the heart. Once, he consoled himself, thinking he could never really like anyone so much that he couldn't pull himself together. Now, he admitted his cowardice. He was just a coward who retreated out of fear of being abandoned. What he thought was protecting Aiko turned out to be hurting her. I'm sorry. Nigel spoke, feeling relieved. Aiko, I treat you well because I like you, nothing else. I want to make you happy. I kept things from you to protect you. I'm not that fragile, Aiko replied. Maybe you think I was pampered since childhood, but my family has never hidden anything from me for comfort. They say a family should face everything together, no matter what happens. Even if I lack the ability to handle things, I deserve to know. Aiko hated trivialities, but wasn't afraid of challenges. The courage to start over was her mother's first lesson. She attended many interest classes, maybe trying each one out, but Aiko wouldn't bring her previous attitude to the next class. She treated every experience equally. Even if you wanted to protect me, you should have told me. Aiko held his hand. Didn't you say you wanted to marry me? Aiko took a deep breath. Amadeo intentionally let me see that video and the contents of the second will. They want to drive us apart. Afraid we'd really get married. Afraid you'd take control of Kissing shares. Nigel, you can't avoid them. You have to confront them now, or they won't stop. Their gazes met, words unspoken but understood. She understood him and was willing to stand by his side. Marry me, Aiko said. Nigel froze. Aiko gripped his hand tighter, pulling something out of her pocket. Nigel's pupils darkened. Did you bring your ID? Nigel clasped both hands around hers, lowering his head. No. He wanted to marry her, but it would be purely because he loved her, with no other factors involved. It had to be simple, his love for her. If not this way, how many years will it take to beat that old fox? Or even decades? Aiko lowered her eyes. I only plan to stay in Country A for a year, and I'll give you 1 year. Nigel raised his eyes. You know everything? Aiko pursed her lips, saying nothing. Arsène told you. Nigel was slightly annoyed. He had repeatedly told Arsène not to involve the Luo family. I'm helping myself too. I don't believe Abby's death was an accident. Why should murderers walk free? With the remaining shares, and 1 more year. Can you make sure he gets punished? Nigel bent down, cupping her face and kissing her deeply, tightening his hold as if to meld her into his flesh and bone. After a brief kiss, he bent down and naturally embraced her. The coolness of his jaw rested behind her ear, hidden from Aiko's sight. Nigel's dark eyes were deep and cold, his pupils like deep black water. Sure, absolutely sure. His tone was calm and slow, yet sharp and heavy, carrying a cold gleam. Aiko kissed him again. Stay with me for 2 days, then let's go back. I want to visit Monica at the hospital. All right, Aiko. The lunch is specially made for you. A soft laugh escaped her lips. I know. On the way back to the hospital, Nigel pinched the 2 ID cards in his hand, suddenly remembering something. He felt as if he were facing a formidable enemy. What about your family? Nigel could disregard Armin's thoughts, but he couldn't disregard Aiko's family's thoughts. They were the ones who raised and loved Aiko. Do you trust me? They will agree. Looking at her calm smile, Nigel, who had grown up in an environment of suppression and criticism, truly couldn't imagine how much parents would need to do to make their child so trusting and brave enough to face everything calmly. I disagree. Glover wished he could splash toilet water on Nigel. It was only this short moment, and he tricked away his sister. Brother can agree to your free love, but it can't be so casual to get married, no matter what it's for. Moreover, Glover was more worried about Aiko's safety. After hearing Aiko's explanation just now, he also understood how complicated and terrifying Nigel's family situation was. Afraid of affecting the patient's rest, they specially came out to talk. The hallway was very spacious now, and the 3 people stood in a stalemate. Brother, do you know how grandmother died? How does that have anything to do with grandmother? After saying this, Glover's expression stiffened. What do you mean? Initially, I never thought grandmother's personality could lead her to commit suicide by taking medicine, and even after confirmation, I still had doubts. But we are just ordinary people. We can't get to the truth just relying on ourselves. Chapter 141. Nigel has long lost his sense of shame. Osiris remained silent, gazing out the window where the branches swayed violently under the fierce wind. He sighed. Griffin has already taken leave and is on his way. You can talk to him when he arrives. Alexandra knew this meant her brother had agreed. In the hospital, Nigel stayed for 2 whole days. Ido arrived on the 2nd day. Looking at her father, Alexandra said nothing but left the 2 alone first. Standing outside the ward, Alexandra saw through the small glass window that Ido brushed the hair of the person lying on the bed, with a hint of tears in his eyes. Nigel stood beside Alexandra, pressing his palm on her shoulder. Shall I be with you? Alexandra looked up at him, lips pressed together. She smiled faintly. I guess he will talk to you separately. Just tell the truth then. Ido took a long time before coming out, looking at the 2 of them without surprise in his eyes. Let's go. The 2 of them went out to talk privately. Nigel stayed behind to take care of things. Alexandra guessed right. After she explained everything to her father, Ido asked for a private conversation with Nigel. Griffin, am I very self-indulgent? Alexandra looked up, gazing at him opposite. Throughout their conversation, Ido maintained a gentle attitude. He just frowned occasionally. You should be more confident. From childhood till now, have you ever not been self-indulgent? Ido smiled. If you became a bit less self-indulgent, I would suspect if my daughter has been bullied. Alexandra's eyes lit up with a smile. Although I've decided to be self-indulgent, I'll try my best throughout the process. Alexandra took a sip of her drink. Isn't there a saying that no matter how hard it is, you have to grit your teeth and walk the path you chose? You still have us, so you don't need to grit your teeth. Ida patted her hand. Go back, call that guy over to see me. Alexandra didn't know what they talked about. She returned only after it got dark, and they had dinner together. Alexandra sent Nigel to the airport. When Nigel came, he didn't bring any clothes, wearing something casually bought at the hospital entrance which didn't match his usual style at all. A blue and white plaid shirt softened his otherwise sharp demeanor. The messy bangs covering his eyebrows and eyes made him look even more striking when the wind blew, revealing his forehead and eyes, creating an astonishing impact. Alexandra watched him, finding little change from their first meeting in her memory. Only now, His eyes held tenderness, reflecting Alexandra. What are you laughing at? Nigel asked. At you. Nigel looked down at his earthy outfit and sighed helplessly. This was the most tolerable one. Nigel suddenly felt a bit regretful, wishing he had brought some clothes. Alexandra smirked, not saying that her laughter wasn't because of this. Send me a message when Monica wakes up. Nigel hugged her. Okay. Alexandra hugged him lightly and was about to let go when Nigel held her still. She heard Nigel chuckle softly next to her ear, his warm breath brushing past her neck, making her move slightly as it tickled. Where do you want to go this time next year? Nigel asked whimsically. To meet you. Alexandra replied directly. I want to see you first after the flight lands. And after seeing me? Alexandra thought seriously. Eat. Nigel tightened his hand on her lower back. Why are you pinching me? Alexandra pinched him back. Do you like Helsinki? We can go together. Alexandra looked up. How do you know? She carefully recalled and realized she had never mentioned it to him. Nigel was also momentarily stunned. He coughed softly. I went to visit number 1 high school before I came here. You? Alexandra remembered after much recollection that she had written it on the wish wall at number 1 high school. Back then, she seemed to be chasing a movie set in Helsinki, so she wrote it down. Even on that public wish wall, Alexandra dared not express her feelings openly. Recalling it now, she wrote it secretly under her desk. She looked at Nigel, assuming he could never have seen it. After all, he never paid attention to her. Returning after years, finding her exact spot would have been a challenge. Nigel ran his fingers through Alexandra's hair, his low voice barely audible to anyone but the two of them. Love at first sight, huh? Alexandra's eyes widened in surprise. Before the embarrassment of being teased hit her, curiosity bubbled up first. You? How did you know my position? They briefly parted ways. Nigel's drooping eyes curved into a smile, his tone light. So, you can observe me secretly, but I can't pay attention to you? Tell me quickly. Wow, you're so domineering. Nigel lazily replied, intentionally dragging the conversation out. If I leave now, you can wait slowly. Nigel still had his arms around Aiko's waist. Almost the moment Aiko turned, he tightened his arms, pulling her into his embrace. Really want to know? Don't dilly-dally. Aiko muttered. Nigel pulled back a bit from her, lazily holding her close, pinching her cheek playfully with one hand. His tone was slightly flirtatious. You asked for it. Aiko nodded. Nigel cupped his hand over her ear and whispered something softly after sneaking closer. Aiko kicked him. You all. It's too much, even giving me a nickname. Aiko loved to doze off in class, a bad habit she couldn't shake since elementary school. She hadn't expected that her casual bun hairstyle would be made fun of behind her back every day. Nigel glanced at her lightly. Others came up with it. Aiko insisted stubbornly. You help them. There were many people coming and going at the airport. Aiko realized she had spoken rather loudly, so she covered her mouth and huffed. I should think of a nickname for you too. Nigel's tone was lethargic as he watched Aiko's wandering eyes with a mischievous smile. A nickname? Aiko was still thinking and didn't respond to him. Baby. Nigel suddenly leaned close, bringing a light breeze with his voice. The low whisper stirred waves in Aiko's heart. Or, lover, beloved, which do you like? Aiko paused briefly, pressing her lips together. Nigel, how shameless you are. Nigel's voice carried a hint of grievance. I've long lost my sense of shame. He continued teasingly. And I can be even more shameless. Would baby like to try? Aiko glanced at him irritably. Nigel hugged her tighter and lowered his head to kiss her. Aiko clutched the edge of his clothes, thinking this outfit, though unfashionable, felt quite comfortable when touched. Nigel kept half-opened eyes, carefully scanning her trembling eyelashes. When they separated, his fingertips were still resting on Aiko's flushed cheek. Her beautiful face blushed, and her brows and eyes held a touch of annoyance. His narrow dark eyes lowered again, returning to their previous docility. Wrong. Chapter 142 Kiss. Aiko looked around. Fortunately, no one was paying attention to this place. She glanced at Nigel in front of her. He said he was wrong, but there wasn't a trace of remorse on his face. I think your nickname should be Dog. After Aiko finished speaking, she wanted to see Nigel's reaction. But unexpectedly, she was kissed again with her face held. The previous kiss was very brief and light, so Aiko didn't quite react. This time, however, Aiko felt the difference between kissing and being kissed. Nigel's neck was slightly bent, one hand holding Aiko's chin, and the other tightly hugging her waist. Until Aiko almost couldn't breathe, he paused for a few seconds. Just as Aiko recovered, she raised her eyes to meet his gaze for a second, before he pressed down on the back of her head, and their lips met heavily again. The hand that stayed on Aiko's waist was also restless. Aiko tried to grab his hand, and when he paused, she said it tickled. Her waist was then hugged tightly, and stopped moving. The kiss also stopped. Nigel still leaned against her forehead, breathing heavily. Aiko's eyes lingered on his damp lashes and reddened eye sockets. You? Nigel's face appeared pale, making the redness around his eyes more obvious. Nigel turned his head to hug Aiko, his jaw brushing against her shoulder, burying his face deeply. Aiko was uncertain. He just, no way? Aiko blinked, thinking that it was really inconceivable for Nigel to cry. Perhaps he was just too sleepy? Regardless, Aiko patted Nigel's back in a consoling manner. Bathed in shadow, she stared at the elongated shadows of them embracing on the ground, lost in thought when she heard Nigel's voice with a slight nasal tone by her ear. Baby, kissing you feels so good, like I'm about to die. Can I kiss you again? Though Aiko endured it twice, she couldn't stand Nigel's third teasing. One more kiss, baby, didn't you feel anything? Aiko frowned, pulling away from his embrace and firmly pressed her hand over his mouth. She looked around, feeling an inexplicable heaviness. When she looked at Nigel again, Though his eyes were still red, his lashes weren't wet anymore. She asked, "Did you cry, or were you sleepy just now?" "Sleepy." Nigel didn't hesitate. Aiko averted her gaze. Nigel leaned closer, kissed her cheek quickly, and moved his eyes level with Aiko's. "Did you feel something just now?" Aiko gasped and pressed her hand over Nigel's mouth again. The two sat on a bench. Aiko glanced at the time. It was almost time. "I have to go." Nigel held her back. "You haven't answered yet." Aiko remained expressionless. Shoulder to shoulder, Aiko didn't know if she had absorbed the scent from Nigel or if she was just too close to him, that her nose was filled with his strong, fresh cold fragrance, with a bit more tobacco smell than usual. Aiko knew he had been under a lot of pressure lately, almost never seeing him smoke in front of her during the day. Occasionally, Aiko saw Nigel handling shareholders' meeting matters on the hospital rooftop while talking on the phone, holding a half-smoked cigarette. With their fingers intertwined, Aiko felt a bit puzzled. Since she was about to leave, why was he holding her? Suddenly, Nigel placed his palm on the back of her neck, bowing his spine, almost holding Aiko in his arms. Aiko felt her lips tingling. Nigel's arms were stronger than she imagined, pressing against her back, giving her a sense of security. Maybe because Nigel had shown obedience and considerate these past days, Aiko overlooked that deep down, he was both unruly and fierce. Almost not giving her a chance to catch her breath, whenever Aiko showed any tendency to retreat, she would be restrained even more. Her fingertips, which had just interlocked, were tightly grasped by Aiko, her nails digging into his wrist. Aiko's entire body was confined by Nigel, unable to even move backward, her mind dazed, warm breaths indistinguishable from each other. Nigel's arm around her waist tensed, blue veins prominently visible. The hand intertwined with Aiko's was somewhat hurting, pinched by her nails. A broadcast announcement came through, first in German, then French, followed by Italian and English. It wasn't until the last announcement in English that Aiko understood. She wanted to speak, but couldn't open her mouth. She could only shake her hand intertwined with Nigel. Nigel slowly stopped. Just when Aiko thought it was finally over, he kissed her again, then brushed past her cheek, pausing by her ear, saying, "You're ignoring me." Aiko, did she even have a chance to speak? "Hurry up, it's your turn." Nigel held onto her body, trying to run. "Answer me first." Finally, as Aiko watched the time slip away little by little, the broadcast announced again in English. She nodded in confusion. "Yes, yes, yes, yes." "Wow." Nigel looked at Aiko with exaggerated amazement. "You felt so much, baby, even better than me." After saying this, before Aiko could kick him, he ran off himself. "Aiko, dog." As Nigel approached, he turned back and watched until Aiko disappeared from his sight before entering the building. Just as Aiko stepped out of the door, her phone buzzed. It was a message from Nigel. She tapped on it to see a photo. Her pupils dilated, and she blushed red, muttering, "Dog." The photo captured a moment of them kissing, taken from below where they were embracing. Her mind was reeling. He actually took a toe pite. Aiko sent a bomb emoji over. There was no reply from the other end. Nigel should have already boarded the plane. Her phone then displayed an incoming call. Aiko paused for a moment. She seemed to know what it was about. She pressed her lips together and answered. "Hello." Aiko lowered her eyes, watching the small shadow of herself cast on the ground, blackened into a mass. "I heard from Brother Eric that you're staying in Country A." Michael fell silent on the other side. Aiko hadn't told them yet. She said, "Sorry, does Caitlin know too?" There was a long silence on the phone before a voice came through. "Are you afraid she would be heartbroken if she knew, but not afraid I would be heartbroken?" "Michael, if it were you, you would choose to stay too." "If it wasn't me asking, did you plan not to tell me?" There was a pause on the other end. "Is it because I like you so you?" "It's not that." Aiko held down the hair being lifted by the wind. "In my heart, you and Caitlin are both my friends, my family. It's not intentional to hide things from you." "Michael, don't think too much. I didn't mean to distance myself from you." "Are you outside?" Aiko nodded slightly, lowering her eyes. If it were anyone else, knowing their feelings for her, she wouldn't give any hope and would cut it off completely. But it was Michael. Due to the age difference with Glover, they only saw each other during holidays when they were young. She spent more time with Michael than with her family, making it impossible to sever ties just because of his feelings. Yet, Aiko didn't want Michael to suffer either. This balance was hard to grasp. "Go back inside quickly. The wind is strong. Remember, to Michael, the things you said, I can remember myself. Please take care of yourself, okay? You're sick. Your voice sounds hoarse." Aiko wanted to hang up. On the other end, he said again, "I've taken medicine, thank you. He hasn't come to find me." Aiko knew he meant August use. It was Griffin and Brother who hired the lawyer. "I didn't do anything." By distancing herself, she provoked a bitter laugh from the other end. Aiko hung up soon after. She thought for a moment and sent a message via her phone. The room was dark, lit only by the buzzing of her phone as its battery got low, and the sound of insects chirping outside the window. No other sound was audible, not even shallow breathing. A dark figure sat motionless on the sofa. The old house had poor soundproofing, and suddenly, loud noises erupted from next door. Michael blinked slowly. Bang bang bang. The knocking on the door caused vibrations. Michael. Chapter 143, Bitterness is fine too. After a long time, Michael seemed to finally come to his senses and slowly went over to open the door. As soon as the door opened, he was hugged by someone. Michael's hands were stiff, unsure where to put them. Hearing the soft sobs of the person in his arms, his brain couldn't react. After a while, he finally managed to push the person away awkwardly. Cleo had come out in her pajamas, her face streaked with tears, her eyelashes soaked. "You." Ignoring his words, Cleo pulled Michael's hand to inspect it. "You, why are you so foolish? Where did you cut yourself? Cleo looked up at him straight, asking. Michael frowned. What? Anxiously stomping on the spot, Cleo said, Aiko told me. She said you tried to commit suicide by cutting your wrist at home and then hung up the phone. Why are you so foolish? What could be more important than your life? Michael fell silent, looking into Cleo's worried eyes. He slowly raised his hand for her to see. I'm fine. Cleo felt all over his hands and saw no signs of injury. Realization dawned on her. Then, Cleo became quiet. Aiko had deliberately lied to her, just to get her to find Michael, to make her worry. As she grew anxious, her thoughts could not be hidden. Come inside, cough. Michael stepped aside to let her in. Lowering her head, Cleo didn't speak or move. Instead, she turned and ran away. The automatic lights in the corridor came on, and Michael watched as she ran quickly, disappearing from sight in a moment. She was a girl, it wasn't safe. Thinking this, Michael chased after her. Cleo. Michael didn't know when her running speed had become so fast that he couldn't catch up. He remembered Cleo's home address and headed in that direction. He wanted to ensure she arrived home safely before he could rest easy. Michael. Turning around, Michael saw Cleo running toward him from another direction. Why did you come out? Go back inside. Cleo stood in front of him, pulling his hand to lead him back. You. Due to the urgency of the run, Michael's throat hurt, and he couldn't speak properly. Cough. I bought you some medicine. Cleo held up a transparent bag containing ibuprofen, fever patches, and metronidazole buccal tablets. Pulling him back by the wrist, Cleo said, You have a fever, don't you? Looking at him with concern, she added, Is your toothache acting up again? She pointed to her own cheek. This side of your face looks a bit swollen. I bought you buccal tablets to place between your gums and cheek. While talking, Cleo already tore open one packet and handed it to Michael. Michael hesitated for a moment before accepting it, slowly placing it in his mouth, using his tongue to press it in. The orange mint flavor filled his mouth, slightly numbing his tongue. Gradually, a hint of sweetness emerged. Michael had a decayed tooth deep inside his mouth, unnoticed for a long time until it began hurting. When he finally visited the dentist, he was told that the crown was also damaged. After learning the cost of an implant, Michael calmly left with the bill. When it didn't hurt, everything was fine, but when it did, it was unbearable. Usually, he didn't show any signs of it, and almost no one knew about it. The fever medicine. Cleo explained how to take the medication. Noticing Michael hadn't responded, she turned to look at him. Not bitter, right? Cleo observed his expression. I specifically asked, this shouldn't taste bitter. Bitterness is fine too, Michael smiled. Watching Cleo also put one in her mouth, he didn't have time to stop her. You. Cleo held it for a while. It's okay, not bitter. How can you take medicine randomly? Spit it out quickly. Michael, finding no tissue, scanned the surroundings and pointed to the trash can in front of the battered wall. Cleo ran over to spit it out, then ran back. Walking downstairs of the residential area, Michael suddenly snapped back to reality. Let me send you home. Cleo shook her head. Let's go upstairs first. She knew if she refused, Michael would act like a concerned father. Standing at the door, they realized Michael's door was tightly shut. His keys were inside, and he rarely made such small mistakes, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Finally, they went to a hotel, and the money Michael had was just enough for one night, planning further actions for the next morning. Cleo watched him take the medicine and didn't want him to go out in the cold, but Michael insisted on not letting her walk alone at night. In the end, neither could convince the other. Michael still sent Cleo back home. Back in her room, Cleo saw Aiko's messages on her phone. At that time, she hadn't thought much and really believed something happened to Michael. After some consideration, Cleo sent a thank you message to Aiko. In December, Aiko, dressed in heavy winter clothes, came to the hospital to complete her discharge procedures. Entering the ward, Hazel was engrossed in her phone, not even noticing Aiko's arrival. Mom, didn't I buy you a phone stand? Why aren't you using it? Aiko walked over, took the phone from her hands, and placed it on the stand beside her. I've only been watching for a short while, Hazel said helplessly. What if you get so absorbed that holding it hurts your hand? Aiko adjusted the phone position and paused when she saw the screen. A group of sharply dressed elites were surrounded by journalists with handheld cameras and recording devices. The microphone pointed at the central figure, while the reporters asked questions with hidden implications and relentless probing. In the serious and tense atmosphere, he wore a faint, calm smile. Under the spotlight, he seemed to be framed in a layer of golden light, his cold white jawline composed and resolute. Complex and profound words flowed from his mouth, his tone light, diffusing the stiff atmosphere. The aggressive questioning and intentional harassment then shifted to Devon. The camera also focused on Devon. Aiko looked away. You're still saying? It seems you're the one who's absorbed. Hazel clicked her tongue a few times and shook her head. Why did you start watching this? Aiko sat down beside her, organizing things without letting Hazel help. Didn't you used to only watch medical reports? To see the future son-in-law you picked for me. Heaven knows what mood Hazel was in when she woke up and found out that her daughter had already registered her marriage with someone. But isn't this young man too hardworking? Hazel observed, pointing at the screen. Look at those dark circles under his eyes, clearly visible even through that long lens. Aiko paused in her task. A few days ago, Nigel spoke with her, mentioning his collaboration with Sue Ellen. With Tadeo's connections overseas, they secured a significant project that had been developing prominently in recent years. The project's scope was massive, especially considering Cushing's current stock market fluctuations affecting foreign exchange rates. He indeed had been extremely busy, dealing with internal and external challenges. Chapter 144, New Year's Gift. Aiko looked at the date. The new year was about to arrive. On her phone, Nigel sent her his daily schedule. She saw that he would be busy until 3 in the morning and probably wouldn't even have a proper New Year celebration. Is he coming for the new year? Isabella asked. From August to December, Nigel came in September for just one day, met Aiko once, and then hurriedly left for his flight. He's so busy that I told him to rest well at home and not come, Aiko said as she packed up everything. Let's go, Mom. Isabella's hand was still in a plaster cast, and Aiko helped her put on her coat. The two left the ward. You should get checked twice or thrice a month. During this period, you must stay put and under no circumstances run around recklessly if you want your hand to heal. Can it really recover? It can. Aiko's tone became slightly heavier. In the bustling commercial district, CBD skyscrapers stood towering with neon lights shimmering brightly. Nigel glanced at the time and said to Arsene, who had just entered with documents. Tell those outside to clock out. Arsene was stunned. Clock out now? Yeah. Although it was nearly 11 o'clock, who wasn't working until 2 or 3 in the recent days. 12 o'clock was considered early. Arsene put down what he was holding. Aren't you clocking out? Nigel raised his eyes, fixing his gaze on Arsene. You misunderstood me. I meant to let them outside clock out, but you have to stay and work overtime with me. Arsene. Phew, he almost got excited there. Why not keep Vince behind? He has matters related to the Haybaowen project. He's off duty. Nigel raised his head from the document he was looking at again. Arsene suspected his boss mixed business with pleasure, squinting his eyes. You didn't transfer him here, because if he weren't competent, I wouldn't have transferred him here. Nigel quickly read through and signed the documents Arsene brought in, then pushed another stack towards him. Try to leave by 3. Hurry up. Arsene held the documents and walked out, silently reminding himself of his annual salary and year-end bonus. Very motivating. The phone in Nigel's drawer buzzed. The desk phone was used for official business, while the one in the drawer was personal. Not many people knew this number. Nigel took it out and glanced at it. Still busy. Nigel sent an emoticon of a cat working. Not ringing in the new year. Nigel smiled at the message and sent a voice reply back. Together next year. His phone rang. Nigel answered. It's quite busy today. Shall I call you tomorrow? I've dispatched a private jet. Go check if there's a gift waiting for you on your company's rooftop. Nigel laughed. Wow, I see it. I love the gift baby sent me. Nigel didn't take Aiko seriously. Where would she get a private jet? But if she wanted one, he could give it to her. Hurry to the rooftop to see my gift for you. When Aiko repeated herself, Nigel started paying attention. You really had someone prepare a gift for me? Of course, unlike you, Mr. Busy. Who did you have put it there? Why on the rooftop? Couldn't you have delivered it directly to my office? Nigel went out and saw Arsene wasn't there anymore, frowning slightly. He was about to send him a message when, before he finished editing it, he heard a commotion upon reaching the rooftop. As he looked up, his phone also vibrated. The rooftop was clearly specially decorated with warm lights, long tables, and a semicircular tent blocking the fierce cold wind. Red lanterns with the character Fu hung along the hallway, warming everyone's hearts. The table was filled with New Year dishes, and Vince, Isabella, Glover, Michael, and Arsene were all seated together. Aiko stood opposite him, smiling warmly, brighter than the beautiful lanterns behind her. Nigel answered the call and raised it to his ear. The other side coughed. Mr. Busy, did you see the gift I prepared? Yeah. Nigel walked over and hugged her. After such intense work recently, he didn't feel overwhelmed. But embracing Aiko, he felt all the hardships turned into nothing. Aiko patted him. Have dinner and then go down, okay? Okay. Nigel buried his head in her warm neck, replying softly. How did you come back? Aiko leaned close to his ear and whispered. Came back to spend the new year with baby. Tisk. Glover shook his head indifferently. I'll start timing how long they hug. Before Glover could start the timer, Aiko gave him a tap and pulled Nigel to sit next to her mother. Arsene poured drinks for everyone, passing each a cup, and smiled awkwardly at Nigel. Let's eat, and then get back to work. Daylon it. Nigel raised his glass, looking at the two of them somewhat awkwardly. Oh, we don't have so many formalities in our family. Sit down and eat quickly. Isabella patted her hand, asking Nigel to sit down. Nigel nodded and still went through all the courtesies, toasting the two of them before turning to look at Glover next to him, making the atmosphere even more awkward. Brother. Glover laughed teasingly. Now you remember to call me brother. What's your relationship? Nikita looked at her son. Glover smiled looking at Nigel, but didn't expose anything. Just as Nigel was about to sit down, Glover said again, Hey, you haven't toasted our second brother yet. Both Aiko and Nigel were stunned for a moment until Michael stood up and separately toasted with Nigel. With everyone standing and watching the toast closely, there was an older brother who specifically watched. Nigel looked at Michael and weakly called him brother. The atmosphere was awkward for a while. Then everyone stood together counting down the seconds to cross into the new year from the old one. Nigel dared not drink too much and only took small sips each time. However, the atmosphere was too lively. The elders were talking about funny stories from their pasts and picking out awkward incidents from the younger generation, which made it hard to stop talking. When Nigel heard funny stories about Aiko's childhood, he would always pause with his chopsticks. I remember when Alicia was 5 years old. She was tiny back then, standing beside Griffin like a little figurine. It was also New Year's. She secretly took the washed lettuce from Abby and put it on the hot stove to roast. Glover clapped and laughed. Even Michael laughed. Aiko had no recollection. What's so funny about that? Who hasn't done something stupid? Michael tried to suppress his laughter but couldn't hold it back. Glover then looked at Nigel. But that was where I usually roasted my feet, haha. I put my feet on it, and she used it to roast vegetables, and eventually ate them, haha. Aiko. Nigel quietly chuckled, looking at Aiko's resentful gaze. He stifled his laughter again, trembling slightly. Why has no one ever told me? Aiko looked at the still laughing Glover opposite her, and glared at Michael beside her. You knew too? Oh, the two of you kept this from me for over 10 years. Isabella and Vince also learned about this incident for the first time. Brother picked me up from school once. A black dog barked at him, scaring him into falling into a ditch. He was afraid others would laugh at him, so he asked me to secretly go home and get clothes for him to change into. What? Shut up. Glover stood up trying to cover her mouth. Aiko quickly pulled Nigel to hide. In the end, when he hid under the bridge to change clothes, he was seen by the girl he had a crush on for 6 years. Chapter 145, Warming Hands. After all the commotion, the dishes remained mostly untouched. Nigel had only one drink, yet his mind was unusually clear. Watching the few people laughing and playing around, he finally understood the concrete meaning of happiness. Nigel glanced at the time on his phone, lowered his head, and sent a message to Arsene. He asked him to call a car to take everyone back. Why are you hiding and secretly playing with your phone? Aiko lowered her head, looking at his phone under the table. Nigel pinched her face, leaning closer to her. Happy New Year. Aiko smiled as the few people at the table were drinking, laughing, and chatting. Seeing Aiko pulling Nigel away secretly, no one stopped them. The young couple rarely saw each other. They went down one floor, standing in the hallway, spacious and quiet. Their intertwined fingers shared warmth with each other. Aiko asked if Nigel was a bit cold. The suit Nigel wore wasn't thick. Normally, the office heating was suitable, but even with a wind-blocking tent on the rooftop, it was still chilly. Aiko wore a thick down jacket, with warm palms and backs of hands. Not cold. Nigel held her hands with both of his gaze soft and sweet. Aiko turned her eyes away. Don't look at me like that. Nigel, with playful intentions, leaned closer to Aiko's face despite her objections, staring straight at her. Aiko turned her head, and he turned his head too. Aiko raised her hand to cover her own eyes. Stand properly. Okay. Believing him, Aiko was about to let go when she was suddenly embraced tightly, feeling a heavy weight pressing down on her. Nigel held her in his arms, his slightly cool lips kissing her hand. Hey. Aiko's hand was gently pulled away, and Nigel's eyes were close within an inch. It seemed as if the air had frozen, and Aiko breathed lightly. Her cheeks flushed red, making it more obvious under the light, causing her to cover her face again. Nigel's hoarse voice entered her ears. Don't cover your face. As he spoke, he hugged Aiko tighter, kissing her earlobe. Give me a kiss. Aiko quickly kissed him, so fast that it landed on the corner of his mouth. Before Nigel could react, she already lowered her head, avoiding eye contact. Aiko. Nigel suddenly furrowed his brows, mentioning something seriously. There's something I need to tell you. Aiko looked up, meeting his sharp gaze, which was usually lazy and casual, now focused intently on her. Startled by his stare, Aiko stammered. What is it? Before she could think clearly, Nigel took advantage of the moment, kissing her directly. Aiko, wrapped in his arms, felt his body temperature rising, warm against hers. A winter night was perfect for a passionate kiss. The motion sensor lights dimmed. Aiko was pressed against the wall, unable to retreat even a step. Her mind became hazy, momentarily forgetting what she was thinking earlier, until Nigel released her, breathing lightly into her ear. Do you understand now? What? I don't know what you mean. In the darkness, she couldn't see his expression clearly but felt his heart pounding against her chest. Thud, thud, hitting rhythmically. This is called kissing. Yours was just an accidental touch, Nigel explained. Aiko nudged his leg with her knee. Who would be so careless as to bump their lips? Didn't you say you weren't coming back? Nigel hugged her with one arm while stroking her slender fingers with the other. Aiko giggled a little from the tickling, pressing his hand. Mom said she wanted to come back for the new year, so she did. Nigel paused, seeming uncertain. Today, Auntie and them. Yes. Aiko tiptoed to kiss his cheek. Are you happy? Nigel hugged her tighter, deeply burying his face in her neck, his voice muffled. Your parents are really nice. Aiko hummed. Baby, warm my hands for me. Nigel's fingertips scratched Aiko's palm, still feeling cool. Oh, my clothes don't have pockets. Before Aiko finished speaking, Nigel's hand touched her neck. Stop it. Unable to retreat because of the wall behind her, Aiko squatted to avoid the chill. I'm cold. Nigel squatted down with her. Face to face, they were so close that their breaths could be felt on each other's faces. Aiko tucked Nigel's hand inside her clothes. Inside was a thin wool sweater, warm between the down jacket. Are you warm now? Baby is so soft. Nigel's palm rested on Aiko's abdomen, letting a bit of cold seep through the sweater. I asked if you're warm. Not how I feel. Aiko rolled her eyes. But hearing Nigel say that made her think of his hand. Her face flushed. Take it out once you're warm. Ignoring her, Nigel leaned against her, rubbing his cheek on hers, which was also cool. I want to hold my baby and sleep. Nigel had been working overtime for over half a month. With his soft little girlfriend in his arms, he felt drowsiness wash over him like a tidal wave. Aiko misunderstood his intentions and turned her face away so he couldn't nuzzle her. Pervert, move aside. I'm going up. Nigel held onto her. No. Weren't you supposed to go back to work after dinner? Hurry up and go down. Why mention work at this moment? Something so full of tension. One more kiss, then I'll go down. Aiko kissed him. Yet, Nigel still didn't let her go. You should let me go now. How long are you staying? Aiko replied that it would only be 2 days. Nigel carefully considered if he could find some time off. He sighed. Tomorrow I have a new project roadshow, and the day after tomorrow there's a launch event. Aiko patted his head. It's fine, I'll come see you. Aiko was about to console Nigel, but noticed her clothes were somehow unbuttoned by him. In the darkness, it was dim, making Aiko's vision unclear. What are you doing? But she felt every detail as Nigel slid his hands over her body. His large hand gripped Aiko's waist. The cashmere sweater she wore clung tightly to her skin. Baby has such a tiny waist. Nigel's eyes flickered with dark sparks as he looked at her small earlobes, taking a light bite. At the same time, his hand on her slim waist pressed down, the lines on the back of his hand tensing up. Aiko felt he was intentionally doing this. Through the down jacket, she hadn't felt much before, but now without the cover of the down jacket, desire kept growing. Nigel kissed her earlobe, neck, collarbone. The V-neck of the sweater was originally small, but now exposed much more skin thanks to Nigel's pulling. Exposure to cold air made her instinctively shiver. Goo. Her voice was cut off as Nigel wrapped one arm around her waist and pressed the back of her head for an urgent kiss. Aiko, held captive in his grip, almost had to stand on tiptoe. My legs hurt. Chapter 146 Can't hear. Nigel lifted his eyelids and carried Aiko to the storage cabinet in the corner, placing her on it. This way, Aiko didn't have to stand on tiptoe, and he didn't have to bend down. Aiko rarely had such an opportunity to look down at Hartley from above. She sat on the storage cabinet, half a head taller than Hartley, while Hartley looked up to kiss her. Perhaps he heard Aiko complain about her sore legs earlier. He obligingly massaged her calves. Their breathing was quite prominent in the quiet hallway. As Aiko was kissed for a long time, her mind began to wander aimlessly, just as she wondered if someone might suddenly come and find them. Hartley pressed his lips into hers again, brushing past her teeth. Aiko grabbed his hair, exerting all her strength, causing Hartley to hiss slightly. The two embraced tightly, leaving no gaps between them. Aiko threw her head back, held by Hartley's hands on her waist. With one hand propped against her side, he fully enclosed her in his arms. Aiko adjusted her breathing. Her mind muddled over whether Hartley ever needed to catch his breath. It was too exhausting. When would this end? Her neck was starting to ache. Her lips felt numb and a little painful. Would they swell? Aiko pushed against his waist and abdomen. Stopped for a few seconds by the push. Hartley slowly raised his gaze to look at her. Both of their breathing was chaotic and rapid. If you keep kissing like this, my lips will swell. Aiko did not want anyone to stare at her mouth with deep meaning. Hartley's clavicle rose and fell as his dark, deep eyes lifted, looking at Aiko's pitiful expression before sliding back to her lips. They're a little swollen. Did I kiss too hard? He deliberately lowered his voice, making it gentle, yet filled with affection. His pitch-black eyes were brimming with deep emotion. Shall I kiss more gently? Aiko pursed her lips, feeling dizzy under his gaze, and nodded slowly. Hartley hugged her waist with both hands, adjusted his position, and gently pressed his lips against her soft ones. Slowly, tenderly, grinding. Unlike before, his tongue traced her lips and teeth, kissing very slowly. Aiko dug her fingers into his shoulders, feeling more tortured, ticklish and trembling, unable to stop shivering. Hartley slowly lifted her waist, caressing the butterfly bones trembling beneath her skin. Suddenly, the slow and tender kisses intensified, and their breathing became quicker. A rosy hue spread across Aiko's cheeks as she patted his shoulders. Ignoring her, Hartley continued. Stop. Aiko pulled back her head and gasped out the word. Holding her without budging, Hartley spoke in a drawn-out tone. What did my baby say? Can't hear. Then he sealed Aiko's mouth again, giving her no chance to respond. He also pinned her hands, not allowing her to pull away. Aiko hadn't moved at all. It was all his effort. Occasionally, he would pause for a few seconds, press his eyelids close to her, and whisper in her ear. You seem to enjoy it, baby. Hartley. Aiko withdrew slightly, her eyes downcast. Her gaze landed on Hartley's moist lips. Do you like it this way? Hartley slowly caressed her. Baby? Aiko pursed her lips, resting her head on Hartley's shoulder, her body becoming increasingly weak. The phone lying nearby rang. Hartley glanced over. Seeing it was her mother calling, Aiko immediately picked it up. Kesha? Where are you? You didn't reply to my messages. We're downstairs. Hurry up and come down. Okay. Aiko replied softly, her voice a bit hoarse. The person on the other end seemed a little drunk and didn't notice anything unusual, hanging up quickly. Hartley, however, heard her suppressed sobbing clearly. You cried. Feeling the wetness by his neck, Hartley paused, patting her back gently. What's wrong? Couldn't be that I made you cry, right? Without a response from her, Hartley turned his head to look at Aiko. He held her face carefully. Teardrops rolled down her cheeks, slowly seeping into her sweater. Hartley raised his hand, wiping away the tears clinging to her eyelashes. Why should only you get to cry? Aiko countered with his previous incident. Hartley smiled slightly. That was because I was sleepy. I'm sleepy too. Aiko replied without hesitation. Aiko slid off the cabinet, steadied by Hartley. Still sore in your legs? Hartley asked this when he saw Aiko almost lose her balance, but received a fierce glare in return. Instead of getting angry, Hartley laughed and took out a silk handkerchief neatly tucked into his pocket to wipe the corners of her mouth, then wiped his own hands. Aiko breathed heavily, not really wanting to talk to Hartley anymore, and silently prepared to leave. But Hartley grabbed her hand. Leaving? Aiko gave him a light glance, her eyes filled with exasperation. Hartley held her hand with his other hand, hooking her little finger playfully, stepping closer and whispering. Don't you care about me anymore, baby? Their gazes met. Aiko saw a smile at the corner of his lips, his unwavering eyes staring intently at her. If you want to see me tomorrow, let me go now. Aiko wiggled her hand, which was held by him. Just as she wanted to back off earlier, he had gripped her like this. It wasn't visible now, but Aiko knew her wrist must have turned red from his grip. Hartley grabbed the nearby down jacket and put it on her. Are you uncomfortable? Aiko slightly frowned, afraid that if she said she was uncomfortable, Hartley would make another move. So she forced a smile and said it was fine. As Hartley zipped up her jacket, she looked down and saw her V-neck top crumpled and marked with deep moisture stains. Then I'll try not to mess up next time. Aiko swatted away his hand after he finished zipping up and touched her neck. I really have to go. I'll take you downstairs. They walked out of the hallway and headed to the elevator. Neither of them spoke during the walk. Aiko looked up at the numbers as they neared the ground floor. Hartley touched her hand. Aiko didn't look at him. Baby. Hartley hooked her finger, lowering his voice. Aiko gave him a glance. Hartley's gaze was like sticky glue, reflecting a bright light in his eyes. His affectionate gaze seemed to wrap her up in glue, leaving no room for air, even holding her breath. Aiko sighed helplessly and coldly hummed. I'll rub it for you. Hartley pulled her hand and started massaging her wrist, pushing up her sleeve to reveal the reddened skin. I won't do that next time. Hartley gently moved her wrist, his eyes filled with gentleness, devoid of any sharpness. Aiko pursed her lips and looked at him. Their eye contact was more intimate than a kiss. Ding. Aiko walked out, and Hartley followed closely behind her, incessantly calling her baby. Aiko curved her lips and said, You behave and work. I'll come see you at noon tomorrow. Chapter 147. Return to Sister Nuanyuan's position. Around 11 o'clock, Aiko was taken by Nigel's people to a villa by the bay. He said that this villa had been redesigned and renovated by someone he hired, asking her if she liked it. Nigel would also join her for lunch there at noon. The moment Aiko arrived, she recognized the work of Kreis, a renowned French designer, who was one of her favorites. Unlike other designers who strive for sophistication, Kreis's designs added elements of warmth within a grand yet simple space. It was a two-story small villa with a specially designed greenhouse. The space wasn't too large or too small, and all the furniture was already in place. Aiko commented that a bigger home felt cold and empty, so Nigel chose this smaller villa by the bay. Opening the windows revealed beautiful ocean views with a deep blue sea meeting the azure sky on the horizon. How do you like it? Sir has asked Mrs. to tell us if there are any areas of dissatisfaction, said a family assistant standing nearby, holding a phone ready to record Aiko's comments. Behind the assistant stood the designer, Avram, also awaiting feedback. Since everything had already been finalized, any changes now would be troublesome. They had gone through dozens of design drafts, making them quite particular clients, but they paid well. Initially, they thought this new female owner would also be hard to please, expecting more modifications. To their surprise, she simply nodded, saying, very satisfied. Excellent. Aiko praised it multiple times, leaving Avram feeling both pleased and puzzled. Higher payments usually meant higher expectations, especially from clients who didn't lack money or homes. They had high standards. Well, that's wonderful. In that case, I'll report back, Avram said with a smile. Aiko nodded and had someone escort him out. Aiko told the family assistant not to follow her, as she wanted to look around the house herself. Since they were having lunch in the new home, Nigel had sent some staff over. Hearing some noise downstairs, Aiko didn't think much of it, assuming it was just the maids talking. Walking around the rooms, she found a large pink box tied with an enormous bow. A gift? Smiling, Aiko untied the bow and opened the box excitedly. She froze upon seeing various erotic items inside. Aiko bit her lip, sensing this wasn't typical of Nigel, but his mischievous behavior last night made her doubt. Lost in thought, she picked out a card from among the embarrassing items. Gee, Ruda. This is your wedding gift, no need to thank me. Dog leashes from Horatio's grandson. It can help Sister Star tether you tightly. Aiko, I don't need to tether a dog, okay? She stayed up late reading comprehensive physical machinery materials provided by her mentor and woke up early to assist Nikita with rehabilitation exercises. Without even applying makeup, she headed to the new home, planning to touch up her face before lunch with Nigel. She took out her minimal makeup from her bag, just after applying cushion foundation and before putting on lipstick. She heard commotion outside her door, hurriedly walking out. Mrs., someone outside insists on meeting you. Aiko frowned. I just got here. How did someone already find me? I don't know how they found us. We only have 2 maids in the new house without security, so we couldn't stop them. They're being hosted on the first floor. What should we do? Did they say why they came? Aiko applied lipstick while checking herself in the mirror. They said they're looking for you. He seems to be from the Gu family. I'm new here, not sure. He said his name is Gu Qingsheng. Aiko couldn't recall anyone named Gu Qingsheng in her memory. She washed her hands, drying them with a tissue. Have you called Nigel? As a member of the Gu family, they should have contacted Nigel first. Yes, Arsene answered, and said he's currently at a project roadshow with media present and can't leave. Aiko threw the tissue into the trash. All right, I'll go down. Picking up a whip from the pink box on her way down. Upon reaching the first floor, she realized there were 4 people, all wearing luxurious British-style school uniforms. The leader resembled Nigel, confirming it was Gu Qingxing. What do you want? Looking at him, she sensed malicious intent. The 3 opposite her, 2 boys and a girl, looked at her with ill-intentioned eyes, glancing at the whip in her hand. Worried they might disrupt her lunch plans, Aiko sat down on the sofa, feeling impatient. Gu Qingsheng was instantly deflated when he saw this woman ignore him and sit on the sofa, leisurely eating a mango from the fruit plate. So, you're the one who got married to my brother? Aiko raised an eyebrow. Isn't Nigel an only child? When did he have a younger brother? Gu Qingsheng glanced at her, his rebellious eyes showing a hint of disdain. He laughed once. A woman who forced my brother into marriage with a will wouldn't know much about us, Goose. I'm his cousin. Aiko nodded understandingly. Now she remembered why he seemed familiar. They had met briefly at the funeral before. Gu Qingsheng was the son of Nigel's uncle, which made him a descendant of Nikki's other 2 sons. Who you are has nothing to do with me. Did I marry you? Aiko put down the fork, leaning back on the sofa as she looked at these 3 people. The girl behind Gu Qingsheng stepped forward. You stole when sister's position. Brother Gu doesn't like you at all. The bespectacled boy beside her also stepped up. Right. You should know your place and give one's sister's position back to her quickly. Aiko looked at the three indignant high school students in front of her and finally understood. These were the CP fans of Nigel and London Anuan. Even the family assistant, who was new, knew they were troublemakers when he saw their school uniforms. Not knowing which young master of the Gu family stood at the front, he stuttered while trying to protect Aiko. The three of you must be mistaken. This is Mr. Nigel whom I personally escorted here. He deliberately emphasized Nigel's name and the word personally. Gu Qingsheng glared coldly at Aiko. My brother was engaged to one's sister. If not for the sudden incident at the Wen family, they would be married now. It has nothing to do with you. Before one's sister returns, I won't let someone like you take her place. Ah, you like the one called London Anuan? Aiko shrugged, the mocking smile on her face glaringly obvious. You. Chapter 148 Warmth almost ruined your brother to escape debt. Wilbur's face turned red as he glared at Aiko. The girl standing behind him looked at him in shock, clearly not expecting this situation. Aiko raised an eyebrow. So it's a love triangle. You? How did you get this? Wilbur stared at the brooch casually pinned on Aiko. This is the Star of Jowie? Where did you get it from? Wilbur didn't expect Aiko to have it, and she even wore it so casually. Anyone who doesn't know its value would think it was just an ordinary brooch. Relax, I didn't steal it. Aiko was about to send a message to Nigel with her phone, but remembered that Arsene said he didn't carry his phone with him now, so she messaged Arsene directly. Arsene replied quickly, I've sent someone over. That little devil has been spoiled rotten by the family. The new villa has no surveillance, so you can make your move while watching. Aiko sent back a question mark. Out of the blue, and now he wants me to make a move? She wasn't some violent person. She only brought the whip for intimidation. She was too gentle to really hit anyone. Even when Wilbur tried to pull off the brooch from her, she still thought she wouldn't do it. This isn't yours. It belongs to Mercedes. Do you even deserve it? Wearing the Star of Jowie on you is such a waste. Aiko was stunned by the bully's irrationality. When his hand touched her clothes, Aiko slapped him. A very loud slap. Wilbur, who had never been scolded or beaten, was slapped into confusion, staring dumbly at Aiko rubbing her wrist. The two cronies following Wilbur were also shocked, never expecting that no one dared provoke the bully in Jing City, yet he got slapped here, in his own territory. Aiko glanced at him coldly. His skin was quite thick, even hurting her hand. Realizing what happened, Wilbur stared at Aiko with red eyes. Who do you think you are? How dare you hit me? Saying this, he tried to push her. Aiko immediately lashed out with her whip. The whip struck his chest, leaving marks on his clothes. Wilbur clutched the area where he was hit, looking furious. The two cronies who initially wanted to help control Aiko were scared away. New servants didn't dare to mediate, fearing they might offend both sides, neither of whom they could afford to upset. Just as Tadeo entered, he saw Aiko whipping someone. Arsene had messaged him to come and discipline the little devil. He remembered what Arsene said. Miss Luo is a delicate young lady. That little devil has been spoiled by the family, and he might be difficult to handle. You'll need to be a bit harsh. The new villa has no surveillance. Tadeo usually seemed laid back and easygoing, but when it came to dealing with troublemakers, he was ruthless. Originally planning to help Sullivan teach the little bully a lesson, he instead saw Aiko fiercely whipping the other person. The crack echoed through the villa, even with a reverberation. Seeing Wilbur trying to act tough again, Tadeo grabbed his hand. Chingsource, who upset you? Tell me, let your big brother G cheer up. Looking at Tadeo, Aiko found him just as pretentious as when they first met. She thought about the box full of gifts he sent to the master bedroom. Big brother G, why are you here? Knowing Tadeo was close to his brother, Wilbur calmed down a bit. Yet he still dismissed Aiko. Big brother G, ignore it. I will discipline her. She shamelessly took Mercedes' place. Tadeo sked. Warmth almost ruined your brother to escape debt, and you're still calling her Mercedes. Are you dumber than my dog? Big brother G, Mercedes is innocent. It was her parents. Bullshit. Stop making excuses. She has been pampered as the daughter of the Wen family for over 10 years. When things were good, she was the Wen family's daughter. Now everything falls apart, and she thinks she can just walk away clean? Only fools like you would believe her. Putting an arm around his shoulder, Tadeo continued. Don't think your big brother G doesn't know what you're up to. If you truly liked her, you should go find her yourself. Why are you hanging around us here? Wilbur didn't expect his long-hidden feelings to be exposed so brutally. But she hit me. I'm going to tell my father. Tadeo circled him around the room, asking, notice anything? What? TSK, how stupid are you? There's no surveillance here. Tadeo leaned closer to whisper. Your second branch is about to lose power. If you don't straighten up, more people will beat you in the future. Someone might even put a sack over your head and thrash you if they see you. Tadeo spoke slowly. Oh yeah, I heard your brother Gu has developed this hobby lately. Wilbur shivered in fear. How could brother Gu hit me for her? Listen to G brother. He's really ruthless now. Go back and ask your father how much power he still has in his hands. I'm afraid there's just air left. Wilbur was usually so bold because he knew his father would back him up. Tadeo kept a radiant smile on his face, but his words pressed down on Wilbur, leaving him breathless. Sullivan had never been a match for your eldest uncle. Now even your eldest uncle has to hold back. You're still acting so recklessly. Aiko stood nearby, not quite hearing their conversation clearly, but she could see the changes in Wilbur's frightened expression. The two small-time lackeys were still trying to act tough, believing Tadeo was on their side. Brother G, you grew up with Mercedes. This outsider actually hitching you in. Come on, teach her a lesson. Just as Tadeo finished handling one matter, the little devil started causing trouble again. He sighed. It seemed he came here to be a kindergarten teacher. Sister Eliza, why do you come to meddle unnecessarily? It seems like you guys don't have enough homework. We weren't as idle as you are when we were young. Let's go. All Wilbur could think about now was the fear of losing his father's influence, which would mean he couldn't strut around Jing City anymore. No, we're just leaving like this? She hit you, slapped you, and whipped you. Eliza glared at Wilbur resentfully. I said let's go. Remembering Tadeo's threats, Wilbur didn't dare stay any longer and slunk away. The two small-time lackeys had no choice but to follow. You can rest assured, this isn't over. Once he finishes dealing with his matters, this little tyrant will still get disciplined. Tadeo spoke to Aiko. Did he send you? Aiko's hand went numb after the whipping, so she casually threw the whip onto the nearby sofa. Tadeo glanced at it, nearly choking. This. Using this to hit Wilbur was something he never expected. What did you send this for? Aiko felt speechless and gave him a look. You keep it for yourself. Chapter 149. Nigel is already married. Tadeo clicked his tongue. You really whipped someone with this whip. Why did Nigel send you? Aiko asked. Let's go. Tadeo put the whip back and looked at Aiko. He can't spare the time now. He asked me to deal with that little tyrant and then take you to the company. Didn't he say he would have lunch at home? Tadeo winked at her. Wouldn't it be bad luck to eat at home after something like this happened? Besides, why are you so dense? Today, people from the Gu family came to cause trouble. Of course, they should use this to make a statement. Aiko only half understood his words, and since Arsene also sent her a message telling her to go with Tadeo, she got into Tadeo's car. Aiko was taken to the top floor office to wait. Tadeo only brought her here and handed her over to the secretary before leaving. Miss Luo, what would you like to drink? A person from the secretarial department looked at Aiko with a scrutinizing eye. When young Master Ji brought Miss Luo here, his expression clearly indicated that Miss Luo had an unusual status. However, the secretary hadn't heard of any influential families with the surname Luo in Jing City and wasn't sure about her identity, thus treating her even more cautiously. Oh, just bring me a cup of warm water. Thank you. Aiko nodded slightly and glanced around Nigel's office. This was the first time she seriously observed the place. The desk could be described as messy, piled with many documents and various proposals for projects under discussion. Aiko gazed out of the glass window. There were several secretaries outside, which suggested that the office wasn't left untidy by neglect, but rather arranged to Nigel's preferences, disorderly yet organized. Aiko scanned a couple of times and sat down nearby. During this time, someone submitted files to Nigel's desk and quietly left. Aiko paid no attention as she looked at her phone until she noticed the secretary entering again, handing over the file placed on Nigel's desk to her. Miss Luo, Arsene said this one is for you to review. Aiko paused to her. She took it slowly, noticing the black letters on white paper detailing plans for a press conference announcing the engagement between the Gu and Wen families. Seeing the names of London Anyang and Nigel in the document, Aiko raised her head and looked at the secretary. What is this? This is the proposal that Arsene called today to prepare, asking me to hand it to you. If you find it acceptable, little President Gu will find time to hold a press conference to announce the invalidation of the engagement between the Gu and Wen families. After listening to the secretary, Aiko knew this proposal was created by Nigel after Riggs came today. Initially upset and troubled by the disturbance from the Gu family, Aiko's expression didn't look good. But upon seeing this proposal, which was essentially an answer, her face relaxed somewhat. I have no objections. Aiko put the document back. The secretary took it back, pondering who this person really was, considering she was shown such a sensitive plan related to little President Gu's private matters. After the secretary left, she saw Ember holding two documents coming over. Sister Ember, the young secretary called out, intending to return to her station. Wait, what are you carrying? Ember frowned when she saw the big title on the documents. Hasn't the Wen family been in trouble for a while? Announcing anything now won't get them much benefit. Did President Gu ask you to do this? Yes, he called temporarily and asked me to draft it. I just had it reviewed, and if there's no problem. Ember interrupted her impatiently. What? Who reviewed it? Who's in the office? She knew Nigel's schedule. He couldn't be in the office right now, so who reviewed it? The young secretary trembled a bit from Ember's louder voice. A miss surnamed Luo. How did she get in? Was there an appointment? Did President Gu agree? Ember thought these people weren't reliable and was about to check the office herself, but the young secretary grabbed her sleeve. Ember's custom-made smoke gray suit was slightly wrinkled. She frowned lightly. The young secretary quickly let go, knowing not to provoke her. Young Master Ji brought her here. Everyone knew the relationship between Tadeo and Nigel. If Tadeo personally brought Aiko, her identity wouldn't be simple. Ember narrowed her eyes. What did young Master Ji say when he sent her here? He didn't. Ember still entered with the documents in hand, taking the other set from the young secretary. Hi, my name is Ember. Aiko had just had some water and looked up to see a tall secretary with exquisite makeup extending her hand. Hi. She stood up to shake hands with her. Aiko had not seen this person in the secretarial department just now, indicating that this person wasn't from Nigel's side. What specifically they were here for, she didn't know. Aiko glanced at the documents on the desk, deliberately blocking the secretary's view. Please review this document. The secretary handed the proposal back to Aiko, which she had already seen once before. Aiko did not take it. This one, I've already reviewed. The disdainful scrutiny in the other person's eyes made Aiko uncomfortable, much like how Riggs looked at her earlier. The secretary who delivered this previously is new and doesn't know many things. I noticed you also seemed confused, so I brought it in again to discuss with you. After all, we're both working for little President Gu. If something goes wrong, neither of us will be in a good position. I'm not a staff member here. You've misunderstood. Aiko was already fed up with reading academic papers and literature regularly. having to go through a document she had already read once more, along with the implied mockery that she didn't understand much. Wasn't it just meant to ridicule her? But Perla said Arsène instructed that the proposal must be reviewed by you. Only if you think there are no issues should it be sent to little President Gu. Aiko nodded. Yes, I've reviewed it, and I have no objections. Ember flipped through the document, scanning it quickly and pointing out some parts for Aiko to see, explaining what she found unreasonable. Aiko felt overwhelmed, and Ember chuckled lightly. I'm quite curious. Since you don't seem to understand it, why would little President Gu still want you to review this document? Aiko smiled too. I'm also curious. I've already said I have no objections, so why do you insist on me giving feedback? Do you know that little President Gu has already registered his marriage? Ember, holding the document, gave Aiko a once-over from head to toe. I've seen people like you before. You're not a staff member, but come into the office. Don't think that because young Master G brought you here with some face-saving gesture, you can actually climb high. Chapter 150. Aiko listened to her sarcastic and harsh words, finally understanding the reason for her incomprehensible behavior. May I ask, do you manage all this because you're his boss or mine? No matter how high and mighty this person acted, it had nothing to do with Aiko. Without any self-awareness, she even tried to discipline Aiko. I'm just kindly reminding you. Kira shrugged. There are plenty of beautiful girls like you. I've seen so many that I'm almost bored. Aiko wanted to retort, but the other party said she was pretty. Oh, thank you for the compliment. Aiko took the file from her hand. I have no objections. This was the first time someone dared to snatch things in front of Kira. With a bit of background at home, she could become a young secretary minister without any obstacles. Everyone below her treated her respectfully, so she had never experienced such disrespect before. Give it back to me. This is company internal confidential information, not for you. I've already gone through it twice, still confidential? Aiko snorted. You talk too much. Aiko took the file out and found the secretary from earlier, returning the file to her. Mission accomplished. The small secretary's phone had just received a prompt from Arsène. As a newly hired secretary, she didn't dare offend Sister Kira and couldn't report to Arsène. Seeing Aiko come out to speak up for her, she instantly felt grateful. Kira crossed her arms. Are you sure there's no problem? You're still in your probation period. Dare to be so sloppy in work. Perla held the file again, hesitating. Sister Kira was clearly trying to make things difficult for this person. If she? Kira sneered, walking closer to Aiko. Are you going to help this homewrecker? Knowing Lanny has a family, you dress like this to squeeze into Lanny's office? Huh, who doesn't know your intentions, trying to turn from a country bumpkin into a princess? He has a family? Aiko nodded. How do you know that his family? The last three words, is not me, hadn't left her mouth yet. Aiko glanced at her vibrating phone. It was a message from Arsène. After reading it, she smiled. Kira was still babbling beside her. What did you want to say? Although Lanny's wife hasn't been exposed yet, we all know he's married. Could you be trying to excuse yourself? Aiko turned off her phone, looking calmly at Kira in front of her. Do you really care about something unrelated to your job? Aiko looked at her with the same meaningful gaze she had previously used on herself. Could it be that you? Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted eagerly by Kira. We all work for Lanny here. Of course, we care about his reputation. Women like you excel in creating public opinion. Don't we need to collect evidence when you have nothing to do with Lanny? What do you want to do? What evidence? Aiko asked her. If you have this much time, why don't you call your boss for advice? Lanny and Arsène are so busy, they wouldn't care about matters like yours. Kira dialed the nearby telephone and called security over. Coincidentally, 2 media people with cameras also arrived. As soon as they entered, they faced Aiko. Sister Kira, what are you going to do? Perla blocked in front of Aiko. These guests were brought by young Master G. You can't do this. Perla, do you want to get brushed off during your probation? If you're dissatisfied with your position, you can resign now. Plenty of people would replace you. Perla looked at those 2 media people holding cameras, clearly arranged by Kira on purpose. She wondered how Miss Luo offended her, meeting only once, yet making such a fuss. Aiko didn't want to trouble others, pushing aside Perla next to her. Actually, the media wasn't called by Kira. More accurately, it was arranged by Arsène when he sent the message to Aiko. Kira clearly didn't realize the issue, thinking these 2 media arrivals were perfectly timed. Record carefully, search her body. She entered the office directly without my permission just now. Who knows if she stole important documents? Aiko wore a brown wool coat outside and a V-neck close-fitting long dress inside, which Kira accused of deliberately dressing provocatively. Of course, Aiko didn't think there was anything wrong with her outfit. It's not right to search a guest's body like this. Miss Luo is a lady. Perla couldn't help but defend Aiko, especially by 2 male security guards. Isn't this excessive, Sister Kira? Kira looked extremely arrogant at Perla. Too much? Perla, you're fired. I did this all for the company. If this lady really stole Kason's confidential files and sold them to a competitor, our group's loss would be immeasurable. I'd rather be overcautious than let anything slip. If you don't get searched today, you won't be leaving here. Of course, Kira knew she hadn't taken anything while watching her in the office. She just wanted to humiliate Aiko. You can't fire me. You have no authority. Perla was frightened into tears. She had just graduated from graduate school and finally entered Kasong after great effort. Her internship had only been going for 2 months, and she was about to become a full-time employee. She couldn't afford to be fired now. Aiko raised her hand. You can search me, but I have one request. Aiko spoke lightly. Kira sneered. You have no right to make demands. What if nothing is found on me? Well, it would only mean that I prevented something that wouldn't happen. So a secretary like you can turn away guests and even fire interns without permission? Kira didn't want to chat idly. Maybe I don't have the authority now, but do you think I still won't once I report it to the leadership? Nigel doesn't have time to deal with these matters now. Who are you reporting to? Kasong isn't just run by Mr. Gu. Apart from Little Gu, he is the largest shareholder after Lanny. He has the right to handle Perla for leaking company secrets and you for trespassing into Kasong. Kira was saying this to Aiko. In her view, Aiko should be worried, but instead, Aiko not only wasn't shocked, but also smiled slightly. Kira. The elevator behind Kira had opened some time ago, and Arsene stood there looking at her, while Nigel was behind him. Since you think Mr. Gu has the authority, then since we don't need someone who talks about Mr. Gu here, you can leave. Kira was stunned as she looked at Aiko. She had deliberately made her mention Devon. But what Kira didn't understand was why Nigel and Arsene happened to return at this moment. Chapter 151. This is our marriage certificate. Kira suddenly understood something. She looked at Aiko, then hastily turned to look at Nigel standing behind Arsene, finally grasping the situation. It was all a deliberate ploy by the two of them to drive her away. Nigel had long known that she was working for Devon. While today's events might have been unexpected, Kira didn't believe that Nigel hadn't pushed matters along conveniently. Aiko stood beside them, her gaze piercing through the object between them and locking eyes with Nigel. Nigel's eyes held laughter as he tapped his phone a few times and then lifted his gaze to Aiko, his long eyelashes fluttering slightly as he raised his wrist and gently shook his phone. Aiko lowered her head to glance at the phone. Nigel, my baby is so impressive, did such a good job. Aiko smiled. This was indeed done at Nigel's behest. Aiko had been angry at Kira's unreasonable behavior, but halfway through, Arsene sent her a message saying he had arranged for the media to get her to deliberately provoke Kira into revealing who was behind her, giving them a reasonable excuse to dismiss her. Although both of them already knew that Kira worked for Devon and were already cautious in their daily dealings, having a potential time bomb around made anyone uneasy. Kira watched the two exchange looks, noticing the media nearby. Since she was about to be driven out, she might as well give them one last hard fall to report back to Devon. Manager Gu, I genuinely wanted to work diligently under you. Today, even if you weren't dismissing me, I would resign on my own accord. Facing the media, Kira said, I, Kira, refuse to work with someone without principles. Manager Gu, you forced yourself to marry the person designated by Calhoun for shares. Yet for so long, you've almost always stayed overnight at the company, never returning home, never seen your wife. Why would you let an outsider come into the company when your legitimate wife doesn't please you? If Calhoun knew this from beyond, he would surely feel ashamed of having such a descendant. Kira's expression was serious, her words heavy with conviction. Anyone who didn't know better would think she was a righteous, principled person. She snatched the proposal document from Perla's hand. When you got married, you never distanced yourself from the one family. Now, because some outside woman complained, you make Perla hastily prepare a plan to sever ties with longtime friends, not letting your wife review it, but giving it to a woman who barged into your office. The media people held up their equipment, focused on Kira's face. They were thrilled. This trip was proving incredibly fruitful, unthinkingly digging up secrets from a powerful family. If what Kira said were true, Nigel would certainly face a storm of public opinion. Moreover, given the current internal strife within the Gu family, even the slightest hint of misconduct could be exploited by those ruthless old foxes to expose any small flaw until Nigel couldn't cover it up anymore. Public opinion can be trivial or significant for capitalists. If no one intentionally targets you, it's just a scandalous rumor. But if someone wants to bring you down, it becomes damning evidence. Especially now with the recent major project, the Harbor Project, that will be Kushang's flagship project in recent years. The roadshow has concluded, and those inspectors aren't idle. They can easily turn a minor issue into something 10,000 times worse. Manager Gu, I used to admire your abilities. Kira removed her employee ID from her neck and placed it on the table. Today, I am simply speaking up for Mrs. Gu. Why should your legitimate wife be hidden away while a random woman from nowhere gets access to the inner workings of the company? How can you ensure she won't leak confidential information? Your handling of this situation makes it very hard for me to trust you. I choose to step down voluntarily. Nigel had been exhausted for days, barely resting a bit on the desk last night, and only managing to catch a few minutes of rest in the car after the roadshow. He came back today hoping to resolve the matter between the Gu and Wen families, but Kira showed up unexpectedly. Now, he had no choice but to deal with everything together, and she even accused him of being untrustworthy due to poor character, wanting to resign because of it. Do you seem rather curious about my family? Nigel glanced at his watch. Time was running out. Aiko felt anxious. Nigel had concealed her identity to protect her, but now, if he didn't refute Kira's claims in front of the media, Kira would succeed. Aiko pressed her fingernails into her palm, lowering her eyes and placing her hand on Perla's shoulder. Excuse me. She walked toward Nigel, each step steady, as the surrounding employees instinctively made way for her. The media instantly focused their lenses on Nigel, some even pausing momentarily on Aiko. Aiko walked past the crowd and stood openly beside Nigel. He is my legally wedded husband, as stated on our marriage certificate. What you said simply isn't true. Kira's pupils shrank. Oh, how could that be possible? Your surname is Luo. There isn't a single person with the surname Luo in Beijing's elite social circle. If it were someone personally designated by Calhoun, it would naturally involve mutual benefits and must be a match between equals. How could someone from an inconspicuous family be chosen? It would have no use for Nigel. When Kira heard Perla call her Miss Luo and knew that Nigel had specifically asked her to review that document, she began to suspect that Nigel was clearing up the situation for her. Subconsciously, she had placed Aiko in the role of the third party. Even now, despite Aiko's clear statement that couldn't be twisted with wordplay, she still refused to believe it. I've never seen you before. There isn't anyone with the surname Luo in Beijing's elite area. If you are his wife, why are you only showing up now? When Corey brought you here, he called you Miss Luo, not Mrs. Gu. If you want to deceive people, at least come up with something plausible. In front of everyone, Nigel tightly held Aiko's hand. She is not lying. Aiko looked up at him, thinking that Nigel might be angry since what she did was quite risky. But Nigel smiled into the camera. My wife is the one I love, and I am very lucky. He unbuttoned one button of his suit jacket and pulled out a small red booklet with pale, long fingers. This is our marriage certificate. Aiko's eyes widened, pressing her thumb against the base of Nigel's thumb. Who carries their marriage certificate around with them? Nigel opened the marriage certificate, speaking loudly enough for Aiko and others present to hear, yet softly enough for a sense of intimacy. The volume was just right for the media to record. Chapter 152, I and the Family Wolf. Every day is exhausting, but just one look at my marriage certificate with my wife gives me the energy to continue working. Nigel opened the small red booklet, his chin slightly raised, and the smile in his eyes was unmistakably boastful. Heavens this. Perla's eyes were wide with shock. Her first thought wasn't about how dramatic the situation was, but rather if she could keep her job since she had been defending the boss. Arsene stood beside them, sighing. All that insistence, what did it amount to now that it was out in the open? Consider it his year-end bonus. Even if she is Mrs. Gu, she can't just walk into the company. Kira's objection was cut short as Nigel chuckled and leisurely put the marriage certificate back. She didn't come here for a stroll, I invited her. She studies physics at the United University of Country A under Arrigo, who is also her graduate advisor. I invited her to discuss the second phase plan of the harbor project. We need Arrigo's expertise. Do you still have any questions? Kira shook her head. What second phase plan? I don't even. Kira, you're fired. Since the second phase plan hasn't been implemented, we see no reason to divulge more details to you. If you have no further questions, please leave our company. As your former superior, I'm afraid you might leak our secrets. When striking back, one must be swift and precise. He had explained enough. Even if reported by the media, no fault could be found with Nigel. Eventually, security personnel escorted Kira away. After handling the external matters, Nigel led Aiko back to his office. With Kira gone, no one dared challenge anything confidential anymore, considering she was indeed the legitimate boss lady. I thought the secretly married wife of young Master Gu would be from some prestigious family in Jing City. Why did Mr. Gu choose a woman with no status or background? It seems useless. The marriage between the Wan and Gu families used to bring mutual benefits. What benefits does this woman bring? Perla, who had just learned that her internship would turn into a full-time position if her performance met standards, overheard this conversation. She timidly responded, is it written in law that rich people must marry someone who can benefit their family? You've just entered society. You don't understand anything. Perla organized her documents. Maybe I don't. But when the Wan and Gu families married, the Wan family's bankruptcy didn't bring any benefits to the Gu family. It even caused significant losses. This relationship, although lacking background, won't end up like the Wan family's eldest daughter, who absconded with money after the family went bankrupt and blamed young Master Gu. Everyone fell silent, recalling the severe incident that made the news back then. The essence of the matter, the Wan family's eldest daughter sold off properties and fled abroad, leaving the Wan family unable to find her. Since Nigel was set to be the future son-in-law, he was targeted. Regardless of how to spin it, the Wan family wronged the Gu family, Lung Nanuo wronged Nigel. Envy. I also graduated from the United University of Country A as a graduate student. Starting at similar levels, she is already a wealthy matron while I can't even afford a house within the third ring road. My adherence to rules will never match those who use tactics. Those around her didn't dare respond, perceiving this as a blatant accusation that Mrs. Gu relied on scheming to gain her position. Just as Perla was about to retort, Arsene's voice interrupted. The Gu family has a younger master. How about you quit and try your luck with him? Maybe you can become a wealthy matron too. His face wore a smile, his tone lighthearted, which intimidated the speaker into instantly bowing her head and mumbling. Assistant song. I was only joking. Yes, very funny. See, I'm laughing too. Arsene handed her some documents. I was just kidding. Need these in 10 minutes. That person immediately started working anxiously. Once inside his office, Nigel closed the door and gently looked at Aiko. You didn't need to invent the second phase plan just to explain yourself. How would he reconcile this later? The second phase plan was always intended, just waiting for a stable time. Perhaps next year. But you've already announced it. Aiko quietly took his hand. Then let's move it up. Miss Luo, you'll have to help me. What can I do to help? Help me persuade Arrigo to collaborate with his graduate student team. Nigel wasn't lying. When he first conceived the second phase plan, Arrigo was the first person who came to his mind. Now, it was just a matter of pushing things forward. That. Aiko raised an eyebrow. You mean, you want me to persuade Arrigo to work for you, and then I'll be one of your employees? Nigel bent down to meet her gaze. You will be a core R&D personnel, someone on par with me. How can you be just my employee? Sounds reasonable. Aiko pinched his cheek. I usually see Arrigo like a mouse sees a cat. I can only do my best. All right, let's put that aside for now. We agreed to keep it hidden, but you went ahead and revealed it. Do you know how dangerous that is? If this gets exposed, you'll face a lot of trouble. There will be people seeking sensationalism and traffic, deliberately digging into your information and tracking your movements. You might be walking down the street when suddenly someone shoves a camera in your face, and then... Aiko covered his mouth. Stop. The way you describe it is terrifying. I'll die from being scared by you before those people even get to me. I have a solution. Nigel straightened up, narrowing his eyes. You seem like a wild wolf emanating danger right now, Aiko murmured. What wild wolf? I'm your family wolf. Aiko didn't want to hear his flirtatious talk and asked, what's your solution? Tell me. I plan to advance the second phase plan and then publicly announce the key personnel. Aiko was taken aback. Then I'll have to return to the country earlier, won't I? Nigel walked past Aiko, retrieved a document from the desk, and handed it to her. This is Daylon Luo's job transfer application. He wants to go work on the 8-country foreign trade collaborative project. I've already talked to him, and he insists on going. Chapter 153, Seeking Destiny Twice. After Aiko heard Nigel finish speaking, she immediately picked up her phone to call her father. She and her mother had been back for so long, and he had never mentioned that he was transferring to country A. But Nigel held her hand down. Do you want to call him now? Aiko looked up at him. He has never told us about this. Of course I have to ask him. Don't you want your father to go to country A? Nigel asked her. Aiko lowered her head. Initially, she thought that with her here, her father and brother wouldn't need to give up anything. But deep down, she didn't want her father to transfer. Nigel seemed to have guessed Aiko's thoughts. He pulled Aiko to sit down, his hand on her shoulder. Think about it. When you wanted to stay in country A for Monica, how did you feel then? That's my mother. She needs to be taken care of. Of course, I should stay, especially since there's no one better than me. Her mother's injury to her hands made doing many things inconvenient. Naturally, having a daughter by her side was most suitable. Nigel nodded. Yes, that's your mother. You think it's natural to stay, so why shouldn't your father stay? After all, who is closer, husband and wife, or others? Of course not. I just feel that I can take good care of Mom. Nigel pushed the coffee an assistant brought over towards her. Now Monica's condition isn't as severe, she can handle small things herself. It's actually quite good for Daylon to go at this time. Aiko glanced at Nigel. Of course you think it's good. You just want me back to work for you and get exploited. I don't think like that. Nigel lightly placed his hand on her shoulder. Since you've publicly acknowledged our relationship, why don't you join me for the interview this afternoon? What interview? Haven't you reviewed the proposal? Shouldn't you know the process? Nigel asked. In the meantime, someone outside delivered food. Nigel waved them away and arranged the dishes on the table. He set chopsticks for Aiko. Eat first. Aiko added casually. Even if I go, what can I do? You're certainly useful, baby. Nigel smiled warmly as he poured Aiko a cup of warm water. I want coffee, Aiko said. Aren't you flying this afternoon? Drinking coffee might make it hard to sleep on the plane. Aiko almost forgot about that. Right. Then after eating, I'll go with you to the interview and leave right after. Aiko's voice sounded somewhat weak. She checked her flight time on her phone, not noticing that Nigel had moved his bowl and chopsticks from across the table to beside her and sat next to her. Aiko frowned at him. Why are you suddenly sitting so close to me? Nothing. Nigel raised both hands. I am eating. Aiko glanced at his raised hands, finding it even stranger. I just asked casually. Why did you raise your hands? It looked like he had done something wrong and was trying to clear himself. Nigel put his hands down. Let's eat. I'm really hungry. Here, shrimp you like. After the meal, Nigel sat diligently handling official business, while Aiko went into his restroom and played with her phone. Reclining on the soft big bed, Aiko could smell the lingering scent of shower gel left by Nigel. It seemed he indeed slept in the office frequently these days. Aiko surveyed the room. There wasn't much. The bookshelves outside his office were filled with books on economics, psychology, sociology, genres Aiko disliked. These books seemed to be what Nigel read out of boredom. To her surprise, Aiko found Romeo and Juliet. She smiled silently, putting down her phone and picking up the book. He reads it too. Aiko looked at the cover. The book was relatively new, but, compared to the other books, this one seemed to be flipped through more often by Nigel. Aiko held the book and started flipping through the pages. When she reached about 2/3 of the book, Aiko noticed a bump under the page. She thought it was a bookmark and ignored it. She took out the red cloth, which bore traditional Chinese characters, but was still readable. Seeking Destiny. Aiko's lips parted slightly. Did Nigel seek destiny? He wasn't superstitious before. Aiko laughed, finding it amusing. Flipping to the back, she saw dates written on it. There were two, one being the first time Nigel sought destiny. Aiko knew that such items shouldn't be lost or fall into others' hands. Otherwise the connection would be severed. So, Nigel had sought destiny once and then sought it a second time. The characters were densely written, and Aiko read on. At the end, she saw her Badzu, birth data, and her name. The first time was during the team-building mountain climbing trip, and the second time, it seemed to be on the day she accompanied her mother to country A. Her phone was off, and Nigel called her many times, but she didn't answer any of them. Nigel went that night. Aiko felt that the fabric under her fingertips was slightly hard as she traced over her name. Then, where was the other one? Suddenly, Aiko seemed to think of something. She reached into her pocket, and when her fingertips touched something that shouldn't have been there, she froze. She took it out to look. It was the new one that Nigel had sought. What are you looking at? Nigel finished handling his business, and they were now heading to the interview location. Seeing the book in Aiko's hand and the striking red, Nigel was momentarily stunned, not expecting her to find this particular book among so many and precisely uncover what he had hidden inside. Is it nice? Aiko asked him. Nigel rubbed his nose. Do I have time to read? Usually, he would lie down in the rest room and fall into deep sleep immediately. The only pastime was to open this book again and again, checking the things he had hidden inside. Until now, Nigel still believed it must have been a divine manifestation. It seemed he couldn't help but believe in superstitions from now on. You should keep it well, and don't lose it like the last one. Aiko frowned. What last one? Where did you put the last one? Looking at the one in her hand. Did you also give me the last one? She was about to ask where Nigel had placed it, but she hadn't noticed it for so long. Nigel had already taken the book from her hand. Yes, I gave it to you. The master said it would become ineffective if discovered by the party concerned. Chapter 154. A kiss and let go. Aiko raised her hand. Invalid. Nigel acted like a child being unreasonable. No way, that doesn't count. You were leaving in the afternoon, and I was too hasty in stuffing it, which led to your discovery. The previous one should be counted. Nigel, of course, knew that Aiko would never see the previous one again. You won't find it in this lifetime. Something suddenly flashed in Aiko's mind. She sensed something but still couldn't grasp it fully. Fine, I'm too lazy to look anyway. Boring. Nigel pulled Aiko along to the interview. Nigel wore formal attire, while Aiko was dressed casually. Fortunately, she had a slender figure, and today she was also wearing dark colors, so she didn't stand out awkwardly next to him. When the Won and Gu families arranged the marriage, did you genuinely love Shannon or just follow your family's arrangement? The media had a plethora of professional equipment, and the questions hit right at the core. Originally, the journalist was going to ask Aiko with the microphone but was intercepted by Nigel. Ho pohu, little rebel. Probably knowing my family realized that even if they told me, I wouldn't care. By the time I knew about my engagement, the whole school already knew. The journalist couldn't help but chuckle. The party involved was indeed the last to know. The elder members of the Gu family must have a good sense of humor. So after the Wen family incident, the Gu family didn't distance itself from the Wen family, but instead helped a lot. Was it because you still had feelings for your fiancé? As you said, it was the Gu family that didn't distance itself from the Wen family, not me. Everyone knows whether I had feelings for her. If you really want to know why the Gu family helped the Wen family, it's more because the two families are old friends. Worst case, you could ask my father, Armin. Maybe he can give you a true answer since he was the one who accepted the proposal on my behalf. Unbeknownst to Armin, far away in the northern city, his son had already dug a hole for him, almost ready to bury him. So, may we ask Miss Luo, Mrs. Gu a question? Sitting side by side, Nigel's hand remained intertwined with Aiko's as he gently pressed his fingertips. Miss Luo, Mrs. Gu, she is all these titles. This meant not to mind the deliberate forms of address. Only then did the journalist realize that this woman was indeed different from others who joined wealthy families. Previously, she had interviewed other wealthy couples where the husbands always cared deeply about their wives taking their surnames. Those wives would show displeasure if their new surname wasn't used. All right, Miss Luo, just don't be too aggressive. Aiko smiled. Through the interview, Aiko had noticed that this journalist wasn't there to nitpick. The difficult questions were merely scripted and company required. The script often veered towards comparisons between Aiko and Londonan. Personal questions leaned more towards Aiko and Nigel's relationship experiences. One small question. The journalist pressed the recorder in her hand, placing the pin tip on the paper. Do you mind if your husband's marriage to you involves other motivations? Aiko's eyes flickered, understanding what she meant. I always think that marriage is just a ceremony. Lovers don't necessarily need to marry, and married people aren't necessarily in love. So, as for the purity of marriage, I'm not overly concerned. As long as his heart was genuine, even if it had some other components, Aiko could understand. No one is perfect, and nothing can perfectly meet expectations. Aiko only sought stability, not perfection. It's clear Miss Luo has a strong inner core. Next, we have the final question for both of you. At the mention of both, Aiko and Nigel, holding hands, tightened their grip slightly before sharing a smile upon realizing. What do you think when the status of each person in the relationship is mismatched? How do you balance it? This was a substantial question, directly referring to their current situation. Aiko was studying for her master's degree at the A National University, which sounds good but paled in comparison to Nigel, who held the most shares in Kusheng at such a young age and managed the leading project harbor in recent years. Nigel exchanged a glance with Aiko. Aiko squeezed his hand and spoke first. Unequal status can easily make one party feel inferior or dependent. This psychological imbalance is unavoidable. In my own family, my dad earns more than my mom, yet both work hard. Occasionally, people say my dad contributes more, but in my brothers and my heart, they have always been equals. I won't feel inferior just because he stands higher. I'll do my best in my own work, and he does his best in his. We both have our own careers and hobbies. I think this kind of equality works. The journalist's eyes had an obvious change compared to the beginning. She initially thought this interview would be like the previous ones. It would be nothing more than a capitalist trying to salvage their reputation by arranging their wife to act loving with them. She had asked similar questions to many couples before. The typical response would be the wives leaning on their husbands' shoulders with sweet smiles, saying that men work outside while women handle the household, and the capable one should do more work. Men get tired from working outside, and they will do their best to make them comfortable after work. Among these were some wives who managed millions in assets. Even if they were contemptuous inside, they still maintained a surface act to please the man beside them. Aiko was different. She didn't seem to care if her words might upset others, nor did she think that speaking this way would embarrass Nigel. She remained composed and confident, as if no one's anger could harm her in the slightest. She always stuck to her own thoughts. The journalist then looked at Nigel for his opinion. Nigel smiled just as sweetly as those wives she usually saw, nodding in agreement. What she says is right. Such a compliant look. Thank you both for your cooperation. As per Mr. Gu's request, we will expedite and try to release it tonight. Nigel stood up with Aiko, nodding to the journalist. Thanks for your hard work. They left hand in hand, the location chosen being a reception room in Kusheng, one floor below Nigel's office. Aiko stopped at the elevator, not moving further. Let go. I'm not going up. Nigel hadn't let go yet but held her close. So fast. I feel like I've only been with you for a second. Come over here quickly, baby. It might be until spring comes. The professor is now leading several master's students in a patent project. You'll have to wait in line. Wait, I'll wait no matter how long. Nigel hugged her tightly, caressing her soft hair. One kiss, and I'll let go. Chapter 155 Reunion with Autumn. Aiko closed her eyes for a moment, then leaned over and kissed Nigel. All right, why are you still holding me? Aiko tried to shake off his hand, but in vain. Nigel raised his wrist and jingled the car keys in his hand. I'll drive you. After thinking for a second, Aiko did not refuse. Let's go then. Since they were living in two different countries, the only way they could see each other was through video calls. Both Nigel and Aiko were busy, and eventually even their video calls became rare. They only exchanged text messages daily about their schedules. Griffin, I won't be home today, so you have to take care of Mom. Aiko packed her things. Today was the banquet hosted by the organizer of the project Ade had previously participated in, and he invited Aiko. Call if anything happens, Vince said. With her bag in hand, Aiko hurriedly left. The banquet was held on a cruise ship. With the ticket in her hand, Aiko entered and headed straight for Ade. A few men in suits stood in front of him, looking quite formal, while behind him were the students who joined this project along with him. Aiko arrived a bit late. She silently walked up and stood behind Ade without saying a word. One of the white people she got along well with pointed at his own hand. Realizing what he meant, Aiko handed over the documents she was holding. Why are you just now here? The ship is too big. I got lost at first and found my way using the map. Ade did not say much after that. Come over here. Everyone in the group knew Aiko only spoke English, so they rarely spoke to her in any other language. However, when it came to talking to her, Ade usually used German, which Aiko understood only partially. Relying on the German she had learned over the past 6 months, Aiko managed to grasp the general meaning of what Ade had just said, that she should join him in proposing a toast to the lady in burgundy mermaid dress standing in the middle. Ade, a renowned professor in physics, was usually sought after by capitalists. It was rare for him to initiate such encounters with anyone. Aiko did not refuse, though she was slightly puzzled. Ade only called her and did not include the other students who stood still. Following him, Aiko saw the face of the woman in the mermaid dress adorned with exquisite makeup. Only then did she recognize her as the female referee from the national competition and Amadeo's mother. Aiko paused, then quickly composed herself and smiled. Standing obediently behind the professor, she waited until he finished greeting the lady before he introduced Aiko. Adamaris, this is my new student, Aiko. They communicated in English. Aiko pursed her lips. Hello. Adamaris clearly recognized Aiko as well. Instead of shaking hands, she turned to continue discussing some academic projects and new technologies with Ade. Aiko withdrew her hand, maintaining a smile while listening to their conversation. When Ade finished chatting, he led Aiko away. He then asked whether she had any bad blood with the woman, suggesting that it would otherwise be unlikely for her to be so disrespectful in public. Aiko recounted the events of the national competition to Ade. Evidently, he had heard about it. He comforted Aiko, saying, Adamaris holds a very high position in the field of physics, and there are influential people backing her. Even if she hadn't done it, others would have. We need to focus on our own work and know where to draw the line. Aiko wondered if she had misunderstood Ade. He had always emphasized academic fairness, yet he was now saying this. Adamaris has an upcoming project that hasn't been made public yet. If we can secure it. Upon hearing this, Aiko understood why Ade had been so cordial towards Adamaris earlier. It was all about money. Why did you only bring me to meet Adamaris? By now, they had returned to the original spot, where Aiko saw the other members holding champagne glasses, chatting casually with nearby businessmen. Lowering his voice, Ade explained. She likes male students who are highly educated and knowledgeable. Making money is one thing, but I will not sell out my students. Aiko was taken aback by his words. Then she heard a hint of gossip-like amusement in his tone. It's rumored that Adamaris has maintained relationships with over 30 men just in the US, particularly favoring young, high-educated ones. But can you talk about this? Shocked, Aiko blurted out her response in Mandarin, which Ade didn't understand. Then he added, but it's quite common. After all, she's in such a high position, playing around with a few isn't a problem. Ade often dealt with such people and seemed to have become accustomed to it. Aiko was reminded of Suellen from Jing City. When Antonio was under her, he was practically worthless. Aiko was even more surprised that if Adamaris were a single woman, it would be one thing, but according to what Nigel had told her before, Adamaris and Devon were still dating. Aiko also didn't quite understand, with a child old enough to get married, what did it mean for them to still be dating? After maintaining so many men, does Devon know about this? Aiko looked up, seeing that the professor was already engaged in conversation with someone else. She took out her phone and messaged Nigel about the gossip she had just heard. There was no reply from the other side, so he must still be busy. Aiko put her phone away and was about to take a small pastry next to her when a hand reached out and grabbed it before her. Aiko looked up and saw a face she hadn't seen in a long time. Long time no see. The person spoke first. Aiko glanced at her attire, a sky blue silk strapless evening gown topped with a warm white shawl, complementing her plain and pure yet alluring face. Long time no see. Aiko's hand was still on the small pastry, as was Autumn's. Do you like to eat this too? Then I'll let you have it. Autumn said, letting go of her hand. Aiko picked up the one next to it instead. Thanks, but it's trivial, no need for you to give it up. She couldn't forget how Autumn had deliberately spread rumors about her and even incited Antonio's fans to cyberbully her. Even after being detained, Aiko could not pretend that nothing had happened between them when she saw her. Some hateful people remain hated forever, no matter what they do afterward. Are you here with Nigel? Autumn smiled. From her words, Aiko sensed some information. Was Nigel here too? She glanced at her phone. There was still no reply. No, Aiko replied. Suddenly, a white man walked over, and Aiko saw Autumn take his arm, her smile evident. Chapter 156. I'm afraid, baby. Aiko turned to leave, but was stopped by Autumn. Didn't you know Nigel came to this party? I just saw him. Aiko still faced away from her. The ship was so large that it seemed vast and open, no matter how many people were around. It didn't feel crowded. If Nigel had indeed been invited here, Aiko might really not have seen him. However, now, their relationship seemed unsuitable for being in the same place without knowing of each other's presence. During this period when Aiko hadn't woken up yet, Nigel would already send over his assistant's itinerary for her. Yet today, he hadn't sent any message at all. You saw him? What did he say? Aiko spoke Chinese with Autumn, and nearby Westerners looked puzzled at their conversation. I thanked him for letting Armin drive me here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met him. Aiko glanced back. The him, Autumn referred to as the Westerner beside her. She suddenly doubted the truth of the story she initially knew. Autumn and Nigel were supposed to be a couple in the book who loved and hated each other, deeply entangled in love, living and dying for it. But when an unforeseen pebble appeared, lightly thrown, it rippled, changing the once calm picture. Aiko stared at the distorted reflection in the water, unable to discern what was real. Have you ever liked him? Aiko voiced out her confusion, seeking an answer from Autumn. Him. Autumn clearly understood who Aiko was talking about. Do you think a person already pitiful would like someone like her, who is exactly the same but lives 100 times better? Aiko understood that both of them had grown up without experiencing love. However, Autumn obviously endured more. At least Nigel didn't worry about tuition or life expenses. When feeling upset, he could hang out with rich friends to play ball, race cars, and drink alcohol. Autumn had to endure not only the absence of her parents, but also difficulties in her daily life. That was why Aiko never tried to crush her entirely. She could use the same methods as Autumn against her, and let her taste the same helplessness she once felt. Aiko wasn't incapable of such actions because she was kind. She pitted Autumn. The upbringing she received made her refrain from doing things as boundless as Autumn. At certain times, Autumn and Nigel were indeed alike. They both would stop at nothing to get what they wanted. They reached this point because they grew up that way. No one told Nigel there were things he couldn't do or shouldn't do. Instead, everyone catered to him, telling him whatever he wanted could be given to him. Autumn, on the other hand, had to seize everything she wanted herself, with no unconditional pampering and no one understanding her situation. How can you ask such a question? Aren't you afraid I'll tell you that we once truly loved each other? Would you say that? Aiko nodded. Maybe. But even if it's true, you said it was in the past. People should look forward. Looking backward will only make you stumble because you're not watching where you're going. Autumn laughed. You really haven't changed at all. Only now do I realize where I lost. Aiko pushed the dessert on the long table towards her. Who's winning or losing? I've never compared myself with you. Nigel coming here didn't inform you? Autumn suddenly looked to the side, laughing. The sea wind was strong. Standing outside, the strong wind kept blowing. Aiko had a half-up hairdo today, with strands of hair blown into disarray. When she lifted her hand to fix her hair, she saw the person in Autumn's line of sight. Nigel stood opposite, smiling calmly, walking toward Aiko. What a coincidence. Aiko glanced at him. What coincidence? Weren't you waiting somewhere nearby for a long time? Nigel wasn't annoyed that she found out. He took out a red velvet rose from behind his back. The dark, lustrous red rose matched her green dress well. Aiko had chosen her clothes and sent them for Nigel to see. At that time, Nigel knew she was attending the party with Professor Colwyn. He said he had also received an invitation, but declined it. Aiko regretted not meeting then, never thinking Nigel intentionally teased her, appearing with flowers today. I didn't know she'd be here too. Nigel handed the rose to Aiko and explained close to her ear. I think you did it on purpose, Aiko said, feigning a bit of anger. Otherwise, why didn't you say you were coming too? Nigel was a head taller than Aiko, who was wearing high heels today, reducing the height difference between them. Nigel also knew Aiko wasn't really angry. He held her hand and turned to look at Autumn. You haven't changed a bit either. I planned to give her a surprise, but you ruined it. The rose that Nigel had given Aiko was still clutched in her hand, the thornless stem tightly held. I just mentioned it. Who would have thought you came for something else? Autumn's eyes dropped as before, revealing a hint of disdain. You didn't need to mention it. Nigel, more impatient than Aiko, pulled her away from Autumn directly. He didn't want their rare meeting to be interrupted by someone unpleasant. How did you end up coming? Didn't you say you wouldn't? Nigel's shoulders shook with laughter. Arsène is working overtime for me. Aiko scared. Arsène has been exploited enough to report you to the police. Report me then. Suddenly, Nigel hugged Aiko tightly. Aiko was momentarily stunned before realizing what he was doing. She silently remarked how cliché. Did you see my message? Aiko asked. Nigel nodded. Yes. I barely refrained from replying just to surprise you when Professor Colwyn introduced me. Aiko pushed him slightly. Then why didn't you hide longer? I'm scared, baby. Nigel suddenly acted like a pampered child, leaning on Aiko. Who knows what that bad woman might tell you? What if you block me again and never speak to me? Then I'd only have one option. Only what? Only climb a mountain and hope again. Nigel suddenly became serious. Adamaris and Devon dated during college, but later Devon got married, so she changed her name, even switched nationality, went to America, and gave birth to Amadeo. They remained entangled but never officially married. Now they pretty much live their own lives, though Devon doesn't know how lively Adamaris is abroad. Adamaris is preparing a project backed by Devon. You mean let them feud? Chapter 157. Got an ear piercing. Nigel smiled silently, his fingertip brushing against Aiko's earlobe. The stakes are too high for both parties. It's not that easy to fight internally unless it involves the biggest interests. His pupils fixed on Aiko's ear. When did you get this ear pierced? He asked while his hand pressed on Aiko's other shoulder, and then looked at the other side, raising an eyebrow with a lazy tone. Only one side? Aiko raised her hand to touch it, her eyelashes fluttering. I just tried. Nigel stretched out the end of his word with a soft subconsciously reaching up to touch the ear piercing he got in his rebellious high school days, which was almost healed now. It felt like a tiny bump when touched. If you got it, why don't you wear anything? It will heal. Nigel pressed his fingertip next to that ear hole. It tickled a little and hurt slightly since Aiko had only gotten it recently. She tilted her head. Mind your own business. Nigel held her face and kissed her as she tried to avoid him. I want one too. A hint of slyness flashed in his eyes as he stared openly at Aiko. Why? To be like my baby. Nigel's tempting words were right beside her ear, and Aiko pushed him away. Whatever you say. How are you going to compete with Adamaris for professor? Aiko brought up the main topic. Just now, the professor took me to see Adamaris. He rarely goes to find people proactively. It seems he favors her more. Nigel nodded in agreement with a troubled look. Yes, baby, what should we do? I can't win against them. They're so bad. Aiko, who could be worse than him? If I defeat the bad guy this time, can I have a reward from baby? Aiko, please talk seriously. Since Nigel started being shameless, he seemed to never return from that path. Moreover, it got increasingly intense. Now he could master various flirty lines skillfully. Without a reward from baby, I can't beat the bad guys. Aiko stepped back, keeping some distance. Sir, who are you? Do we know each other? With people passing by, her bright eyes were filled with confusion. Excuse me, sir, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I need to find my husband. Nigel embraced her waist, ignoring the gazes of the passers-by, whispering closely to Aiko's ear, Der Mann ist hier. Husband is here. The surrounding people's expressions instantly changed. If this were not an open environment abroad, they might capture their photos and gang up on them online. Nigel deliberately spoke in German, ensuring everyone heard clearly. Aiko laughed and replied, why don't you stick to being my lover faithfully? After saying that, Aiko already ran away from him. Once Aiko left, the assistant finally caught up. This is from Arsene. The assistant held up the phone for Nigel to see. Nigel slowly glanced at the phone. Playing so much fun, huh? Gradually, a smile curled on his lips. These two are competing over who plays better, aren't they? Clearly, the gossip Aiko knew was still far from enough. What these two did behind the scenes was far more outrageous than keeping a lover. Nigel lifted his head and looked upstairs where Amadeo had been staring at him for a long time. From the moment he stood up, it was clear he was monitoring Devon. Done, Nigel said leisurely. The assistant nodded. Yes, I've checked 3 times, everything's fine. Nigel nodded, picked up a glass of champagne casually, and walked toward Aiko. Meanwhile, Amadeo on the second floor, seeing the man who attended the party but only cared about flirting with Aiko, sneered. He reported back. I followed him as soon as he came up. He first stood beside Aiko, just staring at her. Then they became intimate for a while. Aiko left, and Nigel's assistant returned. Now he's looking for Aiko again. Don't worry, he hasn't made any moves. Not knowing what was said on the other side, Amadeo's expression turned uncomfortable for a moment. How is that possible? I've been watching him all along. His assistant only went to the bathroom once, and has been within sight of my people. Yes, I know. Then, it was time for the highlight of the party. Everyone went into the main hall. The doors were closed, making it completely unrecognizable that this was on a ship at sea. One would think they were in some luxurious castle. The host introduced the following events in German. Aiko didn't even consider participating in any activities. The host's words went in one ear and out the other, bypassing her translation process entirely. Beside her, Nigel kept coming out to play with her hair or hook her hand, sometimes touching Aiko's earlobe, his fingertips occasionally sliding over the freshly pierced ear. I'll customize an earring for you. Aiko nodded perfunctorily. Everything needs to be customized. Aiko thought about the stack of clothes she had brought from Country A, all custom made by Nigel. They were the kind of outfits that made it obvious they belonged to a couple as soon as both wore them out. Nigel was overtly and covertly infiltrating every aspect of Aiko's life. Of course your earlobes deserve something unique, Nigel murmured. Aiko and Nigel were still chatting when the lights in the hall suddenly dimmed. Aiko instinctively grabbed Nigel beside her. A power outage? The game has started, baby. Nigel's cool voice curled around Aiko's ear, inexplicably tender and gentle. But these words felt oddly unsettling. What game did the host mention? I didn't hear anything. It's a people-finding game. In the darkness, Nigel held onto Aiko's hand tightly. Remember the flower we were given before boarding the cruise? Aiko recalled how she had thought everyone received one and carelessly placed it on a tray. That flower is called Klati Lily, symbolizing free choice. Aiko frowned. What does it have to do with this game? The guests are supposed to give their Klati Lily to someone they choose. When the lights come back on, the person holding the most flowers can ask a favor from the owner here. Oh, I just put my flower on a tray casually. Otherwise, I would have definitely given it to you. Here, I brought it back for you. As Nigel spoke, Aiko felt a faint fragrance at her nose tip, with petals brushing against it. How did you know which one was mine? How could you be so dense, baby? My eyes have been fixed on you all along. Nigel's deep voice carried a hint of flirtation. Aiko reached out for the flower, but Nigel didn't let go. Give me this flower, and I'll give you a surprise. Their hands intertwined, fingertips touching each other, creating an undeniable warmth. Chapter 158, Nigel imprisons Aiko. Aiko thought for a moment and didn't reach for the flower again. What exactly do you want? Aiko felt that today's Nigel was a bit strange. He was so busy yet still flew over to attend this banquet. Moreover, this party had nothing to do with him. Even if he hadn't come, there wouldn't have been any loss. Not only did he come, but he also kept chatting idly with Aiko and didn't bother doing anything serious. You were too busy these days to even call me. How did you suddenly find time to play here today? While talking to Nigel, he was already leading her forward by the hand. Must you be happy only when I'm too busy to spend time with you? Isn't it good now that I'm here to chat and play games with you? But Aiko suddenly stopped, because as Nigel led her forward, he gave the 2 flowers in his hands to someone else. The hall was pitch dark, visibility extremely poor. Aiko could only tell that it was a woman. Her perfume smelled somewhat familiar to Aiko, but she couldn't recall where she had smelled it before. After giving away the flowers, Nigel immediately led Aiko away from the scene. Following behind him, Aiko noticed that his steps seemed unusually hurried. Nigel, what are you actually doing? Nigel remained silent, taking Aiko downstairs. The hall was enclosed, and Aiko had no idea where Nigel was leading her. He brought her to the basement level too. It was filled with various professional devices she couldn't understand. Nigel turned on the lights next to them, which dimly illuminated their faces. Nigel then led Aiko into a small enclosed space. Looking at the small cabin in front of her, Aiko asked, "This is for emergency medical use. Why did you bring me here?" Nigel pushed her inside. "Here, baby, take your phone." Aiko took it, recalling that Nigel had downloaded several games onto her phone just now. She had thought he might play them, but never saw him do so. "Why did you download so many games for me?" Looking at the categorized games on her phone, before she could lift her head, she heard a loud bang. Her heart skipped a beat, and she glanced up to see Nigel standing outside, looking through the transparent round window at her. Aiko's heart suddenly paused, thudding loudly. Why had Nigel suddenly appeared here, stayed by her side, and given the flowers to another woman? Now locking her in here, all the pieces suddenly clicked together. She remembered the perfume smell from earlier. It was Adamaris. Adamaris, Devon, Amadeo, these 3 were interconnected. "What are you going to do? Let me out." Turning the lock, Nigel looked through the transparent window at Aiko calmly. "Stay here for a while, okay?" It sounded like a question, but his actions forcibly locked Aiko in. Recently, his casual demeanor made Aiko momentarily forget how decisive he used to be. Nothing scared him, nothing held him back. Devon and Adamaris didn't care about each other's affairs, they only cared about their interests. Thus, Nigel tipped the scales, tilting the balance towards one side. If one side gained more benefits, the other would certainly be discontented. Aiko didn't know what methods Nigel would use against Adamaris, but keeping her locked up here indicated that the situation outside was likely life-threatening. In an instant, many thoughts raced through Aiko's mind. Her deceased grandmother, her mother's car accident. She clearly felt that the loss or injury of loved ones around her was inevitable, but she couldn't bear it. "What are you planning to do? I won't stop you. Let me stay with you. Do you think locking me here will keep me safe? How do you know others won't find me here?" Aiko pounded on the transparent glass window. "I am safest only by your side, where you can watch over me constantly." Nigel kept his head down, not daring to look at Aiko. He set the password, briefly looked at Aiko, raised his own phone, and left, meaning she should play on her phone if bored. Damn, Aiko finally understood why he had suddenly downloaded so many games on her phone. Frustrated, she kicked the door. She knew that whenever Nigel changed his mind abruptly, something wasn't right. Aiko gazed at the lock. It was an old-fashioned combination lock. Aiko raised her head to look at the small cabin, her expression gradually changing. She had seen this model in a research paper before. Someone had conducted a special study on this old giant ship. Aiko closed her eyes, carefully recalling the article she had read. This small cabin was for emergency use and still retained its original mechanical equipment. The door was also the old style from when it was first built. Aiko reached out and placed her hand on the double deadbolt lock, a lock that could be opened from both sides. This type of old lock was something Aiko had seen in books before. It used a special physical principle specifically designed for emergency situations. If Aiko entered the wrong password 3 times or more, the lock would become useless, and neither outsiders nor insiders could open it. Looking inside the small cabin, she saw food supplies here. Even if the ship met with disaster, Aiko could stay safe inside until rescued by the police. Nigel must have thoroughly investigated everything beforehand before coming here. Aiko turned the dial on the lock, entering the password she thought Nigel might have set for the first time. Incorrect. It wasn't the time of their first meeting. Aiko took a deep breath and tried Nigel's mother's birthday. Still incorrect. Aiko kicked the door, not attempting to enter the password again, but turning to run beside it. Her mind was chaotic as she thought through everything. After these attempts, Aiko figured the password definitely wasn't an important date. She covered her head. Not a date. Not a date. What else could it be? While anxiously thinking about the password, Aiko suddenly heard a loud noise. She didn't know what happened outside, but after listening carefully, it sounded very much like gunfire. This was country A, where firearm transactions were even legal. Aiko didn't dare imagine what Nigel might encounter outside. She wiped away the tears streaming down the corners of her eyes and ran back to the door. Perhaps Nigel hadn't even entered the password. As Aiko calmed down, she recalled the situation between them just now. The moment Nigel stepped out, Aiko noticed he didn't have enough time to input the 4-digit password. Chapter 159, Present the Evidence. The grand hall, originally dark, was now fully lit. Everyone began examining the flowers in their hands. However, all eyes were on Adamaris, who held the most flowers of anyone present. In an eerie scene, Adamaris was almost completely surrounded by men. Her expression was particularly grim, and from just a few glances, it was clear her relationship with these men was far from ordinary. Congratulations. Before the host could finish, one of the men snatched the microphone. I want to expose Adamaris. As a core member, she has misused company resources for her personal gain and even had internal core personnel develop unrelated projects in collaboration with external companies, stealing core data. Adamaris managed to maintain her composure, smiling faintly as she looked at him. Everything needs evidence. Do you have any? She glanced at her assistant. Who is this? Unfortunately, the assistant hadn't identified who this person represented. The man standing on stage pressed a button on his phone, and the luxurious large screen behind him changed instantly. Adamaris immediately recognized that it showed fake accounts from the company's financial records. You've hacked into our financial system, which is illegal. Her face tightened, and her eyes reddened as she watched the displayed images, knowing the company was also at the banquet. It didn't matter about legality anymore. Her reputation in the industry was thoroughly ruined. Hacking into your financial system is indeed illegal, but I suspect your crimes are far more severe than mine. This was happening in Country A, where he pushed the boundaries of the law. Adamaris, however, had already been sentenced by several board members. Who are you? Her assistant leaned close, whispering, he's from the Goof family. Not only this incident, but the men surrounding Adamaris were all those she had once kept. These men, mostly former internal R&D staff, knew a bit about what she had done, but with their collective effort, Adamaris couldn't hide anything anymore. Their combined accusations left her unprepared. It's you. Adamaris looked at Nigel, standing at the entrance of the hall. She frowned, having been warned by Devon when she learned that Nigel would attend this banquet. She had assigned people to keep an eye on Nigel to prevent any mishaps during this critical moment. But it was clear now that those watching weren't his main focus. It's been a while. Nigel walked towards her, flanked by a man wearing thick glasses. The man wore an ordinary t-shirt and work pants, looking like a highly educated intellectual. Indeed, he was someone Adamaris knew well. You. Adamaris stared intently at this man, who had been with her the longest and the only one she had privately acknowledged as her boyfriend. She thought she had hidden him well enough, yet here he was, found by Nigel. Don't look at me like that. He came to me on his own. Adamaris, I agreed to work on the project with you because you promised me credit. But not only did you not put my name on it, you took years of my hard work. And I didn't even know you were conspiring with others to deceive me. The man glared at her, tears brimming in his eyes. The project was his life's work, and this woman was someone he had truly loved. Believing her, he hadn't questioned much afterward, only to find out after completion that Adamaris had separated from him, leaving him devastated. Only through friends did he learn that Adamaris hadn't credited him at all, not even listing him among the staff. He had been used and worked off the books. Such a large sum of money, and he had received less than a fraction of what he deserved. You. Adamaris pressed her temples, struggling to cope with these sudden developments. Just as she was still dealing with this, her assistant handed her a phone showing an incoming call from Devon. Adamaris paused, her eyelids twitching, sensing another significant event was about to unfold. She forced herself to stay calm, instructing her assistant, go get Eben and have Jarrett immediately contact finance. Make sure they're on the same page. Hello, didn't you say you would handle it properly? Do you know that everything you did has been reported back home? Our relationship was also leaked. You had someone else do your previous project and signed your name on it. All of these have been exposed, along with your actions skirting the legal lines in various countries. What were you doing? The man across from her lashed out in a fit of anger. Adamaris, don't you want to continue this anymore? He had been cautious for so long, never imagining that Adamaris, far away in Country A, could unravel all his life's work. Their private deals weren't just about some black market projects. Otherwise, the media's report wouldn't have incited such public outrage, nor would Devon have taken the time to call her personally. We'll talk about this later. Adamaris looked at everyone staring at her. She still had matters to resolve. With everyone's eyes on her, she couldn't explain herself to Devon now. She hung up and handed her phone to her assistant, beside whom was the company's agent. His gaze was sharp. Adamaris, I hope you can give me an explanation. Are you aware of what you've done? Now the entire company is held accountable for your actions. The latest project will be implicated as well. It's years of hard work. If she couldn't turn things around this time, forget about staying in the industry. It would be sheer luck if she avoided jail. They don't have any evidence. I suspect they conspired to sabotage our project deliberately. No evidence. The man beside Nigel fumed, trembling lips. I worked in the lab every day from dawn till dusk. There are surveillance cameras. If there truly is surveillance footage, then please provide it. With this statement, Nigel understood that she had tampered with the surveillance. Likely, the footage was useless. You. Nigel suddenly restrained him. Don't. He laughed lightly. Do you really think we don't have any evidence? Nigel pulled out a contract from his assistant's hand. Initially, you tricked people into signing this slave contract by playing with loopholes in the wording. How did you get that? Adamaris's eyes widened. That should not have been leaked. Chapter 160. Decipher the code and get out. Is it not allowed for me to use a few minor tactics just because Devon has arranged someone around me? Amadeo looked at the chaos before him, his heart sinking. Mingming, just a moment ago, his people were reporting that the people brought by Nigel hadn't made any moves. But now, Nigel stood before him with all the evidence of Adamaris's illegal activities. Nigel, he walked over. This is Country A. Do you know what will happen if you say these things now? Amadeo's heart pounded fiercely. These old group's big bosses weren't easy to deal with. Even if Adamaris had indeed done something wrong, They would protect her for the sake of the project lasting several years. At least before the project went public, Adamaris could not have any accidents or negative news exposed. As soon as Amadeo finished speaking, all the lights in the hall suddenly went out, without any warning. Some people in the hall already crouched down, holding their heads. In the darkness, where no one could see, stood a few seasoned country nationals. No matter who it is, take care of them first. $1 trillion project was at stake. No sacrifices were too great. Although what Adamaris did was immoral, they only cared about whether the project could go public and make money for them. Several loud bangs echoed. Gunshots whizzed through the air. People screamed in agony, and others let out shrill cries, trying to escape, but all exits of the hall had been sealed off. Be precise. Nigel hid behind a pillar, his assistant beside him, along with the man wearing glasses. Am I going to die? Although he hated Adamaris for stealing his hard work, compared to life and death, those matters seemed insignificant. You won't die. If Nigel could bring him here, he would ensure he left alive. Do you really have the contract? Did you get it from Devon? Nigel held a rose gold pistol with an 18-round magazine, none of which had been fired yet. The contract my people found can't be taken out. It's just to scare them. Nigel was quite skilled in bluffing. I thought it was real. You can still laugh about this. But what about the girl who talked nicely to you earlier? Don't you want to protect her in this situation? He adjusted his glasses. Before he got an answer from Nigel, he was grabbed by the neck and pulled down beside him. Bang! 2 shots later, the vase behind them shattered. Help! Nigel covered his mouth. By the time you remember, she'll already be dead. Don't speak. It was too dark to see anything clearly. Nigel turned his head towards the vase that had been accurately shot. The opposite side must have used special equipment. He glanced at the researcher he was protecting, who had virtually no combat skills, feeling a bit regretful. They obviously knew he was the breakthrough point in this incident. Once he was gone, who would care about the rest? Shoo! Nigel released his hand, and he didn't shout anymore, sneaking behind him. Outside, gunshots continued. Nigel carefully observed that most of the bullets were aimed at the source of sound. The equipment on the other side might be detecting sound waves. His gaze deepened, thinking of Aiko again. It must work. Aiko twisted the combination lock in her hands. The floor was littered with drafts. She was incredibly thankful that she didn't freeze up under pressure and even calculated more smoothly than usual. After meticulously checking 5 times, getting the same result each time, she began turning the code. Emergency locks like this usually had a set password and an original password. The original password was known only to the developers, ensuring that the police could rescue anyone inside when they arrived. Looking at the rusty lock, a drop of sweat rolled down her forehead. Whether it was tears or sweat wetting her lashes, she pressed the numbers tremblingly. If it was wrong, she wouldn't get out. Click! The door opened. Aiko's legs weakened, almost collapsing to her knees. She clasped her hands together, bowed toward the scattered drafts on the ground, then immediately ran out. Not knowing the situation outside, Aiko climbed the stairs slowly after running up, trying not to make a sound. Stopping at the sound of voices, Aiko rapidly translated the conversation in her mind, hearing fragments of German. Above, there were guns targeting one of Adamaris' associates. Aiko suddenly recalled how Nigel had asked her to help him speak with Arrigo before. Arrigo had mentioned having a genius student who left him after following Adamaris and began assisting her entirely. Because of this rift, Arrigo seldom asked his male research students to meet with Adamaris alone for discussions. Aiko had told Nigel about this incident before and even mentioned the name of that male researcher. It seemed that back then, Nigel had already started making plans. Aiko took a deep breath. She wasn't wearing shoes, so she didn't make any noise as she walked on the floor. As the footsteps above gradually faded away, Aiko cautiously peeked out. Nigel had brought her here through the back door of the hall. It was just 3 floors up to reach the hall. Hearing those 2 people mention that the hall was sealed off, Aiko looked down in worry. Nigel must still be inside. The gunfire upstairs hadn't ceased yet. The ship slowly sailing on the sea felt like a small universe. Without legal constraints, it resembled a hell devoid of humanity. When Aiko reached the 2nd floor, she heard voices and quickly hid behind a trolley draped in red velvet. Through the fabric, she saw 2 people running outside, being chased by someone else. To avoid the bullets from behind, one person shoved the other, causing him to fall down the stairs. Aiko closed her eyes for a moment. Many powerful figures attended today's banquet. Even if they didn't care about individuals, it was impossible to offend everyone. Therefore, there must be places where the collaborators could hide. This was like a cage, with rooms on all sides. Aiko couldn't possibly check every room one by one. She still had her phone in her pocket, but unfortunately, despite sending several messages, none of them went through. It seemed that the signal network here had been deliberately sabotaged. Over there. Aiko was startled and quickly retreated into the trolley. However, due to its 4 wheels, the trolley couldn't stop moving immediately because of her sudden force, causing the red velvet cloth covering it to sway slightly. Aiko's heart raced. Chapter 161. Aiko intimidates him. The hurried footsteps drew closer, and Aiko held her breath, watching the red velvet curtain gradually stabilize. Aiko almost merged with the carriage frame, her limbs going numb. Through a gap, she saw the shadows walking away. After a long while, hearing no sound, she cautiously stretched out a finger to lift the curtain slightly for a peek. Outside, apart from wine bottles rolling around, nothing moved. A fierce wind blew, making Aiko's hair flutter. The door to the hall was closed, preventing her from entering. The gunshots inside were deafening, so Aiko covered her ears. Amidst the frantic gunfire, Aiko maintained her balance, trying not to make a sound. But the gunshots grew closer. Aiko leaned against the panels, listening to the footsteps, slowly moving to one side. Come out. Aiko froze, then slowly turned back. Before she could see clearly, a figure leapt out from beside the partition and tackled someone, disarming the gun from his hand. Aiko was only stunned for a second before she immediately ran to the side. But the person behind her pursued her even more tightly, grabbing a corner of her clothing. Shill. Aiko turned around to see Nigel pushing her down the stairs. Her eyes widened, wanting to ask how Nigel got out. Clearly, this wasn't a place for talking. Silently, they descended. Nigel handed a short gun to Aiko without saying a word. I don't know how. It's fine to bluff. Nigel said this as he removed the magazine from his own gun and attached it to Aiko's. Aiko glanced over his changed clothes. Why did you change your clothes? Those people came for me. I changed to avoid being recognized. You can relax. Aiko met his gaze. You're lying. They weren't after you at all. Who are you shielding from bullets? Nigel looked into Aiko's determined eyes and smiled. You're getting harder to fool. Even knowing I'm just distracting them for someone else, you don't distance yourself from me. Yeah, okay. Nigel raised an eyebrow. Aiko hugged him briefly. I'm leaving. With that, she tiptoed upstairs quickly, making no sound. Nigel noticed she was heading towards a room, indeed a better place to hide. He sighed in relief, but something felt off. Turning, he saw Aiko had placed the gun he'd given her by his feet. Annoyed yet amused, he wondered what she planned to do without even a fake weapon. Aiko seemed to anticipate Nigel wouldn't let her wander alone, so she deliberately headed toward the room. Nigel followed closely behind, gun in hand. Watching her walk recklessly ahead, he quickened his pace too. Aiko stopped at a corner. Nigel leaned against the wall, observing any sounds. Winking at Aiko, he asked why she stopped. Aiko pointed to the other side of the corner and gave him a thumbs up. There were important guests in that room. Nigel tilted his head. Aiko beckoned him over, and he cautiously glanced behind before slowly stepping toward her. I figured it out. We analyzed this ship before with the professor. This spot is the most stable and safe on the entire ship. They must have arranged their important guests here. Aiko whispered in his ear. If we hold a significant hostage at gunpoint, we can ensure our safety. Nigel suddenly covered Aiko's mouth and guided her into an adjacent corridor. The passage was narrow, and they huddled together under a curtain for cover. Someone outside spoke. Boss, the engine room alarm system has been activated. We don't know who did it. The engine room alarm system monitored various equipment parameters in real time, alerting when anything went wrong. Aiko looked at Nigel, her eyes full of questions. Nigel nodded. Changing clothes with the scientist was intended to have him interfere with the system. It was their territory, and brute force would lead to certain destruction. Aiko's deduction gave Nigel another advantage. Automatic alarms would attract the police, causing those people to focus on repairing the system instead. Ironically, the room previously guarded by two people now stood unguarded. Nigel gripped the cold door handle. It moved. Who is it? A voice in German came from inside. Nigel recognized the voice, confirming Aiko found the right place. This man was Adamaris's direct superior and the company's true owner. Nigel opened the door. It's me. He stepped forward, entering the room with the gun pointed at the man in front of him. This boss also had a weapon on him, but having lived a life of wealth and privilege, while protected by others, he couldn't think to retrieve his own gun to defend himself while Nigel's gun was aimed at him. There's no conflict of interest between us. I advise you to put the gun down quickly. The man across from him had raised his hands above his head, eyes fixed on Nigel. What do you want? I can give it to you. I don't want anything. I just came here to take cover from bullets. Nigel slowly approached him, watching the sweat bead on his forehead. He gave a silent laugh. I hope you welcome me. The boss wiped the sweat off his forehead, with a gun pointed at him. How could he dare not welcome him? Come in. As long as his life wasn't in danger, anything else was negotiable. He didn't expect that after Nigel entered, a woman in a skirt would follow behind him. At a time like this, you still bring a woman along. Mr. Gu, you really live up to your grandfather's reputation. Nigel didn't respond, only glanced at the sparse and cold room, his lips twitching slightly. You must know about Adamaris, right? Are you still going to protect her? Businessmen often prioritize profit. He shrugged. She can make money for me, so she's a good employee. How many people at her level are clean? Before they could enjoy a moment of silence, a loud boom suddenly came from outside. Adamaris had somehow found her way here too. Bullets were fired recklessly, narrowly missing their target, flying past Nigel's ear and striking the nearby window. The glass shattered explosively. Nigel, all this is your doing. You brought those people here to deal with Devon, didn't you? Adamaris sneered. This isn't China. You can't do whatever you want. Both held guns in their hands, but neither aimed directly at the other. Adamaris, you have such a promising future ahead of you. So much has been done by you, yet the one reaping the benefits has always been Devon. If you pin everything on him, you're abroad, where he can't touch you. Chapter 162, Let me kiss you once. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You just want me to instigate a conflict between Devon and me. Adamarisu, originally Chinese, could speak Chinese. When saying things that shouldn't be disclosed to her superiors, she naturally switched to Chinese and confronted Nigel. She slowly raised the gun in her hand. Although Nigel didn't move, Aiko's gun was also pointing at her almost simultaneously. Just think about it yourself. If you cover for Devon now, consider whether he would protect you and help you suppress everything back home, or immediately hold a press conference to distance himself from you and push all the blame onto you. Adamaris's eyes wavered. It wasn't that Nigel's few words had persuaded her, but she knew Devon very well. He would never let anyone become a stumbling block on his path. Even if it were the tiniest pebble, he would remove it. Perhaps as Nigel said, Devon was holding a press conference in the country, distancing himself from her and pushing all responsibility onto her. She was on the sea with no signal, unable to do anything. You should have been enemies long ago. You're not truly married, and after working under him for so long, haven't you seen who he really is? Nigel's words reminded Adamaris of many things. She sneered at Nigel. Is Devon any good? Are you? Whether I am good or not doesn't matter. What matters now is whether you want to cooperate with me and replace Devon. Aiko stood nearby, her hand holding the gun starting to go numb. Adamaris hadn't made her decision yet. How indecisive. Nigel spoke leisurely, and Adamaris immediately responded. I will cooperate with you. Good. Show me everything your team researched for Devon privately, so I can give him a fatal blow. Since Adamaris agreed, she wouldn't hesitate anymore. A fatal blow? The general manager standing beside them, unaware of their conversation, saw them suddenly point their guns at him. Now only he's left. I'll only bring out the documents if he speaks. Adamaris addressed the general manager in German. Aiko, sensing something outside during their conversation, walked out. Sure enough, she saw police had arrived, with someone on the escape ladder. A helicopter hovered overhead, likely arriving in less than a minute. The general manager inside was unaware of the police presence. If he knew, he might have refused the deal immediately. Aiko looked down, stepped back, and closed the door. Fortunately, she hadn't fully opened it earlier. She exchanged a glance with Nigel and nodded. Let's finish this quickly. If we don't act fast, the rescuers will arrive, and it may be difficult to see him again, let alone get him to abandon his advantage for others. Nigel kept his gun pointed at him while Adamaris retrieved the contract documents from a familiar spot after unlocking the password. Red Ink sat nearby. Adamaris looked at him. Press your fingerprint now. Nothing will happen, and the losses are merely a drop in the bucket of your personal wealth. You. The general manager stared at the employee who had worked with him for over a decade, shocked by her defection. Sweat soaked through his suit, but he eventually pressed his finger, signing and authorizing the contract, making it effective. Almost instantly, the roar outside interrupted. The general manager wished he could snatch back the contract, shouting, You've gone too far. Nigel lowered his gun. What businessman isn't excessive? The research chemist remained useful, identifying issues within minutes solely by calculations. The automatic system alarm was due to his efforts. Just as Nigel relaxed, people rushed in with guns drawn. Amadeo's hands trembled. Before the shots landed, she had already thrown herself onto Nigel, protecting him. Pushed sideways, Aiko nearly hit her head on nearby machinery. Nigel redirected his hand quickly, the impact causing pain that made him shudder. Holding Aiko tightly, his heart raced, and her familiar scent filled his nostrils. As Aiko regained her sight, Nigel, with his bleeding hand protecting her, rolled over, pressing her down. This action almost coincided with the gunshot. She heard a muffled sound. As Nigel turned around, Amadeo shattered the nearby vase. The falling shards cut into Nigel's body in a clatter. The back of his shirt was already torn open with bloodstains. Apart from a few minor cuts on her exposed arms, Aiko had no other injuries. Don't move. Nigel noticed Aiko raising her hand and pressed it down again. Sure enough, Amadeo's second shot struck the glass behind them, sending shards raining down. Aiko still held the gun Nigel had given her. She looked toward the door, raised her hand, and fired a bullet. The bullet slightly missed and hit Amadeo's leg. Blood flowed freely. The helicopter landed on the deck. Aiko's hand, due to the strong recoil from the gun, had lost its strength, her wrist, elbow, and arm all trembling numbly. She silently held onto the wrist of Nigel's supporting hand next to her ear, watching the shards embedded in his back, tightening her grip harder and harder. But Nigel did not make a sound until he saw a tear roll down from Aiko's red eyes. He then let out a soft laugh. Very impressive, baby. His tone was light, as if Aiko had only won a small game, while he remained unharmed despite the glass cuts. Aiko wasn't happy. She stared at Nigel with a dark look, her pupils reflecting an almost obsessive blackness. Her calm anger was even more terrifying. She gripped Nigel's hand tightly, which trembled. After the police arrived, the chaos was followed by endless silence. Aiko stood alone, turning away from Nigel. Don't ignore me. Nigel, who was covered in injuries, didn't seem to care. Aiko looked at him. Lock me in what you think is a safe area? If I were in danger, and you could only wait and guess in a quiet space, you would be furious and mad too. Nigel sighed deeply, his forehead touching her hair. This time, I really know I was wrong. What do you realize? I don't want you to get hurt at all, but I want to bear everything with you. The sunset shimmered on the lake's surface, fiery clouds sinking into the sea, painting a warm hue. Aiko turned back, seeing the white shirt on Nigel slashed with numerous red cuts, and a few cuts on his stern but handsome face. I forgive you. Aiko gently hugged him, careful not to hurt his wounds, just lightly holding on. So nice. Nigel lifted his hand to press her head. I thought I'd have to beg for longer this time. Aiko looked up at him, tears moistening her eyes and lashes. I love you. I can't bear to stay cold or blame you. Nigel tightened his lips. Compared to you being cold, scolding, or blaming me, I can't bear to see you cry. He wiped the tear stains off her cheeks, his gaze resting on a small cut on her jawline. Still couldn't protect you well. He bent down, lowering his head to kiss beside the wound. Let's go home and cook seafood porridge for the baby. You don't know how. I'll learn. I learn quickly. Then I want grilled lobster with cheese. Fine, I'll learn, but there's one condition. Let me kiss you once. Orange waves lapped at the sea, the sunset hanging on the shimmering horizon, fiery clouds spread across the sky. The blood-stained white shirt billowed in the sea breeze, intertwining with disheveled hair, creating a romantic and entangled scene. The end. Chapter 163. Epilogue. Baby, do you choose me or someone else? Aiko participated in the core development of the second test project with Professor Corwin. The success of the project drew many offers from large companies to Aiko. Someone asked Nigel if Aiko would stay at Cushing and by his side. Nigel's answer was, unclear, it's her choice, and I might be her backup option. That evening, when he got home, Nigel didn't let go of Aiko, burying himself into her body like a spoiled child. Baby, do you choose me or someone else? Aiko was focusing on her computer screen. She had just come back from an academic conference and was busy refining her thesis. Choose Zone 1, I. Before Aiko finished her sentence while moving the mouse, she sensed the silence beside her. She turned around to look. What's wrong? I was asking which company you'd choose to stay with after graduation, not whether your SEI paper will be published in Zone 1 or 2. Oh. Aiko pressed her lips together and picked up a sliced mango beside her to eat. She fed another piece of fruit to Nigel. Didn't you say you'd support whatever I choose? Nigel stared at her, swallowed the fruit she fed him, then placed her fork aside. Her wrist was held firmly by him. Nigel pulled her into his embrace. I want to be with you. His voice was a bit muffled, his body pressing closely against hers, intimately. Aiko was lifted onto the desk, his hand pressing on her thigh, eyes lifting sincerely. Really? Aiko began to ramble. But everyone around me suggests I continue my studies. Nigel kissed her, one hand around her neck, preventing her from escaping, the other palm tightly on her lower back, gently touching her lips. You don't want me anymore. His neatly pressed shirt became wrinkled. Aiko's fingers hooked on his tie. Not true. Their ambiguous silhouettes were reflected in the floor-to-ceiling window. Aiko was dressed formally today, in a small V-neck white shirt, with the sleeves rolled up to her elbows, revealing a small watch, the same series as the one on Nigel's wrist. The small buttons were hard to unbutton, Nigel muttered. Whoever designed these buttons definitely never lived happily. Nigel's hand moved down to her waist. Aiko held his hand here. Yeah. Aiko remained silent. Nigel kissed her earlobe. Baby. Aiko sighed. At least turn off the light. No one can see us. Aiko gave him a nudge, but Nigel still went to turn off the light. The only warm light came from the desk lamp in the dark room. Their intertwined figures were cast on the wall. Nigel's hand subconsciously moved to her trembling lower back. Aiko, with her arms raised by Nigel, was lifted to pull off the shirt over her head. Glancing down, Nigel chuckled next to Aiko's ear. No, baby still loves lace. Aiko pinched him. No talking. Can't help it. Nigel bit her softly. Aiko recoiled. No biting. I didn't hear that. In the darkness, people inevitably become bold. Aiko stopped caring about Nigel. Her hands were interlaced behind Nigel's neck, slowly caressing, touching the stud in his earlobe. It's Alicia. Baby, can you relax a little? To the bed. Nigel dragged out his words, somewhat unwillingly. You already agreed. Nigel temporarily loosened his hold on her, untied his tie, and impatiently removed his shirt after undoing just 2 buttons. Chapter 164 Extra. Would I be good as a dog for baby? Her tender, bare back pressed against the cool wooden table. Aiko hugged his waist and suddenly thought of something. Nigel, you got off work so late. Have you had dinner? Not yet. A muffled voice came from beneath her. Aiko pinched his ear. Go have dinner first. Nigel paused his actions and looked up. You haven't eaten either? I did eat. I'm worried about you being hungry. Last time your stomach pain sent you to the hospital. Aiko's words were drowned out by moist kisses. She was panting. Are you really not hungry? Never mind. I'll start eating. Nigel's hand roamed over her back. He felt around with his fingertips for a long time, but couldn't find the clasp. Aiko moved his hand to the front. It's in front. Nigel held her. Which brand released this new model? I want to blacklist it. Aiko didn't like talking during these intimate moments, but Nigel was full of flirtatious words. The most she would say was 2 words, shut up. At this moment, Nigel tried to argue back. Can't close my mouth, baby. Aiko suddenly tapped his shoulder. We don't have it in the study room. They still had to go back to the bedroom. Aiko rolled comfortably when she touched the soft blanket. Nigel opened the bedside cabinet, searching through all 3 drawers. Gone. Aiko sat up holding the quilt, looking straight at Nigel. I'll ask someone to deliver some. No. Aiko objected. Who would ask for such a delivery? Both of them were currently too busy and hadn't considered having a child. Nigel went over, hugging and kissing Aiko. Then let's forget it. Nigel reached for the clothes next to him. Just as he was about to put them on, Aiko pulled at the clothes in his hand. Well, I remember last time we went out to play, there were extras in my bag. After saying this, Aiko pursed her lips, burrowing deeper into the quilt, only leaving her eyes peeking out. Nigel briefly froze before mechanically moving towards her bag to check. There wasn't just one. Seeing how strange Nigel looked while examining what he had in his hands, Aiko blushed. Did I buy the wrong ones? Nigel stared at her without saying anything. Then he embraced her waist tightly, his Adam's apple rolling as he kissed her cheek, slowly leaning closer to her ear. Strawberry, mango, or grape? Which one does baby like? Aiko didn't understand why he asked this question, but she still replied, mango, maybe. Only after Nigel handed the item over and asked her to open it did Aiko realize what he meant, her face turning completely red. How could there actually be a mango-flavored one? I just grabbed randomly. Aiko weakly defended herself to clear her name. Baby, lift your leg. No, I'm tired. A sudden jingle filled the air. Aiko's pupils constricted as she opened her eyes to see. In Nigel's slender fingers was a black leather collar with a round bell attached. Aiko covered her own eyes. I'm not wearing it. She knew immediately that it must have been given by Tadeo, the flirt. Nigel ran his fingertip along the bell, creating a clear ringing sound. I won't make baby wear it. Why did you bring it here then? While Aiko was asking, Nigel stuffed it into her hands. Baby, help me wear it. Nigel leaned over and kissed her cheek again. Would I be good as a dog for baby? Aiko covered his mouth. You. She showed her helpless frustration. But Aiko still helped him put it on, throughout the process, keeping her hand covering his mouth to prevent him from speaking. For a long time, her arms became numb, but eventually, she loosened her grip. Once free from Aiko's control, Nigel started talking incessantly again. Chapter 165 Extra Chapter. His world, only her. Michael. The sunlight was a bit glaring. When Michael heard the shout and turned back, he couldn't help but close his eyes for a moment. It seemed like he had returned to Beicheng No. 1 High School. During the physical education class, under the Wudong tree, the light call behind him sounded like a jade colliding with his heart. Michael. Aiko ran in front of him, smiling at him. Master Michael. Guess what I'm holding? Aiko placed her hands behind her back and blocked him, her smile making her eyes squint up playfully. Guess without any prizes. Michael thought carefully about what could make Aiko this happy. Solo album by Ryuichi Sakamoto? Tisk, that's a rather boring guess. It's about you. Me? Michael was suddenly taken aback. Can't you even guess what you like? Big shot, aren't you too clumsy? Aiko looked at him in disbelief. Kylie appeared beside them and snatched away the book from Aiko's hand. First edition Harry Potter? Where did you find it? TSK. Why did you have to say it? I was just letting Michael guess. It's annoying. Aiko snatched it back. No surprise at all. Aiko shoved the book into Michael's hands. Here you go. Here you go. Kylie looked at the book in both of their hands. When did you owe him a book? Michael himself had forgotten. He lowered his eyes to look at the book in his hand. Did he like Harry Potter before? Maybe he did, but it didn't matter now. He never got what he liked. I made one guy angry before, right? Michael gave me an old book from that guy instead of calling my parents. Later, I felt really regretful. It's so hard to find old books like these. If I knew, I would have let my parents come. Aiko laughed again, but it's fine. I found it again. Sigh, it was so difficult. How much did it cost? Before Kylie finished her question, Aiko hurriedly patted her back. That person retired from the pit, so I traded one of my books for it. No money involved. Aiko then looked at Michael. And the book I traded with him wasn't something I particularly liked anyway, so it's a win. Michael looked at the book in his hand, opened it to read a page, and frowned when he saw the title. Li Zheng from our class? Aiko went over to take a look. He wrote his name on it. At the time, I saw him reading it and asked him if writing his name on it was okay. Would you mind? Aiko looked up at Michael. Should I cover it with correction fluid? Michael's expression was complicated, somewhat helpless. Are you saying you traded your romance novels with him? He was willing. Kylie shrugged. Your secret is out. How much did you actually pay? It was, just a little. Aiko coughed twice. I need to do some physics problems now. Call me when we gather later. Aiko hadn't run 2 steps when she abruptly turned around, hiding behind Michael, blushing and timidly hiding behind Kylie's clothes, completely covering herself. Kylie commented, did you see a ghost or something? Strange. Michael glanced sideways at Aiko and knew immediately who she had encountered. A basketball rolled near his feet, and he raised his eyes. Nigel was running towards them. Aiko held onto Kylie's clothes with one hand and Michael's shirt with the other. Stop, stop, stop. Don't look at me. Nigel didn't step any closer and didn't glance at the 3 of them. He picked up the ball and left. Aiko was sweating profusely, her cheeks flushed red. She pulled the clothes of both of them, creating deep creases. Michael frowned, shaking off her hand that clung to his shirt. Aiko was clearly frightened by Michael's angry expression and actions, standing there dazedly asking what was wrong. Seeing her bewildered and helpless look, Michael softened his heart once again. He pressed his lips together and tightly held the book in his hand. Sorry. It's okay. Why are you always apologizing? Aiko patted his shoulder, glancing towards the basketball court. You need to be thicker-skinned, like Kylie. Last time when she tripped me over and didn't say sorry, she even stood there laughing at me. Kylie pulled Aiko to the bathroom. Michael sat down and opened the book. Summer was scorching, and even in the shade under the tree, it was still suffocatingly hot. The rustling sound of flipping pages seemed to isolate the noisy playground. A piece of white paper used as a bookmark was blown away by the wind. Michael followed its path with his eyes. The white paper drifted in the breeze and landed in front of a squatting girl. The girl was holding a small English dictionary, mumbling words while memorizing them. Noticing the paper in front of her, she picked it up and stood in front of Michael. This. She moved it forward a bit. Yours, right? Michael gave a light hum in acknowledgement. Thank you. Oh, no need. No need. Cleo glanced at the book in his hands, her tone carrying a hint of surprise. First edition Harry Potter? It seemed that seeing something familiar made her chattier. I didn't expect you to read extracurricular books too. I thought you only looked at textbooks and supplementary materials. Michael stared at the book in his hand, his voice low and slow. It's been a long time since I've read it. Was this something you liked before? Why don't you like it now? She pressed on. Noticing Michael's distant gaze, she realized how eager her tone had sounded just now. She hurriedly explained herself. Sorry. If you don't want to say, it's fine. I was just asking casually. It's okay. Don't be nervous, Michael said as he slipped the bookmark back into the book. It's just that schoolwork became heavy later on, and I slowly forgot. Plus, I found something I liked even more. Something you like more? Can I ask what it is? Cleo added. I just wanted to know how top students relax. I wanted to emulate them. I'm not a top student. Michael laughed bitterly. I just worked hard and got rewards. Anyone can be better than me. My way of relaxing isn't worth emulating. Cleo looked at his back. Countless times, every step she took towards him resulted in him cautiously stepping back 2 steps. It seemed only that girl could receive all his undivided care and affection. She could only get closer to him by befriending that girl. But even then, it was merely getting noticed. Much later, Cleo vaguely guessed Michael's unique way of relaxation, watching Aiko laugh, listening to her speak, accompanying her through her antics, fantasizing about their future together. Each time Michael overlooked everyone else and only focused on Aiko, it told Cleo one thing: his world only had her in it. Michael. Cleo, who had buried herself in learning vocabulary, raised her head again. In the distance, Aiko waved. Michael, it's time to gather. She watched as Michael ran over to Aiko, while the crumpled piece of paper bookmark was tossed into the trash can. Cleo? I heard you passed the doctoral review. Congratulations. Michael turned to look at her, smiling warmly. Cleo watched Michael, who had matured from his once innocent self, as she ran over. Thank you. What about you? She had asked many people, but no one knew where Michael planned to go after graduation. I don't plan on staying in the country for development, Michael replied. Chapter 166, Epilogue. It was Nigel's unilateral gift to his wife, Aiko. Another winter. On the eve of Christmas Eve, at the TH Club in a private room, Aiko was playing mahjong with gusto. See, I told you I have talent. I've only been learning for a few days, yet I've already won several rounds against all of you old hands. Arsene whistled in amazement. Playing one round with you guys, my whole year's income is down the drain. Tadeo sked with laughter. Just wait. She's currently in the beginner protection zone, right? Horatio, you sneaky devil, you're still holding back. After all these years, we raised you for nothing. Grown kids are no longer filial. Horatio, judging by appearance alone, I look more like Griffin than you do. Aiko shook her head disapprovingly. These two were so grown up, but were still fighting over being Griffin. Kylie stood by Aiko and whispered, "Can you win this round?" Aiko fell silent. Well, I guess my beginner protection period has expired. The room was enclosed with 4 glass walls, offering a view of snow falling heavily from the gray sky. The door opened, and Nigel and Ala entered. Aiko turned her head to look. Baby, I'm about to lose. Nigel took off his coat, which was covered in snow, and approached her, placing his palm on her head. It's fine, you can't lose that much money. Tadeo exclaimed. In this round, a villa in the outskirts of Jing City will be gone. An attendant came in to serve tea to the newcomers, while Ala sat on the sofa nearby and worked on his laptop. Sitting beside Aiko, Nigel listened to Tadeo without lifting his eyes, gently touching Aiko's stomach. Tomorrow, go ask for a red envelope from Old G. This loss will be recovered. Both Tadeo and Horatio glanced at Aiko's stomach. Horatio casually let go of the tiles in his hand, inadvertently letting Aiko win this round. Tadeo looked at Aiko. Congratulations, you'll have your hands full. Then he stared at Nigel. When did this happen? A few days ago, during a physical checkup, Nigel said, peeling an orange and carefully removing the pith before feeding it to Aiko. Open up, baby. That's enough. Tadeo gritted his teeth. I'm hurting for myself. He stared directly at Horatio. I want a baby too. Go to hell. Can't you cooperate a bit? Our main goal now is to make those two insufferable parents feel miserable. Get lost. Why don't we let Lawyer Hole play? Aiko glanced over, seeing Ala sitting there alone typing on his computer, looking quite lonely. Played enough. Aiko nodded and pouted. My big villa is gone. It's okay. We'll snatch their project and win 10 villas for the baby. Horatio's face contorted. You're the real, unscrupulous king of hell. He looked at Tadeo, who was idly messing with his striking golden hair. I decide to team up with you. Tadeo raised his hand, speaking like a good boy. Sorry, I'm on Brother June's side now. Let Kylie take over. I need to talk to you. Nigel glanced at Lawyer Hua. Kylie panicked. If you want me bankrupt, just say so. Aiko patted Kylie's head. Good girl. Any winnings are yours. Any losses are mine. Kylie grinned and took over immediately. If I win this round, I'll quit and live in luxury. This made Tadeo jealous. Star sister, please support me financially. Already got a little lover, don't bother me. Aiko munched on the peeled orange fed by Nigel as they moved to a quieter private room next door. Aiko watched as Lawyer Hua pulled out a contract from his briefcase. Property ownership transfer contract? Aiko glanced at Nigel. Seeing her puzzled yet helpless look, Nigel smiled helplessly. It has nothing to do with the baby inside you. It's a unilateral gift from Nigel to his wife, Aiko. Chapter 167. He will not have a wife. It was the 9th Christmas that Aiko and Nigel spent together. Nigel held Aiko's hand firmly while carrying their 4-year-old daughter as he pressed the doorbell. Glover opened the door. The girl immediately reached out her hands. Daylon. Magdalena. Glover went forward to take the little girl from Nigel's arms. Daylon has made a small cake for Magdalena. Come, let me take you to eat. Nigel looked at Aiko with an aggrieved expression. You've lured away my daughter again. Aiko pinched his face. Let him have his way. You see your daughter every day. Glover turned back. Kesha, come in quickly. There's the mango mil fai you love. Without looking back, Aiko ran inside. Helpless, Nigel had to admit, even his wife was lured away now. It seemed he needed to work on improving his cooking skills. The family had already prepared a table full of dishes. Mr. Vince was consoling Nikita, who had burned a fish. It's fine, it's fine. We're getting old, forgetting things is common. It's my fault. I should have cooked that fish. Kesha loves fish the most. At this moment, Aiko was enjoying the mango mil fai made by Glover. She said hurriedly, Mom, it's okay. I like many other things. I love everything on this table. Nigel raised his eyes and took out his phone to place an order. Aiko stopped him. By the time your fish arrives, we'll all be finished eating. Before Nigel could say anything more, the doorbell rang. Everyone was momentarily stunned, almost unanimously thinking of one person. Glover put down Magdalena. I'll go open the door. Inside, it was quiet except for Magdalena chewing her cake. Griffindy. Chow Chow held on to Nigel with both small hands, her round bright eyes staring at him. Who else is there? You brat. Finally decided to come back. Glover hugged Michael and patted his shoulder. And you lied to me, saying you wouldn't return. Michael lifted the packed braised fish in his hand. Came to visit all of you. This must be the brother Michael mentioned. Hello. A woman dressed in a long down coat stepped out from behind Michael. This lady. Michael smiled. Gabriella, we got married last year. Two elders came out from inside. So, you got married without telling us. Come in quickly. It's cold outside. Sorry, Daylon Annie. They held his hands closely, both exasperated and caring. Why did you get so thin? You moved abroad alone and never contacted us for years. Marriage is such a big deal, yet none of the elders from your side were there. Michael hugged them tightly. Sorry for making you worry. He kept his eyes lowered, seemingly still not having the courage to see her after all these years. Griffin, Mom, let's go inside. Glover closed the door. Little Chow Chow peeked curiously and tugged at the corner of Nigel's clothes to go to the door. Michael lowered his eyes, watching Magdalena hold a cake fork in her mouth, her big eyes fixed on him. She looked so much like her. The first time he met her, she was only a bit older than the child in front of him now. She held a piece of cake, with cream around her mouth, blinking at him. Are you the new neighbor Grandma told me to give this cake to? Today is my birthday. Why is your house so dark? Can't see anything. Is the light broken? Little Aiko peered inside, taking a step back, a little scared. Aren't you afraid? No, I'm not afraid. In truth, Augustus had left him there and forgotten about him, even forgetting to pay the electricity bill. Before Aiko knocked on his door, he was huddled in a corner, wanting nothing but to fall asleep. The light from the opposite door almost illuminated his room. Michael thought that glow would only last for a moment. But little Aiko had grabbed his hand. When I'm angry with my parents, I also say I'm not afraid of the dark. Are you angry with your parents? Don't be angry, come play with us. Little Aiko led him into her home. Play until you're happy, and then you won't be angry anymore. Since then, he stepped into her life, enlightened by her, and even her family. My name is Kesha, what's yours? My name is Chow Chow. Magdalena retreated slightly, speaking softly. Michael smiled, hello Chow Chow. Glover came over and patted Chow Chow's head. Chow Chow, called Daylon Michael. Chow Chow mimicked Glover. Hello, Daylon Michael. I've seen this uncle before. Chow Chow shook Nigel's hand. In Mom's photos, along with Aunt Caitlin. They are important friends of Mom. Michael gave a bitter smile. Here's a red envelope for Chow Chow. The red envelope was plump, obviously containing quite a lot. Mr. Vince and Nikita resisted. This is too much. Just something symbolic among family members will do. Nikita refused to accept it. You just got married. You will need money for many things in the future. Michael shook his head. This is Chow Chow's lucky money saved up over 4 years. I never forgot about it. Unable to resist him any longer, the couple let Chow Chow accept it. Chow Chow held the big red envelope and went to give it to Aiko, who was sitting on the sofa. Mom, Daylon Michael's red envelope. Standing at the door, Michael's eyelashes trembled slightly as they lowered. Finally, he looked inside the room. Michael verified a saying, time doesn't erase everything. It's a lie. Time deceives. It made him believe he had truly let go. When their eyes met, all the feelings he had buried deep in his heart surged out uncontrollably. Chow Chow, did you say thank you to Daylon? Aiko patted Chow Chow's back. Only then did Chow Chow embrace the red envelope and come back to thank Michael. Michael hurriedly nodded but didn't speak. He turned to talk to Glover, speaking in a low, hoarse voice. I bought braised fish from Yushon Pavilion since I passed by there and thought you might like it. From Yushon Pavilion? Glover murmured as he took the fish. They said today it was all sold out. Your mom tried making it herself because of that. Nikita slapped his hand. Quickly get a large plate to put the fish on. It's time to eat. At the dining table, Nikita and Mr. Vince talked a lot with Michael, and Michael answered each question. Nigel carefully picked the bones out of the fish and placed them in Aiko's bowl, and did the same for his daughter. Aiko ate quietly, until Chow Chow, hugging Aiko's neck, asked, Mom, you seem strange. Why aren't you talking? Before, whenever Griffin picked the bones for you, you always thanked him. Aiko covered Chow Chow's mouth. Speak not while eating or lying down. Mom is eating obediently. Can Chow Chow also eat quietly? Annie Chow, I have something to say to you. Is it convenient? Gabriella stood up in confusion and hesitated. Ah, sure. Nikita led her hand to the side hall. When Gabriella came out again, Michael also rose. Daylon, Auntie, I have some business and must leave now. But you haven't even eaten a few bites yet. How can you? Gabriella realized it too. Daylon, Auntie, we returned this time because we missed you all. He managed to visit when he could. Nikita sighed. Child, don't forget to eat properly when you're busy. Call us more often and tell us if you have anything bothering you. Michael took a deep breath and hugged Nikita. Thank you, Annie. I will. Nikita sent him to the door, knowing well that Michael would always promise but bear burdens silently when real issues arose. Fortunately, now someone was with him. Michael had already descended a step when Nikita called after him again. Child. Michael stopped, afraid to turn around. If you dare not return for several more years, I'll scold you every time I see you. Nikita wiped away her tears, seemingly thinking her words were too heavy. Remember, the Luo family is your home. Try to come back during holidays. Yes. Michael answered heavily, supporting himself on the railing as he descended. Mom, I know. I will come back for holidays. Mr. Vince guided Nikita back into the room. Perhaps he has something really urgent. Let's not cry anymore. Abby won't cry. Chow Chow ran to hug Nikita's legs. Next time, Chow Chow will chat more with Daylon Michael so he won't leave. and Abby won't cry. Nikita stroked her head and smiled. Chow Chow is such a good girl. Glover helped Nikita back to her seat. If we don't eat now, the food will get cold. Glover glanced down and noticed the fish meat with no bones in Michael's bowl untouched. All from the belly of the fish. This kid, picking out the bones and then not eating it. Glover remained silent, taking the bowl and placing it before himself. As the conversation in the room resumed, he quietly pushed the bowl of fish meat to Aiko. Brother? Eat it yourself. Aiko looked at him puzzled. Glover hadn't picked fish bones for her since she was little. It's been so long since I've picked fish bones for you. Please honor me. Aiko laughed helplessly. I'd be happy if someone picks bones for me. She picked up chopsticks and ate a piece of fish meat from the bowl. Brother, it's cold. The winter in Beijing never changed, without snow, without wind, but bitterly cold. Michael accepted the tissue offered by the woman. His gaze remained gentle. I've transferred the money and called a taxi for you. Thank you for your hard work. Gabriella pulled out 2 bank cards from her pocket. These are given by that aunt. The passwords are your birthday. One card is for you, and the other one, wishing you a happy new marriage, is for you and your future wife, for buying a house and raising children. Michael slowly accepted them. You shouldn't have taken them. He will never have a wife. I didn't want to reveal the truth, right? Without further ado, the taxi had arrived, and Gabriella got in. Call me again if you need help next time. I'll give you a discount. Michael stared at the cards in his hand, standing there for a long time until his limbs were frozen stiff. He walked to the parking spot, pulled open the car door, and drove to the old neighborhood where his grandmother used to live. The place where he and Aiko met for the first time. Chapter 168 Special Episode. The most important one is you. Only you. After Christmas, the two returned to Beijing to pack their things and prepare for their trip to Helsinki. Aiko was lying on the bed playing with her phone. Hey, I must bring that lamp of mine. Nigel was putting the items Aiko specified into the suitcase. After finishing, he found there was no extra space left for himself. Baby, do you really have to bring this lamp? Yeah, Mommy. Suddenly, their daughter's shout came from outside. Aiko got up. I'm going out to play with my daughter. Nigel nodded and turned to figure out how to make some room for himself. Ethel led Aiko out of the main building all the way to a 2-story small loft. Is this your new secret base, baby? This is where I found treasures. Aiko was pulled inside by her daughter. Once inside, Aiko's eyes froze. There were many bullet holes in the walls from shooting practice. Here, it had been used for gun training before. Ethel pulled Aiko upstairs. Mommy, look. This is Ethel's treasure map. In a corner stood a wooden box that reached Ethel's waist, covered with a thick layer of dust. Ethel opened the box and pointed out to Aiko. Mommy, when Ethel grows up, I can use these to find treasures. Aiko's gaze fell onto the box, which was stuffed with envelopes. She picked up the topmost one to read. There was no name or addressee, only the words, day 2567. Aiko pulled out the letter inside to read, revealing slightly childish yet sharp handwriting. It was Nigel's handwriting. Second Daylon said Mommy wants to divorce Griffindi. I wanted to go out and see, but Amnon didn't allow it. I will go out no matter what, even if I have to break everything. Aiko frowned, recalling that Nigel's door lock was different from other rooms, having been changed separately later. So, this day, it was the day he broke the lock. Why did he break the lock? Mommy, do you know where the treasure is? Ethel hugged her, peeking at the letter, say, Mommy, Griffindi. Aiko put down the letter and picked up another one. Letters piled up more and more outside the box. Ethel had already fallen asleep on top of those envelopes. Her cheeks squished against them as she breathed softly. 8th day, Amnon said that everything in the Gu family will belong to me in the future, so I need to work so hard. In fact, I just want to say I don't want anything. I want to go out. I miss Mommy. Why doesn't she come see me? First day, Griffindi sent me to Amnon. Amnon taught me so much, and I understood nothing. I felt so sleepy, but Amnon said I still needed to practice boxing and shooting in the afternoon. There are too many things to learn. Only after learning all these can I become an excellent heir. What's the point of being an heir? Old fool, I want to sleep. Treasure. Aiko looked up at her daughter, who was murmuring in her dreams. It turned out that Nigel had nothing when he was so young. Aiko suffered massive bleeding during childbirth and almost lost her life. During that period, Nigel never left her side. Every time she woke up, he held her hand tightly. It was as if any moment he let go, Aiko would leave him forever. Aiko also dealt with rich madams. They all advised her to take advantage of her youth and bear more sons to secure her position. Upon knowing this, Nigel forbade Aiko from interacting with these madams again. He hugged her and said, the most important thing is you, only you. When the daughter woke up, Aiko put everything back in place and pulled her daughter out of the loft. Back to Nigel's side, she was embraced by him. Where did you go, baby? I've been looking for you for a long time. Ethel was still drowsy and mumbled. Mommy and I went to find treasures. Nigel wrapped his limbs around Aiko, nuzzling his nose against her forehead. Treasure? Did you find it? Aiko looked up and kissed him on the lips. Right here. The end.